At the edge of the chaotic Star Sea, an island near human territory, solitary Sunset Isle. Inside the Azure Dragon Palace, a young couple stood at the entrance of a courtyard, their expressions grim. It's still no use. I think we should find a wife for Chainer and let him settle down. The beautiful woman leaned against the man's chest, whispering softly. Yuan Ji nodded helplessly. It has to be like this. Yuan Ji was an Azure Dragon, and the beautiful woman beside him was a human named Luo Li. Dragons have always had difficulty bearing offspring, let alone cross-species reproduction. But with heaven's blessing, whether from the many treasures or his unremitting efforts, a male infant was finally born. But unfortunately his dragon bloodline was extremely scarce. He couldn't even summon his dragon form. Since cultivation was not progressing, they had to try arranging a marriage for him. Perhaps if the other party had a greater proportion of human blood without the dragon race's reproduction difficulties, they could have many children. If one of those children turned out to have strong dragon bloodline, that would be a huge gain. No sooner said than done. They exchanged a nod, walked into the courtyard, and knocked on Yuan Chen's door. Inside, Yuan Chen, who had been cultivating side, rose from his seat and went to open the door. Unlike humans, dragons are born as golden core experts. In this regard, Yuan Chen was no exception. But tragically, since birth, no matter how he cultivated, his cultivation realm had not increased at all. At the sound of the knock, he immediately stopped practicing. He had no desire to cultivate anyway. He opened the door, and seeing a couple who looked to be in their early 20s, Yuan Chen spoke. Father, mother, what is the matter? Luo Li glanced at Yuan Ji, and seeing that he remained silent, had to speak herself. Chainer, your mother thinks you're not young anymore, and we're thinking of arranging a marriage for you. Yuan Chen was taken aback. He was 18 now, by mortal standards indeed old enough to marry. But this was a cultivation world. His own parents had married and had him at 500 or 600 years old. It seemed his parents also thought he was hopeless. Just as he was sighing, a crisp sound echoed in his mind. Ding. Keyword detected. The offspring system is loading. Ding. The system will grant rewards to the host based on the talents and achievements of the host's offspring. Ding. Offspring system bound successfully. Reward a newbie gift pack. Ding. Gift pack has been delivered. Please check. Yuan Chen was overjoyed. After 18 years of mediocrity, he never expected this was what awaited him. After Luo Li finished speaking, she saw Yuan Chen standing still, lost in thought. Luo Li frowned. Although this child lacked cultivation talent, he had always been clever and sharp. Had he already guessed their intentions and felt hurt? She opened her mouth to comfort him. Chainer. But before she could finish, Yuan Chen interrupted. Since mother thinks I should marry, I'll follow your wishes. Yuan Chen agreed at once. In his previous life, he was a true champion of pure love, always hoping to find a woman who valued love as much as he did. But his girlfriend seemed as lost as a blind man. He had waited for her 20 years, yet she never came. From the energy surrounding Yuan Luo, he could still sense something. It was definitely not inferior to a low-grade divine beast. He's now with this opportunity. Pure love warrior. Who are you cursing? Starting today, Yuan Chen decides to begin his own new journey. He even gave this journey a grand name, Foreign Affairs Movement. Meanwhile, Luo Li, hearing her son agree, without any abnormal emotions, breathed a sigh of relief. They only had this precious son, nothing must happen to him. Then mother will find a suitable girl for you in the next, Luo Li said softly. Yuan Chen nodded in agreement. Since the system was called the offspring system, surely the stronger the offspring, the higher the father would go. As the old saying goes, a new wave pushes the old. As for the second part, Yuan Chen deliberately ignored it. After finishing the conversation, Luo Li and Yuan Ji prepared to leave. Perhaps their son needed some time alone to process his feelings. But just as she turned, a heavy voice came from behind. Mother. Sensing something amiss, Luo Li quickly turned back and asked, Chainer, is there anything else? Yuan Chen was silent for a moment, then spoke in a low voice. I only want a good-looking one. Luo Li. The corner of her mouth twitched, but she still said, fine. Yuan Ji patted Yuan Chen's shoulder, put aside cultivation for these days, and prepare well for the wedding. Presumably having children later would help share his cultivation burden. Yuan Chen nodded and watched as the two left. It was necessary to mention wanting a beautiful girl. Even when demons transform into human form, their initial appearance is fixed, and there is beauty and ugliness. Although one could change appearance at will, for Yuan Chen, that was no different from plastic surgery in his previous world. He preferred natural, original beauty. After they left, Yuan Chen opened the system panel. He clicked on the newbie gift pack. Congratulations. Host obtained targeted pill. Slogan, my bullet has a targeting function. Congratulations. Host obtained supreme talent enhancement potion. Note, swallow 510 seconds before action to improve seed quality. Congratulations. Host obtained dragon blood 30. 2 of the 3 rewards were related to offspring, only 1 was for himself. But that was fine. After all, when his offspring became strong, they would also reward him as the father. As the third reward, the system panel also changed, displaying Yuan Chen's current basic information. His cultivation level was still golden core, unchanged. But the Azure Dragon bloodline had become 40. That meant initially he had only 1% dragon blood. Only when the bloodline reached 100 could he manifest the Azure Dragon's true form like other dragons. It was known that transforming into the true form could double combat power, not to be underestimated. 1 month later, Li had someone summon Yuan Chen to the reception hall of the Azure Dragon Palace. Currently, the Azure Dragon Palace was under the control of Yuan Chen's grandfather Yuan Man. Usually, any of the three sons could receive guests in the reception hall. When Yuan Chen arrived, Li was talking to a few people. Seeing him, she immediately introduced to the opposite party, "This is my son Yuan Chen." After the introductions, she said to Yuan Chen, "Shaner, quickly greet Uncle Yi and Aunt Yi." Yuan Chen obediently cupped his hands and greeted them. Besides the family of three, there were only 3 others. Apart from the couple, there was a timid little girl standing behind them with 2 cat ears on her head. Yuan Chen's eyes lit up. Although she wasn't his favorite mature type, but a kitty cat was not bad either. Uncle Yi of the cat clan. Yuan Chen recalled that his parents had once mentioned meeting a Yao friend during their travels. The other party's true form was the Night Shadow Cat. Although he was a Yao beast, his talent was still considerable. At 500 or 600 years of age, he had already reached the early stage of spirit separation. One must remember that he was of the Yao race. It was different from divine beasts like Yuan Ji, who were born at the Golden Core stage. However, due to the long distance, the two parties had not seen each other for decades. Yuan Chen hadn't expected that for his marriage his parents would specially invite this distant friend. Yuan Chen's cultivation hasn't changed since birth. Marrying Ling Ling to him might do her a disservice. After Yuan Chen bowed to the two, Yuan Ji pulled him forward and said to the Yi couple, "Yi Xiao immediately, what are you saying, big brother? At that time you didn't disdain our identity as the Yao race. You made a promise if we had a son and a daughter they would marry. If both were the same gender they would become sworn siblings. Even if Xiao Chen's cultivation cannot improve, we will never betray our promise." Yi Xiaoya chimed in from the side. "My husband is right, brother Yuan. Don't bring this up again. Besides, Xiao Chen still carries the bloodline of the Azure Dragon clan. If they have divine beast offspring, won't we also benefit?" Hearing their words, Yuan Ji quickly apologized. It was my fault. He had only been testing them. After all, they hadn't seen each other for decades and had only communicated a few times through sound transmission talismans. No one could be certain whether the other's fraternal feelings had changed. Now, hearing the other's assurance, he felt relieved. Although the Azure Dragon clan was truly a low-grade divine beast race, it was an undeniable fact that Yuan Chen's bloodline was impure. He happily patted Yuan Chen on the shoulder. "Chainer, take Ling Ling for a walk around. Your Uncle Yi and I haven't seen each other for a long time, and let us catch up." Yuan Chen nodded. He knew his father was giving them a chance to be alone. Although there was a betrothal, if Yi Ling Ling didn't agree, they couldn't force her right. Yuan Chen walked up to Yi Ling Ling. "Hello." A very formal greeting. Yi Ling Ling was startled, then burst. She replied in the same manner, "Hello." Yuan Chen didn't show any timidity and said generously, "Shall I take you out for a stroll?" Yi Ling Ling nodded in agreement. While the two were talking, both sets of parents watched quietly. After they left, they began to catch up on each other's recent situations. Yuan Chen, leading the way, couldn't help but sigh. In his past life, he had dreamed of free love, yet he ended up on the path of arranged marriage. The Azure Dragon Palace was truly beautiful. The Dragon Clan had few members, but many treasures. Any random building they passed might be a low-grade spiritual artifact. Along the way, Yuan Chen introduced the surroundings while they exchanged basic information. "How old are you?" When he asked her age, Yuan Chen couldn't help blurting out. The little cat looked at Yuan Chen innocently. 69. Yuan Chen's mouth twitched. Could it be that so absurd? But then he thought of her identity as a Yao and immediately felt relieved. The early cultivation for the Yao race was very slow. Coupled with Yi Ling Ling's 69 years but childish nature, it wasn't hard to guess that she had probably spent her previous decades in cultivation. "What's wrong?" Yi Ling Ling looked at Yuan Chen in confusion. He seemed very surprised by her age. Yuan Chen waved his hand. "Nothing." In this world, it was normal for cultivation partners to be hundreds or thousands of years apart. It wasn't that he couldn't accept it, it was just that for a moment his past life perspective made it feel strange. "My mother said I'm going to marry you soon." She said it very calmly. Yuan Chen nodded. "That's right. What do you think?" "What do I think?" Yi Ling Ling thought for a moment. "What is marriage like? Is it fun?" Yuan Chen gave her a strange look. How had Yi Xiao been teaching her all these decades? Although she was over 60, she was like an ignorant teenage girl. This stirred a trace of guilt in Yuan Chen, and a tiny bit of thrill. Just a tiny bit," he swore. "You could ask your mother about that." After a moment's thought, Yuan Chen said with a slight smirk, "Oh." Yi Ling Ling nodded blankly. The two continued walking for a while, then feeling it was enough, returned to the... After sitting with the Yi couple for a while longer, Yuan Ji arranged a courtyard for them, and the two families parted. Once back in their courtyard, Yi Xiaoya directly pulled Yi Ling Ling aside to ask, "Ling Ling, what do you think of Yuan Chen? What about him? Just how you feel?" Yi Xiaoya gestured vaguely, unable to describe, and finally summarized with 2 words. Yi Ling Ling thought for a moment. "He's nice. Yuan Chen is very interesting, and his words are amusing." Then you'll marry Yuan Chen?" Yi Xiaoya hesitated before saying. Although she was reluctant to part with her daughter, Yuan Ji and his wife had helped them many times, even saving their lives. She didn't want to be someone who broke a promise. "Sure." Yi Ling Ling smiled and said indifferently. Yi Xiaoya and Yi Xiao exchanged glances. So it was settled. Early the next morning, the couple sent word to Yuan Ji and his wife. Since the Yi couple had matters to attend to in their clan, they couldn't stay long. Thus the wedding was set for 7 days later. Yuan Chen only learned he was to be the groom the day before. This flash marriage really threw him off. The wedding was exceptionally simple. Yuan Ji didn't even notify his father Yuan Man. Since learning that Yuan Chen lacked sufficient Azure Dragon bloodline, the old man had selectively forgotten he had such a grandson. Yuan Ji naturally knew his father's attitude, so he didn't bother seeking his approval. He simply gathered a few friends and completed the wedding. When Yuan Chen was sent to the bridal chamber after just a couple of drinks, he was still in a daze. But upon seeing the beautiful figure dressed in wedding robes quietly sitting on the bed waiting for him, everything else was forgotten. He slowly walked to Yi Ling, gazing into her innocent big eyes and her twitching cat ears. "Shall we consummate the marriage?" "Okay," Yi Ling obediently replied. Although captivated by her beauty, Yuan Chen didn't forget the system's rewards. The targeted pill and talent enhancement liquid appeared in his hand simultaneously. He shoved them into his mouth and pounced on Yi Ling. Pushed down, Yi Ling looked at him in confusion. "Do you need medicine during the wedding night?" Yuan Chen froze. Those words were a bit embarrassing, but it would be hard to explain. He whispered, "Don't tell anyone about this." "Oh." After she replied, Yuan Chen got down to business. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully conceiving offspring. You have been awarded 50 years of cultivation and 70 Azure Dragon bloodline. Ding. When the offspring is born, rewards will be given based on their talent. Please wait patiently, host." Just as Yuan Chen finished his tasks and Yi Ling fell into a deep sleep, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Yuan Chen entered the consciousness space. On the system panel, the two columns for Yuan Chen's bloodline and cultivation had changed. Cultivation Golden Core Middle Stage. Bloodline Azure Dragon 1301000. Note the host can currently transform into the Azure Dragon form. Next stage, Middle Grade Divine Beast Silver Dragon. Perhaps because the offspring had not yet been born, this reward was not especially generous. Yuan Chen glanced briefly, then turned over and held Yi Ling as he fell asleep. When he woke in the morning and opened his eyes, he saw Yi Ling curled up in his arms like a little cat. Yuan Chen moved her hip, trying to bring her closer. But as soon as his hand touched that area, a tail suddenly popped out. Yi Ling instantly opened her eyes and let out a shriek. "Meow." The two stared at each other. Yuan Chen immediately stopped his hand. Last night, because it was his first time, he hadn't displayed his rich experience. So only now did Yuan Chen realize that the tailbone was actually her sensitive spot. Honestly, that meow was really, if that was the case. Yi Ling felt that Yuan Chen's gaze had changed. She immediately retracted her tail. But less than a second after it was gone, Yuan Chen's hand touched again. Meow. The tail popped out once more. Yi Ling glared at Yuan Chen with feigned anger. Yuan Chen didn't go too far. After playing twice, he immediately withdrew his hand. However, the excitement that had just been stirred up had not yet subsided. He slowly sat up and moved above Yi Ling. Seeing that Yuan Chen wasn't touching her tailbone, Yi Ling stopped being annoyed. Seeing his movements, she knew he wanted to do what they did last night, so she didn't stop him. An hour later, Yuan Chen rose refreshed. After Yi Ling dressed, the two went to meet both sets of parents. Yuan Chen held Yi Ling's hand and offered tea to the four elders. Yi Ling also followed to offer tea. Good. Yi Xiu took the tea and said with emotion. After raising a daughter since childhood, seeing her married off like this inevitably left him feeling somewhat unsettled. At the same time, Yuan Ji casually glanced over Yuan Chen. Then he sharply turned his gaze back and asked in surprise, "Chainer, you've reached Golden Core Middle Stage." Although his strength meant he could not be mistaken, Yuan Ji couldn't help asking. For 18 years, his son's strength had not changed in the slightest. Now such a sudden surprise. He wondered if he had. I found out I had broken through when I woke up this morning. Yuan Chen nodded and admitted directly. Yuan Ji was a latest-stage divinity transformation expert. It was normal for him to see through Yuan Chen's cultivation. There was no need to hide it. Hearing Yuan Ji's words, Luo Li and the Yi couple also looked over. After scanning Yuan Chen, Luo Li was happy, but couldn't help her eyes reddening. She had started from an ordinary mortal martial arts family and gradually walked the path of immortality. After a few hundred years of struggle, she had finally become a divinity transformation expert. Naturally, she understood the importance of strength all the more. When she first learned that Yuan Chen could not cultivate, she had never let go of her worry. They couldn't stay with Yuan Chen forever. When the day came for them to leave, how would Yuan Chen survive without any ability to protect himself? Over the past decade, to help Yuan Chen begin cultivating, the couple had searched for countless heavenly treasures, but in the end, not only was Yuan Chen's problem unsolved, but the couple's own cultivation had not advanced in all. Now hearing that Yuan Chen had begun cultivating, she suddenly didn't know what to say. She just held Yuan Chen's arm and kept wiping away tears. Good. Seeing his mother so emotional, Yuan Chen patted her arm to comfort her. The Yi couple were also very happy. They had thought he couldn't cultivate. Unexpectedly, the day after the wedding, he gave them such a surprise. His identity as a dragon, his powerful parents, and now being able to cultivate. Their daughter marrying him was certainly not a loss. Thinking this, they smiled at Yuan Chen with relief. Originally, they had thought it was just repaying a favor to the elder brother, but unexpectedly it turned out to be a great gain. Servant, bring out the dragon saliva wine I have accumulated for 300 years. Today we must celebrate properly. Soon the 6 of them were seated together. The table was piled with immortal delicacies and rare treasures. Yi Xiao and Yuan Ji toasted each other, drinking with great enjoyment. Yuan Chen did not drink. Not that he disliked alcohol. It was because the words dragon saliva made him uncomfortable. Moreover, as a dragon, he knew a bit about dragon saliva wine. Although it had nothing to do with saliva, it was definitely not clean. Because dragons had the most heavenly treasures, their bodies accumulated many residues that could not be absorbed. Whenever they broke through a realm, the impurities in their bodies would be expelled as vapor. In the breakthrough chamber, some vegetation would be specially planted. The gas would liquefy and fall on the leaves, turning into dew. This liquid, mixed with many herbs and the trace dragon chi leaked during breakthrough, became a unique treasure liquid beloved by cultivators of all kinds. To Yuan Chen, it was no different from sweat excreted from the body. Of course, there was a story behind the name dragon saliva wine. Once there was a great dragon who had a physique that perfectly absorbed all medicinal herbs. Therefore, when he broke through, he did not expel any sweat. But outside the door were a group of juniors holding small bottles waiting to collect the liquid. The senior was also concerned about his reputation. He worried that others would spread stories of him being stingy and taking the dragon saliva wine for himself. So he resolutely separated a drop of his essence blood. He opened wide and sprayed, covering the entire plant with a mixture of essence, blood, and saliva. When the juniors came in, they were ecstatic. The amount was huge. And the dragon juniors who collected that dragon saliva liquid soon each broke through a minor realm, causing a huge sensation. It was not until that dragon senior ascended to the immortal demon world that he revealed this secret to his wife. After the news spread, the name dragon saliva wine truly circulated among the dragons. Watching the 2 men drinking with gusto, Yuan Chen couldn't help thinking perhaps the senior who created this bottle of dragon saliva wine in honor of the great mentor also spat a mouthful of saliva into it. Such things had indeed happened. But since dragon saliva wine was extremely effective and tasted good, the dragons didn't take it seriously. And outsiders were completely unaware of this. Anyway, Yuan Chen would never drink a single drop of this wine. Father-in-law, mother-in-law Ling Ling is pregnant. The couple had been staying in the Azure Dragon Palace for about a month. During this time, they observed that Yuan Chen treated their daughter well, so they prepared to return to the Dark Nether Forest. Both held positions in their clan and had many matters to attend to. Now Yuan Chen's family and Yi Lingling came out together to see them off. At the moment of farewell, Yuan Chen still passed on this good news to them. What? Before the Yi couple could react, Yuan Ji exclaimed in excitement. No wonder he was so stirred. It was extremely difficult for the dragon race to bear offspring, and cross-species breeding made it even harder. He had been prepared to wait centuries before becoming a grandfather. He hadn't expected that after just 1 month Yuan Chen would bring such good news. Back then, he and Luo Li had been together since their early 200 years, but it took over 300 years of tireless effort and countless spirit herbs before they finally had a son. Was it because his son's dragon blood was thin that he wasn't bound by the same constraints? He stared at Yuan Chen with blazing eyes. My son is truly strong. Of course. Yuan Chen puffed out his chest with pride. Dragon race. Cross-species. Yuan Chen had hit the mark on the first try. Luo Li, on the other hand, remained very calm. After hearing Yuan Chen's words, she flashed over to behind Yi Lingling and gently placed her hand on Lingling's. Closing her eyes, she sensed carefully. After a moment, she opened her eyes, unable to suppress the joy in them. Although the life fluctuation was still very faint, there was no denying that she was truly pregnant. While Luo Li was probing, Yuan Ji stared without blinking to the side. Is my wife's cultivation too low? Taking so long to detect it. It was the first time he complained about Luo Li's low strength. If not for propriety, he would have pushed her aside and done it himself. When Luo Li finally let go, Yuan Ji still caught the joy in her eyes. He breathed a long sigh of relief, then excitedly looked at Yi Xiao again. Brother Yi. After calling twice, he didn't know what to say. The Yi couple were also delighted, never expecting there to really be a child. Yuan Chen was a lower-grade divine beast, so the child would likely also be a divine beast. Although powerful bloodlines made childbirth difficult, once a child was conceived, the bloodline would usually be inherited. There was an example right before them. Although Yuan Chen's Azure Dragon bloodline was pitifully thin, it still counted as a lower-grade divine beast. As for his cultivation never improving, that might be a personal issue. After Yuan Chen announced the news, even Yi Lingling was stunned. She hadn't known she was pregnant. Then came bewilderment. Having a child. She wasn't ready yet. But mixed with the confusion was a faint happiness and joy, a natural feeling that made her feel warm all over. Why did you only say it now? Luo Li slapped the back of Yuan Chen's hand in displeasure. Yuan Chen smiled helplessly. I only discovered it last night. I told you as soon as I knew. Previously there was no life aura, so even if he had said it, no one would have believed him. So he kept silent. Now he was just informing the Yi couple in advance to avoid having to send a messenger later. Luo Li smiled and said nothing, staring at Yi Lingling's belly with tender eyes. She just didn't know how to express her joy and was casually teasing Yuan Chen. After the initial surprise, the Yi couple became troubled. Their daughter had never been pregnant before. If they had missed it, it would be fine, but now that they knew, they were reluctant to leave. The two exchanged glances, and Yi Xiaoya's eyes flickered as she looked at Yi Xiao. How about? At the same time, Yi Xiao looked at her and said the same thing. They understood each other and walked to their daughter with smiles. Lingling mother isn't at ease leaving you here alone. So your father and I decided we will stay until the baby is born. Yuan Chen was stunned for a moment. Oh, truly a couple, they just need a glance to decide. But he still asked hesitantly, didn't you say there was a conflict with the nearby leopard clan over resources and you needed to go back? Yi Xiao waved his hand. Anyway, we can't when going back is useless. Not going back. He said it with extraordinary flair. Yuan Chen gave his father-in-law a speechless look, thinking he was indeed easygoing. But since the other party was willing to stay, so be it. Today's farewell was interrupted. The six of them returned to the Azure Dragon Palace. In the following days, to ensure their grandchild's talent, Yuan Ji and Luo Li began purchasing large quantities of heaven and earth treasures beneficial to the fetus. The son is hopeless now, we hope for the grandson to become a dragon. Yuan Chen often took Yi Lingling for walks nearby. There were many Dragon Clan members in the palace, but apart from guards, almost no other dragons were seen. The chaotic Star Sea was extremely dangerous. Most dragons stayed in their rooms cultivating. They only went out for trials after reaching a certain cultivation level. Thus 10 months passed quickly, and soon came the day of Yi Lingling's delivery. The 5 of them stood excitedly outside the door waiting. The surrounding guards also occasionally glanced over. They had heard that the young master had just married and already had a child. At first they didn't quite believe it, but as Yi Lingling's belly slowly grew over the days, the dragons had to be shocked. However, Yuan Chen's bloodline wasn't strong. What kind of little young master would this be? After all, they were Yuan Ji's private forces, and they naturally hoped the child's bloodline would be stronger. That way their status in the Azure Dragon Palace would also rise. To be honest, their master's position in the palace was somewhat. Why hasn't the baby been born yet? Yuan Ji said impatiently. Luo Li rolled her eyes. Do you think giving birth is that easy? Yi Xiao was about to ask something when Yuan Ji jumped in first. Hearing Luo Li's retort, Yuan Ji immediately swallowed the words that were about to slip out. In the cultivation world, many experts fell while giving birth. And so they waited from day to night and from night to dawn. Meow, a tender voice pierced through the soundproofing array and rang out. The sound was very similar to a cat's cry, but louder and more pure with a hint of dragon nobility mixed in. Yuan Chen immediately walked toward the room. The child was born. On his way to the delivery room, the voice of the Holang system also rang in his mind. The following scenes 3644 are missing in the original input. Actually, input had 44 scenes, but I only listed 35 above because I wrote each scene one by one. Let me finish all 44. Note, I will continue from scene 36 to 44 based on the original input provided earlier. The input JSON had 44 scenes. I have processed up to 35. Need to continue. Ding, the host's first offspring has been born. The system will grant corresponding rewards based on the child's talent. Ding, the host's offspring has been judged as top-grade divine beast level. The following rewards have been granted. Please check. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 200 secondary fixed target pills. 20 chance to hit the bullseye. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 100 years of cultivation. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Dragon Bloodline 60. As the words faded, Yuan Chen clearly felt the changes in his body. I've become a golden core latest stage expert. The rewards were directly applied to Yuan Chen upon arrival. He was stirred with excitement. For years his cultivation had made no progress. Unexpectedly, within just a year, he had reached the golden core late stage. However, what he regretted was that the 100 years of cultivation might have been assessed based on Immortal's talent. Otherwise, it wouldn't have granted him only this meager amount of cultivation. The system's voice sounded again. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Azure Dragon secret art, Azure Dragon Hand. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the cultivation technique, Concealed Breath art. No one within 3 major realms can see through your true cultivation. Yuan Chen clicked his tongue in amazement. There was actually such a technique. Concealed Breath art. That meant with his current golden core stage cultivation, as long as it wasn't an expert above the tribulation transcendent stage, no one could discern his true strength. Didn't this create the perfect conditions for playing the fool to catch the wise? Obtained 10 bottles of top-grade chi and blood pills. Obtained 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a Xinhua dictionary. Yuan Chen. He was very satisfied with the series of rewards, but this one reward truly baffled him. What did it mean? Did it think he was illiterate? Or did it hold some special He paused in his steps. With a thought, a red dictionary appeared in his hand. He flipped through it twice, but found nothing. Husband. Just as he was examining it, Yi Lingling's call came from inside the room. Without overthinking, he tossed the dictionary back into the system. Perhaps it was something from the system that he couldn't see through right now. He decided to keep it for now, maybe it would come in handy later. He strode through the door. Husband, it's a little son. Seeing Yuan Chen enter, Yi Lingling smiled sweetly. Then she eagerly sat up and lifted their son, presenting him to Yuan Chen. Lie down first. After giving birth, cultivators were no different from ordinary women. They also needed a long period of rest. Yuan Chen took his son into his arms, then gently sat beside Yi Lingling and fed her one of the chi and blood pills he had just obtained. All right. Yi Lingling didn't refuse and obediently lay back down. Once she was settled, Yuan Chen turned his attention to his son. At a single glance, Yuan Chen shuddered. The child was mostly human in form, but it was intermingled with other features. His two hands grasped at the air, indistinguishable from cat paws. A row of dragon scales emitting a cyan glow lined his back. His belly was covered in a patch of soft fur. A pair of dragon horns unique to the dragon race adorned his head, yet extending from his rear was a long cat tail. Husband, our son is so adorable. Yi Lingling lay on the bed, gazing at the father and son by her bedside with a blissful expression. Yuan Chen looked up at her with a strange expression. Didn't she think their son looked a bit odd? Generally, when different races had a child, it would inherit the traits of the more powerful bloodline. It wasn't unheard of for mutations to occur, producing special hybrids that inherited traits from both parents. But Yuan Chen glanced at his son again. He had never heard of something like this. A mix of human dragon and cat. It wasn't unheard of for mutations to occur, producing special hybrids that inherited traits from both parents. But Yuan Chen glanced at his son again. He had never heard of something like this. A mix of human dragon and cat. Seeing Yuan Chen holding the child, Luo Li excitedly hurried over. She then snatched the grandson into her arms. The four people with 8 eyes curiously peered into the swaddling clothes. Their faces all froze at the same time. As they looked at the child, Yuan Chen simultaneously focused his mind on the system. Within the successive wave system, at the moment of his son's birth, a palm-sized card had materialized out of thin air. The front depicted his son's likeness and bore his name. The back recorded his son's basic information. The child's name was Yuan Luo. This had been decided upon by Luo Li and the others several months ago. It had now been recorded by the system. Name Yuan Luo, level top grade divine beast, species unknown, cultivation golden core initial stage, skills none. Looking at the species field, Yuan Chen's eyes widened. You don't even know yourself. And you dare say this isn't a mashup? The four by the side also snapped out of it. Yi Xiaoya gave a dry laugh. This child really takes after his parents. Luo Li chimed in as well. Yes, yes. Then they feigned composure and began to play with the child. Seeing this harmonious scene, Yi Lingling smiled contentedly. However, her expression soon turned pained, and her forehead was instantly covered in beads of sweat. Yuan Chen was the first to notice Yi Lingling's distress. He immediately stepped forward and took Yi Lingling's hand. Lingling, what's wrong? Yi Lingling pressed her lips tightly together, merely shaking her head. Yuan Chen frowned. He sensed her condition through her hand. Why was her body brimming with energy? It couldn't be the qi and blood pill's effect. The qi and blood pill only replenished qi and blood. It would never stir the spiritual energy within the body. Hearing Yuan Chen's voice, both sets of parents shifted their attention. Seeing Yi Lingling's condition, they anxiously gathered around. Just as they encircled the bedside, a faint sound of something cracking echoed in the air. At the same time, Yi Lingling's complexion returned to normal. Yi Xiao stared at his daughter in astonishment, asking incredulously, Lingling, you're at the golden core peak. The others were equally stunned. They had thought something had gone. It turned out to be a simple breakthrough to a minor realm. Seeing everyone's worried expressions, Yi Lingling felt deeply apologetic. It was just that the breakthrough was imminent, and she had no energy to speak. I don't know what happened, but after giving birth to Luo, a strange power surged within me. And then, I broke through. Her words left everyone dumbfounded. They had always heard that mothers became weak after childbirth. This was the first time they had seen someone like Yi Lingling, who could break through right after giving birth. After a 2-second silence, Yi Lingling spoke hesitantly again. And what? Yuan Chen stroked her head, asking with concern. Glancing at Yuan Chen, Yi Lingling hesitated for a moment before whispering, and I think I'm about to advance. She wasn't certain either, but a strange palpitation in her heart told her it was true. Really, the others had just recovered from their shock when they were stunned anew by this news. Yuan Chen, however, had a sudden realization. The successive wave system. Yi Lingling was also a former wave. Could it be that she, like him, had received rewards from the system? Deep within the Azure Dragon Palace. The moment Yuan Luo's cries rang out, a man in a blue robe seated cross-legged on a bed opened his eyes. Without a word, he rose and asked directly, Has a dragon son been born in my Azure Dragon Palace today? The cry he had just heard was no ordinary sound. As his words faded, a voice immediately came from outside the door. It is the son of Master Ji. His offspring may be born within these few days. Yuan Ji. Yuan man stood still, murmuring to himself. He had paid little attention to this son for a long time. Yuan Ji had never fit in with the dragon clan since childhood. The dragon race was naturally lustful. Having many wives and concubines was a basic trait for every member. Only Yuan Ji had taken but one woman, Luo Li, in several hundred years, and had sworn never to take another. This was a disgrace to the dragon clan's reputation. What was more, the son he had sired was also a waste, becoming a laughingstock within the Azure Dragon Palace. Yuan man had often been displeased by this matter. To have given birth to such a useless child, better not to have been born at all. His dragon bloodline was pitifully weak, and he couldn't even transform into his true dragon form. Among the thousands of dragon descendants in the Azure Dragon Palace, none had ever been so worthless. Yet judging from the aura, just now had he actually sired a remarkable son. With this thought, his figure moved, and the room was instantly empty. Above Yuan Chen's chamber, a silhouette appeared out of thin air, but those inside the room remained utterly unaware. Yuan Man cast his gaze downward. At that moment, Luo Li and the other three had just entered and snatched the child from Yuan Chen's hands. Yuan Man glanced at the child and couldn't help but open his mouth in astonishment. What kind of creature was this? He found it difficult to discern the child's level. For exotic divine beasts, the cultivation world had specialized instruments to probe them. The naked eye could hardly tell. But now, as the child had just been born, his aura had not yet fully dissipated. From the energy surrounding Yuan Luo, he could still sense something. It was definitely not inferior to a low-grade divine beast. He swept his gaze over Yuan Chen. His brow furrowed deeply. A low-grade divine beast. There was no issue there. And Yi Lingling was also a breakthrough beast, no problem. So why had they produced a child of a higher rank? This defied all logic. He must find time to borrow the beast-revealing plate from the Dragon Clan's headquarters. If this child truly was a mid-grade divine beast, or higher, then he would take the child under his wing and personally nurture him. He cast another glance at the strange infant. With a flicker, the rooftop was empty once more. A moment later, exclamations of surprise arose from the group below. Yi Xiao trembled as he looked at Yi Lingling and asked, "Lingling, is what you said true?" Yi Lingling lowered her head in thought, then nodded seriously. "It should be correct. It's a sudden, inexplicable sensation in my heart. Then it's right. It can't be wrong." Yi Xiao was instantly thrilled. The clan record stated that when a beast advanced to a divine beast, this was exactly the sign. Trembling, he grasped his wife's hands. He had never imagined that his precious daughter truly had a chance to ascend to divine beast status. Their clan had not seen a divine beast in several millennia. Though they had once hoped their daughter might become one, they had thought it would only happen after she reached the Tribulation Transcendent stage. But their daughter was so exceptional, and now she was only at the Golden Core stage. Her future achievements would surely be boundless. "Brother Yuan, look. Look, my Lingling is about to become a divine beast too." Yuan Ji nodded with a smile. "I see. Lingling is indeed gifted. Oh, we made no mistake in choosing this daughter-in-law." Yi Xiao nodded vigorously. Yi Xiaoya was so moved that tears streamed down her face. It was wonderful that her daughter would become a divine beast. Compared to divine beasts, beasts were always inferior, not only in talent, but also in strength. At the same level, it might take 3 or 4 beasts to match a single low-grade divine beast, or even more. When the couple ventured outside, they sometimes dared not provoke even a lower-grade divine beast. They might encounter a ruthless one that would slay them both. In the wild, 9 out of 10 beasts had to keep their tails tucked except for the exceptionally powerful outliers. Yi Lingling's breakthrough would elevate the entire Night Shadow Cat clan status in the Dark Yu Forest by a notch. Lingling, don't rush to go into seclusion. Let your parents prepare some high-grade materials for you first. Yi Xiao, having calmed his excitement, quickly said. Yes, Yi Xiaoya chimed in. The clan, knowing Lingling had a chance to become a divine beast, would surely spare no effort to support her. The Night Shadow Cat clan was one of the weakest among the demon tribes. It was only because they had a low-grade divine beast that they could carve out a place for themselves. With their ancestors' lifespan nearly exhausted, the clan would value the emergence of a new divine beast even more than the couple did. Hearing their exchange, Yuan Ji spoke up with displeasure. You two underestimate our dragon clan. We can certainly provide these resources. Yuan Chen nodded inwardly. To be honest, even if the Night Shadow Cat clan brought out their best resources, it might not match the wealth his father had accumulated over a few years. There was no need for such trouble. Well, Yi Xiao gave an awkward smile, unsure how to explain. Now that Yi Lingling had married Yuan Chen, her connection to the clan was no longer strong. They had hoped that by investing some resources up front, the clan could seek Lingling's help in future matters. But they hadn't expected to be shut down so quickly. Yuan Chen immediately saw through their intentions. He cupped his hands and said, Father-in-law, do not worry. Even though Lingling has married me, that doesn't mean she will never return to her family. And if anything happens to the Night Shadow Cat clan in the future, we will not restrict Lingling's decisions. If Lingling is willing, she will surely go to help. His words exposed their hidden thoughts, and Yi Xiao rubbed his hands together in embarrassment. Still, the weight was lifted from his heart. Since Yuan Chen had said, so there was nothing more to worry about. For the sake of her parents, Lingling would extend a helping hand when needed. Is that all it was? Yuan Ji finally caught on. He patted Yi Xiao on the shoulder and said with a smile, Don't worry, my son is right. You have no cause for concern. With that, he waved his hand grandly and declared with a hearty laugh, Then it's settled. Lingling's advancement resources. Our family will cover everything. Having reached an understanding, Yuan Chen took Yi Lingling's hand. Lingling, spend these few days adjusting your body. Once the resources are ready, you can go into seclusion with peace of mind. All right. Yi Lingling nodded. Meeting her parents' eager gazes, she felt a flicker of nervousness. Yi Xiao and the others did not linger long. Now that they had seen the child, it was time to return to the clan. They would also share the good news of Lingling's imminent advancement with their ancestors to put their minds at ease. Husband. At the entrance of the seclusion cave, Yi Lingling looked at Yuan Chen with reluctance. They had been married for less than a year, and now they had to part. Yuan Chen held the child and pulled Yi Lingling into his arms. Rest assured and go in. Your parents-in-law have already placed all the resources inside ensuring your smooth advancement. As for the child, don't worry. I will take good care of him. Yuan Chen patted her hand and comforted her. Yi Lingling choked up and nodded. Looking at the son in her arms, she kissed his cheek. Mother is going into seclusion now, Luo. You must listen to your father obediently. After a moment of affection with her son, she reluctantly left Yuan Chen's embrace. Time is running out. Husband, I will take my leave now. Yuan Chen nodded and watched her walk step by step toward the seclusion chamber. After only 2 steps, Yi Lingling stopped again. She turned to look at Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen looked at her with confusion, wondering if there was something else. Yi Lingling stared at him. After hesitating for a moment, she gritted her teeth and spoke. Husband, I don't know when I will come out. I know the dragon clan is lustful. If you can't restrain yourself, feel free to take a few more wives. I want mine. Advancement was a very complex process. It might take a little over a year, 3 to 4 years, or even decades. No one could say for sure. And the dragon clan's lustfulness was widely acknowledged in the cultivation world. They were insatiable. She felt guilty for leaving father and son right after giving birth. Although she disliked sharing her husband with others, she still said those words to alleviate her guilt. Yuan Chen shook his head and gazed at Yi Lingling affectionately. Lingling, you are wrong. Before Yi Lingling could respond, he continued. Who says all dragons are lustful? My father has been devoted solely to my mother for 300 years. Is he not a dragon? Lingling, you must remember that true love exists in the dragon clan. Standing in the distance, eavesdropping on their conversation, Yuan Ji couldn't help but nod. Those words made sense. Beside him, Luo Li also looked at her husband with satisfaction. In this regard, Yuan Ji truly pleased her. Since their daughter-in-law was about to advance, they naturally had to come and see. But with the young couple parting, they felt awkward intruding. So they stood far away guarding them. Hearing Yuan Chen's words, Yi Lingling was deeply moved. She took 2 steps forward and threw herself into Yuan Chen's arms. She spoke with deep affection. Husband, I know you love me, but there's no need to never remarry for me. I want mine. Yuan Chen said in surprise. I didn't say I wouldn't marry again. Yi Lingling's body stiffened in his arms. She looked up at Yuan Chen in confusion. Then what did you mean just now? Yuan Chen spread his hands and said seriously. I just thought what you said was too absolute, a bit inappropriate. Just because the whole group has a certain atmosphere doesn't mean you should ignore the individual. That would be unfair to my father. Yi Lingling. The couple watching from afar also nearly collapsed. Yuan Ji inwardly complained, you are indeed filial, even thinking to protect your father's reputation. Yi Lingling still had 2 teardrops hanging from her eyes. Yuan Chen felt a surge of pity. He said with concern, all right, don't be angry. Even if I have other wives in the future, I will still love you the most. Yi Lingling stared at him with innocent big eyes. She said softly, yes, you will love me the most. My heart aches. Every time you take another wife, it aches once more. Yuan Chen caressed her ear. He said dotingly, what are you saying? I'm in affectionate love. All right, time is running out. Lingling, go now. Come out soon. I will miss you. Yi Lingling pouted in grievance. But she realized it was indeed getting late. Each seclusion chamber had a specific opening time. This required prior reporting to the steward of the Azure Dragon Palace. If she didn't make it in time, she would have to report again. Oomph. After letting out a coquettish snort, Yi Lingling swayed her hips and walked with a cat-like gait toward the cave entrance. Perhaps due to the sorrow of parting, she temporarily forgot the earlier displeasure. At the entrance, she couldn't help but look back. She called out to Yuan Chen. Husband, I will miss you too. With that, she took a step forward and vanished from sight. Yuan Chen had just raised his hand to wave goodbye, but before his hand was fully up, she was gone. He glanced at the cave for a moment, then carried his son back toward their residence. His mind raced, pondering if he had encountered any beautiful dragon maidens recently. Even if Yi Lingling hadn't met, her family was still there. She couldn't simply abandon them. Yet at the same time, a trace of dissatisfaction arose. Why start a national war? Because, without taking the medicine, he was incapable. So he didn't want to waste the effort. Chainer, did Lingling leave? As he was thinking, his parents suddenly appeared before him. Luo Li asked knowingly. Yuan Chen nodded. Yes, she just went in. Before she entered, her greatest worry was me. She hoped I would marry more wives to take care of me. Luo Li and her husband exchanged a glance, their lips twitching. Yuan Chen continued. To put Lingling's mind at ease, I decided to follow her advice. Mother, if you know any beautiful female spirits, please introduce them to me. Luo Li. After a long silence, all right. Mother will keep an eye out. Yuan Chen nodded and handed his son to Luo Li. Mother Lingling's greatest worry when she went in was Luo. She feared I wouldn't take good care of him. So I thought I'd entrust Luo to you too. Luo Li's eyelids twitched. How many things did Lingling have to? But she only complained inwardly and said nothing more. They were more than happy to take care of their grandson. Seeing his mother agree to it, Yuan Chen was in high spirits. He silently gave himself a thumbs up. At 18, he had fathered a son, allowing his parents to enjoy the joy of grandchildren. How many people in his previous world could achieve that? There were plenty who had never even held a girl's hand. After passing off his son, he felt a wave of relief. Then Mother will be heading back. After saying this to them, Yuan Chen walked past them. But after 2 steps, he suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up. He turned and said, Mother, I remember there's a little carp sister who often accompanies you, and she's very beautiful. What do you think? Luo Li's hand stiffened. Her face darkened as she looked at Yuan Chen warily. That's your aunt. Luo Li was utterly speechless. The carp sister Yuan Chen mentioned was now over 500 years old. Apart from the 1,000-strong dragon clan, the Azure Dragon Palace undoubtedly harbored other races that had pledged their allegiance. The Golden Light Carp Demon was the race most inclined toward the Dragon Clan. Their evolutionary pinnacle was to become dragons themselves, either the lower divine beast the Red Dragon or the upper divine beast the Golden Dragon. Xuelin was merely an ordinary palace made in the Azure Dragon Palace. Aside from her striking beauty, she possessed no remarkable traits. When Luo Li first married into the clan, she had no familiar companions by her side. At that time, Xuelin had been assigned as a handmaiden to Yuan Ji. Given the Dragon Clan's notorious nature, had she been sent to any other prince's household, she would have long been deflowered. Only by coming to Yuan Ji's side could she live a normal existence. Subsequently, the bored Luo Li encountered the lowly Xuelin, and through repeated interactions the two became close friends. Luo Li never disdained the other's demonic heritage and always treated her like a sister. She even directly promoted her to be her personal bodyguard. She was also willing to share resources with her from time to time. By now the other had already reached the peak of the nascent soul realm. He never expected that his son would set his sights on his own good sister. She is your aunt. Upon hearing this, Yuan Chen was startled. Is that so? The age of a cultivator could never be discerned from their appearance. But every time he saw Xuelin, she was always dressed in a light yellow dress, her style brimming with girlish charm. He had thought she was merely a young maidservant his mother had taken in. After pondering for 2 seconds, he looked at his mother tentatively. Then, is Aunt Xuelin married? Luo Li's body trembled slightly. Was this brat still not giving up? Her gaze instantly turned dangerous. Why do you ask? Yuan Chen spread his hands and said casually, no reason, just asking. Luo Li studied him seriously for a moment before finally saying, she is not, but I warn you, do not set your sights. Yuan Chen's eyes lit up. Not married. That's perfect. Aunt or not, she wasn't Luo Li's blood sister. As for age, that was hardly an issue. He had married Yi Lingling, who was 69. Was there any difference between a gap of 50 years and 500? Mother, doesn't Aunt Xuelin intend to find a partner? Hearing Yuan Chen's words, Luo Li was so furious she nearly choked. After speaking, Yuan Chen didn't stop, but bluntly continued. I think I'm quite suitable. The moment his words fell, the space within a shadow on the left side rippled with disturbance. Yuan Chen looked over in confusion. A yellow-clad figure tumbled out. The corners of Yuan Chen's mouth curled up. Sister Xuelin, so you've been here all along. Xuelin gazed at him quietly, saying nothing. But the flush spreading down her neck betrayed her inner turmoil. It made sense. If she were calm, she wouldn't have lost control of her concealment and fallen out. Yuan Chen, however, was entirely unperturbed. She had always been of this aloof disposition. Moreover, as a shadow guard, she was perpetually hidden in darkness. Growing up, Yuan Chen had only caught a few glimpses of her in his mother's chambers. As for conversation, it was pitifully scarce. Yuan Ji and Luo Li looked at their son in exasperation. Just a moment ago it was aunt, and now upon meeting, he changed his tune. Luo Li glanced at Xuelin awkwardly. Xuelin, don't mind him, Chainer is just talking nonsense. Xuelin nodded faintly, letting out a soft hum. Then she vanished once more into the shadows. Chainer, stop fooling around, Luo Li said with a headache after Xuelin's figure disappeared. I heard that the Moonlight Rabbit clan has a young lady of peerless beauty and excellent talent. He'll go inquire in a few days to see if she's willing to marry you. On Lone Cloud Island, the Azure Dragon clan was not the sole power. There were 4 lower divine beast clans in total: the Azure Dragons, the Moonlight Rabbits, the Void Wolves, and the Soul-Eating Rats. Among them, the Azure Dragon clan held a transcendent status. The dragon race was the most formidable force within the demon tribes, and no race dared to provoke them recklessly. The Moonlight Rabbits and the Void Wolves were mortal enemies. Over the years, both sides had sent many women to curry favor with the Azure Dragon clan. The Dragon clan was not picky and accepted all offerings. But once accepted, they paid them no further heed. Neither the Moonlight Rabbits nor the Void Wolves dared to complain, and they continued to send their clan's women endlessly. Keeping the Dragon clan neutral and not siding with the other party was good enough. Although Luo Li only said she would try, she was already 70 to 80% confident. After all, Yuan Chen was the direct grandson of the Azure Dragon clan's patriarch. His status was undeniable. Yuan Chen nodded, sighed, and left the spot. It seemed he wouldn't succeed in the short term. He needed a long-term plan. He wanted the little rabbit, and he wanted the little carp too. Luo Li was indeed decisive. The next day, she sent someone to deliver a letter to the Moonlight Rabbit clan. In the grand hall of the Moonlight Rabbits, the great elder read the letter. A few minutes later, he looked up at the others. What does the Azure Dragon Palace's letter say? An impatient elder couldn't help asking. The great elder handed the letter over and said slowly, it's from Yuan Ji's wife, who wants Ying to marry her son. As soon as he finished, someone immediately spoke up. A few days ago, Wolfba married his daughter to Yuan Da's son. I was worried it might work against us. The others nodded. After some hesitation, the third elder said quietly, however, Yuan Ji's son cannot cultivate. I think it would be more suitable to marry her to Yuan Li's son. Yuan Chen's father was the second son in the family. Besides his father, there was his uncle Yuan Da and his third uncle Yuan Li. Each had a son both over 100 years older than Yuan Chen and without any obstacles in their cultivation. Upon hearing the third elder's words, the rabbits in the room furrowed their brows. Yuing was the only daughter of the clan leader. Once married off, she would be lost. It was fine for now, but what about the future? When Yuan Man's power grew, and he was transferred to headquarters, if a new clan leader was chosen, how could Yuan Chen compete with the other two? The Wolf clan had married their daughter to Yuan Da's son Yuan Ping. If Yuan Ping became the Azure Dragon clan's patriarch, a few whispers from his wife. When the news came back, Yuan Chen didn't hesitate. The next day, he selected some betrothal gifts and went to propose. On the 9th day, he married Yuan. They would offend both sides of the Azure Dragon clan. He waved his hand and said firmly, "Enough, my mind is made up. Reply to Luo Li that we accept this match and they may come to propose at any time." When the news came back, Yuan Chen didn't hesitate. The next day, he selected some betrothal gifts and went to propose. On the 9th day, he married Yuing and brought her home. On their wedding night, Yuan Chen once again took out a pill and swallowed it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully conceiving a child. Reward 50 years of cultivation, Azure Dragon Bloodline 70. Yuan Chen walked out of the room with a relaxed demeanor. Last night it took 7 targeted pills to finally secure the child. Yet the outcome was ultimately favorable. The reward of 50 years of cultivation settled upon him. Though his realm did not break through, he could distinctly feel a significant enhancement in his strength. His Azure Dragon bloodline had also reached 260. There was still a distance to go before advancing to the Silver Dragon. However, he was not in a hurry. At this pace, just 11 more offspring would suffice for the promotion. Moreover, they didn't need to be fully born. The rewards after birth were unpredictable. Yuan Chen, as he was lost in thought, a soft voice emerged from within the bedding. Yuan Chen turned around, finding it somewhat amusing as a small head poked out from the covers. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just a bit hungry." Yuing rolled her eyes, speaking with a mischievous tone. Yuan Chen chuckled. How could a golden core cultivator still feel hunger? Yet he didn't call her out on it. Perhaps since they weren't very familiar with each other, she wanted to chat more this way and learn about his personality. Before their marriage, they had never met. And once the mood was right yesterday, Yuan Chen had dispensed with foreplay and gotten straight to the point. Thinking back, now he really should cultivate their bond more. "Wait here, I'll bring you something to eat." Yuing covered half her face with the blanket and nodded at Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen rose and went out to order the servants to bring fresh spirit fruits. When he returned to the room, Yuing was already dressed and seated in a chair. Seeing Yuan Chen look over, she offered a faint smile. "Wait a moment, the servants will bring it shortly." Saying this, Yuan Chen sat down beside Yuing. Yuing nodded gracefully. "Yuan Chen, I heard from father that you cannot cultivate. Is that true?" Yuan, "Yes, so you'll have to protect your husband in the future." Yuing was the same age as Yuan Chen, only 18. Seeing someone his own age, Yuan Chen couldn't resist teasing her. Yuing gave a light laugh, her eyes curving into a charming arc. "All right, I'll protect you in the future." Yuan Chen couldn't help but take another look at her. After a few exchanges, he realized that though she was only 18, she was far more mature than Yi Lingling. Her dignified demeanor carried a hint of playfulness. She was utterly captivating. Once the conversation opened up, they grew much closer. As their dialogue deepened, they became increasingly at ease with each other. While they were bonding in Luo Li's room, Shui Lin's figure appeared. Sisterly, the token of the great Yin dynasty has stirred, and sent a message. Oh, Luo Li frowned. Before becoming a cultivator, she had lived in the great Yin dynasty. Later, after achieving mastery in cultivation, her family rose with her and embarked on the path of cultivation. Coupled with the respect for her as a nascent soul powerhouse, the Luo family gradually became the foremost military clan of the great Yin dynasty. Moreover, when she first started her cultivation journey, the royal court had provided considerable assistance. Thus, upon her departure, she had deliberately left the great Yin dynasty a token and made a promise to assist them once. But the token had remained dormant since then, and Luo Li had simply entrusted it to Shui Lin for safekeeping. Unexpectedly, after a century, just as she was about to forget it, it had flickered to life again. "What does it say?" Luo Li asked. Shui Lin replied, "The great Yin dynasty is about to wage a national war against the great desert dynasty and hopes that sister can come to their aid." Luo Li furrowed her brow. Had it already come to this? Once a national war was declared, it would be a fight to the bitter. This November. Luo Li calculated. There were still 7 months left. "Will sister go?" Seeing Luo Li fall silent, Shui Lin couldn't help but ask softly. "How could I not go?" Luo Li murmured. She had made a promise. The cultivation world placed great importance on promises. Breaking one would invite backlash during the tribulation Transcendents. Besides, even without that vow, her family was still there. She couldn't simply abandon them. Yet at the same time, a trace of dissatisfaction arose. Why start a national war? If they failed, none of her kin would escape, and she could only watch helplessly, unable to intervene. Every place has its own rules. The mortal realm is no exception. Prepare. We leave in a month. They'll go inform my husband. After instructing Shui Lin, Luo Li went to find Yuan Ji. The next day, Yuan Chen, "Chainer, come with your mother to the great Yin dynasty." As soon as they met, Luo Li got straight to the point. What's wrong? Yuan Chen was taken aback looking at his mother with confusion. He even felt a bit flattered. In 18 years they had never taken him out. You'll know when you get there. Luo Li didn't explain, instead pulling out a pile of magical artifacts from her storage ring. Pick a few. Inwardly she felt helpless. According to the rules there, without Yuan Chen, she couldn't interfere in the slightest. I'm not going. Yuan Chen, why travel so far? It would delay his time for taking wives. Now that Yu Ying was pregnant, he was already preparing to marry again. Luo Li was stunned. She hadn't expected him to refuse. In the past, he had always clamored to go out and see. What had changed? Chainer, it's important. Do your mother a favor. Yuan Chen asked, what favor? Having children was the real priority. Luo Li had to explain the situation. Yuan Chen was puzzled. Then why must it be me? It's a rule set there, those at the nascent soul stage and above cannot meddle in mortal affairs. Luo Li explained helplessly. Oh, I see. Yuan Chen suddenly understood. Are there many beautiful women there? Luo Li. After a long pause. Yes. And Shui Lin will be coming along too. To coax Yuan Chen into going, she was willing to resort. Sister. A faint sigh echoed through the air. Yuan Chen's eyes lit up. This was good. Moreover, the influence of his past life lingered. He also wished to visit human kingdoms again, and it would be even better with human companions. He looked at Luo Li with righteous indignation. Mother, what kind of person do you take me for? When it concerns mother's tribulation transcendence, how could your son turn a blind eye? Rest assured I will definitely help. All right. Hurry and pick some artifacts. Luo Li responded with resignation. Yuan Chen nodded, then browsed through over a dozen magical artifacts. He stood up and looked at Luo Li. Can't I have them all? Luo Li was taken aback. I suppose so. Then why bother picking? With a grand sweep of his sleeve, he swept all the artifacts into his storage ring. Deep within the chaotic star sea inside the Dragon Palace, Yuan Man approached an elder. Grandfather. Yuan Chang gazed at him indifferently. Yuan Man, what brings you here? Upon hearing his grandfather's question, Yuan Man did not beat around the bush and stated his purpose directly. It's like this. I have a great-grandson, and I suspect he might be a mid-grade divine beast. However, since his parents are of different races, his appearance is somewhat peculiar, and I cannot discern his breed. He might be a hybrid beast. Thus I wish to borrow the beast-revealing disc to test him. I wonder if grandfather could help me retrieve it. Is this true? The moment Yuan Man finished speaking, Yuan Chang, a faint pressure emanated from his eyes. 4 divine beasts like them, each grade represented a vast chasm. The fact that he, a cultivator at the great vehicle stage, was merely a negligible presence within the Dragon Clan's headquarters spoke volumes. All because he was a low-grade divine beast. If a few formidable figures emerged among his descendants, he too could climb the ranks. Wasn't it true that a friend of his, also from the Azure Dragon lineage, had become a minor steward in the Dragon Clan headquarters because his son-in-law was a mid-grade divine beast of the Yellow Dragon Clan? Do not underestimate such a minor steward. With a few rewards, the lives of distant relatives could improve manifold. Yuan Man let out an awkward laugh. Grandson is not entirely certain either. However, judging by the aura at his birth, he should undoubtedly be a mid-grade divine beast. Yuan Chang scrutinized him seriously for a moment, seeing no deceit in his expression. Yuan Chang nodded. Regardless, it is worth a try. Yuan Man's spirits lifted, gazing at his grandfather with hope. Then the beast revealing. Yuan Chang fell silent for a moment. Wait here for a while. I will go ask the elders to borrow it. The beast-revealing disc was in truth of little use beyond testing breeds. Yet its crafting difficulty rivaled that of a high-grade spiritual artifact. Most factions did not possess one. Firstly, none would waste materials on such a useless artifact, and secondly, the crafting process was quite challenging. The Dragon Clan's treasury had a limited supply. However, it was rarely used. In most cases, the breeds of Dragon Clan offspring were quite stable. They generally followed the dominant lineage. Instances of mutant or hybrid dragons were rare. Thus, borrowing one was not overly difficult. Before long, Yuan Chang returned holding a white circular ring. He handed it to Yuan Man with a grave expression. If it truly is a mid-grade or higher variant, you must inform me immediately. Rest assured, grandfather. Yuan Man nodded respectfully. By then, Yuan Chang would surely find a way to gift him some precious treasures. Then go. Yuan Chang nodded calmly, yet a gleam of hope flickered in his eyes. He prayed it would. Yuan Man stored the artifact in his storage ring and walked out contentedly. However, no sooner had he stepped out than he encountered his arch-rival Zhu Qi. Although the Dragon Clan's resources were abundant, they were distributed according to contributions and proportions. Consequently, the Azure Dragons and Red Dragons, both low-grade divine beasts, became competitors. Zhu Qi's jurisdiction was nearest to Yuan Man's, deepening their enmity. Oh, Yuan Man, you have time to come here. Aren't you off searching for heavenly treasures to elevate your precious grandson's bloodline? The precious grandson he referred to was naturally Yuan Chen. Over the years, he had never missed an opportunity to mock, and this was precisely why Yuan Man's dissatisfaction with his second son's family had grown. It was too disgraceful. Shooting a cold glare at Zhu Qi, Yuan Man ignored him. Inwardly, he sneered. Just wait until my great-grandson is confirmed as a mid-grade divine beast. That will infuriate you to death. Zhu Qi laughed heartily a few times before turning back to the headquarters. He too had some matters to discuss with his own ancestor. Meanwhile, on Yuan Man's journey home, Yuan Chen's family was already on the road to the Great Yin Dynasty. Besides the family of three, the group included Shui Lin, Yuan Luo, and Yuing. Yuing had just come of age and had never left Guxia Island before. Throughout the journey, she was curious about everything new, yet she remained very quiet. When she encountered something interesting, she would simply turn her gaze to look a little longer, without chattering to disturb Yuan Chen. Since she was pregnant, Yuan Chen had initially planned to leave her at the Azure Dragon Palace. However, upon seeing her eager expression, he did not refuse. Along the way, they occasionally encountered scenes of yet upon seeing Yuan Chen's group, others would instinctively keep their distance. This was the edge of the chaotic Star Sea where experts like Yuan Ji were not abundant. Coupled with their Dragon Clan identity, no one wished to provoke them lightly. The group flew through the air for over 10 days until a vast landmass finally appeared in the distance. Luo Li ahead let out a sigh. Finally back in Huangzhou. Through their recent conversations, Yuan Chen had gained some understanding of this region. The mortal realm was exceedingly vast. Huangzhou was merely one ordinary continent among many, and even so, it was immensely large. The Great Yin Dynasty, a kingdom spanning tens of millions of square kilometers, was merely one of 6 nations in eastern Huangzhou. Everything in Huangzhou was under the control of a celestial sect called Xiandu Men. Generally, any foreign immortal seeking to enter the mortal domain had to register. Of course, the defenses were not airtight. There were always rogue cultivators who sneaked in disregarding the rules. Xiandu Men had its own solutions for such individuals. If they lacked background and were discovered, the consequences ranged from expulsion to execution. However, when encountering powerful cultivators or those with strong backing, they would respectfully register them and act as if nothing had happened. The principle was simply to follow one's heart. As they neared the land, a group of over 10 people flew before them on swords. Who goes there? Luo Li flashed a token in her hand. Since she had originally come from Huangzhou, she was considered a local cultivator. When she had left, Xiandu Men had specially presented her with a token. Ah, native. Senior, are you here for the national war between the Great Yin Dynasty and the Great Desert Dynasty? The leading man bowed respectfully, probing cautiously. During this time, countless cultivators had flocked from all directions, though most were of mediocre strength. There were few experts whose cultivation could not be discerned. Luo Li ignored him. The man before her was merely a golden core stage cultivator. She had no need to explain herself. Despite being rebuffed, the man showed no displeasure. He said respectfully, "Please enter." Luo Li did not respond. She led Yuan Chen and the others directly toward the Great Yin Dynasty. Half a day later, a magnificent palace appeared before them. "Let's go home first," Luo Li murmured to herself. No one objected. They followed her as she descended slowly into a courtyard. "Do you think our Great Yin Dynasty will triumph this time?" "Of course we will. Our Great Yin Dynasty is the strongest." The capital of the Great Yin Dynasty, Blazing Flame City. The commoners on the streets were fervently discussing the national war months away. Yuan Chen flew overhead, catching their chatter and sighing inwardly. The people here were indeed fierce and bold. Their spirits were remarkably high, devoid of any fear of the impending war. Even as Yuan Chen flew past, no one showed the slightest surprise. With a mere glance, they continued their own conversations. Such scenes had become so commonplace these days that no one found them unusual anymore. Yuan Chen casually caught a few words before following his mother onward. Before long, a mansion appeared before them. Seeing Luo Li descend, Yuan Chen followed suit. As soon as they touched the ground, several guards hurried over, their demeanor exceptionally reverent. Recently, powerful experts had been arriving frequently. Perhaps these were friends invited by the family head. "May I ask which esteemed seniors you are?" Before Luo Li could speak, an aged voice echoed from deep within the mansion. "Stand down." At the sound, the guard shuddered and replied respectfully, "Yes." As they withdrew, they couldn't help but scrutinize the group before them. Who could these people be to warrant the old ancestor's personal appearance? Just as they exited the courtyard, an elderly man appeared before Luo Li. "Sister, you're back." Gazing at the old man, Luo Li let out a "Xiao Tian, you've aged." At these words, Luo Tian was instantly overcome with tears. Yuan Chen felt a pang of emotion. His mother of similar age was still vigorous and vibrant, but this old man before him was withered and fading, likely with little time left. When Luo Li had first embarked on the path of cultivation and returned, most of her family were already nearing the end of their lifespans, leaving only a young brother who could barely practice. Now, centuries later, his talent had ultimately proven limited, stuck at the peak of the Golden Core realm with no further progress. Soon Luo Li and Luo Tian began to converse. With nothing else to do, Yuan Chen observed the mansion's layout. The Luo family was, apart from the royal clan, the most powerful force in the Great Yin Dynasty. Yet their strength was somewhat concerning. Besides Luo Tian at the Golden Core peak, there were 2 at the Golden Core middle stage and 4 at the early stage. The remaining acquired realm experts numbered fewer than 100. Moreover, not all of them were necessarily loyal to the Luo family. Some might be hired helpers from outside. From this, one could see how arduous it was for mortals to tread the path of cultivation. His divine sense shifted again. A woman in purple was hurrying toward them. Yuan Chen's eyes lit up. Oh, she was no less enchanting than the seductress. With a curvaceous figure and delicate features, he hadn't expected to encounter such a beauty upon arriving in the mortal realm. As he observed, she had already entered the small courtyard. Ancestor. Upon stepping through the gate, the purple-clad woman called out sweetly. Yuan Chen couldn't help but withdraw his divine sense and look directly at her. Compared to his spiritual perception, she was even more stunning to the naked eye. Luo Xinyi walked slowly behind Luo Tian, casting a puzzled glance at Yuan Chen's group. Luo Tian dried his tears. He pulled Luo Xinyi before Luo Li. Sister, let me introduce you. This is our Luo family's most outstanding descendant in nearly a century, Luo Xinyi. She reached the late-acquired realm at just 16. Mortals are born as ordinary people. They must pass through the 9 stages of the innate realm, and then the 9 stages of the acquired realm before breaking through to the golden core realm, finally reaching the same starting line as divine beasts. At only 16, Luo Xinyi had already attained the 9th stage of the acquired realm, so her talent needed no elaboration. After the introduction, Luo Li presented each of her companions in turn. When introducing Yuan Chen, she specifically mentioned, Xiao Tian, I brought Chainer here hoping he can assist you in some way. I am a native of this land and Chainer is my son, so he naturally meets the conditions. The national war was an internal conflict within Huangzhou, forbidding interference from external forces. Yuan Chen, bearing Luo Li's bloodline, counted as half a native. Oh, Luo Tian's eyes brightened. He was well aware of the Dragon clan's strength. He knew that Luo Li had come this time at the royal family's invitation, but he had his own understanding. He had hoped to try, never expecting his sister to actually bring her son. He immediately smiled kindly at Yuan Chen. Then I'll have to trouble you, Chainer. By seniority, the man could be considered his uncle. Yuan Chen nodded. You're welcome. Xinyi, come meet your elders. Xinyi was his 6th-generation granddaughter, so the address was correct. Without hesitation, she sweetly greeted Luo Li and her husband. But when it came to Yuan Chen, she hesitated. What should she call him? After a moment's deliberation, she murmured softly, little ancestor. Hearing this title, Yuan Chen felt quite odd. With a kindly smile, he said, Xinyi, there's no need to be so formal. You're only 2 years younger than me, just call me brother Yuan Chen. Shui Lin, standing at the far end, cast a sidelong glance at this. Luo Li was speechless. Luo Xinyi merely smiled faintly, offering no reply. Chainer is just joking, it don't mind him, Luo Li said to Luo Tian, trying to salvage a bit of the awkwardness. Luo Tian, however, burst into hearty laughter, eyeing Yuan Chen with keen interest. His eyes narrowed slightly as if lost in thought. Everyone must be tired from the journey. Ancestor, let me arrange. Seeing the ancestor silent, Luo Xinyi promptly spoke up. Luo Tian snapped back to reality and said apologetically, I was too excited. Sister, please go and rest first. Yuan Ji waved his hand. No need to be polite. Yuan Ji's nature was gentle, and he showed no change in attitude even toward Luo Tian and the others who were far below his cultivation level. Luo Xinyi then led everyone to a quiet courtyard with over a dozen rooms, spacious enough. After settling in, Yuan Chen went to his parents' room. Chainer, is something the matter? Luo Li was tidying up inside while Yuan Ji looked at Yuan Chen with curiosity. Yuan Chen smiled faintly. Father, mother, I have something to tell you. Now that Yuing was 2 months pregnant, it was time to inform them. Luo Li put down the cloth in her hand. It had been a long time since she experienced mortal life, and she rather missed it. What is it? Yuan Chen stepped into the room and cleared his throat. Nothing major, just to let you know. Yuing is pregnant. What? Their eyes widened in shock. Was it really that simple? In just 1 year, they would have 2 grandchildren. How long has it been? Luo Li asked eagerly while Yuan Ji also looked on anxiously. Nearly 2 months. Yuan Chen didn't hide it. Yuan Ji and Luo Li exchanged a glance. So she had conceived right after marriage again. This meant Yuan Chen truly had no Dragon clan's limitations. Suddenly Luo Li's eyes lit up. Chainer, weren't you thinking about taking a wife? Wait, your mother will find you one right away. Before Yuan Chen could react, she rushed out the door, leaving the bewildered father and son behind. Yuan Chen and his father Yuan Ji exchanged bewildered glances. After a long pause, Yuan Ji asked in a low voice, what's the matter with your mother? Yuan Chen spread his hands. Who knows? He had intended to inform them both and seek out several beautiful maidens. He still had many of the targeted pills in hand. To maximize efficiency, he needed to use them all before the birth of his second child. However, noble ladies of suitable status were not commonly found strolling the streets these days. He had planned to ask his mother to make inquiries for him at the palace tomorrow. But before he could even speak, she had vanished with. Yet as she left, she had mentioned finding him a wife. He hoped she would not break her word. With the matter settled, there was no reason for him to linger. Father, since we've just arrived in the imperial city, he'll go out for a stroll. Given Yuan Chen's strength, there was nothing to worry about here. Having spoken, Yuan Chen strode directly out of the mansion. Relying on others was less dependable than relying on oneself. He would go out and see for himself, or perhaps he would be fortunate enough to catch someone's eye. Meanwhile, as soon as Luo Li left, she flew directly to Luo Tian's residence. Sister, are you ready? Seeing Luo Li's figure, Luo Tian asked with a hint of confusion, though he still smiled. Don't ask pointless questions. Come in quickly, I have something to tell you. Good news. Never having seen his sister so flustered, Luo Tian dared not delay and immediately sat down in the room. Sister, speak. Luo Li composed herself, her gaze burning as she looked at Luo Tian. Xiao Tian, do you know how difficult reproduction is for the Dragon clan? Luo Tian nodded. Since Luo Li had married into the Dragon clan, he was well aware. Just as she had calmed down, Luo Li grew excited again. But just now I discovered that Chainer has no such worries. He has married 2 wives, and each became pregnant shortly. Moreover, although the grade of the child born last time is uncertain, I am certain it is a divine beast. What? Hearing this, Luo Tian stood up in astonishment. His aged face trembled with the movement, but his eyes grew increasingly bright. So Xiao Tian, I was thinking. Luo Li hesitated. What are you thinking? Luo Tian stared at his sister excitedly, his expression even carrying a hint of encouragement, hoping she would continue quickly. Glancing at her brother, Luo Li said with some embarrassment, so I was wondering if we could betroth Cindy to my son. Agreed. The words had barely left her mouth when Luo Tian agreed without hesitation. Xiao Tian, listen to me. Luo Li, who had intended to explain, only realized midway through. Sister, I said this is fine. Seeing his sister fall silent, Luo Tian responded again. He had actually entertained this idea when he first saw Yuan Chen. The other was a divine beast. If Cindy could truly marry into the Dragon clan and gain his resources, she would surely become the Luo family's new pillar of support. Although Luo Li was his sister, she only retained familial affection for him. His lifespan was limited. Once he was gone, would Luo Li truly care for his descendants? But Cindy was different. Her parents and friends were still alive. If the family faced trouble, she would surely return. Even if Luo Li hadn't come, he had intended to mention this matter to her. When Luo Li arrived and revealed that Yuan Chen had no reproductive difficulties, the restlessness within him grew even stronger. Moreover, his child and Luo Li's child were merely cousins. As for future generations, the blood ties were already so diluted that it was negligible. So the moment Luo Li brought it up, he agreed without hesitation. His eagerness caught Luo Li off guard. She had thought it would be difficult to broach the subject, but he was even more impatient than she was. In truth, she still held affection for the Luo family. Since her son would marry anyway, it was only natural to prioritize her own family. If the Luo family could gain a divine beast descendant through this, she could finally face her deceased parents. So, shall we do it this way? Asked Cindy. If she has no objections, well, pick an auspicious day and hold the wedding before the national war begins. The national war was no trivial matter. The losing side's royalty, ministers, and even the common people would all await the victor's judgment. No outsiders were permitted to intervene. Of course, if an outsider were powerful enough to alter the rules, that would be a different. However, this applied only to members of the 2 warring nations. Allied reinforcements would usually show mercy if possible. Those who ventured out often had some background. If they truly lost Luo Cindy, marrying Yuan Chen could spare her from a fatal calamity. Why wait? Let them marry in a few days. But Luo Tian shook his head, speaking urgently. We still need to see Cindy's attitude. Luo Li refused. She will definitely agree. No matter how Luo Tian tried to persuade her, Luo Li remained unmoved. Finally, Luo Li decided that they should let the 2 get to know each other better over the next few days. Luo Tian dared not defy his sister's decision and could only reluctantly agree. The next day, under Luo Tian's instructions, Luo Cindy took Yuan Chen on a leisurely stroll around the imperial city. 3 days passed. Under Luo Li's witness, Luo Tian summoned Luo Cindy before him. Without beating around the bush, he asked directly, Cindy, I intend to betroth you to Chainer. What do you think? Luo Cindy was taken aback. So that was why she had been asked to accompany Yuan Chen alone these past few days. She was a very intelligent girl and immediately understood the ancestor's intention. Moreover, after spending these days with Yuan Chen, she found him truly agreeable. Girls of their noble birth had no choice in marriage. Even if she didn't marry Yuan Chen in a few years, the ancestor would forcibly betroth her to an unfamiliar prince or the son of another minister. I leave it entirely to the ancestor's decision. Luo Tian was overjoyed if she had not disappointed him. He looked at his sister excitedly. Sister, what do you think of holding the wedding in 3 days? Luo Li was surprised. Isn't that too fast? Not at all, not at all. Waving his hand, Luo Tian said urgently. Subsequently, without Yuan Chen's knowledge, the 2 finalized the marriage. In the evening, Luo Li came to Yuan Chen's room. Chainer, prepare yourself. You'll marry Cindy in 3 days. Yuan Chen was dumbfounded. Was it really this hasty? But the outcome was still good. He nodded and agreed directly. My mother is amazing. 3 days later, the Luo residence was bustling with excitement. Many nobles and ministers had arrived. Even the grand ancestor of the Dian dynasty came with the emperor and several princesses and princes to show their support. An expert like Luo Li was undoubtedly among the top tier of the allies invited by the Dian dynasty. They could not afford to be discourteous. Yuan Chen, offering toasts, approached the emperor's table. Gazing at the 2 breathtakingly beautiful princesses, his eyes lit up. He turned his gaze to Luo Li. Mother, it's time for you to step in again. Congratulations, Lord Luo. Congratulations, Lord Yuan. Huiyun, the ancestor of the great Yin dynasty, flattered Luo Li and her husband. As the strongest figure of the dynasty, he was merely at the early nascent soul stage, far inferior to Luo Li. If she wished, a single slap could annihilate him. Although Luo Li herself could not join this time, her son, who was at the late golden core stage alone, could significantly bolster the great Yin dynasty's combat power. He was a divine beast after all, possibly matching 3 cultivators of the same realm, or even more. I thank your majesty Huayun for attending my son's wedding. When Luo Li had cultivated in the great Yin dynasty, Huayun was the emperor then and had offered her considerable assistance, so she spoke with great courtesy. As for the current emperor of the great Yin dynasty, he sat silently at the back, not daring to utter a word. Before these 2 ancestors he had no right to speak. At the table besides Huayun and the couple Luo Li, only Luo Tian was qualified to sit. The 4 princes and princesses could only obediently sit with their father at the rear table, quietly listening to the conversation at the front. When Yuan Chen arrived, the group was engaged in idle chatter. Catching Yuan Chen's glance, Luo Li rolled her eyes. She knew her son's nature all too well. Chainer, are you done? If so, come and join us. Yuan Chen nodded and swiftly sat down before Yuan Ji, subtly continuing to signal Luo Li. Luo Li sighed and turned to Huayun. Having a child seated among us leaves little to discuss. Don't keep the young ones waiting over there. Let them all come and sit together. Hearing this, the 4 young ones trembled with excitement and looked at their ancestor with pleading eyes. This was a chance to commune with a great power, a rare opportunity. Huayun's eyes flickered and his heart stirred. Upon hearing that Luo Tian was marrying his descendant to Yuan Chen, he naturally harbored his own ambitions. To save face, he had deliberately brought 2 princes along. But given their status, without Luo Li's invitation, he dared not let the 4 juniors approach. Now with such an invitation, he was more than willing. He roared at those behind him, "What are you waiting for? Come over." The 4 young ones immediately rushed over, excitedly bowed respectfully to Luo Li, and then sat down. Only the great Yin Emperor Huidu was left bewildered in his seat. He watched his 4 children's backs in despair. Luo Li had only called for the young ones, so he couldn't shamelessly join them. Yet sitting alone was also awkward. Fortunately, the head of the Luo family, perceptive as ever, quickly pulled several elders over to sit. Young Master Yuan is exceptionally talented, and Miss Luo is the unparalleled beauty of our great Yin. Your union is truly a match made in heaven. Once everyone was seated, Huayun immediately began praising Yuan Chen. You flatter me. Yuan Chen cupped his hands with an air of extraordinary grace. The 2 princesses kept their eyes fixed on his face. Yuan Chen's handsome features combined with his formidable strength and powerful background naturally drew their attention. Sensing their gazes, Yuan Chen showed no timidity. He met their eyes with a burning stare. Both women wore fiery red dresses. Yet their temperaments were stark opposites. When Yuan Chen's gaze fell upon them, one shyly lowered her head, while the other grew bolder, locking eyes with him unwaveringly. Yin Yin, mind your manners. Huayun called out, though his expression bore no reproach. Seeing his descendant connect with Yuan Chen delighted him more than anything. Oh. Hua Yin lowered her head with a sulky grunt. Ancestor Huayun turned to Yuan Chen. Young Master Yuan, forgive me. I have spoiled her too much and failed to discipline her properly. Glancing at Ancestor Huayun, Yuan Chen gave a faint smile. It's fine. In fact, I find Lady Yin Yin quite endearing. A sharp light gleamed in Ancestor Huayun's eyes. You truly possess extraordinary grace, young master. Taking Hua Yan's hand, he continued the topic. This is our royal 7th princess, accustomed to being willful. Please forgive any offense, young master. After speaking, he turned to the other princess. This is our 9th princess, Hualing Ling, somewhat shy by nature. Since you are of similar age, young master, feel free to spend time with them both. He completely ignored the 2 princes, not even bothering to introduce them to Yuan Chen. Clearly, he sensed Yuan Chen's interest and immediately began promoting the princesses. However, since it was someone else's wedding, directly discussing marriage in front of Luo Tian seemed inappropriate. So he used this subtle approach to communicate. He believed Yuan Chen would surely understand his intent. Huayun's meaning was so obvious that almost everyone at the table grasped it. Yuan Chen nodded with a smile. The royal bloodline is indeed excellent. Both princesses possess breathtaking beauty. He hinted repeatedly that he wanted both. Luo Li glanced at Yuan Chen, but said nothing. She nonchalantly began eating, savoring the mortal dishes she hadn't tasted in ages. They carried a unique flavor. Huayun paused, comprehending Yuan Chen's implication. After a moment's thought, he replied without hesitation. These 2 children have always loved being together. I thought it would be wonderful if they could remain inseparable sisters for Hua Yin, oblivious to the deeper meaning, quickly interjected. Ancestor, of course, I'll stay with my sister. We'll be best sisters forever, never apart. Hualing Ling shot her a strange look, then stole a glance at Yuan Chen. When their eyes met midair, she shyly looked away. Yuan Chen smiled and raised a toast to Ancestor Huayun. Such an enviable sisterly bond will surely come true. From Huayun's words, he understood the agreement was made. He had now made his stance clear. As for when to bring the brides home, he would leave that to his mother. Luo Tian, no fool, showed no change in expression. First, he believed it was natural for a man to have multiple wives, especially for the dragon clan notorious for their amorous ways. Yuan Chen's behavior perfectly matched his understanding of dragons. On the contrary, his brother-in-law was a disgrace to the dragon clan. As long as Xian married into the family, gained resources, and bore a dragon child, it wouldn't greatly affect his clan. Second, even if he were dissatisfied, he had no say. It was better to keep his mouth shut and stay quiet. Seeing matters settled, Yuan Chen chose not to linger. He smiled at the 2 women and left his seat, heading toward the bridal chamber. When Yuan Chen arrived at the bridal chamber, Luo Cini sat demurely on the wedding bed. As he lifted her veil, she smiled shyly. Yuan Chen, you're here. During this period, the two had grown somewhat familiar with each other. Gazing at his junior before him, Yuan Chen couldn't help but silently curse himself as an old rogue. Just a few days ago, she had still called him little ancestor, and now she had become his wife. Yet it was truly delightful. All of this was for the sake of enhancing his strength and protecting his family. Yuan Chen deceived himself over and over. It's getting late, Yuan Chen. Let's retire early, Luo Cini said, walking behind him and gently slipping off his outer robe. Yuan Chen suddenly grasped her small hand. It was icy cold. I'll do it myself. Shortly after, the two tumbled into a tangled embrace. The next morning, Yuan Chen opened the window feeling refreshed. To be honest, last night was the most comfortable among his. The previous 2 times he had always worried that his partner might transform into her true form in a moment of passion. He still wasn't quite used to that. But Luo Cini was human, so there was no need to worry about such a problem. However, Yuan Chen fell into contemplation. The targeted conception pills from last night had all failed. This probability was indeed somewhat elusive. As he pondered, his divine sense inadvertently swept over the figure of Shui Lin in the adjacent courtyard. She was holding a strangely shaped child in her arms. After a moment's thought, Yuan Chen vaulted over the courtyard wall. He said with a smile, I've troubled Sister Shui Lin these past few days. The child in Shui Lin's arms was naturally Yuan Chen's offspring. These days Luo Li had been busy with various matters, so she had entrusted the child to Shui Lin's care. Yuan Chen let out a sigh. Hearing his voice, Shui Lin didn't even lift her eyes to glance at him. In fact, she even shifted her body slightly to the other side. She felt quite helpless at Yuan Chen's address of sister. Yuan Chen didn't mind it too much. He sat down of his own accord on the stone block beside Shui Lin. It seems Sister Shui Lin is very fond of children. When he had entered, he noticed a tender look in her eyes as she gazed at the child. This was an expression Yuan Chen had never seen on Shui Lin's face before. Even when facing Luo Li, she was always aloof. He wondered how the two had ever become friends. Shui Lin still remained silent. Her fingers kept playing with the child on the stone table, as if she hadn't heard him at all. Yuan Chen continued, Sister, you're not getting any younger. It's time to find a good match. As soon as the words left his mouth, Luo Li's figure vanished instantly. Only the cooing child in swaddling clothes remained on the stone table. Yuan Chen. He hadn't even gotten started, and she was already gone. Just as he was about to pick up his son and leave, the space around him rippled with another fluctuation. When Yuan Chen came to his senses, the table was empty. Where was his son? His outstretched hands froze midair. If you like children so much, have one yourself. Why snatch mine? Yuan Chen withdrew his hands and muttered under his breath. Ouched. A fist appeared from midair and tapped him lightly on the head. Come out. Why are you hiding? But no matter how he called out, there was no response. Rubbing his head, Yuan Chen returned to his own courtyard. Once the view of the adjacent courtyard was blocked, his demeanor returned to normal. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He hadn't expected the usually aloof Shui Lin to have such an endearing side. Shaking his head, he went back into his room. By then Luo Cini had also woken up. Yuan Chen, were you just talking to someone? The courtyard was small, and this mortal mansion had no soundproofing or defensive formations. Luo Cini could faintly hear Yuan Chen's voice from next door. I went to see my son, Yuan Chen said with a shake of his head and a smile. Luo Cini was already aware that Yuan Chen had children. Hearing this, she walked slowly up to him, pressed herself against his chest, and asked nervously, Yuan Chen, can we really have our own child? Although Yuan Chen already had 2 sons in her mind, the difficulty of reproduction for the dragon clan loomed large. She was still very worried about whether she could conceive. Of course you can. Even if you don't believe in yourself, you must believe in your husband. Resting his chin on her head, Yuan Chen said confidently. Luo Cini was speechless. You're the one I'm worried about. For humans, it was still quite easy to bear offspring before reaching the golden core stage. Unless. Shaking her head, she cast aside the distracting thoughts in her mind. That's good. I believe in you, Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen scooped her up in his arms. Since you want a child so badly, let's put in a little more effort. He then headed straight for the bed. Last night he had used 6 secondary targeted conception pills without success. Now was the perfect time to try a few more times. Luo Cini did not resist, her eyes misty as she gazed at Yuan Chen. By noon, Luo Cini had fallen into an exhausted, deep sleep. Yuan Chen leaned gloomily against the bedside. If only he had a cigarette in his hand right now, it would have completed the scene. What was going on? He had used another 5 secondary targeted conception pills, and they were utterly useless. After a moment's thought, his gaze shifted to the face of the peacefully sleeping Luo Cini beside him. He thought to himself, it must be her problem. Yes, that was it. Some powerful factions among the demon race faced difficulties in reproduction. The same situation occurred among humans. Aside from the fact that the higher the cultivation level, the harder it was to bear offspring, there were also special individuals. They possessed unique constitutions. If the constitution of one's partner differed too greatly, the two were incompatible. Now Yuan Chen suspected that Luo Cini had a special constitution. He was currently only a low-grade divine beast. If her constitution was powerful to a certain degree, he might truly be inadequate. In that case, he would have to wait until he advanced to a mid-grade divine beast or higher before they could have children. He decided to try for 2 more days. He still had plenty of pills on hand. If conception still failed after 2 days, he would temporarily stop. He would wait until he advanced. Stroking her hair, Yuan Chen got up and left the room. Yu Ying was currently pregnant and also needed his frequent companionship. He couldn't neglect the old love just because he had a new one. When he found Yu Ying, she was having a meal with Luo Li and her husband. Since arriving in the mortal world, Luo Li seemed to have become an ordinary person, not missing a single meal. To keep Luo Li company, Yu Ying and the others also joined in from time to time. Seeing Yu Ying, Yuan Chen smiled and walked out. But just as he reached the door, Yuan Ji stood up and blocked his way. Yuan Chen looked at his father in confusion. What was this about? Yuan Ji scrutinized him for a moment before finally saying calmly, "It's better to exercise some moderation." Yuan Chen nodded obediently, but he cast the advice aside the moment he turned around. Why exercise moderation when one had achieved cultivation? With the robust physique of the Dragon clan, it was still very difficult to become utterly drained. In the afternoon, Yuan Chen took Yu Ying into the city for a leisurely stroll. He had initially considered inviting Luo Cini along, but seeing how exhausted she was, and still fast asleep, he decided not to disturb her. The two wandered through the streets with Yu Ying filled with curiosity about everything around her. On Guxia Island, life had been nothing but cultivation, monotonous and dull. The mortal realm was far more intriguing. What captivated her most was the aroma of mortal cuisine. These days she had accompanied Luo Li for every meal, not only to strengthen her bond with her mother-in-law, but more so because she genuinely relished the food. Those exotic herbs and rare plants were utterly tasteless, no different from drinking plain water. And Yuan Chen doted on her dearly. He bought her everything she fancied. Where did the money come from? Luo Cini had provided it. In the mortal world, silver was the primary currency, with spirit stones used only on special occasions. Yu Ying's beauty drew endless glances from passers-by. In the mortal realm, women with such ethereal grace were. As they strolled, 3 tiny black dots appeared in the distant sky, gradually approaching the imperial city. Yuan Chen glanced up casually. Then he continued, accompanying his wife on their shopping trip. 3 more cultivators coming to assist. In midair, a handsome young man called out to the middle-aged man ahead. "Master, why must we come to the great Yin dynasty? I still think the great desert dynasty has a better chance of victory." Zhao Zhong turned back, casting him an indifferent glance. "This journey is merely for your training to gain experience. Winning or losing is not important. I understand, but it still feels somewhat unpleasant," Li Tian said with a petulant tone. Zhao Zhong sighed and said no more. After all, the young were always eager to prove their superiority. Perhaps he feared the embarrassment of losing to his rivals. However, Li Tian was the son of his old friend, and their bond was merely nominal. Zhao Zhong felt it was not his place to interfere. "Junior sister, what do you think?" Seeing Zhao Zhong's silence, Li Tian frowned in displeasure and turned to Zhao Yaya. He cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Zhong. "If it weren't for your beautiful daughter, would I, the young master, bother acknowledging you as my worthless master? Wasn't it all about seizing the advantage of proximity?" Zhao Yaya wrinkled her delicate nose and turned away in annoyance. She was utterly weary of Li Tian. But his father was an executive of the Xuandu sect, so she could not afford to offend him too greatly. Each time she faced his harassment, she simply pretended not to hear. Seeing that neither paid him any heed, Li Tian began to mutter curses under his breath. He hoped the great Yin dynasty wouldn't falter too badly, or else he would lose face. Whenever a national war erupted, the Xuandu sect would send its disciples to participate in the trials. The factions were chosen by the disciples themselves. After the war, the sect would reward each disciple based on their performance. What irked Li Tian was that even if one performed exceptionally well, if his faction lost, the highest reward he could receive would still be inferior to that of the worst performer on the winning side. "Go report to the emperor, I'll wander on my own," Li Tian said with displeasure. Zhao Zhong frowned, about to say something, but seeing Li Tian's expression, strength dictated everything. The other was his old friend's son. But whether that friend still truly regarded him as a friend, he knew all too well. It was best not to meddle in matters that didn't concern him. Even if the young man stirred up trouble, his identity as a Xuandu sect disciple should keep him out of serious harm. Zhao Yaya, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. That nuisance was finally gone. "Father, let's go report first." To join either side in the national war, they needed the reigning emperor's consent. If he refused their participation, they would be barred from entering the battlefield once the war began. The Xuandu sect's enforcement team would oversee the entire process. Zhao Zhong nodded, and the two descended toward the palace together. Meanwhile, Li Tian headed straight for the brothel district as soon as he landed. In the sect, his father was strict, and female cultivators were wholly devoted to cultivation. Their company offered no pleasure. Mortal women were far more alluring. If not for sect rules, he would have considered abducting virtuous women outright. He curled his lips in disdain and stepped into the brothel. "Bring me the most beautiful girls in the house." Meanwhile, Yuan Chen led Yu Ying to a street built specifically for cultivators named Lingyun Street. As soon as they entered, Yuan Chen felt the spiritual energy instantly thicken, likely due to some spiritual gathering array set up around the area. Purchases here required spirit stones, so ordinary people were naturally barred. The national war is about to commence. Cultivating at this moment holds little significance. I believe it would be better to come with me, meet other talented youths, and broaden your horizon. 9 out of 10 were at the Xiantian stage with few, even at the Hotian level. Yuan Chen didn't expect to find anything remarkable here. He was merely indulging Yu Ying's curiosity. Seeing a crowd gathered ahead, they squeezed in to see what was happening. Oh, it's truly a spirit beast, already showing a trace of intelligence. But it hasn't yet taken human form. I thought it was just an ordinary beast. If that's the case, you could buy it and try. Perhaps with good talent it might become a guardian beast for your mountain. Murmurs from the crowd reached their ears. Yuan Chen followed their gaze to the iron cage at the center. A pitiful purple mink covered in blood lay curled up in the corner. It was only the size of a palm, clearly caught not long after birth. Husband, it's so pitiful. Why don't we buy it? Looking at the whimpering little creature in the cage, Yu Ying's heart softened. She clutched Yuan Chen's arm and pleaded. Yuan Chen said nothing at first, studying the little mink. Though injured, spiritual energy still swirled around it. It was clearly no ordinary beast. After a moment of contemplation, he prepared to ask the price. Just then a voice rang out from afar. Shopkeeper, how much? He'll take it. Yuan Chen turned to see a man slowly descending from midair. Li Tian landed gracefully among the crowd, a folding fan in hand. His gaze inadvertently flickered to Yu Ying beside Yuan Chen. Delight stirred within him. After leaving the brothel, he had wandered aimlessly, but passing by Lingyun Street, he was captivated by Yu Ying's aura. Even within the sect, women with such ethereal charm were scarce. It would be a pity not to make her acquaintance. He then declared with grand generosity, descending slowly under the gaze of the onlookers. Young lady. Li Tian took the cage in his hand and turned to look at Yu Ying. Bang! To everyone's surprise, before he could utter more than 2 words, Li Tian was sent flying. Young lady. Li Tian took the cage in his hand and turned to look at Yu Ying. Bang! To everyone's surprise, before he could utter more than 2 words, Li Tian was sent flying. Given the antics of these young masters and your beauty, I guessed he was about to harass you next. To save time, I struck. Moreover, the direction Li Tian had spoken in was toward Yu Ying, so Yuan Chen felt his assumption was correct. The surrounding cultivators widened their eyes upon hearing this explanation. What else could they say? Yet they did not accuse Yuan Chen of being petty, for his swift action suggested he was a formidable. Their daughter marrying him was certainly not a loss. Thinking this, they smiled at Yuan Chen with relief. Originally they had thought it was just repaying you're asking for death. Li Tian bellowed, scrambling to his feet, ignoring the cage that had fallen aside, and glaring furiously at Yuan Chen. Yet he did not lose his head. After the roar, he regarded Yuan Chen warily. Who are you? He had failed to see through the strength of the pair, assuming they were mere mortals. Now it seemed Yuan Chen was a master. He needed to ascertain the man's origins. Still, he was not overly concerned. In this domain, the Xuandu sect reigned supreme. He was acquainted with all the sect's prodigies, and Yuan Chen was not among them. Clearly, he hailed from beyond the waste. That made him an easy target. Yuan Chen, with neither strength nor backing, what can you do? Yuan Chen replied coolly, then pressed on. You intended to harass my wife, didn't you? And if I did? Though puzzled by Yuan Chen's question, Li Tian, he refused to be cowed, lest his companions mock him for being intimidated by a nobody. That's enough. Yuan Chen. Before Li Tian could grasp his meaning, Yuan Chen's figure vanished, reappearing before him in an instant. Without hesitation, he raised his leg and delivered a brutal kick between Li Tian's legs. A dull thud echoed as if something had burst. Aunt! Li Tian screamed in agony before collapsing unconscious. Ying, let's go. Yuan Chen declared, ignoring the stunned crowd as he strolled deeper into the area. He picked up the purple marten's cage along the way, treating it as loot from a monster. The onlookers stared at Li Tian, whose condition was unknown. A chill ran down their spines. Ruthless. Though a golden core cultivator could reshape his body and retain fertility, the pain was excruciating and unavoidable. After an unknown span of time, Li Tian stirred back to consciousness. His first words were a gnashing roar. Yuan Chen, ill remember you. He then limped away. In the palace, Emperor Huidu spoke joyfully. My daughters are honored to marry your son. Huiyan Patriarch nodded in agreement. Let us set a date for the wedding. Luo Li nodded in assent. Today, Huiyan Patriarch and his company were hosting a banquet for the experts who had come to assist. As dishes were served, Huidu spoke at the Patriarch's signal. Luo Li had no objections, as she would have raised the matter herself in a few days. The conversation flowed pleasantly. The other guests bore no resentment toward Huiyan Patriarch for focusing on Luo Li. Not only was Luo Li the strongest present, but her backing, the Azure Dragon faction and the entire Dragon clan, was not to be trifled with. Even Zhao Zhong of the Xuandu sect listened respectfully to their exchange. Just then a young man entered awkwardly through the main gate. It was Li Tian, who had parted ways earlier. He strode directly to Zhao Zhong. Even Huidu greeted him with a polite nod, treating him as an equal. Such was the prestige of the Xuandu sect. The 5 or 6 Xuandu experts present were seated below Luo Li, with the other helpers in an even lower section. This illustrated the sect's standing. Li Tian, what happened? Zhao Zhong asked, noticing Li Tian's battle-worn aura and apparent injuries. He felt compelled to inquire, having brought Li Tian out and bearing responsibility to his father. Li Tian did not answer immediately. He slumped into the seat next to Zhao Zhong, grabbed a jug of wine, and drank deeply before speaking. On Zhao Zhong's other side, Zhao Yaya wrinkled her nose in displeasure at Li Tian. Given that Zhao Zhong was Li Tian's master, his behavior was disrespectful. The other Xuandu elders present watched with amused expressions. Li Tian said, "Don't even mention it. Damn it. I spotted a girl on the road, thought she was immortal, but she turned out to be a cultivator. The man beside her was also a cultivator, and we had a fight." Li Tian kept his voice low, aware that harassing mortal women was disgraceful. But he didn't realize that all the experts had turned their attention to him the moment he entered. Though he had changed into fresh clothes, his agitated aura betrayed his severe injuries. Zhao Zhong frowned. He glanced around and advised, "Li Tian, you've just arrived in the mortal realm. Keep a low profile. Many experts have gathered recently, and you might provoke someone we can't afford to offend." Li Tian waved dismissively. "There's no one in this realm that the Xuandu sect can't afford to offend." He then took another swig. Recalling his humiliation at Yuan Chen's hands, he felt a phantom pain between his legs. Irritated, he said, "Enough of this. Master, find out about a man named Yuan Chen. Who is he?" His tone was less that of a disciple to his master, and more like ordering a servant. He failed to notice that many around him wore strange expressions at the mention of Yuan Chen's name. "Li Tian, is that how you speak to your master?" Zhao Yaya finally snapped. Zhao Zhong's face darkened, but then his expression froze. Wait, where had he heard the name Yuan Chen before? A moment's thought reminded him that Luo Li had just mentioned her. Realization dawned, and his expression shifted drastically. To speak ill of someone's son and admit to harassing his daughter-in-law right in front of them, wasn't that suicide? Before he could speak, Li Tian beside him had vanished. A loud crash echoed from behind. "Senior, please show mercy," Zhao Zhong hastily cried out. But by then Luo Li had already finished handling the matter and returned to her place. Zhao Zhong dared not say anything more and immediately rushed to the back to support Li Tian, who had been beaten beyond recognition. Poor Li Tian had barely regained consciousness before fainting once again. Seeing him in such a state, the other experts of Xiandu sect offered no reaction, merely turning their heads away. They pretended to have seen nothing. The Azure Dragon clan was not to be trifled with, and they were in the wrong to begin with. Being struck was deserved. Moreover, they should be grateful it was Luo Li they encountered. Had it been any other Dragon clan member, they might have lost their lives. The abundance of treasures in the Dragon clan was not due to their talent for treasure hunting. It was because of the Dragon clan's formidable strength and domineering nature. Utterly unoffendable. After disciplining him, Luo Li paid no further heed. She did not take Li Tian to heart. Casually, she exchanged a few more words with Huoyun Patriarch, settled on a specific wedding date, and then returned to the Luo family. Upon returning home, Yuan Chen did not mention this trivial incident. A few days later, the Luo family once again hung up red silk. 2 grand bridal sedan chairs from the palace were carried into the Luo residence simultaneously. That evening, the 2 princesses were arranged in separate rooms. Yuan Chen surveyed the 2 rooms, knowing that entering either first would likely stir jealousy in the other. Adhering to his principle of causing none of his wives distress, he ordered the maids to bring both women into a single room. That night, Yuan Chen resumed his pill-taking journey. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully conceiving offspring. Reward, 50 years of cultivation, Azure Dragon Bloodline 70. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully conceiving offspring. Reward, 50 years of cultivation, Azure Dragon Bloodline 140. 2 messages arrived in succession. This time, Yuan Chen used only 4 targeted fertility pills to impregnate both women simultaneously. The Azure Dragon bloodline, granted upon Hui Yanyan's pregnancy, was doubled, suggesting she was carrying twins. At this point, his Azure Dragon bloodline had reached 470. His human bloodline had been suppressed, leaving only the dragon lineage. From now on, the children born would likely be hybrids of 2 races. Of course, if the mother were also a hybrid of 2 races, the situation would be different. It might result in a triracial mixture. Calculating, he would need 7 more children to advance to Silver Dragon. Hui Yanyan and Hui Lingling had already fallen into a deep sleep, their legs casually draped over Yuan Chen's stomach. Gazing at them, he mused that he should venture out more during this period. As the national war drew nearer, the number of beautiful female cultivators arriving was steadily increasing. A glint flickered in his eyes. The stern-faced young woman he had seen at the banquet today was quite attractive. She had also reached the golden core stage of cultivation. The young woman he referred to was Zhao Yaya, who had arrived with her father. If he hadn't known, it would have been one thing. But when Luo Li and Huoyun Patriarch had been discussing, everyone had heard clearly. Since it was Luo Li's son's wedding, they had to come to show their support. However, Luo Li had not been concerned with saving face during that conversation. In her eyes, these so-called supporting experts were merely passers-by. Though they might be older in years, she was the true senior in terms of strength. It seemed he should find an opportunity to get to know. This time he wouldn't need his mother's help. Yuan Chen believed he could handle it himself, with his charm and good looks. A few days later, the family sat together for a meal. Luo Li pushed a plate of spicy tofu towards Hui Lingling and the other. Your father said you enjoy spicy food. Eat up, don't be shy. Having arrived a few days prior, Hui Lingling and the others still felt somewhat constrained around Luo Li, this great power. To improve the mother-daughter-in-law relationship, Luo Li took the initiative to engage them in conversation. Strangely enough, when Luo Li spoke with a gentle smile, Horlingling and the other felt a soothing warmth as if bathed in spring breeze and visibly relaxed. Thank you, mother. Both nodded obediently in unison. But just then Yuan Chen unexpectedly pushed the tofu back. Before Luo Li could ask why, he explained. Mother, they are pregnant and shouldn't eat such spicy food. Horlingling and the other had not yet formally embarked on the path of cultivation and still needed to observe certain precautions like mortals. Luo Li's hand froze. The piece of tofu on her chopsticks wobbled and fell onto the table. Pregnant again. It had only been a few days. Yuan Ji, seated at the head, looked at his son with a strange expression. He was both delighted and indignant. Happy to have another grandchild, of course. But, do you have any idea how difficult it was for your old man to conceive you? And here you are, one every few days. Do you truly have no bottleneck when it comes to having children? Upon hearing the news this time, Luo Li no longer felt the previous excitement. No matter the event, after it happens too many times, one becomes indifferent. Of course, a slight joy remained. Which one? Luo Li asked curiously. Yuan Chen replied calmly, both of them. The others were fine, but Horlingling and Hoi Yin, who had been eagerly waiting, immediately looked at Yuan Chen with delight. Upon first hearing the news, their hearts were filled with anxiety. Even though the two sisters had an excellent relationship, naturally each hoped to have a son. Hearing Yuan Chen's answer, they felt both joy and relief. How wonderful. Even in conceiving children, the sisters were perfectly aligned. Only Luo Xini hung her head in dejection. Now even the Hua sisters had surpassed her. But her own womb remained unresponsive. Of course they dared not break it. Since Hua Li's passing, the strongest in the royal family was Hoi Yun at the early nascent soul stage. I observe that you miss Shu. Both of them are pregnant. Luo Li asked with slight surprise. Shuelin, sitting at the end of the table holding a child, couldn't help but glance at Yuan Chen a few times. In response to his faint smile, she immediately turned her head away. Previously, Shuelin had always stayed hidden in the shadows. But these days, after being entrusted with the child's care, she spent every day carrying the baby and playing in the courtyard. It seemed she truly loved children. Wait. Thinking this, Yuan Chen was stunned. Who had taken care of him? He really had no memory of that. But it wasn't important. His gaze returned to his mother. He spoke again. Moreover, Yin is carrying twins. Really? Luo Li asked in astonishment. Twins were common in the mortal realm, but rarely encountered in the cult. Unexpectedly, her son had encountered this. If the children born were also divine beasts, it would certainly cause a sensation near Guxiao Island. She immediately rose and went to Hoi Yanyan's side, taking her hand. Let mother see. Then closing her eyes to sense, she immediately felt two small points of light swimming within Hoi Yanyan's belly. Opening her eyes, she nodded to Yuan Ji. Hoi Yanyan was even more overcome with excitement. Husband, I wish to return and inform my father and mother of this good news. Yuan Chen nodded. As you should. He inadvertently caught sight of Luo Xini's expression and quickly moved. Don't worry, we will have a child soon. Yuan Chen gently took Luo Xini's small hand into his and said tenderly. During their recent unions, he had not used the targeted conception pills. Since the second day's experiment yielded no results, he decided to refrain from using them for the time being. He would wait until he advanced to the Silver Dragon rank before trying again. Otherwise, if he used up all the pills, there wouldn't be enough left to impregnate other women. Unless he waited until after the child was born to receive another reward that would delay his plans considerably. Hearing Yuan Chen's reassurance, Luo Li turned to look at her daughter-in-law. Yes, Luo Li, don't be anxious either. Perhaps your talent is so strong that conception is difficult. But the child born from such a union will be exceptionally powerful. Take heart. Although both were her daughters-in-law, naturally, she felt closer to her own clan's Luo Xini. Seeing her distressed, now she felt compelled to offer comfort. Moreover, to be honest, she was not in a hurry now. One grandson had already been born, and 4 more were on the way. She was more worried about having too many grandchildren to care for in the future. Judging by Yuan Chen's intentions, his pursuit of wives was far from over. He might bring back another wife at any moment. The other sisters also stepped forward to console her. At least on the surface, Luo Xini's melancholy had dissipated. After everything settled, Yuan Chen spent extra time with Luo Xini. Of course, for now, she was the only one he could. His other wives were all pregnant. Whenever desire surged uncontrollably, he had no choice but to suppress it. A few days later, Yuan Chen set out alone, heading to other cities of the Great Yin Dynasty. After this trip, he might not return to the human realm for a long time. Since he was here, he intended to enjoy himself thoroughly. He had heard that a place called Tianzi Lake in the south of the Great Yin Dynasty was scenic. He planned to visit there. After leaving the imperial city, the roads were nearly deserted. Due to the effects of a national... In the desolate wilderness, some minor demons had taken the opportunity to emerge. If one were unlucky enough to encounter a malevolent demon, death was the only outcome. Previously, cultivators stationed in various regions kept the demons in check. But now anyone with any ability had flocked to the imperial city to prepare for battle. Everywhere outside the capital was in chaos. Sure enough, less than an incense stick's time after leaving the city, a minor demon blocked Yuan Chen's path. Where might you be heading, young master? A woman suddenly emerged from the thicket as he walked. Without any preamble, she directly posed this question. Yuan Chen narrowed his eyes. The demon's true form was laid bare before him. It was a Sika deer with strength equivalent only to the early Xiantian realm of a human. It seemed she had recently taken human form. I heard that Tianzi Lake in Nanhuan City has beautiful scenery. This young master intends to visit. Yuan Chen did not conceal his intentions and replied directly. The moment he spoke, the little demon's eyes lit up. That's wonderful. I am originally from Nanhuan. I followed my parents to the capital to seek relatives. But halfway we encountered a demon who devoured both my father and mother, leaving me alone with nowhere to go. Could you take me back to Nanhuan, young master? Yuan Chen looked at this little demon with a strange expression. Her story was riddled with holes. Was she naturally foolish, or had she just taken form and not yet matured mentally? Still, she was quite amusing. Moreover, her transformed appearance was rather lovely. She wore a colorful robe, and on her brow was a flame-shaped green birthmark. Her two eyes, like pools of water, stared unblinkingly at him. Why didn't the demon eat you? Yuan Chen couldn't resist. The little demon tilted her head as if she had never considered this question. After a long pause, she whispered, maybe she was full. Lu Mingming said randomly. After all, when she was full, even the most delicious food held no appeal. Yuan Chen was taken aback. That explanation could actually work. After a moment of silence, he continued, then why didn't she capture you to eat? Hearing this, Lu Mingming was completely stumped. She had no idea how to answer. After 2 seconds of deliberation, she glared at Yuan Chen in frustration. Are you taking me back or not? If not, I'll find someone else. Yuan Chen couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't expected the demon to be the one getting impatient. He smiled and said, he'll take you, of course he'll take you. Hearing this, the anger on Lu Mingming's face vanished, instantly replaced by a bright smile. That's great. Let's go. With that, as if forgetting the earlier unpleasantness, she skipped ahead cheerfully. A thrill of joy surged in her heart. He took the bait. Sister Fox's method really worked. At night, she would sneak into his bed and drain his vital essence. Her strength would immediately increase, and she would no longer be bullied by other demons. By the way, miss, what is your name? My name is Lu Mingming, and you? They exchanged names. The journey proceeded pleasantly enough. Yuan Chen did not expose her. With hardly a soul in sight on the road, having such a pretty young girl as company added a bit of amusement. Besides, this little deer was quite attractive. He could find another mother for his child. Meanwhile, at the Azure Dragon Palace, Yuan Man had finally returned. The moment he arrived, he went straight to his second son's courtyard. He eagerly took out the beast manifestation disc from his storage ring. Please don't disappoint me, Yuan Man muttered, but upon entering, he found the courtyard empty of Yuan Luo. Spreading his divine sense, he detected no trace of his son's family anywhere. His excitement waned. Returning to his room, he immediately summoned the steward. Master, you've returned. The steward greeted respectfully. Yuan Man waved his hand, not in the mood for small talk. He cut straight to the point. Where is Yuan Ji's family? The steward hastened to reply. Master, the second young master and his family have gone to the human realm. He was well informed about everything in the Azure Dragon Palace, so the question did not catch him off guard. He was merely curious. The master had not inquired about the second young master's family in decades. Oh, why the sudden interest? However, Yuan Man clearly did not intend to explain. When did they leave? Yuan Man frowned. Nearly 2 months ago. Did they say when they would return, eh? The steward shook his head, indicating he did not know. Yuan Man waved for him to leave. As the steward reached the door, he asked, inform me immediately when they return. The steward acknowledged and left the room. Young master, it's getting late. You should rest early. As dusk fell, since they hadn't encountered any town or village, the two had no choice but to find a random cave to make do for the night. After saying this to Yuan Chen, Lu Mingming found a corner for herself, busily gathering some dry grass before lying down. Once she was done, Yuan Chen also picked a spot and sat down, half reclined. He then narrowed his eyes. In truth, he did have quilts stored in his spatial ring, but seeing how naive and foolish this little deer was, he chose not to reveal his identity. After an unknown amount of time passed, a faint rustling sound emerged from the darkness. Under the surveillance of Yuan Chen's divine sense, Lu Mingming cautiously approached him. Yuan Chen continued to feign sleep, curious to see what mischief she was up to. To his surprise, after taking 2 steps forward, she began to carefully strip off his clothes. She even extended her small tongue and licked her lips with a playful air. Halfway through her task, as if remembering something, she gently blew a breath onto Yuan Chen's face. Yuan Chen sensed a faint, refreshing fragrance wafting into his nostrils, likely some kind of sleeping agent. However, given her level of power, it had no effect on him whatsoever. Having completed what her fox sister had instructed, Lu Mingming's face broke into a slight smile. She clapped her hands excitedly. Done. Her movements then quickened. In no time, she had stripped Yuan Chen of all his clothes. And now, how do I absorb the essence again? Fox sister told me, but I forgot. I'm so stupid. Standing before Yuan Chen, Lu Mingming muttered in frustration. Yuan Chen, pretending to be unconscious, barely resisted the urge to slap her. Now he understood. She was trying to rob him of his virtue. It made sense. Wild demons, unable to obtain heavenly treasures to boost their power, had to rely on such methods for cultivation. He had been planning to take her under his wing. Unexpectedly, their thoughts aligned perfectly. She had come to him willingly. But it was clear that this was Lu Mingming's first time attempting such a deed. At the crucial moment, she didn't know the next step. Should he even bother to cooperate? It seems like. Fortunately, a demon's memory wasn't utterly hopeless. Soon Lu Mingming recalled the correct, and so Yuan Chen was duly seduced against his will. Exhausted, Lu Mingming lay on top of him. A surge of primal energy instantly flowed into her body. She could clearly feel her own strength greatly enhanced. The deer was momentarily stunned. Was the effect this potent? It seemed even more powerful than what Fox Sister had described. How long have you been in human form? Just as she was rejoicing over her newfound power, a voice sounded from beneath her. 2 months now. Lu Mingming, caught off guard, answered naively. Once she finished speaking, she felt a chill run down her spine. She turned to look at Yuan Chen in disbelief. She saw Yuan Chen staring at her with his beautiful eyes fixed unblinkingly on her. His hands rested on her back, and after their encounter, she felt her entire back stiffen. Yuan Chen gently patted her. Relax. Then he asked, how old are you this year? Lu Mingming stared. Perplexed, she asked, why didn't you fall unconscious? Yuan Chen smiled. Is it possible that I am a cultivator? After saying this, he studied Lu Mingming with amusement. She was still lying on top of him, motionless. After a moment of stunned silence, she sprang up like a startled rabbit. Without a word, she turned and fled, not even bothering to dress. But she had barely taken 2 steps before Yuan Chen grabbed her leg and dragged her back. He pulled her into his embrace. Why are you running? Trapped in Yuan Chen's grip, Lu Mingming immediately calmed down, afraid that any move might anger this powerful figure. She stared at him with pitiful wide eyes, pleading. Sir, I was wrong. Inwardly, she lamented her misfortune. Her very first day out on a mission had gone so terribly wrong. Yet she remembered Fox Sister's advice: if she encountered a powerful cultivator, she should not resist, but beg for mercy immediately. And also, spare me, sir. I have never harmed a human life. But Yuan Chen didn't listen to her explanation. He repeated, you haven't answered my... Lu Mingming thought for a moment before recalling what he meant. She quickly replied, 1 year and 4 months. I ate a fruit before, and I've only been in human form for 2 months. Yuan Chen fell into thought. So she had just come of age. A wild Cicadere, not yet a demon, would typically reach adulthood in about 1 to 1.5 years. Counting the time since her transformation, Lu Mingming was at the very start of her adulthood. Seeing Yuan Chen silent, she feared he was pondering how to deal with her. She hurriedly explained again, I truly have never harmed anyone. Yuan Chen shifted his gaze to her. After a moment's pause, he asked, do you still wish to increase your power? Lu Mingming was taken aback. She ventured, is it possible? Yuan Chen nodded with a smile. Of course. Lu Mingming's face lit up with joy. She said gratefully, yes. Yes. Then she added, you're a good... According to Fox Sister, every time they enhance their strength through such means, it would cause some harm to the target. Though not severe, it would certainly leave them weakened for a few months. Unexpectedly, Yuan Chen was quite kind. Not only was he not angry at her deception, but he also wanted to help her improve her power. How could she refuse? She wanted to quickly become the strongest in this forest so that no one would dare to eat her. With that thought, she tried to rise. Wait. Yuan Chen pressed her down. Then he retrieved a set of bedding. To be honest, the wild grass was thrilling, but rather uncomfortable. He had originally planned to use the bedding with one of his future wives. This little deer got lucky. Seeing the bedding appear out of nowhere, Lu Mingming's eyes widened in astonishment. She then stared curiously at Yuan Chen's ring. Noticing her gaze, Yuan Chen waved his hand before her eyes. A spatial ring, an independent space that can store things. Want one? He wasn't surprised that she didn't know about spatial rings. In the chaotic star sea they were as common, but in the mortal realm such an item was truly a treasure. He believed that even in the entire Dian dynasty fewer than 10 people owned a spatial ring. Lu Mingming's eyes sparkled. She nodded without hesitation. Yuan Chen casually handed her a ring. Then he eagerly helped Lu Mingming enhance her power, also making use of the targeted pill. On a small hill not far from the cave, 2 red foxes leaped down from a tree. When they landed, they instantly transformed into 2 beautiful women. What they wore could hardly be called clothing, it was more like 2 ragged red cloths draped over them. A length of red satin was wrapped around their necks like a scarf. The fabric extended down to their lower bodies and was tied at the back with a red string. From behind, only a straight red string was visible. Their pure white backs would be irresistible to any man. I didn't expect that little deer to actually catch a man, remarked the beauty on the left, her voice laced with jealousy. Being in a desolate and remote area, especially now as chaos was about to unfold outside, it was already hard enough to come across a man. To think that just as they found one, that foolish deer had clumsily snatched him away. Who would have thought her luck would be so good? Said the beauty on the right, unable to suppress her envy. I think back then we should have just eaten him to prevent her from snatching our business. The beauty on the right shook her head. The world is getting more chaotic. Having more partners is better for survival. And besides, that little deer is naive and easy to deceive. The 2 fell silent, their eyes greedily fixed. After a while, the fox demon, named Hu Shaoqing, could not help but lick her lips, eagerly looking at the other fox demon. Sister, why don't we go in and share a piece of the pie? Hu Xiaobai remained silent for a moment, then could not resist her desires, and nodded in agreement. Let's go. It had been a long time since she had tasted a man. Even if they couldn't absorb enough energy, a bit of pleasure would still be nice. They had just planted the seeds in the ground and were taking a moment to rest. Yuan Chen suddenly caught a whiff of an alluring scent approaching. After a moment of thought, he guessed it must be the fox sister mentioned by Lu Mingming. The more lewd the fox demon, the stronger the alluring scent. It seemed that the arriving demons had absorbed quite a bit of a man's essence. At this moment, Lu Mingming felt more energetic. I want more. I want more. She felt her strength rapidly increasing. Yuan Chen soothed her. It would be better to resolve the two foxes out. His divine sense had already spotted the two fox spirits quickly approaching the cave entrance. He placed Lu Mingming's head on his arm and inquired, "Do you like rapidly increasing your strength?" Lu Mingming answered without hesitation, "I do." Yuan Chen continued, "Then follow me from now on. I believe that it won't be long before you become a master. Also, don't absorb essence anymore. I will provide you with cultivation resources. Absorbing essence will affect your future strength." "Really?" Lu Mingming asked in surprise. Then her expression turned a bit hesitant, but the fox sister said that this is the fastest way to increase strength. Yuan Chen patiently explained the pros and cons to her. After finishing, he affectionately looked at the little demon in his arms. "Then you will be my wife from now on. All right, I will follow you every day." Lu Mingming said joyfully. "Call me husband." "Oh, husband." Yuan Chen patiently explained the pros and cons to her. After finishing, he affectionately looked at the little demon in his arms. "Then you will be my wife from now on." "Oh, little Mingming, have you forgotten your two sisters so quickly?" Hu Shaoqing teased. However, her gaze remained fixated on Yuan Chen's face. Her body immediately softened. She didn't expect him to be such a handsome man. Now she felt fortunate. From the conversation she overheard, she didn't catch anything inappropriate. She simply thought that Lu Mingming, while trying to entice him, was mesmerized by his looks, developing genuine feelings. Such cases were common in the demon world. Lu Mingming, this innocent girl, had never seen a human man before. It was quite possible that she would be enchanted by such a handsome guy on her very first encounter. "Fox sister, what are you doing here?" Lu Mingming asked innocently. Hu Shaoqing frowned as she looked at Lu Mingming. "What else would I be here for? Of course I'm looking for a man. Mingming, if you find a good prey, you must share it with your sisters." Lu Mingming turned towards Yuan Chen. "Husband, fox sister." Yuan Chen shook his head. "They are not pretty." Lu Mingming turned to Hu Shaoqing. "Sister, husband says you are not pretty and seems unwilling." Hu Shaoqing and Hu Xiaobai simultaneously frowned. This was the first time they had heard a man say they were not pretty. To be honest, both were indeed top-notch. No Fox clan woman was considered ugly. However, Yuan Chen truly found it hard to tolerate the scent of fox musk, thus he rejected them without hesitation. Looking at Yuan Chen's handsome face, Hu Xiaobai was also filled with anger. "It is not your turn to choose. Xiaoqing, did you come first, or did I? Hu Shaoqing stared unblinkingly at Yuan Chen's bare chest. Xiaoqing, did you come first, or did I? Hu Shaoqing stared unblinkingly at Yuan Chen's bare chest. "I think it would be best if the two of us sisters went together." Hu Xiaobai nodded. "That works." Yuan Chen was momentarily taken aback. Were they really planning to force him? This was truly an eye-opener. Meanwhile, Lu Mingming's expression darkened. She looked worriedly at the two fox sisters. She was about to remind them that Yuan Chen was a cultivator, hoping they would restrain themselves. But as she called out, she was directly interrupted by Hu Shaoqing, who glared at her in displeasure. She said irritably, "Get lost. You've had your fill of my sister, and I are still hungry." Hu Xiaobai also looked at Mingming. "Do you want to eat alone?" But Lu Mingming wanted to explain something, but Hu Shaoqing was already, "Silly dear, do you really think you're someone important? If you obstruct me again, do you believe I would directly kill you?" Lu Mingming was left stunned. She merely wanted to advise them why was the fox sister so vicious towards her. She looked at Hu Xiaobai, who remained indifferent and showed no reaction. Lu Mingming's eyes dimmed slightly as she sat quietly to the side without saying a word. Yuan Chen watched this farce without saying a word. At this moment, after finally shaking off Lu Mingming's clinging, the two sisters swayed their hips towards Yuan Chen while simultaneously tugging at the red silk threads on their bodies. Their bodies were fully revealed before Yuan Chen. "Enjoy it well." The two laughed lewdly and pounced toward, but before their bodies could touch Yuan Chen, they felt a sharp pain emanating from their stomachs. Bang! Bang! They struck the cave ceiling one after another and fell to the ground. "A cultivator." The two foxes spoke in unison, their faces etched with terror as they stared at Yuan Chen. They had never anticipated encountering such a formidable adversary today. Hu Xiaobai's complexion turned pale. It seemed today was doomed to be their last. No, they must find a way to escape. Hu Xiaobai's gaze flickered toward Lu Mingming, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. She had already conceived a plan. Already sprawled on the ground, Hu Xiaobai made no haste to rise. She knew that against a master like Yuan Chen, who could gravely wound them with a single casual strike, fleeing was utterly futile. She deliberately intertwined her two pale thighs, striking a seductive pose. "My lord, Mingming has only just taken human form. She surely cannot serve you well. Why not let us two sisters attend to you?" She had overheard the final exchange between Yuan Chen and Lu Mingming upon entering. Yuan Chen intended to take the fawn Lu Mingming into his embrace. If Lu Mingming could, why couldn't she? She was far more alluring than Lu Mingming and far more adept at pleasing a man. With that thought, a fluffy tail emerged from her rear. Having seduced hundreds of men, she knew their peculiar fetishes. Seeing her sister's display, Hu Ziqing's spirits lifted. After a brief moment of bewilderment, she quickly caught on and spoke with fawning flattery. Yes, yes. My lord, your servant knows well how to please. Such affairs were not uncommon in the demon realm. Cultivators too had their virtues and vices, their own carnal desires. It was not rare for them to succumb to entanglements with demons. On occasion, strange offspring were born. The two women writhed seductively, displaying their pale, supple bodies. Yuan Chen watched utterly speechless. How lewd you are. Lu Mingming, standing nearby, furrowed her brow, though she had yet to fully grasp human emotions. The sight of her two sisters behaving thus stirred a wave of nausea within her. Yuan Chen too noticed Lu. Pointing at the two foxes, he said to her, "Never play with such demons again. They'll corrupt you for sure." He then affectionately tapped her forehead with his index finger. Turning back to the foxes, he remarked teasingly, "Taking you in is not impossible, but this young master has no leisure to feed idlers. I require only one concubine. You three shall decide among yourselves who stays. As for the remaining two..." Yuan Chen paused. "The feng shui of this cave is quite favorable. Burying them here would be a fine choice." The two foxes shuddered, exchanging a glance. Was only one of them destined to leave this place? Meanwhile, Lu Mingming stared at Yuan Chen in disbelief. You cad. Just moments ago he had promised to enhance her strength, to have her follow him. Yet now, upon seeing two more beautiful creatures, he had already forgotten her. At this thought her expression grew forlorn. But in the instant she was lost in thought, the sisters on the ground suddenly sprang up, their fox claws extended, lunging at Lu Mingming from both sides. Hearing the commotion, Lu Mingming snapped back to reality. But by the time she tried to dodge, it was too late. The claws loomed larger in her vision. Lu Mingming's eyes filled with terror and shock. A squelching sound rang out. She shut her eyes. Had a gaping hole been torn through her body? Why, oi. The voice was unmistakably Hu Xiaobai's. Lu Mingming felt a surge of grievance and fury. She had always regarded them as her closest kin. Yet they had struck without a shred of mercy. And now, after killing her, they dared to ask why. Shouldn't she be the one asking why? Lu Mingming angrily opened her eyes. But the scene before her was entirely different from what she had imagined. A sword had mysteriously pierced through Hu Xiaobai's abdomen, blood gushing down the blade. At the sword's hilt, Hu Xiaoqing was also impaled upon it. The two sisters had been skewered together like a kebab. And Hu Xiaobai's question had not been directed at her. She was staring in agony at Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen paid no heed to Hu Xiaobai's query. Instead, he turned to Lu Mingming and said affectionately, "See that. These two never truly regarded you as a friend. To them, you were merely a tool for their gain. When the time came to kill you, they didn't hesitate." A naive little demon, like Lu Mingming, fresh to human form, placed immense trust in those who showed her kindness, unable to discern good from evil. He intended for Lu Mingming to bear his offspring. If he had simply slain the two demons without considering her feelings, she would surely have grown distant. But now it was different. By letting her witness the true nature of her so-called sisters, even if she felt pain now, she would soon move past it. Lu Mingming glanced at the two demons, then nodded wearily. By then the two fox spirits were on the verge. They lay limp on the ground, unable to utter a single word. Before long, two red foxes appeared in their place. Reverted to their original forms, they perished. Yuan Chen stepped forward, lifting the two foxes by their hind legs, and casually tossed them out of the cave. Even in death, their foul musk did not dissipate. Instead, it grew stronger, almost unbearable. When he returned to Lu Mingming's side, she still seemed dazed. He guided her to sit on the bedding. "There, don't be too sad. Those two foxes were no good. In time I'll introduce you to some kind sisters. They're as lovely as you." Lu Mingming tilted her head. Some habits from before she became a demon still lingered. She nuzzled her head affectionately against Yuan Chen's hand. "All right, husband." Yuan Chen paused. "Do you like little babies?" he asked abruptly, leaving Lu Mingming blinking in bewilderment. "Are they fond babies?" She pondered for 2 seconds. Maybe, maybe not. Yuan Chen's reply only deepened her confusion. Yuan Chen smiled, but said nothing. Yet inwardly he felt a pang of guilt. Lu Mingming's mind was barely that of a 10-year-old child, and he had already planted his seed within her. Now, upon reflection, though she had become a demon and was no longer a mere beast, he, Yuan Chen, was truly the beast. After this self-reproach, he noticed Lu Mingming's spirits had lifted somewhat from the earlier sorrow. He pulled her back onto the quilt. The seductive display of the two foxes had, truth be told, been quite overwhelming. Now that the matter was resolved, there was no need to hold back. As for the guilt he had just felt, he had already confessed his sins. What more could be asked of him? Lu Mingming, seeing that she could also enhance her strength, her mood improved even further. With heightened enthusiasm, she began to reciprocate. Qinzi Lake. Before the Great Yin dynasty was established, the realm was fraught with endless strife and rival feudal lords. At that time, the founding emperor Hua Lai stationed his troops here. He was to decide the fate of the realm in a decisive battle against Lin Guangyuan, the most powerful of the other lords. Just as the founding emperor was about to face defeat, the lake waters churned violently. The waters surged tens of meters high, obscuring the vision of all. When the deluge subsided, Lin Guangyuan's army had crumbled in utter defeat. Thus the founding emperor seized the realm. Rumor has it that he was protected by a true dragon, a divine mandate from heaven. After the realm was pacified with covert support from the authorities, the legend took root. The Tianzi Lake saw incense burners perpetually alight in gratitude for the dragon's aid. Coupled with the lake's natural beauty, it became a favored destination for many young nobles and ladies. On the second floor of a tavern not far from Tianzi Lake, a distinguished young gentleman sat by the window while a maiden who appeared to be a maidservant stood gracefully beside him. Occasionally she would point excitedly at the lake and let out a charming giggle, drawing the attention of passers-by below. The couple's striking beauty was undeniable. Yuan Chen set down his teacup and rose to his feet. How intriguing. Gazing at the temple by the lakeside, he murmured to himself. With that, he headed straight for the stairs. Husband, where are you going? Lu Mingming hurried after him, asking. Those nearby were taken aback by the address. So they were husband and wife. Yet Lu Mingming's attire and demeanor seemed more like that of a playful maidservant. Just follow me. Oh. Soon Yuan Chen entered the temple. The temple was modest, spanning about 200 square. Upon entering, a statue of a dragon-like creature stood before them. In Yuan Chen's vision, trails of white smoke rose from above the statue, streaming into the sky. It was faith energy. Yuan Chen mused. Some cultivators or minor demons, finding the path of cultivation arduous or lacking resources, would hide among mortals to collect wishes. By absorbing faith energy, they could enhance their power. Yet this method was excruciatingly slow, and few were willing to invest their time in it. Why? The voice was unmistakably Hu Xiaobai's. Lu Mingming felt a surge of grievance and fury. She had always regarded them as her closest kin. With a mere thought, the incense sticks ignited. Without hesitation, he firmly inserted them into the censer before the statue. The moment the incense touched the censer, the entire hall trembled. Bewildered visitors, fearing the temple would collapse, fled in panic. Sensing something amiss, Lu Mingming tugged at Yuan Chen's sleeve. Yuan Chen waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, you just wait calmly. As his words faded, a halo of light emanated from the statue, and ripples flowed through the air. A pristine white leg emerged from the ripples. Following the leg upward, a black dress, a voluptuous bosom, and a charmingly beautiful woman appeared before Yuan Chen and his companion. I apologize for not welcoming you two fellow cultivators properly. Her voice was pure and clear, a stark contrast to the seductive aura she exuded. Yuan Chen studied her carefully. Her true form flickered behind her. So she was a serpent demon. But the small white bump on her forehead indicated she had already reached the stage of transforming into a dragon. Her cultivation level was clear to Yuan Chen. She had reached the mid-nascent soul stage. It was no exaggeration to say she was the foremost expert in the Great Yin dynasty. Yuan Chen, after several moves, had attained the late golden core stage. But the strength of divine beasts and demons could not be judged by mere cultivation level. He believed that even if he fought her now, he would not be at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Shimo Nong's heart was churning with. To her, Yuan Chen appeared to be only at the early golden core stage. Yet inexplicably, she felt an overwhelming aura of authority emanating from him. Either he had concealed his true strength, or his status was of extraordinary nobility. Madam, you are too kind. Won't you invite us to sit? Seeing that Yuan Chen did not seem to be picking a fight, Shimo Nong dared not be discourteous. Please follow me. She offered a friendly smile. She gestured toward the watery portal she had emerged from. Yuan Chen did not stand on ceremony, taking Lu Mingming's hand and stepping inside. But as he passed Shimo Nong, a delicate laugh came from beside him. However, young master, you jest. I am not married. Calling me madam is inappropriate. Yuan Chen paused. Oh, then I have been rude. A glint of keen interest shone in his eyes. Would this not make it easier to grow closer? Besides her beauty, the woman exuded an ethereal aura. Not only Yuan Chen, but perhaps anyone who saw her would feel an inexplicable sense of closeness. This was a unique effect of faith energy. Soon the trio arrived at a palace surrounded by a continuous stream of rising bubbles. It was clear they were now at the bottom of Tianzi Lake. After some conversation and getting to know each other, they gained mutual understanding. Shimo Nong had cultivated for 1,000 years. Yet she had never found the opportunity to transform into a flood dragon and soar to the skies. In this lake, aside from Shimo Nong, there was not even a single minor demon to serve her. Apart from gathering faith energy by controlling the weather in the surrounding area, Shimo Nong spent her time in seclusion cultivating. Her aid to Huolai centuries ago was due to an agreement. If she helped him seize the throne, he would designate a region to build temples in her honor. For 100 years this passed. Of course they dared not break it. Since Huolai's passing, the strongest in the royal family was Huiyun at the early nascent soul stage. I observe that you, Miss Shui, are about to transform into a dragon. Hearing Yuan Chen address her as Miss Shimo Nong accepted it without hesitation. She shook her head gently. Though the dragon horn has emerged, that half step away may never be crossed without the right opportunity, even until. As she spoke, her expression dimmed. For beast demons like her, without a background or guidance, the path was arduous, relying solely on self-discovery. Yuan Chen nodded silently and probed. What kind of opportunity do you need? I might be able to help. Having already decided to take her under his wing, he saw no need for further pretense. Yet at these words Shumo Nong frowned deeply. After a millennium of cultivation, she had witnessed the treachery of the mortal world. She did not believe in a free lunch. She eyed Yuan Chen warily. What price must I pay? Yuan Chen smiled. With a flicker he transformed into a cyan dragon before her eyes. Yuan Chen revealed his true form. Confidently he asked, the serpent and dragon clans share a bond. I wonder if I can be of any assistance. Shui Monong rose to her feet in shock, staring in disbelief at the Azure Dragon before her. She had imagined Yuan Chen's noble status, but never that he was a true dragon. This place was nothing like the chaotic Star Sea, where spiritual energy was impure and few divine beasts would willingly come to such a remote corner. An ordinary person might never see a true dragon in their lifetime. Shui Monong had only glimpsed one in her youth. Sister Shui, no need for surprise. An Azure Dragon is nothing extraordinary. It's just that I feel an instant kinship with you and wish to help. Do you have any use for me? With these few words he directly addressed her as sister. In his eyes, any unmarried woman who was fair to look at could be called sister. Shui Monong paused, momentarily stunned. Of course I do. Her bloodline carried a trace of draconic essence, though it was pitifully faint, perhaps less than 0. If Yuan Chen could spare even a few treasures that enhanced draconic bloodlines, it would greatly increase her chance of transforming into a flood dragon. Moreover, these treasures need not be particularly precious. Even an ordinary weed from the dragon palace steeped in draconic aura might bear some essence to aid her. Shui Monong's eyes blazed with fervor. After over 1,000 years had her opportunity finally arrived. Facing her future, she refused to be coy. She asked urgently, is it possible? Brother Yuan Chen, do you have any spiritual herbs that could slightly enhance one's power? Like dragon beard grass, dragon vein flower. Anything would do. Rest assured I won't take them for nothing. He'll offer due compensation. Having spoken, Shui Monong fixed her gaze intently on Yuan Chen's eyes. She feared he might be teasing her. Meanwhile, Lu Mingming finally came to her senses. Husband, you are. It was best not to meddle in matters that didn't concern him. Even if the young man stirred up trouble, his identity as a Xuandu sect disciple should keep him out of serious harm. Oh. Lu Mingming nodded obediently, her shock lingering only a moment. Perhaps she had merely heard tales of the dragon's might, unaware of the dragon clan's true standing in the world. I left in haste and didn't bring those trinkets. Yuan Chen turned back to Shui Monong. A flicker of disappointment crossed Shui Monong's face, but just as she was about to speak, Yuan Chen continued, however, I have other means. Yuan Chen spoke slowly. The dragon beard grass and similar items she mentioned were the lowest grade materials of the dragon clan, usually bestowed upon subordinate demon tribes. He rarely carried such things. As for rarer herbs, he naturally had them, but his goal was to take a wife, and so why else would he gift a stranger such fortune? Hearing the twist, hope rekindled in Shui Monong's eyes. She gazed at him with anticipation. I beg you, young master, show me the way. Yuan Chen paused for a moment. Well, Sister Shui knows I am an Azure Dragon by birth with a rich draconic bloodline. If Sister is willing to become my wife, I can transfer some of my dragon essence to you through dual cultivation. With these words, Yuan Chen settled back into his seat, leaving the decision to Shui Monong. As for enhancing her bloodline, once she agreed, he would lavish her with dragon clan treasures. Surely her bloodline would rise. His storage ring already held many spiritual herbs packed by Luo Li. As Yuan Chen's words faded, Shui Monong's expression turned peculiar. Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at him, then she quickly averted her gaze when she saw him watching her without blinking. A look of deep conflict crossed her face. For her, a Dao companion was nothing special. Having one or not made little difference. But though they had just been calling each other brother and sister so cheerfully, she was now over 1,000 years old. Yuan Chen, as he had just revealed his name, was not yet 20. She had never imagined he would set his sights on her. Even though the cultivation world knew no age barrier, she still found it absurd. She couldn't help but steal another glance at Yuan Chen. He remained smiling, unperturbed by the conversation. After a long moment, Shui Monong gritted her teeth. She had made her decision. She would do it. The temptation of transforming into a flood dragon was too great. After a millennium of waiting to fail at the last step would leave her forever regretful. Since opportunity had presented itself, she would seize it without hesitation. She met Yuan Chen's eyes with resolve. I agree, but do you truly not mind my age? Yuan Chen smiled, taking her delicate hand and placing it on his thigh. Of course not. I have a particular fondness for mature women. Shui Monong's fingers trembled slightly. She looked.
It was a girl, and you.
In the end, she said nothing, merely rolling her eyes at him in resignation. This young man certainly moved fast. Satisfied with her reaction, Yuan Chen nodded. He then turned to Lu Mingming. Mingming, the scenery at Tianzi Lake is lovely. Go outside and take a look. Won't you come with me, husband? Lu Mingming asked in confusion. Yuan Chen affectionately tousled her hair with his other hand. Be good, go play outside. Your husband and sister Shui have matters to discuss. They'll join you soon. Oh. Lu Mingming nodded obediently. Seeing this, Shui Monong did not stop her. She knew full well what Yuan Chen intended. Even if she had never eaten pork, she had seen a pig run. In her idle hours, she often strolled near the lake. With her power, no walls could hide anything from her. She had witnessed such scenes often. Sometimes when amused, she would sit on someone's chair and watch for mortals could never. Truth be told, she was quite curious about the feeling. Once Lu Mingming was sent above the water, the two exchanged. They nodded in mutual understanding. Yuan Chen stepped forward, sweeping Shui Manong into his arms. He was delighted. Her figure was truly splendid. In terms of beauty, Shui Manong was on par with his other women, but her physique was the most perfect he had ever encountered. Her slender waist and full hips fit perfectly in his hands, stirring his senses instantly. As he moved, Shui Manong even writhed in rhythm, unaware that his experience in pleasing women left no room for him. Following the same procedure, Yuan Chen immediately produced a pill and planted the seed. When the system prompt sounded, 70 points of Azure Dragon bloodline were credited. With over 100 secondary targeting pills remaining, marrying a few more wives to bear children would easily elevate him to a silver dragon. Senior brother, I truly need to cultivate now. I cannot accompany you on a leisurely stroll. In the capital city, Zhao Yaya leaned against the doorframe of her room, speaking helplessly to her senior brother. The national war is about to commence. Cultivating at this moment holds little significance. I believe it would be better to come with me, meet other talented youths, and broaden your horizons. That way, when the battle begins, we'll have more familiar allies to coordinate with, increasing our chances of victory. Li Tian wedged his foot against the closing door, pressing his case persistently. Zhao Yaya felt a flicker of displeasure. She understood the logic well enough, but she had no desire to walk alongside this senior brother. She had grown utterly weary of him. She knew exactly what Li Tian hoped to achieve by dragging her along, and she was determined not to let him succeed. Li Tian cast a few glances at her. Then cultivate diligently, junior sister. We'll go together another time. With that, he turned and walked away. Zhao Yaya finally breathed a sigh of relief. But just as she thought the matter was settled, a knock came at the door. Yaya, it's father. Zhao Yaya opened the door in confusion. Upon learning that Li Tian had summoned Zhao Zhong, her face darkened instantly. Why was Li Tian so persistent? Yaya, your father is helpless. In merely going through the motions, don't overthink. If you don't wish to go, just hide for a while. Zhao Yaya's expression remained grim. She knew her father wouldn't betray her, but hiding forever was no solution. At the sect, he had disrupted her peace incessantly. Now that she had finally escaped, he had followed her here as well. The thought only deepened her frustration and gloom. Father, I plan to travel for a while and return when the national war draws near. Zhao Zhong pondered for a moment. That might be for the best. Unable to shield his daughter from Li Tian's harassment, he saw no other recourse. It would be better to let her go and relax for a few months. I won't say more, but be careful on your journey. Zhao Zhong spoke with a somber expression. If only he were not so powerless, his daughter wouldn't have to endure such indignity. Don't worry. Zhao Yaya offered a word of comfort before departing the room. To avoid detection by Li Tian, she waited until she was outside the palace before taking flight. How is it? Has the bloodline improved? Yuan Chen asked, holding Shumo Nong's voluptuous form. Afterward, he had given her the spiritual herb. Fearing she might not withstand its potency, he had chewed it himself and fed it to her. Shumo Nong nodded with delight. Her chances of transforming into a flood dragon had grown significantly. Coupled with the faith power she had amassed over the years, she felt confident. Yuan Chen patted her on the rear. Since you're satisfied, let's head out quickly. Mingming has been waiting for quite a while. He picked up her clothes and helped her dress. Shumo Nong protested repeatedly, but Yuan Chen acted as if he hadn't heard, his hands never pausing. He was a man who took responsibility. Since he had undressed her, it was his duty to help her dress again. Unable to resist, Shumo Nong could only let him have his. When they emerged from the water fully clothed, they saw Lu Mingming sitting alone on the deck of a boat. Mingming, what are you? Yuan Chen appeared beside Lu Mingming and sat down casually. Lu Mingming turned to look at him, her face full of grievance. Nothing. Did you secretly help Sister Shui improve her strength? Why wasn't I included? Her pitiful expression amused Yuan Chen. All right, tonight it'll help you enhance your abilities too. At his words, the sorrow on Lu Mingming's face vanished, instantly replaced by delight. Great. Having pacified her, Yuan Chen turned to Shumo Nong. And Yumanong, can you leave this place? I plan to travel for a few days. Would you like to join me? Shumo Nong shot him a resentful glance. He was quick to change his tune. Just moments ago, he had called her sister affectionately, but now that he had gotten what he wanted, he switched to her name. Still, she found the address pleasant. Tentatively, she mimicked the common folk. Husband. It's no problem. She rarely cultivated anyway. Aside from gathering faith power from the surrounding villagers, she had little else to do. Following Yuan Chen now allowed her to grow stronger. There was no longer any need to collect faith power. Truly, having a powerful backer was comfortable. The three of them then sat together at the bow, admiring the distant scenery. Meanwhile, after his daughter had been gone for some time, Zhao Zhong sought out Li Tian. By the time I arrived, Yaya was no longer in her room. She's likely gone into seclusion to cultivate. Why don't you go out and explore on your own? Oh, is that so? Li Tian eyed Zhao Zhong with suspicion, his gaze dripping with contempt. He didn't believe a word of it. Zhao Yaya had undoubtedly run off to hide from him. Li Tian could clearly see her aversion to him, but he paid it no mind. Zhao Yaya was stunningly beautiful, one of the most renowned beauties even in Xuandu's sect. Most importantly, she had no backing. As the one closest to her, Li Tian was determined to seize the opportunity and taste her sweetness. Of course. And Yaya doesn't enjoy socializing. Since she wants to go into seclusion, let her be. Zhao Zhong glanced at Li Tian, his tone conciliatory. Fine. Li Tian gave him a long, meaningful look before nodding. Zhao Zhong was taken aback, having expected a much longer argument. Then rest well, master. Your disciple will take his leave. Li Tian clasped his hands, though he emphasized the word disciple with added weight.
Because many of their brothers had lost their lives there among the rescued, the men either became laborers working for them.
As he mulled it over, Li Tian had already left the room. Once outside, a cold sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. This was his chance. At the sect, he had no opportunity, and Zhao Zhong had been constantly present, making a move. But now that Zhao Yaya had ventured out alone, far from her father's protection, she was like a lamb to the slaughter. Once he made their union a fait accompli, Zhao Zhong would have no choice but to accept it for the sake of his father's face. The thought filled him with even greater. A small insect appeared in his hand. He had been waiting for this moment. The larval worm had already been planted on Zhao Yaya, and with the mother worm, he could track her down in no time. A lecherous grin slowly spread across his face as he soared into the air, chasing after her. In a specific, Yuan Chen, are we heading to the capital? Within a forest. Shui Monong asked with curiosity. She had been to the capital before, so she was somewhat familiar with the route. Yuan Chen nodded. The national war is about to begin. Oh, we should return. 2 months had passed since he first encountered Shui Monong. During this time, the trio traveled across the great Yin dynasty. They had visited almost every interesting location. Throughout the journey, Yuan Chen also kept an eye out for any beautiful women. In the end, he encountered none. It wasn't that there were none at all, but none that suited his tastes. Those too young were difficult to approach. Women over 13 in the mortal realm were mostly already betrothed. Some might even have children. No matter how beautiful, Yuan Chen found it inconvenient to make a move. He was different from a lecher. Then, perhaps I should return first. After a moment of hesitation, Shui Monong spoke softly. Her face showed signs of inner conflict. She had never experienced the joy of companionship before, but after 2 months together, she found herself reluctant to part. Moreover, Yuan Chen frequently fed her. Her bloodline was steadily rising. On the other hand, she had no desire to go to the capital. She wished to avoid entanglement in the war between two nations. She cultivated the power of faith. Rashly involving herself would hinder her cultivation. As more guests arrived, people at the other end of the corridor occasionally cast glances her way. Hua Tong's face burned, and she huffily turned her body. Seeing through her intentions, Yuan Chen turned and pulled her into his arms. Come and see. My parents are there. When I participate in the national war, you can spend time with my parents and deepen our bond. My mother possesses many treasures. Perhaps you might even have the chance to transform into a flood dragon. Hearing Yuan Chen's words, a glint of light flashed in Shui Monong's eyes, revealing a trace of delight. And Mingming, you can obtain more cultivation resources from my mother, and soon your strength will match your husband's. After speaking to Shui Monong, Yuan Chen did not forget Lu Mingming. He pulled both women into his embrace. Besides, you are both pregnant now. Going there will bring joy to my parents. A few days earlier, Yuan Chen had informed them of this news. At that time, Lu Mingming was still clueless about what was happening. She continued her daily routine as if nothing had changed, treating the child in her belly like an odd growth. Shui Monong, however, was in a daze. She never imagined that after a millennium, she would become a wife like any mortal. And within just a few days, she had conceived a child. In the following days, her demeanor grew increasingly gentle, as if she were preparing for the arrival of her baby. Now, hearing Yuan Chen's words, she couldn't help but touch her belly again. A maternal glow shone in her eyes. Everything felt like a dream. Seeing her expression, Yuan Chen's eyes also softened with tenderness. Such a woman was the most beautiful. Just then, Shui Monong, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped. Yuan Chen halted as well. What's wrong? Shui Monong paused, then she smiled and shook her head. Nothing. Just a few cultivators up ahead. How intriguing. Yuan Chen said with interest. Oh. Shall we go take a look? After all, Shui Monong was at the mid-nascent soul stage. Though her combat prowess was on par with Yuan Chen's, her divine sense still surpassed his. It was no surprise that she detected them first. The two agreed and approached with curiosity. Soon the sounds of battle arose ahead. A man and a woman were locked in combat. However, the woman was clearly losing ground and would likely be captured soon. Her attacks seemed restrained. Husband, look. There's someone hiding over there. Lu Mingming pointed excitedly at a space. A woman in black was lurking there, observing the battle just like them. Yuan Chen nodded. If Lu Mingming could spot her, so could he. Shui Monong concealed their presence with a spell, ensuring they wouldn't be discovered. She casually set up a barrier, allowing them to speak freely. They had encountered many conflicts on the road before, but Shui Monong had never called any of them interesting. Her mention of it now piqued Yuan Chen's curiosity. What a coincidence! He recognized both combatants. The man was Li Tian, whom he had once knocked down with a single punch. The female cultivator was the strikingly beautiful Zhao Yaya. She had attended his wedding, and he had even asked about her name. Knowing she planned to join the national war, he had thought he might get a chance to approach her then. But now he encountered her here. Wasn't this like delivering meat to his doorstep? But there was no rush. He decided to observe the situation first. The lurking woman wore a malicious expression. Perhaps things would get even more interesting. A demon cultivator. Just then Shui Monong suddenly said, "Moi." Yuan Chen looked at her in confusion. Shui Monong pointed at the woman in black. "She practices demonic arts." Yuan Chen shifted his gaze to the... He focused his attention and scrutinized her. Earlier he had only noticed her appearance. Now he could detect a faint aura of demonic energy around her. Yuan Chen began to examine her more brazenly. Clad in black robes, with crimson lips. Her delicate feet were bare, without even shoes. Each ankle bore a string of cute little bells. A sparkling necklace adorned her pale neck. It appeared to be She looked every bit a rebellious young girl. Now hiding there waiting for the battle to end. A mischievous smile played. Was she planning to play the mantis stalking the cicada unaware of the oriole behind? Yuan Chen nodded to himself. Today he might achieve a double kill. He had no demon cultivators under his command yet, but he was curious. How had a demon ended up here? Not to mention the great Yin dynasty, the entire Huangzhou was under the control of the Duxian sect. There should be no demon cultivators here. He dismissed the thought and returned his attention to the combatants. He could interrogate the little demoness later to find out. Junior sister, just give in to your senior brother. My father is an executive of the Duxian sect Xiaolin Peak Left Hall Great Yin branch. You won't lose out by following me. As he was about to subdue Zhao Yaya, Li Tian spoke lecherously. Yuan Chen listened in disbelief. He had expected a more impressive background. Instead he got this long-winded introduction. Couldn't he just keep it simple? A direct "my father is Zhang might have intimidated some. Shameless. Zhao Yaya gritted her teeth. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Her strength was already lower than Li Tian's, and she had been caught off guard by his ambush. There was no chance of escape. She never expected Li Tian to attack, but it was too late for regrets. After a few more exchanges her sword was knocked away. Zhao Yaya was finally overpowered and kicked to the ground. Junior sister, if you become my Dao companion, your father's resources will also be elevated. You wouldn't want your father to continue being bullied by the others in the sect, would you? As he spoke, Li Tian slowly approached Zhao Yaya step by step. Zhao Yaya struggled to move her body, leaning against the base of a large tree. But due to her severe injuries, she couldn't stand up no matter how hard she tried. She could only glare fiercely at Li Tian, no longer willing to address him as senior brother. She ground her teeth and said, Li Tian, I used to think you were merely arrogant and conceited. I never imagined you would stoop to such deeds. Li Tian let out two loud laughs, completely unconcerned by Zhao Yaya's futile struggles. It's useless to say anything more. You will soon become this senior brother's companion. Don't worry, senior brother will take responsibility. Once we return, I'll have my father propose to your master. I won't let you suffer any grievances. By now Li Tian was less than 10 paces away from Zhao Yaya. While speaking, he removed his outer robe and tossed it aside. Seeing this scene, Yuan Chen curiously shifted his gaze to the little demoness. At this moment Zhao Yaya was severely wounded and had lost the strength to resist. Li Tian was also not in good shape and had let his guard down, seduced by lust. It was the perfect opportunity to strike. Why hadn't she acted yet? When he looked over, he was stunned. He saw the little demoness hiding behind a clump of grass. She was staring excitedly at the two in the clearing, her little fists raised above her head, waving incessantly. She muttered under her breath, "Go on. Hurry up. Why are you wasting words? Are you not up to it?" A few dark lines appeared on Yuan Chen's forehead. What the hell? Was she this twisted? The little demoness actually enjoyed live spectacles. Yes, that's it. Tear off her clothes. Take off her pants. The little demoness continued to shout tirelessly. The corner of Yuan Chen's mouth twitched. However, while the little demoness could watch, he certainly could not. Zhao Yaya was his future wife. He had no taste for such a fetish. By now Li Tian had reached where Zhao Yaya was. His left hand was about to... He couldn't wait any longer. Long time no see. A greeting interrupted Li Tian's next move. Li Tian whirled around abruptly. Who? Yuan Chen had the two wait for him in the distance, then his figure materialized alone, appearing to the side and rear of Li Tian and the others. When Li Tian saw Yuan Chen, Zhao Yaya saw him too. A flicker of joy appeared on her face. It's you. Li Tian's face darkened as he stared at Yuan Chen. Indeed. It seems your injuries have healed. Yuan Chen asked teasingly. Li Tian's expression shifted. After a moment of silence, he suddenly forced a smile laced with a hint of flattery and said, Yes, it's been a while, young Master Yuan. I was rash last time. Allow me to apologize first. If there's anything young Master Yuan needs, please don't hesitate. Having been stunned by a single slap from Yuan Chen last time, he knew he was far from being his match. It was better to be cautious. As the saying goes, one shouldn't strike a smiling face. Surely the other party wouldn't make things difficult for him. Yuan Chen smiled without a word, ignoring him. He turned his head to look at Zhao Yaya. Miss Yaya, it's been a while too. Cough. Young Master Yuan. Zhao Yaya said with difficulty. Her injuries were severe. If she hadn't seen Yuan Chen appear, she might have already fainted by now. Hearing Yuan Chen's call, she became agitated. She hadn't expected that after just one meeting Yuan Chen would remain. This greatly increased her chances of being rescued. She wanted to ask Yuan Chen for help, but didn't know how to begin. After all, they had only met once. Would Yuan Chen truly help her? Just as she was hesitating, a pill flew over. Zhao Yaya was startled, then reached out her right hand and caught it. Miss Yaya's injuries are too severe. It's best to take a pill first, Yuan Chen said calmly, placing his hands behind his back again. Thank you, young Master Yuan, Zhao Yaya said gratefully. Then without hesitation, she tossed the pill into her mouth. Li Tian's brow furrowed slightly. He wanted to stop her, but dared not speak. He hadn't expected that Yuan Chen and Zhao Yaya knew each other. Since that was the case, he would have to wait and deal with it later. At worst, he would just apologize to Zhao Zhong. It wasn't worth offending Yuan Chen. With this thought, he continued smiling. I didn't expect young Master Yuan to know my junior sister as well. It seems fate has brought us together. Little girl, why are you still hiding? Come out. Yuan Chen still didn't acknowledge him, speaking calmly instead. But these words left the other two completely bewildered. What did he mean? Was there someone else around? Hua Tong's spirit trembled, and she couldn't help but mutter. Could it be that he was talking about her? That couldn't be. She was hiding so well. The other party was only at the initial golden core stage. Was there another woman hiding near? She muttered to herself, deciding to wait and see. She felt a bit displeased with Yuan Chen. She was about to witness an interesting scene. But this unexpected interloper had spoiled the fun. She thought angrily he just wanted to play a game with his junior sister. Was that so hard? Heh, still not coming out. Hua Tong's body stiffened. Why did it feel like his gaze was turning in her direction? Before she could react, Yuan Chen's voice rang out again. Mo Nong, since she's unwilling to come out, you go ahead and drag her out personally. There was someone else. And Hua Tong felt a surge of air behind her. Damn, she had been discovered. Her pupils contracted slightly. Without a second word, she turned to flee. But the aura behind her was terrifying. She could already feel a faint pressure. Heh, heh. After running just a few steps, Hua Tong felt a hand grab her neck firmly. Her heart sank. She was caught. She couldn't help struggling a couple of times. But the person behind her remained unmoved. Hua Tong let her hands fall limply. She stopped struggling. It was useless. She still hadn't seen the face of the person behind her. With a thud, Hua Tong was thrown to the ground in front of Yuan Chen. Hua Tong seductively rubbed her bottom. Her two little feet playfully wiggled at Yuan Chen. She casually, hello there. As she raised her arm, her two pure white jade-like arms were revealed, glistening. In 2 words, utterly seductive. Li Tian, who had been looking somewhat grim, couldn't help but swallow when he saw Hua Tong. Her beauty was on par with his junior sister's, but she had an even more alluring demeanor than his junior sister. It was hard to bear. Who told you to look? As he was admiring her, Yuan Chen's voice suddenly rang out. Li Tian looked over. He saw Yuan Chen staring at him coldly. Li Tian almost cried with emotion. Yuan Chen had finally acknowledged him directly. But why did it have to be now? The situation seemed ominous. He was deliberately picking a fight. He couldn't help but swallow again. But this time it wasn't out of lust. Li Tian felt like crying, but had no tears. He quickly averted his gaze. Young Master Yuan, I'm sorry, it was my fault. At this moment, stranded in the desolate wilderness, it was not the time for him to be stubborn. Yuan Chen sneered coldly. In just 2 meetings, you've already harbored ill intentions toward my 3 wives. If I let you stay, who knows what else you might do. It seems I cannot keep you alive. As his words fell, a delicate, playful voice chimed in from the side. That's right. Yuan Chen couldn't help but glance toward Hua Tong. The young girl was lying on the ground, giggling softly, as if utterly unconcerned about her own predicament. Li Tian was utterly bewildered. If you had a grudge against me, just say it outright. Why beat around the bush? What happened with Yu Ying was my fault, but that matter is in the past. That little witch, we only just met her, didn't we? When did she ever become your wife, Yuan Chen? And even if she's your captive, how can you call her your wife? But that only makes 2, doesn't it? Where does the 3rd wife come from? Li Tian frowned, slightly dropping his previous submissive demeanor. He looked at Yuan Chen with displeasure. Young Master Yuan, it seems you're determined to make things difficult for me. You should know that our Xiandu sect is not so easy to offend. He believed Yuan Chen was just trying to scare him and didn't take it too seriously, merely disliking Yuan Chen's tone. Yuan Chen chuckled, speaking as casually as if to an old friend. Since you figured it out, I won't beat around the bush. Farewell. He intended to claim Zhao Yaya for himself later. Keeping Li Tian, a man who coveted his own wife's body, by his side was truly unsettling. So he decided to solve the problem once and for all. Li Tian was about to say something, but as he opened his mouth, a clot of blood spilled from the corner of his lips. He looked down in disbelief at the sword that had somehow pierced his abdomen. He turned his gaze toward Yuan Chen, who still wore a calm smile. He had no idea when the attack had been made. It was only then that Zhao Yaya's startled cry arrived too late. She hadn't expected Yuan Chen to joke one moment and strike the next. Before she could stop him, Li Tian's face had already turned deathly pale, his life force rapidly fading. Her own face went ashen with shock. Li Tian had been brought here by her father. If his father came looking for him and found no culprit, he would surely hold her and her father accountable. But she dared not say a word to Yuan Chen. She could only stare blankly as Li Tian slowly died. Hua Tong, who had been lively moments before, now stared wide-eyed. Looking at Yuan Chen, who was still smiling, she couldn't help but tremble. Wisely, she clamped her mouth shut. Yuan Chen stepped forward and slowly withdrew his sword from Li Tian's body, who was now beyond dead. He briefly washed the blade and tossed it into his storage ring. Miss Yaya, don't worry. If anyone asks, just blame. If questioned, just say he harassed my wife and I killed him. Zhao Yaya shook her head. She would rather suffer some hardship. After all, Yuan Chen had saved her. She couldn't betray him. Seeing her response, Yuan Chen smiled. and said nothing. Given their leisurely pace like ordinary travelers, it would take at least 20 more days to return to the capital. He believed he could win her over during this time. Then there would be no need for her to explain. With the identity of being Yuan Chen's wife, anyone who tried to trouble her would have to think twice. The national war is about to begin. Miss Yaya is heading back to the capital too, right? How about we travel together? Zhao Yaya stared at Li Tian's corpse, still not fully composed. At Yuan Chen's words, she nodded instinctively. After nodding, she paused. Was it really okay to follow someone she had only met a few times? But since she had already agreed, she could only sigh and let it be. It was just 20 days after all. Miss Yaya, your injuries are quite severe. Let's wait until you've recovered before we set off together. With that, Yuan Chen tossed another bottle of medicine to Zhao Yaya. She didn't refuse. She noticed that the pills in Yuan Chen's hands were of much higher quality than her own. Thank you, young Master Yuan. It was important to recover her strength first. For his help, she would have to ask her father to gift him some precious materials in return. After expressing her thanks, she poured the entire bottle of pills into her mouth. She closed her eyes and focused on healing her injuries, drawing her mind and body inward to speed up recovery. She didn't worry about being attacked. If Yuan Chen and his group had ill intentions, whether she paid attention to the outside world or not, it wouldn't matter. Once Zhao Yaya was seated in meditation, Yuan Chen turned his attention to Hua Tong, who had suddenly fallen silent. Amused, he walked over to her. He looked down at her from above. Hey little beauty, why aren't you talking anymore? You seemed pretty lively when you were shouting. That's right. I want dare anymore. Hua Tong whispered, all her earlier ease gone. Shui Mo Nong and Lu Mingming also gathered around with interest. Lu Mingming held a pear she had casually picked from a tree, her cheeks puffed out as she chewed continuously. She was quite the little foodie. Over the past 2 months her mouth had hardly been empty, snacks from the street, fruits picked along the way, and sometimes even the spirit herbs Yuan Chen fed her. Seeing Hua Tong's pitiful state, she sympathetically pulled out the largest pear from her pocket. Want some? Hua Tong was speechless. Little ancestor, my life is on the line here, can you please go play somewhere else? This was terrifying. She looked at Yuan Chen with a fawning expression. Young master, I really won't dare anymore. I was just passing by with no ill intentions, and you captured me right away. Yuan Chen crouched down looking at her small face. Is that so? Then let me ask you, how did a demon cultivator like you? Hua Tong's face stiffened. He had seen through her. I just thought it was fun and came to play. Really? After explaining, she stared at Yuan Chen with big watery eyes feigning innocence. Do you believe this cute Yuan Chen flicked her forehead with his finger. Like hell I do. You little demon spy caught by me, and you still think you can escape. Be a good girl, and become my warming bed maid. Hua Tong's face paled. Then as if struck by an idea, her eyes began to dart around. After a few seconds she smiled charmingly, and said in a coquettish voice, so the young master has taken a liking to little me. That's easy. I also have quite a favorable impression of you. Yuan Chen raised an eyebrow looking at her teasingly. Oh, so you agree, miss? Yes, but I have one Hua Tong pretended to be shy, lowering her head before speaking slowly. Yuan Chen curled his lip. He knew things couldn't be that simple. Yuan Chen sat directly on the ground, bringing his line of sight to the same level as Hua Tong's. They gazed at each other. He casually plucked a blade of grass and toyed with it in his hand, asking with evident interest. Speak. He had to admit the little demoness' eyes were truly beautiful. They blinked and blinked as if they could speak. Hua Tong used her fingers to brush the hair that fell upon her shoulders. Well, if I become your wife, do we have to do embarrassing things? I need to check if you're capable. The sisters in my sect have met many men. I hear them complain every day about useless men and such. I wonder if you're one of them. Yuan Chen silently watched her. And don't tempt me to punch your teeth out, he thought. He muttered inwardly. What was this little demoness up to now? Since he had nothing to do, Yuan Chen decided to play along. This young master is naturally formidable. If you don't believe me, ask Mo Nong and Ming Ming. Hearing Yuan Chen openly discuss this matter with a strange woman, Mo Nong felt a bit uncomfortable. She turned her head away, pretending to observe their surroundings. Lu Mingming had already swapped her snack for a peach in her hand. Hearing Yuan Chen's question, she quickly mumbled. As for what Yuan Chen had actually said, she couldn't be bothered to care. Hua Tong shook her head and said cunningly, I don't believe you. Unless you prove it right now. Yuan Chen was momentarily defeated by her train of thought. He raised an eyebrow. With you? Hua Tong nodded matter-of-factly. Of course with me. How can I rest assured without a personal inspection? Here. Hua Tong giggled. Then she continued, of course, since it's my first time, I'm a bit shy. Perhaps these two sisters could give us some privacy. As she spoke, she feigned shyness, twisting her body. Using some unknown method, a flush of red bloomed on her face. It was admittedly quite enchanting. However, Yuan Chen knew the little demoness was spouting nonsense. Only a fool would truly believe her. That's only proper. For a first time, you need some space to adjust. Yuan Chen nodded. She had only just reached the mid-golden core stage. He truly didn't believe that a late golden core cultivator would fall into her hands. Hua Tong's eyes lit up. She turned to look at the two girls. Then you two sisters, please take your leave. Your husband will be borrowed for a short while. Shui Manong looked at Yuan Chen. Seeing his smiling nod, she directly pulled Lu Mingming and turned to leave. She too could sense something off about Hua Tong. But Yuan Chen's combat prowess was enough to match her own, so there was nothing to worry about. Don't peep, you two sisters. Watching their retreating figures, Hua Tong produced a handkerchief from somewhere. She raised her hand and waved it lightly, calling out in a coquettish voice. Yuan Chen watched her antics with amusement. Once Shui Manong and the other had vanished from sight, he asked with a smile, "So shall we begin?" Hua Tong threw him a flirtatious glance. "Sure," she sneered inwardly. "A mere early golden core brat dares to covet my body. He's only relying on that old monster called Mo Nong. Now that she's gone, who's left to help you?" A flicker passed through. A wisp of black cheese surged from her eye sockets, meeting Yuan Chen's gaze. Yuan Chen's mind went into a daze. The Hua Tong before him instantly transformed into a piece of rotten wood. Meanwhile, the wooden block that had fallen beside Hua Tong now became a delicate, charming young wife identical in appearance to Hua Tong. But it lasted only a moment before the scene in Yuan Chen's sight returned to normal. Yuan Chen curled his lips imperceptibly. An illusion art. Quite interesting. He glanced slightly to the side. Hua Tong was still immersed in her own delight. "Young master, what? Come on, aren't we going to test it?" Yuan Chen's ears twitched. When Hua Tong spoke, the sound came from the piece of wood beside her. Yuan Chen was a bit speechless. This one really knew how to stir up trouble. Since that's the case, he'll just go with the flow. He put on a lecherous grin. "All right, then this young master is coming. Let me show you my prowess." As he spoke, Yuan Chen began to unfasten his. Seeing Yuan Chen make such an expression at a piece of wood, Hua Tong couldn't help but sneer. Huh. Men are, when they see a beauty, all they think about is lewdness, and they lose their minds. She felt even more satisfied with her charm technique. It had never failed her since she learned it. No man trapped by her spell could resist such temptation. She stood up, brushed the dust off her clothes, and took one last look at Yuan Chen. She muttered, "Have fun with your piece of wood. I'm leaving." Her only concern was Shui Manong. Now that she was temporarily gone, it was best to escape quickly. But just as she turned around, Yuan Chen's voice came from behind her again. "Are you sure you want me to come? Why aren't you saying anything, little demoness?" She intended to ignore him, but fearing that Yuan Chen might discover the trick and summon Shui Manong, she had to stop and speak softly. "Of course, come on." As she spoke, she commanded the piece of wood on the ground to wave its branches. It was as if the Hua Tong on the ground was seductively reaching out to Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen had already stripped completely naked. He asked again, no regrets. "It's what we both want. Don't say I bullied you later." Hua Tong wrinkled her delicate nose in impatience. "How annoying is this guy? Young master, what are you saying? Little lady is of course willing. Becoming your woman is your servant's fortune." After saying this, she breathed a sigh of relief. "I can find in that case." A strange sound came from behind her, growing closer and closer. Hua Tong's back stiffened as she felt a scorching body press against her. What was happening? Before she could question it, a wave of pain washed over her. "Aunt!" Hua Tong screamed. By the time she understood what had occurred, 2 streams of clear tears slowly flowed down her cheeks. Her entire body was frozen in place. Yuan Chen chuckled softly. "I never thought that after just one meeting you'd be so smitten with this young master. Is this what they call love at first sight?" Yuan Chen had no intention of passing up such a delicious morsel that was offered to him. Moreover, since Hua Tong had caught his eye, it was only a matter of time before she became his woman. There was no need to delay any further. After an unknown amount of time, Hua Tong finally snapped out of her stupor. Enraged and ashamed, she struggled out of Yuan Chen's embrace. "Stop it, you big villain." Seeing her resistance, Yuan Chen didn't press her. After letting go, he asked with a look of grievance, "Didn't you say you were willing? You kept insisting you wouldn't regret it. Now that you've had me, you're turning your back on me. You heartless woman." Faced with Yuan Chen's accusations, Hua Tong was stunned on the spot. She had never seen such a shameless person before. Hua Tong stared blankly at the sky, tear streaks still fresh on her cheeks. Her heart was brimming with grievances, yet she had no one to confide in. Who would have thought that a single outing would leave her no longer a maiden upon her return? And now it seemed utterly impossible. She glanced at the rope binding her hands. A mid-grade spirit artifact, the Immortal binding rope. Just who was this man? Could a mere golden core cultivator really be armed with such a treasure? After all, her own highest grade artifact was merely a top-tier mortal tool. Comparisons could indeed be odious. The scene fell silent. By now Yuan Chen had dressed himself and leaned silently against a tree. If only he had a cigarette dangling from his lips, it would have been more fitting. After a long pause, Hua Tong steadied herself against a nearby rock and slowly rose. She gritted her teeth and glared at Yuan Chen, ready to speak, but he cut her off with a furrowed brow. "You're not leaving today? You must take responsibility for what you've done. I thought you were sincere with me, but it turns out you were just toying with my emotions. My heart and soul have been gravely wounded. This is unforgivable." Hua Tong's lips trembled uncontrollably, her chest heaving with rage. This was too much. She let out a Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen spread his hands. "What's the matter? But let me make this clear. No crying aloud. I asked you repeatedly if you would regret it, and you insisted you wouldn't." Hearing this, Hua Tong's arms dropped limply. She had tried to outsmart him, but ended up losing everything. Not only had she failed to escape, but she had also lost her chastity. And now caught red-handed, she had no excuse even for her suffering. She took a deep breath and helplessly raised her bound hands to show Yuan Chen. Fine, I'll accept this loss. But can you at least let me go? Yuan Chen tugged the other end of the rope and shook his head. No, I told you. You have to take responsibility for me. Hua Tong's face twisted with fury. What do you want? Yuan Chen said calmly. Nothing much. Until I leave the great Yin dynasty, you'll serve as my maid. Until the wounds to my heart have fully healed. This period should be enough to make this little demoness stay willingly. Hua Tong clenched her fists tightly. If she ever got the chance, she would make sure to destroy this man. But for now the odds were against her. She would have to swallow her pride. These people were probably heading to the capital for the national. Her master was stationed there. Perhaps it was better to bide her time and settle old and new scores once they reached the capital. Suppressing her anguish, she said, fine. But during this time you can't force me to do anything else. Yuan Chen nodded, understanding her implication. There was no rush. Seeing his agreement, Hua Tong let out a petulant snort. Lecher. But to her surprise a fist suddenly loomed before her eyes. Bang. Ouch. What are you doing? Hua Tong clutched her eye and cried out in pain. Yuan Chen withdrew his fist and said flatly, you called me a lecher. At this, Hua Tong's nose nearly twisted with rage. Couldn't she even complain after losing her body? And since when had any man not been utterly captivated by her? This was the first time someone had so mercilessly punched her in the eye. She protested, I'm a cute little girl. Yuan Chen showed no mercy. You're a woman now. Hua Tong was speechless. Calm down, she told herself. While she tried to soothe herself, Yuan Chen took out a sound transmission talisman to summon Shui Monong back. Just as he set it down, Zhao Yaya, who had been healing her injuries, opened her eyes. Almost done. She slowly rose, cast a curious glance at the tearful Hua Tong, and approached Yuan Chen. Thank you once again, young Master Yuan. When we return to the capital, I will have my father offer a generous reward. Yuan Chen smiled faintly, utterly indifferent. No need for formalities. It was nothing. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Nothing good ever comes from unsolicited kindness. Ouch! Hua Tong's nose spurted blood as she crouched on the ground holding it. Already resentful toward Yuan Chen, she couldn't help but interject upon hearing their exchange. She was promptly rewarded with another punch. Moments later, clutching her reddened nose, she glared at Yuan Chen with blazing eyes. Can't you, a grown man, stop hitting me all the time? Zhao Yaya looked at them in confusion. What's going on? She had been entirely focused on recovering and missed what happened between them. Now sensing the tension, she couldn't help. Yuan Chen shook his head. It's nothing. This little demoness was being unruly, so I taught her a lesson. But Hua Tong couldn't stand the injustice and shouted. Miss, don't listen to him. This man. Yuan Chen hummed softly. Hua Tong's face stiffened, and she wisely fell silent. What else could she gain from running her mouth but a beating? Zhao Yaya looked puzzled at Hua Tong, who had stopped mid-sentence. She then turned her gaze to Yuan Chen. Since they were unwilling to explain, she decided not to pry. Just then Shui Monong flew back, with Lu Mingming landing softly beside Yuan Chen. Her eyes swept over Hua Tong, and she raised an eyebrow. Husband, are you done? Hua Tong suddenly felt uneasy, as if she had been completely seen through. Yuan Chen clapped his hands and leaped to his feet. All done. Let's go. Did you two take a trip to the town? He noticed that the peach in Lu Mingming's hand was gone, replaced by several sticks of candied hawthorns. Shui Monong nodded. We had nothing to do. Hearing the question, Lu Mingming offered a stick to Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen didn't stand on ceremony and took a bite. As they walked together, he gave a tug on the rope in his hand. Hey! A dissatisfied shout came from behind. Can't you untie my hands? Yuan Chen shook his head. No. I'm afraid you'll run away. With so many experts here, how could I possibly escape? But Yuan Chen ignored her, pulling the rope and walking on. He chatted and laughed with the three women, even making a point to include Zhao Yaya, who was new to the group. He thoughtfully steered the conversation toward her. Hua Tong trudged alone at the back, staring at Yuan Chen's back. Sinister intentions. Of course, she only thought the words, not daring to voice them. She feared that if he heard, he would hit her again. As night fell, the group found a town. Since it was getting late, they decided not to travel further and randomly picked an inn to. Yuan Chen, under the pretense of saving money, only rented 3 rooms. He shared one with Shui Monong, while Lu Mingming and Zhao Yaya each had their own. Bastard! Hua Tong cursed under her breath. Saving money. How could a young master like him be short on cash? Wasn't he just scheming to do something wicked? Wait a minute. They all got rooms, but what about me? Pondering this, Hua Tong asked directly. Yuan Chen glanced at her and replied, hang on. Then he took out a storage ring and began rummaging through it. Hua Tong muttered to herself, I asked why there's no room for me. What are you looking for in that ring? A few minutes later, Yuan Chen's face lit up. Found it. Under Hua Tong's gaze, he produced a glowing white plant. The plant stood about half a person tall, with pitch-black branches and buds resembling 2 trumpets at the top. Hua Tong felt a vague sense of unease. She eyed Yuan Chen warily. What is that? He smiled at her. Black vine root. What's it for? You'll find out soon enough. Yuan Chen gave a mischievous grin. Black vine bell was a forging material, but it was also often used in formations. When sects built their mountain protecting arrays, they typically used it as a detection tool. The black vine root's defining trait was that its top bells would chime automatically when disturbed by external forces. When integrated into a formation, if a cultivator of a certain level infiltrated, and the root sensed their aura, it would immediately sound an alarm. Yuan Chen led the rope to his room's door. The black vine root in his hand kept jingling. After inspecting it, he planted it in the left corner of the doorway. The black vine root's most perfect trait was that its roots would cling to any solid surface upon contact. Hua Tong, holding the other end of the rope, felt her unease intensify. What are you up to? The other three women, unfamiliar with such a plant, watched Yuan Chen's actions with curiosity. Ignoring them, he tied the rope around the middle of the black vine root. Turning around, he smiled at Hua Tong. There you go. You were just asking where you'd stay, right? Right here. Hua Tong immediately lost her composure. This was the hallway. And looking at the rope tied around her hand, then at the stake-like plant on the other end, she pictured a Pekingese dog squatting at Immortal's doorstep. He really didn't treat her like a human. Gritting her teeth, she glared fiercely at Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen, don't push it. Yuan Chen replied, isn't it normal for a maidservant to guard the door? Since when does a maidservant have her hands tied? I'm just worried you might run off. Hua Tong's shoulders trembled with rage. Ill endure. Fine, you win. I've hit rock bottom. That's right, be a good doorkeeper for me. With that, Yuan Chen wrapped his arm around Shui Manong and returned to their room. Zhao Yaya cast a sympathetic glance at Hua Tong before retreating to her own room. Only the kind-hearted Lu Mingming, seeing Hua Tong's pitiful state, stepped forward with concern. She handed one of the 2 carrots she was holding to Hua Tong. Want some? She took a sweet bite herself as she spoke. I don't want it. Sister Mingming, can you ask your husband to let me off? At least let me sleep indoors. Lu Mingming shook her head. No can do. Then I want to eat. Hua Tong turned her head away. No one in that family was good. But as soon as she turned a fragrant scent, she sniffed, slowly moving her head toward the aroma, and her gaze landed on the carrot in Lu Mingming's hand. She swallowed hard. What are you eating? Lu Mingming tilted her head innocently. My husband calls it jade spirit ginseng. It seems to be a low-grade spiritual herb. Hua Tong's pupils contracted. Oh my goodness. A low-grade spiritual herb. She had only tasted one once before. She couldn't help asking, do you have more? Lu Mingming shook her head. Just these 2. My husband only gives me a few each day. Hua Tong choked. What a rich bastard. Seeing Hua Tong stunned, Lu Mingming asked again, do you want some? Yes. Hua Tong replied without hesitation. Only a fool would refuse. Here. Lu Mingming handed her a carrot. They'll head back now. Go ahead. Hua Tong nodded. Her eyes were fixed on the jade spirit ginseng, not straying for a moment. Saliva nearly dripped from her mouth. With her hands bound, she could only hold it carefully like a hamster nibbling in small bites. It took her a full hour to reluctantly swallow the last bite. After finishing her dissatisfaction with Yuan Chen for tethering her, there resurfaced. As more guests arrived, people at the other end of the corridor occasionally cast glances her way. Hua Tong's face burned, and she huffily turned her body away. But before long, sounds of heavy breathing came from the room. Hua Tong clenched her fists. Why? They were enjoying themselves inside, while she stood guard like a watchdog. If she couldn't sleep, they wouldn't either. She couldn't escape, but she could still disturb them. With that thought, she gave her hands a slight shake. Jingling. The small bell at the other end chimed instantly. The commotion in the room paused for a moment, but resumed after just 2 seconds. Hua Tong snorted coldly and kept shaking her hands. Finally, a voice came from the room. Hua Tong, if you keep this up, it'll come out and break your legs. Hua Tong's face stiffened. Damn it. When in Rome. And so Hua Tong stood all night. She thought it was over. The next day, Yuan Chen stepped out, glanced at her, and then kicked her in the rear. Ouch. Hua Tong cried out, her face slamming into the wall. Yuan Chen approached. Still being mischievous. Hua Tong buried her face in the hole her head had made in the wall. She didn't reply. It didn't hurt at all. Yuan Chen chuckled. Come down and eat. Over the next few days, Hua Tong continued to serve as Yuan Chen's doorkeeper. Watching Zhao Yaya grow closer to Yuan Chen and the other 2, Hua Tong felt a pang of bitterness. Why was she the only one suffering? She wallowed in sorrow for half a month. Until one night she saw Yuan Chen enter Zhao Yaya's room. The next morning the 2 emerged together as happy as a young couple. Hua Tong's eyes widened. Had she fallen so quickly? In the following days she noticed Zhao Yaya occasionally munching on low-grade spiritual herbs as well. Hua Tong licked her lips, her gaze following the herb in Zhao Yaya's hand. Actually, Yuan Chen wasn't so bad. Witty, charming, handsome, and incredibly strong. She licked her lips, concealing the longing in her eyes. Hua Tong looked at Zhao Yaya with a gaze of utter disappointment. Yaya, how could you have been seduced by this scoundrel as well? During this time, regardless of any conflicts, the group always traveled together. Naturally, the relationships among the women gradually improved. Hearing Hua Tong's accusation, Zhao Yaya lowered her head in embarrassment. Over the past few days, Yuan Chen had constantly found topics to chat with her, having learned many seduction techniques from his past life. And with Shimo Nong occasionally assisting him, Zhao Yaya was bewildered into believing that Yuan Chen was a man worthy of her trust. Then last night, overcome by emotion, she couldn't help herself. Her expression shifted. She handed one of the narcissus fruits Yuan Chen had given her to Hua Tong. Want some? This was a trick she learned from Lu Mingming. Lu Mingming rarely spoke. Whenever someone talked to her, her only response was to share food. But this also helped avoid some awkward questions, playing dumb. Who wants that? Hua Tong turned her head away speaking, yet her hand moved swiftly snatching the fruit away. Then she began munching on it noisily. Delicious. Little stars sparkled in her eyes. Moreover, each time she ate it, her strength noticeably increased. Want more? Marry me, and you can have them every day just like them. As she was munching, Yuan Chen appeared behind her speaking with a smile. Hua Tong snorted coldly. In your dreams. I'm so beautiful, and you don't even look at yourself in the mirror. No sooner had she spoken than a sharp pain shot through her rear. A large footprint instantly appeared on her skirt. Hua Tong felt like crying, but had no tears. She had forgotten that this boy was different from other men he actually struck. With his foot, she needed to watch her mouth. Quickly she scrambled up from the third position. I'm sorry. The entire routine was executed with remarkable familiarity. A large footprint instantly appeared on her skirt. Hua Tong felt like crying, but had no tears. She had forgotten that this boy was different from other men he... Hua Tong muttered maidservant it is. She was a woman of principle, not one to bow for 5 bushels of rice. That night Yuan Chen continued to share a room with Zhao Yaya. Earlier Lu Mingming and Shimo Nong had learned they were pregnant. Once their bellies began to show, Yuan Chen stopped sleeping in the same bed with them. For cultivators, carrying a child was similar to mortals requiring extra care during this special period and was even more dangerous. After finishing her daily lessons, Zhao Yaya fell asleep. Just as Yuan Chen was about to drift off, the sound of bells came from the doorway. He sat up. After all this time, was Hua Tong still thinking of escaping? Observing with his spiritual sense, he saw Hua Tong standing obediently, eyes tightly shut, like a wooden post. With no bed, she had no choice but to stand. If she sat down to rest, or lay down carelessly to sleep, she would truly be no different from a dog. Yuan Chen raised an eyebrow. He could tell at a glance that she was pretending to sleep. But as long as she didn't run, he couldn't be bothered with her. He closed his eyes again. Jingle. The bells rang once more. Yuan Chen frowned. Glancing at the sleeping Zhao Yaya beside him, he got up and walked outside. It seemed she was itching for a beating again. Pushing open the door, Hua Tong looked at him with innocent wide eyes. You. Before Yuan Chen could ask anything, his mouth was sealed by something soft. Hua Tong stood on tiptoe, straining to reach his lips with her small bare feet. Yuan Chen was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood what she was up to. His eyes filled with amusement. Earlier today, she had seemed so defiant. It turned out she was just too shy to show it. The bells behind her jingled incessantly with their movements. Yuan Chen casually waved his hand, storing them in his ring. Then, carrying Hua Tong, he walked straight into an empty room. An inn in the mortal world posed no restrictions. After a night of passion, Yuan Chen bestowed his seed upon Hua Tong, and the two embraced. Last time had been too rushed, leaving no time for the targeted pill. This time he had made up for it. Hee. Now that I'm your wife, you won't dare hit me anymore, right? Hua Tong lay on Yuan Chen's chest, looking up at him with big adorable eyes. Yuan Chen twirled her hair around his finger, playing with it. Hearing this, he couldn't help but find it amusing. He straightened her little head, and they looked into each other's eyes. Hua Tong, with so many wives, don't you want to be my one? Among all my wives, you're the only one who has tasted my fists. Think about how special that makes you. Hearing the first sentence, she expected Yuan Chen to say something to sweet-talk her. But instead, he surprised her with such words. She stared at him wide-eyed. Am I supposed to feel honored? I'm not a masochist, she said irritably. I decline. You can save that uniqueness for Sister Manon. A faint response came from the next room. Hua Tong, speak for yourself, don't drag me into this. Hua Tong's expression stiffened. Had she been listening to their conversation the whole time? What about just now? Yuan Chen saw Hua Tong's dazed expression and felt his heart melt. He kissed her smooth forehead. It's fine. Mingming and Yaya have been seen by her these past days too. Don't mind it. You'll get used to it. Yuan Chen also found it a bit troubling. Perhaps because Shimo Nong had been too bored in the lake before, she often wandered among mortals, developing a habit of eavesdropping. Yuan Chen had noticed it many times. Moreover, Shimo Nong was the most powerful among them. The other wives couldn't even detect her presence. If Shimo Nong hadn't mentioned it herself, no one except Yuan Chen would have known. Of course, Yuan Chen didn't think much of it. After all, they would eventually share a bed together. Led by Shimo Nong, the other women would quickly adapt. However, Yuan Chen did find Shimo Nong's peculiar hobby somewhat strange. Wasn't she simply a female rogue? And a perverted one at that? Without another word, Hua Tong silently pulled the blanket over her face. So it's true what you said last time about being embarrassed by someone watching. Yuan Chen teased her again, recalling their first "I'm asleep" came a muffled groan from under the blanket. The next morning, Zhao Yaya looked curiously at Hua Tong, who was sitting by the table. The ropes on her hands were gone, and the footprint on her rear had vanished. She went over and sat beside Hua Tong. Sister, what's this? Hua Tong placed her hands on her hips, proudly lifting her little head. Who are you calling sister? Who's the sister here? Yaya, from now on you must call me Tong Tong Jia. I arrived before you did. Zhao Yaya was speechless. That's not what you said when you ate my fruit 2 days ago. Back then she had called her Yaya Jia affectionately. Now that she was free, she turned her back on her. Zhao Yaya looked. She ventured a question. Did your husband give you a spiritual pill? Was it delicious? Hua Tong's expression froze. She awkwardly lowered the small hand from her waist. Haha, Sister Yaya, I've always remembered the spiritual medicine you gave me a few days ago. Here, take it back. With that, she took out a peach and offered it to Zhao Yaya. Her hand extended halfway, then she paused, pulled it back, broke the peach in two, and handed over the halves. Haha, Sister Yaya, I've always remembered the spiritual medicine you gave me a few days ago. Here, take it back. With that, she took out a peach. I was just joking. Of course you're still my good sister. Zhao Yaya rolled her eyes, but didn't dwell on it. This was simply Hua Tong's nature. Before long, Yuan Chen and the others also emerged. 2 days later, the group arrived at the city gates of the capital. Yuan Chen stopped Zhao Yaya, who was about to visit her father. Don't rush. Since we're back, let's go see my parents first and get you acquainted with the family. Hearing this, all three women except Lu Mingming felt a bit uneasy. Meeting the in-laws for the first time was inevitable. After reassuring them, Yuan Chen led them directly to the Luo residence. The moment they left the city gates, two women in black robes emerged from a shop near the entrance. Both had their faces veiled with black gauze, which only enhanced their allure in the hazy light. Master, the junior sister has finally arrived. But why is she mingling with others? Mi Tian whispered. Lu Hongyi shook her head, her brow slightly furrowed. We'll check on her tonight. The sect has entrusted this mission to me and that demoness Wang. We can't afford any mistakes. After a brief exchange, the two returned to the shop. Meanwhile, Yuan Chen brought his 4 wives to the grand entrance of the Luo residence. Just as they were about to enter, they encountered Luo Li walking out with several other daughters-in-law, likely heading out for a stroll. They often went out for walks when Yuan Chen was around. Yuan Chen smiled at the sight before him. But at that moment, a surprised voice came from behind. Little liar. Luo Li, delighted to see her son return, turned to look in the direction of the voice. Her face lit up with joy. Senior Shui? At the same time, Yuan Chen slapped Shui Monong's soft bottom. What little liar? Call her mother. Shui Monong was stunned. Luo Li was stunned. After the slap, even Yuan Chen was stunned. Luo Li's voice had sounded at the same time as his, and it was too late to take back his words. After a moment of silence, you two know each other. Luo Li's mouth twitched. She ignored her son and looked at Shui Monong, who reluctantly stepped forward. Senior Shui? This is... Shui Monong wished the ground would swallow her whole. Who would have thought that meeting the parents would involve an old acquaintance, and a junior one at that? No need to be polite. Luo Li shot Yuan Chen an annoyed glare. What kind of mess was this? In her youth, she had once sought guidance from Shui Monong. Though their cultivation systems were different, and she received no effective instruction, Shui Monong had not looked down on her as a lowly cultivator back then. Instead, she shared everything she knew. So there was some kindness owed. Luo Li had planned to visit this senior before leaving to offer some cultivation resources as thanks for the past guidance. She never expected to meet her here today, and as her own daughter-in-law. Yuan Chen paid no heed to Luo Li's. Instead, he walked to the back and hugged each of his wives in turn. Xuelin was also there, holding Yuan Luo as she followed behind the women. He had intended to pretend not to notice and hug her too. But as Yuan Chen approached with open arms, Xuelin sidestepped away. Yuan Chen muttered, I just wanted to hold. Since you're unwilling to share, forget it. He then continued chatting with Luo Sini and the others. Only after his wives had expressed their longing did he turn to Luo Li. Mother, let me introduce you. Shui Monong, Zhao Yaya, Lu Mingming, and Hua Tong. They will all be your daughters-in-law from now on. As Yuan Chen spoke, he walked past each of the 4 women. I figured as much, Luo Li said, somewhat speechless. The 4 stood in a neat row behind Yuan Chen, looking every bit like wives. She smiled and nodded at them. Welcome to the family. Then she turned to Yuan Chen and asked tentatively, children? Yuan Chen nodded proudly. All of them. Luo Li simply nodded and said no more. Her heart was up. In less than a year, how many grandchildren did she already have? She looked at the newly returned women. Your mother is going. Why don't you all come along? It's a good chance to get acquainted with your other sisters. After speaking, she turned to Shui Monong. Senior. Monong, what do you think? Shui Monong was only embarrassed for a moment before composing herself. In 1,000 years, she had seen every kind of mortifying situation. It was just that having it happen to her caught her off guard for a second. Whatever mother says. The word mother came out surprisingly quickly. Without a hint of shyness, Luo Li gave an awkward smile. After confirming that the others had no objections, she led her daughters-in-law out onto the streets in a grand procession. With Luo Li included, the 7 beauties became a stunning sight in the capital. Luo Sini did not join them. Yuan Chen called her back. When he mentioned that Shui Monong and the other 3 were also pregnant, he clearly saw Luo Sini's spirits sink. Combined with Luo Li's constant signaling, he knew what to do. Even if she couldn't conceive now, he should at least give Luo Sini another chance. After his other wives left with Luo Li, Yuan Chen and Luo Sini prepared for the possibility of offspring. By evening, when the others returned, Yuan Chen and Luo Sini emerged from their room. That night, he continued to sleep with Luo Sini. But no sooner had they lain down than Luo Li dragged him out. Mother, what's wrong? Yuan Chen asked in confusion. There might be something going on in your little wife, Hua Tong's room. Luo Li said calmly. Oh, Yuan Chen's eyes lit up. Could her master have come looking for her? After Hua Tong learned she was pregnant, she had told him everything about their purpose. She only asked that Yuan Chen not harm her master and senior sister. Yuan Chen had no interest in the conflict between cultivators and demon cultivators, so he naturally didn't interfere. But now that they were here, wouldn't it be improper for him, as the good son-in-law, not to greet them? Mother, wait outside. Let me go in and take a look. After saying this, he barged in without knocking. Tong, are you getting used to living here? Oh, and who might these two be? He played the part convincingly. The other two in the room were startled. The more mature woman immediately became wary and stepped back slightly, while the taller woman showed surprise. What was going on? Yuan Chen was puzzled. Wariness was normal, but what was with the surprise? Before he could ask, the taller woman's clear voice rang out. Daddy. Hua Tong returned to the room prepared for her by Luo Li and the others. She felt a pang of annoyance. She had only been with Yuan Chen for a few days. She had thought that since all the other women were pregnant, Yuan Chen would be hers alone during this time. Who would have thought there was still a Luo Cine? She sighed helplessly. There was no other way. It was only natural that he would go to her on the first night after being separated for several months. Moreover, as Luo Li's junior, Luo Cine's status among the other women was always different. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile knowingly. This husband of hers was truly amusing. He even slept with his own junior. She liked it. What are you thinking about, frowning one moment and beaming the next? Just as she was lost in her own world, a teasing voice rang out. Hua Tong looked up to see two delicate women standing in the middle of the room, though she hadn't noticed them arrive. Master, senior sister. She was momentarily stunned, then quickly bowed in greeting. Lu Hongyi remained silent, her face cold. Seeing this, Hua Tong cautiously looked at her senior sister. It was Mi Tian who had just teased her. The two had grown up together in the same village, and were later both selected by the demon sect. Over 100 years had passed, and their bond had not weakened due to their surroundings, but instead it had grown even closer. Mi Tian spread her hands, indicating she was powerless. Their master was usually very hard to appease when angry. Hua Tong sighed helplessly. Master, please listen to me. I won't listen. As soon as she spoke, Lu Hongyi covered her ears and shook her head frantically. Hua Tong was speechless. Lu Hongyi was not much older than the two of them. However, Lu Hongyi's parents and elders were powerful, and she had been trained by the demon sect since childhood. The gap in strength was significant. When Lu Hongyi, then in her 20s, descended the mountain for a trial, she encountered two 10-year-old children. Finding them amusing, she brought them back to the sect. But this master was also quite unconventional. She had none of the dignity of a master. She treated them entirely like sisters. When they were out in public and she remained silent, she appeared like a formidable figure. But once the three were alone, she immediately reverted to a childlike demeanor, as if she were the youngest of them all. And Hua Tong and the other girl, out of gratitude for their master's help, always indulged her. In their region, the only way to rise above was to join the demon sect. For both of them to join the demon sect was an incredible stroke of luck. Moreover, if not for Lu Hongyi's care after they entered the sect, they would have died countless times. Even if they hadn't died, they would have been defiled many times over. The demon sect was far more chaotic than the immortal sects. There were few good people. The immortal sects at least had some sense of propriety and shame. Even when they did something, it was mostly done behind the scenes. But the demon sect was different. If they encountered a beautiful girl without a background on the street, they might assault her right there. Such things happened often in the demon sect's territory. Hua Tong helplessly stepped forward and pulled Lu Hongyi to the bedside. Master, please don't be upset. Come sit down first. Lu Hongyi let out a proud snort, then her expression changed, and she sat down with a giggle. She asked with a gossipy tone, Tong, judging by your situation today, have you really become that man's wife? She had spent quite a bit of time following Hua Tong that day. She had clearly seen the intimate gestures between Hua Tong and Yuan Chen. Mi Tian also looked at Hua Tong with curiosity. Tong, did you get envious seeing all those senior brothers and sisters pairing up in the sect, and then you went and got involved with a man as soon as you left? She was promptly rewarded with another punch. Moments later, clutching her reddened nose, she glared at Yuan Chen with blazing eyes. Her hands directly lifted Hua Tong's skirt. Hua Tong slapped her small hand away and asked in dissatisfaction, What are you doing? Mi Tian chuckled. I'm checking if your hymen is still intact. A lewd expression appeared on her face and her hands began to fumble around restlessly again. Lu Hongyi also watched the two with interest. Hua Tong was instantly embarrassed and angry. Stop it. As soon as she said that, the other two stiffened. They often joked like this when the three were together. Hua Tong would also flirt with them in a lecherous tone. But a situation like today had never happened before. Mi Tian dropped her smile and looked at her incredulously. Tong, you didn't. It's only been a few months. Lu Hongyi also stood up, staring at her with a fierce expression. Tong, did he bully you? Your master will stand up for you. They usually played around, but when it came to serious matters, Lu Hongyi was very dependable. Hua Tong slowly shook her head. Master, it's not like that. Then she briefly explained the situation, omitting the part where she had been taken advantage of due to a spell malfunction. She said that after being caught spying, they grew close over time, and she naturally became Yuan Chen's wife. Of course, when she mentioned Yuan Chen kicking her bottom, she couldn't help but look aggrieved. Lu Hongyi shook her fist angrily. This Yuan Chen, is he even a man? Bullying a young girl like that. As soon as she finished, Mi Tian slowly shook her head. But he gives Tong spirit fruits every day. He's so rich. She couldn't help but swallow. Since her good sister was doing this willingly, she naturally wanted to offer her blessings. Lu Hongyi widened her eyes and looked at her in dissatisfaction. He has a bunch of wives. He's so rich. Seeing Mi Tianqian's lack of ambition, Lu Hongyi angrily growled, "Have I ever withheld resources from you in the sect?" Mi Tianqian hesitated. "No, you haven't, but I've only had a low-grade spirit fruit once." Lu Hongyi was choked. She couldn't argue with that. Even she couldn't have several spirit medicines every day. After answering Lu Hongyi's question, Mi Tianqian looked at Hua Tong with stars in her eyes. "Tong Tong, do you remember when we were kids and said we'd marry the same man?" Hua Tong's expression lit up. Given Yuan Chen's nature, he would likely take more wives in the future. One more wouldn't make a difference. If Lu Hongyi could marry him, she would have a companion. She opened her mouth about to say something when the door suddenly opened. Tong Tong. Yuan Chen's figure appeared. Hua Tong hadn't expected him to barge in at this moment. How was she going to explain how her master and the other had entered? As she pondered, the other two reacted differently. Lu Hongyi took a step back. Their identities couldn't be exposed now. If the immortal sects found out, they were done for. She steeled herself. Should she just kill him? But he was Tong Tong's Dao partner. After a moment of surprise, Mi Tianqian's face lit up with joy. Tong Tong's fabulously wealthy husband had arrived. A sharp glint flashed in her eyes. She couldn't miss this opportunity. Besides the abundant resources, she wanted more than anything to stay with Tong Tong forever. She stepped forward without hesitation and called out, "Daddy." She knew all about men's little quirks. Hua Tong, with a headache, pulled her senior sister aside and patiently explained the situation to Yuan Chen. After understanding the situation, Yuan Chen let out a sigh of relief. He was quite frightened. If he wasn't sure that every one of his wives was innocent, he would have turned green with envy. "Senior sister, you are too polite. It's just a small gift on our first meeting. It's not meant as a show of respect." Saying this, he took out a handful of spiritual herbs from his storage ring and placed them into Mi Tianqian's hands. Mi Tianqian happily accepted them. "Thank you, husband." Yuan Chen exclaimed in admiration. He awkwardly glanced at Hua Tong. Since it was like this, he wouldn't stand on ceremony. He had given Mi Tianqian spiritual herbs without her being polite in return. If he were to refuse her, wouldn't that be too distant? Yuan Chen was not someone who lacked etiquette. Tiantian, stop messing around. At this moment, Lu Hongyi had a serious expression. Her aura surged slightly. "Yuan Chen, since Tong Tong has already followed you, I as her master shouldn't say much more. However, we are indeed from the demon clan, and we have matters to attend to during this period. I believe Tong Tong has informed you of the situation, so for the safety of our clan, we can only temporarily seal your memories for a while." After finishing her words, she glared fiercely at Hua Tong. She was most familiar with her disciple's personality. Hua Tong's face turned red as she couldn't help but lower her head. On the contrary, Mi Tianqian seemed hesitant. After thinking for a moment, she stepped forward and tugged at Lu Hongyi's sleeve. "Master Yuan Chen is the husband of your two disciples, so he is considered one of us. You don't need to put on such an act." Seeing her master deliberately putting on airs made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Lu Hongyi shot her an annoyed glance. "Tiantian, what are you doing? Haven't I told you not to interrupt when I'm speaking seriously?" Look, the emotions suddenly went out of sync. While saying this, she stomped her little foot in annoyance. During their conversation, Yuan Chen secretly used his divine sense to take a look at the faces of the two behind the veil. All he could say was wow. They were on par with Hua Tong. Indeed, there was a reason why beautiful women like to play. Lu Hongyi's anger had not yet subsided. She pointed her slender finger at Mi Tianqian's forehead and reproached her. "Also, what do you mean by the husband of two disciples? Did they agree to it? You rushed up to him. Can't you be a little more reserved?" Yuan Chen hurriedly interjected. "Your senior sister is so beautiful, of course I agreed." She shot him a fierce glare. Lu Hongyi placed her hands on her hips. "I didn't ask you. Even so, your memories must be sealed for a while. Our demon clan's plans cannot be leaked." As she spoke, she had already walked towards Yuan Chen. "Master, it's not necessary to go this far." Hua Tong had a distressed expression, quickly standing in front of her master. "Tong Tong, don't meddle. Aren't you the one who caused this trouble?" She shot a dissatisfied glance at Hua Tong. As she did, Hua Tong suddenly found herself unable to move, standing anxiously in place. Lu Hongyi then walked around Hua Tong and stood in front of Yuan Chen. However, Yuan Chen's expression showed no change. "It seems master is determined to make things difficult for me." Lu Hongyi shook her head. "It's not that I want to make things difficult for you, I just have to be responsible for all disciples of the demon sect, so I can only inconvenience you a bit. Don't worry, once the national war is over I will immediately lift your seal." Yuan Chen took a deep breath. Since it was like this, there was nothing more to say. It was impossible for him to surrender willingly. "Mother!" he shouted loudly. Lu Hongyi was directly stunned in place. It was just a matter of sealing for a few days. Was it necessary to be so lowly? How could she be called like that? But she was not Mi Tiantian, so she would not fall for this. "Calling me grandma won't help." As soon as the words fell, a terrifying aura suddenly descended. Lu Hongyi's whole body did not dare to move. Cold sweat streamed down her forehead. She didn't even dare to turn her head. Nonchalantly, she looked at Yuan Chen. It was awkward. "Upon careful consideration, I was indeed moved by the genuine feelings between you and Tong Tong. Then let's forget about the seal." She silently lamented. How could there be such a master in this remote place of the great Yin dynasty? Yuan Chen questioned with confusion. Shouldn't master be responsible for the sect's disciples? Hey. Lu Hongyi shook her head. Since Tong Tong trusts you, then I naturally trust you too. Moreover, one cannot defy destiny. If something were to happen to them, it must be their fate, and no one else can be blamed. Yuan Chen nodded seriously. That makes sense. Luo Li released the control over Hua Tong, smiling gently. She walked up to Yuan Chen. Chainer, how do you think this should be handled? Yuan Chen pondered for a moment. After all, she is Tong Tong's master, so there's no need to make things too difficult for her. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongyi immediately nodded in agreement. She even created a few afterimages. Yes, yes. Her pitiful expression was reminiscent of the Hua Tong. It seemed that Hua Tong's character could not be separated from her master Lu Hongyi. Changing the subject, Yuan Chen continued, but... He paused and looked at Lu Hongyi. He said in a serious tone, but if she comes, pay attention when speaking. Lu Hongyi's expression immediately tightened. She ground her teeth fiercely, staring at the person in front of her. It was initially nothing serious, but with the other party's actions, her entire mindset was now on high alert. Ignoring her, Yuan Chen spoke to Luo Li. Hua Tong hasn't seen her master for several months, so she must miss her a lot. She can stay to accompany Hua Tong for a while. However, her strength is a bit too high, and we cannot let you keep watching her all the time. It just so happens that she just said she wanted to seal me. How about this? Mother, you seal her cultivation for a while, and then release it after she calms down. Looking at Yuan Chen speaking confidently, Luo Li gave him a strange glance. Surely he wasn't plotting something again. No, I have things to do. I want to go out. As long as I don't stay here, I won't have any impact on you. Please don't seal my cultivation. Lu Hongyi immediately said anxiously. Yuan Chen slowly shook his head. But if you go out alone, Tong Tong won't be willing to let you go. Hua Tong hurriedly helped her master escape. I can bear it. No, you can't bear it. Think about it. Outside are cultivators. It's very dangerous for your master to go out. It's safer to stay here with my mother around. It's much safer. After explaining, he turned to Luo Li. Mother, do it. Luo Li naturally listened to her son. She placed her hand on Lu Hongyi's forehead. A white light slowly emerged. Lu Hongyi wanted to cry, but had no tears. Who in the capital could match her cultivation besides you, mother? Staying here is the most dangerous. However, although she was complaining internally, she did not show any resistance. Luo Li's strength was far superior to hers, and the final result would not change. Since she wouldn't be killed, she could only stay obediently for a few days. After resolving the matter, Luo Li left the room directly. Yuan Chen had come after all. Plus, there was Mi Tiantian, who was quite interested in him. That night, Yuan Chen stayed here. After one night, Mi Tiantian also became his woman. After 7 or 8 days, Lu Hongyi happily enjoyed a low-grade spiritual fruit, the dragon crystal plum, savoring it delightfully. The spiritual fruit truly tasted sweet. Even Lu Hongyi had finally succumbed. Watching Lu Hongyi emerge from the room, Hua Tong let out a couple of tinkling laughs. Master, I never expected even you couldn't resist the temptation of the spiritual herbs. Mi Tiantian standing by joined in with hearty laughter. The three of them usually got along like ordinary sisters, so their speech was often a bit impertinent. Popping a spirit fruit into her mouth, Lu Hongyi wore a serious expression. What spirit fruit? Your husband and I are true loves. I believe your husband is a man worthy of my trust. Hua Tong and the other woman's mouths twitched. Why did those two sentences sound so awkward? Also, from now on, we must follow the household rules. Lu Hongyi continued. The household has always been ordered by seniority, and we are no exception. From now on, you call me master, and he'll call you elder sister. We'll address each other on our own terms. Lu Hongyi's face was earnest. The two opposite her were utterly dumbfounded. Although their master had always seemed they now realized they had underestimated her before. While the two were still in a daze, Lu Hongyi had already begun calling out Tong Tongji, Tiantianji. The two were completely stunned. But this frozen tableau was something Yuan Chen could not witness. The national war was to begin in less than a month. Most of the experts who had come to help had already arrived. Thus, the great Yin dynasty specially gathered everyone together. First, to thank them for their assistance. And second, to allow the many experts to get acquainted beforehand, ensuring effective coordination when the war began and preventing friendly fire incidents. Such absurd incidents had indeed occurred in the past. Of course, it was also possible that some parties with existing conflicts used this opportunity to deliberately create friction. To them, the national war was no different from a training ground. But while they might not care, the great Yin dynasty certainly did. Therefore, a gathering was organized before each war. This prevented anyone from using such excuses to disrupt the order of the battle. If such incidents occurred, it would be difficult for figures like Hui Yun to handle, but the sects could always provide an explanation. Every time a sect was requested to oversee the national war, regardless of the victor, half of the acquired national fortune had to be delivered to the sect. A reputation must be established. Third, tasks were assigned to everyone. Basically, the experts who came had only 2 tasks: protect the high-ranking generals from decapitation, or go to the enemy nation to perform decapitation strikes. Yuan Chen and Luo Li headed to the imperial palace together. Although Luo Li could not participate in the national war, all experts who led teams were invited. As for the other one who wanted to join Zhao Yaya, she had returned to Zhao Zhong's side a few days ago. Today she would accompany Zhao Zhong to the gathering. To thank the assembled guests, the royal family had even set up a large square in front of the palace. By the time Yuan Chen and the others arrived, many people were already there. Apart from cultivators, there were also many nobles and aristocrats. Unlike the light-hearted conversations of the cultivators, every noble wore a grave expression. They only forced smiles when chatting with cultivators. The mindsets of the two groups were completely different. Even if the assisting cultivators failed, they would merely be detained by the enemy and sent home after the matter ended. Fatalities were rare, but for the nobles it was different. A defeat would mean not only their own doom, but also that of their entire families, with no one escaping. Yuan Chen understood their feelings. Not in the mood to strike up conversations, he quietly walked to his designated seat. The seating areas were clearly divided. At the very front were the leading experts. Behind them were the reinforcements participating in the national war, and some powerful generals and cultivators of the great Yuan dynasty. The rearmost area was for civil officials, minor military officers, and a few self-arriving folk cultivators. However, these folk cultivators were generally of very low cultivation. Not a single one was above the golden core stage. Outside the square, a large crowd of commoners had gathered, waving at the familiar generals in the square. Their faces brimmed with pride, confident that their nation would be victorious. Luo Li parted from Yuan Chen and walked to the foremost position. Yuan Chen found a corner to sit in, idly nibbling on fruits and pastries from the table. Although mortal food lacked spiritual energy, its flavor was still quite pleasant. Since Zhao Yaya had not yet arrived, Yuan Chen ate his snacks alone while observing the companions around him. By now, nearly 200 reinforcements had arrived. Most were at the early golden core stage. Except, Yuan Chen's gaze fell upon a woman in armor sitting diagonally across. Her hair was tied high and her face was full of heroic spirit. But her cultivation was only at the mid-Shintian stage. Yuan Chen speculated that she must have exceptional talent in commanding armies, which earned her a place in this area. Most were at the early golden core stage. Except, Yuan Chen's gaze fell upon a woman in armor sitting diagonally across. Her hair was tied high and her face. She attracted many men who came to chat her up. Among the 200 people there were 70 or 80 female cultivators, but only 2 could be considered beautiful. One was this female general. The other was also sitting in a corner. This area had 4 corners, and Yuan Chen and these 2 women each occupied one. However, unlike the female general, this woman had no one bothering her. Not because she was less attractive than but because her cultivation level was unreadable. Facing such a mysterious woman, no one dared to approach and risk offending her. Curious, Yuan Chen took a few more glances. He exclaimed in surprise. She was also a hybrid. In his vision, a white fox phantom appeared behind her, shifting freely between human and fox forms. This suggested that one of her parents was human and the other a fox demon. He wrinkled his nose. There was no foul odor indicating she was a fox demon cultivating the righteous path. After a moment's thought, Yuan Chen stood up. He naturally intended to pursue a beautiful woman. The female general had too many people around her, so he would approach her later. Let those men get excited first. Then he would descend from the heavens. Thinking this, he walked over to the white fox woman. Hello there. In the front area, Bai Nian frowned. Her husband was a contemporary of Hui Yun. This nation was built by Hui Yun and her husband together. But her husband was merely a strategist with poor talent in cultivation. He passed away within a mere 100 years, leaving only Bai Ning to her care. Hearing that the great Yuan dynasty was in trouble, and recalling her husband unwilling to see his life's work destroyed, Bai Nian brought her daughter along. Who would have thought that shortly after sitting down, a reckless young man would approach her, just as she was feeling displeased? A pleasant voice came from beside her. Is that young lady your daughter? She is truly beautiful. Tool person had entered the scene. Bai Nian looked at Luo Li with a flattered expression. Their levels of cultivation and status were not on the same tier. He quickly responded, You flatter me, madam. Having arrived not long ago, she was unaware that the young man harassing her daughter was Luo Li's son. She simply believed Luo Li genuinely thought highly of her daughter. For a moment, she dared not be negligent. If someone of such stature took a liking to her daughter and accepted her as a disciple, the future would undoubtedly be bright. She would no longer have to remain a lone demon hiding deep in the mountains. Meanwhile, Yuan Chen had also started a conversation with Bai Ning. Bai Ning did not outright snub him. However, after a few brief exchanges, she fell silent. Yuan Chen was not impatient. There would be plenty of opportunities later. After making his presence known, he returned to his seat. As for the female general, seeing the crowd approach the silent figure, she decided not to court rejection. She sent a voice transmission to Luo Li and waited patiently for the banquet to begin. Shortly after they sat down, Zhao Yaya finally arrived with Zhao Zhong. Yuan Chen was about to stand and greet her, but before he could speak, a furious roar echoed from midair. Zhao Zhong. As the voice fell, a man in black. His face was calm, but anyone could see the rage burning within him. He had been in seclusion at the sect only to emerge and find his son's soul jade shattered. Li Han was consumed by fury. Without a second thought, he rushed straight to the great Yuan dynasty. Upon seeing Zhao Zhong, his rage inexplicably subsided into cold tranquility. He stared coldly at Zhao Zhong. Where's my son? A bitter taste filled Zhao Zhong's mouth. The moment he learned of Li Tian's death, he knew he was in for trouble. Still, he had braced himself and used a transmission talisman to contact Li Han. He had never been able to reach him, never expecting the man to appear here directly. He opened his mouth, unsure how to explain. However, Li Han had no patience to wait. A rope materialized in his hand, snaring Zhao Yaya and yanking her into the air. Yaya! Zhao Zhong roared frantically, turning to Li Han. But Li Han paid him no heed, demanding coldly, "Speak. Where is Tian?" "You already know, so why ask?" "He's dead." It wasn't Zhao Yaya who answered, but a young man. Li Han's face darkened. "Who are you?" Yuan Chen walked slowly to Zhao Zhong's side. "The woman you've seized is my wife. Release her." His tone was utterly flat, yet brooked no defiance. Li Han gritted his teeth, glaring at Yuan Chen. "Was it you who killed Tian?" He looked at the captive Zhao Yaya, hatred blazing in his eyes. Tian had always coveted her. It was understandable that another man might be jealous. "So what if it was he?" Yuan Chen replied. "I must say your son deserved to die for daring to harm this young master's woman. As for you, this young master won't involve you. The fault lies with him alone, not his family. You may leave." Yuan Chen wore a casual expression, as if Li Han were beneath his notice. Li Han's eyes bulged with rage. What an arrogant brat. After killing his son, he still dared to spout such nonsense. "Die." He swung his long whip, hurling Zhao Yaya viciously toward Yuan Chen. "A pair of adulterous dogs. Pay with your lives for my son." "Stop. Oldly, hold on." Several nascent soul cultivators leading the delegation from the sect quickly called out to Li Han. Li Han gave a cold laugh. No one could stop him today, but the young man across from him remained unruffled, even offering him a slight smile. The fury in Li Han's chest surged higher. "You're asking for death." Just as Zhao Yaya was about to crash to the ground, a woman in a white dress appeared. She caught the whip with ease, then gave it a tug, wrenching the rope from Li Han's grasp. Li Han stared at the woman with the arriving experts from Xuandu sect sighed in unison. "We tried to warn you she was formidable, but you wouldn't listen." Yuan Chen caught Zhao Yaya in his arms. He smiled at Li Han. "It's not like only Li Tian can call for backup. We can too, you know." Li Han's heart sank. This was trouble. The great Yin dynasty had always been under Xuandu sect's jurisdiction, allowing its disciples to act with impunity. He had grown accustomed to never holding back on his own turf. He knew all the experts in the sect, but seeing the other disciples' worried expressions and their reluctance to speak, he realized this woman was no ordinary figure. Otherwise, given their nature, they would have immediately sided with him to show outsiders the consequences of offending the sect. "I think there may be some misunderstanding here." Yuan Chen found him amusing. "Dude, you weren't this humble when you were about to hit me just now." But ultimately, Li Han was a small fry, and Yuan Chen didn't want to waste much thought on him. He looked at Li Han and said flatly, "The banquet is about to start. I have no time to banter with you here. Revenge only breeds more revenge, and when will it ever end?" Li Han's heart leaped with hope. Was the other party trying to make peace? A friend had just sent him a voice transmission revealing Yuan Chen's identity. He knew now that revenge was impossible. He only wanted to escape safely. "Thank you, young master. My son brought this upon himself by offending you. He deserved to die." His heart bled, but with the odds against him, he had no choice. "Kill him," Yuan Chen said flatly. At these words, everyone was stunned. Didn't he just say revenge only breeds more revenge? After a moment of hesitation, a cultivator close to Li Han stepped forward to speak to Luo Li. "Madam Luo, Li Han was in the wrong here, but he didn't know the circumstances beforehand. His attack on your son was driven by grief and rage. Xuandu sect was only on par with the Azure Dragon Palace, but their actual combat strength was far inferior. Indeed, Li Tian had harassed Yuan Chen's wife and attempted to assault her, leading to his death. They had no moral ground to stand on. The Dragon clan was notoriously domineering. They were arrogant, even when in the wrong. If Luo Li and her son suffered any grievance here, the clan would not let the matter rest for the sake of their pride." Luo Li glanced at him without a word, then turned a puzzled look to her son. She was also confused. First he spoke of ending revenge, then ordered a killing. What was his intention? Catching her gaze, Yuan Chen nodded. "Kill him. Zhao Zhong would remain in the sect, and having Li Han hold a grudge against him would be a persistent nuisance." He then looked at Zhao Yaya. "Does Li Han have any other sons or brothers?" The crowd was taken aback, finally understanding Yuan Chen's earlier remark about revenge ending. Damn. By wiping out the entire family, the feud would be ended forever. A chill ran down their spines. This Yuan Chen was indeed no good. Fortunately, Zhao Yaya thought for a moment and shook her head. Yuan Chen muttered, "You got off easy." Sensing the danger, Li Han turned to flee. But Luo Li's strength was no bluff. There was no way he could escape. Soon after Li Han was beheaded, the members of Xuandu sect dared not utter a single word. Unprovocable, utterly unprovocable. After the incident subsided, everyone returned to their positions obediently. However, the looks they cast at Yuan Chen had shifted. It was best not to provoke such a ruthless individual. Bai Ning was astonished. It turned out that the man who had just approached her possessed such a background. Even the female, General Yang Jiuer, couldn't help but cast Yuan Chen a few extra glances. Though under the rule of Xuandu sect, she harbored a deep loathing for it. Every year, the stewards of Xuandu sect stationed in the great Yin dynasty defiled many women. She herself had endured numerous harassments. Had it not been for Hui Yun's constant protection, she might have long become a bleached skeleton by the roadside. Seeing Yuan Chen chastise the members of Xian Du sect who cowered like grandsons brought her immense satisfaction. And Bai Nian finally understood why Luo Li had approached her earlier. So Yuan Chen was her son. A flicker passed through her eyes. But, turning to look at Yuan Chen, background good looks. His strength might be a bit lacking, but they were merely beast spirits. If she could truly marry Yuan Chen, it would undoubtedly be the best choice. Due to the technique of concealing breath, everyone perceived Yuan Chen's cultivation as merely at the early golden core stage. Yuan Chen pulled Zhao Yaya to his side, while Zhao Zhong followed the sect members back to their front positions. About another hour passed. The banquet finally began. Luo Sini entered with Luo Tian. Luo Tian sat directly below ancestor Hui Yun, while Luo Sini came to stand beside Yuan Chen. They were all required to participate this time. The experts in Yuan Chen's area numbered around 400. Among them, over half were at the early golden core stage, 50 to 60 at the mid golden core stage, and only 5 to 6 at the late golden core stage. As for those at the peak golden core stage, they were mainly the ancestors of the great Yin dynasty's princely mansions, such as Luo Tian. Since this matter concerned the nation's fate, the great Yin emperor had no say at all. As for those at the peak golden core stage, they were mainly the ancestors of the great Yin dynasty's princely mansions. Each person's task was delivered to them by attendants. Indeed, connections were always essential. At Luo Li's subtle hint, Hui Yun assigned Yuan Chen to protect Yang Jior. And accompanying him was Bai Ning. Good mother, well done. Besides them, Zhao Yaya and Luo Sini were all staying together would allow them to look out for each other. For the sake of her son's romantic pursuits, Luo Li didn't even spare a thought for her own brother. However, given Luo Tian's current strength, an assassination attempt on him would be extremely difficult. Moreover, the great Yin dynasty had only about 1 to 200 generals worth protecting. Assigning 4 to Yang Jior was not excessive. The national war would commence in 20 days. After briefly explaining the rules, Hui Yun dismissed everyone to prepare. They were to gather at this spot 20 days later. Seeing nothing else to attend to, Yuan Chen returned directly to the mansion. Since the national war would not be brief, Yuan Chen spent these days with his wives. Time passed swiftly, and the national war was about to begin. The square beside the imperial palace was already teeming with people. They were the families of the generals. Every general was heading to the border. Perhaps this parting would be their last. Every face was etched with the sorrow of farewell. At the entrance of Luo Mansion, Yuan Chen bid farewell to each of his wives. Luo Li waited patiently nearby. Yuan Chen stepped forward and embraced Yuang. Then he hugged Hui Yin Yin Hua Lingling. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner, until Yuan Chen reached the back and pulled Shui Lin into his arms. Waiting, Luo Li and Yuan Ji nearly spat out their drinks. They stared wide-eyed at the embracing pair. When did this happen? Shui Lin turned her head, avoiding Luo Li's direct gaze. Getting together with her best friend's son. It was truly embarrassing. Yuan Chen, however, remained completely unconcerned. He comforted her, saying, "It's nothing. We are true love. True love conquers all." Yuan Ji silently spat. "True love, my foot." Yuan Chen chuckled, waved to everyone, and departed with. He had stayed at home these past days. Besides bonding with his wives, he used the pretext of visiting his son to see Shui Lin. After a few visits, he actually succeeded, and unsurprisingly, the child was given to Shui Lin. Now Shui Lin no longer had to envy Yuan Chen's other wives for their protruding bellies. Luo Li looked at Shui Lin with a strange expression. "Shui Lin, you really are." Shui Lin gave an embarrassed, "Great. I was worried that if you married someone else, we might rarely see each other. Now it's fine. You know, I once thought of having Yuan Ji marry you, but he didn't agree." Yuan Chen's father wore a dark expression. "Stop. Now that she had become his son's wife, why bring up that old... I know you sisters are close and share everything, but could you spare a thought for others' feelings? Don't you see the other daughters-in-law watching with amusement?" Luo Li let out a couple of laughs. Seeing that Luo Li wasn't angry, Shui Lin breathed a sigh of relief. By the time Yuan Chen arrived at the square with his two wives, nearly all the participants were in position. Yuan Chen took his place behind Yang Jior. Not long after, a bell tolled from the great Yin dynasty's imperial palace. At the sound, a white-robed elder soared into the sky. For visual effect, he enlarged his body to several tens of meters tall. After the bell ceased, the elder glanced downward. Satisfied that everyone's attention was on him, he nodded approvingly. He was Zhu Zhen, the Xian Du sect's overseer in the great Yin dynasty. This war between the two nations would be supervised by him and Ma Ku of the Great Desert Dynasty. Once the sect obtained the national fortune, both of them would receive substantial rewards. After a moment's silence, he slowly spoke. "All unrelated personnel withdraw immediately. Leave the territories of Great Yin and Great Desert. Those above the nascent soul stage, except for Hui Yun and Mo Li, are forbidden to enter during the war. Any violation will be dealt with according to Xian Du sect law." Yuan Chen listened attentively. Even though his mother had explained the rules, hearing them again was still intriguing. Mo Li was the Great Desert Dynasty's ancestor, also at the early nascent soul stage like Hui Yun. However, although they could remain, they were confined to the capital and could not leave. They were akin to the general in a game of only when one side pushed to the opponent's palace could they mobilize. By then the defending side would be nearly beyond. It would be merely a death throes. With a grand formation composed of hundreds of thousands of troops, including Golden Corps experts as formation corps, even an early nascent soul ancestor would find it impossible to turn the tide. After Zhu Jin finished speaking, figures rose into the air from all over the great Yin dynasty. Among them were Yuan Chen's parents and his many wives. Yu Ying and the others were not from the great Yin dynasty and were not qualified to participate. Zhu Jin nodded and led everyone away. A transparent barrier slowly closed in the sky above the two nations, visible to the naked eye. National war. Begin. In a secluded corner of the capital, He Xian watched the grand formation slowly closing in the sky, a shadow of gloom settling over him. The national war had begun. Where in the world had that woman Lu Hongyi gone? And her two disciples as well. There had been no news of them for over a month now. Could they have been discovered and captured? Had their plans been leaked? His expression shifted repeatedly. After a moment of deep thought, he finally spoke in a low voice to the four subordinates below him. Forget about them. Well, proceed. Stick to the original plan. Now that Lu Hongyi is gone, we need to readjust. The three of you will lead a team to the Great Desert Dynasty's Imperial Palace. Mo Yun will accompany me to the Great Yin Dynasty's palace. Remember, be cautious. The four subordinates respectfully accepted the orders. He Xian furrowed his brow, then dismissed them to make their preparations. Meanwhile, at the border of the Great Qin Dynasty adjacent to the Great Desert and Great Yin Dynasties, a group of people slowly emerged. The two leaders were Zhu Jun and Ma Ku, the respective heads of each faction. At some point a palace had appeared there. After landing, Zhu Jun addressed the crowd behind him. Fellow Taoists, please, if you are concerned about the disciples inside, you may watch the real-time broadcast in the main hall. Ma Ku echoed the same words to his own group. As they finished speaking, hundreds or even thousands of tiny insects swarmed out from both their hands. Each insect had peculiarly sharp, elongated, and crimson eyes. Yuan Ji and his wife naturally recognized these strange creatures. They were male and female flies. The pair combined functioned much like a surveillance camera. The male flies could monitor everything, while the female flies could project the information received from the males as phantom images. No doubt two female flies were crouching in the main hall at that moment. Yuan Ji and Luo Li exchanged a glance. They did not go to watch, but instead took their daughters-in-law and randomly chose a few rooms to settle in. The event had just begun, and it was not yet time for battle. Moreover, with Yuan Chen's strength, they had nothing to worry about. The rest of the people sat cross-legged in the main hall, eagerly awaiting the start of the national war. At this moment, Yuan Chen was accompanying Yang Jiu'er to the border between the Great Yin and Great Desert dynasties. Yang Jiu'er was quite capable, commanding a force of 50 to 60,000 soldiers. She was considered one of the notable generals of the Great Yin dynasty. During the march, Yang Jiu'er maintained a stern expression, and Yuan Chen did not disturb her. However, he had grown closer to Baining. Their destination was a place called Wind Gap Valley, a strategically important border pass for the Great Yin dynasty. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack, which made things much easier for Yang Jiu'er. The main threat to guard against was enemy assassination. If Yang Jiu'er were killed, the defenders would be leaderless, making it a simple matter to capture the pass. This was precisely the arrangement that Fire Cloud Ancestor had devised after careful consideration. Although Yang Jiu'er was an excellent commander, her cultivation time had been short, leaving her with relatively low cultivation. She could easily become a breakthrough point for enemy experts. Sending Yuan Chen here meant that any enemy who came would be captured. Wind Gap Valley was as secure as an iron fortress. Upon arrival, Yang Jiu'er began to make tight arrangements. Yuan Chen meanwhile slowly bonded with Baining, accompanied by his two wives. Since the enemy forces had not yet arrived, there was no need for him to stay by Yang Jiu'er's side constantly for protection. When he felt the time was right, Yuan Chen returned to his post. Since he had made a promise, he intended to take it seriously. A few days later, the enemy army appeared outside the city in full force. Yuan Chen took a rough look. He estimated there were over 100,000 men, nearly double Yang Jiu'er's numbers. But that was to be expected. Given the terrain of Wind Gap Valley, attacking with too few troops would be nearly impossible. However, Yuan Chen paid little attention to these details. He did not care much about victory or defeat. His only task was to protect Yang Jiu'er and complete his mission. As he surveyed the enemy camp after they had pitched their tents, a group of people gathered together. Inside the main tent, over a dozen people sat around a table. But the one seated at the head was not the commanding general, but a confident young man. Judging by his attire, he was undoubtedly a disciple of the profound Xian sect. At that moment, there was no discussion of siege tactics in the tent. Only a few young disciples were idly chatting and laughing. General Fu Jun frowned, but ultimately said nothing. He had voiced his dissatisfaction many times on the way, but it had earned him nothing but disdain. Fortunately, no matter how much these people boasted, they never interfered with his command of the army. With that thought, he could only sit silently in the back as if nothing was wrong. Now, aside from him, everyone in the tent was a profound Xian sect disciple, leaving him with no say. All right, enough noise. Let's discuss how to assassinate the enemy general. The disciple seated at the head spoke slowly, and several others immediately chimed in agreement. Senior Brother Qian, what's there to discuss? With our strength, we can just go over and kill him. Yeah, I wonder which junior brother or sister is on the other side. We'll have to go easy on them, huh? After speaking, the group burst into laughter. Qian couldn't help but purse his lips, quite pleased with his junior brother's flattery. A rough estimate put the ratio of disciples assigned to each side at 2 to 8. The Great Yin dynasty was the 2. Just under Qian's command, there were but old impressions lingered, and everyone believed that the Great Yin dynasty would surely lose this war. Therefore, when the sect disciples chose sides, the vast majority opted for the Great Desert dynasty. A rough estimate put the ratio of disciples assigned to each side at 2 to 8. The Great Yin dynasty was the 2. Just under Qian's command, there were over a dozen junior brothers and sisters. It was a luxurious lineup that the other side could not possibly match. He calmly took a sip of fine wine. The taste of mortal wine was not bad. Junior brother Li and junior brother Zhou infiltrate first and observe. Report back if anything happens. After a moment's thought, Qian casually ordered. He was the team leader. Even if the two of them made a contribution, he would still get his share. Let them test the waters first. Who knew? The other side might be outsiders. One had to admit those ragtag outside forces did have some experts. At least there were quite a few latest-stage golden core cultivators on their side. They were only slightly inferior to him. Yes. The two men accepted the mission with delight. Wasn't this free military merit? The other disciples looked at them with envy. But since it was Qian's decision, they dared not object. After a brief discussion, Li Yang and Zhuo infiltrated Wind Gap City, where Yuan Chen was that very night. In the dead of night, Yuan Chen opened his eyes. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. A scroll appeared in his hand. He wondered if he would have a chance to take a few people in this time. The scroll slowly unfurled. On its back were 3 large characters: the investiture of the gods. When Yuan Chen accepted Shui Monong, he had already pondered her predicament. Shui Monong's power was built upon the faith of the common people. The people were her foundation. Once she left the Dian Empire for too long, her strength might regress. Of course, after reaching the nascent soul stage, this limitation would automatically vanish. Of faith would only enhance her, and its absence would no longer cause harm. But for now, Shui Monong was only at the mid-nascent soul stage, still far from the soul separation stage. And Yuan Chen would leave once the national war ended. He was also uneasy about leaving Luo Li and her child behind. Then the rules of the national war came to mind. Wasn't this similar to the investiture of the gods? With this thought, inspiration struck. He found a way to solve Luo Li's cultivation problem. He went to his father Yuan Ji and had him forge a simple investiture scroll. Yuan Ji had learned artifact refinement in the past, and while his skill was mediocre, forging a mid-grade spiritual artifact was no problem. Most importantly, he had plenty of treasures. He used many materials sufficient for a top-grade spiritual artifact just to create this item. But since Yuan Chen needed it, Yuan Ji didn't ask any questions. Once Yuan Ji finished, Yuan Chen had Shui Monong perform a blood ritual to claim it. Now that the national war had begun, he could collect the souls of these people. Like the investiture scroll, these cultivators would be made to benefit the people. The faith power they harvested would all be absorbed by Shui Monong. But he had to be careful when killing. Souls were fragile. A single mistake could cause them to dissipate instantly. Moreover, Yuan Chen couldn't kill indiscriminately. The enemies were mostly disciples of the Xuandu sect. Although the national war was a life-and-death struggle, the Xuandu sect had long established unwritten rules. Fight with restraint. Yuan Chen couldn't break this easily. It seemed he'd need an excuse to kill. Thinking this, he had already spotted 2 people sneaking toward him. Yuan Chen's true strength far surpassed theirs. He approached them from behind without them noticing. Senior brothers, well, I only sense the auras of 2 early-stage golden core cultivators. What about you? Same here, and one of them seems to be junior sister Yaya. Hey senior brother, see that woman? She looks like a mortal, and she's beautiful. How about? That female general isn't bad either. Look at her figure, she must be quite something. 2 early-stage golden core cultivators, easy to control. I think we can have our fun before killing them. Not bad, not bad. Hey, where did that early-stage golden core man go? Listening to their conversation, Yuan Chen's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected them to hand him an excuse. He glanced at the few small insects fluttering nearby. His expression hardened. Furious, he glared at the 2 men. How dare you? The 2 turned in shock. When had he gotten behind them? But before they could think further, Yuan Chen charged. You dare covet my women. You're asking for death. The 2 dared not be careless, drawing their treasures to engage Yuan Chen. But the best they had were top-grade treasures. Yuan Chen casually pulled out a low-grade spiritual artifact. A dazzling array of treasures flashed before their eyes. He didn't reveal his true strength. He merely used the spiritual artifact to suppress them, channeling his fury for the watching cultivators to see. The more he fought, the angrier he grew. The 2 cultivators began to buckle under the artifact's pressure. Fellow Taoist, we concede. Let's talk this out. Seeing Yuan Chen's relentless pursuit, they grew anxious. Too late. You dared disrespect my women. Yuan Chen showed no mercy, unleashing several fierce attacks. Moments later, both were beheaded. Holding their heads, Yuan Chen stood drenched in blood. He casually stepped before the small insects. Trash like this dares to spy on my women and utter such vile words. He hurled the heads to the ground and declared loudly, insult me if you must, but insult my women. Never. In battle, victory and defeat are normal. But if anyone else disrespects my women, don't blame me for being ruthless. The cultivators watching through the fly shared bewildered glances. The sect disciples' discontent over their fallen comrades dissipated. They couldn't fathom why Yuan Chen was so furious. Was he truly a devoted husband? As the saying goes, every dragon has its reverse scale. Could women be Yuan Chen's reverse scale? If so, they could only pray that their disciples wouldn't speak carelessly. For fairness, they couldn't even send messages to the disciples inside. There was no way to warn them. Meanwhile, after his speech, Yuan Chen landed slowly. This excuse was very effective. Given the Xuandu sect disciples' long history of lording over mortals, their sense of superiority was overwhelming. As long as they said one more word, Yuan Chen could seize on it. Even a complaint would suffice. He believed he'd soon gather enough gods. Coming back to himself, he turned his palm. The investiture scroll appeared. He subtly absorbed the souls into it. During the fight, he had been careful not to let them dissipate. After handling everything, Yang Jior arrived with her people. They had been there for a while, but had waited on Yuan Chen's telepathic instruction not to intervene. Now that it was over, Yang Jior stepped forward to thank him. Thank you, young Master Yuan. This was their first conversation. Yuan Chen waved his hand. No need for thanks. I came with a mission anyway. Yang Jior nodded and said. A few days later, Qian finally realized something. The two junior brothers he had sent out hadn't returned. Puzzled, he called the others before him. Upon inquiry, he learned that the two had never returned since leaving that night. Could something have happened? Qian. By then the armies had begun clashing. Leaving two people to symbolically protect the general here, Qian led the remaining junior brothers and sisters to Funko City. If so, they would just push through. In truth, there was no need to leave anyone here. He didn't believe the enemy had the manpower to assassinate generals. The group of 13 didn't hide their auras. They strode openly into the city, heading toward the city lord's mansion. As long as they weren't surrounded by the army, escaping would be easy for a dozen of them. When they reached the outskirts of the general's mansion, they observed the situation inside. Naturally, they spotted the beautiful Luosini. A few of them couldn't help but grin. Just as they were about to speak, Qian said slowly, someone's coming. They sensed it. An early-stage golden core cultivator flying toward them. It wasn't from the Xuandu sect. The group exchanged glances and chuckled. Tonight was going to be fun. Sensing Yuan Chen's approach, the crowd halted their steps, chatting and laughing as they awaited his arrival. Before long, Yuan Chen appeared before them. Yet to their bewilderment, Yuan Chen stood at a distance, his expression vacant, silent, merely gazing at them without uttering. Qian and his group were utterly dumbfounded. What was going on? The crowd fell silent, locking eyes with Yuan Chen, curious about his antics. Thus tens of seconds passed unnoticed. Finally, someone could bear it no longer. Hey, what are you up to? Are you surrendering outright, or do you fancy a little sparring? As he spoke, a smirk played on his lips. But Yuan Chen remained mute, as if deaf. The speaker's brow furrowed in irritation. Are you unwell? He blurted out. Are you deaf? Another chimed in. Haha, I reckon he's gone daft. Playing tricks. Maybe he's terrified by our numbers, a coward. Yuan Chen finally responded, but his words left everyone utterly baffled. You insulted me. The crowd. Is his mind addled? I think so. So what if I did? He'll even hit you. After a moment of stunned silence, the group burst into laughter. Yuan Chen fixed his gaze on them, earnest. I detest being cursed. Are you seeking death? A long sword materialized in his hand. The audience on the other side of the screen. Didn't you say before that insults to you were tolerable, but not to your woman? Now it's suddenly about hating being cursed. Are you just looking for an excuse? Haha, seeking death. Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? You're not a disciple of our Xiandu sect. That little lady inside is quite charming. If you offer her to us, we might go. Senior brother, why waste words? Break his limbs first for daring to act tough on our turf. Xiandu waved a hand dismissively. Go on, subdue him, then bring out the girls inside. Leave junior sister Yiyo out of this. Even knowing the elders were watching, he showed no restraint. Such was the ethos of Xiandu sect. Mortal women were of no consequence. Yuan Chen felt a surge of delight. 5 or 6 had already hurled insults at him, or Luosini. During the battle, any further curses would count as well. This time he intended to claim them all into the investiture of the gods, leaving Xiandu sect with no grounds for complaint. He bellowed in fury, enough. Haha, angry are you? But what can you do? The group laughed again. Yuan Chen could hold back no longer. He charged at them with his sword. Qian sneered. A mere golden core initial stage dared to be so reckless. Truly ignorant of the heavens and earth. Just as he dismissed the threat, several more weapons appeared beside Yuan Chen. A spear, a golden bell, a giant axe. Qian's smile faded. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. From their aura, they were all low-grade spiritual artifacts. Then his expression shifted. Stop. Possessing such treasures, this man could not be ordinary. Cold sweat streamed down his face. Even the core disciples of their sect could not boast such equipment at the golden core stage. The man's identity must be extraordinary. Yuan Chen snorted coldly. I have but one taboo in life: no one may harm my woman. And you? It's a misunderstanding. Qian waved his hands frantically, but Yuan Chen ignored his blather, advancing with his arsenal. Qian could only steel himself and engage. Fortunately, his opponent was only at the Golden Core initial stage. He would defeat him first, then apologize. Brat, you're quite arrogant. Let's see how hard your head is. Kill him. The others, oblivious to the danger, shouted recklessly. Qiandu wanted to rebuke them, but Yuan Chen had already clashed with the group. Qiandu dared not delay rushing forward. Yet the moment they fought, he froze. Yuan Chen's combat prowess far exceeded his expectations. He was a Golden Core latest-stage cultivator, yet even with his junior disciples they could barely suppress Yuan Chen. He tried to explain further. But Yuan Chen's eyes were bloodshot, as if consumed by rage, deaf to his words. As Yuan Chen fended off the crowd, he pondered his next move. After some thought, he decided to resolve it through dragon transformation, keeping his true strength hidden. Then casting a deep glance at the group, he continued his act with a cry, "You go too far, Qiandu." He was bewildered. Wasn't it just a few curses? Was his temper so fierce? But before he could say more, a dragon's roar echoed. In the midst of the crowd, Yuan Chen transformed into a colossal Azure Dragon, tens of meters long. Its cyan scales shimmered with dazzling light. As its tail swept, a gentle breeze stirred. Everyone stood rooted to the spot, stunned. Qiandu's limbs turned icy. So that was it, a dragon. Everything made sense now. At the same time, he felt like crying. Why would a divine beast venture to this remote corner? And if it came, why was it in the enemy camp? And if in the enemy camp, why was its temper so fierce? This was a disaster. Kill, kill, kill. Yuan Chen seemed to lose consciousness, his fierce gaze sweeping over the crowd. Elsewhere, Luo Li and Yuan Ji watched the scene from a corner. Yuan Ji transmitted his concern. Chainer's state seems off. Is a woman truly his reverse scale? When a dragon's reverse scale was touched, their consciousness blurred, but their power surged. Luo Li rolled her eyes. Can't you tell your son is faking it? Yuan Ji was taken aback. Why pretend? Remember the investiture of the gods. Yuan Ji's eyes lit up with understanding. Though dragons were mighty, the world teemed with races. If they grew too arrogant, uniting against them would bring no. By having Chainer put reason on his side first, they would have no retort. He nodded, saying no more. Meanwhile, Yuan Chen had begun his slaughter. The Xiandu sect disciples who had resisted moments before were torn asunder. When only a few remained, Yuan Chen regained his composure. 3 survivors remained. 2 men and a woman, all at the peak of the Hotian realm, a step away from Golden Core. They had stood afar, never joining the fray, so Yuan Chen could not casually slay them. Gazing at the trembling trio, Yuan Chen sighed and approached, whispering, "Why didn't you curse me?" The 3, could they admit they lacked the strength even to join the battle? Wisely they kept silent. Gathering the souls, Yuan Chen shook his head and headed back. "You're all young. Next time, even if you can't win, at least be a little more arrogant." Since they hadn't even reached Golden Core, he would spare them. Yang Jiu'er and the others had already been waiting in place. When they saw Yuan Chen transform into a dragon, both Yang Jiu'er and Bai Ning couldn't help but widen their eyes. They had never imagined that a true dragon could be so majestic. They had never seen one before, and moreover its combat prowess was utterly overwhelming. As expected of a divine beast, even a Golden Core stage expert was no match. When Yuan Chen approached, they had yet to snap out of their daze. "What's the matter?" Stunned, Yuan Chen asked with a smile as he drew near. Yang Jiu'er took a deep breath, her gaze toward Yuan Chen shifting. "Young Master Yuan is indeed formidable. But just now, your state." Yuan Chen casually stowed his spiritual artifact and spoke nonchalantly. "Oh, that. Have you heard the saying, a dragon has its reverse scale, touch it, and death follows? The reverse scale doesn't refer to a specific scale on our draconic bodies. It's a special state triggered when a certain aspect is provoked. My reverse scale is my wives. Those fools were unlucky to have such foul mouths. Of course, not every dragon has one, it depends on fate." "I see." Hearing Yuan Chen speak with such conviction, Yang Jiu'er couldn't help but nod. "What? Thinking of becoming my woman? If you become mine, no one can bully you." Holding Luo Xinyi's hand, he walked toward the general's mansion, while glancing back at Yang Jiu'er, his eyes brimming with amusement. Yang Jiu'er looked at Luo Xinyi. The latter showed no reaction at all. Bai Ning, following behind, couldn't help but tilt her head, then turned to Yang Jiu'er with keen interest. These days, Yang Jiu'er was usually cold and aloof toward everyone. She wondered how she would react to this remark. But when she looked over, she was startled. Yang Jiu'er was actually deep in thought. That was something she had never expected. Dozens of seconds later, just as Yuan Chen assumed she wouldn't answer and was about to return to his room, a cool voice came from behind. "All right." Yuan Chen halted mid-step. Even Bai Ning was astonished, and he himself was somewhat incredulous. They had barely interacted, and he hadn't thought he would succeed. He had merely made a casual joke moments ago, never expecting an immediate acceptance. He looked at her with some confusion. "Are you serious?" Yang Jiu'er nodded earnestly. "But..." Yuan Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "That's more like it." Yang Jiu'er fixed her eyes on his. She had 9 siblings in total. She was the youngest, and all those above her were brothers. Tragically, after their father fell in battle, her 8 elder brothers also lost their lives on the frontier. Now only she remained of the entire Yang family. Since there were no men left in the Yang clan, she would have to shoulder that burden. She would show everyone that the Yang family had not been brought to its knees. Moreover, she was determined to avenge her father and brothers. This national war was the perfect opportunity. If she could annihilate the Desert Dynasty entirely, she would have fulfilled her duty to her kin. Yet she knew that given the current strength of the Great Yin Dynasty, achieving victory seemed a distant hope. Their forces had already been fairly balanced. But from the battle reports arriving from other border garrisons, the disparity in numbers of cultivators between the Desert Dynasty and the Great Yin Dynasty was simply overwhelming. This was evident even from the comparison of cultivators on her front. Many generals had already been slain. If not for such a powerful ally as Yuan Chen, she would have perished countless times by now. I hope the Great Yin Dynasty can achieve victory. Having spoken, Yang Jiu'er stared intently into Yuan Chen's eyes. She knew this was a difficult request and had braced herself for rejection. No problem, Yuan Chen said confidently. Yang Jiu'er remained silent. He knew she might not believe him. Releasing Luo Xini's hand, he approached Yang Jiu'er and whispered a few words into her ear. After a moment she nodded. Yuan Chen said nothing more. Wasn't the enemy adept at assassination? He would use the same tactic. To him, the enemy generals were now as easy to reach as items within grasp. With his power, killing a mortal was effortless. Once the enemy was leaderless, Yang Jiu'er could shift from defense to offense. She would scatter the enemy forces outside. After that, Yuan Chen would take her to various locations to assassinate generals, just as the enemy did. That was why she agreed. She had witnessed Yuan Chen's strength clearly, surely no one could stop him. In that case, I want to accompany you tonight. Luo Xini glanced at them and spoke softly. Yuan Chen nodded. Just then they entered the general's mansion, and he directly led Yang Jiu'er to her room. Yang Jiu'er did not refuse. Inside the room, she sat upright in a chair, and they chatted idly. When he felt the time was right, Yuan Chen rose and walked to the bedside. He waved his hand at the spy fly on the window, as if shooing a dog. Shoo shoo. Meanwhile, in the hall on the other side of the screen, Zhu Zhan and the others exchanged glances, their faces dark. After a moment of silence, they cautiously glanced toward Luo Li and her husband's room, and said helplessly, "From now on, don't send the spy fly to follow Yuan Chen." The disciples nodded obediently. After driving away the spy fly, Yuan Chen approached Yang Jiu'er and also used the conception pill. By the time Yang Jiu'er showed signs of pregnancy, the war would likely be over. It wouldn't cause any issues. After finishing his business, Yuan Chen flew directly to the enemy camp. He captured several key enemy generals and brought them before Yang Jiu'er. The next day, she launched a counteroffensive, but with over 100,000 troops engaged. It couldn't be resolved quickly. So in the following days, Yuan Chen remained patiently in the general's mansion. He also took Bai Ning into his chambers. When Bai Ning also became pregnant, his entire body began to emit a radiant white light, more precisely a silver light. Ignoring Bai Ning's astonished expression, he focused his mind and entered the system. The race category within had changed. Race mid-grade divine beast Silver Dragon 401000. Moreover, Yuan Chen discovered his Azure Dragon bloodline had not vanished. Like a snake shedding its skin, the Azure Dragon's husk floated serenely at the system's core. He could freely switch between the Azure Dragon and the Silver Dragon. His eyes lit up. Wasn't this the perfect disguise? Out in the world, since transformation was easy, people identified others by their aura. With his two forms, Azure Dragon and Silver Dragon, their auras were completely different. What does the Silver Dragon's kill have to do with me, the Azure Dragon? Withdrawing his mind, he found Bai Ning staring at him unblinkingly. Husband, what was that? At the height of passion, Yuan Chen had suddenly leaped to the ground. Then his entire body emitted a white glow. This move had utterly bewildered her. Taking medicine was one thing, but was this adding a little game to spice things up? Then his entire body emitted a white glow. This move had utterly bewildered her. Taking medicine was one thing, but was this adding a little game to spice things up? Consider it an apology for just now. The next evening, he summoned Luo Xini to his room. Now that his bloodline had been, he still had plenty of the stimulating targeted pills on hand. It was better to try again. If it still didn't work, he would have to wait until he advanced to a high-grade divine beast. Husband. Luo Xini came to Yuan Chen's side crestfallen, watching the other women around her all bearing Yuan Chen's children and conceiving in just a few days. Only she remained without any progress. The bitterness in her heart was palpable. Yuan Chen stepped forward and pulled her close. All right, I know you're feeling down. Let's try again tonight. Luo Xini nodded. Her heart did not feel much lighter. Among all the women, she spent the most time with Yuan Chen. But things remained as they always were. Fortunately, Yuan Chen didn't say much more, which made her feel a little better. Yuan Chen said nothing more. He himself wasn't sure if it would succeed. After a night of diligent effort, Yuan Chen held her body. Xini, congratulations. Luo Xini was stunned. Then she looked into Yuan Chen's eyes with excitement. Husband, could it be? Her body tensed, afraid he was joking with her. Yuan Chen nodded. Luo Xini indeed possessed a special constitution. Only after his bloodline had caught up did she gain the qualification to conceive. And even then it took over a dozen attempts to succeed. This meant the child Luo Xini would bear would naturally be more exceptional than those of the other women. The feedback Yuan Chen and Luo Xini would receive would also be greater. Luo Xini's eyes widened. She sat up. Her voice trembling, she said, Husband, don't you deceive me. Yuan Chen smiled at her. How could I deceive you? Moreover, our child will be at least a mid-grade divine beast after birth, possibly even higher. Luo Xin's talent was astonishingly high. It was only after he became a mid-grade divine beast and used the targeted pills that he barely managed to get her pregnant. A talent too low would have been impossible. The children of the other women would at most be low-grade divine beasts. At that time, he hadn't yet advanced. The child's grade had a very small chance of surpassing him. Previously, Yi Lingling's child Yuan Luo became a high-grade divine beast only because of the items used. Wonderful. Luo Xin was so moved, tears nearly fell. Yuan Chen comforted her for a long time before she calmed down. Yang Jior had spent over 10 days clearing out the miscellaneous enemy soldiers outside. Some fled, some were captured. Then Yang Jior directly led her troops to advance several hundred kilometers. The Great Yin dynasty had 5 armies in total. Yang Jior's force was positioned at the very edge. From an aerial view, the 5 armies looked just like a hand. The other 4 were all suppressed within the borders of the Great Yin dynasty. Yang Jior's army, like a proud little finger, thrust forward. A contemptuous gesture was thus formed. Feeling that pushing further might risk being surrounded and annihilated, they stopped at a city. After handing over the task of securing the city to a few deputy generals, Yang Jior and Yuan Chen began to head to the other armies to carry out assassinations. Luo Xin and the others also followed. There were still many cultivators on the enemy's side. Yuan Chen was uneasy about leaving them behind. Since the battle between both sides wouldn't end anytime soon, Yuan Chen was in no hurry with his 4 wives. Over 10 days later, Yuan Chen and his group finally meandered to the next garrison. If not for Yang Jior's constant urging, they might have delayed even longer. The sect disciples here were much the same as those at Funko Valley. The main general had over a dozen guards, and some deputy generals each had 3 to 5 protectors. The Damo dynasty was truly lavish. The protection around a minor deputy general was on par with that of an important Great Yin general. Yang Jior, having only Yuan Chen and his 4 wives as guards, was already considered strong. One could imagine the situation for other generals. No wonder they dared to assassinate and then die. They simply couldn't withstand it. However, for Yuan Chen, numbers were meaningless. He just pushed through. He stuck to his rules. Upon meeting, he wouldn't say a word. Whoever insulted him, he struck. If women were involved, he had an excuse to kill them and seal them in the Fengshen Bang to work for him forever. After spending several nights tracking down and dealing with the generals in this area, the group set off for the next location. Yang Jior quickly relayed the news here to the nearby Great Yin generals. Take advantage of the chaos before a new leader could be chosen to scatter them. As for how intense the fighting would become, Yuan Chen couldn't be bothered. While Yuan Chen was traveling in the palace beyond the border between the 2 countries, Yuang had also begun labor. Luo Li hurriedly sent people from the Xian Du sect to find a suitable midwife. Although Zhu Zhen and the others were displeased with Yuan Chen for killing so many of their disciples, they dared not refuse Luo Li's request. Reluctantly, they summoned a specialized cultivator midwife from the sect. A cultivator midwife was different from a mortal one. They needed to know how to prevent the loss of the mother's essence at the most critical moment, minimizing the harm to the pregnant woman during childbirth. After the midwife arrived, Luo Li led her into Yu Ying's room. Half an hour later, Luo Li emerged holding a strange infant lost in thought. She didn't understand. Why was Chainer's child so different? The baby was a little rabbit, minimizing the harm to the pregnant woman during childbirth. After the midwife arrived, Luo Li led her into Yu Ying. When it grew up, it would likely develop Azure Dragon scales. A rabbit born wearing armor. Wait, you stay here for now. Snapping back to reality from observing the infant and seeing the midwife trying to leave, Luo Li immediately spoke. The midwife's heart jumped and her legs uncontrollably went weak. She inwardly groaned. Was she going to be done in here? But giving birth to such a strange child was really not her fault. She was just a midwife. Before she could beg for mercy, Luo Li spoke again. There are more over there. The midwife followed Luo Li's gaze. Hui Yanyan and the others were also waiting by the door. They were all sporting large bellies. It seemed their deliveries were only a month or 2 away. The midwife secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she wasn't going to be killed out of dissatisfaction with the child's appearance, it was fine. With a soft chime, Yuan Chen halted in his tracks on the way to the next destination. What happened? Yang Jior asked with a serious expression, thinking they might have encountered an ambush. Yuan Chen shook his head, opting not to elaborate. Wait a moment. His divine sense then entered the system. He received the news as soon as Yuan gave birth. Ding, the host's offspring has been born, and the system will grant corresponding rewards based on the child's talent. Ding, it has been determined that the host's offspring is of low-grade divine beast level. Please collect the following rewards. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Azure Dragon Bloodline 90. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill 3 days Unsealed Blade. 3 days Unsealed Blade active skill. After use, it allows for brief charging within 3 days, unleashing a powerful force after 72 hours with a 100% probability of conception. Note this skill has a significant recoil. Please prepare adequately, host. Goodness, Yuan Chen couldn't help but even if he is a divine beast, could he not wear himself out? Even divine beasts experience this as a drain on their essence. It is entirely possible to be completely drained and perish in bed. He silently complained. This reward cannot be compared to that of a high-grade divine beast. They are simply not in the same league. The two methods can be seen as two archers. The targeting pill is akin to calibrating an archer who cannot. In contrast, the 3 days unsealed blade is similar to giving a perfectly accurate archer more power, ensuring that the arrow can reach the target with sufficient force. However, the second method has a drawback, which is that the force can be difficult to manage. It is very likely that the bow could snap. He twitched his lips. He continued to look down. His eyes lit up. It turns out this was a complimentary appearance. Then there should be no major issues. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. Passive skill patch up. When the host's essence experiences depletion, the body will automatically initiate repairs. Yuan Chen sighed with relief. That's all right. However, he was still somewhat dissatisfied. The 3 days unsealed blade still has some flaws. If only 3 times under the sun could ensure a successful conception, how wonderful that would be. At least now he doesn't have to worry about his body collapsing. But 3 days. He should still feel tired, right? And apart from this reward, there was nothing else. Compared to the rewards of a high-grade divine beast, this was a considerable difference. His gaze shifted to the corner of the system. At this moment, 2 cards were floating in the air. One card displayed an image of Yuan Luo. Yuan Chen had seen it before, so he turned to look at the other card. It depicted a small rabbit adorned with azure patterns. Yuan Chen was momentarily taken aback. However, he wasn't surprised by the absence of human traits in the infant. He had already fully transformed into the Azure Dragon bloodline, making the lack of human characteristics quite normal. He gently extended his left hand. A pull of attraction manifested, and the card instantly appeared in his palm. Name Yuan Hua. Level low-grade divine beast. Breed unknown. Cultivation early golden core. Skills none. Undoubtedly the breed remains unknown. Yuan Chen sighed with a hint of resignation. Such a peculiar situation. Yet he was still very pleased to have obtained a special skill. He still had over 30 left. Better to save them for now. Who knows, the system might not reward this again, and he may need them in special situations. He still had over 30 left. Better to save them for now. Who knows, the system might not reward this again, and he may need them in special situations. Yuan Chen regained his focus. Let's go. Husband, did something happen? You seem quite happy, Zhao Yaya asked with a smile upon seeing Yuan Chen's expression. It turned out that when he received the reward earlier, Yuan Chen couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth lift slightly. Of course he was happy. With these 2 skills, he would undoubtedly be the strongest man in the world. In some aspects, many in their clan had become increasingly short-lived due to excessive indulgence. A grand divine beast dragon clan had become as fierce as a tiger man. It was somewhat tragic. But even so, it did not deter their desire to engage with women. While they might receive disdain in return, they still enjoyed 3 seconds of happiness, didn't they? Yuan Chen no longer needed to worry about such matters. With a smile he said, Ying Ying has given birth. The 4 women also exclaimed in surprise. Luo Sini couldn't help but touch her own belly. She too was now currently the outside world and the inside were completely isolated by formations. Even Luo Li couldn't currently the outside world and the inside were completely isolated by formations. Even Luo Li couldn't transmit news in here. Yuan Chen looked at her and said, I felt a pulsive connection in the bloodline. Oh, I had a similar feeling when Yuan Luo was born. Oh, I see. Zhao Yaya nodded. It seemed there were indeed people with such abilities. Since it was Yuan Chen who said it, she did not doubt. After chatting for a while, everyone discussed when they would give birth while making their way to the next town. By the time Yuan Chen and the others resolved the last branch of cultivators, 2 months had already passed. In the palace of the Desert Empire, Mo Li gazed silently at the hundreds of Xiandu sect disciples below. His lips trembled. You all are the elite of Xiandu sect. How can it be that over 100 of you are huddled here? Are you truly afraid to step outside because of a mere early golden core kid? Isn't it shameful? He couldn't believe that several hundred people couldn't subdue just one. 2 months prior, when news of victories from the border had begun to trickle in, these people had been strutting about. Just the women alone, he had contributed over 1,000. It was simply to please these individuals to ensure they would better assist him in pushing the tower. Yet who would have thought that within just a few dozen days the situation would reverse, and they would be attacked by the enemy. However, even though his inner fury was about to ignite, he dared not speak harshly to these elites. He could not afford to offend them. Everyone, the front line is truly on the brink. I hope you can extend your assistance. Mo Li pleaded humbly, but the crowd below acted as if they hadn't heard. They ate and drank as usual. Many of them had narrowly escaped from Yuan Chen's grasp. As long as they could wait for the national war to end and return safely to their sect, that would be enough. After waiting for over 10 minutes with no response, Mo Li angrily cursed them as useless. As long as they could wait for the national war to end and return safely to their sect, that would be enough. After waiting for over 10 minutes with no response, Mo Li angrily cursed them as useless. He then weakly sat back on the dragon chair. He could only leave it to fate. Meanwhile, in the hall where Yuan Ji, Hua Lingling, and Hua Yanyan began their labor, and on the same day, one after the other, they held hands as they gave. Yuan Chen entered the system and checked the rewards that had arrived. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward, 99 years of cultivation. Congratulations, host, for receiving the secret manual turning stone to silver. Enemies struck by the host will gradually stiffen and after a certain time transform into a silver statue. Yuan Chen clicked his tongue twice. This must be a skill specially equipped after becoming a silver dragon, now falling into his hands. Congratulations, host, for receiving the passive skill, Ethereal Body. Constantly exudes a unique charm attracting attention and gaining a 20 boost in favorability from the opposite sex. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward, Alchemy Skill 100. The latter two rewards were likely obtained after Hua Yinyin gave birth to twins. Overall, they were significantly stronger than those of Hua Lingling. The moment he acquired the ethereal body, Yuan Chen felt an indescribable change within himself. He decided to make him have children. The system had really gone to great lengths. 3 days of unrestrained slaughter boosting his charm to seduce women. The last person so concerned about his marriage was his mother. This wave system was no different from his real mother. He would call it Wave. No, that would conflict. He would call it Wave Mom. After expressing his gratitude to Wave Mom, Yuan Chen shifted his gaze to a corner. 3 more floating cards had Yuan Chen reached out, drawing all 3 cards to his hand to examine them one by one. At first glance, they looked no different from humans. However, the cards had a 3D effect. When he pinched and swiped the image of the figure, it would rotate 360. Turning it around, he would find a green dragon tail on the baby's bottom. On the back of the card, name Yuan Su. Grade lower rank, Divine Beast. Species unknown. Cultivation, early golden core. Skills none. The baby on the second card was no different from the first. They were Hua Yanyan's twins. Name Yuan Xin. Grade lower rank, Divine Beast. Species unknown. Cultivation, early golden core. Skills none. He continued to the third card. This child also had mostly human traits with no Azure Dragon features except for some fine dragon scales on the wrists and ankles. Name Yuan Ting. Grade lower rank, Divine Beast. Species unknown. Cultivation, early golden core. Skills none. All 3 were daughters. Yuan Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At least his daughters weren't as bizarre looking as his sons. Though they had some peculiarities, they were aesthetically acceptable. Girls should be beautiful, shouldn't they? He hadn't known these names beforehand. It seemed their mothers had already decided, and the system had automatically reflected it. Husband, why aren't you sleeping yet? Luo Sini asked, seeing Yuan Chen sitting by the bed. Yuan Chen glanced at her, pulled the blanket up to her neck, and said, "You go to sleep first." After soothing her to rest, he left the room and flew to the rooftop. He did nothing but feel the wind. Now all his wives were pregnant, so he couldn't touch them. He had thought about finding more, but at the border the only women he could meet were from the enemy camp. Aside from those he had killed, the rest were terrified of him. When Yuan Chen asked if they would bed him, they shook their heads faster than a rattledrum. Yuan Chen wasn't one to force others. Since they were unwilling, he wouldn't insist. He figured it was their loss. Now all he wanted was for this trial to end soon. Returning to the Azure Dragon Palace would make things much easier. He would find an opportunity to move out. The Azure Dragon Palace was too small, though eventually there wouldn't be room for him and his wives. After pondering for a while, he took out the function bang. It now contained exactly 100 souls, the maximum capacity for its current grade. Moreover, that was enough to cover the area under Shui Monong's jurisdiction. From now on, Yuan Chen would be a quiet, handsome man refraining from fighting and killing. As for the 2 nations, they probably wouldn't need him anymore. Most sect disciples had already hidden in the Great Desert Dynasty's palace. Many times when he took young Jiu'er to kill, they found no one. After sitting on the rooftop for 2 hours, he returned to his room. Meanwhile, in a deep palace within the Great Desert Dynasty, over 20 people gathered. Many times when he took young Jiu'er to kill, they found no one. After sitting on the rooftop for 2 hours, he returned to his room. Meanwhile, in a deep palace unexpectedly, a turn of events occurred. Fortunately, he had planned ahead and sent people here. Sensing trouble, he immediately brought everyone over. Are all points set? He Xin asked. Steward, everything is ready. Once the array bases are installed, we just wait for the national war to end, a subordinate replied, kneeling on one knee. He Xin nodded. Stay in this room and don't leave during this time. After giving the order, He Xin sat cross-legged to rest. The room was already equipped with an isolation array undetectable to anyone below the mid to late nascent soul stage. Of course, if someone walked in directly, that would be another matter. But they had no worries. This palace had been abandoned for a long. Among their group, besides He Xin himself at the late nascent soul stage, there were 3 at the mid nascent soul stage. The rest were disciples brought along to observe. Completing the task with just the 4 experts was somewhat challenging, but the sect had provided a teleportation talisman. After solving the problem, they could leave without much pressure. However, losing Lu Hongyi would be hard to explain upon return, as her family was very influential within the sect. Frowning at the thought, he decided to deal with it later. In the following 10+ days, with no sect disciples posing a threat, the 5 armies of the Great Yin Dynasty advanced unhindered, reaching the outskirts of the Great Desert capital. By then, only 70 to 80,000 troops remained within the Great Desert Dynasty, with scattered reinforcements outside blocked by the Great Yin army. Yuan Chen also arrived at the scene. The 2 sides totaled over 300,000 soldiers, a vast oppressive black mass, especially the Great Yin Dynasty's more than 200,000 troops. They advanced in perfect formation, exuding immense pressure. From afar, a transparent defensive array covered the imperial city, protecting it tightly. Curious, Yuan Chen stood at the rear of the great Yin army. He had never seen how troops formed formations in battle. Under Yuan Chen's watchful gaze, the army began to form ranks under Luo Tian's command. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers swung their weapons in unison. Their movements synchronized, their battle cries echoing in perfect harmony. Then above the multitude, a colossal phantom figure materialized, wielding a massive axe. At the center, Luo Tian let a single drop of blood fall into the great cauldron before him. The giant in the sky mirrored Luo Tian's every motion. "Strike, mighty warrior!" It roared while their adversaries refused to yield without a fight. Within the imperial city, the soldiers formed small-scale formations, continuously channeling energy into the defensive barrier above. Yuan Chen watched in amazement. So that was how it worked. No wonder such formations didn't exist among cultivators. They thrived only in the mortal realm. This array merely gathered the morale and strength of ordinary men, concentrating it upon the strongest among them. It was simply a means to better coordinate everyone's power. One glory for all, one loss for all. Otherwise, most of these people were no different from common mortals. Any expert could have easily cut them down, rendering war utterly meaningless. But now no one could pick them off one by one. When an enemy struck one soldier, the damage would be shared among tens of thousands. Distributed so widely it would feel no more than a tickle. These mortals possessed no cultivation at all. All their enhanced power was channeled into Luo Tian, who stood at the peak of Golden Core realm, and he could barely withstand it. But if this technique were used in the cultivation world, the moment tens of thousands of cultivators poured their power into a single person, that individual would instantly explode. There would be no battle to fight. "I must thank you, young Master Yuan," a hoarse voice spoke from behind as he observed the intriguing formation in battle. Yuan Chen turned. "You're welcome, Ancestor Huiyun. It was merely fulfilling a promise my mother made." He showed no. Now that the final battle had arrived, Huiyun's presence was expected. The old ancestor smiled without further words. Despite his casual words, Huiyun had heard of Yuan Chen's deeds while stationed at the capital. Without him, the battlefield might have already shifted to the great Yin imperial city. Since Yuan Chen brushed it off, Huiyun chose not to dwell on it. Verbal gratitude paled before actions that spoke from the heart. As for actions, the royal treasury was pitifully bare. Nothing that would catch Yuan Chen's eye. So let the matter rest. His thick skin could endure any awkward glances. Yuan Chen didn't mind Huiyun's lack of offering. In this remote land, all the wealth combined might not match a few meals at the Azure Dragon Palace. "Young friend Yuan, wait here a moment. Let me go handle matters," Huiyun said after a brief silence. Yuan Chen nodded. "As you wish." The battle had shifted. As Luo Tian's giant nearly shattered the defensive formation, Mo Li, stationed in the capital, finally appeared. Unnoticed by the giant, he thrust his spear into its brow. Mo Li, at the early nascent soul peak on the verge of midstage. Backed by tens of thousands of mortals, he overwhelmed Luo Tian, who had the support of 200,000 soldiers. Under Mo Li's surprise attack, Luo Tian spat blood. The 200,000 soldiers faltered, and some weaker mortals collapsed unconscious. Seeing this, Huiyun dared not delay. Mo Li was still a notch above him. If the giant fell first, his own path would grow. With Huiyun joining the fray, the battle became two early nascent soul cultivators besieging a midstage expert. Mo Li was forced back step by step. He had already taken several blows from Huiyun's blade. "Everyone want you act now," Mo Li roared. Below, over 100 sect disciples lingered. Among them were 2 late Golden Core experts. If they all attacked, even Huiyun would fall. This was the contingency they had agreed upon when the war began. But now not a single voice answered his call. The sect disciples exchanged uneasy glances. With Yuan Chen watching from outside, they dared not act rashly. Meanwhile, the great Yin reinforcements waited in the rear. Their role was already spent. Untrained, they couldn't. But now not a single voice answered his call. The sect disciples exchanged uneasy glances. With Yuan Chen, the sect disciples on the other hand chatted excitedly. Victory was truly within reach. Now the sect's rewards would fall into their hands. In midair, Mo Li's situation grew increasingly dire. Huiyun hadn't taken command from Luo Tian. The soldiers were more accustomed to the general's leadership. Even if Huiyun took over, he might not fare much better. This explained Mo Li's fluctuating combat power during the battle. Watching the 3 combatants, Yuan Chen curled his lips. This power boost wasn't all that impressive. But he understood. In the mortal realm, even a slight increase in strength could change a war's course. He pulled several stools from his storage ring and seated his wives. He even brought out a stone table laden with fruit, watching the battle with relish. A pity Yang Jua wasn't here. She was still advancing with the army. "It's almost over," Yuan Chen murmured casually as Mo Li's aura grew unstable. "Finally we can go home." As his words faded, Zhu Zhen and Ma Ku appeared at the battlefield's edge, holding a lamp-like artifact reminiscent of Aladdin's lamp. They were here for the cleanup. The two held back, patiently waiting for the battle to end. Mo Li's arm exploded. He couldn't be bothered to waste energy forming a new one. Bitterness filled his heart. It seemed the end had come. Below, the subjects of the great desert washed with pale faces. Defeat meant by agreement they would all be handed over to the great Yin dynasty. Life or death hung on Huiyun. Any resistance would bring the Xian Du sect down upon them. There was no hope of success. In a hidden illusionary formation at the corner, He Xian had risen, placed the Xianming stone, the meteor heart rock, into the formation's eye. Make sure no. Earlier he had feared the formation's activation would alert Mo Li. But now the battle's chaos could mask it completely. With everyone drawn to the fight, this was the perfect moment. Yuan Chen stood in the distance, speculating silently. The demons should have started by now, shouldn't they? Hua Tong had already revealed their entire plan. Yuan Chen had no intention of interfering. But missing this spectacle would be a pity. Boom. Mo Li's body fell from the heights. The palace was instantly shattered into pieces. Yet the army of the Dian dynasty was also not faring well. One by one they appeared listless, as if they had suffered a severe illness. Some soldiers began to ooze blood from their bodies as the formation was about to be lifted. And there were still quite a few of these soldiers. Thousands of fountains erupted, creating a spectacular scene. Yuan Chen looked at the watermelon juice in his hand. After pondering, he found he could no longer drink it, and casually tossed it aside. He rose and walked forward. At this moment the army had already begun to surge into the city. He had to follow to protect Yang Jiuer lest something unforeseen happen at the last moment. Huiyun had already descended and captured Mo Li. Without hesitation he struck the opponent's forehead with his palm. Delays could lead to changes. Zhu Zhan and the others paid no mind. Once the army had secured the imperial city, the two slowly flew over the palace. Hovering beside Huiyun. Let's begin. Zhu Zhan looked at the two. After Mark and Huiyun nodded, he let go. The teapot spun in midair for 2 rounds. Its size gradually increased. Once it completely enveloped the imperial city, an illusory Taiji diagram appeared. Zhu Zhan pulled out 2 small teacups. After handing one to Huiyun, the two stood in the positions of yin and yang. Mark stood vigilantly on the side. Yuan Chen found it quite interesting. A simple low-grade spirit tool had such an effect. This was within his line of sight. When the two stood in the position of the fish eye, streams of transparent energy began to waft up from the ground within the territory of the Demo dynasty. Then they surged into the enlarging teapot from all directions. Yuan Chen lifted his foot. A few strands of smoke resembling caterpillars emerged from beneath his soles. He tried to absorb it, but found it utterly elusive. It seemed that only cultivators like Shui Mo Nong, who specialized in this path, could absorb it. However, even if he could, it would be of no use to him. This national fortune had no effect other than possibly enhancing the talents of disciples born from the sect. Just as he was pondering, the giant teapot above began to slowly tilt. A beam of white light poured from the spout. When it was halfway out, the water split into 2 streams flowing into the teacups held by Zhu Zhan and Huiyun. At the same time, the ground beneath Yuan Chen and the others began to shake violently. The plants on the ground wilted at a visibly rapid pace. Yuan Chen used his divine sense to probe the area. Within the range of his divine sense, all the land was in the same condition. It seemed that even if Huiyun brought Demo into his territory, not a single commoner would be harmed. However, these calamities would still claim many lives. But this had nothing to do with him. He was merely curious as to why the demonic cultivators had yet to make their move. Speak of the devil, Zhu Zhan's voice suddenly rang out in surprise. What's happening? Why is the flow so slow? Within the formation, deep in the palace, He Xian held an identical teacup in his hand. The only purpose of the formation they had prepared was to imitate the yin-yang fish eye, confusing the teapot's perception. The teapot resembled a foolish little female dog. While feeding her 2 puppies, an identical puppy suddenly appeared. Though somewhat puzzled, she still needed to nurse when the time came. He Xian sneered. Their sect also coveted this national. However, when they came to plunder in the realm of the Immortal sect, the commotion was too great. It wouldn't be long before the Immortal sect took notice. There was simply no opportunity. It can't be. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Mark frowned and asked. No, I've overseen the absorption of national fortune more than once. I know exactly how much national fortune each country should have. Zhu Zhan shook his head. Upon hearing this, Mark immediately expanded his divine sense to probe the surroundings. However, due to the isolation formation, Mark had not detected He Xian and the others' location. Yuan Chen overheard their entire conversation clearly. Rubbing his chin, he realized that they had already made their move, he just hadn't noticed. Huiyun, stop for now. Feeling the national fortune drain faster, Zhu Zhan quickly called for a halt. After hesitating for a moment, Huiyun stopped. He was unsure if someone was indeed stealing the national fortune. He cast a puzzled glance at Zhu Zhan, suspecting that these sect members were up to something. He had never trusted the Xuandu sect. Yet being under their roof, he dared not resist, even if he had doubts. Zhu Zhan and the others exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. It turned out that even as they halted, the tilting of the teapot had not stopped, feeding solely that extra puppy. Who is the friend here? Zhu Zhan shouted. But there was no response from within the Imperial. Looking for death, Zhu Zhan roared with anger. A ball of flame appeared in his hand. He then slapped his palm down. Flames rained down. Without mercy, they covered the entire Imperial city. He knew the opponent was definitely hiding within the Imperial city. Being too far away would make it impossible to receive from the teapot. Since he couldn't find them, he would force them out. In an instant, countless citizens of the Imperial city perished. Cries echoed everywhere. Found you. When the fireball was blocked in a corner of the palace, Zhu Zhan immediately felt the fluctuation. He snorted coldly. The two flew over simultaneously. But before they could arrive, Heishin and his group revealed themselves. Hixin's face was dark. He hadn't expected that the opponent would disregard the lives of the citizens and force him out in such a manner. He wasn't prepared to escape yet. He hurriedly instructed his subordinates to set up a temporary teleportation array provided by the sect while he stepped forward to buy time. But he couldn't delay for too long. The teleportation array had limited range. If a powerful figure from Xuandu's sect was summoned, they would be captured in no time. Xuandu's sect truly keeps up appearances claiming to protect mortals, yet now they kill without mercy. However, upon hearing this, Zhu Zhan remained unperturbed. So it's you demons. As for these people, they died entirely because of you. Without you, they wouldn't have faced such calamity. No more useless talk since you're here, let's leave you all here. Saying this, he directly took action. Heishin shouted angrily, is it not ready yet? Mo Yun hurriedly replied. Almost. Done, steward, leave quickly. Heishin did not hesitate, and turned to step onto the teleportation array that appeared behind him. Seeing this situation, Zhu Zhan increased his speed. At the last moment, a few disciples of the demonic sect were left behind. Chase, they won't get far. Zhu Zhan snorted coldly, pointing in a direction according to the aura. While shouting, he chased after Mark. But just before they could fly out of the imperial city, a cold-faced woman appeared in front of him. Senior Luo. Zhu Zhan had just shouted 3 words when a power slap. Zhu Zhan stood stunned in place. Mark also came to a halt. Upon seeing his mother appear, Yuan Chen immediately flew up with his wives. As he approached, Luo Li's other wives followed behind her. Yuan Ji was also by her side. Luo Li's face was now filled with anger, as cold as frost. Opposite her, Zhu Zhan's cheek bore a bright red handprint. Luo. Senior Luo, may I ask what offense I have committed? Though he wished to rage, he suppressed his anger and spoke in a low voice, aware of Luo Li's nascent soul-stage cultivation. Hearing this, Luo Li did not reply. Instead, she delivered 2 more resounding slaps. Having risen from an ordinary mortal herself, her understanding of mortal sentiments naturally differed from those born into the elite of the sects. She could no longer contain herself upon witnessing Zhu Zhan's massacre of mortals. However, the defensive formation took time to breach, and by the time she entered, it was all over. Yuan Chen nodded to his wives, exchanged a few quiet words of concern with Yu Ying and the others, then moved behind Yuan Ji. Dad, can you handle this? After all, this was the territory of the Xuandu sect. The people of the Desert Dynasty were also under Xuandu sect's jurisdiction, leaving Luo Li with no justifiable reason to intervene. Yuan Ji waved his hand dismissively. No need to worry. The Xuandu sect dares not say much. Yuan Chen nodded, realizing his father was far more assertive than he had assumed. If only he had known earlier, he wouldn't have needed to invent excuses for collecting souls recently. It was such a waste of time. He handed a slice of cut hami melon to Yuan Ji. Here, have some melon. Zhu Zhan was once again stunned by the sudden slaps. Maka, standing nearby, frowned. Madam Luo, shouldn't you provide a reason? Is it not improper to harm a member of the Xuandu sect without cause? Luo Li did not even turn her head as she replied coldly. No reason. I simply felt like hitting him. What are you going to do about it? Yuan Chen glanced at his mother. This was a habit cultivated by the dragon race. Well, Maka gave an awkward smile and quickly retreated to the side. Not only could he not defeat this couple, but even if he could, the sect would likely hand him over to the dragon race as an appeasement. Their Xuandu sect truly lacked the backing of a powerful force. If they had the support of a top-tier immortal sect, they wouldn't have to endure such humiliation. But for now, it had nothing to do with him, so he decided not to get involved. Zhu Zhan looked at Luo Li with grief and indignation. This was too much. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Wrong about what? Before Luo Li could speak, Yuan Chen couldn't help but chime in. Zhu Zhan nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. You mother and son are going too far. Luo Li couldn't help but cast a reproachful glance at Yuan Chen. Why are you butting in during such a serious moment? She then turned her stern gaze back to Zhu Zhan. Wrong about what? Zhu Zhan, speak. Have you gone mute? Zhu Zhan couldn't help but glance toward the source of the voice. Yuan Chen. You little brat, he'll find a way to kill you sooner or later. Mom, the way he's looking at me doesn't sit right. I think perhaps let grievances end here would be best. Yuan Chen suggested earnestly. Zhu Zhan. He didn't understand the meaning, but Luo Li, who had heard Yuan Chen say this before, knew exactly what he meant. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. Can't you just be quiet for a moment? Luo Li said helplessly, her emotional momentum disrupted. Seeing that Luo Li's expression was no longer as dark, Yuan Chen stepped back. He took his daughter from Huo Lingling's arms and began to play with her. Daughters were certainly more adorable than sons. As for why he chose this particular one, it was because the little tails of Huo Yanyan's 2 daughters were prickly and uncomfortable to hold. Once the disruptive Yuan Chen had left, Luo Li looked at Zhu Zhan and said indifferently, get lost. Killing him, as Yuan Chen had suggested, was out of the question. Beating him was one thing, but killing a branch manager of a sect without cause would invite trouble. Hearing this, Zhu Zhan, who had inexplicably endured 4 slaps, could only slink away in disgrace. As for tracking the demon sect disciples, that opportunity was now lost. In the void, the experts who had come to pursue the demon sect wanted to inquire about the situation. But upon arrival they witnessed this scene and were at a loss for how to handle it. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, they breathed a sigh of relief. Only after Zhu Zhen and his group had disappeared from sight did they appear before him. After inquiring about the details, they flew off into the distance. With the matter settled, a faint smile crept onto Lu Hongyi's lips. As a disciple of the demon sect, she was naturally delighted to see her sect members complete their mission and escape safely. Yuan Chen rocked his daughter in his arms and glanced at her. "What are you so happy about?" He knew the reason, but was just making idle conversation out of boredom. "My stomach feels so painful. I think I might give birth in the next couple of days. Just the thought of seeing our child soon fills me with joy." Lu Hongyi, seeing that Luo Li and the others were not nearby, and only her 2 disciples were present, whispered coquettishly. A vein bulged on Yuan Chen's forehead. "You're only 4 months along at most. What's this? Have you been taking growth hormones?" Just as he silently complained, another little demoness approached. "Master, you're still far from it. I'm the one who's about to give birth. Husband, my tummy hurts." Huatong stepped forward, clinging to Yuan Chen's arm and acting spoiled. Yuan Chen shuddered with revulsion. "Can you two please act normal?" "Sister, you're mistaken. Perhaps your master's baby is exceptionally gifted and will grow faster than yours." Yuan Chen. He turned away with a headache. What kind of bizarre titles were these? Behind him, the 2 women continued arguing about whose baby was superior, while Mi Tiantian watched the drama with amusement, occasionally chiming in. Yuan Chen. He turned away with a headache. What kind of bizarre titles were these? Behind him, the 2 women continued arguing about whose baby was superior, while Mi Tiantian watched the... This was much more enjoyable. After Luo Li joined them, the group returned together to the imperial city of the Great Flame Dynasty. They were about to leave this place. Several of Yuan Chen's wives needed to bid farewell to their families, as it would be many years before they returned. Yuan Chen, accompanied by Angshui Gnome, went to Tianzi Lake. He suppressed the Fengshen Bang at the bottom of the lake. After returning, he instructed Firecloud Ancestor to have 100 statues built around Tianzi Lake. Once the incense offerings began, Angshui Gnome could passively absorb the faith energy. Before departing, Hua Yinyin and Hua Lingling, just like Luo Li had done in the past, left a talisman for their father. It could be used to summon them once if future descendants were in danger. Zhao Yaya had originally wanted to bring Zhao Zhong along, but he had parents in the sect and couldn't bear to leave them, so fortunately the Xuandu sect knew that Zhao Yaya had become Yuan Chen's woman and dared not trouble her. With everything settled, the group set off on their return journey. There had only been 5 of them when they arrived. On the way back, there was a boisterous crowd of over a dozen women, each either holding a child or with a swollen belly. A flying boat sailed across the vast sea. Due to the large number of people, Yuan Ji produced a flying spiritual artifact. The flying boat was quite enormous. It contained no fewer than 20 or 30 rooms. Standing in the cabin, he thought that he must acquire one himself someday, and one tens of times larger than this. Luo Sini followed him out with a small purple mink perched on her shoulder. The mink was now over 8 months old, and given its intelligence, should have been capable of transforming into human form. Yet for some unknown reason it continued to follow Luo Sini in the guise of a little pet. Initially, Yuan Chen had entertained the idea of raising it properly. At least when it was small, its fur was glossy and radiant, glowing with a purple sheen. He imagined it would transform into a beauty. But as time passed, and he remained away, he gradually forgot about it. Eventually that thought faded. He decided to let fate take its course, and let it be. Whether or not it would gain its own physical form was entirely up to the little purple mink's own fortune. He pondered for a moment, then cast a strange glance at the mink. Could it be that he had inadvertently shown some ill intent in the past, causing the mink to sense it, and thus refuse? But the thought passed in a flash. Certainly not. With such a fine body as his, the mink must be longing for it. "Hey mother, whose territory is this below?" Just then Yuan Chen noticed a small island covered in flowers and plants below. A group of strange vegetation was running about on their feet. Yuan Chen couldn't help but ask Luo Li. Before she could answer, Bai Ning interjected. "Husband, this is the domain of the Peony King. The entire island is inhabited by flower and plant demons. They had just exited the jurisdiction of the Xiandu sect. Bai Ning and her mother had been active in this area, so she was more familiar with the situation than Luo Li. After all, Luo Li had not returned for several centuries. She was unaware of any changes here. Yuan Chen's eyes lit up. "Peony King. Male or female?" "Husband, the Peony King is a woman." "Is she beautiful?" "I don't know, but flower-type demons are generally quite attractive." "Mother, since we're here, why not go down and take a look?" Upon hearing Bai Ning's response, Yuan Chen turned without hesitation and said to Luo Li, "Luo Li, do you think I don't know what you're up to? I have matters to attend to at the Dragon Palace. We should return early." Luo Li shook her head. "Then mother, you and father go back first." Leave the flying boat. Rest assured we can protect ourselves." Yuan Ji and Luo Li. "Is that what we meant?" Yuan Ji's mouth twitched, then he said to his wife, "Since we've happened upon this place and the scenery is lovely, why not go down and have a look?" "Father, so you're of the same mind." "Let's go together." Yuan Ji's face darkened. "Who is of the same mind as you? It's just that I'm worried about leaving you here alone. We all enjoy beautiful scenery." Fortunately, Yuan Chen followed up with another sentence. Stop your nonsense, let's go. Luo Li rolled her eyes. We'll only stay a day or two. Fine. The group flew down toward the 10,000 Flowers Island below. But as soon as they landed, a squad of vine guards surrounded them. Yuan Ji immediately released his aura. They had not yet entered the range of the chaotic Star Sea. The surrounding forces were merely alliances of lesser demons, not even a single divine beast among them. The vine guards trembled in fear. Don't be afraid. We only came because the scenery is beautiful and wanted to stay for a couple of days, Luo Li said amiably. But the vine guards dared not delay. They left a few to escort the group, while sending others to report to the queen. Yuan Chen and his companions began to stroll around the island with the soldiers. From time to time, exclamations of delight came from his wives. Yuan Chen had to admit that this small island was truly beautiful. Oh, every spot was a scenic view. The surrounding trees gleamed with a vibrant green, and even the roadside stones were spotless. By the stream, a few oddly shaped flower demons were drinking water. All the lesser demons here had reached the stage where they could transform, yet Yuan Chen hadn't seen a single one in human form. Perhaps this island was more suited for cultivation in their original forms. Yuan Chen speculated. In the cultivation world, the human body was the most optimal form for cultivation. But there were exceptions in special environments. For example, fire-type demons found it easier to cultivate in their original forms in places like volcanoes. Oh. As Yuan Chen was lost in thought, a child's voice came from nearby. Yuan Chen was startled. That wasn't his son's voice. Turning his head, he saw Lu Mingming casually toss an apple away, evidently startled as well. That hurts. A childish cry of pain sounded again. Yuan Chen looked closely. The fallen apple bounced back up. On its face were two small eyes. If one weren't paying attention, they might mistake them for wormholes. Lu Mingming patted her chest. You scared me. She had spotted a fruit tree by the roadside and picked one to eat. But before she could take a bite, she heard a scream. For a while, she might never dare to casually eat anything from the roadside again. The fright had truly left a shadow. Yuan Chen quickly comforted her until she calmed down. Then he saw a peony flower hopping toward them from afar. On its head was a makeshift crown woven from vines with a red plum set in the center. This must be the so-called. Yuan Chen stared intently. He paid no attention to the little boy who had just landed. The voice was clearly male, so he was of no use to him. Luo Li and Yuan Ji also looked at the Peony King along with Yuan Chen. As for his other wives, except for Shui Monong, they were all playing around with the little apple. Even Xue Lin stood by watching Hou Yanyan and the others play, evidently too proud to join in. The Peony King drew closer, and when it was about a dozen paces away, it spun around, and a woman in white appeared. She had a small red mark on her forehead, and she was radiantly beautiful. Moreover, even from over a dozen paces away, Yuan Chen could detect a faint natural fragrance from her. It was refreshing. Honored guests, my apologies for not welcoming you from afar. I am Muyu. I heard you wish to enjoy the scenery for a couple of days. I have already arranged for rooms to be prepared. Thank you, Miss Mu. Luo Li expressed her gratitude. Muyu sighed inwardly. In her opinion, she wished no outsiders would disturb the tranquility of 10,000 Flowers Island. But there were too many powerful experts in this world. She had no chance to refuse. Still, Luo Li and her group seemed easygoing. Had they been some malicious fiends, she might have lost her life. Several previous island lords of 100 Flowers Island had been forcibly taken away by powerful figures to maintain the island's peace. Of course, they had considered having male flower demons serve as island lords. But the beauty of flowers was overwhelming. Even when a male leader was taken, it was by a group of men, and after that they abandoned the idea entirely. And so each subsequent island lord became a hero ready to sacrifice themselves for 10,000 Flowers Island. Watching the group of women full of affection as they played with the little apple, Muyu quietly breathed a sigh of relief. This time she might escape calamity. Probably. Yuan Chen's gaze lingered on Muyu for a few seconds. Between each movement, an aura of grace and nobility radiated from her. It seemed she was yet another mature and charming older sister. Yuan Chen remained silent. There would be plenty of time ahead. As for his promise to Luo Li to stay for 2 days, he had never taken it seriously. While Muyu and Luo Li chatted, a crowd of curious flowers and plants gathered around, sizing up Yuan Chen and his companions with wonder. Some who had encountered the malice of outsiders before couldn't help but reveal a trace of worry in their eyes. Some of the newly bloomed little flowers hid behind Muyu, listening to their conversation. Yuan Chen swept his gaze across the scene. As far as he could see, there were nothing but plants. He had no idea which ones were beautiful and which were not. After a moment's thought, Father, give me the storage ring. I need to find a treasure. Yuan Ji, though puzzled, took off the storage ring and handed it to Yuan Chen without asking questions. Their family never lacked treasures, so he let Yuan Chen do as he pleased. Yuan Chen swept his divine sense through the storage ring. A wine jar appeared in his hand. Before Yuan Ji could stop him, he burst into laughter and said loudly, "What a joy it is to have friends come from afar. Meeting all of you is fate. Come, I have a jar of fine wine here, willing to share it with everyone." Muyu, the plants behind her. Why did that sentence sound so strange? But before they could think further, Yuan Chen had already opened the wine jar. A rich, mellow fragrance wafted out. The plants sniffed and drool instantly began to flow. Yuan Ji stared at Yuan Chen with eyes wide with fury. What a prodigal son. Your father only has a few jars of dragon saliva wine, and you're taking them out so freely just to court a girl. He wouldn't care about other things, but this dragon saliva wine was cherished by all dragons. However, since Yuan Chen had already made the offer, he couldn't say much else. He snatched the storage ring back from Yuan Chen's hand with a pained expression, preventing him from squandering the remaining jars. Then, thank you, young master. Even Mu Yu couldn't remain calm at this moment. Just one sniff made her feel her cultivation slowly increasing. If she could truly take a sip. With the opportunity right before her, she cast aside any pretense of reserve. Attracted by the wine's aroma, Yuan Chen's other wives also hurried over. Except for Shui Lin, none of them had ever tasted such a delicacy. They looked at Yuan Chen with eager eyes. Yuan Chen nodded, certainly not forgetting his own wives. Turning to Mu Yu, this wine not only boosts cultivation, but also has beautifying effects especially beneficial for women. Besides, children should refrain from drinking it, as they might not withstand the power within. Moreover, since the wine is limited, Island Master Mu should select a few people to partake. Yuan Ji glared fiercely at Yuan Chen. His wolfish ambition was all too obvious. He had drunk dragon saliva wine for years and never knew it had such properties. Even more outrageously, Yuan Chen had excluded him as well. His plan to drink as much as possible to minimize losses was thus shattered. Yuan Chen was unaware of Yuan Jia's petty schemes. He simply didn't want the male flowers to waste the wine. Besides, he himself had no desire to drink that drool. Island Master, I want a drink. Me too, me too. The surroundings instantly filled with the chattering voices. Mu Yu felt a headache coming on. This was just those nearby, many more hadn't arrived yet. She couldn't refuse anyone. After some thought, she decided to act swiftly. Waiting for other flower spirits to hear the news and come would make the choice even harder. Silence. I have 30 marked seeds in my hand. I will scatter them from high up. Everyone stay where you are. Whoever the seed lands closest to gets to go. Little flowers stepped back. Mu Yu spoke quickly. We'll start after 3 counts. Then the area became a bit noisy. It wasn't dissatisfaction with Mu Yu's method. They didn't want to linger, either, knowing that waiting for more people would only reduce. The noise came from the female flowers, driving the male flowers out of the area. Most of those present were female, male flowers made up less than a tenth. In just a few seconds, the males were defeated. Then Mu Yu flew into the air and began scattering the seeds. A few minutes later, 31 flowers and plants stood before Yuan Chen. Naturally, Mu Yu was among them. Yuan Chen nodded. He searched through the storage ring and produced 5 large round tables in the center of the clearing. Each table had 8 or 9 chairs around it. The tables were about 1.5 meters high, and the chairs were around 70 to 80 centimeters. Luo Li gave Yuan Chen a strange look. You really went to great lengths. Under the envious gaze of the onlooking flowers, 30 plants strode forward with heads held high. Of course, they had no chests. But judging by the way they swayed as they walked, Yuan Chen guessed that was the attitude they were. One by one, the flowers hopped onto the chairs. Before each was a delicate wine glass. But then came an awkward. Most of the little plants were only about half a meter tall. Standing on the chairs, their heads didn't even reach the tabletop. Some tried to jump onto the table, but were stopped by the others. They had to maintain their image in front of outsiders. After all, they were elegant flowers. Then the group looked at each other frozen. Yuan Chen didn't intervene. Just then a sunflower glanced at Island Master Mu, who sat perfectly at the table. Her eyes lit up. With a quick transformation, a young woman appeared in the seat, wriggling happily. She was now just the right height to reach the. Yuan Chen nodded with satisfaction. A teachable student. You all sit tight. Your husband will personally pour the wine for you today. Calling out to his wives, Yuan Chen began to pour. Yuan Ji crouched in the distance, watching his precious wine diminish with a sorrowful expression. He couldn't protect anything. As Yuan Chen poured, he observed the female companions around him. Oh, this one's not bad. This one is pretty too. This cactus. Never mind. After a full round, Yuan Chen. Flower spirits truly produce beauties. No deception there. Among the 31 flower spirits present, aside from a few ordinary ones, over 20 were of above average appearance. 3 or 4 even rivaled Shumo Nong and her level. And this was just a small portion of 10,000 Flowers Island. After the wine was finished, everyone dispersed. Yuan Chen and his group moved into the rooms Mu Yu had prepared for them. In the following days, flower spirits were sent daily to guide them on tours. Meanwhile, in the Azure Dragon Palace, a middle-aged man crouched by the doorstep, fiddling with a small disc in his hand, muttering to himself. Why aren't they back yet? After entrusting Yuan Chen and his group to her subordinates, Mu Yu returned to her room to cultivate in relaxation. 10 days later, a strawberry knocked on her door. Under Mu Yu's puzzled gaze, she said awkwardly, Island Master Sister Kisi and that young Master Yuan. Holding in his arms the humanoid unclad Kuei-si, he cradled a handful of melon seeds. With a tui, he spat the shells onto the ground. Yuan Chen couldn't help but marvel at the system's profound power. This time Kuei-si truly hadn't been seduced by him. She had willingly walked into his embrace. Of course Yuan Chen had harbored such intentions, but she had taken the initiative first. The Kuei-si before him was the very sunflower spirit who, besides Mu Yu, had first thought to assume human form. When Yuan Chen first beheld her visage, he knew it was time for him to act. Unexpectedly Mu Yu then assigned her to enter. There were only 2 flowers, her and that strawberry. Such an opportunity presented itself. Yuan Chen felt that failing to seize it would be an insult to the legendary elixir his father had hoarded. Seizing a moment alone, Yuan Chen approached her. I don't know why, but the moment I saw you I felt you possessed a unique allure. Yuan Chen had rehearsed his opening line. With a confident smile he began, Miss Kuei. But she interrupted Master Yuan before he could finish. Before Yuan Chen could speak further, Kuei Si shyly swayed her sunflower stalk and rapidly uttered, Master Yuan. I don't know why, but the moment I saw you I felt you possessed a unique allure. Kuei Si continued, her head bowed, speaking softly. A few days ago, I deliberately asked Sister Mu Yu to let me go. Kuei Si continued, her head bowed, speaking softly. A few days ago, I deliberately asked Sister Mu Yu to let me guide you all to get closer and observe you. After speaking, her 2 sunflower leaves nervously clasped together. Watching the little sunflower, Yuan Chen felt utterly out of place. After a moment's hesitation, he proposed, how about you assume human form first? Otherwise, he couldn't resist the urge to pluck her seeds. Kuei Si obediently transformed into a woman in yellow. But it was too late. Yuan Chen had already grabbed a handful before her transformation. Don't blame me, blame you. With mutual affection clear, Yuan Chen wasted no time on pretense. He led her directly to his chamber, whispered sweet nothings to build rapport, and then claimed this self-sufficient sunflower as his own. Only then did it occur to him that her words about his allure might not be empty flattery, but she might genuinely feel it. He had previously acquired a passive skill, ethereal body, which attracted the opposite sex. As to why only Kuei Si among the other plants had taken the bait, Yuan Chen speculated there might be other conditions. Perhaps Kuei Si, newly matured and weakest among the 30, was more susceptible. Or it could be related to proximity. After pouring wine, Yuan Chen had sat behind the beautiful Kuei Si, and the longer they were near, the greater the influence. Of course, other reasons might exist to be uncovered later. With another tui, he gently spat and turned his tender gaze to the woman within the bed. Will you stay in human form from now on? Kuei Si naturally agreed, gazing at him adoringly, while casually cracking melon seeds and asking, are there any beautiful grape maidens here after transformation? Kuei Si sat up, leaning against the wall, her head resting on Yuan Chen's arm. Yes, there are. Why do you ask, husband? She blinked her large, beautiful eyes in confusion. As for the title husband, she had adopted it after hearing other women call him so. Yuan Chen replied, nothing, I just like grapes. Kuei Si fell silent for a moment, then slowly said, actually, I have grapes too. Yuan Chen turned his head, staring at her in disbelief. He almost suspected she was Hua Tong or Lu Hongyi in disguise. How could this innocent little flower who had never left 10,000 Flowers Island know such suggestive talk? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. If she were disguised, he would have seen through it instantly. After a pensive pause, he asked with a wince, have you been spending time with Hua Tong these past few days? Yes, Sister Hua Tong gave me lots of delicious treats. Kuei Si's eyes sparkled, drool trickling from her lips down her fair neck. As if tasting such delights for the first time, Yuan Chen found her lack of composure exasperating. Hey, is it really? Did they feed you fertilizer, diammonium phosphate, or potassium sulfate? Yet he had finally found the source. In just a few days, Hua Tong and the others had corrupted her. She was truly becoming a little yellow flower. He took a handkerchief from the table and handed it to her to wipe the glistening drool from her neck. Yuan Chen averted his gaze. He genuinely had no urge to kiss her neck. He swore it. Donning his clothes, he said to Kuei Si, when we leave in a while, you'll come with me. Once we return, I'll marry you. He had no intention of making her pregnant now. He had few secondary targeted pills left to be saved for emergencies. Using the 3 days of unsheathed blades would waste 3 days. Time must be used wisely. His mother might grow impatient and force him to leave at any moment, so he needed to efficiently charm enough women in the interim. Matters of childbirth could wait until their return. Kuei Si nodded obediently, though she felt reluctant to leave 10,000 Flowers Island. Yet, as Yuan Chen had said, once there she could quickly enhance her power and eventually return to protect her sisters on the island. Yuan Chen had just pulled on his trousers when the door was thrust open from outside. He looked at Mu Yu with slight embarrassment. He hadn't used his divine sense, and thus failed to detect her approach. Mu Yu stared at them in disbelief. After the strawberry spirit had hesitantly informed her she hadn't believed it, but now it was confirmed. Little Strawberry poked her head out from behind, whispering, Island Master Mu, I told you Master Yuan was undressing. Cici. Her tone carried a hint of pride. She had been sent by the elder to gift Yuan Chen rare fruits, but upon reaching the window, she heard strange noises. Peeking in, she excitedly reported to Mu Yu. The reproduction of flower spirits differed vastly from humans. Naturally curious, she wasn't one to hoard knowledge. After telling Mu Yu she planned to summon other sisters to watch, Mu Yu stopped her and waited an hour before coming. She shook her head regretfully as she had missed the spectacle. What a... Kuei Si, a bit flustered, addressed Mu Yu, Sister Mu. But Mu Yu ignored her, staring fixedly at the pair. Yuan Chen rubbed his nose, stepped forward earnestly, and said, Island Master Mu, do you believe in love at first sight? Mu Yu turned her head stiffly. She gazed directly into Yuan Chen's eyes. Yuan Chen did not flinch either. Using the power of the Azure Dragon, he deliberately covered his eyes with a layer of mist. His innocent and guileless eyes were full of sincerity. Kishi hastily dressed herself and came to stand before Mu Yu. Yes, Sister Mu, my husband and I are truly. From the moment I saw him, I felt an inexplicable fondness. Perhaps it is exactly what my husband said. Love. Yuan Chen chimed in with a sigh. In the vast sea of humanity, two people deciding on each other at a single glance. That is an ineffable fate, isn't it? Husband already. Mu Yu shot Yuan Chen a glare. Then she turned helplessly to Kishi. Since you have made your decision, follow your own choice. Your sister only wishes that you never wrong yourself. Kishi nodded firmly, looking at Mu Yu with gratitude. After giving her instructions, Mu Yu dragged the reluctant little strawberry out of the room. She let out a long sigh. This was Kishi's own decision. Though she was the island master, she did not wish to meddle in others' feelings. The sincere eyes of Yuan Chen flashed before her mind. Perhaps he had truly fallen in love at first sight, and they were genuinely affectionate. It was just that Yuan Chen had rather too many wives. But recently Mu Yu had come to understand Luo Li and the others somewhat. They were not wicked people. Moreover, Yuan Chen's wives got along quite harmoniously. Perhaps Kishi would truly lead a better life after marrying into that group. No longer would she have to constantly fear being abducted like them. With a sigh, she returned to her own room. The next day, Yuan Chen and his group stood outside the door, awaiting the outcome inside. Shimo Nong had gone into labor earlier than Lu Mingming. Fortunately, Wanhua Island had special plans for midwifery, so there was no need to seek help elsewhere. Yuan Chen and Yuan Ji waited in the outermost courtyard. Luo Li and the others accompanied the midwife Granny Tree to be with Shimo Nong. After an unknown length of time, Granny Tree's excited cry came from within the room. It's born. Hearing this, Yuan Chen's face darkened. The system gave no notification sound. The number of cards remained at 5, with no new offspring card appearing. No rewards had been credited either. Had something gone wrong? Was the child stillborn? Such occurrences were not uncommon in the demon realm. Of course, there was another possibility, but Yuan Chen dismissed it outright. Impossible. He wasn't afraid of the cold, so there was no need for a hat. Worry filled his heart, but he patiently waited for everyone to emerge from the room. It was only when Luo Li appeared carrying a snake egg that Yuan Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it. He had forgotten that Shimo Nong was a snake demon. Shimo Nong was his first oviparous wife. He simply hadn't thought of it before. It seemed he would have to wait another 10-odd days to receive the system's reward. After placing the egg back beside Shimo Nong and leaving Kishi, who was not yet pregnant, along with Luo Li to care for her, the others returned to their rooms. After accompanying her for a night, Yuan Chen resumed his work. 3 days later, Little Strawberry once again knocked on Mu Yu's door. Island Master Mu, I just saw Sister Mei Yu following young Master Yuan toward the small cottage. Mu Yu. Before Little Strawberry could continue, Mu Yu had already vanished. But by the time she arrived, it was too late. Standing at the door, her chest heaved with agitation. After the sounds within subsided, she pushed the door open. She stared at Yuan Chen with furrowed brows, not uttering a word. Just then Little Strawberry came running up, panting. Same scene, same place, different heroine. Alas, still too late. Next time she discovered something, she wouldn't bother informing. After musing to herself, Little Strawberry poked her head out from behind Mu Yu. The exact same gesture as last time. Sister Mu, look, I told you. Yuan Chen's eyes turned dangerous as he looked at Little Strawberry. You little wretch again. If it weren't for you being a child, I'd have knocked your head off. Being caught in bed time and time again is embarrassing, you know. Luo Li gave Yuan Chen a strange look. You really went to great lengths. Under the envious gaze of the onlooking flowers, 30 plants strode. Mu Yu's eyelids twitched involuntarily. You asked the same thing last time, didn't you? Sister Mu, I. And Mei Yu had only uttered 3 words before Mu Yu raised her hand to cut her off. Seeing the exact same expression as when she had met Kishi last time, she could already guess what the girl was about to say. Taking a deep breath, she gave Yuan Chen a long, hard look. This is your own decision. If you're ever unhappy, remember you can come home. By now Mu Yu had begun to distrust Yuan Chen. She looked at her sister Mei Yu with concern and spoke gently. Mei Yu nodded, but she didn't take it to heart. She still had to protect her other sisters. Still, she didn't believe Yuan Chen would harm her. Mu Yu shook her head. After a few heartfelt words with Mei Yu, she left without acknowledging Yuan Chen. Little Strawberry was once again ruthlessly dragged away. A few more days passed. Yuan Chen brought another woman in purple back to his room. It was the grape he had been longing for. Kishi and Mei Yu had both been women revealed by the dragon's saliva wine last time. There were a few other beauties, but they already had plant partners, some even with children. Yuan Chen didn't pursue them. Coincidentally, Mei Yu was acquainted with Purple Jingjing, who hadn't been present last time. Using this connection, Yuan Chen met this grape girl. Then, with the couple's cooperation, Purple Jingjing transformed into human form and they chatted together. Her beauty was no less than that of Mei Yu and the others. After flirting, it was only natural to invite her home for a drink of water. A drink of water. At the door, he flicked his sleeve, sending Little Strawberry, who was hiding by the window, flying several miles away. Twice was enough. How could he not be cautious? Several miles away, Little Strawberry stood up resentfully. She glared angrily toward Yuan Chen's house. Her strawberry head had swollen to twice its size from fury. If I can't watch, I'll tell Island Master Mu. She muttered, hopping and skipping toward Mu Yu's dwelling. After knocking, Mu Yu's voice sounded. The moment she saw Little Strawberry, Mu Yu's brow furrowed. Island Master Mu, Sister Z. Oh, where is she? Half an hour later, Mu Yu stood before Yuan Chen once again. Yuan Chen had grown accustomed to it. He rose, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to Mu Yu. Island Master Mu, do you believe in love at first sight? Several dark lines appeared on Mu Yu's forehead, and her hand clenched involuntarily. Her fist was truly hardened. Once she had believed in it, and had even harbored a faint longing for love. But now she no longer believed. Yuan Chen tossed a grape into his mouth, and couldn't help but mutter, why again? But by now he had grown accustomed to it. Naked, he stepped down to the floor. He pulled a stool behind Mu Yu. Island Lord Mu, please sit. We've visited each other so many times now, there's no need for such formality. As he spoke, he handed over the grapes in his hand. Here, have some fruit. Zi Jingjing, not being so thick-skinned, glanced at Mu Yu with embarrassment, pulled the blanket over herself, and curled up in the corner without a word. Mu Yu was fuming with anger. Who has been visiting with you? It had only been a few days since he arrived here, and already he had charmed away her 3 most beautiful sisters. She stared coldly at Yuan Chen. Just as she was about to say something, Luo Li's voice rang out from outside the door. Chainer, come out quickly. Mingming is about to give birth. Really? That's wonderful. With that, he dashed out with delight. Mu Yu watched as Yuan Chen vanished in an instant along with the clothes on the bed. Mu Yu forced back the words she was about to say. Since his wife was having a child, she would find another opportunity to talk to him. Tomorrow she would come to him tomorrow. She feared that if she delayed even one more night, another woman would fall victim to his clutches. As she turned to leave, she thought of Zi Jingjing still in the room. Jingjing, don't let him casually eat your grapes from now on. What will you do if your vitality is severely depleted? Whether it was Kisis melon seeds or the grapes on Zi Jingjing's forehead, they all represented their own spiritual energy. 1 or 2 were harmless, but if too many were taken, it could damage the very essence of the plant. Seeing the large handful Yuan Chen had just held, her heart ached. A man who didn't know how to cherish his wife. Why did her foolish girls keep throwing themselves at him one after another? It's fine, my husband gave me a better treasure to replenish my energy. With that, Zi Jingjing extended her hand, and a lump of black soil appeared. Nether soil? Mu Yu exclaimed in surprise. Nether soil was a type of earth produced only in special terrains. Its effects were equivalent to low-grade spirit fruits favored by demon beasts. But for plants like them, nether soil's value was no less than that of a mid-grade spirit fruit. Just who was Yuan Chen and his group? Such a precious item, and he gave it away so casually. She glanced at Zi Jingjing. Then your elder sister won't say more. Take good care of yourself. Suppressing the shock in her heart, she stepped out. On the other end, Yuan Chen's pace slowed once he was outside. He had so many children already, there was no need for him to be overly anxious. He had only slipped out because he noticed Mu Yu's expression was off. Luo Li had called out to him, and had already gone ahead to Zhao Yaya's room. Yuan Chen strolled over leisurely. As expected upon arrival, he waited patiently outside the door. With the system's chime, a resounding cry echoed from within the room. Yuan Chen stood still, his divine sense already delving into the system. The system had emitted 2 consecutive notification sounds. 2 new cards had also appeared at the corner. Yuan Chen picked them up to examine. It seemed that the egg had also hatched successfully. Name Yuan Lu, rank lower grade, divine beast species, water chillin, cultivation, early golden core skills, none, finally 1 with a known species. But a dragon and a deer producing a water chillin. It should be plausible, right? Yuan Chen sighed, then looked at the other card. A serpent's body. That much it inherited from Shui Manon. But the dragon's head with an extra horn on its nose felt oddly out of place no matter how he looked at it. A triceratops. Name Yuan Feng, rank lower grade, divine beast species, unknown, cultivation, early golden core skills, none, another hybrid. He returned the cards to their place and looked at the rewards he had received. Congratulations, host, for obtaining artifact refining skill 60. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 70 years of cultivation. Congratulations, host, for obtaining array mastery skill 60. Congratulations, host, for obtaining silver dragon bloodline 100. The rewards this time were unremarkable. However, Yuan Chen had reached the peak of the golden core stage. He was also accompanied by 3 auxiliary skills: alchemy, artifact refining, and array mastery. But for now they were completely useless. Each skill was below 100 points. At best, he could only refine low-grade mortal tools meant for the mundane world. Still, Yuan Chen guessed these skills would become regular rewards, much like cultivation. They would gradually improve over time. When he snapped back to reality from the system, Shui Manon walked over with a look of deep affection, holding the child in her arms. Husband. Our child. Yuan Chen took the baby into his arms with equal fondness and gently rocked it. Before long, Luo Li and the others came out holding Yuan Lu. But when they looked at Yuan Chen, a trace of strangeness flashed in their eyes that they couldn't hide. A dragon giving birth to a water chillin. Such a bizarre event had never occurred in the history of the dragon race. Yuan Chen pretended not to notice their expressions and went in to comfort Lu Mingming as if nothing had happened. Compared to the other women, Lu Mingming was more like a child. The 2 black streaks on her face showed that she had been crying just moments ago. Yuan Chen contributed a few more big radishes before her mood finally eased. Thus the day passed. The next morning, Mu Yu rose early, ready to go out. It was time to have a serious talk with Yuan Chen. But why had her eyelid been twitching incessantly since she woke up? Even a petal from her peony flower had been shaken off. Forget it, I won't dwell on it now. The most urgent matter now was to resolve the issue with Yuan Chen. Just as her hand touched the wooden door, her eyelid twitched even more violently. At that moment, the door was pushed open from the outside. A familiar plant came into view. Mu Ye's breath quickened. Little strawberry. Why the hell is it you again? Hey, Island Lord Mu, wait for me. Yuan Chen watched as Mu Yu appeared silently. This time, she didn't even wait for him to finish before barging in. Mu Yu stared at Yuan Chen silently for 2 seconds. Young Master Yuan. I am really going to get angry. Huh. Shuangzi, is that you, Shuangzi? But seeing the look on her face, Yuan Chen knew this wasn't the time to be cheeky. He obediently pressed pause on the bed game. Yao Yao, wait for a moment, okay? Tao Yao Yao nodded obediently. Yuan Chen got out of bed and walked up to Mu Yu with a serious expression. I'm sorry, I was wrong. It won't happen again. Mu Yu was momentarily stunned. She had expected him to either lash out or ignore her entirely. She never thought he would actually apologize to her. She remained silent, waiting to see what he would do next. I know my actions were indeed improper, but I simply cannot control my desires towards the woman I truly love. I have now deeply recognized my mistake, and I can assure you here and now. From today onward, without your permission, Island Lord, I will not approach another flower. You see, the situation today is a bit inappropriate. Tomorrow, I will personally come to apologize with a gift tomorrow. Looking at Yuan Chen's earnest face, Mu Yu remained silent for a long while before slowly speaking. In that case, forget it. But there's no need for you to come and apologize in person. Yuan Chen shook his head. No, only by coming in person can I show my sincerity. In the end, Mu Yu reluctantly agreed. After settling things with Mu Yu, Yuan Chen returned to his unfinished task. 10 days later, Mu Yu lay shyly in Yuan Chen's arms. Husband. Yuan Chen has confirmed that the passive skill ethereal body is indeed related to the duration of interaction. As a result, the other party naturally ended up sleeping together with him. Moreover, he also discovered that the feelings of his other wives for him were intensifying with each passing day. Mu Yu, dressed by the bedside, said, later you should leave with us. Upon hearing this, Mu Yu paused her actions. After some hesitation, she firmly shook her head. She certainly wanted to leave with Yuan Chen, but she couldn't let go of Wanhua Island, where she was the island master. She had to be responsible for the beings on the island. If she left, who would protect Wanhua Island? Now she knows that Yuan Chen is from the Dragon Clan, and she has also become Yuan Chen's woman. She believes that with her presence, even if someone comes to the island with ill intentions, they would think twice after learning about her identity. Yuan Chen roughly guessed her concerns. If you want to leave, you don't have to worry about the safety of Wanhua Island. Before we leave, I will find a way to alleviate your concerns if it really comes to that. Once we return, I will send a few Dragon Clan guards to guard this place. Upon hearing Yuan Chen's words, Mu Yu nodded. If there truly is a way, that would be great. However, she was somewhat reluctant about Yuan Chen sending Dragon Clan guards. Not all dragons are as kind-hearted as Yuan Chen's family. Moreover, even if they were like Yuan Chen, it wouldn't be acceptable. The Dragon Clan has a reputation for being lustful. What if some unpleasant events occur later? How could she possibly feel at ease handing her sisters over to these people for protection? She did not discuss this matter further with Yuan Chen. They would talk about it again before Yuan Chen and the others left. The day after sleeping with Mu Yu, Luo Li came to visit. We are preparing to leave in the next couple of days. She was extremely frustrated. After arriving, she either couldn't find Yuan Chen or found him in a room where it was inappropriate to go in. While she could meet Shui Mo and the others when they were having children, it was inconvenient just after they had given birth, as their energy had not stabilized. At this moment, seizing the opportunity while Yuan Chen was free, she finally had a chance to speak. This son really is busy with numerous affairs. Yuan Chen fell silent. But he wasn't done here yet. After thinking for a moment, he said, Mother, Yaya and Huatong are also about to give birth in these few days. Why don't we wait for them to give birth before we leave? At this moment, seizing the opportunity while Yuan Chen was free, she finally had a chance to speak. This son really is busy with numerous affairs. How long can we keep waiting like this? We can bring a midwife onto the flying boat. But bringing them over means we have to take— Mother, don't you find it troublesome? Don't you love marrying wives? Just take them into the household directly, and then you won't have to send them back. Mother, I already have a grandson, Yuan Chen said with a hint of melancholy. Midwives are all married women. Which family would allow their daughters to do this? Luo Li took a deep breath, feeling frustrated by Yuan Chen's words. Then we won't bring one. There are so many little islands on the way. When it's almost time for childbirth, I can instantly reach the nearest island to bring a midwife. I refuse to believe that there isn't a single midwife on the island. Yuan Chen shook his head. Better to be safe than— Mother, I can't joke about my wives. It's better to be cautious. Well, leave after Yaya and Tong Tong give birth. Yuan Chen looked at Luo Li with a serious expression. Mother, you wouldn't want your daughter-in-law to be in danger, would you? Luo Li gradually retreated, ultimately relenting. Well, leave after Yaya and Tong Tong give birth. She left Yuan Chen's room in a huff. Meanwhile, Yuan Chen took this time to hasten his own progress. However, now apart from those who were married, the rest of them were either in secluded cultivation or unfamiliar faces passing by him. There are so many plants and animals on Wanhua Island, Mu Yu and the others certainly can't recognize all of them. During this time, Yuan Chen did not forget to help Mu Yu solve the security issues of Wanhua Island. Right now, he didn't have time for his newly acquired wives to get pregnant. After all, he would be preparing to bring them all back to Qinglong Palace. Naturally, he had to find a way to resolve their concerns. On this day, Yuan Chen visited a small island for the first time to spend time alone with Yuan Ji. When Yuan Chen arrived, Yuan Ji was somewhat surprised. Yuan Chen could still think of his old father amidst his busy schedule. This was indeed a cause for celebration. However, when Yuan Chen mentioned his intentions, his mood dropped a bit. It turned out he had a request for him. The two stood atop the highest peak of Wanhua Island, gazing at the distant, beautiful scenery. After expressing their admiration, Yuan Chen turned to his father. "Father, we won't be able to stay here for much longer." Yuan Ji responded lightly. "I want to take Mu Yu and the others back with me, but they are reluctant to leave Wanhua Island." "So?" Yuan Ji looked at him, raising an eyebrow. Yuan Chen smiled. "So I want to ask you for a favor." "What favor?" "Just say it." Yuan Ji waved his hand impatiently. When did his son become so formal with him? Yuan Chen awkwardly rubbed his hands. Just as Yuan Ji could not help but speak again, Yuan Chen finally spoke quietly. "I want you to circle around the edges of Wanhua Island and urinate." Yuan Ji's eyes widened instantly. His eyeballs almost popped out as he stared at his son in shock. "What nonsense are you talking about? Urinate around the island? Is that reasonable? Not to mention that he doesn't even have the energy to urinate around. Even if he could, has he gone mad? Why would he do something so foolish?" Meanwhile, Yuan Chen continued, "If there are any ill-intentioned individuals coming smelling your powerful dragon clan aura, they wouldn't dare to enter the island." Yuan Ji took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, and said earnestly to Yuan Chen's son, "You must remember we are divine beasts, not wild beasts. We don't rely on urine to mark our territory." Yuan Chen looked at him in confusion. "Is divine beast urine useless?" Yuan Ji stumbled. "It is useful, but—" "Then that's fine, you should go," Yuan Chen urged. Yuan Ji patted his chest, telling himself not to get angry. He said gloomily, "Father can't urinate, but I have other methods. I will contact Qinglong Palace using a sound transmission talisman right now and have them send a formation master over. We will set up a defensive formation here and mark it with our Dragon Clan symbol. That should be sufficient." Yuan Chen pondered for a moment. "That's indeed a good idea." Yuan Ji let out a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, Yuan Chen continued, "Once the formation is set up, you can urinate around, and then it will definitely be safe." After sending Luo Li away, Yuan Chen returned to his room. Zhuku was already— Yuan Ji still did not agree to Yuan Chen's request. Though somewhat regretful, he did not insist. To protect 10,000 Flowers Island, displaying the Dragon Clan's emblem was already sufficient. He believed that in this remote place no organization would dare to defy the Azure Dragon Palace. As for those ignorant fools who had just stepped out of the mortal realm, the defensive array was enough for protection. After resolving everything, Yuan Chen cast his father aside. He was swamped with work every day. He had no time to accompany Yuan Ji, an idle loafer with nothing to do all day. However, with goals hard to find and work scarce, it took over 10 days before Yuan Chen managed to woo a petite mushroom girl. She was adorably naive. He only found her after days of searching, when he plopped down under a tree and heard a soft ouch, startling him into a jump. Indeed, no place on 10,000 Flowers Island was truly safe. At least for these plants. Hearing her soft, sweet voice of complaint, Yuan Chen cautiously used precious soil to trick her into taking human form. She turned out to be a soft-bodied girl with a baby face and a voluptuous figure. Yuan Chen naturally didn't hold back. He absolutely adored cute little mushrooms. With a few witty and charming words, he became best friends with the innocent Mo Miao Miao. In the following days, Mo Miao Miao followed her good friend to the lake and the sea. It was her first time leaving that valley, and she had an absolute blast outside. This good friend gave her the most comfortable soil, making her feel as if she were bathed in spring rain every day. He also introduced her to many beautiful sisters, all of whom spoke so sweetly. Then inexplicably she ended up sleeping with her good friend. After Yuan Chen had won Mo Miao Miao over, Zhao Yaya and Hua Tong also began to give birth one after another. Zhao Yaya was fine, but when it came to Hua Tong, the sounds from the room never ceased. "Ouch, husband, it hurts so much." Then came the teasing remarks from Mi Tian Tian and Lu Hongyi. "Come on, the midwife isn't even here yet. What's the use of all this screaming? Hey, I'm just lying here with nothing to do. Master Senior Sister, you should try it too. Shouting really does feel good. Try it now." "Really?" The room fell silent for 2 seconds. "Ouch, husband, my stomach hurts." "Mine hurts too, husband." Yuan Chen, standing outside the door, was speechless. Even childbirth, and they still managed to make— Helplessly, he entered the room to calm them down, patiently waiting for the children to arrive. Soon the midwife finally came. Strangely, the room quieted down then. Then, without a sound, the children were born. The babies of Hua Tong and Zhao Yaya were no different from those of Hor Lingling and the others. Each was a human infant with a few extra features. Zhao Yaya's chubby son had a nose 3 or 4 times larger than a normal person's. It occupied most of the horizontal space on his face, with 2 long dragon whiskers beneath it. Hua Tong's child had hands transformed into sharp dragon claws. From the forearms down, they were covered in cyan dragon scales. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the high-grade spiritual artifact Calming Heart Pearl. Removes distractions, weakens illusions, and charm techniques, reduces the chance of inner demons forming. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the skill Dragon Clan Mutual Combat Technique. Yuan Chen pondered. The mutual combat technique could be combined with the Touch Toe Turn Silver skill. In close combat, the opponent would be immobilized after a few strikes. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Alchemy Experience 60. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the auxiliary top-grade spiritual artifact Man's Wardrobe. Nurtures treasures, the longer the time, the better the effect. Note maximum limit is top-grade spiritual artifact. Yuan Chen was not surprised. It would be strange if a top-grade spiritual artifact could nurture a celestial artifact. Still, this effect was quite good. Placing a medium-grade spiritual artifact inside could potentially upgrade it to high-grade. When short on funds, he could also resell weapons. But Yuan Chen fell into deep thought. He wondered what would happen if he lay inside himself. A dragon's body was also a kind of treasure. Many dragon hunters secretly killed dragons and sold their organs on the black market. Many also used dragon bones as core materials for treasures. He needed to find a chance to try it. If he could forge his body to be as strong as a top-grade spiritual artifact, wouldn't he be invincible in the chaotic Star Sea? Of course, he couldn't test it on himself. If something went wrong, it would be disastrous. After returning, he would see if he could catch some lucky ones who had offended him. Let them experience the feeling of growing stronger. That night, Luo Li came to find Yuan Chen. It was time to leave. You see, Hongyi and Tian are about to give birth. I think it's better to wait until they deliver before we go. You wouldn't want anything to happen to your daughters-in-law during childbirth, would you? Luo Li. Over 10 days later, Lu Hongyi and Mi Tian successfully gave birth along with Shui Lin. Yuan Chen's rewards this time were nothing new. They were all boosts to formations, pills, cultivation, and the like. That night, Luo Li came knocking again. Mother Jiuer and Ningning. Luo Li turned and left. She knew it. Yuan Chen continued. Besides, the formation master father called for hasn't arrived yet, so I can't leave with peace of mind. But he didn't know if Luo Li heard him. He shrugged and went back to his own business. However, it was almost time to leave. It was now hard to find beautiful women on 10,000 Flowers Island. Yang Jiuer and Bai Ning gave birth on the same day. Luo Sini was 2 days later. During this time, aside from soon, the formation master finally arrived. Yuan Ji briefed him on the tasks, and the master started working on his own. Meanwhile, it was time for Yang Jiuer and the other two to give birth. Yang Jiuer and Bai Ning gave birth on the same day. Luo Sini was 2 days later. During this time, aside from Yuan Chen only found a bamboo spirit. Before she took human form, the first thought that crossed his mind when he saw her was such a long bamboo. If he took it and gave Hua Tong a hard whack on the bottom, it would definitely hurt her, though. He wondered if bamboo could. As for why Hua Tong came to mind first. Practice makes perfect. However, after taking human form, Zhu Ke's slenderness was unlike anything Yuan Chen had ever encountered. Her waist was so slender it could be gripped with one hand. Simply absurd. While he was still frolicking on 10,000 Flowers Island in a deep courtyard of the Azure Dragon Palace, a lonely old man sat crouched at the doorway gazing at the sky. Between his left hand and the ground was an upright disc. Bored, he flicked it lightly with his right middle finger. The entire disc spun with a clattering sound. He couldn't help sighing again. Why isn't he back yet? Yang Jiuer and Bai Ning's child was born. The reward they each received was a medicinal liquid to enhance the child's talent. However, unlike the supreme talent potion, this one was to be taken by the mother. It only needed to be consumed before the child's birth. Yuan Chen sighed with emotion. Now only Luo Sini had yet to give birth. The rewards for Yang Jiuer and the other seemed tailor-made for Luo Sini. After handing the dragon-head infant and the nine-tailed dragon to their mothers, Yuan Chen went to Luo Sini's room. He gave both bottles of medicinal liquid to Luo Sini. There was nothing to regret. Luo Sini's talent was already formidable. Perhaps using both would yield an infant with extraordinary talent. If so, the rewards would multiply exponentially. After receiving the potions, Luo Sini didn't ask what they were. She gulped them down right in front of Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen had often given them precious herbs, but this was the first time she consumed something with no sensation at all. She looked at Yuan Chen with confusion. He merely smiled without further explanation. 2 days later, Luo Sini's child was finally born. Name Yuan Yun. Rank Supreme Divine Beast. Species Dragon Maiden. Cultivation Early Golden Core. Skill Innate Technique Water Dragon's Roar Sonic Attack. This was Yuan Chen's first offspring with a skill, and also his first Supreme Divine Beast offspring. The two were inherently linked. Any Supreme Divine Beast would be born with an innate technique. As they grew, other skills would automatically appear. He flipped the card over. A silver-haired girl appeared. Small silver dragon horns. A diamond-shaped dragon scale mark on her forehead. There were no other draconic features. Looking at the beautiful infant, Yuan Chen was deeply moved. Let alone a pretty one, he hadn't even had a single normal-looking child before. He composed himself and examined the rewards. The moment his gaze shifted to the reward column, he was stunned. It was too magnificent. Congratulations, host. You have received a high-grade spirit vein. 1. Yuan Chen swallowed hard. In the entire cultivation world, the chaotic Star Sea, Eastern Wasteland, Southern Mountain, Western River, Northern Land, the total number might only be in the thousands. And they were all held by major sects or top experts. He never expected to control one while only at the early nascent soul stage. His cultivation had just been raised. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 200 cultivation. It pushed him directly to the peak of early nascent soul. However, Yuan Chen's external strength was still only at the early golden core stage. Besides these two rewards, there was also, congratulations host. You have received the reward Water Dragon's Roar. This was his daughter's innate technique. The system synchronized it directly to him. Congratulations host. You have received 200 experience. Congratulations host. You have received 10 high-grade spirit fruits barrier-breaking fruits. When facing a bottleneck, consume it to instantly break through. This was useless for Yuan Chen, he could give it to his wives. He couldn't even cultivate let alone break through barriers. All his cultivation was bestowed by the system. He only accepted handouts. Congratulations host. You have received 150 forging experience. Congratulations host. You have received 5 fixed target pills. Only 5 pills. He would have to use them sparingly. This reward was exceptionally rich. Not to mention the rest, just one high-grade spirit vein made it worthwhile. Even the Azure Dragon Palace only dominated a region by guarding a few low-grade spirit veins. After summing everything up, Yuan Chen went in to hold his beautiful daughter. Her silver hair was the most striking. Even Yuan Ji and Luo Li could see the child's extraordinariness at first glance. However, Luo Li seemed to have something to say. After exchanging a glance with Yuan Ji, she swallowed her words. With so many people present, it wasn't the right time, since all had given birth. After Luo Xini rested for 2 days and recovered, everyone prepared to leave. With no more worries behind, Mu Yu and the other plants who had bonded with Yuan Chen all followed. As they were about to depart, a host of plants came to see them off. Little Strawberry in particular was reluctant. She stood out prominently among the plants, because she was the only one among the flowers to have taken human form. After spending time with Yuan Chen's wives, she found the human form more convenient. So these days she had been in the form of a 13 or 14-year-old girl. Yuan Chen looked at the tearful little Strawberry and couldn't help but smile. What a sweet little girl, so cute. She would surely be a great beauty when she grew up, Yuan Chen thought. Perhaps. He shook his head. One must have moral integrity. By now they were standing on Yuan Ji's flying boat. They would set off once Mu Yu and the others finished their farewells. Yuan Chen turned to look at Yuan Ji, who stood on the deck, and asked in a low voice, Dad, do you know what moral integrity is? What? Yuan Ji looked at his son in bewilderment, completely confused. He had no idea what Yuan Chen was rambling about. Just tell me if you know. Yuan Ji looked at him in puzzlement, still not understanding what his son was saying. But he cooperated and slowly shook it. Perfect. Neither do I. After saying this, Yuan Chen jumped off the flying boat, leaving Yuan Ji dumb. Nonsense. Yuan Ji muttered, and then watched Yuan Chen curiously to see what he would do. Yuan Chen approached, he crouched down and patted her head. If you can't bear to part, why not come with these sisters to the Dragon Palace for a while? When you've had enough fun, I'll send someone to bring you back. The Dragon Palace has many treasures like those delicious dirt I gave you last time. There's plenty in the Dragon Palace. Yuan Chen coaxed her. One must have moral integrity. But he was a dragon. What need for integrity? Besides, little Strawberry was already 13 or 14. She wasn't a child anymore. It was time she got a taste of the adult world. Yuan Chen was a very responsible husband and didn't want his wife's favorite little sister to be a sheltered flower. Can I go play? Little Strawberry asked excitedly. Of course. Yuan Chen said warmly. Yuan Chen, have some decency. After Yuan Chen jumped down, Luo Li had been watching him. Now seeing him act like a bad uncle luring a young girl, she couldn't help but speak up. Dad, see. I told you Mom has been resentful, always wanting me to carry on the Luo. After I was born and took your surname, she's been brooding. Now that changing my surname is hopeless, she wants me to change. I am a dragon. Get lost. Luo Li couldn't help but curse. What nonsense. As for Yuan Ji, he still played the peacemaker. He pretended not to hear the quarrel between mother and son. Sister Z, look over there. What a massive beast. Sister Tao, this island is several times larger than our Wanhua Island. Wow, there are people fighting over there, look. Lying on a deck chair on the deck. The excited chattering cries of little Strawberry came to his ears. She hadn't calmed down since leaving Wanhua Island. At that time, Yuan Chen and Luo Li couldn't convince each other. Finally, they let little Strawberry make her own decision. Then amidst Luo Li's sighs, little Strawberry unhesitatingly chose to spend more time with her sisters. Just as Yuan Chen was lost in bored contemplation, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Opening his eyes lazily, he saw Luo Li standing before him. Come with your mother. There's something I need to discuss with you. Having said that, she turned and went straight into the room on the flying boat that belonged to her and Yuan Ji. Yuan Chen tilted his head, wondering what she wanted. After a moment's thought, he got up and followed. Once inside the room, Yuan Ji and Luo Li were already sitting solemnly opposite him. Yuan Chen didn't stand on ceremony. He casually found a seat and sat down. Father, Mother, what's the matter? As he spoke, he picked up a teacup from the table and toyed with it. As Yuan Chen's words fell, Luo Li and the other fell silent. They exchanged a glance, unsure how to begin. At this moment, Luo Li's face was full of worry. She had long wanted to bring this up with Yuan Chen. It was about Yuan Chen's offspring. Other people's children either took after their mother or their father. Usually the child followed the parent with the stronger bloodline. Although there were cases of anomalies, they were extremely rare. But Yuan Chen was different. Every child he fathered was oddly shaped. Not a single one was normal. And that was, at the very least, Yuan Chen's bloodline was mixed with his daughter's in-laws. although the probability of all offspring being anomalies was minuscule. Could it be that Yuan Chen's constitution was special? She could still bear that for now. But when Yuan Yun Luo Sini's child was born, she was truly astonished. Yuan Yun's appearance and aura were more like a hybrid of a silver dragon and a human. It had nothing to do with their Azure Dragon lineage. An Azure Dragon, giving birth to a child bearing silver dragon blood. This was utterly absurd, wasn't it? But upon careful examination, she found the child was indeed connected to them by blood, so that wasn't the issue. So where did the problem lie? Perplexed, she could only seek out Yuan Ji to discuss it. When they met, Yuan Ji also wore a troubled expression. However, it was awkward to ask in front of so many daughters-in-law. So today they deliberately set aside time to inquire about the situation. Yuan Ji sat silently behind Luo Li. At this moment, if he were squatting by the door puffing on a cigarette, it might better match the expression on his face. Seeing her husband silent, Luo Li sighed and took it upon herself to speak. After hesitating for a moment, she looked cautiously at Yuan Chen and asked, "Chainer, is there something wrong?" Hearing this, Yuan Chen was utterly shocked. The teacup he was playing with stopped. He stared at his mother with a strange look. What on earth had happened? For his mother to say such nonsense. With over a dozen babbling little ones outside, could she really say there was something wrong with his body? Not only would he object, but the children's mothers wouldn't stand for it either. Seeing something in Yuan Chen's expression, Luo Li said awkwardly, "Mother didn't mean that. It's your offspring." Then she explained her concerns. Yuan Chen nodded and understood. So that's what this was about. Well, just as Yuan Chen opened his mouth, Luo Li and Yuan Jia's eyes widened, staring intently at him. Their ears perked up high. Yuan Chen cleared his throat. Leaning forward, he beckoned to his parents. He said mysteriously, "Father, Mother, I have a secret to tell you." Seeing Yuan Chen's mysterious demeanor, the couple exchanged a glance. Chainer indeed had something they didn't know about. Their curiosity grew stronger. They couldn't help but lean in closer. Three heads huddled together. Yuan Chen whispered, "Actually, I am not an Azure Dragon." "What? You're not?" Hearing Yuan Chen's first words, Yuan Ji could barely contain himself. He exclaimed loudly. His eyes were wide. He had personally watched Yuan Chen hatch from a dragon egg. How could he not be an Azure Dragon? This was not only an insult to him, but also to Luo Li. Luo Li couldn't help but roll her eyes. She reached out and gave Yuan Chen a flick on the forehead. "You child, what nonsense are you talking about?" But no sooner had she hit him than she was stunned by Yuan Chen's serious expression. Yuan Chen looked at them earnestly. "I'm not talking nonsense." Then he said in a deep voice, "I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary dragon. But all I got in return was your unease and misunderstanding. Forget it, I won't pretend anymore. I'm coming clean. I am a mutated divine beast, a chameleon." With the last sentence, Yuan Chen's voice rose 2 decibels. Yuan Ji and Luo Li were frozen in place. Coming to their senses, Yuan Ji exclaimed, "A chameleon." 2 seconds later, Luo Li echoed in the same tone, "A chameleon." After exclaiming, she looked at her husband in confusion. But he had never even heard of the dragon clan species called chameleon. Yuan Chen sat up straight. He glanced at the two of them. Then with a composed air he began to spin a tail. But he had never even heard of the dragon clan species called chameleon. Yuan Chen sat up straight. He glanced at the two of them. Then with a composed air he began to spin a tail. Furrowing his brows, his voice low. "The chameleon is a rare top-tier divine beast among dragons. It's not strange that you don't know about it. I found this information from my inherited memories. When I was 15, Father, Mother, do you remember that inexplicable headache I had? That was when my inherited memories awakened." Luo Li and the other exchanged a glance. Yuan Ji nodded hesitantly. "It does seem like something like that happened." Yuan Chen nodded approvingly. Both of them were several hundred years old. He didn't believe they could remember every single event of each year clearly. He continued, "From the inherited memories I learned that I am not of the Azure Dragon clan, but a chameleon that appears only once in a million years. The characteristic of a chameleon is that as its strength increases, the entire dragon can transform into various dragon subspecies. You all know that I couldn't cultivate before. That was because the power within me hadn't fully awakened. Now look at my current strength." As he spoke, Yuan Chen suppressed his cultivation base to the peak of golden core and showed it to his parents. Peak of golden core. Luo Li stood up from her chair in shock. She looked at her son in disbelief. In 2 years he had leaped from the early stage of golden core to its peak. Could he truly be a top-tier divine beast? She trembled all over. A top-tier divine beast. That was a top-tier divine beast. It was no wonder Luo Li couldn't control her expression. The number of supreme divine beasts in the entire cultivation world could be counted on one hand. In thousands of years the dragon clan had only produced a single 5-clawed golden dragon. Now she was beginning to believe Yuan Chen's words. Mutated divine beasts were the most unpredictable. The dragon clan had also seen cases where a supreme divine beast, the blood dragon, was mistaken for a red dragon. But the matter wasn't over yet. Yuan Chen continued, "Now that my chameleon dragon bloodline has been activated, I have already undergone the transformation into a silver dragon." As he spoke, an Azure Dragon phantom appeared behind him. Under the shocked gazes of Yuan Ji and the others, the Azure Dragon phantom slowly faded, and a silver dragon gradually emerged. Yuan Ji's mouth hung wide open. Then he couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Hadn't his father looked down on his own son, thinking he was a waste? Now who would dare call his son a waste? The reason Yuan Yun has the Silver Dragon bloodline is because when Cindy was pregnant with her, I had already assumed the Silver Dragon form. Thinking the Silver Dragon bloodline was superior to the Azure Dragons, I naturally used that form. Coupled with Cindy's own formidable talent, Yuan Yun was able to become a supreme divine beast like me. As for the other children, each with different forms, that's due to my chameleon dragon trait. Chameleon changes color. It's all about free switching. The children freely choosing their own combinations is perfectly reasonable. Yuan Chen silently gave himself a thumbs up. He had managed to perfectly cover his tracks. Hearing Yuan Chen's explanation, Luo Li and the others couldn't help but nod. It did make some sense. As they thought about it, they suddenly froze. Their eyes widened again. Their breathing grew rapid. Stiffly they raised their heads to look at Yuan Chen. What? What did you just say? She felt she must have misheard. Yuan Ji also snapped out of it and leaped. The chair behind him was kicked aside. When Yuan Chen mentioned being a supreme divine beast, although he was incredibly excited, he could still forcibly control his emotions. But now hearing that his granddaughter was also a supreme divine beast, he couldn't hold it together anymore. Both his hands began to tremble. Two supreme divine beasts in one family. In all his life, he had never seen heaven bestow such favor upon any family. Excitedly, he grabbed Yuan Chen's arm. Really? Really? Yuan Chen calmly nodded. She's a mutated dragon, a dragon maiden. You can look it up when you get back. Yuan Chen wasn't surprised that Yuan Ji and the others didn't know. After all, there were so many types of mutated divine beasts, Yuan Ji couldn't possibly remember them all. However, Yuan Chen felt that with serious research they could still find relevant records. If there were no precedents, the system wouldn't have given the classification. Good, good, good. Yuan Ji said good 3 times in a row, his emotions still unsettled. He could already imagine the shocked looks from his clan when they learned his son and granddaughter were both supreme divine beasts. At that time, even the Dragon Clan headquarters might send people to fully nurture his son and granddaughter. Father, there's no need to mention that I'm a supreme divine beast. It's too troublesome, Yuan Chen said, casually waving his hand. He was after all a fake. If Yuan Ji excitedly took him to the Azure Dragon headquarters and they ran a check, he would be exposed. Don't bring it up unless someone asks. If they do, just say you can't tell. Hearing Yuan Chen's words, Yuan Ji nodded, though puzzled. Luo Li smiled warmly at her husband. This was the most joyful laugh she had ever seen from him. Though he usually pretended not to care, being ignored by his own father and mocked by his clan must have caused him immense pain. Finally, he could hold his head high. Yuan Ji patted Yuan Chen on the shoulder. He could hardly wait to return to the Azure Dragon Palace. After clearing things up, Yuan Chen went back to leisurely rocking in his recliner. That evening, he went to Huatong's room. As soon as he entered, Huatong approached him with a curious look and whispered, "Husband, if you're not an Azure Dragon, then what?" Yuan Chen glanced at her. When Yuan Ji had exclaimed earlier, Huatong happened to be passing by outside the room. Yuan Chen's divine sense had seen her tiny mouth open in shock. However, she had likely feared being expelled by Luo Li, so she suppressed her curiosity and left on her own. He had wondered how long she would hold out before asking. Unexpectedly, she couldn't contain herself the moment he walked in. Smiling, he casually said, "Your husband is a mutated divine beast, the Chameleon Dragon." Chameleon Dragon. Huatong gasped. Yuan Chen gave a sly smile. "Want to see?" Huatong immediately nodded, her eyes sparkling with light. "Then watch closely." Yuan Chen stood up, his face serious. "First look at me without transforming into a chameleon dragon." Huatong fixed her gaze on him, not blinking. Yuan Chen said in a deep voice, "I'm about to change. Focus." As the words fell, Huatong held her breath, waiting excitedly for the miracle to happen. Here it comes. After giving the prompt, Yuan Chen bent over, placed his hands like claws in front of his chest, and curled his lips slightly. His eyes narrowed into slits. A voice rang out, "Little sister, big brother is here." Then his hands shot forward, directly grabbing Huatong's chest. He pushed her onto the bedside and chuckled. "See if your husband has turned into a colorful dragon." Before Huatong could speak, his mouth sealed hers. After 2 muffled sounds, a series of soft giggles and creaks followed. The next day, faced with Huatong's resentful gaze, Yuan Chen finally transformed into a silver dragon to cheer her up. That same day, Shui Monong also came to find Yuan Chen. "You say you felt the call to transform into a dragon." Yuan Chen took her hand and asked happily. He had been prepared for this. Previously, after each wife gave birth, their power increased to some extent. Shui Monong would be no exception. But when there was no change for over 10 days after the birth, Yuan Chen guessed that the boost had gone into her bloodline instead. Sure enough, the call to transform had finally arrived. Shui Monong was overjoyed. After 1,000 years of waiting, she had finally reached this step. Yuan Chen thought to himself, Yi Lingling hasn't come out yet. And now another one was going in. The children would have to be left in Luo Li's care again. That evening, Luo Li and the others learned the news. Though she had felt the call, no one could say exactly when the transformation would happen. To avoid delaying Shui Monong, the flying vessel picked up speed. They needed to return to the Azure Dragon Palace as soon as possible to make preparations. They were already close to the palace, and with full speed they arrived within a few days. When they appeared at the entrance of the Azure Dragon Palace, Yuan Man rose to his feet. He touched the beast-revealing disc in his hand and sighed with emotion. Over a year, and they had finally returned. Without hesitation, he flew into the air. The steward hurried to Yuan Man's residence. Yuan Man had previously ordered that he be notified immediately once Yuan Ji and the others returned. Concealing himself in the void, he raised the display disc. The moment the group's flying boat appeared above the Azure Dragon Palace, Yuan Man rushed over. By the time he arrived above the courtyard of Yuan Jia's family, Yuan Chen and his companions were just descending from the vessel. Concealing himself in the void, he raised the display disc in his hand. His relationship with his second son had been strained over the years. It was better not to appear abruptly. He would wait until he confirmed the child's talent was exceptional before making a move. If the talent was too poor, he would simply pretend he had never come. Finally, Yuan Ji was the first to step off the flying boat. Behind him followed Luo Li holding Yuan Luo's hand. Yuan Man's gaze shifted to the child in Luo Li's grasp. Though the boy had grown, his bizarre appearance remained unchanged from a year ago. Yuan Man's heart tightened. The fate of their lineage, whether it would soar or fall, was about to be decided. He was completely on edge. Just then Yuan Chen and his other wives descended, chatting and laughing. Yuan Man's hand froze mid-motion. What in the world was this? Every woman held a child with a face that seemed carelessly crafted. Some stared wide-eyed at their mothers, laughing with the others, while some wailed incessantly. But Yuan Man was utterly bewildered. This brood. What were they? Our courtyard might not be able to accommodate so many. Let me first go ask the steward of the Azure Dragon Palace to free up some guest rooms. Once you find a suitable place, Chainer, you can move your wives out. Yuan Ji, walking at the front, spoke. With over 20 extra people, arrangements had to be discussed with the chief steward of the Azure Dragon Palace. Yuan Man, hidden in the void, was taken aback. He took a closer look at Yuan Chen. Were all these women his wives? Hadn't it only been a little over a year since he left? And then he looked at the children in each woman's arms. So these strange little creatures were all his great-grandchildren. He winced slightly. What was going on? Why wasn't there a single Azure Dragon among them? He couldn't help but mutter a complaint, then pulled himself together. Never mind. He would first check the rank of his eldest grandson. That initial fluctuation had been far from ordinary. As for these others, he could take a look at their levels later. All right, he'll go scout the rest of Lone Cloud Island tomorrow to see if there's a suitable spot. Yuan Chen nodded in agreement. Though Lone Cloud Island was called an island, it spanned tens of millions of square kilometers. It was only considered a small island in comparison to the vast chaotic Star Sea and the Cultivation world. On the island, besides the 4 divine beast clans, there were numerous other demonic beast forces. There were several hundred factions in total, but the disparity in power was immense. Even if all the demonic beast forces combined, they couldn't withstand a single wave of attack from the 4 divine beast clans. They had no choice but to remain vassals. As an Azure Dragon, finding a place for himself was quite simple. Yuan Chen's third uncle and eldest uncle all had their own domains. It was only because Yuan Ji had been traveling for years over Yuan Chen's matters that he hadn't focused on establishing his own. After giving his instructions, Yuan Ji prepared to go find the steward. Meanwhile, Yuan Man began his assessment. He aimed the beast display disc at the little oddity held by Luo Li. A white light rippled through the center of the disc. Then a small silhouette of Yuan Luo appeared above it. A white line at the top dropped vertically, rose, descended, scanning the phantom image. 2 lines of information materialized: species, rank superior divine beast. Yuan Man was electrified with excitement. It truly was a superior divine beast. A jackpot. He automatically ignored the species column. That wasn't important. As long as it was a superior divine beast and a descendant of their dragon clan, that was enough. Calm down, calm down. Yuan Man kept telling himself not to get too excited. He looked at the beast display disc in his hand. Borrowing this had been the right move. Even waiting over a year was entirely worth it. He must inform his grandfather Yuan Chong of this news as soon as possible. Surely Yuan Chong would be thrilled to hear it, wouldn't he? Secondly, he needed to start paying more attention to this grandson he had always looked down upon. He had to build a good relationship with him before the Dragon Clan envoy arrived. There was also one person he couldn't forget: Zhujiao. He had to share this wonderful news with him. He took a deep breath. Though still a little excited inside, he had mostly calmed down. Since he was here, he might as well check the talents of his other great. He waved his hand over the beast display disc, and it returned to its previous calm state. Refresh. He aimed it at the other children one by one. Low-grade divine beast. Low-grade divine beast. Another low-grade divine beast. As he tallied them, Yuan Man was somewhat astounded. 15 children in total. Had Yuan Chen really fathered all of them in just 1 year? Thinking about how it had taken him centuries to have 3 sons, and that was after marrying hundreds of wives, he was dumbfounded. All right, I've secured 2 more courtyards from the steward. Yuan Chen, see how you want to divide them. Yuan Ji called out from a distance as he hurried back. He felt a bit helpless. Living in the Azure Dragon Palace was troublesome, though everything had to be approved by his father's subordinates. Doing anything was inconvenient. It seemed he should consider establishing his own residence when the opportunity arose. The eldest and third brothers didn't want to leave because they coveted the position of Azure Dragon Palace Lord under their father. But he had no such ambition. Moreover, being in the Azure Dragon Palace made him uncomfortable. The 3 of them were born of different mothers. Their relationship was usually strained. The other two had been scheming against each other for a long time. It was only because Yuan Chen had been unable to cultivate in the past that they never bothered with him. Otherwise it would have been even more exasperating. Yuan Chen and the others had remained outside waiting for Yuan Zha's return. Hearing his words, Yuan Chen immediately responded. 2 courtyards. That should be enough counting the one I'm in. Each courtyard had 7 or 8 rooms. There was no need to impose on Luo Li and the others. Shui Lin had her own residence outside the Azure Dragon Palace before. But since she was now Yuan Chen's wife, she naturally lived with the group. Meanwhile, Yuan Man was still checking the species of each child one by one, astonished that the beast display disc couldn't identify most of them. He sighed inwardly. They were all low-grade divine beasts. The disc moved on, finally targeting the youngest. Her appearance was admittedly much more normal. But he fell into thought. Why was she silver-colored? Never mind that for now. He calmly glanced at the changing display on the disc. Dragon Girl. Finally a species he could identify. Ultimate grade divine beast. Not a superior divine beast. What a pity. Wait. Was he seeing things? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked again. His eyes bulged. With a clatter his hands slipped, and the beast display disc fell from the void, rolling and tumbling until it came to a stop among the conversing crowd. The scene fell silent. Everyone stared silently at the beast revealing plate at their feet. Luo Li and Yuan Ji exchanged a glance. Their divine senses began to sweep through the void. Yuan Man's mind was in turmoil. With the strength of Luo Li and the other, they still detected a trace of something amiss. Upon sensing a familiar aura, the two tacitly said nothing. Since the elder enjoyed playing hide and seek, they would let him be. Moreover, revealing himself now would be rather awkward. Caught eavesdropping. Yuan Chen raised an eyebrow. Someone was spying. He hadn't noticed. Their strength. Glancing at his parents' expressions, he had some inkling. He bent down, picked up the beast-revealing plate, and curiously turned it over in his hands. As he toyed with it, ripples appeared on the plate's surface. Yuan Chen's figure was reflected upon it. Yuan Chen he studied it intently. Moments later, the figure on the plate transformed into an Azure Dragon. But after only 2 seconds, it shifted into a silver dragon. Then it alternated ceaselessly between azure and silver. Just as Yuan Chen thought it would cycle forever, the human form of Yuan Chen on the plate became fixed. 2 lines of text appeared. Species. Grade. Yuan Chen understood. So that was its purpose. Still, it was far inferior to his system. His system had at least 4 indicators. And judging by the 2 rows of question marks, this beast-revealing plate was indeed quite lacking. It couldn't even measure him. Useless. Yuan Chen suddenly recalled the little smart education robot from his past life. It was utterly worthless. On a whim, he tested it on Huo Lingling, who was nearest to him. Species human race, grade lower grade fire spirit root. Yuan Chen's eyes lit up. He waved at Luo Sini. Sini, come here. Let me show you something amazing. Luo Sini was momentarily taken aback, then shyly looked at Yuan Chen out of reflex. He waved at Luo Sini. Sini, come here. Let me show you something amazing. Luo Sini was momentarily taken aback, then shyly looked at Yuan Chen out of reflex. What are you saying? With so many people around. Yuan Chen. He raised the beast-revealing plate. I'm talking about. By then Yuan Man had also snapped out of his shock. He looked down at the oblivious crowd below. Though dragons had thick hides and formidable defenses, he couldn't help but blush. Being caught spying here was mortifying. However, he had no choice but to show himself. The beast-revealing plate belonged to the Dragon Clan headquarters. Now that it had fallen into Yuan Chen's hands, he had to find a way to retrieve it. He had considered leaving for now, and stealing it back later. With his strength, Yuan Chen wouldn't notice. But thinking about future dealings with Yuan Chen over that dragon girl, he dismissed that idea. Straightening his robe to appear more solemn, he stepped out of the void. He cleared his throat twice. Just as he was about to study the treasure with Luo Sini, he heard the commotion above. Yuan Chen grumbled in displeasure. Who are you? Yuan Man forced a smile. For the sake of the Azure Dragon Palace's grand plan, he had to be I'm your grandfather. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yuan Chen shot back. I'm your grandfather. Dad, this fellow has lived long enough. Break his legs and throw him out. Since it's a happy day to be home, let him keep his miserable life. Yuan Chen, he cast a disdainful glance toward the sky. Yuan Man's expression stiffened midair. Yuan Ji opened his mouth, looked at his father's face, and immediately scolded, Chainer, don't be rude. Then he quickly bowed in greeting. Father, why have you come? Yuan Chen feigned surprise. Oh my, it really is my grandfather. You see, I was just joking. In truth, he had known the old man's identity all along. Who in the Dragon Palace would dare impersonate his grandfather? His retort had been deliberate. The moment the beast-revealing plate appeared, he knew the old man's intentions. After ignoring him for over a decade, now that he saw Yuan Yun's development potential, he wanted to cozy up. Not so fast. He wasn't worried about incurring the old man's wrath. If the old man wanted a share of the benefits, he would have to curry favor with their family. If he got angry, so be it. Yuan Chen could completely break away and start his own faction. He was a dragon himself. Given the importance of a supreme-grade divine beast, the Dragon Clan recognized Yuan Chen, not the Azure Dragon Palace. It's fine, it's fine. Yuan Man's mouth twitched, but he waved his hand gently. Yuan Chen was now his lifeline. He had to bind him firmly to the Azure Dragon Palace. Seeing the old man like this, Yuan Chen said nothing more. He could sever ties with the Azure Dragon Palace, completely preventing them from receiving any resources from headquarters. But considering Yuan Ji's relationship, he didn't go too far. Later, as Yuan Ji and Yuan Man exchanged pleasantries, Yuan Chen remained silent. After a few words, Yuan Man took his leave. He wasn't qualified to decide the fate of a supreme-grade divine beast. He had to report this news to his grandfather quickly. Before leaving, he glanced at Yuan Chen and said warmly, "I heard you were thinking of establishing a residence elsewhere. Your eldest uncle just completed one. It's in Qingye Valley, not too far from our Azure Dragon Palace. He'll make the decision and gift it to you." Yuan Chen nodded. "Thank you, grandfather." He wouldn't refuse a free gift. It saved him the trouble of searching. Qingye Valley was the territory of the Azure Bull Demon, one of the forces under Yuan Chen's eldest uncle. But that didn't affect Yuan Chen. As a direct descendant of the Dragon clan, he doubted the Bull Demon would dare defy him. Seeing Yuan Chen accept, Yuan Man breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was satisfied. Establishing a residence elsewhere was entirely different from breaking away from the Azure Dragon Palace. Now he was still under their jurisdiction. When resources from headquarters arrived, they would pass through the Azure Dragon Palace. This was a supreme-grade divine beast. Even a trickle of benefits would be enough for decades or centuries of income for the Azure Dragon Palace. He nodded kindly at Yuan Chen, then flew directly toward the Dragon clan headquarters. After sending Yuan Man away, Yuan Chen pulled Luo Sini toward the room. As they walked, he took out the beast-revealing plate. He hadn't yet seen her talent clearly due to the interruption. But after just 2 steps, a figure appeared beside him. Yuan Man, who had just left. Yuan Chen tossed the plate into his storage ring. He asked calmly something else. Yuan Man opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately shook his head. No, nothing. Presumably when he reported this news to headquarters, they would be so shocked they'd forget about the beast-revealing plate, right? Watching Yuan Man's retreating figure, Yuan Chen retrieved the manifestation beast plate once more. Though this object held little utility, he might find it useful in a month or two. Better to keep it in his possession for a while longer. With no one to disturb him, Yuan Chen shone the plate upon Luo Sini. In a short while, the plate displayed relevant information. As expected, her talent was not low. Yuan Chen nodded at the 2 lines of text. Species human race, grade high-grade water spirit root. Yuan Chen felt relieved knowing that using both bottles of elixir on Luo Sini was indeed the right decision. Had he used even a bit less, Yuan Yun might not have become a supreme-grade divine beast. The rewards for a high-grade divine beast and a supreme-grade divine beast were worlds apart. In reality, the status of the 2 types of divine beasts was also vastly different. Among the Dragon clan alone, there were many high-grade divine beasts. Golden dragons, purple dragons. Their numbers were still considerable. But there was only one supreme-grade divine beast at the moment, which showed its preciousness. Luo Li and the others also leaned in to look. Seeing Luo Sini's talent, they were also astonished. Then finding the manifestation beast plate, so amusing, the other women vied to test themselves. But unfortunately most had mixed spirit roots. Only 2 or 3 had low-grade spirit roots. After a bout of noisy chatter, everyone returned to their own courtyards. Tonight Yuan Chen deliberately slept alone in a room. Tomorrow he planned to move directly to Qingye Valley. That would be the time to truly begin his plan. When he first received the system, he had devised a plan for a westernization movement. But until now it had not been true. He worked in fits and starts. Only with the emergence of the 3 days without sheathing blade skill did the true young. A great battle lay ahead. Tonight he would conserve his strength. The next day Yuan Chen brought his entire family to Qingye Valley. Luo Li and Yuan Ji also followed. Soon they arrived at the designated place. The scenery of Qingye Valley was quite beautiful with flowers and grass covering the ground. Yuan Chen's plant wives also loved it here. It was much better than the Azure Dragon Palace they had stayed in yesterday. That place was pitch black and hardly fit for living. Upon reaching the area, everyone descended and walked slowly into the depths. There were many mountains here, but the urbanization was quite advanced. It felt much like when Yuan Chen had traveled to the Great Yin Dynasty. It was much better than the Azure Dragon Palace they had stayed in yesterday. That place was pitch black and hardly fit for living. Upon reaching the area, everyone descended. The folk were indeed simple and honest. He grinned back at an old ox that had smiled at him. Soon he would be able to eat. The old ox, seeing Yuan Chen's kind smile, inexplicably felt a chill down its spine and quickly turned its head away. Yuan Chen turned and walked toward his mansion. In Qingye Valley, there was a city simply called Qingye City. Yuan Chen grumbled, a bunch of oxen, why give it such a wouldn't Green Ox City be more fitting? The mansion lay at the deepest part of Qingye City. It was very quiet here, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides with the nearest neighbor over 1,000 meters away. It could well be called a mountain villa. When Yuan Chen and his party arrived, the mansion was empty. After its construction, Yuan Chen's uncle Yuan De hadn't yet moved in. Pushing open the gate, Yuan Chen admired the design. Without further ado, he first took his wives and children on a tour. Besides the reception hall in the front courtyard, the back courtyard consisted of 5 large compounds. Behind them lay a garden and a martial arts training ground. All 7 compounds were spacious. The smallest covered 10,000 square meters and had over 20 rooms. Yuan Chen nodded in satisfaction. For now, this should suffice. If not, he could expand later. As for the garden, though called a garden, it was actually a medicinal, but it was currently empty with nothing planted. The training ground was a vast open space. Gazing into the distance, Yuan Chen saw several caves dug halfway up the mountain. They were likely meditation chambers. However, judging by the situation, no seals had been set up yet. At the very center of the mansion was a small courtyard of about 600 or 700 square meters. Inside the small courtyard were only 3 rooms. Yuan Chen inspected them. One was a study, and the main room was where Yuan Chen rested. It covered an area of 150 square meters. Yuan Chen and Shui Manong walked together into the last room. Inside there was only a table on which lay over a dozen oddly shaped objects. Only by sensing them did Yuan Chen realize this was the control center for the entire mansion's formations. The objects on the table were the formation cores. Placing his hand on the most striking red miniature sword, relevant information instantly entered his mind. This was the formation core for his own small courtyard. With a thought from Yuan Chen, a translucent light screen appeared above his head, then vanished without a trace hidden in the Following the rules, Yuan Chen and Shui Manong registered their auras into the formation. With this aura, the formation would become ineffective against them. It was akin to facial recognition in later generations. Yuan Chen continued examining the other objects. They were the formation cores for the other compounds and the entire mansion. There were 4 formations covering the whole mansion, 1 for defense, 1 for attack, 1 for changing arrays, and 1 for gathering spiritual energy. A complete set. Yuan Chen was even more satisfied with this place as it saved him a lot of time. After understanding everything, he had all his wives come and register their information into each formation core object. Then he arranged for everyone. With the current small number of people, Yuan Chen made simple arrangements. Of the 7 compounds, he left 2 for the children. The rest were left for the women to choose for themselves. He didn't count Luo Li and Yuan Ji. If they wanted to stay for a while, there were guest rooms in the front courtyard. Luo Li and Yuan Ji looked at this mansion with envy. Over the years, they had been constantly traveling outside. They hadn't expected Yuan Da and the others to be so wealthy. They couldn't afford to set up such a formation themselves right now. They shot Yuan Chen a fierce glare. If it weren't for him, they would have been living in this big house now. After making arrangements, Yuan Chen summoned the servants they were all maids from the Golden Carp clan. Among the subordinate forces of the Azure Dragon Palace, only the Golden Carp had chosen Yuan Ji. They were considered loyal. So Yuan Chen felt comfortable bringing them in. After returning yesterday, Shui Lin had taken the child back to her clan. This morning, over 100 maids were sent over, and none of them were ugly. Yuan Chen naturally understood their intentions. However, after a glance, he saw no beauties as stunning as Shui Lin. His interest waned considerably. He had already found a head steward for the mansion, a trustworthy female steward from the Azure Dragon Palace. Her original form was a big-head fish. As the mansion's steward, she certainly couldn't be idle. Yuan Chen's wives had the important task of bearing children, so they couldn't take the role. Therefore, he had to find a woman of ordinary appearance. That way, Yuan Chen wouldn't have to worry about losing his self-control and having to find another steward. Given the appearance of a big-head fish after transformation, Yuan Chen was very confident in her looks, and very confident in his own self-control. After strolling around for a while, Luo Li and her husband left with a sour expression. The other wives took their children to pick out their own rooms. Yuan Chen then summoned the 100 golden-scaled carps before him. Fat Ant arranged their tasks. For now, assign 2 to each wife. They can help with looking after the children and assign the rest to various courtyards and oversee their work as you see fit. The plump-headed fish cast a resentful glance at Yuan Chen. She and Shui Lin were both trusted confidants of Luo Li. One was a shadow guard, and the other managed internal affairs. They were of similar age. Yet when he had called out to Shui Lin just now, it was all Sister Lin this and that. But when it came to her, it was Fat Ant. Huh, men. All right. She nodded in acknowledgement and resigned herself to her role as the chief steward. One was a shadow guard, and the other managed internal affairs. They were of similar age. Yet when he had called out to Shui Lin just now, it was all Sister Lin this and that. Having said that, he closed his eyes and waited in the seat of honor. Fat Ant acknowledged the order and dispatched 100 servants to relay the message. Before long, 21 women appeared in the great hall. Each of them was chattering excitedly about something. They seemed quite satisfied with their new home. Little Strawberry, who stood among the crowd and barely reached the shoulders of the other women, was particularly conspicuous. Yuan Chen cleared his throat. He gestured for everyone to find a seat. The women handed their children to the maidservants who had just been assigned to them, then sat up straight and looked at Yuan Chen. Once the room fell silent, Yuan Chen slowly rose to his feet. Since everyone is here, I have a few things to say. First, regarding the promise I made to you. I once said that any woman who follows me, Yuan Chen, will receive a proper wedding. However, due to certain matters, I have yet to fulfill that promise. Starting 3 days from now, within the next month, I will formally marry each of you one by one. The moment Yuan Chen finished speaking, the women erupted with excitement. In their hearts, most still believed that only a marriage with proper rites would truly make them Yuan Chens. Moreover, marrying the one you love is a deeply cherished dream for any woman. Hearing Yuan Chen's words now, they breathed a sigh of relief. A wave of emotion washed over them. So Yuan Chen had not forgotten them after all. Having addressed the first matter, Yuan Chen continued, furthermore, from now on this is our new home. Since it's a new home, it needs something symbolic. Today I place a family heirloom here. I hope it will be passed down forever. For now it will stay in the main hall, until Sister Lingling returns, then it will be entrusted to her care. Yuan Chen had never forgotten Yi Lingling, who was still in seclusion. None of the women expressed any dissatisfaction. Yi Lingling was Yuan Chen's first wife. It was only natural to entrust it to her. They were even more curious about what this so-called family heirloom could be. Under everyone's gaze, Yuan Chen slowly walked to the center of the hall. He then rummaged through his storage ring. A rectangular red object appeared. The women craned their necks to get a look at it. Yuan Chen was a dragon. For a dragon to call something a family heirloom, it must be an extraordinary item. But after sweeping their divine senses over it, they were all puzzled. They exchanged glances. They couldn't see anything remarkable about it. Husband, what kind of treasure is this? It was the impulsive Hua Tong who couldn't hold back and asked directly. The others perked up their ears. Yuan Chen didn't even turn around. With his back to them, his voice was serious and low as he spoke word by word. This object is called. The women held their breath, their hearts screaming, say it. Just say it already. Pausing for 2 seconds, he continued, the Xian Hua Zidian. The entire scene fell silent. After a moment, Luo Sini asked softly, husband, what is its purpose? Yuan Chen spun around abruptly. Its purpose? An excellent question. He stared intently into Luo Sini's eyes. Are you troubled by not knowing what name to give? Are you worried about your child sharing a name with someone else? With this, you'll never have to worry about names again. He gently placed the Xinhua dictionary into Luo Sini's hands.
The smile on Murong Shuksha's face remained unchanged, but in her heart, she had already weighed all the pros and cons.
When he first received the reward, he hadn't known what use the Xinhua dictionary had. It wasn't until his children were born one after another that each wife would come to him, holding her belly, and ask, what name shall we give our child? Each of them had only a few children, but for Yuan Chen, they came in batches. With just over a dozen children now, he was already overwhelmed. In the future, he would have thousands of offspring. How would he name them all? In his moment of distress, he suddenly remembered the divine artifact lying forgotten in the corner of his storage ring. With it, he could save himself a lot of trouble. He would place the dictionary in the most prominent spot in the main hall. Any wife who couldn't think of a name could just go flip through it. By the time Yi Lingling emerged from seclusion, there would be many more children. He would hand it all over to her. For every name taken, they'd mark an X in the dictionary. They'd keep track to avoid duplicates. He had already planned it out. For now, the children all had 2-character names. When the numbers grew and they ran out of characters, they would start combining 3 characters. They could use generational names like Yuan I Luo, Yuan Air Luo, Yuan Sen Luo, or use the heavenly stems Jia I Bing Ding, Yuan Jia Yun Yuan I Yun Yuan Bing Yun. Wouldn't that be much more convenient? He patted the dictionary in Luo Sini's hand and sighed. Your level of understanding is still too shallow. You'll know its true value in time. Luo Sini bit her lip and cast an embarrassed glance at Yuan Chen. Her cultivation was still far too low. She had mistaken such a precious treasure for an ordinary object. Yuan Chen took the Xinhua dictionary back from her hands. Then step by step he walked toward the shelf above the seat of honor. The women behind him watched the dictionary with solemn expressions. They were unworthy of it. Hey, the treasure is glowing. At that moment, little Strawberry, who was seated, suddenly jumped up and pointed at the dictionary in Yuan Chen's hand, shouting. Yuan Chen looked down at his hand. The corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. The Xinhua dictionary had a red cover, but the pinyin on it was yellow. When he raised it up, the sunlight happened to hit it, and the yellow pinyin characters lit up. He cursed silently. That was just light reflection. You fool. Would the children born from such a woman have any intellectual issues? Fortunately, his divine sense told him that the other women had similarly odd expressions. But no one said anything. Yuan Chen cleared his throat. Silence. Then, as if nothing had happened, he placed the dictionary upright on the shelf. Young master, the eldest young master requests an audience. Yuan Chen had just turned around to sit down when Fat Auntie came forward to report. Rising to his feet, Yuan Chen spoke. Take me to him. It was perfect timing, sparing him from having to face the dull and foolish little Strawberry. He would let someone else give her a lesson in physics instead. As he stepped out of the mansion, a man clad entirely in green from head to toe was lounging idly at the main entrance, a voluptuous woman cradled in his arms. The surrounding crowd of ox demons watching the spectacle showed no surprise at all, clearly accustomed to his behavior. The sun blazed brilliantly overhead. The man's green hat swayed back and forth, glaringly conspicuous. After Yuan Chen emerged, a single sweeping glance revealed that aside from a tall, sturdy man standing at the very back, the rest were all members of the Azure Dragon clan. Hearing the commotion, the young man on the ground lifted his eyelids lazily. Third brother has come out. Is this residence comfortable to live in? Yuan Chen cast a faint glance at Yuanin. It would take a fool not to see that the other party was here to pick a fight. It was originally their own property, given away to someone else at a single word from their grandfather. No doubt it left a bitter taste in everyone's mouth. Naturally, it is very comfortable. I must thank uncle and cousin for their generous gift. A cold glint flashed through Yuan Chan's eyes. He had no idea why his grandfather had suddenly bestowed the mansion his father had painstakingly built upon this worthless waste. This mansion had cost their family immense effort. The formation materials, the hiring of formation masters, all consuming countless resources. To hand it over so readily was something his father was naturally unwilling to accept. But with just a few words from their grandfather, the father and son had no choice but to swallow their pride and accept it. The territories under the Azure Dragon Palace's jurisdiction had been placed under their management. Every so often, they were to submit a portion of the revenue from each region. However, relying on Yuan Man's status, the father and son had embezzled a considerable number of spirit crystals. One must understand that the Azure Dragon Palace was not solely under his father's control, there were other elders as well. If they learned of their misconduct, they would certainly not let it slide. Without Yuan Man to cover for them, everything they had would amount to nothing. Now there was also third uncle vying for power. They could not afford to offend grandfather either. Nevertheless, grandfather's words could not be defied. But if Yuan Chen would voluntarily give up the mansion, that would be a different story. With this thought in mind, Yuan and brought his wife and subordinates along. Hearing Yuan Chen gloat over his gains, Yuan and immediately furrowed his brow, his grip unconsciously tight. The woman in his arms let out a startled cry. Wolf Jiao endured the pain and cast a glance at Yuan. Although her clan, the Rift Wolf clan, was like the Azure Dragon clan, one of the 4 divine beast races of Lone Sunset Island, their statuses were worlds apart. Even as the eldest daughter of the Rift Wolf clan, marrying into the Azure Dragon clan meant she had to live under others' thumbs. In Yuan Chan's eyes, she was no different from any other woman. Perhaps the only distinction was that as a fellow lower-grade divine beast, her chances of bearing children might be slightly higher. Seeing Yuan Chan's displeased expression, she immediately understood what was expected. She twisted her waist in his arms and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Of course it's comfortable. After all, it's something stolen from others. Wolf Jiao, this house was given to Yuan Chen by his grandfather. Are you implying that grandfather stole it? Before Yuan Chen could respond, Yu Ying emerged from the main gate. They had all been using their divine sense to keep track of Yuan Chen's movements. Hearing Wolf Jiao, a woman, interject, they felt it beneath Yuan Chen to argue with a woman. Since Yu Ying and Wolf Jiao were sworn enemies, they sent her out to take up the challenge. The moment Yu Ying appeared, Yuan Chan's eyes lit up. The beauty before him surpassed even Wolf Jiao. After all, Wolf Jiao's beauty was among the finest of his dozens of concubines, otherwise he wouldn't keep her by his side. What had Yuan Chen done to deserve such a beauty? Seeing her husband stare unblinkingly at Yu Ying only deepened Wolf Jiao's resentment. She launched into a tirade at Yu Ying. You damned rabbit, latching onto a useless young master makes you think you are something special. Who gave you the right to speak here? She launched into a tirade at Yu Ying. You damned rabbit, latching onto a useless young master makes you think you are something special. Who gave you the right to speak here? You are the shameless one. And being authentic, unlike you putting on a facade of purity, while who knows what kind of wanton behavior you indulge in behind closed doors. I can't compare to you. Even your name reeks of seduction, howling lust. Were you born just to lure men? The onlookers watched the 2 women bicker with great interest. They were especially impressed by Yu Ying. Usually so quiet and demure, she was surprisingly formidable in a quarrel. Indeed, you could never truly understand a woman. Seeing that Yu Ying was holding her own, Yuan Chen couldn't help but wonder what a physical fight would look like. Unfortunately, they were all cultivators now. The hair-pulling scene was probably not in the cards. While they were arguing outside, the conversation in the mansion's main hall was equally animated. I never expected Sister Yu to be so fierce with her words. Yes, usually she blushes easily when we talk to her. Haha, the funniest part is howling lust. What kind of name is that? You've been married to Yuan for years, and you still haven't conceived a child. You're so pathetic. The 2 continued their quarrel, their old grudges fueling the fire. As they grew heated, they hurled every insult imaginable. Suddenly Yu Ying thrust out her chest and sneered disdainfully. Divine beasts rarely bear offspring easily. I've only been married to Ingu for 5 years. I have one. Wolf Jiao had barely explained half a sentence when Yu Ying cut her off. Yuan Chen glanced at his wife, whose chest was thrust even higher. Wolf Jiao's voice faltered as she stared incredulously at Yu Ying's belly. After a moment of observation, she burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, who are you trying to fool? You're pregnant. Yu Ying shook her head, a slight curl at the corner of her mouth. Not pregnant, but... She called out behind her. Z-Light. The moment the words left her lips, a dark shadow was tossed out from the courtyard. She had been a woman of few words. And since Yuan Chen couldn't cultivate due to his own circumstances, he passed the time by telling stories to fill their days. She had been a woman of few words. And since Yuan Chen couldn't cultivate due to his own circumstances, he passed the time by telling stories to fill their days. It also helped strengthen their bond. Even during their journey to the Great Flame Dynasty, this habit never ceased. Over the course of dozens of days, Yu Ying had absorbed plenty of the novels from his past life. But when he told them, she merely listened quietly. Yuan Chen never imagined she would actually put the lessons to use. What an excellent student she was. I've already given birth to a son. Raising one hand above her head, she caught the flying child in her grasp. Ying spoke calmly. When Yuan Chen had left for the national war, they had all stayed together. Naturally, they would bring up some interesting topics. The moment Ying made her move outside, they immediately understood what was about to happen. When Yuan Chen had left for the national war, they had all stayed together. Naturally, they would bring up some interesting topics. The moment Ying made her move outside, they immediately understood what was about to happen. Setting everything else aside, they couldn't afford to lose an argument. Behind the two, Lu Hongyi pouted her little lips in dissatisfaction. Her reaction had been a beat too slow. She only just recalled it after Hua Tong had already tossed the child out. Instantly, she regretted her own sluggishness. The other women glanced at them with odd expressions before turning their attention back to the outside. Lang Jiao stared blankly at Ying. At this moment, she was still lying in Yuan N's arms while Ying stood opposite her. Looking at the other woman required her to gaze upward. Ying, with one hand propped against the sky, exuded an indescribable aura to Lang Jiao. She felt an impulse to imitate it. But after only a moment of daze, she remembered her own purpose. She glanced at the child in the swaddling clothes. Could it be that she had truly already given birth? Hadn't it only been a— Moreover, how old was Yuan Chen? He wasn't even 20 yet. She had heard that he had just married a cat demon, and now he had another one so soon. Her own husband was over 200 years old and still didn't have a single child. She glanced at Yuan and then looked in Yuan Chen's direction. Why did she feel this man exuded an indescribable charm? She quickly averted her gaze and sneered, "How is this your son? Why does he look so oddly shaped?" Ying cast her a cold glance. "You don't have one." Lang Jiao was left speechless. Indeed, no matter what, she had a child, but she did not. Flustered and exasperated, she said, "Yuan Chen can't even cultivate. He probably has not a trace of dragon bloodline. The fact that you could have a child so quickly only proves Yuan Chen is no different from a mortal. I think your son will be a little good for nothing too." Ying hugged her son close. "Sorry to disappoint, but he's a low-grade divine beast. A mother's worth is elevated by her child." These 4 words were perfectly exemplified among the dragons. How many women could a dragon marry in a lifetime? Yet they would only sire so few children. Wasn't it all about who had a son and who was impressive? Ying had born a dragon son in 1 year. Though, he was still a dragon son. Of course, she had the capital to be arrogant. Lang Jiao's chest ached. This time, it wasn't from Yuan An's grip, but purely from being enraged by Ying. She glared at Ying, gnashing her teeth. "When I have a child later, I will surely surpass your good-for-nothing son." But for now, she was truly at a loss for words. "Cousin, this little wife of yours certainly has a sharp tongue." Just then Yuan finally spoke. He lay slanted against the steps, teasingly looking at Yuan Chen. He found nothing wrong with his sitting posture. On Guxia Island, he was the undisputed top young master. Who would dare to criticize his behavior? Hearing Yuan speak, Lang Jiao immediately fell silent. This was not the time for her to interject. She lay limply on Yuan An's chest. She glared maliciously at the couple opposite. When her gaze wandered to Yuan Chen, the finger-tracing circles on Yuan N's chest paused inadvertently. Why did he seem even more charming than before? Yuan Chen was still unaware that his ethereal body had begun to exert its effect. He waved his hand dismissively. "Ying was just joking around with sister-in-law. It doesn't mean anything about you, cousin. Please don't take it to heart, cousin." Yuan An's expression stiffened. He hadn't heard Ying insult him. "That was probably your own idea, wasn't it, you little brat?" He felt a surge of anger inside. Aside from his grandfather, his father, the great elder, the second elder, Yuan Chen was the first, second, third, 9th person to dare mock him like this. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Did he really think that being the grandson of the same grandfather made them equals? But he didn't lash out immediately. He looked at Ying with great interest. He tapped 2 fingers of his right hand in front of his eyes. "Cousin, this wife of yours is quite something. How about we make an exchange? Look, my Jiao isn't bad either. Maybe your wife is good at bearing children. If I take her home, and she gives me a son, that's a contribution to the dragon clan." The smile instantly vanished from Yuan Chen's face. The dragon clan did have such a custom. Every dragon had no less than 80 or 100 concubines. They were also accustomed to exchanging concubines if they fancied one. But that was only for concubines. Once a woman bore a dragon son or daughter, her status was completely different. Yuan An's words were a complete insult to him. Moreover, Yuan Chen had no such thing as concubines. Once a woman became his, no one else had any right to covet her. He asked coldly, "Yuan, do you know what my reverse scale is?" Since that was the case, he would use Yuan Ji as a warning to others. He asked coldly, "Yuan, do you know what my reverse scale is?" Since that was the case, he would use Yuan Ji as a warning to others. Face darkened Yuan and became even more excited. He continued, "Yuan Chen, don't be so stingy. How about just for a month? He'll return her after a month." That's right, Yuan Chen, we're all family. Don't be so standoffish." A follower chimed in to stir up trouble. Yuan Chen cast him a cold glance. As for the other Dragon Clan members, though they sided with Yuan Chen's status was not low either. It was just that Yuan Ji had kept a low profile all these years. None of them dared to offend either side, so they stood by silently. On the other hand, Lang Jiao seized the moment when Yuan wasn't paying attention to sneak a glance at Yuan Chen. An involuntary tremor stirred in her heart. Yuan Chen had gotten 2 women pregnant so quickly. What if it were her? Moreover, this man's allure was growing stronger. Seeing that Yuan Ji ignored him and kept rambling on, Yuan Chen chuckled softly. Since you don't know, I'll tell you. My reverse scale is that no one is allowed to covet my women. As the words fell, he directly kicked out at Yuan and on the ground. I've been waiting for you. Yuan shouted excitedly. He flipped his body, tossing Lang Jiao aside. He met Yuan Chen's kick with a punch. He was a nascent soul early, though he had just entered the nascent soul stage. Teaching Yuan Chen a lesson would be as easy as playing. It was a contest between peers. Even if he injured him, what could grandfather do? They were both grandsons. Could grandfather really be that partial? At worst, he could just apologize later, explaining it was just a joke with his cousin. With a crowd of witnesses, he could beat him for nothing.
Military officials all withdrew. The vast Dichin hall was left only with Murong Shushu.
But the moment their fist and palm met, he sensed something was wrong. Such immense power. Holy shit. Yuan Chen observed that the other party completely disregarded him. He let out a cold snort. As a scion of the Dragon clan, his father was also the steward of the Azure Dragon Palace. Yet after over 200 years, he had only just reached the nascent soul stage. It was pathetically mediocre. Moreover, he was so arrogant in battle. Since that was the case, he deserved a severe lesson. With this thought, Yuan Chen unleashed his full early nascent soul stage power. He kicked fiercely against the opponent's fist, and Yuan N's arm instantly shattered. Then, feeling a sharp pain in his chest, Yuan N was sent flying dozens of meters away. Even his nascent soul cultivation was so unstable, clearly bolstered by medicinal pills. In an instant, Yuan Chen discerned Yuan An's weakness. His movements did not cease. He took 2 strides to catch up with Yuan An's recoiling body. Azure Dragon Claw. He grasped Yuan An's intact left arm. Simultaneously, he activated the skill, turning stone to silver. With a series of heavy thuds, Yuan N was seized and slammed onto the ground. Without even a chance to transform into a dragon, he collapsed limply. The distant onlookers watched in stunned amazement. It was too fast. The battle ended before they could even react. Seeing this, the clever ox demon began to retreat slowly. They had no desire to embroil themselves in the conflict between the 2 young masters. Most astonished of all were the other Dragon clan members. Wasn't Yuan Chen supposed to be unable to cultivate? Why was he so formidable? After a long pause, the Dragon clan disciple who had earlier echoed Yuan and started blustering. Yuan Chen, what are you doing? We are all of the same clan, why are you being so ruthless? Though somewhat intimidated, his grandfather was the Grand Elder of the Azure Dragon Palace. Yuan Chen offending Yuan and was one thing, as they were both grandsons of Yuan Man, merely a slight against Yuan Da. But he was different. Would Yuan Chen truly offend his grandfather as well? Don't worry, you're not getting away either, Yuan Chen. Then before the other could react, Yuan Chen soared into the air. This one was even more pathetic than Yuan N. With a single punch from Yuan Chen, the disciple collapsed to the ground half dead. Yuan Chen swept a cold glance over the others. And you? Do you want to try as well? The group exchanged looks and silently bowed their heads. Their status was far inferior to Yuan Un and Yuan Kes. It was better not to court death. Bowing their heads, they went to Yuan N's side, preparing to drag him away from the scene. But just as they lifted him, they heard Yuan Chen's cold voice. Put him down. You leave. Or all of you stay. The 2 supporting Yuan N hesitated for a moment before obediently placing him on the ground. They couldn't afford to provoke him. They would quickly inform Yuan N's father and let him handle it. By the time Yuan N had thrown Wolf Jiao out, the battle was already over before she could even steady herself. Staring at the murderous aura emanating from Yuan Chen, Wolf Jiao's beautiful eyes widened in shock. He had concealed his strength so deeply. She cast an envious glance at Yu Ying, then at the infant in her arms. A powerful husband, impeccable marksmanship, and such devotion to his wife. Unlike her own brother, who never knew how to cherish her. A pang of jealousy surged within her, and she didn't even notice the other Dragon clan members leaving. Yuan Chen approached Yuan N. Lying on the ground, his body had begun to stiffen. A faint silver light appeared on his arm. Yuan Chen stroked his chin, lost in thought. The 2 supporting Yuan N hesitated for a moment before obediently placing him on the ground. They couldn't afford to provoke him. They would quickly inform Yuan Ans to see if it had any effect. He couldn't use a corpse. Using a living person, however, meant they would struggle violently, and silverization was the perfect choice. He had already tested it. Silverization merely froze consciousness and body. The life force did not disappear. He speculated that any physical strengthening during this period might manifest. Since Yuan N had delivered himself to his doorstep, he would be the one. With this thought, a rectangular box appeared in his palm. The man's wardrobe could change size within a certain range. It was a rather useful skill. By enlarging its range, it could nurture more treasures at once. With a flicker of thought, the box instantly transformed into a wardrobe tall as a man placed beside Yuan N. Yuan N, not yet fully silverized, saw the box appear next to him. His eyes bulged wide with terror. Was this brute going to stuff him into a coffin and bury him? He wanted to transform into a dragon to resist. But his entire body was rigid, unable to move a muscle. Even his eyeballs had stopped. He looked at Yuan Chen with a pleading expression. But his entire body was rigid, unable to move a muscle. Even his eyeballs had stopped. He looked at Yuan Chen. He shouted into the mansion, "Come out, 2 maidservants." Then he crouched down. He reached out and gently patted Yuan An's leg. "Don't bend, what are you doing? It'll be hard to fit you in later. And your arm, straighten it out. Why are you lifting it?" After arranging Yuan An's body to lie perfectly straight, he stood up with satisfaction. Good, it wasn't completely hardened, he could still move it. By then the maidservants had arrived. Yuan Chen clapped his hands and said casually, "All right, move him into the wardrobe." The maidservants hadn't witnessed the battle, and by this time Yuan and had finally silverized. Not knowing this was the young master, they carefully moved him as if he were merely a statue. As they moved him, Yuan Chen noticed that Wolf Jiao still hadn't left. He looked at her and said flatly, "I'll say it once more. Either leave or stay and never leave." Hearing his voice, Wolf Jiao turned her head stiffly. Her face was a mask of terror. She had watched her own husband gradually turn into a statue. This skill was too horrifying. But the moment she met Yuan Chen's gaze, her fear inexplicably subsided a little. This man seemed even more alluring. She pondered for a moment, suppressing the turmoil within her. She had come with Yuan. If something truly happened to Yuan, and would Yuan spare her? Furthermore, she stole another glance at Yuan Chen. Now that Yuan Chen could cultivate, and was so powerful, his status was hardly inferior to Yuan An's. Most importantly, he was quick at producing offspring. If she could bear him a child, her beauty was no less than Yu Ying's. Since Yu Ying could win Yuan Chen's favor, why couldn't she? And if her seduction failed, she could claim to have stood by her husband through thick and thin. Yuan couldn't blame her. With this thought, she took a deep breath and made her decision. She spoke with righteous indignation. "Since my husband is captured, how could I flee? Cousin, do with me as you would. But I have only one request. I hope you will imprison me with my husband. If we are to die, let it be together." "Your words are bold enough, but why are you constantly batting your eyes at me? And licking your lips?" He gave Wolf Jiao a strange look. "You are quite the flirt." He glanced at his wardrobe again. It shouldn't be called the man's wardrobe. Perhaps Pinya's wardrobe would be more fitting. A black line appeared on his forehead. He said flatly, "Get lost." "What is this? Locked up together? For what? A cuckolding scenario?" Ugh. After sending Wolf Jiao away, Yuan Chen rubbed his brow. He would have to be more careful with his words in the future. He hadn't expected that a casual remark would be seized upon as a flaw. And she used that excuse to stay. What loving couple. She was just coveting Yuan Chen's body, wasn't she? Dream on. Wait. The conversation with Wolf Jiao had only lasted a few seconds. Snapping back to reality, Yuan Chen saw the young maid about to place Yuan into the wardrobe and quickly called out to stop her. He had almost forgotten. As the maids looked over in surprise, Yuan Chen hastily pulled several quilts from his storage ring and neatly spread them inside the wardrobe. If this proved useful, he would be lying in there for body tempering himself someday. He couldn't let Yuan defile it. After laying down 3 layers of quilts, he turned to the maids. "All right, put him in." After the maid placed him inside, Yuan Chen continued, "Fold the quilt back, make sure his skin doesn't touch any part of the wardrobe. And there, wrap it up tightly." Yuan Chen directed incessantly. After a while, he stood outside the wardrobe, lost in thought. The horizontally placed wardrobe, the quilts wrapped around it, now made it look more like a burial shroud. He held his forehead and waved his hand. "Just cover it up, cover it up." The horizontally placed wardrobe, the quilts wrapped around it, now made it look more like a burial shroud. He held his forehead and waved his hand. Yuan Chen winced in pain. Did they have no spiritual power? Why were they carrying it on their shoulders? It was so jarring. Besides, these maids were all professionally trained. They swayed as they walked. Damn, it was even more vivid now. Little did Yuan Chen know this was entirely not. Back in the clan, when the elders went out, they always used palanquins for the sake of grandeur. The maids had developed a habit from carrying them for so long. It was only this once anyway. Yuan Chen had no mood to scold them. He pulled Yu Ying's arm and headed towards the mansion. When he reached the entrance, he suddenly stopped. Looking up at the empty space above, there wasn't even a plaque. He said to the plump ant who was coming out, "Go out and get a call it." After a moment's thought, Yuan Chen said, "Beast abode." His sons would mostly be spirit beasts after all. It would likely make a name for itself soon enough. Keep it simple and straightforward. After giving instructions, he returned. A group of chattering women crowded around him, praising Yuan Chen's prowess and marveling at Yu Ying's eloquence. But back here, Yu Ying had once again turned into the blushing maiden who couldn't handle compliments. "Hey, plump ant." The plump ant who had just entered after delegating tasks was called over again by Yuan Chen. "Go out today and prepare things for the wedding. Prepare 20 sets of wedding supplies within 3 days. After that, well, hold 1 wedding each day until they're all done. As for the guests, there are so many little demons in Qingye City. Divide them by area, invite 1 batch each day. As long as there's no awkward silence. Keep the extra sets for future use." After marrying Horlingling, he hadn't held weddings for the other wives. Doing it for all of them would come to nearly 20 ceremonies. After giving the order, his gaze shifted to Little Strawberry. He wondered if she'd be willing to experience being a bride. Returning to the main hall, he sent the women back first, then went to the small courtyard to activate the defensive formation of the beast abode. Then he returned to his room. Glancing at the wardrobe on the floor, he looked at his bed. The maids who had brought the wardrobe, Yuan Chen pointed at the bed and said, "Too small, make it bigger." The maid looked at him in confusion. 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, was small. But since it was Yuan Chen's order, she had to comply and asked, "Young master, how big should it be?" Yuan Chen stretched out his arms to measure. Then he encompassed the entire room. "The maid, you want to turn the whole room into a bed?" Seeing Yuan Chen nod, she left the room solemnly. Yuan Chen glanced at the silent coffin, wardrobe, and after a moment's thought tossed all of his spiritual artifacts inside. Then he clapped his hands and turned to go to the front hall. This matter wasn't over yet. His son was missing, so his elder uncle would surely come looking. Sure enough, within less than an hour, Yuan Chen saw a young man flying through the sky. It was his elder uncle Yuan Da. He was hovering midair, mouthing something to the mansion. With the defensive formation active, no sound could get through, so Yuan Chen ignored him. He let him talk to the air outside. In the meantime, Shimo Nong, who had also seen the person outside, came to find Yuan Shan, but he persuaded her to go back. Before long, Yuan Da lost his patience and started bombarding the formation. Yuan Shan curled his lip. The formation was designed by Yuan Da himself. He knew full well how strong it was. Wasn't it a waste of effort? Anyway, the other party couldn't interfere with Yuan Chen's family life, so he completely ignored him. He went about his own business. But just as he was amusing his son for a while, he was interrupted by the commotion outside. At some point, Yuan Da had called over 3 more helpers, and they were wildly bombarding the great formation. Yuan Chen felt a bit helpless. At this rate, it would be breached soon. It seemed he had to step in. He checked what useful spiritual artifacts he still had. On this one, Yuan Shan brought the sound transmission talisman to his lips. "Hello, Dad, are you there? Are you there?" After a moment, he put down the talisman. He stared coldly at Yuan Da in the sky, as if he didn't know how to call for his parents. Huh, ridiculous. As for him, he couldn't win. Soon Yuan Jis' voice rang out from outside. "I wonder why Big Brother is attacking my son's mansion. Damn it, that's my mansion. But it's already chainers now." Yuan Ji shook his head, disagreeing. Yuan Da's liver ached, but this wasn't the— Getting his son back was the priority. "We'll discuss this when father returns. First, have Yuan Shun hand over my son." Yuan Ji looked towards Yuan Shun in confusion. He had just been called over by Yuan Shun and didn't know what was happening. Now Yuan Chen didn't need to hide. With his father there, and his mother had come along too. Both had roamed outside for many years, and Yuan Ji alone was much stronger than Yuan Da. As for the other 3 too, were demon clan experts under Yuan Da's command. Helping out was one thing, but who would dare attack Yuan Ji? The remaining one was a woman, likely Yuan An's biological mother. His own mother could handle her. Yuan Chen stood beside Yuan Ji and casually said, "Your son dared to harass my wife, so I've killed him." Yuan Da gave him a deep look without saying a word. He pulled a pristine soul jade slip from his bosom. Yuan Chen fell into thought. A silence fell over them. Yuan Da curled his lip in disdain. When he had come worried about his son's safety, he had brought the soul jade slip with him. He never imagined it would be used this way. Yet upon reflection, Yuan Chen dared not harm his son. Slaying one's own kin was a grave crime. He took this moment to scrutinize Yuan Chen. No matter how he looked, the other only possessed the strength of the early Golden Core stage. Why had the message claimed Yuan Chen had defeated Aner with a single move? Could it be that Yuan Ji and the others had given Yuan Chen some life-saving trinket? He cast a glance at Yuan Ji and his companion. The two were off and away. It was indeed possible they had acquired some strange and miscellaneous items. What? Nothing left to say. Just hand over my son. Yuan Chen didn't bother with further pretense. With his parents here, what was there to fear? He shook his head decisively. No, your son offended me. He must be confined in the prince's mansion for a time to reflect on his faults. Hand him over. If Aner is truly at fault, I will only have him reflect behind closed doors. Yuan Da said in a deep voice. Yuan Chen continued to shake his head. You punish him. Don't be ridiculous. Yuan Chen, any matter should be left for the elders and the palace lord to handle. What is the meaning of detaining him? Yuan Da couldn't help but roar in anger. Hearing this, Yuan Ji glanced in Yuan Chen's direction. Receiving the look, Yuan Chen said slowly to his father, I can't give him up yet. I still need him. Yuan Da heard their exchange clearly. Veins bulged instantly on his forehead. What had his son become? A mere object, to be used at will? Yuan An's mother's face also darkened. She wanted to curse, but looking at Yuan Shun and then Yuan Ji, she didn't know how to begin. They were direct descendants of the Dragon clan, she was merely an outsider. She glared viciously at Luoli. Bitched. Luoli. Just then Yuan Ji also turned and said, My son says he still has use for him. Let's wait until father returns. The two men were about to continue their exchange, but the women had already clashed. They exchanged a glance. With their wives already fighting, there was no point in further talk. Let actions speak. In a flash, their weapons clashed. Seeing the two sides engage, Yuan Shun retreated directly into the formation. He had no intention of being caught and used as a bargaining chip. Once settled, he continued to watch the battlefield. His guess was correct. Neither of the two monsters dared to enter the fray. They stood at the edge, exchanging hesitant glances. The brothers Yuan Ji and Yuan Da were evenly matched, exchanging blow for blow. As for Luo Li's side, she was already forcing her opponent back step by step. Women's fights were far more interesting. Yuan Shin stopped paying attention to his father and focused on the two women. Whoa! Yuan Shin pumped his fist in excitement. He had thought female cultivators in the cultivation world were far less interesting than mortals. He never expected hair-pulling to be so effective here as well. After beating her opponent until she coughed blood, Luo Li pinned her down with a foot on her back. With a practiced hand, she grabbed her aunt by the hair. Then bang, bang, bang. She slammed her head into the ground again and again. In a few strikes the ground was dented. Yuan Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. So brutal. Given their strength, Luo Li's actions wouldn't cause her aunt much physical harm. Of course that was only but the emotional damage. Who knew how long it would take to recover? Such a splendid scene shouldn't go unrecorded. Thinking this, he quickly shouted to his wives gathered below watching the show. Memory pearls. Memory pearls. The women were startled, then remembered the small gifts their mother-in-law had given them upon their first meeting. Memory pearls weren't precious items. When the mother-in-law first met her daughters-in-law, she had given them a trove of amusing trinkets. The memory pearl was one of them. Realizing this, the women scrambled, some rummaging through storage rings, others dashing back into the house. Minutes later, not a single figure was seen on the mansion walls. Memory pearls weren't precious items. When the mother-in-law first met her daughters-in-law, she had given them a trove of amusing trinkets. The memory pearl was taking a moment to sweep her divine sense over the scene. She nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This was an outrage. Rage burned brighter and brighter within her. And then, she cried. Husband boohoo. Seeing Fu Shui crying from the beating, Luo Li awkwardly withdrew her hands. Sir loser. Yuan De, still engaged in battle, was so angry his nose was practically twisted. You started the fight, and you were the one crying for your parents. How embarrassing is that? He glared angrily at Yuan Ji. Second brother, you have gone too far today. First you capture my son, then you bully my wife. This matter is far from over. Having said that, he grabbed his humiliated wife and vanished in a flash. He knew he couldn't get his son back today. And he couldn't get past Yuan Ji. He would have to go back and think of another way. If all else failed, he would have to leave his son here for now and wait until father returned. With this thought, he gave a cold snort in his heart. Let Aner stay here for a while. He doubted they would dare to harm him. He was confident of that. After driving them away, Yuan Ji and his wife slowly landed. They then asked Yuan Chen for the specifics. Father, mother, your son is about to be wed. Please stay here for a time. After explaining the situation, Yuan Chen, the formation couldn't be closed during his wedding. He would need his parents to oversee things. Once the matter was settled, he would close the formation, retreat into the mansion, and begin his seclusion. He wouldn't open the door for anyone. Worried for Yuan Chen's safety, the couple readily agreed. Yuan Chen happily said to the steward Aunt Pang, prepare 2 deluxe guest rooms. Luo Li and Yuan Ji, who were walking into the mansion, both stopped in their tracks. Guest rooms at their son's house. And even if it were guest rooms, why too? They stared at Yuan Chen with displeasure. Just then Luo Cini and the others ran. Mother, look, you were so cool just now. Mother, mine is the best shot, look at mine. Look at this profile, it's stunning. Soon Luo Li forgot about sleeping in a guest room. As for Yuan Ji, without Luo Li, he didn't bother to mention it. Guest room it was. As for the second one, couldn't he just leave it empty? Luo Li was also overjoyed, occasionally taking out the memory pearl to watch her own heroic bearing. The women chatted happily. Meanwhile, Yuan Chen, at Yuan Ji's curious request, took him to see Yuanin. When Yuan Chen opened the 2 doors of the wardrobe, he peeled back the 3 layers of quilts wrapped around the figure, revealing a silver-white statue. And after hearing Yuan Chen say that even he couldn't undo this technique, Yuan Ji stood frozen in place. After a moment of silence, he patted Yuan Chen on the shoulder and said, wait for your grandfather to return before handing him over to your uncle. In a mansion within the Azure Dragon Palace, Yuan De paced back and forth with heavy sighs, while Fu Shui sobbed softly beside him. This was utterly outrageous. Since marrying into the Azure Dragon Palace, she had never endured such humiliation. With the masters in such a state, the servants were naturally shrouded in gloom. Stop crying. Yuan De snapped irritably. His son had been captured, his wife beaten. No one was more aggrieved than him. Yet what could he do? He had just sought justice from the Grand Elder, only to be told to wait patiently for Yuan Man's return. Upon inquiry, he learned that Yuan Man had sent a message to every elder before departing. After his departure, all were to ensure Yuan Chen's safety. At this, Yuan De sensed something amiss. Why had his father's attitude toward Yuan Chen shifted so drastically overnight? With this thought, he dared not act rashly to rescue his son. Yet despite this, he could not forget the grievances so the couple could only sulk at home. While they sighed in despair, Yuan Chen's side was filled with joy and laughter. Yuan Chen had finally begun his wedding ceremonies. Luo Cini and the others had already held theirs, so the first day was dedicated to Lu Mingming. Yuan Chen forcefully ordered the little oxen of Qingye City to serve as guests. Now that Yuan Chen was the master here, the oxen dared not refuse. Yet so far none of the high-ranking members of the Azure Ox clan had come to see Yuan Chen. They had always been vassals of Yuan De, likely to avoid suspicion. Yuan Chen had no time to bother with them as long as they didn't hinder his affairs. However, to Yuan Chen's surprise, on the first day of his marriage to Lu Mingming, some Dragon Clan elders sent congrats. It was understandable that the 9th elder, who was on good terms with Yuan Ji, would send gifts. But even the Grand Elder and Second Elder sent representatives. Yuan Chen guessed that Yuan Man must have said something to them before leaving. But surely he hadn't revealed the matter of the supreme divine beast, otherwise these elders would have come in person. Yuan Chen did not refuse the gifts. He pocketed them all. These fellows were quite generous. The spiritual herbs and medicines alone were enough to feed Lu Mingming for a month. But then again he was about to marry over a dozen wives. If you've given once, can you really hold back afterward? He mused as he walked over to Luo Li to discuss matters. Mother, I think we should hold another ceremony for Cinny and the others. After all, it wasn't a proper wedding into our residence back then. As soon as he spoke, Luo, Cinny, and the others' eyes lit up, and they nodded in agreement. Seeing their expressions, Luo Li found it hard to refuse. After a moment's thought, she agreed. Yuan Chen smiled, and nodded, then turned to his wives. From now on, all the gifts you receive each day are yours to keep. Hua Tong and the others practically leaped for joy. They had been drooling over the gifts they'd seen earlier. Now everything was theirs. You're so good to us, husband. Yuan Chen nodded in satisfaction. How could he not be? After all, he was just fleecing the Azure Dragon Palace elders. Over the next 10-odd days, Yuan Chen kept marrying, leaving the Azure Dragon Palace elders utterly bewildered. On the second day, when they heard of another wedding, they thought it would be awkward not to give a gift after the first day. By the third day, he had already married too. Surely this was the last one. They might as well give again. If others gave and they didn't, their earlier goodwill would be wasted. Then came the fourth, fifth day. They had already given gifts for 10 days. This must be the last one, right? And so they tearfully sent over a dozen more gifts. The first time, to show goodwill, they had given generously. Though the subsequent gifts were smaller, the total of over a dozen was still painful. Yuan Chen walked to a storage room in the front yard. He opened his wardrobe. Since the wedding required him to conduct affairs in his room, having a corpse lying in a coffin nearby was unsettling. So he had it moved to the front yard and left somewhere. Now over 10 days later, he came to check if there had been any effect. Behind him, Yuan Ji followed curiously. The father and son pried open the wardrobe, and Yuan Ji used his magic to levitate Yuan N's body out and place it on the ground. They both leaned in. Yuan Shun held a small axe and tapped it against various parts of Yuan N's body. Each tap produced a crisp sound. It was a gift Yuan Ji had given Yuan Shun over 10 days ago when they first saw the specimen. They had made a record then. Yuan Shun had thought it would take longer to notice changes. And more. It was a gift Yuan Ji had given Yuan Shun over 10 days ago when they first saw the specimen. They had made a record then. Yuan Shin had thought it would take longer to notice changes. Now with this artifact, even slight changes over 10 days could be detected. Yuan Ji even pulled out a small notebook to record the data. With each tap, Yuan Shin noted the data for each body part. After a while, they compared the new data with the old and exchanged a glance. It really worked. The mass distribution was more balanced and perfect, and the hardness had noticeably improved. So the wardrobe was indeed a body-forging treasure. And to stay there for over 10 days. What a waste. Yuan Shun cleaned the wardrobe thoroughly, even washing it several times with the Dragon Clan's purified, and to stay there for over 10 days. What a waste. Yuan Shun cleaned the wardrobe thoroughly, even washing it several times with the Dragon Clan's purified water. Only then did he transform it back into a small box and return it to his hand. Feeling delighted, he and Yuan Ji left the room. He planned to try it out tonight. As for Yuan, and they ignored him, leaving him discarded on the ground. Chainer, come here. Yuan Shun heard his mother's roar as soon as he stepped out. Mother, what's wrong? Luo Li approached. What's wrong? Are you going to marry that little strawberry tomorrow too? He had just married Zhuku today, leaving only little strawberry. After over 10 days of influence, little strawberry had made the right choice. Luo Li took a deep breath. She's still a child. Yuan Shin paused, a hint of gratitude and affection in his eyes. Mother, in your eyes I will always be a child too. Luo Li, who's being sentimental with you? She gritted her. Be serious. I'm talking about something important. Oh, mother, little strawberry is just curious. Let her play along. Do you really think I'd let her sleep with me now? When the time comes, it'll be a done deal. Really? Luo Li asked skeptically. Yuan Shin nodded. Mother, don't you know me by now? I never planned to marry her. Little strawberry thought it was fun and begged me to let her go through the motions. Luo Li, why couldn't she bring herself to believe Yuan Shen's face? After sending Luo Li away, Yuan Shen returned to his room. Zhuku was already waiting quietly, even though they had already become intimate. Nevertheless, she still took this significant matter very seriously. After Yuan Shen entered, he lifted the veil, repeating the same unchanging ritual from the past 10+ days. He sat down beside Zhuku. Let's go to sleep then. Once today's tasks were finished, and he had accepted little strawberry tomorrow, he would officially begin his seclusion. Husband, let me help you change. Zhuku said gently. She rose and walked before Yuan Shen, her phoenix crown swaying slightly. The vibrant red bridal gown made her skin glow with a rosy radiance beneath its snowy paleness. Though this had been their routine for over 10 days, Yuan Shen still found himself losing control. The skill of filling gaps was good. His body was invigorated at every moment. However, there was one thing: he wasn't entirely satisfied with. His energy was simply too abundant. Basically, whenever a woman seduced him, Yuan Shen couldn't hold back. He had discovered this issue when Wolf Jiao had harassed him earlier. Fortunately, he had the calming beads clutched in his hand. Otherwise he too would have become an immoral person. He pulled Zhu Ku into his embrace. Unable to control himself, his hands roamed freely. Just as Zhu Ku was also lost in passion, Yuan Chen's hands suddenly froze. Wait. Huh. Does husband need to take medicine? Zhu Ku lifted her head. Her face was flushed crimson, yet she still voiced the thought in her mind. Yuan Chen's face darkened. By the time he was with these women, he had long stopped taking that medicine. It must have been mentioned by some other woman during idle chat. Looking at Zhu Ke's innocent expression, as if she were genuinely asking a serious question, Yuan Chen took a deep breath. Forget it. He shook his head, saying nothing more. A small box abruptly appeared in his hand. Husband. Zhu Ke naturally recognized it. Wasn't this the coffin that had once held Yuan in? She couldn't understand why Yuan Chen was bringing it out now. Yuan Chen smiled at her and tossed the box onto the bed. There was no need to worry about it falling to the floor. The maids had already remodeled the entire room according to his instructions. Upon entering, there was nothing but beds. The wardrobe had been transformed into the size of a double bed, but this only occupied about a fifth or sixth of the large bed in the room. Zhu Gaoshu kicked off his shoes at the door. He also removed Zhu Ke's shoes, revealing a pair of small feet clad in white silk stockings. Yuan Chen fondled her feet for a moment. Then taking her small hand, he led her across the heated brick bed. Approaching the wardrobe, he said with a smile, "Cuckoo, this is a treasure for body refinement." He sighed. Perhaps the effect of this wardrobe would be even more pronounced for Zhu Ku. Zhu Ku herself was a green bamboo. Her clan had been used as material by various artifact refiners before they became demons. One could say they were born for the trade of artifact refining. Releasing Zhu Ke's hand, he pulled out a few quilts from his spatial storage and laid them inside. He took Zhu Ke's hand again and stepped inside with his left foot. "Come on, you come in and feel it too." This. Zhu Ke hesitated, rooted to the spot. She looked at herself, then at Yuan Chen. Both were dressed in red. You have to admit, lying inside here in a red wedding dress was quite fitting. Come on, experience it. When you get up tomorrow, you won't feel as drained as before. I guarantee you'll be refreshed and invigorated. You might even feel much more energetic. Seeing Zhu Ke didn't move, Yuan Chen pulled her inside. Zhu Ke didn't, so give it a try. A moment later, Yuan Chen and the other lay side by side inside the wardrobe. As they quieted down and focused, they could feel a warm current flowing through their meridians. It was just imperceptible without careful observation. He fell into thought. Was the essence of the wardrobe dissipating because the doors were open? Thinking this, he sat up. "Husband, what are you doing?" Zhu Ke had a foreboding feeling and quickly asked. "Oh, I'm just seeing if closing the lid will make the effect better." As he spoke, he pulled the wardrobe door on his side, closed, then nudged Zhu Ke. "Close yours too." Zhu Ke. Was this a new kind of mood? Well, since her husband was willing, she would certainly oblige. She nodded. "Clothes, husband, the clothes." Yuan Chen slapped his forehead. "Oh, right." Then with a flick of his toes and a twist of his hips, his pants slid down. In seconds, he was completely bare. Without stopping, his hands helped Zhu Ke out of her clothes. He was already thoroughly experienced in this matter. According to his preference, he usually removed them piece by piece midway. But since they were about to close the wardrobe door, and the space was too cramped for such maneuvers, he would have to compromise tonight. "Come on, close the door." After saying this, they both shut the wardrobe doors simultaneously. Inside the wardrobe, only their heavy breathing could be heard. Zhu Ke's face was flushed with excitement. Changing the venue seemed to make things feel different. She squeezed closer to Yuan Chen, waiting for his next move. But after 3 seconds, 10 seconds, 2 minutes passed, and Yuan Chen made no move. Feeling the warm, large hand on her belly, Zhu Ke was completely dumbfounded. What did they come in here, just to sleep? No way. She draped her long legs over to one side. Touching another fleshy mass, she began to rub against it skillfully. At that moment, Yuan Chen was sensing the changes in his body. The essence within him was indeed flowing faster, more than twice as fast as when the lid was open. And it was getting hotter and hotter. Hearing the breathing beside him, he immediately realized this effect probably wasn't from the wardrobe. He smiled apologetically at Zhu Ke as if sensing her resentment. He had forgotten the main task. With a roll, he no longer felt cramped on either side. His back pressed against the wardrobe door, opening a small crack. A sliver of white light streamed in. Then the entire wardrobe door opened and closed repeatedly. The inside of the wardrobe flickered between light and dark. If someone had passed by outside, they might have thought a corpse was rising from its coffin. The coffin lid could no longer contain it. The next day, Zhu Ke pushed open the wardrobe door. Light streamed in. Zhu Ke stepped out of the wardrobe. She put on her clothes one by one, reminiscing about the previous night. It had truly been an interesting evening. She looked at Yuan Chen, who was lying on his back inside the box. She licked her lips. Should she? No, better not. Yuan Chen still had to go marry little Strawberry later. Their time was all allocated. If she delayed any longer, she would be encroaching on someone else's time. She sighed regretfully. HM. As she prepared to leave, she inadvertently swung her arm. Suddenly she noticed something was off. Her skin felt much more resilient. Thinking this, she pinched her left arm with her right index finger. It really was firm. Her eyes lit up. Would her husband like this even more now? When Yuan Chen got up, there was no trace of Zhu Ke left. He was not surprised. Over the past few days, nearly every woman had left early. Knowing that Yuan Chen had been busy these days, he got up and looked at his wardrobe, which was still somewhat inconvenient. He pondered for a moment. With a thought, the wardrobe instantly expanded to the same size as the bed. Then Yuan Chen pulled out the mattress that was spread on the bed. All the items were placed inside the wardrobe. This way it could serve directly as a large bed. As for the wardrobe door, if it were to be utilized, he took out the Tranquility Pearl and hung it on the edge of the wardrobe door. This way, when the door was closed, the pearl would be right at the center of the wardrobe.
The moment her consciousness returned, every limb and bone felt drained of all strength, so weak that even lifting a fingertip required immense effort.
At this moment, the wardrobe was tilted upside down. Standing on top, Yuan Chen adjusted its height. He set it to a height suitable for a person. Then he entered the wardrobe to feel it out. Nodding in satisfaction, he thought it was very good. Sleeping inside with a radiant pearl above would serve as a lamp. The atmosphere was filled with charm, and the space was sufficiently large. When he wanted to initiate a group battle, there would be ample room for that. He had considered this plan long ago. Humans are inherently greedy, never knowing satisfaction. With one they desire more, and with more they wonder if they can have them all together. After trying together, they would think of even more ways. He jumped out of the wardrobe. The only downside was that in the future he would need to jump in hand with his wives. It was getting late, and Yuan Chen still needed to attend an event. This issue could only be resolved later. When he stepped out, the banquet outside had already begun. Luoli was seated at the head. The cattle were fine given the vastness of the city. Each time they invited new cattle. But there was only one Luoli. After over 10 days of delivering the same speech, she was about to be sick of it. She was the same as any other daughter-in-law. It wouldn't be right to treat the previous ones seriously while neglecting the later ones. She could only go through the motions one by one. Fortunately, today was the last one. She shot a fierce glare at Yuan Chen, who had just come out. You seem carefree. Yuan Chen, however, paid little heed to Luoli's gaze, casually greeting a few people before returning to his room. She shot a fierce glare at Yuan Chen, who had just come out. You seem carefree. Yuan Chen, however, paid little heed to Luoli's gaze, casually greeting a few people before returning. As soon as she reached the door, she was heard excitedly talking to herself. 50 stalks of white jade ginseng. 5,000 spirit stones. As soon as she reached the door, she was heard excitedly talking to herself. 50 stalks of white jade ginseng. Outside the door, Yuan Chen shook his head. What a little money grubber. But it is precisely such a little money grubber that is easy to deceive. Give her money, and she will willingly follow you. Pushing the door open, the bed occupied 3/4 of the space. The remaining area was filled with treasures, leaving no room to stand. Yuan Chen, you're here. After Yuan Chen entered, Little Strawberry simply greeted him and continued counting her items. Upon hearing Yuan Chen say that all the wedding gifts received would solely belong to the bride, Little Strawberry immediately became eager to participate in this gift-giving event. At this moment, the gifts she received were not at all inferior to those of her other sisters, naturally bringing her great excitement. Yuan Chen patiently waited on the side. Watching Little Strawberry count back and forth tirelessly, when it was getting late, he finally grabbed her arm and said, "All right, that's enough. Let's go." "Where to?" Little Strawberry looked longingly at her belongings. No matter how many times she counted, it never seemed enough. But at that moment, Yuan Chen had already scooped her up and jumped directly into the wardrobe. When the 2 doors closed, the light from the Tranquility Pearl instantly illuminated the entire space. Yuan Chen cursed under his breath. The atmosphere was set, but the desire that had just arisen was instantly washed away by the pearl's effect. Wow, so beautiful. Little Strawberry beside him exclaimed in awe, her hands clasped at her chest, gazing intently at the colorful pearl above. Then excitedly she grabbed Yuan Chen's shoulders and shook him. "Yuan Chen, this is so beautiful. Can you give it to me?" With her big watery eyes fixed unblinkingly on Yuan Chen, the feeling had come. This was the feeling. Yuan Chen shook his head. "No, I still have use for this. However, it can stay here. If you like it, feel free to come." Upon hearing Yuan Chen's first sentence, Little Strawberry frowned in displeasure. But as soon as she heard the second sentence, she immediately jumped up in joy. "Really? Then I will come over every day in the future." Yuan Chen smiled and nodded. "That's fine. But you have to call me brother first." Little Strawberry showed no hesitation. "Brother, Yuan Chen, brother, brother," she called out several times. Her voice was sweet and sticky. Yuan Chen shivered all over. This was just right. He looked up disdainfully at the Tranquility Pearl above, giving it the finger. Is this really it? In the face of true power, this is nothing. His gaze was hot as he looked at Little Strawberry, who was bouncing with joy. He planted a kiss on her little face. At this moment, Little Strawberry was roughly akin to a 14-year-old girl. After this surprise, she was stunned in place. Then scenes of having secretly observed her sisters before flashed in her mind. Looking at the young man before her, she couldn't help but rush in for a kiss. I have also learned through the system. After a night passed, Little Strawberry finally became a member of this big family. After the wedding was completed, Yuan Chen let his parents leave. Then he activated the entire array of the Beast Manor, entrusting the children to the maids. He began his long months of battles. The participants included himself and his 20 wives. Shui Mo and others felt the sensation of advancement. He and Luo Li returned to the secluded area of the Qinglong Palace. Yuan Chen's backyard became a forbidden zone for the maids. Initially, Yuan Chen had them come one by one. Later, to improve efficiency, he divided the 20 people into 5 groups. Since it was a collective, there had to be a reasonable framework. Yuan Chen made reasonable schedules. As for himself, he was still young. Rest. What rest? Every 3 days he would face a breakthrough without a definitive timeline. Yuan Chen made reasonable schedules. As for himself, he was still young. Rest. What rest? Every 3 days he would face a breakthrough without a definitive timeline. Thus, who would hit the jackpot was entirely a matter of fate. And so 3 days later, Queen Mu Yu was the first to be eliminated from the competition. She became the first woman to become pregnant. At the Dragon Clan headquarters in the Chaotic Star Sea within the library, dozens of books danced in midair, their pages flipping incessantly with a rustling sound. An elderly man sat cross-legged in the center, eyes closed and brows furrowed. A pile of open books lay scattered on the ground around him. Time passed unknown in its duration. At last the old man rose, clutching a book in his hands, and exclaimed with excitement, "I found it. So there really is a mutant race called Dragon Maiden. A supreme divine beast." Wah! Yuan Man, standing by, could no longer contain himself. Let me see, let me see." Hearing the news, he disregarded all etiquette of seniority. He shoved Yuan Chang's head aside, snatched the book from his hands, and saw features identical to Yuan Yun's. With his hands trembled with excitement. Grandfather! Grandfather! It's true." Yuan Chang, who had been shoved aside, abruptly stopped laughing. Only after Yuan Man spoke with equal fervor did Yuan Chang set aside the earlier disrespect. He stepped forward, his face also brimming with joy. "Let us inform the elders at once. Our lineage is about to soar." The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became. His entire body trembled. "You said before it was at least a mid-grade divine beast. I thought a high-grade divine beast was already the peak, but I never expected. Grandfather, the high-grade divine beast is another one." Moi. Yuan Chang halted mid-step, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Grandfather, the high-grade divine beast is another one." Moi. Yuan Chang halted mid-step, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Is his wife exceptionally gifted?" Thinking of Yilingling as merely an ordinary beast, Yuan Man quickly shook his head. Yuan Chang's expression grew complex. A single low-grade divine beast was simultaneously the sire of a supreme-grade divine beast and a high-grade divine beast. The high-grade one could be explained. After all, that was entirely a matter of luck, unrelated to racial talent. Historically, the emergence of supreme-grade divine beasts had followed no pattern, so it was entirely possible for Yuan Chen. But a high-grade divine beast. "And my grandson has fathered over a dozen children in just 1 year." "How many?" Yuan Chang's eyes nearly popped out. No dragon scion had ever sired so many offspring, yet Yuan Chen had accomplished it in a single year. Then his eyes lit up. With such a high success rate, wouldn't their if they could ally with a few mid-grade divine beasts? His eyes gleamed with ambition. He thought of the white dragons, silver dragons, and others he had good relations with, wondering if he could swallow his pride to seek mates for his descendants. Previously, he wouldn't have dared to dream a low-grade divine beast coveting mid- or high-grade ones. But now that burden was lifted. Their family had produced a supreme-grade divine beast. Once it matured, it would surely rule the Dragon Clan for centuries or millennia. Even after ascending to the upper realm, it would hold a certain status. Who wouldn't want to curry favor early? As they pondered, they arrived at the highest floor of the Dragon Palace. Aoe looked approvingly at the man who had just emerged from the Dragon Clan's secret realm. "Aoe Xing, it seems you've gained much," Aoe said with satisfaction. Unexpectedly, shortly after the senior Jade Dragon ascended to the upper realm, the Dragon Clan produced another supreme-grade divine beast, the 5-clawed Golden Dragon. Heaven truly favored the Dragon Clan. He rejoiced inwardly. Centuries ago, the White Elephant Clan had produced a supreme-grade divine beast, boasting that it would lead the divine beasts for a millennium. Yet within a year of that boast, Aoe Xing had emerged, thoroughly humiliating the White Elephant Chieftain. For 2/3 of history, the Dragon Clan had been the overlord of the divine beast realm, and they dared to think they could surpass us. Wishful thinking. Just then, sensing a fluctuation from his transmission talisman, he picked it up for a casual glance while speaking with Aoe Xing. Moi. But after a single glance, he stood frozen in place. "Chieftain, what's wrong?" Aoe Xing asked in confusion. "Wait here," Aoe said, then vanished from the spot. On his way to the Dragon Hall, he felt as if he might. The shock was too immense. The Dragon Clan had 2 supreme-grade divine beasts in the same era, a phenomenon never before seen in the entire cultivation world. In the past, when the Dragon Clan had a supreme-grade divine beast, other races also had one to counterbalance it. The Dragon Clan was only slightly stronger overall. But now, if this was true, the Dragon Clan could sweep everything in the coming millennium. Their authority in the divine beast realm would be unprecedented. Is this information accurate? Upon landing before the elders and Yuan Chang and his grandson, he asked bluntly, without preamble. No one spoke. All eyes turned to Yuan Man. Yuan Man nervously faced the high-ranking officials, having never before had the chance to meet so many powerful figures. Now, with the chieftain and several elders gathered around him, his heart surged with excitement. Yet he didn't forget the matter at hand. After a brief pause, he immediately spoke. It should be accurate. When I sensed something amiss, I came to the Dragon Clan headquarters to borrow the Beast Revelation disc. The disc showed the child is of the Dragon Maiden breed, so it's a Dragon Maiden. AOE understood more than the others. The term Dragon Maiden was instantly clear to him. He glanced at Yuan Man. Thus it seemed he wasn't lying. He immediately declared, "Let's go. Bring the child to headquarters at once. We'll provide the best resources. This time I, the chieftain, will go personally." With that he set off impatiently. The Dragon Clan had no shortage of enemies, not just cultivators or demon cultivators. Even among divine beasts they had few allies. If others discovered this and secretly killed the child, the loss would be immense. "He'll go too. Count me in." As AOE's words fell, the surrounding elders shouted excitedly. The Dragon Maiden was only known from records, though none had ever seen one in person. Their curiosity was piqued. After some thought, AOE left with two elders, ignoring Yuan Chang and Yuan Man entirely. Bringing them would slow their pace. Elsewhere, through Yuan Chen's tireless efforts, Mu Yu and Kue Si had both conceived. Huatong and Luo Sini were pregnant with their second child. Luo Sini was the happiest. She had struggled the most to conceive initially. Unexpectedly, she was now at the forefront. Her mind raced with thoughts. Her first child was a supreme grade divine beast. If her second were also. The more she thought, the more thrilled she became, wishing she could rush to embrace Yuan Chen for more attempts. But since becoming pregnant, Yuan Chen had revoked her right to physical indulgence. She had no choice but to desist. She stroked her belly. She sat in her room, patiently awaiting the birth of her child. What could have happened to chain her? Let him out at once. Well, Mu Yu looked at Luo Li, awkwardly unsure. With Yuan Ji, her father-in-law, standing behind Luo Li, the situation grew even more embarrassing. "He'll go find." After waiting in vain for Mu Yes' reply, and seeing the other daughters-in-law remain silent, Luo Li strode directly toward the backyard of the Beast Mansion. This morning Yuan Ji had received a transmission from his father. The Dragon Clan's chieftain himself was arriving, and they were all to prepare for the reception. Luo Li and her husband dared not delay and hurried over. When they stepped out, they found the entire Azure Dragon Palace already mobilized. Elders who usually remained in seclusion had emerged one by one, summoning their disciples. This was a visit from the Dragon Clan's high echelons. Any disciple who caught their fancy might receive immense benefits. But what Luo Li hadn't expected was that upon her arrival, she would be blocked at the door. Every inquiry was met with hesitation, so she decided to go find him herself. Mother. Several female voices called out from behind, but Luo Li paid no heed. She had already reached the outside of Yuan Chen's room. At the doorstep she saw Bai Ning and the others chatting and laughing as they approached. Only when they drew near and saw Luo Li and her husband did their expressions freeze. "Mother." Luo Li glanced at them and said calmly, "Oh, you are here to see Yuan Chen too." After greeting them, she continued inside. Taking 2 steps forward, she tapped the formation barrier ahead. Yuan Chen opened the door. Both she and her husband were registered in the Beast Mansion's overall array. But Yuan Chen's personal room was not authorized. Entering required his consent. As she knocked, she casually glanced at Bai Ning and the others. What has Chainer been up to these days? Why hasn't he replied to any messages? Before arriving, they had tried to summon Yuan Chen via transmission talismans, but there had been no response. The Dragon Clan's high echelons would arrive any moment, and to avoid his absence, the couple had come specifically to notify him. At this, Bai Ning and the others blushed, looking uneasy. Finally, Shui Lin blinked her eyes and cast a meaningful glance at her former good sister, saying, "Mother, you understand." Even after all this time, hearing Shui Lin call her mother still felt somewhat jarring. Whenever Shui Lin or Shui Manong called her mother, her toes would involuntarily curl. But now there was an even more awkward matter at hand. Having been close sisters with Shui Lin for so many years, and knowing her own son, well, Luo Li instantly grasped the situation. Thankfully, the formation was in place, though otherwise she and her husband might have barged in. Just as she was about to leave within the formation, Lu Hongyi's figure appeared. "Sister Bai, you're here. Come on, and the others are almost done. Remember to line up properly." "Oh, Mother." Bai Ning and the others were directly opposite the formation's exit, blocking Luo Li and her husband from view. Lu Hongyi and her precious disciple hadn't noticed them upon exiting. Only after a few teasing words did they spot Luo Li. But who were they? Enchantresses through and through. With only a momentary pause, they regained their composure. "Mother, would you like to come in and sit? Your husband mentioned it'll be about another month before he's done." Luo Li's forehead creased with dark lines. Only these enchantresses would be so utterly unbothered by her status as mother-in-law daring to say anything. "Sit my foot. And what was this about another month? No need, it's nothing urgent. He'll come back in a few days once Chainer." As they reached the front courtyard, they saw Mu Yu approaching hesitantly. "Mother, why don't you go back for now? Once your husband emerges from seclusion, he'll have him come to you." "Hey, we've all been there, mothers, just shy." Exactly. Luo Li quickened her pace. As they reached the front courtyard, they saw Mu Yu approaching hesitantly. "Mother, why don't you go back for now? Once your husband emerges from seclusion, he'll have him come to you." Having recently conceived, Mu Yu was managing the mansion in the absence of frequent visitors. Just as Luo Li was, Yuan Ji tugged at her sleeve from behind. So Chainer is in seclusion. Let's not disturb him. The Dragon Clan's high echelons won't arrive for some time yet. We'll check back in a few days. Seclusion, my eye. Luo Li fumed inwardly. But with Yuan Chen occupied, she couldn't very well barge in and stop him. With a resigned sigh, she turned to Mu Yu. Very well. But do inform Yuan Chen that the Dragon Clan's chieftain, his mother Chainer, is in seclusion. Enough. Just stop talking. Luo Li cut Yuan Ji off. I will inform your husband. Mu Yu nodded promptly. That evening, she found Yang Jiaoer, who was about to change shifts. Soon after, Yuan Chen learned from Yang Jiaoer that AOE was coming. No need to worry. Carry on. He shrugged dismissively. So what if it was the Dragon Clan's chieftain? What a fuss. The other party wanted to nurture his own daughter. Even without sending her to them, Yuan Chen could train her himself. There was no need to grovel. He knew full well the value of a supreme, divine beast. Waving a hand, he pulled the two fair bodies on either side into his embrace and resumed his work. As AOE's arrival drew nearer, Luo Li sent people to find Yuan Chen multiple times, but each time the response was that he was still in seclusion. Under these circumstances, AOE and his companions finally arrived. Instantly, the entire Azure Dragon Palace, young and old alike, turned out, lining up orderly at the palace gates. AOE and the others landed quietly. Upon descending, AOE scanned the crowd, then frowned. Where was the supreme divine beast? He couldn't sense it. Had he come all this way for nothing? He spoke coolly. Yuan Da's eyes lit up. An opportunity. At such an important occasion, Yuan Chen was absent, thinking of his own son still in Yuan Chen's hands. My lord, Yuan Chen is not here. He then glared at Yuan Ji. Brother with the chieftain here, Yuan Chen doesn't even show his face. Does he have no respect for our Dragon Clan elders? After speaking, he stole a glance at AOE and his companions. AOE stared expressionlessly at Yuan Da. Were they being so blatantly used? And Yuan Chen, wasn't he the one they were looking for? He looked at Yuan Da. There was clearly enmity between the two sides. In that case, shut up. The hot-tempered He Yin beside him said impatiently, then slapped him. I wonder where young friend Yuan Chen is now. Black Rock, having shed his earlier irritability, looked at Luo Li and her husband with a genial expression and asked. The combat prowess of a fully grown ultimate divine beast was truly explosive. If their lineage could establish good relations with him early on, then in the future, even a slight tilt of the clan's resources towards them would far surpass what other branches received. Competition among the Dragon Clan was also fiercely intense. My son is currently in seclusion and hasn't received news of your esteemed rival lords. After exchanging a glance with Luo Li, Yuan Ji spoke respectfully. Yuan Chen might not care, but he dared not put on airs. This was the Dragon Clan patriarch. He was still a bit nervous as he spoke. Oh, no matter. And the child? Could we go see him? A woman standing nearby asked. The woman was Zixia, an elder of the Purple Dragon Clan. She was already a 7 Tribulation Sancian. Her presence was dazzlingly beautiful. No one dared to lift their head for a second glance. When she spoke now, Yuan Ji became even more speechless with tension, glancing at her useless husband. In the end, it was Luo Li who spoke. Of course, there's no problem. We will bring the child here immediately. Even though Yuan Chen had a formation set up, it could only block ordinary experts. Even a Deshang stage expert could see through it with a single glance, let alone a Sancian cultivator. If she led these esteemed lords over, and they saw that scene, Luo Li truly dared not imagine it. Zixia didn't think much of it, and nodded in agreement. She simply assumed Luo Li was being respectful, and didn't want to put them to the trouble of walking. Then Elder Zixia, Elder Blackrock, please wait inside the mansion first. AOE said with a smile. Even though he was the patriarch, he still had to show great respect before the two elders. The situation at the Dragon Clan headquarters differed from the branches. The elders of the Dragon Clan were all Sancian. Only those who failed their tribulation transcendence could become Sancian. The Dragon Clan patriarch, however, had to be someone who had successfully transcended the tribulation. The strength of a high-level Sancian was far more than a notch above a Deshang stage expert. With the Dragon Clan's resources, failing the tribulation was still quite difficult. But to maintain the Dragon Clan's rule, they would deliberately select individuals during the tribulation transcendence stage to fail, abandon their physical bodies, and transform into Sancian. This meant losing the chance to ascend to the upper realm early. Moreover, each subsequent tribulation would carry immense risk. Thus, the Dragon Clan held great respect for their elders. AOE was no exception. He could ascend directly upon reaching Deshang stage perfection, while these elders still faced millennia of waiting. Of course, there was also the fact that he couldn't defeat them in combat. Zixia and Blackrock nodded. Yuan Ji and his wife hurried to the Beast Mansion to bring the child. Instantly, the entrance of the Azure Dragon Palace was left with only Yuan Da covering his face as he lay slumped to one side. Blackrock hadn't used much force. What Yuan Da couldn't understand was what exactly had happened. Why did the higher-ups place so much importance on Yuan Chen? Only after his wife was the only one left and no one else was around did he pitifully crawl up. He looked at his wife with grievance. It's all your fault. When I was talking just now, couldn't you have stopped me? Fushua. Humph. He flicked his sleeves and returned to the palace dissatisfied. He needed to quickly make up for the bad impression he had just left, leaving Fu Shui behind looking like an old person seeing a smartphone for the first time. What did it have to do with me? Quick, the children. Bring all the children up. As soon as she entered the beast mansion, Luo Li shouted excitedly. Although she knew the other party was only asking for Yuan Yun AOE and the others hadn't specified. If all her grandchildren were brought along, maybe they could get some benefits too. Mother, what's wrong? Mu Yu, who was temporarily stationed there, immediately asked. The patriarch is here and wants to see the children. You bring them out immediately and come with me. Mu Yu naturally wouldn't doubt her mother-in-law Luo Li's words. But she still went to the backyard to ask for Yuan Chen's opinion. Opening a crack in the wardrobe, she stuck her head in. The completely naked Yuan Chen was presented before her eyes. Below was Kuei Si panting heavily. Especially Yuan Chen's large buttocks under the illumination of the calming mind pearl were too dazzling. However, Mu Yu wasn't embarrassed. She was long used to it. She shouted down below. Husband paused for a moment. The Dragon Clan Patriarch is at the Azure Dragon Palace. Mother told me to bring all the children. Hearing the voice, Yuan Chen glanced up. Working diligently, he shouted back. If they want to see, let them see. Take the children for a look. But remember, if they want to take Yuan Yun away, don't agree. Wait until I have time to go out and discuss it in detail. Oh, okay. After receiving the response, Mu Yu considerately closed the wardrobe door. Then she headed to the children. She also called a few sisters who were off duty. Many children couldn't walk yet and had to be carried one by one. Over a dozen children were brought out. Little Mother Mu, where are we going? Yuan Luo, who could already speak, was pulled along by Mu Yu and asked curiously. Going to sell you all and exchange you for some good food. Hua Tong, following behind carrying her own child, said with a off. Yuan Luo's face immediately fell. Mu Yu gave Hua Tong a speechless look. Even as a mother, she was still like a little witch who loved to bully others. But little Mother Mu's words were a bit scary. Were they really planning to sell them? After some horseplay, the group arrived at the entrance of the Azure Dragon Palace. He wasn't too worried when Hua Tong said it earlier. After all, he pretty much understood this little mother's personality by now. But little Mother Mu's words were a bit scary. Were they really planning to sell them? After some horseplay, the group arrived at the entrance of the Azure Dragon Palace. Luo Li walked at the very front, heading straight into the reception hall. Seeing the three experts, she immediately stepped forward and said, My lords, I have brought my grandson. My lord, my grandson might look a bit strange, please don't mind. Luo Li warned in advance. It's fine. Aoe waved his hand dismissively. A dragon girl. Her appearance was indeed a bit different. He felt even more anticipation. It shouldn't be wrong. Just then 15 children were brought in, some leading, some carrying. Aoe's eyes went wide instantly. Huh, what in the world is this? What's with the cat tail? And, is this a rabbit dragon? What the hell is a water chelan? Where's our dragon girl? Not just him. Blackrock and Zixia also lost their composure. We've seen strange beasts before, but an entire family of over a dozen all being strange beasts was something they had never even imagined. And that little white baby with an extra dragon horn on the bridge of his nose. Don't grin stupidly at me. I really can't handle it. The rest of the Azure Dragon Palace were also seeing Yuan Chen's so-called children for the first time. The moment the children appeared, everyone was stunned. Is this an Azure Dragon? In an instant, the entire hall fell into dead silence. Aoe opened his mouth, then looked at the two elders beside him. A headache. Ahem. After a long silence, it was Aoe who broke the stillness. Which one is the dragon girl? Aoe asked Luo Li calmly. Luo Li nodded inwardly. The clan leader was indeed the clan leader, unfazed by any situation. She immediately took the child from Luo Xinyi's arms and brought it to the center of the hall. Snow-white hair, silver-glinting dragon horns. The moment it was placed on the ground, Aoe recognized its uniqueness. He Yin and Zixia also rose, gathering around Yuan Yun, curiously examining her. As the three observed, Luo Li introduced her from the side. This was the Dragon Clan headquarters. Sending her there would surely provide better resources than here at the Azure Dragon Palace. Little Yun is not yet a year old, but she can already speak and walk without any issues. And Luo Li smiled mysteriously. She crouched down before Yuan Yun, who stared back with wide, innocent eyes. Yuan Yun's watery big eyes blinked unblinkingly at everyone. Upon closer inspection, one would see that even her pupils were a dazzling silver. Luo Li proudly manipulated Yuan Yun's little arms. Come on, little Yun, show the esteemed elders a backflip. That's not. Aoe began to speak upon hearing Luo Li's words, but before he could finish, Yuan Yun obediently started moving. Her two little legs kicked backward. Her body spun once in the air. Thud. She landed exactly one step behind where she started. Aoe. Hey Yen Zixia. Was this how the dragon girl's talent needed to be demonstrated? But just as they were left speechless. Thud, thud, thud. The dragon girl performed a few more backflips. Aoe quickly stepped forward. Enough. Luo Li clapped her hands in satisfaction. She opened her arms and let the dragon girl leap into her embrace. Happily patting the dragon girl's back, she looked at Aoe and the others. Since that was the case, it would be easy. We would like to take the child to the Dragon Clan headquarters for training. What do you think? Aoe asked with a smile. Wait. Judging by the situation, they also wanted to send the child to the Dragon Clan headquarters for training. It made sense with such conditions who wouldn't want to send her there. Since that was the case, it would be easy. We would like to take the child to the Dragon Clan headquarters for training. What do you think? Aoe asked with a smile. Luo Li was overjoyed and was about to agree when she heard Mu Yu beside her say, "My husband said before going into seclusion that he wanted to keep and train her himself. If you wish to take the child away, you'll have to discuss it with him after he emerges from seclusion." Mu Yu's voice was very soft. After all, she had only been a minor commander in the Demon Clan before. Standing before such great figures, now she was still somewhat intimidated. Upon hearing this, the three of them frowned simultaneously. Could a place like the Azure Dragon Palace really keep such a genius? Zixia asked displeasedly. Do you even know what a supreme grade divine beast represents? Not to mention whether you have the ability to train her. When hostile forces come to assassinate a genius, can you even protect her? Luo Li's expression also grew tense. This was exactly her plan when she thought of sending the child to the Dragon Clan headquarters. Despite the Dragon Clan's vast power in the cultivation world, there were no shortage of forces wanting to bring them down. And killing a genius was the best way to do it. This was also the reason Yuan Man had kept the news to himself initially. Once this information got out, enemies would surely come to eliminate this future threat. She turned her gaze to Mu Yu. She knew perfectly well whether Yuan Chen was in seclusion or not. Mu Yu bit her lip, but still shook her head. Since Yuan Chen had told her to say this, he must have his own plans. She just needed to go along with it. Seeing Mu Yu's expression, Zixia took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. They certainly had the power to take the child by force. But once the dragon girl grew up, she would surely resent this act. Zixia herself didn't mind, but it wouldn't be good if her lineage suffered this undeserved calamity. So where is Yuan Chen? When will his seclusion end? Zixia asked as calmly as she could. It was infuriating how he seemed to treat the matter of a supreme grade divine beast so casually. Mu Yu pondered for a few seconds, calculating in her mind. Hua Tong Xin Ijuku. All of these were pregnant with his children. She calculated, based on her husband's progress. She looked at Zixia. About another month. Aoe and He Yin exchanged a glance. Then Aoe said, since that's the case, well, wait another month. An Azure Dragon wasn't worth wasting a month over, but a supreme grade divine beast was a different matter. As he spoke, his gaze kept lingering on Yuan Yun. At that moment, Yuan Yun was playing with Luo Li's hair in front of her face. The more Aoe looked, the more he liked her. Since the clan leader had spoken, Zixia couldn't say much more. She looked displeased and prepared to return to her seat. After taking 2 steps, she glanced at the many strange babies. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. Something flashed in her mind. She turned her head abruptly and asked incredulously, are all these Yuan Chen's children? Yes, they are all my grandchildren, Luo Li said proudly. Although she sometimes thought her son was a bit frivolous, she couldn't help but feel proud when talking about this now. In the entire Dragon Clan, who had such an ability as her son? Hearing Luo Li's answer, Zixia's face immediately turned serious. She asked in a deep voice, what are their talents? Luo Li's eyes lit up as she replied, the lowest is a low-grade divine beast. Bringing the children here was originally to attract the attention of the higher-ups. She hadn't expected it to actually work. Zixia's expression grew even more solemn. She murmured, the lowest is low-grade. Elder Zixia, what's wrong? Aoe asked reluctantly, tearing his gaze away from the dragon girl, puzzled by Zixia's expression. Weren't they just low-grade divine beasts? The Dragon Clan had plenty of them. What was so strange about that? Zixia turned her stiff neck to look at Aoe. Clan leader, look at these children. They are all only 1 or 2 years old. Think carefully, what does this signify? What could it signify? Aoe was a little confused. But in an instant he froze in place. His mind had been completely focused on the dragon girl, and he hadn't given it much thought. Now with the prompt, he immediately saw the problem. The Dragon Clan had few members. Each birth was extremely difficult. This was true for all high-grade divine beasts. Yet Yuan Chen had fathered over a dozen children in just 1 or 2 years. If he could continue to procreate quickly without reproductive barriers, his value would be no less than the dragon girl's. If the grade of his offspring could also be elevated, that would be even more precious. Thinking this, he anxiously looked at Luo Li. If a high-grade divine beast were to mate with Yuan Chen, would the births also be unrestricted? He Yin and Zixia also fixed their gazes intently on Luo Li, their faces full of anticipation. At this moment, Zixia's resentment towards Yuan Chen vanished completely. What a prodigy! What was wrong with a bit of arrogance? Standing behind Aoe, she exchanged an excited glance with Hyan. Their dragon clan was about to flourish. Not only had they discovered a supreme divine beast, but there was also a talent of no less caliber, Yuan Chen himself. With Yuan Chen's presence, the dragon clan's numbers could rapidly expand. Although this child was somewhat unconventional, his dragon bloodline was undeniable. The next generation would revive. Divine beasts only emerged under specific circumstances with no possibility of continuation, much like mules. Yet the difference was that offspring were possible, though they might inherit traits from either parent or revert to the previous generation. She could already envision the future prosperity of the Dragon clan's lineage. Of course, the priority now was to rapidly elevate Yuan Chen's cultivation. Greater strength meant longer life. Not excessively, just a millennium in the cultivation world. A dozen offspring each year paired with top-grade divine beasts from the Dragon clan. By the time he ascended, there would be tens of thousands of superior divine beasts. Currently, their Dragon clan had only a few 100,000 superior divine beasts. Pitifully few. If Yuan Chen chose to remain as a rogue cultivator, staying for a few more millennia, that would be terrifying. Luo Li hesitated and said, I'm not sure about that. Chainer has never married women of middle or upper grade. However, Cindy was tested as having an upper grade spiritual root last time, and then she gave birth to Xiao Yuan. Seeing the three dragons' seriousness, Luo Li did not conceal the truth. Aoe frowned. Such an important matter had yet to be verified. Chieftain, I believe Yuan Chen should also be taken to the Dragon clan headquarters for training. After returning, I will select a woman from the clan to become his wife and test this. Haiyan looked at Aoe and spoke in a deep voice. He was also burning with eagerness. If Yuan Chen truly possessed this ability, the Black Dragon clan had plenty of women. Aoe glanced at him. Black dragons were also top-grade divine beasts, so they would not slight Yuan Chen. However, there was competition within the Dragon clan. Among the three top-grade divine beast clans, Black Dragon, Golden Dragon, and Purple Dragon. The Golden Dragon clan was currently the most powerful. Even if Yuan Chen was brought back, he would be drawn into their Golden Dragon faction. Aoe said indifferently. Let's wait until Yuan Chen emerges before discussing further. Subsequently, the Dragon clan elders arranged lodging for the three dragons. After the crowd dispersed, Yuan stood at the door still in shock. What had he just heard? A supreme divine beast. That worthless Yuan Chen had fathered a supreme divine beast. And from Aoe's words, even Yuan Chen himself was a treasure. He found it hard to accept. The second son had always been their target of ridicule. Beside him, Fu Shui was also at a loss for words. After a long while, she cautiously looked at her husband. What about? Yuan was stunned. Yes, his son was still in Yuan Chen's hands. Now that the Dragon clan chieftain was on Yuan Chen's side, how could he reclaim his son? He had toiled for centuries to have this precious child. Unlike Yuan Chen, who might not even notice losing one. Father, please return quickly. Your other grandson needs your rescue. In the following days, Aoe and the others waited patiently in the Azure Dragon Palace. During this time, Yuan Yun was not sent back to the Divine Beast Manor. She was kept by Aoe's trio every day. By the time Yuan Man and his grandson returned, Yuan Shun had yet to emerge from seclusion. Yuan Chong also arrived this time. Yuan Shun was a descendant of their lineage. If Yuan Shun rose, they would rise. After reporting to Aoe and the others, they anxiously sought out Luo Li and her husband to inquire about Yuan Chen's condition. Learning that he would emerge soon, they asked daily for several days, each time delivering copious resources. Yuan Chen's wives could no longer fit all the gifts in their storage rings. Amidst their anxious wait, Aoe and the others finally received news of Yuan Chen's emergence. They did not put on airs and went directly to the Divine Beast Manor to meet Yuan Shun. Many Azure Dragon Palace clan members wanted to follow, but Yuan Man stopped them. Only two accompanied the three high-ranking dragons along with Yuan Chen's family. At the Divine Beast Manor, Yuan Chen opened all the formation arrays and waited for everyone to arrive. He saw no issue with the Dragon Clan's high-ranking members visiting him personally. Who was he? He was the father of a supreme divine beast. Prestige. Standing in the courtyard, he took a deep breath. It had been dozens of days since he last breathed fresh air. Standing still, he twisted his body. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. Following the memory of the colorful sunshine exercise, he repeated the movements, stretching his body. Despite his physical condition and the filling gaps skill preventing fatigue, the limited experience and space meant months of repetitive motions had stiffened some parts. As he performed the stretching exercise, a group of people finally appeared at the entrance of the Divine Beast Manor. Stopping his movements, Yuan Shun hurried to the meeting hall. Soon everyone sat down. Aoe's trio scrutinized Yuan Chen carefully. They had seen him making strange movements outside. Honestly, he didn't seem like a normal dragon. Sitting together now, this feeling intensified. Yuan Shun had two beautiful wives sitting on his lap, one on each side, both in half-human, half-beast form. One was a purple-haired woman with a cluster of grapes atop her head, the other a woman with a sunflower behind her head. Yuan Shen's hands were never idle, but unlike other libertines fondling women, he was constantly stuffing grapes and sunflower seeds into his mouth. After finishing, he continued plucking from the two women's heads. Opposite him, Aoe's trio was speechless. The bizarre varieties of Yuan Chen's children had already seemed absurd, but now seeing Yuan Chen's own variety left them at a loss for words. Taking a deep breath, he set aside Yuan Chen's rudeness. Business was paramount. Aoe got straight to the point, reiterating his intention to take Yuan Yun back for training. After he finished, Zixiao looked at Yuan Chen. It seems you're unwilling to entrust her to us. Yuan Chen smiled and shook his head. It's not that I'm unwilling. I'm fully aware of the risks you mentioned. However, she is my daughter, and she hasn't spent much time with us since birth. If you take her away, her mother will miss her terribly. So you must agree to one condition. Hearing this, AOE's heart began to rejoice. Didn't this mean they all intended to move to the Dragon Clan headquarters? They would have agreed, even without Yuan Chen bringing it up. Not only did every supreme divine beast receive such treatment, but Yuan Chen's own talent made them eager to drag him back themselves. Just as he thought his guess was spot on, Yuan Chen spoke again. Distribute flyers? Upon hearing Yuan Chen's request, AOE and the other two exchanged bewildered glances. They truly hadn't expected such a demand. They were utterly at a loss. Not to mention AOE and his companions, even Luo Li and the others were puzzled by Yuan Chen's intentions. They all looked at him with curiosity. After a few moments of hesitation, AOE spoke again. May I ask what this flyer is about? Yuan Chen gestured for the two women to sit aside, then sat up straight and looked at AOE. Well, there's something I need to inform the residents of the Chaotic Star Sea. But first, I'm short on manpower, and the Chaotic Star Sea is vast. Who knows how long it would take to cover it all? Moreover, the Chaotic Star Sea is extremely dangerous, and I lack powerful experts. Some territories are impossible to enter, let alone distribute flyers. So, I was hoping to borrow the Dragon Clan's headquarters to help with the distribution. What do you think? AOE stared intently into Yuan Chen's eyes. His expression turned serious. What could be so important that he wanted the entire Chaotic Star Sea to know? Could it be that he had fathered a supreme divine beast offspring and wanted to announce it to the world, showing off? Considering Yuan Chen was now around 20 years old, still a young man, it was very possible he lacked patience. But was there really a need to be so ostentatious? Turning to exchange glances with the two beside him, Zixia furrowed her delicate brows. Yuan Chen, could we know the content of the flyer? You must understand, if it affects the Dragon Clan as a whole, we cannot agree. They feared Yuan Chen might act recklessly without considering the consequences. Yuan Chen nodded. Of course, no problem. He took out the materials he had prepared before going into seclusion. There were multiple copies, besides giving one to each of the three. Seeing Luo Li and Yuan Jia's curiosity, he also pushed a copy toward them. While handing out the materials, he began to speak. I want to issue a recruitment order, but I have virtually no connections. Moreover, finding talented women is quite difficult, so I have to ask the Dragon Clan for help. The recipients didn't open the materials immediately. They listened attentively to Yuan Chen. Hearing this, Zixia looked at Yuan Chen with curiosity. Are you planning to establish a sect? This was the common model in both the cultivation and demonic realms. And among beast cultivators, such patterns were also prevalent. The Dragon Clan relied on their inherent strength to dominate without alliances. But weaker groups often banded together across multiple races to form a powerful force. When Yuan Chen mentioned a recruitment order, she immediately thought of this. However, she was still puzzled by Yuan Chen's actions. With the mighty Dragon Clan as his backing, why would he need to go independent? Moreover, with Yuan Chen's current strength, in the mortal realm, he might attract some minor followers. But in the Chaotic Star Sea, without at least the Tribulation Transcendent stage, no one would acknowledge a sect. As she questioned Yuan Chen, she opened the materials in her hands. AOE and Haiyan beside her also opened theirs and began reading. While flipping the cover, AOE looked at Yuan Chen and said, helping you publicize is no problem. As for how many are willing to join your sect, that's beyond our concern. At the same time, Yuan Chen was responding to Zixia's earlier question. I'm not planning to start a sect. Then you. Zixia was confused, about to ask what was going on, when her eyes inadvertently caught the first page of the materials. The page depicted a handsome man, occupying half the paper's area. The man was completely naked. Below his waist, transparent little squares covered his vital parts tightly. Around the man's image in all four directions were tiny, beautiful female figures. Each figure shared a common trait. They all had round, bulging bellies. In the center of the paper, 3 large characters, recruitment order. Zixia's eyes widened instantly. What is this? She lifted her head slightly to glance at Yuan Chen, and upon seeing his smiling nod, she lowered her head with a face full of dark lines. So this is the recruitment order. This. Haiyan's surprised voice came from beside her. Even Haiyan was shocked by Yuan Chen's divine operation right. This drawing is simply too good. Just as she was lamenting, Haiyan unexpectedly uttered such a remark. Zixia. She cast a glance at the artwork. To be fair, it was indeed exquisitely made. The man's handsome face strong and powerful arms graceful and smooth lines. The only flaw was the little squares blocking the view, obscuring the size. Baba, what was she thinking? She shot a glare at Haiyan beside her, blaming him for disrupting her thoughts. Snapping back to reality, she continued flipping to the next page, reading with curiosity. The second page had only 2 lines of text. Are you still troubled by the scarcity of members in your clan? Are you still vexed by the lack of geniuses in your clan? Opening the third page. So what are you waiting for? The chief breeder of the Beast Mansion serves you with dedication. The background of the 2 lines featured a man bending over. With his left hand behind his back, his right hand extended forward, palm up at chest level. An inviting gesture. Zixia clicked her tongue. Truly. She continued to the next page. At the top of the page was a small line, chief breeder profile. In the upper right corner was a hand-drawn portrait of Yuan Chen. She looked up at the opposite side. At least he hadn't embellished himself. She continued reading. Name Yuan Chen. Title breeder. Age 20. Race Azure Dragon. Achievements 1. Married Yi Lingling a Night Shadow Cat at 18, fathered a son at 19, rank top grade Divine Beast. 2. Married Yuing, etc. At 19, fathered 14 offspring at 20, a minimum rank low grade Divine Beast. Among them one daughter is a supreme grade Divine Beast, the Dragon Maiden. Summary: I possess a powerful procreative ability, sincerely recruiting talented and beautiful women to participate in the selection. Taking a deep breath, Zixiao, open the last page. Due to the large number of applicants, multiple rounds of selection will be held. We encourage everyone to actively sign up. The first recruitment order will officially commence on December 31st of this year. Looking at the materials in her hand, Zixiao felt a headache coming on. A soft sigh came from AOE beside her. Zixiao turned to exchange a glance with him. They looked at each other in silence. AOE set down the materials. He took a deep breath. Yuan Chen, if you're willing, I can introduce you to women from my Golden Dragon clan. There's no need. He truly found it somewhat. They were the mighty Dragon clan after all. Seeing AOE's troubled expression, Yuan Chen immediately understood his meaning. He couldn't help but curl his lips. What's so shameful about taking a wife? Shaking his head. I like collecting stamps. What? AOE looked at him in confusion, letting out a quote. Are you worried about a shortage of women? Our Black Dragon clan also has no shortage of beautiful maidens. He Yin hastened to say. AOE cast a faint glance at He Yin, then looked at Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen, how about this? Come with us to the Dragon clan headquarters. There will be plenty of Golden Dragon women there. You can win the hearts of as many as you wish, and I will betroth them all to you. Yuan Chen shook his head. These people did not understand the meaning of collecting stamps, and he had no intention of explaining. He clicked his tongue twice. No need. You only need to agree to distribute this flyer. With the Dragon clan's power, they could infiltrate many formidable factions. This way, the higher the quality of the wives he took, the higher the quality of the children born from them. The greater the benefits he would reap. While the group was discussing, Luo Li sat helplessly to one side. She cast a glance at her daughters-in-law. Only after seeing no change in their expressions did she breathe a sigh of relief. Could this son of hers be any more prolific? Could he not be as devoted as his father? Thinking this, she cast a sweet glance at her own husband. Yuan Ji was good-loving, only her. However, seeing Yuan Chen discussing matters with AOE and the others, she said nothing more. Though she found Yuan Chen's behavior somewhat. Her grandchildren were appearing in batches after all. She of course loved having a house full of children and grandchildren. She silently lowered her head and pretended to continue reviewing documents. After some discussion, seeing Yuan Chen still would not relent, AOE had no choice but to nod in agreement. After all, who could resist the allure of a supreme divine beast? Setting this matter aside, he continued, very well. In a few days you will accompany us to the Dragon clan headquarters. In the meantime, take care of any outstanding matters. Hearing this, Yuan Chen was somewhat displeased. He looked at AOE with a puzzled expression. Prepare for what? Aren't you only taking Xiao Yun for training? Seeing Yuan Chen's surprised look, AOE gave a benevolent smile. It's like this: after the appearance of a supreme divine beast, the entire family may move to the Dragon clan headquarters and receive certain resource allocations. Yuan Chen nodded. Oh, is that so? No thanks. AOE had expected to see Yuan Chen's family overjoyed at the prospect. Who wouldn't want to go to the Dragon clan headquarters? But upon hearing Yuan Chen's reply, the smile on his face vanished instantly. You want go to the Dragon clan headquarters? Yuan Chen leaned back in his chair, waved his hand, and said languidly. No, there I certainly wouldn't be able to do as I please. There would surely be too many rules and restrictions. I don't want to go there and be controlled by others. It's better here. I can do whatever I want every day, living a carefree life. Yuan Chen, our Black Dragon clan has many beauties. Once there you can find as many as you like. He Yin quickly interjected. It wasn't solely because of Yuan Yun's talent that they wanted Yuan Chen to come. A greater reason was their interest in Yuan Chen's own special abilities. Yes, and Yuan Yun is still young. I think it would be better if her parents accompanied her. Zixia also stepped forward, appealing to Yuan Chen's emotions. But no matter how they tried to persuade him, Yuan Chen remained unmoved. Xin, do you wish to go? Yuan Chen asked Yuan Yun's mother. Luo Xin furrowed her brow. She looked at Yuan Yun held in Luo Li's arms. The baby was chubby-cheeked, staring at her with wide eyes. She was not even a year old, and Luo Xin truly couldn't bear to part with her. But hearing that Yuan Chen wasn't going, she was at a loss. She also couldn't bear to leave her husband. Seeing Luo Xin's hesitation, Yuan Chen didn't press further. He turned to his parents and said, Then father and mother, you should accompany Xin. She is with child, and you can go to take care of her. As for himself, there would surely be many more supreme divine beasts born in the future. If the woman's faction was powerful, they might also be taken elsewhere for training. He couldn't just move to a new place every time a child was born, could he? And with Luo Li and the others at the Dragon clan headquarters, they could also achieve better development. Husband. Luo Xin's eyes glistened as she looked at Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen offered a few words of comfort. It's fine. They'll come to see you when I have the time. Hearing this, Luo Xin, who had been somewhat sad, became even more distressed. When he had the time, her husband could spend months cooped up in his room without stepping out once. Once he married even more wives through the recruitment order, she wouldn't be surprised if he didn't leave the house for years. When would he ever find time to visit her and their daughter? Still, she was truly uneasy about Yuan Chen going alone. So she decided she would return once the child was a bit older. As the couple spoke, AOE and the other's eyes lit up. Another pregnancy. This Yuan Chen was truly alright. We'll go along to take care of Xine. Luo Li had no objections. In fact, she was very excited. The couple had longed to visit the Dragon Clan headquarters for some time. But Mu Yu and the others are also about to give birth. Who will take care of them then? After agreeing, Luo Li asked another question. Yuan Chen waved his hand. Don't worry about that. The Golden Carp clan has plenty of maidservants. If there aren't enough, we'll hire more. Besides, the Golden Carp clan also has many midwives. We'll bring them all to the Beast Mansion. Luo Li nodded. Since everything was arranged, she was relieved. AOE could no longer sit still. He immediately asked, are other women also pregnant? Yuan Chen nodded. Upon confirmation, AOE asked curiously, how many are pregnant now? Yuan Chen didn't hide the truth and replied directly, all of my 20-plus wives are pregnant. Hearing this, AOE, He Yin, and Zixia all began to breathe rapidly. Damn, he was having more children in a year than they had meals. Just then He Yin stood up. He looked at AOE with a serious expression. Chieftain Yuan Chen's talent is in no way inferior to a supreme divine beast. If anyone learns of this, they will surely try to harm him. Since Yuan Chen is unwilling to go to the headquarters, I am willing to stay behind and provide close protection. His heart raced with excitement. By staying and building a good relationship with Yuan Chen, he could later arrange for more women from his own clan to come. Wouldn't that be hitting the jackpot? And if he was on good terms with Yuan Chen, how could his relationship with the Dragon Lady be poor? He was clever, but others were not fools. Zixia also spoke up without backing down. My strength is greater. It should be me who stays. However, before the chieftain could speak, they heard Luo Li quietly interject from the side. Elder Zixia, may I ask if you have a partner? Zixia was a bit bewildered. Why ask that all of a sudden? But since she was Yuan Chen's mother, she answered seriously. No, I don't. Why? Luo Li hesitated for a moment, then mustered her courage, and said, then I still think you are not suitable to protect Chainer. Why? Zixia was puzzled. Taking a deep breath, Luo Li said, because you are beautiful. Yuan Chen looked at his mother in speechless disbelief. Was it really necessary? He chuckled and turned his gaze to AOE and the other two. My mother is worried that Elder Z might not be accustomed to staying here. But I think it's better for Elder Z to remain. Elder Hyan. Usually, a bit inconvenienced. He gestured toward Hyan, hinting at his wife, hoping the other would understand. Hyan glanced at the group of women. He suddenly felt that as a man he was indeed out of place. Zixia, standing by, immediately spoke with delight. Then he'll stay for protection. Once the patriarch and the others left, she would have the clan send over some unmarried women. Yuan Chen nodded. He didn't refuse. Why would he object to having a formidable protector? Besides, this protector was incredibly beautiful. Seeing that Yuan Chen had no objections, AOE made the final decision. Then Zixia, you stay for protection. If anything happens, contact the clan directly. He sighed inwardly. In truth, he had wanted to stay and study things himself. But as the clan leader, he had too many responsibilities to linger here. Moreover, after witnessing Hyan's rejection, he chose not to say more. Once the matter was settled, Yuan Chen had little else to discuss with them. He saw them off directly. As AOE and Hyan walked out, Yuan Man paused, hesitated, and then approached. Is there something you need? Seeing Yuan Man's awkward demeanor, Yuan Chen asked. He bore no significant grudge. Though this man was his grandfather, they had never met before. Yet there was no particular animosity between them. He could simply treat him like any other clan member. Yuan Chen's voice was very indifferent, and Yuan Man could naturally sense it. But the seeds of this estrangement were sown by himself, so he couldn't blame anyone else. He gave a bitter smile. Do you know where Yuan is now, Yuan Chen was taken aback. There was a Yuan. If Yuan Man hadn't mentioned him, he would have forgotten. If he remembered correctly, after looking at him with his father, they had just tossed him aside. He glanced at Yuan Man. With that, he walked out the door. The others followed out of curiosity. When Yuan Chen pulled Yuan out from under a pile of clutter, Yuan Man was utterly appalled. Here, I'm done with him, you can take him back. Staring at the motionless Yuan, and Yuan Man's eyelids twitched. What have you done to my grandson? He stepped forward and righted the statue that had been toppled in the corner. After feeling around the statue with his hands, he looked at Yuan Chen again. Chainer, you are brothers. I heard about what happened with Yuan. It was my fault for not explaining things clearly, which led to this misunderstanding. Look, can you heal him? After a careful inspection, Yuan Man looked at Yuan Chen with pleading eyes. Yuan Chen spread his hands. Look, can you heal him? After a careful inspection, Yuan Man looked at Yuan Chen with pleading eyes. Yuan Man turned his head to look at Yuan Ji. He felt that Yuan Chen still harbored resentment and was unwilling to help. So he shifted his gaze to Yuan Ji, hoping he would speak up for him. As for showing displeasure toward Yuan Chen, he truly didn't have the standing for that now. The rule that dragons do not harm each other was only a restriction for ordinary clan members. Even if Yuan Chen killed Yuan, and now AOE and the others wouldn't bat an eye. Seeing his own father's demeanor, Yuan Ji found it hard to refuse. He said to Yuan Chen, Chainer, he is after all your elder brother's son. Please let him off this once. Yuan Chen glanced at the statue across from him. That I really can't do anything about it. Didn't you turn him into this? Yes, I did. So what? Then you say you can't fix it. That's like saying if I kill someone I have to be able to bring them back to life, right? Hearing Yuan Chen's irresponsible words, Yuan Ji was left speechless. Was this about killing without burying? Doesn't this look like a Silver Dragon clan technique? As they were talking, Zilong walked up to the statue. She extended her slender fingers and tapped on it. Aoe and Haiyan had already left while she had stayed behind. After observing for a moment, she looked at Yuan Chen with curiosity. Yuan Man's eyes lit up and he asked urgently, Elder, do you have a way to restore my grandson? Zixia shook her head. I'm not from the Silver Dragon clan, so how would I know how to fix it? Yuan Chen said. Then grandfather, you should take him to the Silver Dragon clan for help. I really have no solution here. Unexpectedly, as soon as Yuan Chen finished speaking, Zixia shook her head again. I doubt even the Silver Dragon clan can solve this. This technique is extremely difficult to master. There may be no one in the Silver Dragon clan who knows it now. I only recognized it as a Silver Dragon clan technique from the library. The faint hope in Yuan Man's expression instantly froze. Though he had little contact with the Silver Dragon clan, he could still seek their help by offering resources. But now hearing that even the Silver Dragon clan might be powerless, he was at a loss. Others were not as anxious as he was. Zixia looked at Yuan Chen with curiosity and asked, Yuan Chen, how do you know a Silver Dragon clan technique? Even among dragon clans, each clan had its own specialized techniques and arts. The skill of turning stone to silver was one such technique. Even the Silver Dragon clan found it extremely difficult to cultivate, and no one from other races had ever succeeded. Yuan Chen glanced in Yuan Man's direction. Then he said, he'll tell you another time. He had no intention of hiding it from Zixia, since she would be guarding him closely from now on. But with Yuan Man present, it was better not to discuss it now. Oh, Zixia wasn't as rigid and stern as the older generation. Since Yuan Chen said that she didn't press further, then he'll go ask around first. If that doesn't work, he'll think of something else. With a sigh, Yuan Man resigned himself to fate. He pitifully hoisted his grandson onto his shoulder and walked out the door. He had no choice but to carry him. Storage rings could only hold inanimate objects. He feared that if he didn't, Yuan and might not be killed by Yuan Chen, but end up dying at his own hands. After waiting 2 days, Aoe and the others left the Azure Dragon Palace with Yuan Yun and the rest. As for Yuan Man, taking his eldest grandson and his son and daughter-in-law to the nearest Silver Dragon branch, no one paid him any heed. Not long after returning Aoe, he distributed Yuan Chen's leaflets to the clan's disciples. He ordered them to spread them throughout the chaotic Star Sea. Upon receiving Aoe's orders, the disciples were all baffled. When they saw the content of the leaflets, their eyes widened in shock. Their dragon clan was about to become the top trending topic in the chaotic Star Sea. Over the following months, Dragon Clan disciples traveled everywhere. This immediately caused an uproar among various races. Some, upon receiving the news, even sent people out immediately to verify its authenticity. Father! At the southern border of the chaotic Star Sea, within the Crowfinch tribe, a young disciple hurriedly ran into a courtyard. In the study, the man opened his eyes and reluctantly rose to step outside. Seeing his impetuous son, he frowned and said, How many times have I told you be more mature? Can't you be as steady as your father? Look at me. Since childhood, people have praised me for being composed and unflappable. That's why I became the chief of our lost Cat Mountain Crowfinch lineage at such a young age. Saying this, he elegantly flicked his purple robe with a finger. Wu Ji looked at his father speechlessly. He handed the flyer to his father. Father, take a look at this. Wu Ming glanced at it casually and took it. But after just one look, his breathing grew rapid. Father, what do you think? Wu Ji said excitedly from the side. Wu Ming's expression turned serious. Where did you get this flyer? As he asked, he clutched the flyer tightly in his hand. If this were true, they absolutely could not miss this chance to soar. Father, you're tempted too, aren't you? Stop with the nonsense. Where did you find it? A hint of pride flickered in Wu Ji's eyes. He was always accused of idling about, but wasn't he the one who helped this time? Lin Shi Lu Qiu and I got it while training outside near the Ice Phoenix clan. It seems to have come from the Dragon clan. The Ice Phoenix was the nearest major race to them. They were all dependents of the. His son often curried favor with a young Ice Phoenix disciple. Acting as a lackey, he usually paid it no mind. Now unexpectedly, it had proven somewhat useful. Go immediately to verify if the news is true. If so, set out for Luoxiao Island at once. After a moment's thought, Wu Ming made the decision. He'll go discuss it with the elders first. But upon hearing Wu Ming's words, Wu Ji did not move. Instead, he approached his father with even greater interest. A sharp light blazed in his eyes. His eagerness for gossip surged. Father, are you planning? The Grand Elder. As he spoke, he glanced around the courtyard. Seeing no one, he stared intently at his father. Wu Ming waved his sleeve and snorted coldly. If not the Grand, she was also the clan's only divine beast. Previously, they worried that upon the Grand Elder's departure, the clan would lack a successor and would be exploited. How could they be deemed worthy? Only the Grand Elder. In her youth, she had outstanding talent and advanced to become a high-grade divine beast, the Feathered Finch. She was also the clan's only divine beast. Previously they worried that upon the Grand Elder's departure the clan would lack a successor, and would be exploited by other tribes. Now there was no need to worry. The feathered finch's greatest trait was its beauty, whether in human form or original body. Plus the Grand Elder had never had a mate. He was certain she would pass the flyer's assessment. As long as she succeeded, his clan would soon have a new divine beast. As for the fact that Grand Elder Wu Xian was his great aunt, he paid it no mind. Hearing his father's words, Wu Ji couldn't help but give a thumbs up. He said excitedly to his father, "Father, such filial piety." Sensing the sarcasm in his son's tone, Wu Ming kicked him directly. Clearing his throat, he spoke with feigned seriousness. "The Grand Elder has guarded our clan for centuries. It's time she found a good home and began her own life. Father, I truly feel your sincere filial devotion. Get lost." Wu Ji chuckled and hurried out. He had no doubt whether his elder would be chosen. Decades ago he had seen the Grand Elder once. To put it bluntly, she was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. If someone like her were eliminated, the selection must be rigged. After his son left, Wu Ming immediately sent a telepathic message to the elders calling an emergency meeting. Soon in a large camp, dozens of people sat around a stone table. Once everyone had gathered, Wu Ming tapped the table. He passed when they had finished reading, he spoke slowly. "I believe everyone understands the situation. Our chance to soar lies. I believe the Grand Elder with her peerless beauty can win and bring fame to our Crowfinch clan. What are your thoughts?" After speaking, he scanned the elders' faces. "Chief, this is truly brilliant. Excellent. The hope of our Crowfinch clan has arrived. Now, little Mingzi, I thought I heard you mention my name and praise me. What are you talking about?" Just as they were responding, a crisp voice came from behind. Then a fair jade hand reached from behind him, took the flyer, and pulled it away. A chill ran down Wu Ming's spine. When had this ancestor arrived? He hadn't called for her. He had planned to discuss it with everyone first, then send his son to negotiate with the Grand Elder. Unexpectedly, she had come on her own. "Wu Ming, I didn't expect this from you. If I'd known, I wouldn't have chosen you as chief." "Oomph. What's there to discuss? Our Grand Elder is so beautiful and talented. This Yuan Chen is worthy of her. Indeed, indeed." "Wu Ming, just now you didn't seem to say that." As he silently complained, a sharp pain struck his head. Wu Xian behind him gave him a hard knock on the head. She had finished reading the flyer and finally understood what Wu Ming meant. "You little Mengzi. I raised you from a child, and now that you're chief you want to sell me off." Saying this, she circled around and sat down beside Wu Ming. She directly propped both feet on the stone table. Looking utterly nonchalant, Wu Ming forced an awkward smile. "How could I, Grand Elder? I was thinking of having you lead and protect the beauties of our clan on the journey." Wu Xian raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" "Of course. You're so beautiful, this grandson would never bear to send you away. By seniority, he wasn't wrong to say that." "That's more like it," Wu Xian muttered. Then holding the flyer, she rolled her eyes thoughtfully. "But does this Yuan Chen really have such ability? I've already sent people to investigate. What is the Grand Elder interested?" Wu Ming glanced at Wu Xian stealthily and asked tentatively. "Interested my foot." Wu Xian jumped up. She was so beautiful. How could anyone in the world be worthy of her? Then she shifted her tone. "But then again, staying in the clan all the time is boring. It's bound to be very lively over there. I could go and watch." Saying this, she stood up and patted Wu Ming's cheek with the flyer. "If I hear you scheming against me again, I'll seal your cultivation and sell you to a brothel for a few days." "Oomph." Wu Ming's anus clenched and he quickly said, I wouldn't dare. It was not only the Feathered Sparrow clan. Figures were moving throughout the chaotic Star Sea. Besides demonic beasts and divine beasts, cultivators and demonic cultivators were also joining the movement. Within the Spirit Beast Manor, Yuan Chen had all the oxen of Qingye City bustling with activity. The scene would surely be grand. At the very least, the venue had to be spacious enough. Their own people were far from enough. The oxen became the best helpers. Of course, Yuan Chen did not use them for free. He had already buried the high-grade spirit vein he obtained beneath the Spirit Beast Manor. Spirit stones could be produced endlessly. Paying each ox a single medium-grade immortal crystal a day had them scrambling for the work. During this time, Yuan Chen had not taken another wife. There were only heifers in Qingye City. After strolling for days, Yuan Chen found no target worthy of his interest. To search further, he would have to leave Qingye Valley, but he felt too lazy to move. He had deliberately scheduled the recruitment event for a few months later. First, by then his pregnant wives would have nearly all given birth, so he could hand the event over to them. Second, it would allow friends from afar to arrive in time. During this period, Qingye City was bustling with excitement. Yuan Chen took his wives out for a stroll. The accompanying elder Zixiao would periodically remind him of someone spying. However, since he sensed no malice, Yuan Chen ignored it. It was likely nearby races coming to gather information. Walking down the street, buildings were being demolished one after another. Oxen, both male and female, labored diligently. Seeing Yuan Chen, they greeted him with friendly smiles. Although Yuan Chen had torn down their houses, they harbored no discontent. They wished he would do it more often. What a generous benefactor. The demolished houses came with compensation. Each house received 20 high-grade spirit stones as subsidy. The oxen living on the city's edge had their eyes bulging. Walking on the street, everyone had reddened eyes as if they might pounce on him at any moment. They were so envious. They just wished Yuan Chen would take pity and demolish their homes too. But Yuan Chen had no such plan. He intended to clear the entire city center to build a massive plaza. The plaza would be surrounded by several tall buildings. Besides the participants, there would surely be spectators. He would rent out these buildings. The money he gave to the residents would flow back into his hands. It was only temporarily in their keeping. Still, they would not. Both sides would profit from the spectators' money. He sent his wives to shop in areas not yet under construction, while he took his chief bodyguard Zixia to the construction site. Both sides would profit from the spectators' money. He sent his wives to shop in areas not yet under construction, while he took his chief bodyguard Zixia. He himself had waited decades without ever getting such an opportunity. Young Master Chen. As he was sighing, a horned, burly man approached, smiling obsequiously at Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen turned and pointed at the man. Hey, aren't you the one who came to cause trouble with Yuan De last time? Neo Data's face turned green. This young master still remembers. He gave an awkward smile. Please don't take offense, young Master Chen. Before I was under the first master's orders, I had no choice. After that, I didn't even make a move. He looked at Yuan Chen with a bitter face. Such was the lot of demonic beasts ordered about by divine beasts. Yuan Chen waved his hand, unwilling to pursue the matter. He asked flatly, you are the chieftain of the Azure Ox clan. Yes, this humble one is Nyodadu. Glancing at Zixia, Nyodadu immediately spoke respectfully. Just standing there, she gave him a sense of pressure. She was definitely an expert. But even without Zixia, he wouldn't dare act presumptuously. He had seen the flyers Yuan Chen distributed. Yuan Chen had fathered a child of supreme-grade divine beast. Moreover, he himself possessed a powerful talent, the talent for procreation. He was definitely a pillar to lean on. If the Azure Ox clan could cling to this pillar, they would surely soar. Most importantly, through recent observations, Yuan Chen was different from Yuan De and Yuanin. This was evident from the wages he paid. Yuan Chen nodded. Work hard. Since we've met, go find Aunt Pang. Ask her about Qingye City's future plans, then take charge of everything. Yuan Chen casually handed this task to Nyodadu. Previously, he lacked suitable subordinates and had to rely on Aunt Pang and the maids. But their main duty was within the manor. This task was best given to Nyodadu. Hearing Yuan Chen's words, Nyodadu happily accepted. As long as Yuan Chen used him, he became Yuan Chen's man. From then on, others would have to consider Yuan Chen's face. After giving his orders, Yuan Chen dismissed Nyodadu. He continued walking forward. Zixia followed behind. Seeing him stop occasionally to nod then walk on without a word, she couldn't help asking curiously, Yuan Chen, where are you going? Where? Yuan Chen chuckled inwardly. Spending time alone with you, of course. If he flirted outright, she, having lived for millennia, would immediately see through his scheme. So he didn't proactively chat Zixia up. He just led her in circles. No matter how high Zixia's cultivation was, given enough time, he believed his ethereal body would influence her. He smiled gently at Zixia. Though I gave them the blueprints, it's hard to say if they can meet my standards. So I need to inspect from time to time to make timely adjustments if anything dissatisfies me. I've decided to take a walk every day from now on. Having said that, he continued forward. If he went out daily, wouldn't Zixia, his bodyguard, have to follow? Zixia frowned and asked from behind Yuan Chen, is a simple matter of taking a wife worth so much effort? Yuan Chen didn't turn back. It's more than just taking a wife. These buildings won't be wasted. After the recruitment, we can continue developing commerce. With a few more events, this place will thrive. Though the Dragon clan was wealthy, who would complain about having too much money? Zixia stared at Yuan Chen's back with a displeased expression. Even now, hearing the word recruitment still made her uncomfortable. Recruit your sister. If it were a junior from her own clan, she would have slapped them already. But Yuan Chen was different. He was a treasure. She had already sent word back to her clan, mobilizing even the Violet Dragon clan's chieftain to see if any woman was willing to marry Yuan Chen. If there were, they should send her over quickly. Of course, if they were unwilling, they wouldn't force it. It would just be a pity. But she estimated that few would come. First, the women of her clan, being high-grade divine beasts, had their pride. They wouldn't rush over just because they heard Yuan Chen could have children. Second, many clan members were away, unreachable, or in seclusion. She suspected that only those promoted from the demonic beast ranks would be likely to come seeking offspring. In the following days, Yuan Chen idled around the construction site with Zixia. Whether it affected Zixia or not remained unknown, but he himself had developed a habit of strolling about. Watching the gradually completed construction site filled his heart with immense joy akin to the anticipation of a firstborn child. Speaking of children, he had thought it would take several more months. Yet to his surprise, Mu Yu began giving birth after merely 4 months. Upon hearing the news, Yuan Chen was momentarily stunned before rushing home with Zixia. But as he entered the door, he encountered Mu Yu and his other wives walking out, chatting and laughing. A flicker of confusion crossed Yuan Chen's eyes as he stepped forward to inquire. Weren't you supposed to give birth? He asked, feeling a wave of relief inside. It seemed they were just teasing him. Accustomed to a 10-month gestation, hearing about childbirth after 4 months still felt somewhat jarring. He had previously heard that once transformed into human form, all demon races followed the same timeline as humans. Just as he was about to scold his wives for deceiving him, Mu Yu tilted her head innocently and said, I already did. The other women also joyfully chimed in. Yes, husband's sister Mu has already given birth. Yuan Chen frowned. But where? However, as his gaze inadvertently swept over Mu Ye's belly, his words abruptly stopped. Her stomach had flattened. He then noticed her complexion, paler than usual. Had she really given birth? But why hadn't his system notified him? He looked at the women's arms, all empty. Confused, he stared at them. Where's my son? Mu Yu smiled gently. Extending her fair hand, she opened it before Yuan Chen. Here. A gleaming white seed came into his view. Yuan Chen. This was utterly absurd. He stared wide-eyed at the seed. Was this his child? Taking a deep breath, he looked at Mu Yu with a pained expression. A belly that big, and this was all that came out. Fearing Yuan Chen might not understand, Mu Yu quickly explained. Yuan Chen waved his hand magnanimously. We must use the finest soil. The seed, after being nurtured in the mother's womb for a time, needed to be buried in soil and cultivated like a flower. After 5 months it would mature and take human form. Naturally, the more precious the soil, the better. While it couldn't elevate the cultivation level, it could enhance innate talent. Mu Yu smiled at Yuan Chen. She knew her husband was generous. There was no need for her to worry. Husband, hearing Yuan Chen's words, the other women quickly spoke up. Yuan Chen declared boldly, absolutely no problem, you'll all have some. After saying this, he addressed the women. Come first, thank Elder Zixia. Zixia. She turned to look at Yuan Chen with a strange expression. Unfazed, Yuan Chen continued. Elder Zixia, I don't have that much high-grade soil on hand right now. Could you lend me some? He'll repay you later. As for later, he was confident he could win Zixia over. After all, family doesn't talk about repayment. Thank you, Sister Zixia. Little Strawberry, being the least reserved, called out sweetly. The others hesitated for 2 seconds before also calling out, blushing. It was their first time doing such a thing, and they weren't quite used to it. But as for Zixia, she would eventually be one of them anyway, so there was no need to stand on ceremony. Like Yuan Chen, they all felt Zixia wouldn't escape. Zixia stared at Yuan Chen for 2 seconds. She had never seen such a shameless man. But seeing Little Strawberry and the others looking at her with eager eyes, she thought it over and nodded in agreement. I don't have much on me either. They'll have my clan send some over. She was neither a refiner nor a formation master, so she rarely needed soil and didn't carry it on her. Little Strawberry and the others calling her sister was just a way to get closer to her. She gave in. After thanking Zixia, Yuan Chen found an auspicious spot to bury his newborn child. Later, as his plant wives successively produced seeds, Zixia's soil finally arrived. However, a few days later, just as Yuan Chen was about to leave, he was blocked by a tearful Little Strawberry. Wah, husband. Yuan Chen had to stop and ask with concern, what's wrong? Why are you crying like this? Little Strawberry wiped her eyes, secretly glanced at Zixia behind Yuan Chen, and continued sobbing. Just now, Sister Zixia hit me. I just gave birth to a dragon seed for your dragon clan, and I haven't recovered yet, and she hit me. What? Yuan Chen turned his gaze to Elder Zixia, asking what had happened. It shouldn't be like this. Zixia was usually a domineering, mature woman. Oh, why would she bother with this foolish child for no reason? Catching Yuan Chen's look, Zixia glanced sideways at Little Strawberry and said flatly, before I gave the soil, she called me Sister Zixia sweetly. Right after getting the soil, she switched to calling me Little Sister Zixia. At this point, Zixia's chest heaved with anger. She had roamed the chaotic star sea for thousands of years and had never been so humiliated, called Little Sister by a teenage girl. Yuan Chen looked at Little Strawberry speechlessly. How dare you be so bold? Now is clearly not the time. What's the... Little Strawberry looked at Yuan Chen with grievance. I thought it was only a matter of time. What? Yuan Chen directly covered her mouth. Zixia behind him frowned. What's a matter of time? Yuan Chen gave an awkward smile. Nothing, she's just How outrageous. Elder Zixia has set aside her status to willingly act as a bodyguard protecting your husband. How can you be so rude? Hearing Yuan Chen's words, Zixia's brow relaxed, and she nodded seriously. To be fair, Yuan Chen was these days he would occasionally ask after her well-being. When inspecting the city and walking for long periods, he would even offer to massage her legs. She was a 7 tribulation loose cultivator. How could she possibly get tired? Although she refused, his attitude was still quite enjoyable. These days she had grown increasingly satisfied with Yuan Chen. After scolding Little Strawberry, without waiting for her to speak, Yuan Chen directly took Zixia and left, continuing their stroll around the city to build goodwill. The city's reconstruction progressed rapidly. Within a few months, the entire city was transformed. The streets in particular were so clean that not a single cow pat could be found. It was a stark contrast to the previous dirty and chaotic environment. After completion, Yuan Chen had Neo Dadu arrange a simple setting. Finally, they finished just before the first batch of applicants arrived. During this time, Yuan Chen's wives also became pregnant one after another. Luo Sini was the first to give birth. However, since she wasn't present, Yuan Chen only received a notification from the system. A double blessing was that. Within just 2 years, Yi Lingling finally succeeded in her breakthrough. Yi Lingling emerged from her seclusion. With a swift transformation, she became a jet-black cat, a thumb-sized yellow 5-point star adorning her forehead. Satisfied with her new form, Yi Lingling felt a surge of refreshing energy. She had finally become a lower-grade divine beast, the Phantom Cat. A sigh of emotion escaped her. How wonderful it would be to become a top-grade divine beast, the 9 Lives Cat. But that was merely a fleeting fancy. Since the dawn of their history, the Night Shadow Cat clan had remained lower-grade divine beasts, never ascending to a higher rank. Would there ever be a chance? Yi Lingling transformed back into a graceful young woman. She wondered how much time. How old was her son now? And her husband? Did he think of her? The mere thought of her son and husband brought a radiant smile of happiness to her face. She could hardly wait to return. Following the familiar path, she made her way to her own courtyard. It was not far, and soon she stood at the doorstep. But sensing that the house was empty, she tilted her head in confusion. Meow. Where is everyone? Just as she was at a loss, a little goldfish swam over. It circled her curiously and asked in a childish voice, "Sister, who are you, and why are you here?" After Luo Li and the others had left, everyone in the mansion had been sent to Yakunhen's place to help Yuan Chen. Only a few children of the Golden Carp clan were left to guard the gate, ready to inform Yuan Chen of any matters. Yi Lingling watched the little goldfish floating before her. She licked her lips, suppressing the urge to swallow it. Gulp. After swallowing her saliva, she asked, "Where are Yuan Chen and the others? Why are they gone?" The little goldfish, oblivious to Yi Lingling's subtle movements, continued wagging its tiny tail before her. "Sister, do you have business with the young master?" It continued without waiting for her reply. "The young master is currently residing in the Spirit Beast Mansion. If you have something to say, you can tell me, and I'll pass it on, or you can go see him yourself." Having previously lived in the Golden Carp clan's territory, it had never met Yi Lingling. Nor did it know her identity. Yi Lingling frowned slightly, moved. But where was the Spirit Beast Mansion? A hint of grievance welled up in her heart. That infuriating husband, moving without her. She pouted. "Sister doesn't know where the Spirit Beast Mansion is. Can you take her there?" After a moment's thought, she spoke to the little goldfish. Seeing it lost in thought, she quickly added, "Of course there will be." With that, she handed over several celestial herbs left over from her seclusion. The little goldfish's eyes lit up, and it immediately transformed into a child of 7 or 8. It snatched the herbs. "Thank you, sister." After putting them away, it said, "Sister, wait a moment." Then it turned to call out to some distant children before eagerly leading Yi Lingling away. In the past, even if Yi Lingling had offered celestial herbs, the little goldfish wouldn't have known their true value. But just days ago, it had eaten an identical one. The pained expressions of its parents told it just how precious such herbs were. Previously, the Golden Carp clan had lived cautiously near the Azure Dragon Palace. They would avoid the clans of the first and third branches whenever possible. After all, they alone had chosen the second branch. Naturally, they suffered oppression from other clans. But ever since young Master Chen's family gained favor, the Golden Carp clan had risen with the tide. Now countless people came to flatter them daily. With their clan's prodigy Xuelin becoming Yuan Chen's wife, they could swagger about, second only to the Azure Dragon himself. Thus they had seen many treasures. Along the way, the little goldfish chattered excitedly around Yi Lingling, who listened patiently, hoping to learn about the outside world. But the little goldfish mostly talked about its friendships with other children. Yi Lingling directly asked about Yuan Chen. "How old is the child of the young master you mentioned?" "Which one?" the little goldfish asked, casually hopping along. "Which one?" Yi Lingling's mind went blank. Then she remembered urging Yuan Chen to take a wife. It seemed he had other children now. The eldest, named Yuan Luo. "Oh, young master Yuan Luo is 2 years old now," the little goldfish replied. "My grandfather says young master Yuan Luo is a top-grade divine beast destined for greatness." It sighed enviously. Unfortunately, the Golden Carp were mere spirit beasts, and becoming a divine beast was exceedingly difficult. Had she only been in seclusion for 2 years? Yi Lingling mused, overjoyed that she hadn't missed much time. Even more delightful was hearing praise for her son. Yuan Chen had mentioned it before, but she had been uncertain. Now, knowing he truly was a top-grade divine beast, she couldn't help but puff out her chest. A surge of pride filled her. "Sister, ahead lies Qingya City, and the Spirit Beast Mansion is within it." Yi Lingling nodded. It wasn't too far. Her steps grew lighter. Soon she would see her son. Excitement bubbled within her. Just as she was about to enter the city, several figures flew across the sky. Strangely, 2 people followed carrying a statue. Yi Lingling gazed upward curiously. At that moment, the leader of the group happened to glance down and spotted Yi Lingling about to enter the city. With a start of surprise, he landed directly before her. "Congratulations, host, for obtaining a century of cultivation. Host has gained 70 in formation experience. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the active skill, Eyes of Illusion. Obtained top-grade spiritual artifact, Void-Breaking Arc." Since these women had conceived after Yuan Chen became a silver dragon, their offspring were at least mid-grade divine beasts, and the rewards were far more generous than before. Yuan Chen glanced briefly before focusing on his children. The first to emerge was Mu Ye's child, a silver peony with a thick dragon tail as its lower stem. Yuan Chen was no longer surprised. The system couldn't identify its exact species either. After giving his son some small gifts, he had Mu Yu take him away. Then the other women's children were born in succession. Yuan Chen's cultivation directly reached the late nascent soul stage. His alchemy, artifact forging, and formation skills also advanced accordingly. She had already practiced several times, achieving a 90% success rate with low-grade spiritual artifacts. She nodded in satisfaction. Just then a servant arrived to report. "Young master, the mistress, Yi Lingling, has arrived." Yuan Chen's eyes widened in surprise. He immediately went out to greet her personally, ordering someone to inform his other wives. The first wife had returned. Shouldn't they all meet her? After everyone had gathered, Yuan Chen's family set off in a grand procession. Each woman either held a child in her arms or led one by the hand, ensuring not a single one was left behind. Yuan Chen also held a child by the hand, his son Yuan Luo, born of Yi Lingling. Yuan Luo was brimming with excitement along the way. Father has mother truly returned. Having never seen Yi Lingling since his birth with memories intact, he was naturally thrilled. Although Luo Sini and the others treated him kindly, no kindness could rival that of a biological mother. Yuan Chen nodded. You shall see her soon. Your mother has missed you dearly as well. Chatting as they walked, they had only gone a short distance when they saw Yi Lingling approaching from the opposite direction. Yuan Chen was momentarily stunned. How had the two parties ended up together? Yuan Man was speaking warmly to Yi Lingling, cheerfully describing how adorable Yuan Luo was. He had already sought out the Silver Dragon clan, but after visiting several branches, no one could cure Yuan N's condition. Thus he had to return and plead with Yuan Chen for leniency. But upon entering, he spotted a familiar figure. After a moment's thought, he descended directly. To secure Yuan Chen's help, he needed to first build a good rapport, didn't he? Landing, he spoke with a smile. Is that Lingling? Have you finished your seclusion? Yet inwardly he was astonished. Not only was Yuan Chen's son extraordinary, but his wives were also far from ordinary. Advancing in cultivation was an immensely difficult task, yet Yi Lingling had truly succeeded. Moreover, there was still Shui Manong in the seclusion site. He had heard she was also preparing for advancement. Yi Lingling looked at Yuan Man with confusion. You are? Yuan Man smiled gently. I am Yuan Chen's grandfather. I was in seclusion during your wedding, so we never met. He had only glimpsed Yi Lingling's appearance when he sensed the fluctuations of Yuan Luo's birth. Yi Lingling nodded. So you are grandfather. Greetings, grandfather. Yi Lingling spoke respectfully. She had heard rumors of some discord between Yuan Man and their family. Whether Yuan Man's claim of being in seclusion at the time was true or false, she couldn't tell. But since they had met now and he appeared amicable, she saw no reason to be cold. Yuan Man nodded. Are you going to see Yuan Chen? I am heading there as well. Let us go together. Yi Lingling thought for a moment and agreed. Very well. Then she turned to Little Goldfish. Then I won't trouble you further. Not at all, not at all. Little Goldfish hastily waved his hands. Only now did he realize that the elder sister before him was Yuan Chen's first wife. After a moment of hesitation, he pulled out the celestial herb from his bosom and reluctantly handed it to Yi Lingling. Please take this back. If his parents learned he had accepted a fee for directions from Yi Lingling, they would surely beat him to death. Yi Lingling couldn't help but smile. No need. You earned it. With a wave of her hand, she followed Yuan Man one ahead of the other. After a few minutes of walking, they saw Yuan Chen approaching slowly, holding their son's hand. Though the boy had grown, his cat tail and cat ears were unmistakable. She rushed over joyfully. Husband Luo. Yuan Chen set Yuan Luo down and greeted her with a beaming. He embraced Yi Lingling tightly. Welcome home. Beside them, Yuan Luo jumped, trying to grasp Yi Lingling's hand, but after several attempts he couldn't reach. Seeing his parents pay him no heed, he stood aside with his mouth agape. Yi Lingling gazed tenderly at Yuan Chen. Husband, I have missed you so much. Tears began to fall from her eyes. Then the two became lost in their affectionate exchange, which seemed likely to last a while. Yuan Luo crouched down nearby. The women behind him, each holding a child, waited patiently. Yuan Man wished to say something, but remembering his need for Yuan Chen's favor, he ultimately kept his mouth tightly shut. After a few minutes they finally parted. Only then did Yi Lingling remember she had a son. She immediately crouched down, lifted Yuan Luo into her arms, and laughed joyfully. Saying this, he gestured toward the women. Following Yuan Chen's finger, Yi Lingling was instantly dumbfounded. Her mind had been entirely on Yuan. Saying this, he gestured toward the women. Following Yuan Chen's finger, Yi Lingling was instantly dumbfounded. Her mind had been entirely on Yuan Chen and her son. She hadn't noticed before. Now she saw there were over 20 people. She turned her head stiffly toward Yuan Chen and asked in shock, Are they all? Her voice was very soft, but everyone present could hear it clearly. They all smiled kindly at Yi Lingling. They are all your sisters. Yi Lingling stared at the 20-plus women, still unable to collect herself. It had only been 2 years. Wasn't this a bit too exaggerated? She then looked at the children held or led by the women. Were they all her husband's? She scrutinized each one carefully, her little mouth hanging open in disbelief. This was too strange, even stranger than her own son, especially the few bouncing little flowers. Her gaze finally settled on little Strawberry. This one was the oddest. Not only was she much smaller than the other women, but the child was peculiar as well. The way she held the child was truly bizarre. She dangled a vine with one hand, and that vine was the child's skyward ponytail. Among the already strange children, this one was the strangest of all. A sphere about 40 to 50 centimeters in diameter, shimmering with silver specks. A thought involuntarily crossed Yi Lingling's mind. It would look beautiful hanging from the ceiling. Noticing all the women staring at her, she quickly said, Hello, Yuan Chen, then let them get acquainted, while he turned to Yuan Man. Yuan Man immediately ordered someone to bring Yuan An's statue to the front. Yuan Chen raised an eyebrow. Didn't I say I couldn't help and told you to seek the Silver Dragon clan? Why is it still here? Yuan Man wore a bitter expression. He explained the situation. Yuan Chen shrugged. Then there's no solution. After a moment's thought he added, since there's still life force, why not leave him be? He might get up on his own someday. He chuckled, inwardly waiting for the light to appear. Yuan Man said wearily, Chainer, please stop joking. Your cousin truly knows his mistake. If you have a way, do help. Yuan Chen frowned. I told you I really don't have a way. If I did, I would have helped long ago. You should go back. Yuan Chen, must you be so heartless? Yuan Da, who had remained silent until now, finally couldn't hold back and roared angrily. Yuan Chen glanced at him indifferently. Say what you will. With that he turned and led his wives away. If he had a solution, he wouldn't have denied Yuan Man's request, but as for Yuan Da, he paid him no mind at all. Wow, this place is lively. I didn't expect so many people to show up. Haha, they're probably all here for the spectacle. That Yuan Chen is making such a grand display, it's quite amusing to think about. I thought my sister was here for a beauty pageant, but it turns out she's not. What beauty pageant? This is a recruitment, huh? But I think my sister's looks have a good chance of success. Why not give it a try? You try it if you want. I already have someone I like. Liking someone doesn't mean they're your Dao partner. And even if they were, wouldn't that be even more exciting? Get lost. On the streets of Qingye City, two women were shoving and playfully scuffling with each other. Scenes like this were common everywhere in Qingye City. Such a strange grand event had never been seen before. Many young people were intensely curious. Besides the women, there were also crowds of talented young men. Of course they weren't there to sign up. Since Yuan Chen's goal was to take a wife, there would surely be many beautiful women here. They came perhaps also hoping to flirt with a few. They strolled through the streets glancing around. In groups of 3 or 5 they chatted and laughed, nudging their companions whenever they spotted an attractive woman. Benefits should be shared with good friends, and they all winked and snickered. One at a time. At the deepest part of the square on the seats, Yi Lingling sat in the very center. Beside her were Yuan Chen's other wives. In front of them was the busy Aunt Pang. There were quite a few women signing up, only she was a bit overwhelmed. But this matter couldn't be taken lightly. With the mistress watching from behind, she couldn't just let anyone in. Seated in the back, Yuan Chen's wives were also discussing quietly. After a registrant walked away, Hua Tong muttered, "I'm far inferior to this young lady. Of course, just look at the beauty of us sisters, humph." Hearing this, Lu Hongyi, I wonder if anyone from our sect will come. Mi Tian said expectantly. Although her relationship with others in the sect was not great, she still hoped to see some familiar faces. Hearing this, Lu Hongyi's expression also became a bit dazed. It had been over a year since she left. She had given birth. Aside from sending a message talisman to her parents to report her safety, she had no other contact. She murmured, "They should come. After all, our sect is not exactly prestigious. If they can connect with the Dragon Clan, they'll naturally rush over." Their sect could only barely contend with the profound Xian sect within their own little corner of the mortal world. In the chaotic star, see, they were nothing. Hua Tong smacked her lips. "Master, you said it yourself, our sect is not prestigious. Maybe they haven't even received the news yet." The Dragon Clan couldn't possibly distribute flyers everywhere. There were always some remote corners they missed. And their sect was exactly one of those remote corners. Lu Hongyi angrily slapped the back of Hua Tong's head. Why speak such blunt truths? Besides the 3 of them, the other wives were also chatting in small groups. Mostly they discussed the women who came to sign up. Yuan Chen had entrusted the matter to Yi Lingling. Hearing this news, the other wives either wanted to curry favor with the primary wife or were simply bored and found it amusing. So they all tagged along, except for a few with indifferent temperaments, or those like Shui Lin, who was in seclusion. As a genius of the Golden Light Carp clan, Shui Lin had no reaction after giving birth the first time. But after having a second child, the benefits of the wave system finally manifested for her. This time Yuan Chen did not send her to the Azure Dragon Palace. With his enhanced experience in formations, Yuan Chen could now build 5th-grade formations. Setting one up for the seclusion chamber was no problem. Yi Lingling was also chatting with Yu Ying about some interesting stories. The children were left at home in the care of servants, so the women could enjoy themselves to the fullest. Wait. Although she was engrossed in conversation with her companions, Yi Lingling still kept a close eye on the registration process. Seeing a relatively innocent-looking woman about to take a special token made by Yuan Chen, she quickly called out. Since this was being held as a grand event, Yuan Chen had tried to perfect every detail. After all, it would be held again in the future. It was important to leave a deep impression on the audience and build a reputation. The token was one of those details. Each token was a silver medallion. The front bore a number. The back was inscribed with the characters for recruitment. Yuan Chen's artifact refinement skills had reached a certain level. With a casual squeeze, he produced a large batch of high-grade mortal artifacts. Then with a touch of the touch-to-silver technique, it was virtually impossible to counterfeit. Besides serving as entry for the competition, the token also had a spirit-gathering function. Of course, being only a high-grade mortal artifact, its spirit-gathering effect was negligible. However, among the attendees, a larger proportion came from small remote places. Many were low-realm women. Seeing this, they eagerly signed up. Even if they failed, they could take the token home and use it as a treasure. Yi Lingling stood up and placed the beast manifestation plate on the table. She walked forward and said directly, "You cannot sign up." Hearing this, the woman's face stiffened. After a change of expression, she asked plaintively, "Why?" She wanted to argue, but considering Yi Lingling's status, she suppressed her anger. After all, she was from a small, insignificant family and couldn't afford to offend someone like that. Yi Lingling nodded to Aunt Pang. Aunt Pang immediately explained, "I'm sorry, miss, but your race is somewhat unsuitable." The woman's face darkened. She grew even more aggrieved. "What's wrong with our Black Mountain Boar clan? How can you be racially discriminatory?" Yi Lingling handed her a card. "Apologies, my husband is allergic to black. With this card you can get a 20% discount on purchases in Qingye City." The woman was stunned. Everything. Yi Lingling nodded. The woman snatched the card. She had already taken a stroll through the city. There were many fine goods inside. If she could get a 20% discount, wouldn't that be a huge gain? No problem. There's no cure for an allergy to black. They'll be off then." With that she turned and left. The moment she turned, a smile immediately appeared on her face. She hurried to tell her clansmen, "Free stuff, why not take it?" Watching her retreating figure, Yi Lingling also smiled lightly. With their spending, her own family would soon become wealthy. After the city was built, Yuan Chen had given a few slots to some races with good relations, allowing them to open shops here. With her own family's interests at heart, Yi Lingling immediately sent word for people from her hometown to come. They didn't have any rare treasures, but opening a tavern was a good idea. Though cultivators didn't need to eat, they still had cravings for food and drink. She was very satisfied with the effect of the discount card. A win-win situation. Yi Lingling returned to her seat and picked up the beast viewing disc again. It was the one Yuan Chen had picked up from the ground earlier. After the Dragon clan's arrival, they never asked for it back, so it had remained in his possession. Yi Lingling returned to her seat and picked up the beast viewing disc again. It was the one Yuan Chen had picked up from the ground earlier. After the Dragon clan's arrival, they never asked for it back, so it had remained in his possession. Thus, she eliminated them in the first round. With the apology coupons as compensation, there should be no major issues. As for those who came solely to obtain the coupons, that was fine as well. After all, most of the establishments within the city were under their ownership. The more people who made purchases, the better. In fact, he wished everyone would come and claim a coupon. First, to boost popularity. Second, once they obtained the discount coupons, many would likely be tempted to buy something even if they had no initial intention to do so. The construction here was still rough, with most stalls remaining vacant. He had allowed some of his close acquaintances to set up shops, such as the Golden Light Carp clan, who opened several storefronts. Of course, these were all ordinary stalls, as their clan possessed nothing particularly valuable that others would covet. Once other powerful races arrived and witnessed the bustling foot traffic, they would surely take an interest. When that time came, the spaces would be rented out. Yi Lingling aimed the beast viewing disc forward and then resumed casual conversation with the others. Several hours passed. "I apologize, but my husband has a phobia of crowded patterns. It's not that he looks down on the Spotted Dog clan. This coupon. Sorry, my husband says he will never inhale white powder in this life, so you're Flying Moth clan. Apologies, my husband says he does not want a third sister-in-law." Watching Yi Lingling constantly step forward, Hua Tong couldn't help but curl her lips. Husband is really too picky about races. He's going to miss out on plenty of beauties. Hua Lingling chimed in with a laugh. Haha, that seems understandable. During her time in the mortal world, the storybooks she had read mostly involved Fox clan or Snake clan women, never anything like maggots. Thus, even mortal men had their own bottom line when it came to lust. Yuan Chen, being half human, was likely influenced by his mother. They busied themselves for 2 days. The women couldn't all work together constantly, so they took turns resting. At that moment, only Yi Lingling had yet to conceive a child. After watching for just 2 days, she returned to the residence. Yuan Chen had spent these days accompanying her alone. 3 days later, after handing the child to Yi Lingling, the two lay together chatting about trivial matters of daily life. Yuan Chen also inquired about the registration situation. There are quite a few registrants and many beautiful women have come. But the number of truly stunning registered women is somewhat lacking. It seems most are just here for the spectacle. Yuan Chen stroked his chin. This wouldn't do. After pondering, he said to Yi Lingling, "It's fine. There's still over a month before it officially starts. We'll find ways to get them to sign up." Yi Lingling nodded obediently. Though Yuan Chen had taken many wives, he still treated her as kindly as ever. Then she spoke of how she had missed their son during her seclusion. The next morning, a herd of oxen began bustling through Qingye City. Each held a stack of papers, pasting them onto walls wherever crowds gathered. For those too lazy to read the papers, they directly grabbed the oxen and asked what was written. "Young Master Chen has a new..." Even if you register and achieve a ranking, you'll only accompany the young master on a 3-day leisurely stroll through Qingye City. If you find your personalities incompatible afterward, you may decline to become his wife. The young master will not force anyone. Moreover, for the women selected for the stroll as compensation for their time spent, even if it doesn't work out, a generous gift package will be provided: 1 top-grade offensive spirit tool, 100 top-grade spirit stones, 3 nascent soul barrier-breaking pills, and 10 medium-grade spiritual herbs. These were items Yuan Chen could currently produce himself, mostly rewards from the system. As for the top-grade spirit tools, the birth of his 20 children had boosted his forging experience the most. He now had a 50% success rate. Of course, this mainly applied to offensive spirit tools. Defensive ones were more difficult, and he hadn't attempted them yet. However, he didn't have these spirit tools yet. After impregnating Yi Lingling, he would need to start forging daily. Upon hearing the ox's words, the man who had grabbed him was stunned. A top-grade spirit tool. Good heavens. Even Tribulation Transcendence experts might not possess one. Yuan Chen was just giving them away. As a mere golden core cultivator with no background, he only wielded a top-grade mortal weapon. Drool nearly dripped from his mouth. Brother Ox, can men register for this? The temptation was simply overwhelming. The Ox, staring at the man's face for a few seconds, he found it rather handsome. After a moment of thought, hearing this, the man quickly waved his hands. Brother Ox, don't mind me, I was just joking. After saying this, he chuckled awkwardly and hurriedly slipped away. If Yuan Chen learned of his remarks, all 3 of his legs would be broken. Meanwhile, around a wall the Wu Xian clan members had gathered. Wu Ji stood behind Wu Xian. After reading the content, he stole a few glances at her, wondering what decision the Great Elder would make. Since his father was the clan leader, he hadn't come along. Besides the Great Elder as the senior, a dozen young disciples. Among them were 6 women, though not all were there to participate. Many were just there for the excitement. Wu Xian thought such a grand event would attract many noble youths. So she brought them all. If the clan disciples could make more acquaintances, it would be convenient for them outside. Wu Xian was deeply tempted by the rewards listed. Other things were negotiable, but a top-grade spirit tool. If she could obtain one, her strength would increase by 30 to 50%. Having just advanced to the Tribulation Transcendent stage, she lacked a decent weapon. A flicker of light shone in her eyes. With her looks, she should be able to claim these rewards right. After all, Yuan Chen had said, he wouldn't force anyone even if they were unwilling. It was just a 3-day stroll with him. She would grab the rewards and run. Turning to her clansmen, she said, you go enjoy yourselves first. I see an old acquaintance, I'll go exchange a few words. Wu Ji shook his head, chuckled, and asked directly. Great Elder, are you tempted? Don't deny it, even am a bit intrigued. Wu Xian paused mid-step. She turned back to glance at Wu Ji. After a long moment, Wu Xian looked at Wu Ji, who was covering half his face. Wu Ji, does your face still hurt? Wu Ji lowered his hand. What are you talking about? Ridiculous. It doesn't hurt at all. The Great Elder wouldn't really hit me. Oh. In the days that followed, the number of applicants steadily increased, and the influx of people into Qingye City became almost overwhelming. During this time, many factions approached Yuan Chen, hoping to rent or buy booths. Yuan Chen readily agreed to all requests while he retained control over all the inns. After all, these individuals couldn't possibly stay on the streets, as it would be beneath their dignity. Yuan Chen only needed to hire a few waiters and managers to get started. There were plenty of such people in Qingye City. As for this event, aside from Yuan Chen, the biggest beneficiaries were the locals of Qingye City, who were raking in spirit stones. Yuan Chen stipulated that for every guest served, he would take 1% of the accommodation fee. Do not underestimate this 1%. Yuan Chen was truly shrewd. A standard room cost 1 mid-grade spirit stone for a night, while a high-end hotel, with a bouquet of flowers in the room, charged 3 mid-grade spirit stones. Many who wanted to participate in the competition could not afford the accommodation fee and had to find random places outside the city to wait for the recruitment to begin. Consequently, the locals were all mobilized. Some even rented out their homes while they themselves slept under trees outside the city, turning the lodging industry. Husband, the selection begins tomorrow. Aren't you going to take a look? That evening, Yi Lingling came to find Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen had just finished refining a high-quality spiritual weapon. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he replied, no rush. He was just 1 short of 10, wanting to round it off. Looking at the spiritual flute in his hand, Yuan Chen couldn't help but stroke his chin. While others became more proficient with practice, he found that no matter how much he practiced, his experience never changed. The quality of the spiritual weapon also showed no signs of improvement. It seemed he could only rely on the experience provided by the system to upgrade it. He casually tossed the flute aside and prepared to begin forging again. While forging, he had to pay attention to making it elegant. After all, it was a gift for his future wife. It wouldn't be suitable to create a giant axe for her to carry. Thus, he mostly forged long swords and whips suitable for women. Indeed, once selected, she would undoubtedly be. He deliberately set aside 3 days for this. He couldn't believe that in 3 days his ethereal body wouldn't show some effect. With this thought, a smile crept onto his lips. Even Zixiao, the 7 Tribulation loose Immortal, had been speaking to him with an unusual tone lately. Her calls of Yuan Chen made his heart race. Capturing her was not a problem. He didn't believe that among the women participating there would be another powerhouse like Zixiao. Shall we push the notification back by 2 days? Yi Lingling couldn't help but ask. Yuan Chen turned and motioned for her to come closer. Once she approached, he whispered a few words. Like this, then like that, and then do this. After a while, Yi Lingling stared at Yuan Chen in shock. Could it really be done this way? Can you really play it this creatively for recruitment? Alright, go ahead. Once I finish my work, you'll come to start the process. Upon hearing Yuan Chen's words, Yi Lingling nodded, then turned and left Yuan Chen's training room. She gathered all of Yuan Chen's wives in the main hall, and also brought all the children along. Once everyone had arrived, Yi Lingling conveyed Yuan Chen's thoughts. After hearing this, those playful ones like Hua Tong immediately lit up with excitement. One by one, they exclaimed, embracing their children and patting their chests, proclaiming there would be no problem. The next day a dense crowd appeared around the grand square. Curious heads peeked out from the surrounding buildings. Even from a distance they could clearly see everything. However, the buildings were not places ordinary people could enter. The better the viewing platform, the higher the price. One spot could be fully booked during the recruitment, with prices reaching up to 10 high-grade spirit stones. Many cursed Yuan Chen for being such a scoundrel. A dragon tribe was actually so exploitative. But despite the complaints, some rich second-generation individuals booked a spot to show off, while others curious big shots came and didn't want to crowd with the rest, so they rented a place. As the number of people grew, the crowd began to stir. Why hasn't it started yet? Exactly, it's almost noon. You say he can decide when to start this event, but why do we need tickets to get in? Bro, it's just a ticket for one low-grade spirit stone, no need to say more. One low-grade spirit stone isn't money. Hey wait, why am I being charged too? Huh, what? I was charged too as well. Hu Chi hurriedly replied. They had a good relationship with the Qingyo clan, and it was the Qingyo ticket seller at the entrance who let them in through the back door. They couldn't let down their Qingyo brothers. Over 100 of their clan came to watch the excitement. After a few days that was a significant number, so they saved where they could. Oh, I must have heard that wrong. Everyone please be quiet. Just as the crowd was noisy, a man appeared in midair. It was Neo Dadu after his transformation. However, not many paid attention to his words. Neo Dadu wiped the sweat from his brow. That shout was still heard everywhere in the city thanks to the lion's roar technique. Clearly, it wasn't due to a lack of volume, but rather that no one was paying attention to this minor character. His face turned sour, and he felt quite at a loss. He recognized many major races present, and he didn't dare call for silence a second time. Just as he hesitated, a voice reached his ears. Quiet. Instantly, the venue fell silent. Neo Dadu turned around to see it was the Grand Elder of the Qinglong Palace, his expression stunned. The Grand Elder had always supported the first lineage, and he never expected to personally make an appearance today. On the other hand, after calling for silence, the Grand Elder felt a bit uneasy. Even he had many individuals he couldn't afford to offend. However, remembering that Yuan Chen was supported by the Dragon Clan's headquarters, he straightened his back. Any dissatisfaction should be directed at us. We are staunch supporters of the second lineage. Seeing the chaos at the venue, how could he not intervene? The effect seemed to be quite good. This Grand Elder of the Qinglong Palace still had some authority. Delighted in his heart, he calmly addressed Neo Dadu. Continue. Yes, right away. Neo Dadu promptly replied. He then announced directly, from now on recruitment officially begins. However, before starting there would be a 2-day warm-up period. Hopefully after watching, those who initially planned to sign up, but not participate, would change their minds and join in actively. After speaking, he stepped back behind the scenes. At that moment, a strange melody began to play. Where is spring? Oh, where is spring? Inside a tavern, Jing Guang looked at the radiant woman beside her. Jing Jing, are you really not going? That's a top-grade spirit artifact. Jing Jing looked helplessly at her close friend. She had already asked her several times over the past few days. Jing Guang, I've told you, even if we got it, we couldn't keep it. Their Golden Light Elephant clan was indeed slightly stronger than the Azure Dragon Palace. But that was only their clan. It had nothing to do with her. Her father was from the Golden Light Elephant clan, while her mother was from the Fire Lion clan. The two clans were not too far apart. Resources were scarce. Over many years of evolution, they had become mortal enemies. Yet who could have known that her parents would come together? As a result, their family of 3 was disliked by both clans. Their fellow clansmen treated them with disdain. Jing Guang was her only true friend. This time it was originally because Jing Guang was curious and asked her to come along, thinking she only had this one. But as for marrying Yuan Chen, she had never entertained that thought. She still hoped to find a partner she could truly love. I want you reconsider. Jing Guang continued. Jing Jing looked helplessly at her bestie. I really won't go. Besides, the registration period is over. Even if I wanted to sign up, I can't. Hearing this, Jing Guang's face lit up. Don't worry about that. Look at this, she said, pulling out a token. I've registered for you too. Jing Jing looked at her in surprise. When did you sign me up? It was so crowded back then. I took the chance when the crowd separated us and signed you up. The second time, naturally, the plump aunt noticed she had already registered. But when she mentioned it was for her close friend and described her situation, it turned out Jing Jing was still far away and hadn't arrived yet. After confirming there were no major issues, she went ahead and registered. Oh, I just thought with how beautiful you are, you have a great chance of winning, don't you? If you're worried the clan will take it back, you can sell it to, he'll buy it. As the two chatted, Neo Data's voice outside had also ceased. Hearing the strange music outside, they couldn't help but turn their gaze to the square. From the palace at the back of the square, a peculiar little child came hopping out. Then standing in the center of the square, he struck a strange pose. As the child stood still, several lines of red text appeared on the large wall behind the palace. Yuan Luo, top-grade divine beast, first son of Yuan Chen. Mother Yi Lingling, a golden core cultivator from the Night Shadow Cat clan. She became pregnant within 10 days of marrying Yuan Chen. After giving birth, Yi Lingling felt a calling and entered seclusion. She has now emerged from seclusion and advanced to the Ghost Cat clan. The two exchanged glances, utterly dumbfounded. What kind of stunt was this? Their curiosity piqued, they stopped chatting and focused on the square. The other spectators in the square were equally staring at the little brat before them who had one paw under his chin and the other on his hip, and then looking at the subtitles behind him, they couldn't help but start whispering among themselves. So this is Yuan Chen's first son? His mother is just a beast. I thought the child became a top-grade divine beast because of the mother's talent. I thought so too. Who would have thought? He could still produce a top-grade divine beast like this. I heard there's also a supreme-grade divine beast. The drop rate is really high. At this point a third person chimed in. Not only that, look at that Yilingling. She directly advanced after giving birth. Could this be related to Yuan Chen? Hearing this, someone immediately retorted. How could it be related? It's just a coincidence. How could Yuan Chen have such? That's not certain. Has there ever been a Dragon Clan member who had no bottleneck in reproduction before? Well, the retorter was instantly silenced. Similar debates were occurring elsewhere. At this moment, after holding his pose for a minute, Yuan Luo turned and left. Just as he was about to disappear from sight, another strange little creature passed by him. Hopping to the spot where Yuan Luo had stood, he struck a different pose. This one was truly hopping. It was Yu Ying's son. Everyone looked behind him, and sure enough, the subtitles had changed in it. With the melody of Where is Spring playing, the two close friends in the tavern were completely dumbfounded. This move was just too wild. They were having way too much fun, weren't they? Still, it was quite amusing. Putting everything else aside, just witnessing these bizarre races alone made the trip worthwhile. Watching the endless stream of children appearing below Jin Jing couldn't help but marvel again. This Yuan Chen was truly incredible. Reproductive isolation had no effect on him at all. Although the children were all strange, they were still born, weren't they? She herself was a product of reproductive isolation. Her parents had only managed to have her after centuries. 1,000 years had passed, and they had no further success. It wasn't that they didn't want a second child, they simply couldn't have any more. But this Yuan Chen? No way. Jin Jing, look. Jin Guang couldn't help but exclaim. Jin Jing followed her gaze. The child had changed, judging by its appearance, its mother must have been a goldfish. The subtitles behind showed that Shui Lin was also in seclusion. A minute later, a three-horned flood dragon, or perhaps a dragon, appeared in the square. Jin Jing couldn't help but hold her breath. The text on the wall revealed that the child's mother was a snake clan woman named Shui Manong. And this woman had also entered seclusion immediately after becoming pregnant and hadn't come out yet. There was someone named Shui Lin earlier who had the same situation. So far, 3 people had gone into seclusion. 1 could be luck, 2 could be coincidence, but 3. Jin Jing, could Yuan Chen really have the ability to help his wives advance? Jin Jing took a deep breath. Now she wasn't sure either. Probably not. She murmured, a flicker of doubt in her eye. What method could help a wife advance? Jin Guang immediately chimed in. Oh, Jin Jing, are you dense? When a man makes a woman pregnant, doesn't he leave something inside her? It must be something special about Yuan Chen's. Hearing such vulgar talk, Jin Jing glared at her angrily. Jin Guang, can you not be so? Jin Guang gave an awkward laugh. You get the idea? But seriously, it might actually be possible. Upon seeing the third woman in closed-door cultivation advancing, an uproar arose among the crowd. The elders who had brought their clan's disciples were visibly envious, as many of them had been the pride of their clan in their youth. However, as time passed, many had never taken that most crucial step. If Yuan Chen truly had that capability, but what to do if he hadn't registered before? He looked at his disciple. Good disciple, where is the token you received earlier? I noticed your craftsmanship was good, and I wanted to study it, he said. One disciple, not realizing anything amiss, foolishly handed over the token. It wasn't until 2 days later, when the master stood on the competition stage, that he realized what had happened. Some, noticing the master's unusual demeanor, found excuses to leave. This was something that could be harvested from the hands of the disciples. Others who had come to watch could only hurry to find out where tokens were being sold. There were those who had already become wise, lamenting why they had sought partners so early. Besides these token thieves, some rival forces from the Dragon Clan furrowed their brows. It seemed there was an opportunity to see if they could eliminate the threat that was Yuan Chen. Different people had different thoughts, but they were all curious about the appearance of each child. Each one watched attentively as a group of little ones jumped past. Under the gaze of the crowd, when one child returned, a hefty bull with a dark expression clutched a wooden plate and passed by another child walking to the front of the stage. The audience. If you had just picked another child, we might have believed it. But this bull is clearly bigger than Yuan Chen. Is this really Yuan Chen's child? Fortunately, the hefty bull had a sign in front of it explaining the situation, which quelled the crowd's dissatisfaction. So it's an extraordinary divine beast, and no wonder. Some who were frustrated, thinking they had been deceived by Yuan Chen, hadn't had time to check the information on the wooden plate, and immediately shouted angrily, even if it's an extraordinary divine beast, it can't be hundreds of years old at birth. Moreover, this is clearly an ordinary green bull. How could that be possible? Hey, what's impossible? Don't forget there was also a water chillin before. Pa. Why am I even discussing this with you? Can't you, should that be possible? Hey, oh, it turns out the extraordinary divine beast has already been taken to the Dragon Clan's headquarters. No wonder. Just knowing is enough, but saying it a few more times isn't annoying. This Yuan Chen actually produced an extraordinary divine beast. It's too impressive. The two who had been arguing before immediately began to enthusiastically discuss. On the first day, Yuan Chen only allowed his first batch of mobile children to showcase themselves. It didn't even take half an hour. Yet everyone watched with great enjoyment. The first day passed simply, and no one had any complaints. Many had come just to watch the spectacle. Regardless, their spirits were lifted. In the evening at the exotic beast mansion, Yuan Chen rewarded his children. The pills he had refined, while idling around, were laid out like candy in plate after plate, allowing them to eat freely. He wasn't worried about them developing resistance from overeating. His alchemy experience would certainly increase again. Once these became ineffective for them, he would continue with new pills. After playing with the children, Yuan Chen went into the weapon refining room and took out all 10 weapons he had previously crafted. After that, he and his bodyguard Zixia hurriedly sought out Aunt Fat. After searching, they quickly found Yilingling. Let's continue the warm-up tomorrow. Aunt Fat had already summarized the income from the inn for today. The income for just one day was comparable to the value of several high-grade immortal artifacts. There were too many people, and this was only the income from accommodation. Wouldn't this take several more days? After explaining the plan for tomorrow to Yilingling, he returned to his room to rest. Refining weapons was still mentally exhausting. But just as he lay down, Zixia appeared before him, her expression grave, as she said, "Someone has arrived." Yuan Chen, he had anticipated this situation when he prominently displayed his sons. However, this was unavoidable. With so many wives, someone would eventually notice something amiss. It would be better to resolve the issue in advance. "Where are the people?" Yuan Chen asked in confusion. "Be careful." As soon as the words left her mouth, Zixia swiftly took him away from the spot. Upon looking back, he saw that the spot where he had just stood had turned into scorched earth, with faint lightning flickering above it. In the air above the scorched earth stood a man. However, his face was shrouded in mist, obscuring his features. Yuan Chen cursed under his breath. Yuan, are you dissatisfied with me because of my son's matters? What kind of broken formation is this? If someone wants to come in, they can just come in. Who are you? Zixia coldly asked, positioning herself protectively behind Yuan Chen. I didn't expect the Dragon clan to specially send an elder. No wonder you dared to expose Yuan Chen's information, the stranger said with a... I didn't expect the Dragon clan to specially send an elder. No wonder you dared to expose Yuan Chen's information, the stranger said with a cold laugh. Zixia's expression was serious. The opponent's momentum was surprisingly on par with hers, even slightly higher. This was becoming tricky. Who exactly are you? You have the audacity to target my Dragon clan, yet lack the courage to show your true face. Upon hearing Zixia's words, the man replied with a smile. Your Dragon clan is indeed strong. I dare not show myself. But do you think you can protect that little boy behind you? While the two faced off, Yuan Chen recalled that he had also acquired the skill called Illusory Eye. He immediately activated it to test. His expression changed. This skill had no limitations on strength. Before him, a dark monkey head appeared behind the stranger. The mist vanished from his eyes, revealing the true face of the man clearly. Wasn't this the Monkey Demon clan? The Monkey Demon clan was also a major power. However, historically, only a single mutated super divine beast had appeared in their clan, which paled in comparison to the Dragon clan. He had never heard of any hatred between the two clans. Unexpectedly this time, it was this clan that couldn't sit still. He cast a deep glance at the Monkey Demon. You're finished. At that moment, Zixia had already engaged in battle with the Monkey Demon. Yuan Chen didn't hesitate and directly took out a communication talisman. Get out of the way. Just then, Zixia suddenly shouted and lunged towards Yuan Chen. Zixia spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as Yuan Chen took out the transmission talisman, a master was hiding in the shadows. Yuan Chen had not detected him at all. By the time Zixia sensed the danger, it was already too late. She used her own body to take the blow for Yuan Chen. Fortunately, the newly appeared enemy was far weaker than the demon ape and did not inflict severe damage on Zixia. Yuan Chen's face darkened. He had originally intended to teach them a simple lesson, but now things could not be resolved so easily. Here are some pills. Take them quickly. He took out supreme-grade elixirs from his bosom and pressed them all into Zixia's hands. Zixia did not stand on ceremony. She stuffed them all into her mouth at once. The two opponents exchanged a glance, seizing the opportunity to strike while their foe was weakened. They charged forward simultaneously. They intended to finish off both Yuan Chen and Zixia. Just then a voice emerged from the transmission talisman in Yuan Chen's hand. Yuan Chen picked it up and looked. The phantom image of Aoe's face appeared on the talisman screen. Yuan Chen, what's happening over there? Yuan Chen took a deep breath. Before leaving, Aoe had given him a transmission talisman. He could call upon Aoe whenever he needed help. Yuan Chen cast a cold glance at the approaching duo. Zixia had already assumed a battle stance once more. Chieftain, the Demon Ape clan sent assassins after me. If I am truly slain, I wish for the entire Demon Ape clan to be exterminated, leaving none alive. Of course, if you are unwilling, then inform Xiao Yun to grow strong and avenge me. Aoe's anxious voice immediately rang out from the other side. You were ambushed by the Demon Ape clan. Hold on. They'll dispatch the nearest elder at once. They won't escape. As for the Demon Ape clan, how dare they lay a hand on someone of the Dragon clan? Such audacity. The Dragon clan had many branches and countless powerful experts. There were also many wandering across the land. Once summoned by the chieftain, they would arrive without delay. All Zixia had to do was hold out a little longer. Hearing Yuan Chen's words, Mo Xingxing faltered in his steps. He stared at Yuan Chen in terror. How had he been discovered? He harbored no doubt about AoE's threat of annihilation. The Dragon Clan possessed such power. Normally they would have to consider other factions. But now avenging their kin, who would dare to stop them? After a moment of stunned silence, he fixed his gaze on Yuan Chen and blurted out an utterly absurd statement. I am not of the Demon Ape clan. The space fell into dead silence. Zixia, Yuan Chen, and even the other enemy all looked at him with bizarre expressions. Was he out of his mind? Even AoE's voice on the transmission talisman came to an abrupt halt. After a long silence, AoE shouted from the other end. Order all experts near Guxiao Island to head to Qingye City immediately. He seemed to be issuing commands to his subordinates. Hearing this, the other expert could no longer remain composed. Brother Ape, strike now? Once the Dragon Clan experts arrive, we won't be able to escape. At this, Mo Xingxing immediately yelled, I am not of the Demon Ape clan. He had a wife and children among the Demon Ape clan. If the Dragon Clan came, none of them would survive. Brother Ape, stop deceiving yourself. Now that he knows your identity, do you think he will spare you? Better we take them down and flee. As cultivators, have we not seen enough partings and deaths? If our kin are killed, we can always avenge them later, can't we? Better we take them down and flee. As cultivators, have we not seen enough partings and deaths? If our kin are killed, we can— Just then AoE quickly spoke through the transmission talisman. If you stand down now, we will show leniency when the time comes. No one knew when the Dragon Clan experts would arrive, or if Zixia could hold out. Naturally, it was best to pacify the enemy first. Don't listen to him. The Dragon Clan has always been tyrannical. Would they really let us off? Brother Ape, let's fight. The man urged hastily. Their time was running out. Alone he would struggle to defeat. Mo Xingxing still shook his head, muttering to himself. These are my people. I cannot. He clutched his head, and now he already regretted his actions. He had never imagined that one move of his would bring calamity upon his entire clan. Brother Ape, stop hesitating. We're running out of time. If it were me, I wouldn't be so indecisive. If you haven't made up your mind, let's capture Yuan Chen first. Then we can decide whether to kill or release him, and you can use him to negotiate. Mo Xingxing's heart stirred. Yes. If he captured Yuan Chen, could he bargain with the Dragon Clan? Then, his gaze gradually turned fierce. Bai Qing's face lit up with joy. This simpleton had actually fallen for it. Once Yuan Chen was captured, he would kill him outright. As for the Demon Ape clan, what did that have to do with him? But just as he prepared to strike alongside Mo Xingxing, Yuan Chen spoke into the transmission talisman once more. Oh, and chieftain, there's also the Green Mantis clan. Please deal with them as well. Bai Qing's face froze. Then under the astonished gazes of everyone, he dropped from midair and fell heavily to his knees. Spare me. Mo Xingxing, who had just pulled out his giant axe for a life-or-death struggle, stood frozen in place. Hadn't he just sworn to fight to the death? His face darkened. That wretched Green Mantis clan scum. But now the situation seemed rather off. With Bai Qing kneeling, it would be difficult for him to quickly subdue Zixia alone. He looked at the giant axe in his hand, then at Bai Qing, who was kneeling like a cowering grandson. He tossed the axe aside. With a sliding motion, he knelt down right beside Bai Qing. Mercy! I was wrong. Yuan Chen watched the two comical figures. Both were ancient beings thousands of years old. They had absolutely no sense of pride left. Just then, several enormous dragons flew over from the distance at breakneck speed. They transformed into human forms upon reaching Yuan Chen. There were 7 in total. Dragons of various kinds. Their strength was not formidable. Most were only at the Tribulation Transcendent stage. If a real battle broke out, they would be little more than cannon fodder. Yet upon receiving AoE's message, they had rushed over without a moment's hesitation. Needless to say, Yuan Chen's rise was inevitable. By currying favor, now they stood to gain greatly in the future. As for whether they would die by coming, they had seen from afar that the two enemies were already on their knees. If there had been a fight, they would have adapted and acted according to the situation. They approached Yuan Chen with solicitous greetings. After expressing his gratitude, Yuan Chen turned his gaze to the two kneeling figures. Before long, a true Dragon Clan expert finally arrived. It was a familiar face. Yuan Chen, young one, we meet again. Yuan Chen smiled warmly. It was Haiyan, the very one who had once applied to be his bodyguard and was ruthlessly rejected. That didn't I tell you back then? Offering to be your bodyguard, and you weren't keen on it. Regretting it now, are you? Haiyan, paying no heed to the others, spoke to Yuan Chen with a teasing tone. Yuan Chen helped the injured Zixia to land. Indeed, I never expected to trouble you again so soon, senior. Haiyan cast a disdainful glance at the demon star. So it's this wretch who dared to set his sights on you. He had every right to be proud. Though he and Zixia were both Dragon Clan elders, he was a 10 Tribulation loose cultivator ranking high within the Dragon Clan. Yuan Chen nodded. Senior, please subdue these two first. No problem, Haiyan declared with hearty boldness. Meanwhile, upon learning that Haiyan had arrived, AoE safely ended the call. You lot go back. Your presence is no longer needed. Haiyan waved dismissively at the assembled Dragon Clan members who had come to assist. He was fully aware of their ulterior motives. The dragons chuckled awkwardly. Eventually, they retreated with their tails between their legs. This big shot was not to be trifled with. Let's go. Haiyan casually placed several binding seals upon the two captives. Hoisting them up, he spoke to Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen nodded, supporting Zixia as they entered the dwelling. In truth, Zixia's injuries didn't require such assistance, but Yuan Chen would never pass up an opportunity for close contact. And Zixia did not refuse. When the three entered the room with their two prisoners, all of Yuan Chen's women gathered around, their faces etched with worry. Moments earlier, when the two formidable experts had arrived, they could do nothing but fret helplessly. It was only after Yuan Chen offered some words of comfort that they finally relaxed. Learning that Yuan Chen had important matters to attend to, they refrained from lingering. Back in the room, he couldn't help but mutter, "This shoddy formation. After this incident, the resources he had on hand should be enough to hire a formation master. The quality of the formations here must be upgraded first. Otherwise, the safety of his wife and children would remain uncertain." Haiyan, standing nearby, immediately spoke with a knowing smile. "What's this? Thinking of revamping the formations?" Before Yuan Chen could respond, he continued, "Let me tell you, I'm a grand formation master myself. With the right resources, I can build one that can withstand any expert below the 5th stage of loose cultivator and even hold for a while against those above." Yuan Chen's eyes lit up. His own formation expertise was still lacking. If he could truly enlist the senior's help, wouldn't that eliminate all his worries? Seeing Yuan Chen staring at him with gleaming eyes, Haiyan's expression turned serious. "But of course it depends on what compensation you can offer. Serves you right for not choosing me back then, humph." He meant no offense, merely teasing Yuan Chen. He intended to help her. He believed that Yuan Chen would repay their Black Dragon lineage in the future. Yet Yuan Chen fell into deep thought. After a long while, he looked at Haiyan and asked, "Elder Haiyan, do you have any children?" Haiyan was taken aback. What did he mean? "I have one." "Why?" Yuan Chen met his gaze and said, "Nothing much. I was just wondering if you'd like to have another." Haiyan froze, his face turning stern. "What do you mean?" Yuan Chen sat leisurely in his chair. A pill materialized in his hand. "This is a sure-shot pill. Swallow it, and it guarantees a hit 100%. Care to give it a try? And it's not limited by race." After the second batch of children from the Sword Saint incident, Yuan Chen had obtained another batch of sure-shot pills. Knowing that the supply hadn't dried up, Yuan Chen decided to use them as a favor. Haiyan's expression grew solemn, his eyes fixed intently on the pill in Yuan Chen's hand. "Are you serious?" His tone was tense. He would gladly welcome another child. As his cultivation grew, it became increasingly difficult to find a partner of comparable strength. There were plenty of weaker women, but the greater the disparity in power, the harder it was to conceive. His only son was born back when his own cultivation was low. If this pill was genuine, it would be a treasure for him, no less valuable than a top-grade spirit artifact. As for having a child at several thousand years old, others would only look on with envy. Upon seeing Yuan Chen nod, he snatched the pill. "Leave your formations to me." With that, he flew out of the room in eager haste. As for the pill's authenticity, he already had his suspicions. No wonder Yuan Chen fathered children so quickly. He possessed such a miraculous treasure. Yuan Chen opened his mouth to say something, but the man had already vanished. Shaking his head, he had intended to discuss the two captives with him. "You actually have such a wondrous pill. No wonder you're so diligent in producing offspring." After Haiyan left, Zixia couldn't help but ask. Now only the two of them remained in the room. Yuan Chen's gaze fixed on Zixia's face. Was this an opportunity? Should he take the chance? He licked his lips. "Do it." Shaking his head, he said, "This is merely an aid. I myself have no need for such pills." Zixia blinked in surprise. "Is that so? Were there other methods?" Yuan Chen sat down beside her. "Would you like me to explain in detail?" Zixia blinked her eyes, then nodded. Yuan Chen slowly leaned in. Moving closer, he said, "First of all, posture is the most crucial aspect." "Posture? What kind of posture?" "Here, let me teach you slowly." Then taking her hands, he undressed her and arranged the position, all in one fluid motion. Early the next morning, a hearty laugh echoed through the room. "Ha ha, boy, that pill actually worked." His voice arrived before he did. Yuan Chen and Zixia were jolted awake. Zixia cast a faint glance at Yuan Chen. Last night she had seen through his intentions. But after these days of interaction, she had developed an inexplicable affection for him, and so she had simply gone along with it. Before they could even rise, Haiyan's figure appeared before them. Haiyan was in high spirits. Last night he had taken the pill and sought out a woman he had just charmed 2 days prior. To his astonishment, by morning, he could sense a new life stirring within her womb. The effect was simply too potent. He rushed over immediately to share his joy with Yuan Chen. Unable to contain himself, he shouted with glee while still in midair. The effect was simply too potent. He rushed over immediately to share his joy with Yuan Chen. Unable to contain himself, he shouted with glee. Before he could process what was happening, Zixia's furious roar rang out. Haiyan dared not linger and immediately turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Yuan Chen hurriedly helped Zixia dress. Thankfully, the blanket had covered them, otherwise he would have suffered a great loss. Gazing at Zixia's voluptuous and alluring figure, Yuan Chen felt another surge of heat. But he restrained himself. Business came first. After a short while, Yuan Chen arrived at the reception hall. This time Zixia did not follow him. When Yuan Chen entered, Haiyan was already casually sipping his self-brewed Longyan wine, pure and natural, free from contamination, drinking with peace of mind. Upon seeing Yuan Chen enter, he immediately let out a strange chuckle. "Kid, not bad. A faint trace of melancholy stirred within him. Previously, for the sake of offspring, he naturally sought out experts of the same level. The exceptionally beautiful Zixia, who had no partner, had also been one of his targets. Yet in the end he had failed. He couldn't help but glance at Yuan Chen again. Who would have thought this kid would succeed where he had not? How did he manage it? His strength was utterly lacking. How could Elder Zixia possibly fancy him? Filled with doubt, he voiced the question directly. Yuan Chen said calmly, "You asked how I did it. He'll give you just 2 words: sincerity." Haiyan's eyes widened and, "How could you say such a thing with a straight face?" "Bah, sincerity my foot. Married to dozens of wives at such a young age, and you call that sincerity? And I've heard that this kid spent months in bed battling day and night with as many wives. Even I haven't been that wild. Is this still sincerity? Well, since the kid won't say he'll drop it." He winked at Yuan Chen. "That pill. The one for targeting. Do you have any left?" Yuan Chen slowly shook his head. "Not many left." Hearing this, Haiyan immediately bristled with anger. "Are you just saying that because you don't want to give me any? There really aren't many left." Yuan Chen waved his hand. "Oh really? Then don't blame me if I'm not polite when you have children in the future. My having children has nothing to do with pills. It relies on my own constitution. Only the weak need the aid of..." "Haiyan, is he insulting me?" But seeing the honesty in Yuan Chen's eyes, he pressed on, "Truly none left." Yuan Chen nodded. "I can swear an oath. I truly have only a few left, and I have other uses for them." Then, ignoring Haiyan's protest, he directly swore the oath. Haiyan felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed there really weren't many left. No one dared to trifle with oaths. Such a thing would indeed invite a lightning strike. "But, where did you get this pill? Can it be made again? And what's so special about your constitution?" "I'm not sure about my constitution either. Perhaps it's related to mortal blood. As for the pill, I found it in a palace deep in the mountains while traveling through the great Yin dynasty in the mortal realm." "Where exactly?" Haiyan asked urgently. Yuan Chen shook his head. "I'm not sure. I was walking along when I suddenly arrived at a great hall. Inside there were pills and some cultivation techniques. But when I left I ended up in a different place." Haiyan grew more convinced. Many powerful beings like to hide in obscure places. After death, they would conceal their dwellings in other dimensions. He looked at Yuan Chen. "Did you get that technique to conceal your cultivation from there as well?" He could naturally see that Yuan Chen was at the nascent soul stage. Not just him. The clan leader and others could see it too. But everyone has their own fortunes, so they didn't pry. They had been quite astonished at first. Yuan Chen was only in his 20s. But now it all made sense. He must have obtained some treasure in that secret realm which allowed his cultivation to soar. Yuan Chen nodded. This aura-concealing technique wasn't a dragon clan art. Haiyan and the others could sense that. It was a perfect opportunity to cover everything up. Haiyan nodded. "Not bad, this technique is quite good. Worth practicing." Then he continued. "So tell me the locations where you entered and exited." Yuan Chen casually mentioned 2 remote places. Haiyan's eyes flickered. He would definitely have to check them out. Who knew, he might just find it himself. "And those pills you have? Since your constitution doesn't need them, could you?" Haiyan rubbed his hands together still. Yuan Chen slowly shook his head. "Truly I can't. I have other uses for them." Hearing this, Haiyan had to relent. He knew when to stop. Yuan Chen had been generous enough to give him 1 pill. He couldn't be too greedy. Thinking of his unborn child, a surge of excitement washed over him. "Elder Haiyan, let's go see the 2 captives we caught last night," Yuan Chen reminded. Leaving them with him indefinitely was not a solution. They were ticking time bombs. Haiyan then remembered the real business at hand. He quickly agreed. Soon the 2 stood before Mo Xingxing and Bai Qing. Looking at Mo Xingxing, Yuan Chen spoke slowly. "Tell me who in your clan knew about your assassination plot. For each name you give, I'll spare one of your family members." A race like Mo Xingxing's wouldn't act alone in such a reckless assassination. Others in the clan must have been. Though he had spoken harshly yesterday, wiping out an entire clan was extremely difficult. Since he was unharmed, attempting genocide would bring pressure from other races upon the Dragon clan. Thus Yuan Chen only intended to expose a few main conspirators. Between family and clan, Mo Xingxing surely knew how to resolve this. Mo Xingxing glared at Yuan Chen through gritted teeth. In the end, he revealed the names of several elders who had conspired. His son now held a certain status in the clan, and after his death the boy should be able to endure. As for the other clansmen, who could say they wouldn't suppress his lineage once he was gone? And who would remember his sacrifice and help his family? How many would do such a thing? Yuan Chen nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Bai Qing. Bai Qing made the same choice. He informed AOE of both situations via a transmission talisman. That very day, AOE led a group to the Monkey Demon clan and the Mantis clan to demand the culprits. Yuan Chen handed the 2 captives over to Haiyan's custody and ceased to concern himself with the matter. On the square, the warm-up session commenced once more. But the crowd on the streets buzzed with animated discussion. The clash of experts last night had been no small affair, followed by the arrival of numerous Dragon clan masters. Everyone was curious which clan had made a move. Yet they could only speculate idly. Since the attackers had dared to ambush, they surely wouldn't be identified by the Dragon clan. "See, I told you. Yuan Chen was too arrogant, and last night, he got what he deserved." Brother, there are Dragon clan experts nearby. Watch your tongue. In any case, the square had been restless since dawn. It didn't quiet down until the arrival of the second batch of children. During the discussion among the crowd, a palace maid from the Golden Light Carp clan stepped forward, holding a child. Yuan Ming, a mid-grade divine beast with a mother from the Mu Yu and Peony Demon clan. It was unexpected to see a mid-grade divine beast. I thought there were only low-grade divine beasts aside from two. What a strange observation. This girl looks like an ordinary maid at first glance. While several people were conversing, another maid in the same uniform approached. Oh, another mid-grade divine beast. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, but it did not draw much reaction as high-grade and top-grade divine beasts had already appeared before. However, they soon became restless. Mid-grade divine beasts. Mid-grade divine beasts. Another mid-grade divine beast. The expressions of the crowd grew serious. Seeing one or two was not alarming, but a uniform appearance of mid-grade divine beasts signaled a serious problem. Yuan Chen and his wives did not have a single mid-grade divine beast. How could this be produced in bulk? The maid holding the child did not leave like yesterday, but instead stood firmly on the stage. There were already over. After waiting a moment longer, there were a total of 20 children on stage, all of them mid-grade divine beasts. The spectators could not help but discuss quietly. Could it be that the Dragon clan possesses a treasure that enhances offspring talents? I don't think so. Perhaps Yuan Chen has a treasure. If the Dragon clan had such a method, it would have been widely shared by now. How could Yuan Chen alone hold such power? A man's eyes flashed. If only his sect could. He thought of this, and quickly took out a communication talisman, wishing to inform his clan of the news. His gaze scrutinized the direction of Yuan Chen's beast manor. He wondered what kind of race was captured last night. If the experts from his own clan were careful enough to capture Yuan Chen, he believed it wouldn't be long before they became the dominant force. However, before he could begin operating the communication talisman, it lit up on its own. Time reverted to the morning. After Yuan Chen informed AOE of some names AO, he immediately mobilized the experts of the Dragon clan. A grand procession headed towards the Demon Ape clan. Dozens of dragon bodies raced through the sky without restraint, immediately attracting the attention of experts from other clans. The Dragon clan paid no heed and flew directly over their territory with no race daring to utter a word. In the territory of the Demon Ape clan, sensing the powerful aura approaching from afar, the clan leader Mo Jun immediately emerged from seclusion. Standing in the main hall surrounded by dozens of elders, one elder saw Mo Jun approach and immediately asked, "Clan leader, isn't the Dragon clan being a bit too domineering? Even when entering our territory, they have not reigned in their aura at all. How should we respond?" Mo Jun shook his head. "For now, we need not pay attention. I heard that a genius from the Dragon clan was attacked yesterday. They are likely here for revenge. It's best not to provoke them further, and let them pass." "That's too much of a concession," an elder said angrily. But Mo Jun shook his head. "Other races are also silent. The Dragon clan is currently in a rage. Oh, we should avoid provoking them. The Dragon clan is so arrogant, they will eventually pay a price for it." "Oh, what price do you think my Dragon clan will?" As everyone was discussing, AOE's voice echoed throughout the hall. Mo Jun's expression changed dramatically. What was the Dragon clan doing here? He thought they were just passing through, but they stopped here and overheard their conversation. Looking up, he saw AOE standing outside the array of the Demon Ape clan, surrounded by over 10 massive dragons of various colors. After a moment of changing expressions, Mo Jun reluctantly conceded. "I misspoke. I apologize to the Dragon clan." He felt a bit embarrassed to be caught off guard while speaking. Moreover, since he was not as strong as them, he had to concede when needed. However, he did not notice that when the Dragon clan appeared, several elders of the Demon Ape clan exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Panic flashed in their eyes as the attack on Yuan Chen had been their plan, which Mo Jun was unaware of. At first, they only thought of Yuan Chen's uniqueness and considered capturing him for research. Who would have thought that Mo Xingxing, a loose immortal with 8 tribulations, would end up being caught? With Mo Xingxing captured, the identity of the Demon Ape clan would surely be exposed. AOE and the others were obviously here to seek justice. AOE returned to his human form, sneering as he spoke. Mo Jun, you admit defeat quite quickly. However, my Dragon clan is not one to prevent others from speaking. You need not apologize. Mo Jun was taken aback. When did the Dragon clan become so easy to talk to? But before he could open his mouth, AOE's voice rang out again. However, regarding the attack on our clan's genius, you must provide an explanation, right? Hearing this, Mo Jun was completely stunned. What did that mean? A sense of foreboding filled his heart. After pondering for a few seconds, he felt a jolt in his heart. No way. He glanced across the faces of the elders behind him. Upon noticing the strange expressions of the last few, his face changed. Cold sweat began to pour down his back. What's the matter? Is clan leader Mo Jun so quiet? Ming Jing's face, previously wreathed in smiles, instantly darkened upon hearing these words. She had not always been the chieftain of the Mingke Sparrow clan. The internal strife was exceptionally brutal. Back when she was pregnant with her daughter, she was ambushed and gravely wounded by another prodigy of the clan. Though she ultimately triumphed over all rivals to become the chieftain of the formidable Mingke Sparrow clan, the injuries inflicted upon the infant in her womb left incurable aftereffects. Those palm strikes from back then were laced with a specially concocted poison. The harm it did to her was negligible, but its effect on the infant was catastrophic. Even under her protection, the infant could not escape this calamity. It was clear that the attacker had specifically targeted the child, aiming to cause Mingjing immense suffering even in failure. Over the years, her daughter has endured endless torment every single day. This poison has seeped into her bones and blood, even tainting her very soul. Even the Minke Sparrow clan had found no viable solution. Aoe's mention of this now struck a raw nerve. She glared at Aoe with a darkened countenance. Aoe, what do you mean? Aoe offered a faint smile. Nothing much. I was just thinking of a junior of mine. If clan leader Ming is interested, you might go and see him. Perhaps he could save your daughter. Aoe was not speaking. He had met half of Yuan Chen's wives. Seeing them had startled him at the time, for their strength far surpassed that of ordinary mortals. He had initially wondered if they were all prodigies with extraordinary talent. But upon learning that most were merely ordinary humans or demons, his curiosity was piqued. After further inquiry, he discovered that these women had all experienced a surge in power after childbirth. He even heard from Zixiao that their old hidden injuries had inexplicably healed. The women whose strength had not increased were not without benefit. Instead, they had begun to advance even more remarkably. It was then that he sensed something unusual about Yuan Chen. Yet after observing him, he found no peculiar behavior. He ultimately concluded that Yuan Chen's constitution was simply unique, as the man himself claimed. Or perhaps he had learned some powerful dual cultivation technique. Who can save my daughter? Ming Jing, whose face had been dark, now asked excitedly. Moreover, the dialogue was quite intriguing. Meanwhile, Mo Jun took a moment to breathe quickly, sending a telepathic message to inquire of the troubled elders what had transpired. The various clan leaders nearby tilted their heads, watching the two. Why had the conversation taken such a turn? Yet with two major powers speaking, they dared not interrupt. Moreover, the dialogue was quite intriguing. Meanwhile, Mo Jun took a moment to breathe quickly, sending a telepathic message to inquire of the troubled elders what had transpired. I can't be certain if he can help. I'm only suggesting you give it a try, Aoe said after some thought. He merely suspected that Yuan Chen's body might benefit his wives. But whether it could save her daughter was unclear. Seeing that his expression seemed genuine, Ming Jing relaxed. As long as he wasn't lying to her. She paid no heed to his uncertainty. Over the years, she had sought out many specialized healing races, and none had ever promised a guaranteed cure. Having a chance was enough. She immediately asked, where is he? Aoe smiled faintly. Guxiao Island. The moment he saw Ming Jing, he had thought of that young man Yuan Chen. The relationship between the Dragon clan and the Minke Sparrow clan was neither close nor distant. If Yuan Chen could win over the chieftain's daughter, wouldn't that be delightful? What he himself had failed to achieve might come to pass through Yuan Chen. As for the child, even if it had Minke, wouldn't it still be a member of his Dragon clan? Guxiao Island. Ming Jing furrowed her brow slightly. Where had she heard that name before? What is his name? Let me inquire if he can save my daughter. Aoe was about to tell her when something struck him. He ventured cautiously, may I ask, is your daughter beautiful? If he remembered correctly, that young man Yuan Chen was only interested in peerless beauties. If the chieftain's daughter was not attractive, Yuan Chen might refuse. A conflict could arise, and he would be causing trouble. Ming Jing frowned, looking at him in confusion. What did he mean? But with her daughter's welfare at stake, she refrained from pressing. She said coolly, just look at me. Do you think my daughter could be anything less? Aoe appraised her and nodded to him, but he couldn't help adding, Ming Jing, you are undoubtedly stunning, but what about that husband of yours? He trailed off. A dangerous glint flashed in Ming Jing's eyes as she stared at him. Aoe, what are you implying? Brother Yong's looks are beyond reproach. He's still far inferior to me. Aoe muttered under his breath. Moi. At Ming Jing's soft snort, he suppressed his slightly sour expression. Ming Jing was unwilling to dwell on these old grievances and asked again, what is his name? Tell me so I can go. Aoe sighed. He had missed his chance after all. Seeing Ming Jing's urgency, he said directly, Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen. Ming Jing suddenly recalled something. She remembered receiving a peculiar flyer. Her daughter had found it interesting, and she herself had glanced at it. To be honest, the cover was quite well made and rather appealing. The name Yuan Chen also rang a bell. She glared fiercely at Aoe. Are you mocking me? She had thought he was referring to some expert. Instead, he was talking about a mere golden core stage junior. So many had failed to cure Zainer's condition. How could Yuan Chen possibly succeed? Hearing her harsh tone, Aoe shook his head unhurriedly. Ming Jing, you don't know Yuan Chen well. Do you have any clan members who have visited Guxiao Island? If so, ask them what makes Yuan Chen so special. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. Ming Jing looked at him with a mix of doubt and belief. After a long silence, she spoke slowly. Very well, I will make inquiries. If there truly is a way, I will owe you a favor. Aoe smiled without a word. Even if the Dragon clan didn't gain that favor, they would still come out ahead. Ming Jing cast a few more glances at Aoe before turning and heading back toward her clan's territory. Once she was gone, Aoe's smile faded, and he turned his gaze back to the protective formation shielding the cowering demon ape clan. Aoe's gaze was as cold as ice as he looked at Mo Jun, who felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He had just learned the full story from several elders. Looking at the few involved behind him, his heart was filled with bitterness. Even the strength of the Demon Ape clan could not resist the Dragon clan. Besides this, there was also a sense of frustration that they had not lived up to expectations. You captured Yuan Chen, but how could you be discovered? Faced with AOE's interrogation, they could only fall silent. At that moment, AOE spoke again. I won't make things difficult for you. Hand over the chief culprits, and this matter will be settled. AOE said calmly. Mo Jun remained silent. His expression turned extremely grim. The chief culprits were all experts of the Demon Ape clan. Handing them over would instantly reduce their strength by a quarter. This was something he absolutely did not want to see. However, in the end, their strength was inferior. He had just discussed solutions with the elders. Faced with the situation, several involved elders had already decided to face death. A total of 5 Demon Ape clan elders stepped forward, the weakest among them at the second tribulation of the loose cultivator realm. Their faces were shrouded in gloom. They obediently stepped out of the formation without any resistance. AOE nodded, then nodded to the elders behind him. Several iron chains suddenly appeared, effortlessly coiling around the 5 and pulling them before AOE. Looking at the restrained 5, AOE's face was icy cold. They had truly disrespected the Dragon clan. Moreover, if Yuan Chen had not somehow seen through the true forms of Mo Xingxing and the others, they might have already been dead. Unforgivable. He signaled to several Dragon clan members with a glance, and they immediately understood. In an instant, a weapon appeared in each of their hands. They pressed the prisoners down before them. With a thud, heads fell, and spiritual essence dissipated. The 5 elders' forms vanished instantly. They transformed into 5 enormous black apes, then were mercilessly kicked from the air by the Dragon clan members. Splash. Mo Jun stared at the 5 corpses falling within the formation, his eyes nearly splitting with rage. His fists clenched involuntarily, but after a moment, he gloomily gathered the corpses. The other Demon Ape clan members glared hatefully at the dragons in the sky. Right before their eyes, on their own territory, their elders had been ruthlessly slain. This grudge was noted. But facing the powerful Dragon clan, they chose to remain silent. 30 years on one side of the river. One day they would seek retribution. As for being in the wrong, first, many were unwilling to dwell on it. The surrounding forces were deathly silent. At the same time, they felt relieved that their own races had not openly offended the Dragon clan. Baishir shook his head. Such was the power of the Dragon clan. Just then he felt the communication talisman in his bosom glow. Curious, Baishir picked it up and saw it was from the 7th elder of his clan. Chieftain, where are you now? The 7th elder's image appeared, asking anxiously. But before Baishir could answer, the elder saw the surroundings. His face turned pale. Then he whispered to Baishir, Chieftain, something has happened in the clan. Please return first. Baishir looked puzzled. He had just left the clan. What could have happened? Frowning darkly, he asked the 7th elder, what exactly happened? Their conversation drew the attention of other races nearby, who all looked over. After executing the Demon Ape clan members, AOE gazed coldly at Mo Jun below. This matter ends here. After speaking, he and the elders turned their amused gazes toward Baishir's group. Did they still not know they were also involved in the attack on Yuan Chen? The 7th elder in the communication talisman kept watching the Dragon clan's movements. Seeing them shift their attention and smile in their direction, his heart skipped a beat. Speak up, Baishir urged when the elder remained silent. The 7th elder gave a, what was there to say? I know what he's talking about. Would you like to hear it, Elder Bai? Baishir was taken aback. His heart sank. For some reason, the scene of the Demon Ape clan elders falling flashed before his eyes. Seeing the flickering gaze of the 7th elder in the image, his throat seemed to tighten. Oh no, could it be? He had just been mocking the Demon Ape clan. Could it be his own clan's turn next? His face stiffened. He looked at AOE with self-deception, forcing a mournful expression. No need, I don't want to know. AOE was speechless, staring oddly at Baishir. You're quite something. After a pause, ignoring Baishir's grim face. Chieftain Bai, do you know a person named Bai Qing? The other races who had been puzzled suddenly understood upon hearing this. This line sounded familiar. AOE had just asked the same of Mo Jun's clan. They eagerly continued watching the drama. Baishir felt utterly helpless. So it was true. The other races then thought of something and secretly took out their communication talismans to inquire about clan news where AOE couldn't see. Given the situation, it seemed more than one race had attacked Yuan Chen. If their own race was involved, it would be disastrous. They quickly asked while AOE wasn't paying attention. Knowing in advance would allow them to prepare. When the clan confirmed that every elder's whereabouts were clean, they all breathed a long sigh of relief. Being caught by the Dragon clan would bring no good. Now Baishir was in the exact same situation as Mo Jun had been, and he didn't know what to say. AOE spoke, as beforehand, over Brother Yuan. Hearing this, Baishir's expression grew even darker. AOE looked down at Baishir, unsure if it was true. He said calmly, 3 days. Hand them over or the Mantis clan has no reason to exist. Oh. AOE looked down at Baishir, unsure if it was true. He said calmly, 3 days. Hand them over or the Mantis clan has no reason to exist. AOE looked down at Baishir, unsure if it was true. He said calmly, 3 days. Hand them over or the mantis. Since he had encountered them, he would not be overly polite. Bai Shi's face changed drastically, and he glared dark. Their actions were personal and have nothing to do with the Mantis clan. If the Dragon clan wants to kill them, go ahead. The Mantis clan will not object. But is it too much to take it out on the whole clan? Aoe looked at Bai Shi with amusement. How amusing. If that's the case, if I kill you, can I claim it has nothing to do with the Dragon clan? The other races also looked at Bai Shi with ridicule. Bai Shi's hand froze. He had been too hasty and started talking. He took a deep breath and looked at Aoe. Isn't 3 days too short? The events unfolding outside the demonic ape clan soon reached the ears of the Guxia Island disciples. They were all forewarnings cautioning their disciples against provoking Yuan Chen and bringing calamity upon the sect. Upon receiving the news, the group's perception of the Azure Dragon Palace shifted. Initially, they had regarded Yuan Chen as an ordinary dragon clan descendant, never anticipating such formidable support from the dragons. His status was instantly elevated. It was prudent to tread carefully here. Beyond this, another significant transformation had occurred. In every corner, the number of those seeking to exchange for registration cards surged. Upon learning of this development in his chamber, Yuan Chen could only shake his head in resignation. With the Dragon clan's unwavering support, his activities were bound to flourish. Even races previously unaware of the enrollment matters would now take notice due to the Dragon's involvement. The next session would undoubtedly yield even better results. He allowed the warm-up activities to continue while he sought out Elder Zixia. His presence would no longer be required for the subsequent stages. His wives could handle everything. For now, his priority was to ensure Zixia also conceived. This would ease the burden of bringing his other wives back. After his discussion with Black Flame earlier that morning, his primary request had been to reinforce his bedchamber first. Given Blackrock's speed, it should be nearly complete. He could now act without being observed. After instructing Blackrock to oversee the formations elsewhere, Yuan Chen carried Zixia to his cottage. Upon arrival, Zixia's curiosity was piqued by his magical wardrobe. What is this? Her expression turned somewhat solemn. She stepped forward to caress the wardrobe, then couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It was a top-grade auxiliary spiritual artifact, among artifacts of the same rank. Offensive artifacts were the easiest to forge, followed by defensive ones, while auxiliary artifacts were the most challenging. Although auxiliary artifacts varied in potency, their complexity was several times greater than that of offensive or defensive artifacts of the same tier. The manifested beast plate was one such example. She never expected to encounter another here with Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen smiled and explained the wardrobe's functions. Zixia's jaw dropped. She had never imagined such an astonishing effect. Was this treasure merely a top-grade artifact? Moreover, she finally understood why each of Yuan Chen's wives she encountered seemed stronger than the day before. So this was the benefit they received. She gave Yuan Chen a profound look. This man certainly possessed no shortage of treasures. Yuan Chen nodded with a smile. He said nothing more. Then he directly carried Zixia and leaped into the wardrobe. With the groundwork laid, there was no awkwardness between them this time. They proceeded straight to the point. At the Bright Spirit Peacock clan, Ming Jing slowly set down her communicator, her face etched with gravity. She had just learned from the clan disciples about everything unfolding on Guxia Island. She was also aware of Yuan Chen's ability to help wives advance and enhance their power. Lost in thought, she made her way back to her residence. Her mind was torn. Given the circumstances, it seemed Yuan Chen might indeed possess the means to resolve her daughter's predicament. She knew that during a divine beast's advancement, the entire previous body underwent a thorough cleansing. She merely lifted her head slightly, her gaze drifting toward the distant gray sky outside the hall, as if she could pierce through the clouds and see some long-destined. Her fair face and serene demeanor marked her as a quintessential beauty in sickness. Yet after just 2 steps, she was panting heavily with beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Ming Jing's heart ached as she hurried forward. She made her sit down quickly. Her daughter was in constant agony, her body weak, making even walking an ordeal. Apart from her high cultivation base and long lifespan, she was no better than an ordinary mortal. Seeing her daughter's pained expression, Ming Jing made her decision. Previously, she had considered that even if Yuan Chen could help her daughter, the prerequisite would be marriage. This prospect had dissatisfied her. But now, with her daughter in such a state, she would compromise on anything to alleviate even a day of her suffering. She helped her daughter to a chair and seated her. After a moment of contemplation, she walked aside and retrieved a sound transmission talisman. Yonggu. Her husband Kong Yong had been tirelessly searching for a cure for their daughter. Now Ming Jing recounted the situation to him and informed him of her decision. After a moment of silence, Kong Yong spoke slowly. Wait for me to return. Matters concerning their daughter were of utmost importance. He had to investigate personally. Ming Jing nodded. That had been her intention in sending the message. She hoped they could go together. Mother, have you found a way to resolve my... After Ming Jing finished, Ming Xin looked at her mother with sparkling eyes. She had only overheard that her father was being called back to take her for treatment. She hadn't caught the details of the treatment. Ming Jing glanced at her daughter and nodded gently. But she said nothing about... Ming Xin nodded happily. Wonderful. This time I'm sure to be cured. Soon I won't have to worry you and father anymore. Seeing this, Ming Jing felt a pang of bitterness. Every time a new treatment was mentioned, her daughter would react with such joy. Yet she knew her daughter held little real hope. She was merely trying to bring them a few more moments of happiness. After only a brief moment of joy, Ming Zin's brow furrowed in pain again. Ming Jing immediately asked, "Is the pain starting again?" As she spoke, she took out a pain-relieving pill and fed Ming Xian nodded and swallowed the pill. The warm-up phase at the Azure Dragon Palace finally concluded. On the third day, the enrollment officially began. Early in the morning, Yuan Chen's wives were already waiting on the stage. The arriving crowd stared wide-eyed at Yuan Chen's spouses. All dozen or so women were stunning beauties, not a single one lacking in charm. Besides the women, many men had also gathered to watch. Each of them felt immense envy toward Yuan Chen. Although Yuan Chen's wives had appeared during the registration, they hadn't been able to enroll. So this was their first proper sighting. As the crowd swelled, the assembly finally commenced. Once again, Niu Dadu stepped up to host the proceedings. After explaining the rules, he instructed the first 50 women to head backstage for the initial elimination round. Jing Guang glanced at the two tokens in her hand. One was numbered 9, the other over 200. It wasn't their turn yet, so she patiently observed. She had already made up her mind. She would use the 99 token for Jing Jing to send her forward. After a moment of thought, she turned her gaze to the stage. Before long, a woman gracefully approached the front. Yuan Chen's wives sat on the judging panel. Aside from Luo Xini, who had left, and the two who were in seclusion, there were 19 in total. If Zixia were counted, it would make exactly 20. However, at that moment, Zixia was still occupied with Yuan Chen on official business and had no time for anything else. Under Niu Dada's direction, the first woman slowly made her entrance. When the woman appeared, the panel behind her displayed similar information as before, listing her name, race, cultivation level, and rank. As for age, Yuan Chen had originally intended to include it, but his wives unanimously opposed the idea. It was then that he realized that even female cultivators were quite sensitive about their age. Thus it was later removed. The woman who stepped onto the stage was not particularly beautiful. After turning around once, she stood quietly to the side, gazing at the sea of spectators below. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Clearly she was not accustomed to this format, but she braced herself and came up for the sake of the reward. To ensure fairness, Yi Lingling and the others did not confer among themselves. They raised their scorecards and marked the scores they deemed appropriate. "What is that?" a man who was unaware of the situation hurriedly asked. The people around him, eyes fixed on the woman above, replied casually, "Brother, wasn't the notice posted yesterday? Go check it yourself." "I can't get out to see it now." "Brother, just tell me what's going on." When the registered women come out, they give their approved scores. In the end, if a contestant gets 140 points, they pass the preliminary round. When the registered women come out, they give their approved scores. In the end, if a contestant gets 140 points, they pass the preliminary round. That's roughly 7 or 8 points per judge. "Oh, I see. Thanks, brother. But all those women up there are Yuan Chen's wives. I have to say, every single one is so beautiful. I'm drooling just looking at them. Do you want to die?" The man being asked instantly turned pale and quickly moved farther away. "Don't you know about the beheading of the several elders of the Demon Ape clan?" The teasing man had obviously heard of it too. He immediately clamped his mouth shut. Glancing around to see if anyone was watching, he quickly disappeared into the crowd. Clearly the first woman did not catch the eye of Yi Lingling and the others. At most she got a 7. She was surely eliminated. After that, other women took the stage one after another. Wu Ji was not following his clan's elder. Instead, he stood in a tavern with a few friends he had met in the past 2 days, watching the women striding on the stage with great relish. It was a feast for the eyes. One had to admit Wu Ji had some skills. In just 2 days, he had managed to mingle with the prodigies of the Wind Tiger clan. Otherwise, given his clan's standing, he would have been stuck standing in the square. Feng Shang, look. This one's hot. Haha, no kidding. The men instantly grew excited. As several women left, a woman in a sheer garment stepped onto the stage. As soon as she came on, she struck a few provocative poses, instantly drawing cheers from the men in the square. Yi Lingling and the others exchanged glances. The woman before them was indeed beautiful, but something seemed a bit off. However, since the purpose was to select beautiful women, they said nothing more. They fairly gave their scores. So she's from the Fox clan? No wonder. The Fox clan produces beauties, that saying holds true. Whispers immediately spread below. Binding also took a serious look at the woman. Though she too was a fox, she was merely an ordinary demon fox. The other, however, was a mid-grade divine beast, the Snow Mountain Fox. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. Just then the Snow Mountain Fox licked her lips. Looking toward Yuan Chen's spirit beast manner, she called out seductively, "Yuan Chen, little lady is coming for you. You must choose me, okay? I can do any pose you want." With that, she twisted her slender waist. Her actions immediately drew cheers and shouts from the men. Wu Ji in the tavern also yelled loudly out the window. He truly liked this woman. She was so alluring. He swallowed hard. If only he could. He shook his head. No, he mustn't think too much. The woman ultimately scored a high mark of over 170, the highest so far. However, each contestant had a set time limit. Soon she left the stage and another woman came up. Most women followed the rules properly. It was their first time participating in such a strange contest, and they were very nervous. Still, even so, the men present felt it was not a wasted trip. The atmosphere quickly reached a climax. Exclamations of surprise rang out from time to time. The women also felt their blood boil, occasionally cheering themselves on. The woman on stage was quite ordinary, not as pretty as themselves. One morning passed, and all 50 women had completed their turns. At noon, following mortal customs, Yuan Chen deliberately left over an hour for rest, taking the opportunity to boost the business of his establishments in Xingye City. During the meal, everyone kept chattering about the 50 women who had just performed. The most discussed was the seductive Fox Clan woman. I remember the sign said her name was Tu Shan Shui, but why does that name sound familiar? Hey, now that you mention it, I think At a corner table, several men were chatting enthusiastically. A third man hearing this chuckled. How could you not have heard? Remember the Blackboard clan? A father and son fought over a woman, and the father was the clan chief. That incident became a long-standing joke among the neighboring races. Hearing this, the two who had spoken earlier nodded in realization. So that's her. No wonder the name sounded familiar. Now that you mention it, I recall too. I even heard that the Blackboard clan chief caught his son rolling around with Tu Shan Shui in his room, and in a rage kicked his son's crotch until it burst. Really? I heard that after discovering them, the father and son both joined in. The trio's voices were loud, and the people around couldn't help but join the discussion. Someone snickered. To be honest, with Tu Shan Shui's charm, I wouldn't be able to resist either. Another immediately chimed in, what are you going to fight your dad over a woman too? Get lost. As the crowd laughed and chatted, a clattering sound came from the stairway. At the same time, a fragrant aroma filled the entire room. Everyone couldn't help but look up, only to see Tu Shan Shui, who had been flaunting herself on stage moments ago, walking in through the door. The crowd instantly fell silent, staring at the woman without blinking. She was too beautiful. A smile graced Tu Shanx's lips as her long legs carried her slowly into the room. She had clearly overheard every word of the conversation within. Yet she was not perturbed. Instead, her excitement grew. Only a woman of her exquisite beauty would be the constant object of such attention. Wu Ji happened to be present at that moment. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Tu Shanx's attire was simply too alluring. Her entire outfit consisted of nothing more than 2 long strips of red silk. They covered only her bosom and the vital area below, leaving the rest of her fair, flawless skin exposed. What man could behold such a sight without his mouth going dry? As he was lost in his lewd fantasies, he saw Tu Shan Shui at the doorway, gracefully approaching him. Wu Ji's breath quickened. She's coming. She's actually coming towards me. Those 2 soft mounds were drawing nearer. Wu Ji forced himself to stay calm, straining to muster a faint smile. Young master, is this seat taken? Wu Ji yearned to answer immediately, but meeting her gaze, a bucket of cold water seemed to douse his hopes. Feng Shang immediately stood up excitedly. Of course, please have a seat. He harbored no worries. After all, Tu Shan Shui wasn't yet Yuan Chen's wife, was she? He wasn't offending anyone. Wu Ji turned his head away in indignation. What did Feng Shang have that he lacked? Just a bit more strength, a more prestigious race, and slightly better looks. Fine, if she wouldn't choose him, he wouldn't even look. He stubbornly averted his gaze. But after only 2 seconds, he couldn't resist stealing a glance at her derriere exposed as she sat down. So fair. For over an hour, the two flirted and laughed. And Wu Ji stole glances for that entire hour. He wasn't alone. Nearly every other man present couldn't keep their eyes off her. Fortunately, it wasn't for long. The afternoon selection was about to begin. As Neo Data's voice echoed from the square, Jin Guang eagerly pushed Jin Jing forward. Oh, Jin Jing, I've already signed you up. Just go up there and take a spin. Who knows? You might just get a top-grade spirit artifact. I told you can sell it to me later. I've wanted a top-grade one for ages. Jin Guang tugged at Jin Jing's arm, shaking it as she spoke. Jin Jing looked at Jin Guang helplessly, but finally nodded. The girl had already troubled her for the entire noon. She might as well go up and take a look. Perhaps, as Jin Guang said, she might even obtain a spirit artifact. Alright, I'll go. Go now? I'm afraid if I go first you'll run off. Hearing Jin Jing's agreement, Jin Guang's face lit up with joy. She was still worried the other might bolt. Having made up her mind, there was no point in hesitation. Seeing others already leaving through the corner passage, as the evening drew to a close, Jin Jing's appearance drew exclamations from the crowd. Yi Lingling and her companions' eyes also lit up. In the entire day, Jin Jing was undoubtedly the most pleasing woman they had seen. They all gave her a perfect score of 10. This move sparked heated discussion among the onlookers. They compared Jin Jing to Tu Shan Shui, who had caused a stir in the morning. The consensus was that in terms of pure beauty, Jin Jing surpassed Tu Shan Shui by a margin. However, Tu Shangsu's allure was rarer. When it was over, Jin Jing returned to her previous spot. Jin Guang immediately rushed over excitedly. Jin Jing, you were amazing. The first one to pass with full marks. It looks like that top-grade spirit artifact is in the bag. Remember, you have to sell it to me. Jin Jing was also thrilled. Even though she hadn't initially intended to participate, being acknowledged by so many was a truly gratifying feeling. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she smiled, and her heart began to yearn for the unseen top-grade spirit artifact. After congratulating Jin Jing, Jin Guang couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. I wonder if he'll be chosen. She shook her head gloomily. She was well aware of her own looks. Compared to Jin Jing, she was certainly far inferior. Jin Jing was the foremost beauty among the younger disciples of their Golden Light Elephant clan. Despite her special status, male disciples from the clan flocked to her side. Still, she thought she might have a chance to get through the first few rounds right. Jing Guang mused to herself. The two women chatted happily. Not far from them, another great beauty curled her lips in disdain. Our Yuk clan is in no way inferior to them. In fact, she thought to herself, when I go up there, I'll make sure to stun them all. The cheers for me will be louder than for any other woman. She tossed her head proudly, then turned and headed back to her lodging. This was Wu Xian, who had come to participate. The selection proceeded as usual. After 3 days, Yuan Chen finally finished his business. He pulled Zixiao out of the room, looking thoroughly satisfied. Zixiao gazed at him in astonishment. She could feel the changes within her body. She was slightly shocked that Yuan Chen had truly made her pregnant without any. So he really did possess a unique constitution. What surprised her even more was that Yuan Chen showed no sign of fatigue after 3 days of nonstop activity. This man was truly formidable. It was fortunate she had waited those extra millennia. She had finally found her destined one. She touched her belly. Though there was no change, yet her expression involuntarily softened with tenderness. She had never imagined she would one day become a mother. She gazed at Yuan Chen's profile with a smile. Just then Zixiao suddenly looked up towards the sky. Wasn't that the woman Aoe had once pursued unsuccessfully? What was she doing here? She was much older than Aoe and considerably stronger. The arrival of Mingjing, a Mahayana stage expert, didn't worry her. If she intended any harm towards Yuan Chen, she could suppress her in an instant. Mingjing, along with her husband and daughter, looked down at the formation below. As they prepared to land, the formation suddenly opened. Yuan Chen's figure came into her view. So this was the boy. He was handsome enough. As for the rest, she would find out. Seeing Yuan Chen, she naturally also saw Zixiao. She recognized Zixiao. After all, the dragon race was the most powerful. Other races kept a basic understanding of the experts within their ranks to avoid accidentally offending them. She was about to call out to her husband and descend with her daughter in her arms. But before she could move, she froze. Wait, what was the meaning of the Dragon Clan elder holding hands with that boy Yuan Chen? Even if she doted on the younger generation, this was too much. A huge question mark appeared over her head. Yuan Chen led the group into the reception hall. Zixiao and Mingjing were already acquainted. Though curious, Mingjing refrained from asking questions recklessly. She merely cast a puzzled glance at Zixiao, who remained straight-faced, refusing to meet her gaze. Left with no choice, Mingjing turned away in resignation. Let's get down to business. Having introduced himself to Yuan Chen earlier, he wasted no time in stating their purpose after taking a seat. This illness. Yuan Chen mused, his brow furrowing. Seeing his hesitation, Mingyong and Mingjing held their breath simultaneously. If Yuan Chen had no solution, their journey would be in vain. Even their daughter's frail body could not endure prolonged travel. Meanwhile, Mingxin studied Yuan Chen with curiosity. Was this the master who could heal her? Yet he appeared unremarkable. His cultivation base in particular seemed far too low. As Mingxin observed him, Yuan Chen turned his gaze to the young girl. Though she seemed youthful, she was actually several centuries old. Her features were exquisite, but her complexion was deaf. She appeared utterly listless, occasionally wincing, as if suppressing some inner pain. Yuan Chen looked at her with pity. How had she endured centuries like this? Unable to walk or cultivate, her existence was sheer torment. Had her family not sustained her with precious herbs, she would have perished long ago. What do you think? Mingjing asked anxiously as Yuan Chen remained silent. Mingyong, standing nearby, was equally tense. Despite their high status, they were powerless against their daughter's condition. Yuan Chen shifted his gaze to Mingjing, studying them both. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak. He simply didn't know how to explain. He was unsure if the system's function would work. His other wives had never faced such a situation. Moreover, more importantly, he stole a glance at Mingxin's frail. Could this delicate, breathless girl truly endure? Not to mention the 3-day restriction, he even had new targets. Yet even so, she might not survive. And even setting that aside, if she actually conceived. If walking was already a struggle, carrying a child would confine her to bed. And childbirth itself. Even healthy women risk death during labor, let alone her. Just then Mingxin, seated quietly, let out a muffled groan as a trickle of blood seeped from her lips. Mingjing and her husband merely frowned, deftly pulling out a bottle of pills and feeding a few to their daughter. It wasn't that they didn't care, they had simply grown numb. These episodes struck Mingxin with grim regularity. Yuan Chen sighed and shook his head slowly. To be honest, I'm not entirely confident, he said softly to the anxious. This? Mingjing and her husband froze. Another disappointment. Yuan Chen continued. It's not that I'm unwilling, but the risk is too great. If you have other options, you should seek them, he murmured. Despair settled over them. Who else could they turn to? Mingxin's condition had been hopeless from birth. Only the Vermilion clan's immense resources had kept her alive. Is there truly no way? Mingjing whispered. Mingxin's expression remained unchanged. She had long and no one knew her own body better. Yuan Chen hesitated, gazing at the pale girl. His heart ached with reluctance. After a long silence, he finally spoke. If you don't mind the time, you could leave her with me. I can't guarantee a cure, but I might improve her constitution. Just as Yuan Chen was about to give up, he recalled his wardrobe, a tool for body refinement. Could it help Mingxin? If so, placing her inside for a period might restore enough vitality for her to conceive. Once the child was born, The system might eradicate the root of her suffering. If one pregnancy wasn't enough, they could try again. And if this failed, Yuan Chen had other plans. Given his alchemy skills and the efficiency of childbirth, he estimated that within a few years his mastery would rival the cultivation world's finest. With more time, he might even transcend this realm and concoct immortal pills. Of course the materials would be, but that would be Mingjing and her husband's task. Surely the Vermilion clan had some reserves. You can save Shiner. Mingjing, who had been consumed by despair, looked up at Yuan Chen. Even the suffering Mingxin stared at him in astonishment. Could she truly be saved? Yuan Chen nodded, then shook his head. Well, no, soon. Follow me. With that he rose and headed for his room. Puzzled, Mingjing and the others obediently followed. On the way from the hall to the bedroom, they encountered Haiyan descending from above. Hey boy, bringing back 2 more beauties? A pair of sisters. Huh. Haiyan laughed heartily, eyeing the mother. As a senior from an earlier generation than Zixia, Haiyan belonged to a different era than Mingjing. Having roamed for years, he failed to recognize her as the Vermilion Sparrow clan's leader. Though he didn't know her, she knew him. A vein pulsed on her forehead. What nonsense was this? If she weren't aware she couldn't defeat him, she would have slapped him silly. Elder Haiyan, please refrain from joking. Preoccupied with her daughter's condition, Mingjing spoke coldly. Mingyong also glared at him. Had this not been Yuan Chen's territory, they would have attacked despite knowing they'd lose. Zixia quickly intervened. Elder Haiyan, mind your words. She's the leader of the Vermilion Sparrow clan. Haiyan blinked. The one chief Aoe failed to win over. I heard he was heartbroken for centuries. The others were speechless. Mingxin looked at her parents with newfound curiosity. Really? Yuan Chen, the most stunned of all, stopped in his tracks and eagerly turned to Haiyan. What happened? Tell me. Tell me. Elder Blackrock. Mingjing called out softly. Now that she needed something from Yuan Chen, she dared not say much, only glaring at Haiyan with displeasure. Haiyan, who was about to elaborate to Yuan Chen, immediately fell silent upon hearing the reprimand. He had no reason to heed Mingjing. She was merely a Mahayanic expert. But her status as the chieftain of the Sparrow clan changed everything. The Sparrow clan was a top-tier force, just like the Dragon clan. Her strength could not be underestimated. A certain degree of respect was due. Seeing Haiyan stop, Mingjing took a deep breath and looked at Yuan Chen. Young Master Yuan Chen, let us attend to the matter at hand. Yuan Chen smacked his lips, regretting the interruption. Yet he nodded calmly and continued leading the way. As he turned, Haiyan's voice echoed in his mind. Yuan Chen silently grumbled. Haiyan was such a blabbermouth, even resorting to divine sense just to speak. Still, the story was quite captivating. An inadvertent, amiable smile spread across his face. He quickly finished the tale. Haiyan let out a long, relieved breath. Satisfied. Returning to the present, he grew curious about the group's purpose. Since they had come this far, why not join them and see? Just then he felt a gaze fixed upon his back. A master of his caliber could easily sense such attention. Puzzled, he turned to find an unfamiliar, superfluous man staring at him. Hey kid, why are you staring at me? Having sensed it, Haiyan asked directly. Mingyong cast him a resentful glance before speaking with a melancholic tone. That woman ahead is my wife. Haiyan finally understood the situation. Teasing someone in front of their husband was indeed a bit inappropriate. Ready to admit his fault, Haiyan said indifferently, it's fine. I don't mind. He then turned away. Mingyong was, you don't mind? Well, I certainly do. As he was about to protest further, they arrived at Yuan Chen's room. The group followed curiously. Yuan Chen opened the door, revealing a wall before them. They all tilted their heads in confusion. Why was there a wall right behind the door? Ignoring their puzzled looks, Yuan Chen extended his right hand and beckoned. The wall slowly shrank until it was the size of a palm, returning to his grasp. Realization dawned on the others. It was a magical artifact. Yuan Chen tossed the wardrobe to the ground. With a thought, it expanded to the size of a person. Yuan Chen looked at Mingxin, who was on Mingjing's back. Unable to keep pace, Mingjing had carried her here. Seeing Yuan Chen's gaze upon her, Mingxin looked to her mother for guidance. Though uncertain of his intentions, Mingjing obediently placed her daughter inside. This is an artifact I acquired by chance. It can enhance the quality of spiritual tools. I've tested it, and even living beings can benefit. I'm just not sure if it will work for Shiner. As Mingjing carefully placed her daughter inside, Yuan Chen explained from the side. Mingyong cast a flat look at Yuan Chen. It was fine for him to call her Shiner, but a man shed just met. He dismissed the thought. That wasn't the priority now. His focus returned to his wife and daughter. By then Mingjing had finished. She waited quietly, expecting a significant wait before any change. Yet barely 2 seconds after lying down, Mingxin let out a comfortable moan. Her complexion visibly flushed with health. Even Yuan Chen was astonished. Was it this effective? No one before had shown such a dramatic response. He fell into thought. Could it be related to her broken body? He had previously noticed that the wardrobe could not only enhance weapons, but also repair damaged ones. And the repair speed was astonishingly fast. That would explain Mingxin's condition. After all, she was much like a damaged. Shiner, how do you feel? Seeing her daughter's spirits lift, instantly Mingjing crouched down and asked excitedly. Mingyong, who had been lingering at the back, eagerly knelt beside the wardrobe. He looked at his daughter with concern. Father, mother, it feels wonderful. Mingxin was not lying. This was the most comfortable she had felt in centuries. The pain in her body had subsided to a minimum, nearly imperceptible. As she spoke to her parents, her eyes instinctively closed in bliss. A happy smile tugged at her lips. That's good. That's good. Mingjing wept with joy, holding Mingxin's hand and repeating the words. Watching her daughter suffer for centuries had been agonizing. Now seeing her daughter's inadvertent smile, she felt a wave of relief. As the family rejoiced, Haiyan also he ran his hand along the wardrobe's edge, then exclaimed in shock, "This is a top-grade auxiliary spiritual tool." The wardrobe had been in Yuan Chen's room all along. And since Yuan Chen was always busy inside, Haiyan had never had the chance to see it. This was his first encounter. He stared at Yuan Chen in awe. How did he come by a top-grade auxiliary spiritual tool? Had he also obtained it from that place? Auxiliary spiritual tools were incredibly precious. Comparatively, forging a top-grade attack tool was similar in difficulty to a mid-grade defense tool, which in turn was comparable to a low-grade auxiliary tool. Even the entire Dragon clan possessed few top-grade auxiliary tools, and most of those were useless, like the beast display. They didn't have a single tool with functionality similar to Yuan Chen's. Just then a beautiful little bead on the wardrobe door caught his eye. Haiyan's eyes widened. He reached out a trembling hand to touch it. Could this also be a top-grade auxiliary spiritual tool? He himself only owned one. That damn Yuan Chen had too many good things. His resolve hardened. Once he had the chance, he would definitely visit the great. For now, he still had to set up the array for Yuan Chen. There was no time to waste. Once the array was complete, he would set off immediately. He caressed the bead one last time before silently rising. By then, the family of three had regained their composure. Mingyong stood up and approached Yuan Chen solemnly. Thank you. Though his daughter's ailment was not cured, alleviating her suffering was enough. Remembering Yuan Chen's mention of other methods, he immediately asked, "May I ask about the subsequent?" He needed to know the course of treatment to feel at ease. Yuan Chen pondered for. He asked tentatively, "Before you came, you must have learned about the basis of my healing abilities, right? Are you mentally prepared?" This. Mingxin's parents exchanged a glance. They had not yet discussed this matter with their daughter, nor did they know how to explain it. If she wanted to be cured, she would need to become the man's woman. They wondered what Mingxin would think, but if it were up to them, they thought it was a good deal. After all, she would have to marry someone eventually. If marriage could end centuries of pain, it was well worth it. Moreover, with Yuan Chen protected by two Dragon clan experts, his status in the Dragon clan must be considerable. He was more than worthy of their daughter, even if this elder Xixia's closeness was a bit excessive. She was practically glued to him, wasn't she? Just as they were about to ask their daughter, a pale hand reached out from the wall. Supporting herself on the edge, she sat up. Mingxin looked at her parents curiously. Is there some problem? If the price is too great, then forget it. Mingxin worried that Yuan Chen might make exorbitant demands of her parents, so she spoke up proactively. Hearing this, both Mingjing and her husband shook their heads. Yuan Chen found it speechless. Why was such a simple matter so awkward? He said directly, "This artifact only temporarily alleviates your pain. To be completely cured, you'll have to become my wife and give birth to a few babies." Mingxin. What was going? She looked to her parents for help. Mingjing's eyes flickered for a moment, then she twitched the corner of her mouth. That's how it is. She too was at a loss for words. Why was the method of saving someone so absurd? Mingxin, sitting in the wardrobe, was instantly frozen in place. A huge look of bewilderment was written all over her face. Well, this. She had scarcely even met any man, and now she was to be married. Her breathing quickened. Though she was stunned, she didn't feel a strong resistance. It was just overwhelming to hear and needed some time to digest. Having never endured the piercing pain in her body, no one knew how agonizing her days were. If not for her reluctance to leave her parents, she would have ended her own life long ago. Now there was a chance to live normally, and the only condition was to become a wife. Of course she was willing. Besides, she stole a glance in Yuan Chen's direction. He seemed like a decent person. Mingyong let out a sigh. Finally, he couldn't help but say, "Shiner, if you don't want to." But he couldn't finish the sentence. After leaving Yuan Chen, would they find no other way to save their daughter? Even if Yuan Chen couldn't guarantee it, at least there was hope, wasn't there? Yuan Chen rolled his eyes beside them. He thought he was about to lose his little wife. Father, no need to say more. Mingxin bit her lip and looked at her parents. Shiner, this is a hardship for you. Even the stoic Mingyong couldn't help. He was quite excellent, wasn't he? Good looks. All right. But never mind. He shouldn't ruin the atmosphere this family. He was quite excellent, wasn't he? Good looks. All right. But never mind. He shouldn't ruin the atmosphere this family of three had created. Haiyan had been listening to their conversation. Seeing Mingxin agree, he winked at Yuan Chen. Kid, not bad. Another one. Yuan Chen ignored the old man. Just be jealous. After a while, Mingjing and her husband stood up. We'll stay here for now. In a few days, the Bright Sparrow clan will send the bride price. Our daughter's wedding must be grand. Yuan Chen nodded. That was no problem. A wedding was only proper. But as soon as he nodded, he felt something was off. He looked at Mingjing in surprise. Wait, mother-in-law, what did you just say? What bride price? It's all the same. Mingjing waved her hand. Mingyong, however, glared at Yuan Chen. This kid, calling her mother-in-law already. What thick skin. What did she mean all the same? Yuan Chen refused to let it go. A dowry and a bride price were different. Wouldn't people think he was living off his wife? Haiyan grumbled slowly. Our Dragon clan isn't so stingy. Oh, we want Slight, the little princess of the Bright Sparrow. Mingxin's situation was completely different from Yuan Chen's other wives. The Bright Sparrow clan was a major clan. Mingxin was truly the foremost of the younger generation. Yuan Chen couldn't just marry her offhandedly. At the very least, their Dragon clan and the Bright Sparrow clan's experts would. It was practically a marriage alliance. Exactly, our Dragon clan isn't short on money. Go home and wait. In 2 days, Patriarch Ao, you will deliver the bride price to your Bright Sparrow clan. Just wait for the news. Haiyan glanced at Yuan Chen. How did it become the Dragon clan paying this bride price? Forget it, it's just a small matter. He believed the Patriarch wouldn't mind. Mingjing couldn't help but laugh. Very well. After the agreement, seeing they weren't leaving yet, Yuan Chen asked curiously, don't you two have matters in the clan? Why don't you go back first? I can take care of Shiner. Mingyong felt a pang in his chest. Oh, why did it hurt so much? Mingxin shook her head. No need. Shiner is unwell, so well, stay to look after her. Yuan Chen was speechless. Come on. This was a bit inconvenient. He couldn't do everything in this courtyard without. After Haiyan finished setting up the formation, Yuan Chen planned to kick him out too. Seeing that the couple intended to stay long-term, that wouldn't do. After thinking it over, he said, well, it might be a bit awkward for you two to be here since Shiner and I aren't familiar yet. I think we need some time alone to build a rapport. It would be uncomfortable for you to watch. Mingxin stood up, staring into Yuan Chen's eyes. If she wasn't mistaken, he was asking them to leave. This was the first time someone had so clearly shown they didn't want her around. Mingxin found Yuan Chen amusing. This man seemed a bit interesting. Seeing her mother's slightly displeased expression, she immediately spoke up. Father, mother, why don't you go back for now? I feel much better here. Don't worry about me. Yuan Chen quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, and if Shiner gets bored, I can take her out for a spin. This wardrobe can change size that can be strapped to her back without any problem. As soon as he finished, Mingxin shot him. Was this man? Never mind. But there was no way a beautiful young lady would wear something like a turtle shell on her. In the end, after their combined persuasion, Mingjing and her husband finally relented. They stayed only 2 days before leaving solitary Cloud Island. Brother, you are. How come I've never seen you before? A group of people watched the beauties strutting down the catwalk below. During a lull, Wu Ji turned to the man and woman beside him and asked in confusion. This room was reserved by Feng Shang. The entire room could accommodate several dozen people standing. Over the past few days, there had always been around a dozen people present. Most were from prominent families. Wu Ji had almost met everyone. But this pair he was seeing for the first time. With the intention of making friends, he approached them directly and asked. Yuan Chen waved his fan and said with a smile, we truly arrived just today. On the road, we ran into Feng Shang and came along with him. Behind Yuan Chen stood Ming Xian, who had been sickly before. Her body had not fully recovered yet. To come with him twice under those circumstances would be beastly. But if they didn't do that, there was nothing to do in the room. His other wives were all busy now. And Ming Xin's health had improved somewhat. She had heard that some grand event was being held outside and was quite curious. Two people with nothing to do hit it off and decided to go out together. As for Ming Xian, Yuan Chen had indeed made her carry the wardrobe on her back, but he had adjusted it slightly. In the end, it transformed into a cloak. If one looked closely, it was still hard to tell. And Ming Xian was also extremely curious about the outside world, so she finally agreed. There was no other choice. She still couldn't do without this magical artifact. Unless she stayed inside the artifact all the time, she would still be unable to move an inch as before. Oh, I see. Wu Ji nodded. Then he continued. I am Wu Ji. May I ask your names? Yuan Chen smiled, but did not reveal his. Otherwise, he would be surrounded like a monkey in a zoo, and how could he accompany Ming Xian to relax? I am Yuan Jiu, and this is my wife Ming Xian. He pointed at Ming Xian as he spoke. Ming Xian merely pursed her lips, but said nothing more. After all, it was a foregone conclusion that she would become Yuan Chen's wife, so there was nothing to worry about. Brother Yuan, hello. Wu Ji greeted with a smile. As soon as he finished, he spoke again. I don't know why, but I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Perhaps this is what they call old friends at first sight. He often said this to build rapport with others. But this time he wasn't lying. The moment he saw Yuan Chen, he felt an intense familiarity. Yet after thinking for a while, he was sure he had never seen Yuan Chen before. Indeed. Yuan Chen nodded in agreement. Before coming out, he had slightly adjusted his facial features. His portrait had been printed in promotional materials. It was possible that the other person could discern some outline. Since he hadn't remembered, it was even better. Come, Princess Ming Xian, I just ordered some dishes. Please try them. We can eat while watching. How wonderful would— Just then a handsome man entered with 2 waiters from Qingniu. Each waiter carried a stack of dishes. The man was Feng Shang. After having the waiters set the dishes on the table, he immediately invited everyone else to join. The food and wine here were all made from medicinal ingredients of the cultivation world. How could the arrival of the Ming Wanke princess not warrant a generous treat? Then he introduced Yuan Chen and the others to everyone. After sitting down, he glanced at Yuan Chen, then at Ming Xian. Hesitating, he asked, Princess Ming Xian, are you married? Just before entering, he had overheard the conversation between Yuan Chen and Wu Ji. The Fenghu clan was slightly weaker than the Ming Wanke. Moreover, Ming Xian was the only daughter of the Ming Wanke clan leader. He was just an ordinary member of the Fenghu clan. If he could be with Ming Xian, it would be a meteoric rise. When Ming Xin's parents had brought her to the Fenghu clan, he had seen her once. And Ming Xian herself had an air of delicate charm that was unforgettable. He recognized her the moment he saw. After a mere second's pause, he had gone up to greet her and even asked about her health. At that time, he hadn't given much thought to Yuan Chen's identity. He had only assumed Yuan Chen was a suitor like himself. Then he invited them both to the room he had reserved. And at that time, Yuan Chen and Ming Xin didn't mind where they went, so they followed. Upon receiving a response, Feng Shang was overjoyed. He directly gave the room number and went to buy the most expensive dishes. Who would have thought that upon entering he would hear such news, shattering his heart completely? He looked at Ming Xin with pleading eyes, still unwilling to believe it. Ming Xin did not hesitate. She nodded demurely without offering any further explanation. Seeing Ming Xin's gesture, Feng Shang's head drooped instantly. His phoenix dream was over. Yuan Chen naturally saw his intentions, but merely smiled and did not respond. Wu Ji looked back and forth between them. Something seemed off. His big brother's daughter had been taken by someone else. He glanced at Yuan Chen, then quickly shrank his head. Forget it. The other party didn't seem easy to mess with. As a little brother had better behave himself lest he hit a wall. As for the big brother, he should be fine after a bit of discomfort. He quickly began to eat the dishes on the table. Such delicacies were not something he usually got to enjoy. He had to eat his fill. Just as the atmosphere was about to become awkward, cheers erupted from below. The room was designed such that one side had no wall. Even when seated in a circle, everyone could get a full view of what was happening below. Hearing the cheers, they all turned their gazes downward. Yuan Chen was no exception. A graceful woman stepped onto the stage. Yuan Chen's eyes lit up. She perfectly combined the allure of a mature woman with the mischief of a playful girl. Her figure was flawless like a mature elder sister, but her eyes were lively like a naughty little sister. She was a rare gem. And at that moment, under everyone's astonished gaze, Wu Ji stood up excitedly. He exclaimed, "Look, that's my great-grandaunt." As he shouted, he ignored the strange looks from others and moved to the very edge. He yelled down below, "Great-grandaunt, go for it. You will definitely marry Yuan Chen. Go for it. You're the—" Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. What the? Yuan Chen also looked at this kid in disbelief. Are you happy that your great-grandaunt is getting married? But the noise below was loud and Wu Ji's voice didn't carry far. After a moment's thought, Yuan Chen slowly pulled a megaphone-like object from his bosom. "Brother, borrow this magical artifact. This artifact can transmit your voice into the ears of every living being within sight. Shouting like that, no one can hear you, and your great-grandaunt can't feel your enthusiasm. Why not try this?" Today, Wu Xian had deliberately donned a silver-white gown. Naturally fair-skinned, she looked utterly enchanting in this attire, her beauty beyond compare. She slowly stepped onto the stage. Hearing the cheers around her, a sense of pride swelled within her heart. She was undoubtedly the most beautiful. Her gaze then involuntarily drifted toward Yuan Chen's wives in the rear. It shouldn't be low, should it? She had long coveted a top-grade spirit artifact. He took out a small jar of treasured jade marrow spirit brew, uncorked it, and unhesitatingly dropped a deeper, sweet-smelling blood charm pill into the liquid. The top-grade spirit artifact was secure. Just as her lips curled slightly, an excited shout suddenly echoed in her mind. "Granny, get Yuan Chen. I want Grandpa, give me my grandpa." The smug Wu Xian instantly recognized whose damnable voice it was. The smile on her lips slowly faded and her expression stiffened. Her silver teeth clenched slightly. Why were this father and son such persistent ghosts? The voice had suddenly arisen in her mind. Though startled, she still clung to a sliver of hope. Perhaps only she had, but after scanning the faces of the surrounding audience, she was disappointed. Each face bore a look of bewilderment. Wu Xian fumed inwardly. That damn bastard. However, with so many people watching, she had to maintain a ladle-like image, so she could only suppress her anger for now. She would beat him into a pulp when she got back. "Ha ha ha, it's that idiot from the What clan again." Someone in the crowd sneered. "Ah, brother, do you know who was shouting?" "Who else?" "Wu Ji from the What clan. That fool is known to everyone in our area. Ha ha, let me tell you something amusing. To win the favor of a girl he liked, he pursued a young master of the Phoenix clan, and even stole his father's treasured aged wine to gift him. Ah, he's quite a devoted man, ha ha. Indeed, indeed. But what kind of artifact is this?" The voice seems to come from in the tavern. Wu Ji handed the artifact to Yuan Chen. "Young Master Yuan, this treasure is incredibly powerful. Is it a low-grade spirit artifact?" Yuan Chen shook his head. "It's merely a small trinket of top-grade magical instrument." "How is it? Does it work well?" Yuan Chen looked at the fellow with a smile. "How amusing." Even the usually stoic Ming Xin covered her mouth with a soft laugh. This was the first time she had seen someone prank their own ancestor like this. Hearing Yuan Chen's question, Wu Ji immediately grinned. "Hey, it works great. Granny must be overjoyed. With this, the audience will surely have a deep impression of Granny, and it might even catch the attention of that Yuan Chen fellow. She'll definitely rank in the top few. I wonder how Granny will thank me when she gets back." Wu Ji said smugly. Yuan Chen was speechless, but he had to admit it had indeed caught his attention. He had only found her beautiful before, but now he knew her name, and had even gotten familiar with her clan. Now she was undoubtedly the most memorable among the many women. Thanks to the simple-minded Wu Ji's efforts, I never expected this treasure to not even be a spirit artifact. Auxiliary spirit artifacts are truly rare. Feng Shang's gaze, however, was fixed on the artifact, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Yuan Chen smiled without a word. He had plenty of such little trinkets, all rewards from the system after his children were born. Brother Yuan, this artifact. Wu Ji reluctantly handed it back. Seeing the look in the other's eyes, Yuan Chen couldn't help but ask, do you want it? Hearing this, Wu Ji's eyes lit up. Could it be? He threw all pretense aside. He nodded his head vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. I want it. Yuan Chen smiled kindly and reached out to take the artifact from his hand. Then think about it a bit longer. If you're tired, you can sit over there and think. Wu Ji's expression froze. Damn, he had been played. Unforgivable. Alright, I'll think about it a bit longer then. Can't beat him. Ming Xian had been wondering why her husband was so kind to this young man named Wu Ji, even gifting him something on their first meeting. But then she heard those words and couldn't help but burst into a chuckle. This man was too wicked. Seeing Wu Ji hold back, Yuan Chen couldn't help but laugh. Truly a talent. No wonder he could teach so many children from powerful clans. He said calmly, I was just joking. As for this magical instrument, it's not that I can't give it to you, but you'll have to wait a few days. In a few days, I'll give it to you as a gift for the younger generation. Feng Shang and the others frowned. Wasn't this going? Even if Wu Ji's clan was lowly, there was no need to insult him like this. Yuan Chen didn't look that old, yet he called Wu Ji a junior. Ming Xian turned to look at Yuan Chen, finding it amusing. Her husband certainly knew how to play. The beautiful woman below was Wu Ji's great-grandmother. If Yuan Chen could win her over, wouldn't he become Wu Ji's elder? She looked again at the stunning woman below. Her husband was quite confident. But she had to admit her husband possessed a unique charm. After only a few days together, she found herself wanting to grow even closer to him. Lying alone in her coffin during these boring days, she would occasionally wonder what the child she and he would look like. While others were angry but dared not speak, Wu Ji was stunned. He stared blankly at Yuan Chen for a moment, then his whole body trembled. Under the bewildered gazes of everyone, he directly called out to Yuan Chen in a sweet voice, Grandpa, how obedient. Even Yuan Chen was taken aback for a moment. After a long silence, he finally said slowly, you're quite clever. This magical instrument is yours. He casually tossed the treasure to him. Wu Ji caught it carefully with both hands, a look of joy spreading across his face. It seemed his guess was correct. It had only been a tentative guess before. The surname Yuan, young age, outstanding looks, and the faint sense of familiarity, just now. He had already been suspicious. Adding Yuan Chen's talk of seniors and juniors combined with his great-grandmother's participation in the competition, it wasn't hard to figure out. Now he was ecstatic. His clan had always been weak, and with his poor talent, he could only rely on building friendships to enhance his own standing. He hadn't expected to actually latch onto a powerful patron today. Yuan Chen's status in the cultivation world was practically unrivaled among the younger generation. With his daughter being such a prodigy, it was no wonder he was highly regarded. Seeing that Yuan Chen had a good first impression of him, he immediately made a decision in his heart. This man, he absolutely had to stay in his good graces. The people around were utterly bewildered. Some even looked at Wu Ji with disdain. Was it really worth making such a fuss over a top-grade magical artifact? And calling him great-grandfather? How disgraceful. Yet seeing Yuan Chen casually toss a magical treasure to the other, they couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Their own wealth could barely afford a mid-grade spirit tool, but even then they only possessed one such item. Yuan Chen, however, threw a treasure of equal value to Wu Ji, with a wave of bitterness washed over them. They stole a glance at Yuan Chen. What a rich bastard. Then they looked toward the beautiful celebrity nearby. No wonder he managed to win over the daughter of the Ming Wang Ke. Yuan Chen's family background was indeed formidable. Feng Shang's heart was filled with sorrow. So that was it. It truly required matching social status. But he frowned. Why did Ming Xian like such a man? He still harbored some displeasure at Yuan Chen's humiliation of Wu Ji. However, on one hand, Yuan Chen's status was special, and he dared not offend him. On the other hand, Wu Ji himself had said nothing, and even willingly offered his head so naturally, he found it inappropriate to intervene. He cast a disdainful glance at Wu Ji. He had previously thought Wu Ji was a decent person, but it turned out he was such a spineless coward. He would sever ties with him from now on. Wu Ji naturally felt Feng Shang's gaze. Aside from a trace of apology, he offered no explanation. The two had only been on good terms for a few days. Now that Yuan Chen and the other had come incognito, they naturally didn't want to be exposed. He had no need to reveal the truth and incur Yuan Chen's displeasure. As for the others distancing themselves, so be it. With Yuan Chen as his pillar of support, it outweighed everyone else here combined. He had already made up his mind. After the assembly ended, he would settle directly in Qingye City. There would always be opportunities to meet Yuan Chen again. Clinging tightly to Yuan Chen's coattails, he would surely have a day of soaring success. Was there anything wrong with a junior living near an elder's residence to show filial piety? There was absolutely no problem. As for whether his great-grandmother would end up with Yuan Chen, he no longer cared. That wasn't important. It was Yuan Chen who first brought up great-grandfather, so he would seize the opportunity and play along. If later on his great-grandmother didn't take a liking to him, he would still stay here. As long as he kept telling himself that Yuan Chen was his great-grandfather, then in his heart his great-grandmother had married Yuan Chen, creating a great-grandmother out of thin air. In the following time, the others kept their distance from Wu Ji, and Wu Ji was happy to have more time to build a better relationship with Yuan Chen. Seeing beautiful women below, he would comment on them to Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen in turn looked at him with newfound respect. He hadn't expected that despite his low cultivation he had such a deep understanding of every race. It was even more comprehensive than the information collected by the beast-taming palace itself. It seemed he had done his homework thoroughly. There were talents in every field. It appeared he could be recruited later to specialize in intelligence gathering. He nodded in satisfaction. Wu Ji's incessant introductions continued in his ear. "Ah, this beauty is also lovely. Let me see, she's from the Sharp-Tooth Feast clan." When he mentioned the race's name, Wu Ji paused. He looked at Yuan Chen as if he wanted to say something, his expression extremely strange. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he turned to Yuan Chen. "Great-grandfather, do you have any peculiar preferences?" Yuan Chen was also watching the selection below. This one wasn't bad. She had a rather alluring figure and above-average looks. If the final selection turned out too few, he could use this one to fill the numbers. Just then Wu Ji's voice rang out. Yuan Chen turned his head in confusion. What did he mean? What preferences? Seeing Yuan Chen's puzzled look, Wu Ji pointed cautiously at the woman below. Great-grandfather, that one is from the Sharp-Tooth Feast clan." Yuan Chen grew even more bewildered. What was so special about this race? Haha, I can't believe someone from that race showed up too. Yuan Chen has hit the jackpot this time. This is hilarious. I wonder how Yuan Chen will feel when he brings this beauty home and discovers something's off. Hey brother, maybe Yuan Chen is into that kind of thing. Otherwise he wouldn't have let them pass the registration stage. Seeing the crowd laughing uncontrollably, their faces full of schadenfreude, Yuan Chen had a bad feeling. Damn it. What was going on? They had already been displeased with Yuan Chen for being able to gather so many beauties. Now that such a delightful incident had occurred, how could they not enjoy themselves thoroughly? Seeing the crowd laughing uncontrollably, their faces full of schadenfreude, Yuan Chen had a bad feeling. Damn it. What was going on? He glanced at Ming Xian, who was equally clueless. Yuan Chen took a deep breath. The other party was ill and rarely went out. They probably knew even less than he did. He immediately shifted his gaze to Wu Ji and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" Wu Ji looked mournfully at the dozen or so companions around him. Wouldn't mocking Yuan Chen like this get them beaten to death? Just as he was about to answer Yuan Chen's question, Feng Shan's voice rang out. Unable to resist joining the fun, he discussed with his good brothers. "Isn't that right? Haha, I wonder if Yuan Chen would go crazy waking up to find himself holding a big man." Laughing breathlessly, he continued. "Let me tell you all, I had a brother who back then unknowingly got himself a beauty from the Sharp-Tooth Feast clan. That night, they were cuddling and getting intimate, but when he woke up in the morning, he found himself holding a burly man with his thing still stuck inside the other's backside as he pulled it out. He was utterly dumbfounded and didn't touch a woman for centuries." Yuan Chen's face instantly turned green. Damn it. So it was a hermaphrodite. How had this one managed to sneak in? But thinking about it, most of his wives came from minor races, so it was understandable that he didn't know. Damn it. He would find a way to eliminate her as soon as he got back. This was too embarrassing. Wu Ji shrugged at Yuan Chen. There was no need for him to say more. What happened next? Tell us more. The others, however, were captivated by Feng Shang's story and eagerly pressed for more. Feng Shang smiled mysteriously, took a sip of fine wine, and spoke slowly. Well, later on, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he continued. A few centuries later, he emerged from seclusion again, and within a single year, he had taken over 100 wives. Huh, didn't he develop a fear of women? Someone asked in confusion. Feng Shang said with a smile, all 100 wives were handsome men of outstanding appearance. Well, that's. The crowd was stunned into silence. Yuan Chen was also drawn by the commotion. He clicked his tongue twice and couldn't help but remark. Huh, didn't he develop a fear of women? Someone asked in confusion. Feng Shang said with a smile, all 100 wives were handsome men of outstanding appearance. But his hand clenched into a tight fist. Damn it, he had to get rid of this woman quickly. Just thinking about a naked burly man, lying weakly in his arms. It gave him the creeps. As dusk fell, the events below had come to an end. Yuan Chen and Ming Xian greeted a few people before walking down. Wu Ji did not hesitate for a moment and directly followed behind. Great-grandfather, are you heading back to the residence? Or are you going to wander around before returning? If we're wandering around before heading back, I happen to know some interesting places. Let me take you both there. Wu Ji muttered behind them. Yuan Chen found it somewhat amusing. This was his territory. Did he really need someone to go? However, considering that he did not have a subordinate with him, and after glancing at Ming Xian, who had no objections, he decided not to dwell on it any longer. He let the other follow casually. Feng Shang and the others watched as Wu Ji shamelessly tagged along. They were indeed deeply impressed by such talent. After all, they couldn't afford to lose face. Don't mind him, let's enjoy the food. Feng Shang waved his hand, calling everyone. In fact, he also hoped to bond with Yuan Chen. However, Wu Ji following him was as unpleasant as swallowing a fly. He simply couldn't stand it. Besides, he lacked Wu Ji's knack for flattering people. It was better not to disturb them. Husband, this is beautiful. In one of the shops, Ming Xian held a decorative item, looking eagerly at Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen smiled and said, come, let me put it on for you. As he spoke, he gently walked over, picked up the hairpin from the table, and slowly approached Ming Xian from behind, gently stroking her hair before placing it in. Afterward, he casually tossed a few spirit stones. The hairpin wasn't too expensive, not even qualifying as a magical artifact. However, he understood that Ming Xin was merely enjoying the process. What had she not seen before? After hundreds of years without stepping outside, she was naturally curious about everything. Yuan Chen patiently accompanied her in their exploration. Husband, is the sweet silk really that delicious? After they exited, Ming Xin couldn't help but ask. Yuan Chen smiled and took her hand. You little glutton, don't rush. Didn't Wu Ji buy some for you? You'll know how it tastes soon enough. As soon as Yuan Chen finished speaking, he saw Ming Xin cover her mouth and start to laugh. She asked Sheener what amusing thought crossed her mind. Haha, it's nothing. It's just funny to hear you, a man in his 20s, call Wu Ji, who's several hundred years old, a kid. Huh. So that's it. Aren't you also a few hundred years old? Don't you act like a little girl, often pouting at me. Yuan Chen chuckled and shook his head. I'm different. Upon hearing this, Ming Xin immediately replied in a playful tone. Hey, wait, this brother, why do I find you somewhat familiar? Just as the two were joking, a pleasant voice sounded from behind. Accompanying the voice, a soft little hand draped over Yuan Chen's shoulder. Yuan Chen turned around, curiously stunned by the sight. It was a familiar woman, yet her outfit was indescribable. She was beautiful, but lacked the gentleness typical of women. Dressed in oversized men's robes, her long hair was her hair stood 30 centimeters high on top of her head, twisted into a large braid. The wide sleeves of her arms were ruggedly rolled up, exposing her slender white forearms. With one hand holding a roasted chicken that she continuously stuffed into her mouth, the other hand casually rested on Yuan Chen's shoulder, and she didn't let go even when he turned around. Yuan Chen stared blankly at her. Had she changed her clothes so quickly? Just as he was about to greet this unique, a cheerful shout echoed from a distance. Great-grandfather Sweet Silk is here. You two should try some. Wu Ji approached, pushing through the crowd, holding a bag of white strip-like snacks. After participating in the morning event, Wu Xian returned to her residence and changed into a comfortable outfit. In order to secure a victory and obtain a high-quality spirit tool, she had specially changed into a long dress that she would not normally wear. However, wearing it felt awkward and uncomfortable. After just finishing the event, she changed back to her usual attire. After changing, she casually strolled around like she had in the past few days. The items in Qingye City were of good quality and affordable. Having been in seclusion within the Wuk clan for so long, it felt uncomfortable not to spend some money in this lively place. She had just bought a roasted chicken. This chicken must be at least a post-heaven realm beast. The meat was delicious, and after consuming it, her body felt slightly nourished, warming her all over. As she was eating, a couple brushed past her. After taking a couple of steps, she stopped. Hey, why did that person look? Being a carefree person, since she felt it was familiar, she decided to directly inquire. She then patted the shoulder. When the other turned around, her confusion deepened. It truly seemed like she had seen him somewhere before. Just as she was stunned for a second, a familiar voice rang out. Following the sound, she looked over. Isn't that the kid from their family? She stared at him in confusion. Suddenly, her gaze turned dangerous. What did that kid call this man over there? Excitedly running over, he handed the sweet silk to Ming Xin. This sweet silk is made from a 1,000-year-old ice fungus cut into strips and then soaked in dew from the ancient pines. You must try it. After finishing, he couldn't help but glance around. Why did he suddenly feel a chill run down his back? As he turned around, he met Wu Xian's gaze. Wu Ji's expression stiffened. His face became somewhat awkward, but it was just for a moment before he adjusted himself, and the smile returned to his lips. Excitedly, he said, Great-grandmother, what a coincidence you're here too. Wu Xian fixed her gaze on him, pointed at Yuan Chen, and asked indifferently, what did you just call him? A hint of killing intent flashed in her eyes. Yuan Chen watched the two with great interest, curious to see how Wu Ji would explain himself. He reached into Ming Xin's hand and pulled out 2 pieces of sweet silk, bringing them to her mouth. Here, try it, eat while watching. Ming Xin opened her innocent big eyes and looked at her husband with amusement. Then she opened her mouth wide and took a bite, obediently focusing on the peculiar duo. Wu Ji secretly glanced at Wu Xian's fierce gaze. He forced a smile and glanced in Yuan Chen's direction, his eyes darting around. Perhaps it was best to temporarily avoid upsetting great-grandmother. Morong Shui was a late golden core cultivator dressed in a deep red RU skirt. Her black hair, loosely tied in a cloud bun, and the skin at her neck was as white as porcelain. At that moment, Wu Xian suddenly remembered where she had seen Yuan Chen before. Wasn't he the one recruiting students? Instantly, she understood what Wu Ji meant. Good for you, you little rascal. Have you sold out your ancestors so quickly? With a snap, a long whip emitting a green light suddenly appeared in Wu Xian's hand. She swung it hard on the ground, her eyes dangerously fixed on Wu Ji. Wu Ji's complexion instantly turned pale. Miss, this whip looks quite impressive. Must be a mid-grade spirit artifact. Yuan Chen asked with a smile, while continuing to feed 2 more strands of sweet silk into Ming Xin's mouth. Ming Xin thoroughly enjoyed Yuan Chen's pampering, munching on the snacks contentedly. After asking, Yuan Chen also tried some himself. It was truly delightful. The flavor was exceptionally fresh. Bringing Wu Ji along had proven somewhat useful. At least he knew which foods were the most delicious. This sweet silk was a delicacy brought by an external force, and Yuan Chen had never encountered it before. This was his first taste. Glancing at Ming Xin, who was savoring it happily, it seemed she found it quite enjoyable as well. He had already decided to have Wu Ji buy more later, so he could bring some back for his other wives and children to try. This treat would probably require purchasing several dozen caddies. Otherwise, it simply wouldn't be enough to go around. After all, he had 50 or 60 wives and children. Miss, there's no need for that. I'm old enough to be your grandmother's grandmother's grandmother. He'll be presumptuous and ask you to call me Annie. Wu Xian waved her hand and said generously, as for this whip, it is indeed a mid-grade spirit artifact, but this is the only mid-grade spirit artifact I have on me. Yuan Chen, do you think I can succeed and obtain the high-grade spirit artifact in your hand? And when the time comes, you won't covet my beauty, go back on your word and forcibly take me into your harem, will you? Wu Xian was a straightforward person. Seeing that Yuan Chen's appearance was pleasant enough and not particularly detestable, she figured he probably wasn't a scumbag. So she asked directly, Yuan Chen, what nonsense about grandmothers and aunties? They were all navigating the chaotic star sea. Who cared about that? Of course he wouldn't call her auntie. Though the thought was somewhat thrilling, Yuan Chen still had his pride to up. If he married her, calling her any teacher daddy or brother would be fine. But for now it was out of the question. Miss Asian certainly has a sense of humor. Hey, who told you to call me Asian? Wu Xian glared at Yuan Chen, fiercely displeased. Naughty. Yuan Chen smiled indulgently. Oh, don't talk to me like that. Wu Xian looked at Yuan Chen in exasperation. Kid, are you looking for a beating? With that, she swallowed the last bite of chicken. Her eyes darted around. With her greasy hands, she grabbed at something beside her. Milady, you have magic at your disposal. Why not just clean yourself up? Why must you wipe it on me? A muffled voice sounded. Wu Ji, with a bruised and swollen face, looked dejected and asked helplessly. As for the whip marks on his face, it wasn't that he didn't want them to heal. Wu Xian had deliberately made them into an unrepairable mark that would only fade with time. Wu Xian glanced at him indifferently and said disdainfully, I don't like the look of you. Got a problem with that? No problem. Wu Ji said tearfully. Watching this odd pair, Yuan Chen found it quite amusing. He wasn't bothered by Wu Xian's fierce yet adorable glare. He wondered how she managed to make such a cute expression at her age. He then seriously answered Wu Xian's earlier question. Hey Xian, you need not worry. I am not one to force others against their will. A forced melon is not sweet. I am a man who deeply respects love. I will only act as previously agreed. 3 days of interaction. In those 3 days we can get to know each other. Give me a chance and give yourselves a chance. Who knows, I might just be your destiny. Wouldn't it be a pity to miss out? After 3 days, if you're not interested, you can leave directly. No one will stop you, and you can take the high-grade spirit artifact with you. Wu Xian's face lit up with joy. That was more like it. Then she gave Yuan Chen an indifferent once-over. She had endured over 1,000 years of solitude. And he thought he could have her body. Bah. A mere 3 days were nothing to worry about. She would get the reward, and then, concealing her smugness, she said to Yuan Chen, so does that high-grade artifact include a whip? I don't like any other weapons. Muttering, she unceremoniously reached her little hand into Ming Xin's arms. She had been craving it just from watching, since they had been chatting for a while now, and were practically friends. What harm was there in having a bite? She tossed a piece of sweet silk into her mouth and chewed. Her eyes lit up. Delicious. Then she kept reaching for more from Ming Xin. Ming Xin watched in stunned silence, but didn't dare say much. Yuan Chen found the scene amusing. Wu Ji, buy it all. With that, he tossed a few high-grade spirit stones to Wu Ji. Naturally, he had to pay. Someone as poor as Wu Ji couldn't even afford such snacks. Wu Ji quickly caught the spirit stones. Sure thing, I'm off. He smacked his lips, clutching the stones tightly, tears welling up inside. Spending so much money just on a treat. This was more than his pocket money for over a year. After Wu Ji left, Yuan Chen smiled at Wu Xian. Of course I have one. So Asian likes whips, does she? And I actually have 2 on me right now? Would you like to see them? Wu Xian's eyes lit up. She urged, show me. Yuan Chen said calmly, don't rush. It's crowded here, not How about we go to the Beast Mansion and sit for a while? Wu Xian immediately became wary. She stepped back and looked at Yuan Chen. What are you up to? As she stepped back, she grabbed another handful of sweet silk from Ming Xin's arms. Yuan Chen spread his hands. Wu Xian hesitated for a moment, still too curious about the artifact. Then let's go to our place. After Wu Ji returned, the group followed Wu Xian toward their lodging. Wu Xian hesitated for a moment, still too curious about the artifact. Then let's go to our place. After Wu Ji returned, the group followed Wu Xian toward their lodging. Yuan Chen stored the several large bags of sweet silk he had bought into his storage ring, then handed a small bag each to Wu Xian and Wu Ji. Neither refused. Turning down freebies wasn't the Wuk clan style. Before long, the group arrived at a remote area east of the city. The Wuk clan couldn't afford the city's inns, so they were staying in a lodging run by the Qingyu clan. Still, there wasn't much difference between the two. It was just that one sounded more prestigious and was closer to the plaza. Just as Yuan Chen and the others reached the entrance of a courtyard, several men and women came out. They seemed to be heading out for a stroll. Upon seeing Wu Xian and Wu Ji, they immediately greeted respectfully, elder. Then they looked curiously at Yuan Chen and Ming Xian. Who were these two? Wu Ji, being tactful, stepped up to display the host's courtesy. Let me introduce everyone. This is Ancestor Yuan Chen, and this is Ancestor Yuan Chen's wife. The Wuk clan members. A whip the one Wu Ji knew all too well instantly appeared in Wu Xian's hand. Although they looked alike on the surface, this one was forged from withered yang vine. It was simply not on the same level. As for the other whip, it was far inferior, a garish pink that resembled a little girl's toy. Although they looked alike on the surface, this one was forged from withered yang vine. It was simply not on the same level. As for the other whip, it was far inferior, a garish pink that resembled a little girl's toy. After cherishing it for a moment, she looked at Yuan Chen, curious about the other top-grade spirit tools. Surely Yuan Chen had them all on him. Her gaze burned intensely upon Yuan Chen. The other juniors also stared at him, especially a few young girls who coaxed, "Grand Ancestor, let us see them." Yuan Chen nodded. Smart move. As for Wu Xian calling him Yuan boy earlier. He sneered coldly. Let's see if she still dares to call him that later. I want to allow the character boy in how you address me. He took out items from his storage ring and let everyone examine them. Wu Xian was the first to snatch several pieces and play with them in her hands. These were top-grade spirit tools. Although she favored whips, faced with so many she still drooled with greed. As for the juniors calling Yuan Chen Grand Ancestor, they were all delicate young girls unlike Wu Ji. Fine head, give them some face. Let me see, let me see. Wu Ji, who had just been beaten, walked out from the corner. Acting as if nothing had happened, he stepped forward and snatched them to look at. Wow, this is impressive. It must be a longsword crafted from the horn of the Lingxi clan. He caressed it excitedly. Only the few whip marks on his face hinted at what had just occurred. Watching the group of juniors holding a pile of weapons, Yuan Chen smiled at them kindly. Catching his smile inadvertently, Wu Xian's forehead creased with 3 lines of annoyance. Why did that smile feel so infuriating? Yet why did the infuriating smile also carry a soothing spring breeze? Wasn't that contradictory? Shaking her head, her gaze shifted back to the 10 top-grade spirit tools. A sharp glint flashed in her eyes as she licked her lips. If I took all these back to the clan. The Wuk clan. The Wuk clan would be finished. Grand Ancestor, you're muddled. Wu Xian was startled. She looked at Wu Ji clinging to her leg and immediately realized. Glancing at Yuan Chen and the others staring at her with strange expressions. Awkward. She had actually spoken her thoughts aloud. Wiping the drool from her mouth, she kicked Wu Ji aside and laughed at Yuan Chen. Aha, just a joke. Kicked aside by Wu Xian, Wu Ji crawled on his knees to Yuan Chen. Grand Ancestor, I'm on your side. The Grand Elder's words are her own, doing nothing to do with the Wuk clan. If she insists on going her own way, you'll sever ties with her and follow your lead. Yuan Chen. Wu Xian. Yuan Chen looked speechlessly at Wu Ji kneeling before him. You two are truly something special. Besides, what I covet is your Grand Ancestor's person. Without her, what use would you be? Waving his hand, he said, forget it, forget it. A Xian was just joking, no need to take it seriously. Wu Ji raised his thumb. Grand Ancestor is magnanimous. Having said that, he immediately stood up and winked at Wu Xian. This Grand Ancestor was truly a handful. If he hadn't reacted quickly and offended this big shot, wouldn't they be in deep trouble? The old ancestor was such a blockhead. Wu Xian also caught Wu Ji's look. Clenching her fists and taking a deep breath, she felt a secret resentment. Why couldn't she keep her thoughts to herself? Alas, it was all because of poverty. Seeing so many top-grade spirit tools for the first time, she couldn't resist the temptation. For a moment, she actually entertained a wicked thought. But she dismissed it instantly. The Dragon clan could annihilate her entire clan with just 2 experts. She narrowed her eyes and gave Yuan Chen an innocent smile. Alright, this matter was settled. She then continued examining the other spirit tools. Afterwards, she picked up the long whip again. This one was still the most beautiful. After a moment of contemplation, she looked at Yuan Chen. Maybe you'll just take this one. I think my charm is still quite formidable. Making it into the top 10 shouldn't be a problem. She looked seriously at Yuan Chen and continued. Hey Yuan boy, it might actually work. How about we make a deal? They'll take this now and accompany you for 3 days in advance. After it's over, we can save time. I can go straight home, and you can free up time to fulfill your 3-day agreements with other women. What do you think? Yuan Chen smiled teasingly at this bold girl. He couldn't help but feel amused inside. Since you're so eager to become my woman, I won't hold back. Of course no, but you still need to attend and go through the motions. Return the whip and choose again. This is a backdoor deal after all. Our beast mansion can't have people saying there's foul play. What a hassle. Wu Xian pouted. But after thinking it over, she agreed. The sooner she got this over with, the better. Who knew how many women Yuan Chen would pick? 3 days per person. She didn't know when her turn would come. Fine. Under the reluctant gazes of the crowd, Yuan Chen put away all 9 weapons. Since you've just completed the first phase, many others will still participate in the remaining days. There's still some time before the second phase begins, so let's start tomorrow. Yuan Chen wasn't worried about her running off with the weapon. Did the Dragon clan only know how to play with women? Besides, even if he didn't give her the whip now, he would eventually select her as one of the top contenders. The outcome would be the same. Wu Xian had no objections either. She sat back in her seat, hugging her new whip and grinning foolishly. The handle of the whip bore the words blowing snow. Nodding the name was nice too. She looked at Yuan Chen with satisfaction. So boy, how are you planning to spend these 3 days with me? Yuan Chen replied with a smile. Nothing much. Over the 3 days, we'll just stroll around the city, grab a bite, and get to know each other. Wu Xian's eyes immediately lit up. A bite to eat, and all the expenses during that time. will be covered by me. Yuan Chen interjected direct. After all, it was just spending some money on his soon-to-be wife. Money was the last thing he lacked. Wu Xian was overjoyed. Such a good deal. Getting free food, drink, and gifts without giving anything in return. She shot Yuan Chen a wary glance. You won't try anything improper during this time, will you? Don't worry, I have principles. I won't make a move until you do. This elder can't be bothered to make a move on. With a cold snort, she slammed the table decisively. Fine. It's settled then. Come find me tomorrow. Having made the agreement, Yuan Chen didn't linger. He led Ming Xian back toward the mansion. Then I shall stay quietly at home tomorrow. Ming Xin said calmly on the way back to the mansion, though a faint trace of disappointment lingered in her words. Yuan Chen gazed tenderly into her eyes, sensing the slight grievance within. No need for that. Come along with me, but won't cause any trouble. Your husband will take you all to have fun together. He gently embraced her and lifted her onto his back. Ming Xin's face instantly lit up with joy. This was the first time she had heard of a husband carrying his wife on his back. She was the first. I thought you wanted to bond with Elder Wu, and I was afraid my presence would disturb you. Though delighted at the prospect of going out with Yuan Chen, she still worried about displeasing him. Yuan Chen shook his head. He and Wu Xuan didn't need to be constantly entwined to cultivate their connection. Merely being in each other's presence for a certain period would suffice. Moreover, when he had conversed with Wu Xuan earlier, Ming Xin had stood obediently by listening quietly. Who wouldn't adore such a woman? It's fine. Since fate hasn't brought us together, and she doesn't fancy me, so be it. I won't abandon my own wife for the sake of an unknown woman. Hearing this, a wave of sweetness surged in Ming Xin's heart, and she couldn't help but squint her eyes in delight. All right then. She was overjoyed at that moment. Her parents had been wise to seek Yuan Chen's help for her ailment. Otherwise, she would have missed out on such a wonderful husband. They chatted and laughed all the way. Yuan Chen carried Ming Xin home step by step, just like an ordinary mortal couple. Yet a hint of regret lingered in his heart. In a few days after winning Wu Xuan over, he would need to find another room. His large bed was still strapped to Ming Xin's back. And judging by the situation, she wouldn't be putting it down anytime soon. Her body couldn't be restored overnight. As for deepening their intimacy, that might have to wait a few months. This girl was now his wife after all. He hoped that after she bore a child, her illness would be cured. They ambled home, and as soon as they entered, Yuan Chen heard the laughter of his wife and children within the room. When your husband returns, he'll be utterly amazed. Mother, you're incredible. A crowd of wives and children surrounded a woman in the center, speaking cheerfully. Just then Mu Yu spotted Yuan Chen entering. Husband, you're back. At her words, everyone turned their heads simultaneously. Yuan Chen looked at the woman in the center and extended his arms. Shuimong, welcome home, he said joyfully. Shuimong had been in seclusion within the Azure Dragon Palace. Now she had finally emerged successfully from her retreat, much sooner than Yellingling. Seeing this, Ming Xin tactfully stepped down from Yuan Chen's back and moved aside. Shuimong threw herself directly into Yuan Chen's arms, sobbing. Husband, I've become a bright light, flood dragon. She had intended to hold back her tears, but upon seeing Yuan Chen, she couldn't contain her excitement. Yuan Chen understood her feelings. After 1,000 years of waiting, she had finally transformed. She was somewhat different from Yellingling and the others who still had their clans. But Shuimong had always cultivated alone, fumbling her way forward, the difficulty of which was unimaginable. Advancing is a good thing, we should celebrate. He patted Shuimong's back, gently offering patient reassurance. A bright light, flood dragon. That was a mid-grade divine beast. With her millennium of accumulated faith and the feedback from bearing Yuan Chen's child, it was only natural for her to become a mid-grade divine beast. Just today, while strolling around, I came across a delicious treat. Everyone have a taste. With that, he laid out all the sweet strands he had bought before everyone. Dear husband, while we were busy choosing a wife for you, you went off to have fun. Huadong muttered, though there was no real discontent on her face. Yuan Chen had never bothered with the wealth of the beast-taming manor. They could spend it as they pleased. Even if they were busy during the day, it was merely sitting around. In the evenings, they would go out with friends or their own clan. Life was blissful. Yuan Chen gave an awkward smile, then pulled Shuimong aside to inquire about her well-being, even asking her to revert to her original form for a look. Shuimong had already shown off to her sisters earlier, so she didn't mind Yuan Chen's request at all. She happily transformed. With a flick of her body, a flood dragon 4 or 5 meters tall appeared before Yuan Chen. Her form seemed slightly smaller. Otherwise, the room might not have been able to contain her. She bore a striking resemblance to a dragon, except her horns were very short, nearly invisible upon casual glance. A faint ring of white patterns adorned her neck and back, while a patch of multicolored luster shone on her chest. Her 4 feet were slightly broader than those of a dragon clan. Beyond that, her entire draconic body was enveloped in a platinum-white halo, likely related to the power of faith. Yuan Chen sensed a hint of sanctity within it. At this moment, Yuan Chen felt an inexplicable sense of beauty emanating from the flood dragon, even feeling an urge to revert to his own true form. He mentally patted himself on the back. Good thing he had been foresight. He had left a courtyard empty and converted it into a single grand palace, all in anticipation of finding a wife whose form matched that of a dragon. to experience something different. Shuimong met those conditions. After frolicking with his wives and children, Yuan Chen decided to spend the night with Shuimong given their long separation. No one objected. Of course, before taking Shuimong back to their room, Yuan Chen first went to find Haiyan. After Haiyan cursed and stomped out of the beast-taming manor, Yuan Chen unveiled his most magnificent silver dragon form before Shuimong. That night, the teleportation array in the courtyard shielded the sounds from the outside world. But the earth-shaking tremors that rocked the entire manor all night long left no doubt in any woman's mind about what had transpired. Among the first group of women, only Shuimong had yet to bear a second child. However, time was limited and Yuan Chen had to meet Wuxuan the next day. He didn't linger too long. Just a taste. Caterpillar-type races. The form is acceptable, but too centipede-type. That could work, but it's creepy. No. Holding Mingxin's hand, he walked along the path to meet Wuxuan. Various images flashed through Yuan Chen's mind. Last night's experience had been quite satisfying. He wondered what other races besides dragons, flood dragons, and snakes might be similar. Suddenly his eyes lit up. What about the electric eel type? And the electricity they naturally carry? Not bad. He turned to look at Mingxin. Mingxin, walking beside him, watched curiously as her husband shook his head and nodded repeatedly. Just as she was about to ask what he was thinking, he turned to her. Shiner, do you know where I can find a divine beast clan of the electric eel lineage? Electric eel? Mingxin tilted her head, puzzled as to why Yuan Chen suddenly brought this up. Yet regardless of what he intended, she could offer no assistance. She murmured softly, "Husband, you have forgotten. I know little of these matters." After speaking, she offered an apologetic smile to Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen then recalled that she rarely ventured beyond the doorstep, so asking her was indeed futile. He decided to find an opportunity to consult Wu Ji later when he went to see Wu Xian. The two wound their way to Wu Xian's residence. Not only Wu Xian, but also Wu Ji and the younger generation were already waiting in the courtyard for Yuan Chen's arrival. Upon seeing Yuan Chen, they greeted him in unison, "Greetings, ancestor." Yuan Chen smiled and nodded to them. The customs of the Wuk clan were indeed commendable. So polite. Wu Xian rolled her eyes, kicked. Wu Ji stepped forward to Yuan Chen's other side and casually waved. "Let's go." It was no different from their usual strolls. What was one more person? She made no comment about Yuan Chen bringing Mingxin along. After all, she had no intention of staying here. Whatever would be would be. Yuan Chen looked at Wu Xian, still clad in the same disheveled attire as yesterday. He couldn't help but shake his head. The girl was not yet of an age to care about appearances. Once you have someone you truly cherish, you will no longer dress like this. He waved a farewell to the younger ones behind him, then led Mingxin to follow. After the three had departed, Wu Ji kicked into the room, while Wu Xian emerged with a look of grievance. Why was he always the one to suffer? He cast a resentful gaze at their retreating figures. Well, as long as he could get Ancestress to leave. As Yuan Chen and Wu Xian nurtured their bond. Within the beast domain, Zixia also met with the arriving members of the Violet Dragon clan. "Elder, it's not that I failed to accomplish your task. But no matter how special Yuan Chen is, he is merely an Azure Dragon. How could the young ladies of our clan take an interest?" Only a few with thin bloodlines and despair came to try their luck. Several men and women stood respectfully before Zixia. They were the high-ranking members of the Violet Dragon clan, including its patriarch. They had arrived earlier and wished to discuss the matter with Zixia, but she had been in seclusion, leaving them no opportunity to seek her out. "Since none came, let it be," Zixia said, waving her hand. This was the result of the message she had sent to the clan upon first learning of Yuan Chen's uniqueness. Even then, she knew the chances were slim. The Violet Dragon clan was exceedingly proud, standing as the pinnacle even among high-grade divine beasts. Why would they covet bearing Yuan Chen's offspring? As for a supreme-grade divine beast child, they dared not even dream of it. Yuan Chen was incredibly fortunate to have obtained one. How could it happen repeatedly? Zixia was unwilling to coerce these young women, each had her own choice. Hearing that, Zixia harbored no blame. These people all breathed a collective sigh of relief. Violet Dragon Patriarch Zichen spoke up. "Fourth Elder, the Golden Dragon clan also sent no candidates. Could it be that you placed too much importance on Yuan Chen?" Zichen, in truth, did not take Yuan Chen seriously, even if Yuan Chen could procreate. At most, the result was still mostly mid and low-grade divine beasts. Their dragon clan had plenty of that level. Zixia furrowed her brow and shook her head. "It's more than that. It's highly possible that Yuan Chen alone could double our Violet Dragon clan's power." But seeing the others, she was reluctant to elaborate further. She sighed inwardly. If more members of the Violet Dragon clan had come, the clan would surely prosper swiftly. She suspected there was something exceptional about the talents of Yuan Chen's children. Her husband's first batch of children were all low-grade divine beasts. Yet in less than a year, the second batch had all become mid-grade or higher. Not a single low-grade one remained. This was highly irregular. Forget it. Since no one from the Violet Dragon clan came, she would have to shoulder this responsibility herself. Seeing Zixia's sigh, Zichen's smile faded. Double. Was she serious? After a moment of hesitation, he ventured tentatively. "What if I bring my daughter to assess the situation?" A thrill ran through his heart. It was very possible. Otherwise, Yin wouldn't have brought his only granddaughter here. After all, He Miao Miao was the great beauty of the younger generation of the Black Dragon clan. Yet He Yin insisted she come. Whether it worked out or not, she had to try. If unsatisfied, she could simply refuse. With He Miao Miao taking the lead, many beauties from the Black Dragon clan had come. The more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. That won't do. We can't let the Black Dragon clan gain the upper hand. Elder, my daughter also has no partner. They'll have her come to get acquainted with Yuan Chen first. Seeing Zi Chen's anxiety, Xia said calmly, no need. Zi Chen, who had just been composed, immediately, that won't do. We can't let the Black Dragon clan gain the upper hand. Elder, my daughter also has no partner. They'll have her come to get acquainted with Yuan Chen first. Xia repeated again, no need. My granddaughter is quite beautiful too. And my great-granddaughter. Seeing that Xia's appraisal of Yuan Chen was not a jest, the other elders chimed in. They were cut off by Xia after a few words. Puzzled, they looked at her. Why? Xia scanned the crowd. This would eventually come to light, so there was no point in hiding it. She touched her lower abdomen, as if feeling the flutter of a child. She spoke softly, Yuan Chen is now my husband. Our Violet Dragon clan is not without one. Husband? The crowd was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Xia. Was this some kind of joke? Zi Chen's eyes nearly popped out. What was happening? A storm raged in his heart. After a long moment, tears welled up in his eyes. He looked at Xia, choked with emotion. Elder Xia, for the sake of our Violet Dragon clan, you have. Sob, sob, sob. First you gave up ascension to guard the clan for a millennium. Now for the clan's rapid development, you selflessly sacrifice your own body. Elder Xia, you will forever be Zi Chen's idol. Xia. There was no need for such grandiosity. Elder Xia's righteousness. We are unworthy. Elder Xia is too great. Looking at the group sniffling before her, Xia pressed a hand to her forehead and walked aside. Let them think what they would. She waved her hand impatiently, dismissing them. She then returned to her room to play with Yuan Chen's little ones. She had never noticed before. Children were so amusing. She began to anticipate the birth of her own child. There were those moved to tears and others who pondered deeply while watching Xia's retreating figure. Was Yuan Chen truly that important? Even a figure as great as Elder Xia had to personally intervene. They had underestimated it. Their eyes flickered. Then they too wanted a piece of the pie. Were there any beautiful juniors in their own families? They would go back now and bring them to try. Xiongxiao the fairy is the most beautiful. How dare that Tushan Shui so coquettish come here to provoke? I like her, that's all that matters. As if your Xiongxiao is any better. Aloof on the surface, untouched by mortal fire, but who knows what she's really like behind the scenes. Unlike our Shui, she's bold and brazen in the open, daring to act and take responsibility. Despicable. Do you have any proof? I won't allow you to speak of our fairy that way. Proof? If she were truly as pure as she seems, why would she come to Yuan Chen's gathering? Would the Misty Cloud sect be lacking a high-grade spirit artifact? Don't be ridiculous. Who would say no to more? Why not take what's given for free? Yuan Chen and the two women sat in a private room. Listening to the clamor outside, they found it quite amusing. Especially Wu Xian, her ears nearly perked up. She listened intently to the argument outside. After all, they were just killing time. Did they really have to bond with Yuan Chen? Fat chance. She usually loved gossip, so how could she pass up such a juicy opportunity? Yuan Chen paid it no mind. Just being together was enough to boost goodwill. So he let her be. He too listened. Weren't these the various fan groups? Something struck him as funny. He called out, "What's yours and mine? They're all Yuan Chen's, got it. What business is it of yours?" In his past life, he never understood these fans. My brother, your brother. They argued endlessly among themselves. How many times had they thrown their parents into the fray? Did they even know him? With that, the outside fell silent. Wu Xian turned to look at Yuan Chen, her eyes lighting up. Whoa, now that's interesting. She too shouted out, exactly. Exactly. When that Xiongxiao fairy or Tushan Shui is lying in Yuan Chen's arms sobbing, you can come here and argue then. She paused, then changed her tone. No, it's too boring here. You can stand outside the beast domain and cheer for Yuan Chen and your girl. Come on, anyone here can play the flute. Raise your hand. I think Phoenix seeking its mate would be perfect. Even inside the room, Yuan Chen could hear the increasingly heavy breathing outside. He smiled at Wu Xian. She was quite a character. After some time, a roar came from outside. Who's in there? Come out. Get out here. Yeah, come out. Each private room was sealed by formations. Without the guest's consent, no one's spiritual sense could penetrate inside. So they had no idea who was speaking. Final, come out. Am I afraid of you? Can't speak the truth. Wu Xian rolled up her sleeves and swaggered out like a thug. Those in private rooms were mostly untouchable. As for those outside, if they had real power, they wouldn't be sitting in the hall. Nor would they act like fools calling out my girl for a woman they didn't even know. In the room next to Yuan Chen's, Xiongxiao, they're talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. A round-faced girl looked worriedly at the woman across from her. Xiongxiao shook her head, offering a faint smile. She wasn't bothered. It was the truth after all. She was different from most other women might come just for a high-grade spirit artifact. But she came to marry Yuan Chen. She had sneaked. Only this way could she escape that man's clutches. She was indeed the daughter of Lin Feng, the master of the Misty Cloud sect. But few knew that when her mother married Lin Feng, she was already pregnant with her. Lin Feng was only her stepfather. She hadn't known before. It was only by chance from an uncle who had been missing for centuries that she learned the truth. It was Lin Feng who had wiped out her biological father's clan. He had done it only to possess her mother's body, because her mother possessed the rare Immaculate Tao body. The Immaculate Tao body allowed its owner to cultivate without bottlenecks, and the man who united with her would also benefit. His cultivation speed would double terrifyingly. Lin Feng had used this to become the master of the Misty Cloud sect in a short time. Recently, he had revealed within the sect that she was not his biological daughter, but the news hadn't spread outside. His purpose was to make her marry the son of Lin Feng and another woman, her nominal brother, because she, like her mother, also possessed the Immaculate Tao body. Her uncle had been hunted by Lin Feng in secret for years, and her mother still didn't know Lin Feng was her enemy. Xiong Xiao dared not tell her mother, lest she alert the enemy. She couldn't even tell her best friend Lin Dang, because Lin Dang was her half-sister Lin Feng's other daughter. A father's murder was an irreconcilable enmity, but Lin Feng was powerful. Revenge seemed impossible. He secretly restricted her resources. He would never allow her strength to surge. When she heard Yuan Chen's recruitment decree, she slipped out without hesitation, but Lin Feng might have already had her watched. If not for her sister, she might not have escaped. Now, hearing the teasing outside, she felt no anger. It didn't matter. As long as she married Yuan Chen, everything would improve. Then she could bring her mother to her side. She believed Lin Feng wouldn't dare confront Yuan Chen, the Dragon clan's pride. Just then the noise outside grew loud. Xiong Xiao thought the person from the room next door had started a conflict outside. But Lin Dang pouted in boredom. How boring. Father has tracked us here. Looks like we have to go back. Lin Dang thought Lin Feng was just worried about their safety and wanted her home. But Qiangxiu's face instantly turned pale. Was even her last chance being snuffed out? She thought quickly. She had to find a way to escape. Go to the Beast Domain. Yes, the Beast Domain. This was her final chance. Wu Xian swaggered. When the crowd saw that it was a woman of exceptional beauty, they stood frozen. Since Wu Xian's appearance was vastly different from when she was on stage, almost no one recognized her. Wu Xian shot them a defiant look. Good, none of them were strong. She held her head. So, who called for your grandma? Before she could finish, a group of people burst in from outside. I saw them. The two young ladies entered here. What are you waiting for? Find them. They approached the innkeeper. Have two very beautiful women come in. Even if all of you come, what can you do? Old Mo, capture them all. To think of opposing the profound mist sect is nothing but a... Over here. Xiong Xiao, Lin Dang, come back quickly. The sect master is truly worried. You two made me search high and low. Before long, Xiong Xiao and Lin Dang were found by a group of people. Oh, it's my Xiong Xiao fairy. She was right here all along. Seeing her up close, she's even more beautiful. Unlike my sister who was eliminated in the first round with a score of 30. How embarrassing. Oh, it's my Xiong Xiao fairy. She was right here all along. Seeing her up close, she's even more beautiful. Unlike my sister who was... Qiangxiu's appearance immediately stirred the crowd into a clamor. Even the man who admired Tu Shanxue fell silent. He simply gazed quietly at the radiant Xiong Xiao. She was indeed exceptionally beautiful. Yet Qiangxiu's expression was far from pleased. Their pursuers had found them too quickly. She hadn't even had a moment to react. Haha, Wang Qing, you've got a nose like a bloodhound. We ran this far, and you still managed to track us down. The man called Wang Cheng kept his eyes fixed on Qiangxiu's face. Hearing Lin Dang's words, he gave a wry smile. My lady, please stop teasing me. The moment you two left, the sect master panicked and sent all the disciples to find out where you'd gone. It was only because the three of us were together when the recruitment notice was posted that I guessed you'd be here. After speaking, he looked at them helplessly. And why did you come here anyway? You even signed up for this nonsense. His words dripped with disdain. Though the Dragon clan was indeed formidable, their profound mist sect was only slightly inferior. There was no need for them to grovel here. We just came for some fun since we were bored. Besides, it's all voluntary in the end. Hearing this, Wang Cheng breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Just for fun. That was good. He glanced at Xiong Xiao. Though he had suspected as much, hearing the news still made him. He was the grandson of an elder. Having grown up with the two girls, he had long harbored feelings for Xiong Xiao. Though he had heard Lin Feng intended to betroth his son to her, it was only a tentative plan. Nothing was set in stone. That meant he still had a chance. Since we found you, let's head, Wang Cheng declared. I think we should finish the competition before returning. It's not every day we get to have some fun. Lin Dang pouted, her voice tinged with coaxing. Wang Cheng felt a headache coming on. He found it hard to refuse his friend, but thinking of the sect master's orders, he shook his head. No, the sect master is genuinely angry this time. We must return quickly. Ah, is that so? Father is really something. He never fusses over us when we're close, but now that we're far away, he suddenly worries. Though she complained, her heart was filled with sweetness. It seemed her father truly cared for them. Unlike her Qiangxi, it appeared Lin Feng had sensed something. He was afraid she might run away. Very well then. It's a pity I won't get to see what rank I end up with. Lin Dang said with a hint of regret. Though she wanted to stay and play, she dared not defy her father's orders. She could only obey. Xiong Xiao, let's go. Shaking her head, she took Qiangxiu's arm, ready to follow the group away. But Qiangxiu's next reaction made them all pause. No, you go back. I'm staying here. Lin Dang raised an eyebrow and turned to look at her. Xiao, don't be difficult. Father's anger is terrifying. We can come out and play another time. Yes, Xiao, let's go back first. Next time the three of us can come together. Wang Cheng chimed in. But Qiangxiu's expression was resolute. She spoke with an unyielding tone. I'm not going back. I want to marry Yuan Chen. At these words, Wang Cheng felt as if struck by lightning. He stood frozen in place. Even Lin Dang was momentarily stunned. She stared blankly at her sister. Hadn't they agreed before leaving that this was just a fun outing? Why was she being so serious? Had she fallen for Yuan Chen at first sight? But they hadn't even met. In the private room, Yuan Chen, who had been enjoying the drama, jolted upright. Now this was getting interesting. He had found it amusing earlier when he heard the highly praised Xiao was here. He had even used his divine sense to take a look. She was indeed quite captivating. She seemed to be cut from the same cloth as Shui Manong and Shui Len. All were aloof and unapproachable, but the other two carried a mature, seductive charm, while Xiao still bore the innocence of a young girl. Hearing her declare she wanted to marry him, he couldn't help but admire her intuition. Without ever meeting him, she could sense his uniqueness and was eager to pledge herself to him. This woman was no ordinary one. The hall fell silent. The fans around them were heartbroken, gazing mournfully at Xiao, who stood like a snow lotus. But intimidated by the profound mist sect disciples, they dared not speak. His lips dry, Wang Cheng couldn't understand why she would do this. The esteemed young lady of the profound mist sect choosing to marry a member of the Azure Dragon clan, and as a mere concubine. Why would she debase herself so? Staring blankly at his goddess, a sudden realization, he exclaimed urgently, Xiao, is it because you're unhappy about marrying that brat Lin Fan? As he asked, he already had his answer. Yes, that must be it. Lin Fan, that good for nothing. Neither Xiao nor even he himself could stand him. He quickly added, if you don't want to, you can tell me. We won't marry him. Lin Fan truly isn't worthy of you. If you're worried the sect master will force you, will go back and beg my grandfather to propose on my behalf. If I'm not worthy, then you are. Look at yourself in a puddle first. As the words fell, an enraged voice sounded from outside the door. Then a group of people dressed in the same robes as Wang Cheng's group entered. He shot Wang Cheng a fierce glare. I just walked in and heard you bad-mouthing me. I'll deal with you later. He approached Xiao. Sister Qing, come back with me now. We can talk about this at home. Qiangxiu's other name was Lin Qing, though Qiangxiu's mother never spoke of it. She had given her the surname Qiong from her biological father. Those close to her, though initially puzzled by her two names, addressed her as such at her insistence. It wasn't until Lin Feng announced she wasn't his biological daughter that everyone understood. Xiao clenched her teeth. Still, she said firmly, I want to marry Yuan Chen. If I go back, everything will be over. But Lin Fan, unlike Wang Cheng, had no patience. He waved his hand dismissively. Take Sister Qing back. What is happening here? Don't look at me, I can't make sense of it either. Aren't they siblings? Well, isn't this a bit too... Their conversation immediately caused an uproar. Everyone was stunned, their mouths agape. The news that Xiao was not Lin Feng's biological daughter had only spread within the Piao sect. Outsiders were unaware of this. So now the idea of the siblings adding kinship to kinship was hard for them to accept. But with so many from the Piao sect present, they dared not speak recklessly. Unable to voice their thoughts, they resorted to divine sense. In places unseen, spiritual thoughts flew wildly. Whenever they encountered another, regardless of who it was, they engaged in heated exchanges. After all, the other party couldn't tell who they were communicating with. There was no fear of being exposed. Yuan Chen also delighted in weaving through this ocean of divine sense. External divine sense couldn't penetrate in, but he could go out. Listening to the discussions sparked his curiosity, and he joined in the chatter. He grabbed a random divine sense and urged the other to speak. Brother, that latecomer seems easygoing. Why not just go ask him directly? The Piao sect was a well-ranked sect, likely a top 5 power in the northern lands. Although compared to the chaotic Star Sea and other regions, the Piao sect was a well-ranked sect, likely a top 5 power in the northern lands. Although compared to the chaotic Star Sea and other regions, the northern lands were the weakest. But her Crow Sparrow clan couldn't even occupy a small island in the chaotic Star Sea. How could they dare to clash with them? She shrank back silently. After getting a taste of the gossip, she too extended her divine sense to join the conversation. Sensing a divine sense approach before she could speak, she heard the other's outrageous words. She paused and looked at Lin Fan, who had just entered. He was now commanding his subordinates to take Xiao away despite her struggles. Easygoing. If he wanted to die, he should say so outright. She couldn't help but curse at the other divine sense. You damn turtle. Trying to get me killed, are you? Why don't you go yourself? You're full of dark schemes, you black-heart bastard. Yuan Chen sent out a random thought only to encounter a fiery little pepper. Yuan Chen frowned darkly. But that tone seemed familiar. After a moment's thought, he tentatively called out, Shuan. Shin, your grandmother's leg. Huh. Yuan Chen, crouched in a corner, Wu Xuan sheepishly withdrew her mind. What a mess. She never thought she'd bump into Yuan Chen of all people. But then she thought about what Yuan Chen would say next, and her eyes lit up. This would be fun. Yuan Chen couldn't help but rub his forehead. What a coincidence. Had better just watch the show patiently. In the hall, Xiao had drawn her sword against her fellow disciples, glaring stubbornly with icy eyes. Don't force me. Lin Dang and Wang Cheng were frozen in place. Was it really necessary? Wang Cheng and Xiao put down the sword. Then he turned to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, since Xiao doesn't want to return, let her stay a few more days. The sect master is worried about her safety and will follow to ensure nothing happens. There's no need for swords and blades. Though he didn't know Qiangxiu's thoughts, he still sided with her. Yes, sister, don't be anxious. Tell us your grievances, and we'll help you. Don't do anything. Lin Dang also spoke anxiously. On one side was her own brother, on the other the girl she had grown up with as a sister, though they shared no blood. She felt helpless, pleading with Xiao. Who would have thought a game would lead to such a situation? Truly a tragic fate. Standing in the private room, Yuan Chen shook his head. Mingxin looked at him with confusion, then followed his gaze to Wang Cheng, growing even more puzzled. What do you see? Why call him tragic? Yuan Chen smiled leisurely. This man is deeply devoted to Lady Qiangxiao, but she loves your husband so fiercely that she even fought her sect over. He accompanied her for centuries, waited for centuries, only to see the woman of his heart marry another. All his effort. Isn't that pitiful? Mingxin. That may be true, but, well, there was some logic to it. After hearing Yuan Chen's words, she even felt a pang of sympathy for Wang Cheng. What do you know? Get lost. Don't worry about hurting her. Just take her. Lin Fan sneered at the two pleading figures and continued commanding. Shortly after Xiao left the Piaomiao sect, Lin Feng discovered that a stray had been lurking near the sect and might have met Xiao and her mother. Later, Qiangxiu's mother, seeing the stranger, knew nothing, breathed a sigh of relief. But when she sent someone to find Xiao, she was already gone. Seeing Qiangxiu's reaction, he realized she was already aware. There was no need for courtesy. Taking her back to the sect would ensure compliance, making her his woman. Seeing Qiangxiu's reaction, he realized she was already aware. There was no need for courtesy. Taking her back to the sect would ensure compliance, making her his woman. You? Stunned by Lin Fan's roar, Lin Dang froze. Though she rarely interacted with this brother, it was the first time Head cursed at her. As Lin Feng's daughter, she couldn't bear it, but his fierce glare silenced her. Meanwhile, the Piaomiao sect disciples attacked Xiao. Though a prodigy, she was no match for her senior brothers and sisters. Had they not held back out of respect for her status, she'd have been captured. Despite Lin Fan's bold words, if she got hurt, they'd face consequences later. Seeing Xiao struggling, Wu Xuan felt the time was right. Just as she prepared to follow Yuan Chen's instructions, a sudden change occurred. A man and a woman burst in their aura, shaking the hall. The disciples surrounding Xiao were sent flying, spitting. Sensing their formidable power, Wu Xuan shrank back into her corner. Uncle Lu, mother, why are you here? Seeing them, Xiao grew excited. Yuan Chen rubbed his chin. These two were at least at the Tribulation Transcendence level, weren't they? But Lin Fan remained calm, sneering. And Xiao, you've come too. And this is? Don't tell me he's your lover. Silence. Xiao roared, raising her sword at Lin Fan. Even if all of you come, what can you do? Oldemo, capture them all. To think of opposing the profound mist sect is nothing but a foolish delusion. With a disdainful glance at the three figures in the arena, Lin Fan turned to look at the old man who had remained silent behind him. Oldemo was a rogue cultivator who had transcended one tribulation. He was specifically sent by Lin Fan's father to ensure his safety. Zhao Ting had only just stepped into the Mahayana stage. As for the man who followed her, he was even less worthy of consideration. If he were truly powerful, he wouldn't have been hunted by Lin Fan's father for centuries. The old man stepped forward. Zhao Ting and Lu Mu's expressions shifted. They were absolutely no match for him. Qiangxiao, you go first. Zhao Ting stared intently at the enemy before her, speaking to Qiangxiao without turning her head. Lu Mu had already recounted everything to her, and ridiculed by the entire Xintian sword sect. The entire front of the Peak Lord's Hall. Thus she harbored no doubt about Lu Mu's words. Now she could only inwardly resent having spent centuries beside the very enemy who had annihilated her clan. Back then, after the massacre, she was pursued by her foes while still carrying Qiangxiao. She had no choice but to rely on Lin Feng to survive that ordeal. Lu Mu also spoke in a low, grave voice. After hiding for centuries, I still haven't avenged Brother Qiang. Qiangxiao, your talent is exceptional. We'll do our best to carve a path for you. Go now. Qiangxiao shook her head, tears streaming down her face. Not that she would ever flee. With so many disciples of the profound mist sect here, how could she, a mere soul formation stage cultivator, possibly escape? As for Uncle Lu, after all these years of hiding, his strength was only at the mid-tribulation transcendent stage. Facing old Mo was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Wang Cheng roared in anger. But neither side bothered to explain anything to him. It was impossible to clarify in a single moment. Besides, what difference would it make even if he knew? Old Mo had already advanced. Under the vigilant gazes of the three, his expression remained utterly unchanged. He didn't even bother to use a weapon. With an unremarkable palm strike. Boom, boom. Qiangxiao and Lu Mu were sent flying before they could react. They crashed into Yuan Chen's door. Blocked by the barrier, they instantly lost all combat ability. Zhao Ting fared no better. She hastily drew her sword to defend herself. She barely managed to parry one blow, but she was utterly unable to protect the other two. Xiao, she cried out in worry. Yet the ordeal was far from over. After the first strike, old Mo did not relent. With cold indifference, he sent palm strike after palm strike toward Zhao Ting. Zhao Ting could only endure desperately. She had no room to counterattack. Seeing Xiao instantly crippled, a flicker of hesitation and struggle passed through her eyes. She cast a sidelong glance at Lin Fan. At that moment, he was only a few steps away from her. Moreover, Lin Fan's cultivation was significantly lower than hers. If she launched a sudden attack, she could subdue him instantly. Then she could threaten old Mo and try to secure Qiangxiu's escape. Besides, Lin Fan's grandfather was an elder of the profound mist sect. His status might be lower than Lin Feng's, but his strength was formidable. Lin Feng probably wouldn't object. But the most crucial issue was that she still had no idea why they had turned against each other. Forget it, no more hesitating. Gritting her teeth. Strike first. But before she could play the hero, someone intercepted her midway. Who dares to make a move in my Qingye city? Everyone turned their gaze toward the source of the voice. A handsome man slowly emerged. Yuan Chen glanced helplessly at Wu Xian, who was lurking around the corner. Useless fool. Such a coward. He had wanted to play a little longer. Wu Xian had agreed earlier. But back then it was only against some juniors. With Yuan Chen's assurance, she was quite willing to have some fun. But then old Mo and Lin Fan appeared. She immediately fell silent. Her heart was pounding with panic. Facing such formidable figures, even with the backing of Yuan Chen, a dragon, she dared not act recklessly. Seeing Yuan Chen's gaze upon her, she looked away to the other side, pretending not to notice. Yuan Chen tucked the transmission talisman into his storage ring. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he walked to the center of the arena. Hey, that looks like Yuan Chen, just like on the flyer. I didn't notice earlier, but now that you mention it, it really is. I hope Yuan Chen can help Lady Qiao. That younger brother is clearly no good. Yeah, with those shifty eyes and that lecherous smile. If not for his father being Lin Feng, I'd have slapped him already. Oh look, his face is turning dark. Ugh, even uglier. The divine senses in the void grew chaotic again. Who? Show yourself. Lin Fan spun around abruptly, shouting at the crowd behind him. When Yuan Chen stepped out, he had tried to probe the man's cultivation level with his divine sense. But no sooner had he extended his divine sense than he heard those vile words. He could not tolerate it. Were these people? Hadn't everyone given him a thumbs up and called him elegant and graceful? And now they slandered him like this. The arena fell silent. Only the sobbing voices of Qiao and her mother comforting each other could be heard. A trace of displeasure flickered in Yuan Chen's heart. Hey, what's your problem? He pointed directly at Lin Fan and demanded. His dramatic entrance had drawn everyone's attention perfectly. Before he could even start showing off, this guy had ruined the atmosphere. Lin Fan was glaring fiercely at a bunch of worthless people when he suddenly heard Yuan Chen's voice. He turned, raised an eyebrow, and pointed a finger at his own nose. Are you talking to me? But after just one sentence, he shifted his tone. So you're Yuan Chen. He hadn't paid any attention to boring things like flyers. He had only learned of Yuan Chen's identity from others' conversations. After a moment's thought, he decided to let the matter slide. He held Yuan Chen in contempt, but he couldn't afford to ignore the Dragon Clan's stance. Seeing the atmosphere ruined, Yuan Chen sighed. Forget it, no need to put on airs. He waved his hand. A bench from afar slid over and stopped in front of him. Yuan Chen sat down with a pat. The bench was long, so he propped one leg on the other end. As he settled, Ming Xin also emerged from the private room. She stood quietly behind Yuan Chen. Earlier, to avoid distracting the audience, he had deliberately asked Ming Xin to come out a bit later. Otherwise, with Ming Xin's beauty, who would even look at him? After all, the crowd here was mostly male. Thinking this, he shot another glare at Lin Fan. Damn bastard, ruining my moment. He moved another bench for Ming Xin to sit down. Before this, he had also sent a voice transmission to He Yin. Shouldn't he act a little arrogant now? This humble one is from the profound. Who cares who you... Before this, he had also sent a voice transmission to He Yin. Shouldn't he act a little arrogant now? This humble one is from the profound. Who cares who you are? I'm asking you. Do you know the rules of Qingyo City? Yuan Chen waved his hand impatiently. Lin Fan straightened up, his gaze profound as he looked at Yuan Chen. He was somewhat impervious to reason. Just a worthless man who gained status through a child. Dare to speak to him like that. He no longer remained humble. He asked coldly, what does young Master Yuan want? His face reverted to its usual arrogance and tyranny. He beckoned to old Mo. Slouching as he sat on the stool, Yuan Chen's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he wanted, arrogance. It would make slapping him around later all the more satisfying. Daring to steal my wife. Outrageous. The Greenleaf City decree states that no one may take a life within the city walls. Violators shall be executed. Minor scuffles are one thing, but you've nearly beaten someone to death. This cannot simply be overlooked. How else will others view our Azure Dragon clan? How will they view it? The Azure Dragon is merely a low-grade, trash divine beast. If not for the Dragon clan's charity, who would even notice your Azure Dragon clan? He said coldly, Execute. We haven't taken any lives, we only intended to take them back. Yuan Chen shook his head. Since you've entered Greenleaf City, we will naturally protect everyone's safety. Otherwise, who would come in the future? If you want to capture them, do so after they leave the city. Here it's not allowed. He pointed at the ground casually. After inquiring about her mother's injuries, Qiong Xiao quietly observed both sides. Hearing Yuan Chen's words, Qiong Xiao couldn't help but glance at him twice. Her heart stirred. They still had a chance. At the moment Yuan Chen appeared, she had recognized him instantly like everyone else. She had come specifically for Yuan Chen, so she had observed him carefully. Otherwise, she wouldn't have recognized him on the street. But for now, he was still in conversation. She didn't rush to greet him. What do you want? Just say it. Yuan Chen waved his hand. After all, he's a young master of the Misty Cloud sect, and no one has died yet. Alright, I'll give the Misty Cloud sect some face. Leave now and compensate each of the 3 victims with 10 high-grade spirit crystals. Also, handling this matter has cost me time. No need for much. Just 10 low-grade spirit crystals as a token. Hearing Yuan Chen's words, Lin Fan's face darkened. This was unbearable. The rest could be overlooked. The people can't be taken. They cannot be taken. And if I refuse? Lin Fan asked in a deep voice, his mind made up. Yuan Chen didn't seem to have any Dragon Clan experts by his side now. He would take Qiong Yao and the others back first. Afterwards, the Misty Cloud sect could just come and apologize. Refuse. Yuan Chen's movement stiffened. He gave Lin Fan a strange look. Elder Blackrock, someone here doesn't take our Dragon Clan seriously. Hey kid, for a mere trifle like this, you called me over. He would take Qiong Yao and the others back first. Afterwards, the Misty Cloud sect could just come and apologize. After voicing his dissatisfaction, he patted Yuan Chen's shoulder, signaling him to move over. Yuan Chen, ever respectful of his elders, yielded half his seat. Blackrock sat down without ceremony and Yuan Chen said, it's just that Zixiao is pregnant. Better not to disturb her. She's only about a month along. A month is still pregnancy. Don't you know how to cherish your wife? With that attitude, can you even attract the opposite sex? I've had over 30 women and they all pursued me. And you say I can't attract them? Yuan Chen shot him a sidelong glance and said nothing, merely letting out a faint snort. Blackrock paused, realizing that in just 2 years this young man had already surpassed him in the number of wives. He was indeed unworthy to speak before him. He turned away disdainfully and looked provocatively at Lin Fan. Hey, so you're unwilling. Then tell me your plan. I'm all ears. Lin Fan's face stiffened as his gaze swept repeatedly over Blackrock. Though he couldn't sense the other's cultivation, Yuan Chen's arrogant tone made him sense something amiss. He was arrogant, not stupid. He exchanged a glance with Old Mo. Reading the message in Old Mo's eyes, his heart sank further. So it was a true expert. The Dragon Clan had kept an expert by Yuan Chen's side all along, never withdrawing. They truly valued Yuan Chen. His expression shifted. Forceful seizure was out of the question. He hunched his back slightly. Haha, young Master Yuan is joking. I was impulsive just now. Here is a high-grade spirit artifact as an apology for my earlier actions. He presented a spear to Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen took the spear. Though he could easily forge high-grade spirit artifacts, ordinary people certainly lacked such means. It was a minor matter, and the other party yielding one artifact was sufficient. But he knew Lin Fan would not let things. He waited quietly for the other's next words. Sure enough, after Yuan Chen accepted, Lin Fan spoke again. However, today's affair is not a matter of vendetta. It's just that my father worries for my mother and sister's safety and wishes to take them back. I hope young Master Yuan can show some leniency. After speaking, he looked at Yuan Chen confidently. Both were prodigies of major powers. They would surely meet again. It was best to leave each other some leeway. Having already humbled himself so much, surely Yuan Chen wouldn't refuse him over a stranger. Yuan Chen smiled. Instead, he asked another question. First, tell me what's going on here. Sister and wife all at once. Trapped in a difficult... Lin Fan had to explain that Qiong Xiao was merely an adopted daughter. He said with a smirk, so Qiong Xiao is my fiancée. Taking her home is only natural. Yuan Chen pushed Blackrock, who was leaning against him, and looked at Lin Fan in surprise. What fiancé? Lin Fan was confused. Hadn't he just explained? But before he could speak, Yuan Chen continued, she's clearly my... Lin Fan's eyes widened as rage surged within him. But seeing Blackrock sitting side by side with Yuan Chen like old friends, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, young Master Yuan, please don't jest with me. Who's jesting? Qiong Xiao. Since when? Why wasn't I her fiancé informed? This. Yuan Chen pondered for 2 seconds, then turned to Qiong Xiao and said, hey, will you be my wife? Qiong Xiao glanced at her mother, then nodded firmly. Yes. Yuan Chen spread his hands and turned back to Lin Fan. See, now she is. Call me brother-in-law. This is going too far. Lin Fan's lungs were about to explode with rage. Wasn't this clearly opposing him? And to humiliate him right to his face, he stared at Yuan Chen with malice. Are you certain you want this? Before making a decision, you might want to consult the elders of your Dragon Clan. Don't offend those you shouldn't on a whim. His tone was calm, yet the threat was unmistakable. Yuan Chen chuckled lightly, then turned his gaze toward He Yin. Elder He Yin, is this profound mist sect really that formidable? Should we yield to their strength? He Yin pondered for 2 seconds before speaking slowly. The profound mist sect is indeed quite powerful. It is considered one of the first-rate powers. Lin Fan lifted his chin with pride. Arrogance. But it's merely the caboose. There's a saying in the cultivation world that fits perfectly. The profound mist sect is the measuring stick for first-rate powers. Those stronger than it are first-rate, and those weaker are second-rate. Though said in jest, the reality is much the same. Lin Fan's face darkened. Did he need this introduction? So we ignore him? Yuan Chen asked tentatively. He Yin waved his hand generously. Don't mind him. If anyone dares to cause trouble, this elder will teach them a lesson for you. He cast a disdainful glance at Lin Fan. Go back and tell your elder. If you have any grievances, come find me. He Yin. Though he had helped Yuan Chen set up the formation, he was still immensely grateful for Yuan Chen's elixirs. Coupled with his recognition of Yuan Chen's potential, he wished to foster goodwill. Thus he took this trivial matter upon himself. Yuan Chen spread his hands and tauntingly pursed his lips at Lin Fan. Tisk tisk tsk. What can I say? I've got the backing. He patted his pants symbolically and stood up. He waved at Xiong Xiao. Wife, let's go. Time to head home. I can't take this anymore. Yuan Chen, you've gone too far. Just as Yuan Chen turned, Lin Fan roared from behind, his face flushed crimson. Could any man endure having his wife taken away right before his eyes? Elder Mo. Here. Elder Mo's eyes were also cold. This represented the dignity of the profound mist sect. Even at the cost of his life, he had to defend the sect's honor. Besides, with the profound mist sect's face at stake, Yin wouldn't kill him, would he? At worst, he'd return and nurse his injuries for a few months. Let's go. Yes. Elder Mo was about to act, but suddenly stopped, staring at Lin Fan oddly. He glared venomously at Yuan Chen. He'll remember this. Today on your turf, he'll concede defeat. But if we meet again, Lin Fan sneered cold. You're nothing but a pathetic golden core cultivator, a waste propped up by your connections. We'll see about that. With a cold snort, he turned to leave with flair. Hold on. But this time it was Yuan Chen who called out to him. What else do you want? Please enlighten me. Lin Fan retorted without backing down. Yuan Chen glanced at him with amusement. Since you know this is my territory, you still dare to threaten me. Elder. The moment the words fell, he swiftly flashed before Lin Fan. Take this. He struck a merciless slap without hesitation. Lin Fan was at the soul separation stage, though only by using full force could Yuan Chen inflict any damage. However, he had no intention of seriously injuring him. Leaving a deep impression was enough. Since the other had gone this far, not retaliating would waste having an expert like Smack. Smack. Lin Fan clutched his face. He had tried to block, but an invisible force had pinned him. Undoubtedly, Yin had intervened. There was no point hoping for Elder Mo. As a rogue cultivator, each tribulation brought a change. Their cultivation levels were worlds apart. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. He endured 2 slaps from Yuan Chen, his eyes blazing with humiliation. Never in his life had he been so insulted. He etched this grudge into his memory. The restraint vanished in an instant, yet he no longer felt like arguing. A wise man knows when to bend. Revenge could wait. Without another word, as he departed, he didn't even glance at Xiong Xiao or her child. The disciples exchanged bewildered looks before quickly following Lin Fan and Elder Mo out. Only Wang Cheng and Lin Dang remained in the entire profound mist sect. They looked at Xiong Xiao with complex expressions, uncertain what to say to her as she supported her mother. Lin Dang's brows were deeply furrowed as she murmured, Xiong Xiao. But before she could say more, Xiong Xiao, sister, say no more. Please go back. From now on, I am no longer a member of the profound mist sect. We will meet again. Xiong Xiao shook her head, though bitterness filled her heart. She added silently, but when we meet, it may be time for sister, say no more. Please go back. From now on, I am no longer a member of the profound mist sect. We will meet again. She sighed inwardly. Like this, many old friends might never meet again. But the enmity of a father's murder had to be avenged. She could only say she was sorry. Wang Cheng felt a stir in his heart, a glimmer of light returning to his eyes. He still held a place in Xiong Xiao's heart. Then came a surge of bitter resentment. If not for Lin Feng's meddling, they might have been together by now. A perfect match. At that moment, he only wanted to run outside and roar. Fate is cruel. It forces 2 true lovers apart. Xiong Xiao, won't you come back with me? Marry me. My grandfather will surely protect you. Though he knew it was impossible, Wang Cheng made one last attempt. Xiong Xiao said nothing, merely shaking her head. Returning would mean either imprisonment or death. Then Xiong Xiao, take care. Woo, before his words faded. He turned and fled the heart-wrenching place. As he ran, he was already sobbing, his choked cries echoing. Outside the door, he found a secluded spot, crouched down, and wept softly. This, watching Wang Cheng flee like a wounded bride covering her face. Yuan Chen was utterly dumbfounded. He felt a bit bewildered. Was this man's emotions too rich? Hey, aren't you going to chase after him? With the expert gone, Wu Xian grew lively again. Sensing the atmosphere, she felt compelled to speak. She approached Xiong Xiao from behind. She poked Xiong Xiao with her finger and asked softly. Xiong Xiao turned to look at this unfamiliar woman. The sorrow that had just been there dissipated. Who the hell are you? Catching Qiangxiu's strange gaze, Wu Xian showed not the slightest hint of embarrassment. Having navigated the world for over a millennium, she had long since developed a thick skin. She blinked her innocent wide eyes. Go on, chase after him and take a look. Who knows, that lad might be hiding in some corner, crying his eyes out. Don't let him bawl himself sick. Yuan Chen, weary at heart, walked up to the 2 women and shot Wu Xian a glare. Enough with your nonsense. Then puffing out his chest, he fixed his gaze into the distance. He spoke solemnly. A short pang is better than a long ache. Let the past be the past. After a good cry, hell come to terms with it. Rushing to console him now would only give him false hope. With a grand wave of his hand, he declared, let him cry it out. Hell grow from the tears. I didn't think you had such— He Yan clicked his tongue in surprise. Yuan Chen swept a glance over him. Now that the enemy was gone, who would want to waste time on an old codger when there were fair maidens around? It's all right, Elder He Yan. You can take your leave now. The formation should be nearly complete, shouldn't it? You little rascal. He Yan's eyes went wide. Wasn't this burning the bridge a bit too quickly? But knowing Yuan Chen was just joking, he waved a dismissive hand. Fine, I won't disturb you lovebirds. True to his word, his figure vanished from the hall the moment he finished speaking. Brother Yuan speaks wisely. Having been friends for centuries, Xiao, who had initially thought of going out to check, promptly abandoned the idea. She mused to herself that going out now might cause the young man even greater trouble. After saying this, she turned her gaze to Lin Dang. Sis. Lin Dang, you should go back too. Tears welled in Lin Dang's eyes. Was he drawing a line between them now? He wouldn't even call her sister anymore. She asked tearfully, Xiao, can you tell your sister what on earth happened? Her voice grew louder with each word. Finally, her voice broke into a hoarse scream. She collapsed weakly onto her knees. Xiao shot Yuan Chen an apologetic glance. She would have to speak with him later. Torn Xiao looked at her sister, who had cared for her for centuries. After exchanging a glance with her mother, and seeing Zhao Ting nod, she slowly began to recount the old feud between their families. The other spectators listened intently. This was juicy gossip. Xiao only gave a brief account, quickly finishing the whole story. How can this be? Lin Dang asked in disbelief, her eyes vacant. Had her own father slaughtered her sisters and She rose looking utterly lost, and stumbled towards the door. I'm going back to ask father. I'm going to ask. Seeing Lin Dang in such a state filled Xiao with worry. Just as she was about to chase after her, she stopped in her. She trusted that the disciples of the Misty Cloud sect would see her home safely. She shouldn't get any more involved. Once the matter was resolved, taking a deep breath, Xiao turned to Yuan Chen. Thank you for your help just now, brother Yuan. If not for you, we would surely have been captured. Yuan Chen shook his head with a smile. No need for thanks. They violated the rules of my Greenleaf City, so they deserved a warning. He cast a sidelong glance around the room. Why don't we continue this conversation in my private room? He could almost hear the silent roar of fury permeating the air. He sneered inwardly. Did they think He'd let them gawk at his woman? Once they were in his room, He'd be the only one looking. Villain. Scoundrel. Ruffian. This is an unforgivable grievance, the theft of my beloved. Why don't we continue this conversation in my private room? He could almost hear the silent roar of fury permeate. If you can hear me from the heavens above, I pray you strike this dog thief Yuan Chen dead with a bolt of lightning. The spiritual world of the eavesdroppers instantly erupted into chaos. Very well. Xiao didn't think much of it. She nodded, gestured to her mother and Uncle Lu, and followed Yuan Chen into his private suite. Wu Xian and Ming Xian followed them in as well. Amidst a sea of resentful glares, the suite's barrier slowly sealed shut. My goddess. Gone just like that. I'm so aggrieved. That scoundrel Yuan Chen is unworthy of you, fairy Xiao. No sooner had Yuan Chen and the others entered than the venue erupted in unbridled discussion. Most of it was a chorus of condemnation for Yuan Chen and lamentation for Xiao. Brother Yuan, what's wrong? Seeing Yuan Chen's grim expression, Xiao asked with concern. Yuan Chen forced a smile. It's nothing. He had heard every word of the conversation outside. Since he controlled the barrier, he hadn't allowed the sounds from outside to reach the others. So he was the only one who, after asking the others to sit down, he listened to the ongoing chatter outside. He briefly opened the barrier and sent a single message out. Has it ever occurred to you that one can hear the outside from within these suites? At these words, the hall fell into utter silence. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, a single question echoing in their minds. Could they hear their conversations from inside? Earlier, while in the main hall, they hadn't been able to hear a sound from the suites. They had assumed the two areas were completely soundproof. That's why they had dared to speak so freely after Yuan Chen went in. To their dismay, they had been caught red-handed. They felt like crying, but no tears came. It was all the fault of their poverty. None of them had ever even set foot in a private suite. But then a wave of anxiety washed over them. Would Yuan Chen come out and thrash them? They wanted to run, but seeing everyone else standing rooted to the spot, they thought better of it and dared not move, waiting anxiously for Yuan Chen's next move. But a long time passed, and no further sound came from the suite. Meanwhile, Yuan Chen had already reactivated the barrier. He quietly turned his attention to Xiao and her family. Thank you for saving our lives, brother Yuan. Though Xiao had already expressed her gratitude, Zhao Ting and Lu Mu offered their thanks once more. These are some treasures I've accumulated over the years. Please accept them as a token of our gratitude, and we hope you won't find them lacking. Yuan Chen gave them a long, penetrating look. Then with a resigned smile, he accepted everything. After a brief conversation, Zhao Ting rose to her feet. Xiao, let's go back now. Mother, we'll talk about it when we get home. Zhao Ting cut her daughter off before Xiao looked at her mother, but ultimately bowed her head and said nothing more. Yuan Chen smiled at the three of them. Then please take care. He understood their intention. They simply didn't want Xiao to marry him, did they? It was understandable. What parent would want their daughter to sacrifice her entire life for the sake of revenge? He didn't make things difficult for them. He glanced at Xiao. She would be back. As she was led out by her mother, Xiao cast an apologetic look at Yuan Chen. She had only escaped danger by claiming she would become Yuan Chen's wife. It was a bit embarrassing to go back on her word now, but seeing Yuan Chen simply smile and nod in response, a great weight was lifted from her heart. Very well, let us welcome the contestants who have passed the first round. The second round of the competition officially begins. It was nighttime. Neo Dadu stood in the center of the venue, his face beaming with pride. Over the past few months he had reviewed all the registered women. Though the number was considerable, each day's events remained, yet the men who came to watch never grew weary. Whenever an outstanding beauty appeared, they would howl with excitement. During this time, Neo Dada's assets from the Qingyo clan had skyrocketed. He even regretted that the selection period had been too short. Had he known it would be so profitable, he would have sent all the women of the Qingyo clan to register. He dared not, but he could have stretched it out for another 10 days or half a month. That would have been a substantial additional income. What a pity he had missed the chance. Soon women began to ascend the platform one after another. According to the final regulations, 1,000 women with the highest scores were selected. The tens of thousands before them. Though numerous, they were a mixed lot. The audience had to rely on luck. But now it was different. The first round judged only appearance. All who stood here were the finest. A flock of elegant beauties. Some stood demurely in their designated spots awaiting the start of the competition. Others flaunted themselves coquettishly toward the audience. Though they might be eliminated, there were plenty of idle, wealthy young masters at home. If they caught someone's eye and hooked a couple, it wouldn't be a wasted trip. To be honest, among the spectators, aside from those accompanying the women and their families to test the waters, 7 out of 10 men came from well-off households. Without money, who would travel this far just for a spectacle? As for the women, some had indeed anticipated this moment and came specifically to show their faces. Qian, I love you. Even if Yuan Chen abandons you, don't be sad. Come to me. My family has money. Don't listen to him, Qian. Choose me. My family is richer than his. Once you come, tell me whatever resources you need, and I'll listen attentively. Hey brother, you're serious about listening. Won't you give it? Give what? My mother controls everything. Isn't it still love to spend time indulging her fantasies? Unlike other men, either out earning money or in seclusion for cultivation, they have no time to listen to their wives chatter. Brother, isn't that just mooching off your parents? And being a waste in cultivation? Hey, how dare you speak like that? In a section to the south, Miss Morone crushed the others. You are the most beautiful. You'll surely win in the end. Yuan Chen is being groomed by the Dragon clan. He won't let you down. Cheer up. You must be happy, Miss Morone. You must be happy. Woo-woo, I love you, Miss Morone. Come down quickly. Though I don't have a high-grade spirit artifact, I have a devoted heart. You must break free. Let's take his high-grade spirit artifact for nothing, okay? Miss Morone. The camera shifted to another side. It was also a group of men, and they were organized. Beside them stood a member of the Qingyo clan holding a gleaming silver sign. On it were written 2 large characters, Jin Jing. Next to the characters was a string of beautiful twinkling stars. And Xiao was the young master of the Simu Dog clan under the jurisdiction of the Jinxiang clan. By chance he had met Jin Jing in the deep mountains, who was also searching for spiritual herbs. At that time, he didn't. From the first sight, he fell for this serene and beautiful girl. Even when she waved her sleeves to fight an enemy, her movements were so graceful. The image lingered in his mind. He wanted to approach her, but after seeing a young master of a higher status clan get coldly rejected, he lost his courage. Yet he never forgot her. Finally one day, he learned Jin Jing's identity. She was a cherished daughter of the Jinxiang clan. He also heard of her predicament within the clan. He felt even more pity for this innocent girl. From then on, he often wandered to the Jinxiang clan's territory, hoping to see her again. During this process, he unexpectedly encountered a group of men equally infatuated with Jin Jing. After introductions, he discovered the group was quite large, mainly because Jin Jing was so enchanting. Even a single glance could make one lose their composure. Then the infatuated admirers began to gather in droves. Whenever they learned Jin Jing was going out, they would spread the word. They became a striking sight on the streets. Now, hearing that Jin Jing was coming to this recruitment competition, some felt disheartened, but many more believed Jin Jing had her own hardships. They persisted in following her. Some even traveled thousands of miles to cheer for Jin Jing. Young master, are you buying or not? If you don't want it, I need to hurry to other places. The young bull asked impatiently. All his companions had already made sales while he was still waiting here. Isn't this cheap thing a bit too expensive at 2 high-grade spirit crystals? And Xiao quietly calculated the spirit crystals he had brought and asked in a somewhat embarrassed low voice. Hey brother, that's not fair. The young bull said, anxiously glancing around. How is this expensive? This has always been the price, okay? Don't talk nonsense with your eyes wide open. And this cheer sign isn't something you can just buy anywhere. I've followed our young master Yuan Chen for so many months. I know his forging skills best. You definitely want loot. How is this expensive? Don't talk nonsense. Besides, didn't I tell you? Buy 1 cheer sign, and he'll throw in 10 cheer sticks for free. Sometimes you should look for the problem within yourself, okay? Over the years, have you seriously gone out to earn spirit crystals? With the young bull's barrage of questions and Xiao and his companions' faces flushed with shame. Under the gaze of the surrounding crowd, they felt so embarrassed they wished they could bury their heads in the ground. Ill by, he quickly said, pulling out the few remaining spirit crystals from his storage ring. Looking at the small pile of low-grade and mid-grade spirit crystals left, he felt like crying inside. For the remaining time, he would have to borrow from his buddies or else he'd have to stay outside the city. The young bull excitedly handed over the sign and counted out 10 cheer sticks. Then he explained their use. After finishing, the young bull cheerfully headed toward the next target. The sales pitch taught by young Master Yuan really worked well. After the other left and Xiao pressed the sign as instructed, the entire cheer sign instantly expanded 4 or 5 times, becoming quite conspicuous even from the stage. The others behind him also took the 10 cheer sticks. As their palms touched the handles, they simultaneously emitted a riot of colors. Seeing the beauties on stage shift their gazes toward them, and Xiao grinned. The negative feelings from spending money vanished instantly. Grandfather want this caused dissatisfaction among the customers. Standing atop the city wall gazing at the bustling crowd below, Wu Ji asked Yuan Chen with concern. Previously he had hoped to build a good relationship with Yuan Chen, but since their meeting that day months had passed without seeing him again. Seeing that his grandmother hadn't gone out to look for Yuan Chen, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Just as he thought he had lost the chance to latch onto Yuan Chen's coattails, Yuan Chen suddenly sent someone to summon him to the city lord's mansion. Then he was tasked with leading a group of oxen to sell light-up signs. Yuan Chen turned his head and glanced at Wu Ji. He still had too few hands. Neo Dada was busy hosting the tournament, so he had to pull this seemingly clever fellow over. He asked calmly, so what if they're dissatisfied? Will it affect our profits? Wu Ji was taken aback and hesitantly whispered, it won't. Yuan Chen chuckled softly and shook his head. Even if they curse vehemently, people's vanity is still hard to— They might curse now, but when our people stand before them, they'll feel as though all eyes are on them. To save face, they'll still buy it, even if they keep cursing afterward. But that doesn't matter to us, as long as we make the money right. Besides, to the wealthy, this is nothing. His gaze deepened. Who knows, hearing these people complain might even make them buy more eagerly just to show they're different from the masses and flaunt their superiority. With no other brands around, he held a monopoly. What was there to worry about? Wu Ji listened stunned, but it seemed to make some sense. Putting himself in the shoes of the wealthy, if a crowd was shouting about how expensive something was, and he bought it without a second thought, wouldn't that make him seem even richer? He chuckled and nodded in agreement. That does seem true. Yuan Chen turned around nonchalantly. Only a fool would try to act rich. What do they even gain from it? Wu Ji's smile slowly faded as a dagger named Fool pierced his chest. Unlike me, I'm genuinely wealthy, so everyone knows without me having to pretend. Yuan Chen continued, and Wu Ji's chest ached again, right in the feels, bro. Yuan Chen's lips curled into a faint smile as he watched the lively scene below. Send word to Neo Dado to stall for more time. These support signs are selling well, so let's keep it going a bit longer. Who knew such a small trinket costing just a few low-grade spirit stones could yield such huge profits? Hearing Yuan Chen's words, Wu Ji immediately nodded and complied. As he turned to leave, envy swelled in his heart. He never imagined making spirit stones could be this easy. After watching for a while, Yuan Chen decided to return to his spirit beast mansion. Since Qiong Xiao had left back then, he hadn't visited her mother. He hadn't agreed to the matter from before, but he hadn't left Qingye City either. Instead, he paid to stay at an inn. Qiong Xiao hadn't backed out either, continuing to participate in the tournament as usual. Yuan Chen guessed that she had probably convinced her mother, or perhaps still believed that marrying him was the best choice. As for why she hadn't come directly to him, she must have her own plans. It couldn't be that she was after his spirit weapon, could it? A thought crossed Yuan Chen's mind, but he dismissed it instantly. Impossible. Zhao Ting had once been a sect leader's wife. How could she be coveting a mere high-grade spirit weapon? Regardless, they would still have 3 days together. Yuan Chen believed that no matter what she thought before, she would make the right decision in the end. For now, Zixia's belly was growing, and she was nearing the time to lay her eggs. He intended to spend this free time accompanying her more. Alright, now the second phase of the competition officially. Neo Dada looked out at the sea of people, his heart swelling with pride. This old ox had seen his share of grand scenes. Seeing that the time was right, he prepared to start. Just as he began to, though the crowd below was still noisy, most turned their attention to him, curious about what surprises the second phase would bring. But just then Neo Dada heard Wu Ji's voice transmission in his mind. As the last 2 words were about to leave his mouth, Neo Dada quickly corrected himself. Won't start. The audience. You're announcing it won't start. Wiping away his cold sweat, Neo Dada saw the hostile stares below and quickly improvised. Come on, those who bought the support signs, don't just stand there. Cheer for your beloved goddesses to help them win the championship. Believe that with your help, your goddess will become Yuan Gongzi's wife and bear lovely children. You'll have contributed to her success. Doesn't that fill you with a sense of achievement? Get moving. Neo Dada shouted, his face flushed red. The crowd below was stunned, then began murmuring among themselves. And Xiao gazed at Jin Jing, standing silently on the stage like a goddess stepping out of a painting. His eyes lit up. That made some sense. Even if he couldn't have her, he wanted to feel involved, to have at least a small connection with Jin Jing. Quickly calculating in his mind, he came up with an idea within seconds. He turned to the people behind him and said, "Wave those sticks. Hold them higher. And follow me. Shout whatever I shout, got it." Seeing everyone nod, he took a deep breath. Facing the stage, he yelled, "Jin Jing, I love you. Yuan Chen is destined for you. Jin Jing, I love you. Yuan Chen is destined for you." The audience was still trying to process what Niu Dadu had said, but Xiao was already ahead of them. Everyone turned to look. Under the dark night sky, the synchronized waving of support sticks and the unified chant left them utterly dumbfounded. They could do that. The women on stage also looked over. Hearing her name called, Jin Jing glanced curiously in the direction of them. Seeing Jin Jing's gaze, and Xiao and his group of admirers grew even more excited, shouting with greater fervor, Jin Jing, I love you. Yuan Chen is destined for you." Once there was one, others followed. Seeing Xiao capture the goddess' attention, fans of other goddesses refused to be outdone. A variety of bizarre chants emerged. Xiong Xiao, fairy of grace, Yuan Chen weds you, as lineages embrace. Tu Shan, sister of allures, swiftly break Yuan Chen's waist. Go Wuxian. Amid the uproar below, the participating girls eagerly peered down to see if they had any supporters. But in the corner, Wuxian's face was dark, seemingly unhappy. Were her fans really this lacking in creativity? Fourth young master, say what you will, but Yuan Chen sure knows how to put on a show. On the highest floor of the nearest buildings surrounding the square, several men looked down casually at the bustling crowd below. A wealthy young man spoke to the man in black beside him. Though his words sounded like praise, they carried a mocking tone. And indeed, that was the case. The man in black was none other than Ao Li, the fourth son of the current Dragon Clan patriarch Ao Yi. As they say, there are perks to holding power. The Dragon Clan had always struggled to produce offspring. Yet Ao Yi had fathered 4 sons and 2 daughters, 6 children in total, a feat ordinary Dragon Clan members could hardly achieve. Though Qiong Xiao had already expressed her gratitude, Zhao Ting and Lu Mu offered their thanks once more. "These are some treasures I've accumulated over the years. Aside from relying on his daughters, it's all these trivial tricks. A lowly dragon. Father values him far too much." Resentment filled his heart. Father had actually assigned the 2 elders Zixiao and Haiyan to personally guard this fellow. He himself had never received such treatment. He only had a single tribulation transcending loose demon by his side. "You speak truly, fourth young master." The man echoed again. He knew well that Ao Li held no fondness for Yuan Chen, so he deliberately spoke thus. These past few days, Ao Li had repeatedly expressed his dissatisfaction with Yuan Chen. After a cold snort, Ao Li asked casually, "Has Ao Su not gone to the beast domain yet?" Ao Su was his 5th younger sister. He only learned of this commotion when Ao Yi sent Ao Su to join him. They were half-siblings. She had only escaped danger by claiming she would become Yuan Chen's wife. It was a bit embarrassing to go back on her word now. But seeing Yuan Chen simply, it seems this sister also looks down on him, hasn't even gone to the beast domain yet. That must be the case. The cousin nodded in agreement again. Meanwhile, the Ao Su they spoke of was squeezed into the crowd below, watching the spectacle. 2 guards followed, closely wary of any threats. They also found Ao Su rather troublesome. Ao Yi had ordered them to bring Ao Su directly to the beast domain upon arrival to spend a few days with Yuan Chen and build rapport. Ao Su had nodded obediently when they left. But once inside the city, she threw caution to the wind and refused to listen to anyone. They exchanged a glance and grabbed Ao Su's arm again. "Fifth Miss, could we please go to the beast domain first? If you're not satisfied, we can leave immediately, but we still need to complete the task. Besides, the patriarch just urged us again. He wants us to take you there right away. He said the Black Dragon clan has already arrived early. They're the only dragon clan that made it in time for registration. As for the Violet Dragon clan, word has it someone has already arrived." Ao Su turned reluctantly. "But I heard no one from the Violet Dragon clan was willing to come." The female guard shook her head. "I wouldn't know, but since the patriarch said so, it must be true. But I still want to watch a bit longer. Can we wait until today's event ends?" "Are you sure? No backing out this time." "I won't change my mind." Seeing Ao Su nod, they reluctantly, "Give me one of those signs too." Ao Su immediately bought a support sign. It looked like fun. Then she waved it at the only familiar face on stage, He Xian of the Black Dragon clan. When the time felt right, Niu Dadu received a telepathic message from Wu Ji that they could begin. He immediately called out, "All right, the second round of tonight's selection begins now." Cheers from the fans below continued, but they didn't disrupt the start. Niu Dadu began explaining the rules. Next is the talent test. The talent test uses a 100-point system, top-grade Spirit Root, and top-grade Divine Beast score, 100 high-grade, 80 medium-grade, 60, and low-grade 40. The scores from the second and first rounds combine for the final total. The top 50 advance. Of course, although top-grade Spirit Roots and top-grade Divine Beasts were grouped together, it was widely believed that top-grade Spirit Roots were somewhat inferior in combat power to top-grade Divine Beasts. Their numbers were also incomparable. But Yuan Chen found the detailed classification too troublesome, so he compromised. The division had its logic. High grade and top grade were definite score boosters compared to the other two. Yuan Chen was currently a medium-grade divine beast. To rapidly increase his strength and produce high-quality offspring, he needed the female to have outstanding talent. Such unions would yield stronger children. Naturally, he had to select the most powerful first. With limited energy, women of weaker talent would have to wait. Once his own strength reached a certain level, he could search without restraint. Another factor in this division was ensuring the necessity of the first stage. If a woman's beauty was truly exceptional enough to bridge the gap of several dozen points in talent, Yuan Chen was more than willing. With the rules set, the crowd showed little surprise. Choosing a wife was always about status and talent, wasn't it? After Neo Dadu explained the basics, the first woman slowly ascended the stage. A massive projection appeared behind her. Across from her, Neo Dadu used a beast-revealing mirror aimed at her. He projected her basic information. Dufeng medium-grade water spirit root. 60 points, total score 195. Neo Dadu held a ledger and recorded her details. Yet a flicker of pity crossed his mind. Though she was beautiful, she probably had no chance. Among the 1,000 women here, the beauty category had a total of 190 points, and several had scored full marks. Dufeng's beauty ranked near the bottom, and her talent was equally unimpressive. It seemed she wouldn't earn the privilege of their young master's precious essence. The support group for Dufeng below cheered excitedly. After waiting a moment, Neo Dadu moved on to the next candidate. While the square buzzed with excitement, the beast domain was not quiet either. The second stage was left entirely to Neo Dadu, freeing up Yuan Chen's wives. Yuan Chen estimated the second stage would last about 20 days. That meant he could impregnate around 7 more wives. Yuan Chen had always been a good steward of time. The third stage required his personal presence, so this time could not be wasted. Time for a third round. He checked. His silver dragon progress was nearly halfway there. By the time the third batch of children arrived next year, he should advance to the next stage. A young man must strive to be strong. By then his strength would be sufficient to protect himself in the chaotic Star Sea. Keep pushing forward. And just an hour into his seclusion, 2 groups of people hurried to the gates of the beast domain. What? Secluded cultivation. When did this happen? Several elders of the Violet Dragon clan asked in astonishment. Just a few days ago they had heard that Yuan Chen was active outside. He just entered seclusion last night. Aunt Fatty said somewhat apologetically. She hadn't expected so many visitors to arrive today. She had a general understanding of Yuan Chen's seclusion. Thus she found it somewhat difficult to lie convincingly in front. He just went into seclusion yesterday. Perhaps he hasn't fully entered the state yet. Go inform him now and say that Ao Fong of the Golden Dragon clan requests an audience. At the entrance, besides the Violet Dragon clan, there was also the Golden Dragon clan. The 2 parties had arrived at the same time. The Golden Dragon side consisted mostly of women. Several elders under Ao's orders had brought Ao Su and other women of the clan. On the Violet Dragon side, it was the same elders as before, bringing their granddaughters and great-granddaughters. Among them was a plump girl brought by one of the elders. They had no choice among their younger generation. She was the only unmarried woman. They could only bring her to try their luck. Perhaps having tasted all the delicacies of the world, Yuan Chen would find such a rare treat appealing. Hearing the request to summon Yuan Chen, Aunt Fatty's face showed some hesitation. With a slightly strange expression, she said, "I believe my master has already entered the state. It's quite easy for him." The elders were even more astonished by Yuan Chen's prowess. For them, the first few days of seclusion required strenuous effort to find that ethereal state. That was why they specifically sought out quiet, undisturbed places. It was more effective. They hadn't expected Yuan Chen to have no such troubles at all. Aunt Fong, since he's in seclusion, let's just go back. Ao Su didn't want to waste time meeting him anyway. There were so many fun places in the city. She had only arrived a few days ago and hadn't explored everything yet. Ao Fong sighed helplessly and finally asked Aunt Fatty, "How long will Yuan Chen be in seclusion?" Aunt Fatty replied without hesitation, 21 days. Everyone, who could pinpoint the duration of seclusion so precisely? Aunt Fatty averted her gaze, not meeting their eyes. Since her master said 21 days, then it was 21 days. Her master was always very precise with time. This arrogant fellow is definitely putting on airs on purpose. As if we wanted to come. The elders said nothing, but some of the young ladies were displeased. They held lofty positions in their dragon clans. Being forcibly sent here by their elders was bad enough, but being snubbed by Yuan Chen only fueled their resentment. Exactly, it's too much. I'm not going to put up with this. Elders, let's go back. Complaints arose not only from the Golden Dragon clan, but also from the Violet Dragon side. The elders exchanged glances. The Violet Dragon clan was easier to manage. These were their own direct descendants. They could still control them. The Golden Dragon side was different. The elders were merely sent to protect them. The parents of these women were all influential figures. They couldn't even scold them. The entrance of the Spirit Beast Manor soon became a cacophony of noise. If you want to quarrel, go home. Don't make a scene here. I doubt Yuan Chen would fancy any of you anyway, so stop sulking and go back. The women were furious and turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. Whether they were willing or not was their own affair. They needed no lectures from others. Amidst the crowd, a heavily pregnant noblewoman slowly walked out. The younger women of the Violet Dragon clan and the elders of the Golden Dragon clan all widened their eyes, staring at Zixia's belly as if they had seen a ghost. The Violet Dragon Elder who had last seen Zixia hadn't noticed her pregnancy then. Even knowing about it now, seeing it in person still made them stare in disbelief. Who are you? One of Yuan Chen's women. What right do you have to speak to us like that? Even Yuan Chen wouldn't dare. Zixia was not someone easily seen even at the Dragon Clan headquarters. The younger women of the Golden Dragon Clan who didn't recognize her began to bluster. Ao Su, who had been idly planning to return to shopping, froze on the spot. She stared at Zixia, dumbfounded, her jaw nearly dropping. Looking at her belly, then at her face, it was indeed the Zixia elder she knew. A heavily pregnant noblewoman, but the combination was hard for her to accept, especially since she had just walked out of Yuan Chen's courtyard. Her father had said the Violet Dragon Clan had beaten them to it. She hadn't understood what he meant before. Now she did. It was just hard to swallow. She murmured a greeting, Elder Z. Apart from a few who didn't recognize her, the others bowed in unison. Zixia stroked her belly and nodded faintly. She was the most idle at the moment. Hearing that the Violet Dragon Clan had visitors, she hadn't expected to overhear such a conversation. She couldn't help but come out to reprimand them. It was just as well if for now she was the only one in the Spirit Beast Manor who could keep this bunch in check. If any of Yuan Chen's otherwise came out, these people wouldn't take them seriously. Elder Zixia. The arrogance on the faces of the Golden Dragon women vanished instantly. They stared at the woman before them in disbelief. Though they had never met her, they had heard of Elder Zixia. For a moment they were at a loss. Zixia glanced at them and continued, since you're not here willingly, then go back. Even if you meet, nothing will come of it. Zixia waved her hand dismissively, signaling them to leave. The group dared not say more and quickly ascended. As for Yuan Chen, by the time he emerges, the third stage will have already begun. He likely won't have time to see you. Wait until after the assembly is over. If you lack patience, it doesn't matter whether you come or not. With that, she turned and went back inside, not even receiving her own Violet Dragon clansman. Shameless. A woman of several thousand years marrying a junior of just over 20. Zixia's words naturally provoked discontent among the women. But most dared not voice it. Even their greatest backers might not be a match for Zixia. However, there was an exception. A spoiled young woman couldn't help complaining as soon as Zixia entered the manor. Aomi, silence. The elders quickly reprimanded her. But it was too late. A surge of energy shot out from the manor. Before anyone could react, Aomi, who had been standing there moments ago, was sent flying dozens of meters away. Get out of Qingya City. If I find you lingering here in one day, regardless of whose descendant you are, you won't be returning. Zixia's voice rang out again. Everyone began to tremble in fear. Miss, please stop playing around. Let's call it a day, shall we? No way. Since I've come this far, I must see it through. I, your mistress, am undoubtedly the most beautiful woman in the entire cultivation world. Miss, you are indeed the most beautiful. However, this enrollment event only gathers a small crowd and proves nothing. Let's withdraw first and attend other grand gatherings later, alright? Doesn't that make it even more necessary to participate? If I can't even surpass these people here, what else is there to say? Besides, I scored full marks in both the first and second rounds. I've already firmly secured the throne. I cannot simply give up now. Miss, but you are already betrothed. What? You doubt my self-control? Rest assured, no matter how exceptional Yuan Chen may be, I still possess enough restraint. In the early hours of the morning, just as one session ended, the crowd dispersed from the square, chatting among themselves. Amidst the throng, a woman in a cream-yellow dress, clutching a pile of snacks, laughed and chatted with her maid, who walked slightly behind and to the side. As the only participant with a perfect score in both rounds, their conversation drew numerous gazes. But miss, aren't you afraid of angering young Master Zhulan? Hearing this, Qi Yuan immediately pouted. We're not married yet. It's only an engagement. Then her expression instantly shifted to one of pitiful pleading. Xiaoru, who knows what kind of person he'll be after we marry? This is the last bit of freedom I have. Can you bear to make me go? This? Xiaoru hesitated. Qi Yuan's eyes darted around. The sorrow on her face vanished without. All right, Xiaoru. Once they announce me as the first place winner, well, leave immediately without even taking the prize. How about that? Saying this, she grabbed Xiaoru by the shoulders and shook her gently. This was not a decision she could make. She was merely a maidservant. As for the elders, their family status required no protection from experts, who wouldn't show them some respect. She cast a helpless glance at Qi Yuan. You are the young mistress, who I have to obey you. I'm only offering a suggestion. She could only feel sorry for Zhulan. She wondered what he would think upon learning his fiancée was attending such an event. Qi Yuan chuckled gleefully, pulling her maid along as they skipped away joyfully. Watching the two depart with light-hearted leaps, the onlookers behind them sighed in amazement. I never expected even the heiress of the Qi family to show up. This assembly really has some prestige. Indeed, I just saw people from the Tianding sect. Brothers, what's the story with the Qi family? Sounds pretty impressive. Brother, which remote village did you crawl out of? You don't even know the Qi family. My hometown is indeed quite... Brother, don't keep us in suspense. What exactly is the Qi family? Ah, the Qi family. This clan is quite famous, isn't it? The Qi family. How should I explain it to you? What is the Qi family? A family formed by people with the surname Qi is called the Qi family. Clang. The sound of a sword being drawn rang out. Brother, though I may be uninformed, my strength is considerable. After the event, don't leave from the city gate. Brother, don't be angry. The Qi family is the most powerful artifact forging clan in the cultivation world. They have a 9th level artifact refining grandmaster who a millennium ago forged a true low-grade immortal artifact, making them one of the few pillars of the cultivation world. That powerful. They actually forged a low-grade immortal artifact. Indeed, in the entire cultivation world today, the number of grandmasters with such ability can be counted on one hand. Far out at sea, thousands of miles from Qingye City, a majestic golden eagle sped through the air. The eagle was dozens of meters long with a wingspan exceeding 30 meters. Upon closer inspection, however, one could see that the eagle's eyes were devoid of any life. Faint patterns were etched across its body. It was actually a crafted metallic puppet. In the cultivation world, besides being convenient for travel, some specifically commissioned artifact refiners to create combat-type puppets serving as guardian beasts to protect the sect day and night. Such puppets were quite common in the cultivation world. On the Golden Eagle, dozens of men in black robes protected 2 individuals clad in moonlight robes at the center. One was a man, the other a woman. The man sat cross-legged, a cauldron as tall as a person placed before him. The woman, with a tone of exasperation, nagged at him incessantly. "Brother, what time is it? And you're still refining pills. If you keep this up, you'll lose your wife." The man shrugged, glanced at his sister, but didn't stop the hand seals he was forming. "Aren't we on our way to Qingye City? Can't you take a break? I'm as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, and you don't seem the least bit worried. Watching you makes me resentful." Seeing her brother's nonchalant demeanor, Zhu Qingru gritted her teeth in frustration. Her little mouth was pursed high and her delicate face was brimming with grievance. In her heart, she also began to feel a hint of resentment towards Qi Yun, whom she had never met. Why would a young lady who was already betrothed participate in such a disgraceful event? Besides Qi Yun, she also resented her own father. Her brother was so outstanding, becoming a 5th-grade alchemist at such a young age, also showing remarkable talent in artifact refining and nearly reaching the 5th-grade threshold. He was undoubtedly a rare genius. What kind of woman couldn't he find? Why did he have to form a marriage alliance with the Qi family? Zhu, you're feeling upset, so you want me to be anxious along with you. Don't worry. I've long heard that the young lady of the Qi family is lively by nature. She's probably just doing this for fun. The Qi family has excellent traditions, surely they won't break their word. Oh, there we go. With that, he clapped his hands against the cauldron. 2 sky blue pills spun out and landed in his palm. He stored away the cauldron, and a large pitch-black tripod reappeared. It was time for some artifact refining warm-up exercises. He never refined anything beyond low-level pills and tools. He practiced refining low-grade pills and tools every single day to maintain the feel. After all, the Zhu family was wealthy. I'm done with you. Seeing that her brother hadn't even glanced at her, Zhu Qingru turned away in anger, stomping her foot irritably on the golden eagle beneath her. She muttered to herself, "Hurry up, or by the time we arrive she'll have already given birth. Then your sister-in-law will come before you holding a little dragon cub, and say, 'Husband, this is our child.' Think of how humiliated our Zhu family would be." Zhu Lin, who had just thrown some materials into the tripod, paused momentarily, then shook his head in exasperation. Yuan Chen stepped out feeling refreshed and clear-minded. The second phase had been fully assessed, and the third phase was about to begin. This final phase required his personal presence. Yuan Chen stepped out feeling refreshed and clear-minded. The second phase had been fully assessed, and the third phase was about to begin. This final phase required his personal presence to rank the participants. Behind him followed a procession of his wives. This was determined by chance. Those who had been selected walked proudly at the front, their faces brimming with joy. Those not chosen shook their heads with a hint of regret, yet they were not deeply disheartened. After all, this meant they could spend more time with Yuan Chen, didn't it? Zixia was already waiting outside. Upon seeing Yuan Chen, she informed him that the Violet Dragon and Golden Dragon clans sought an audience. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Chen decided he would meet them after the event concluded. The Black Dragon clan had humbled themselves to participate in the competition, which was a great gesture of respect and support for Yuan Chen. He couldn't very well arrange backdoor deals before they were even formally wedded into the family. That would be inappropriate. He nodded to Zixia, indicating his understanding, and said no more. Zixia did not inquire further, trusting that Yuan Chen had his own plans. She took his hand, and he asked about her pregnancy as they walked. They made their way toward the square. Upon learning that her condition was no different from that of his other wives, Yuan Chen breathed a sigh of relief. In the cultivation world, there was no such thing as an elderly prima gravida. At the gates of Qingye City, a golden eagle halted. A pair of small feet shod in white jade boots landed lightly on the ground. Zhu Qingru glared at Zhu Lin, who was only then beginning to pack his equipment. "Can't you pack earlier? Why are you always so slow?" She stuffed everything into her storage ring. Jumping down from the golden eagle, Zhu Lin stretched lazily. "It's fine. Your big brother is about to get married. Once I have a wife, she'll help me pack, and I won't have to be nagged by you. Your wife is currently holding a son in her arms." Zhu Lin was speechless. "Is the Zhu family here too? Maybe there's a good show to watch. Damn. In a few months I've blown through all my spirit stones. They'll have to go back in mine for a few more months. Now I just hope Yuan Chen quickly wins over Miss Qi, so we can see another good show. Brother, you're too wicked. But I want to see it too, hee. A few people hurrying into the city from outside stopped to watch Zhu Lin and his group. Their attire immediately revealed their clan affiliation. Hey, isn't that the Miss Zhu who can't refine pills? I didn't expect her to be so beautiful, almost a match for Miss Qi. What do you know? Though she can't refine pills, she's a genius in array formations. It was quite interesting. The Zhu family was a pill-refining sect, yet its two prodigies excelled in other fields, one in array formations and the other in artifact forging. Also, I think the alliance between the two families is the Qi family's attempt to cultivate both of Zhu Lin's talents. The Qi family's forging techniques are unique, making them the best choice. How do you even need to say that? Isn't it obvious? The crowd communicated via divine sense, so the Zhu family members did not overhear them. Zhu Lin waved his arm. The golden eagle behind him shrank, gradually landing in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the spiritual artifact vanished. All right, we're here now. Stop your nagging, he said helplessly to the incessantly chattering Zhu Qingru, then quickly entered the city. The onlookers, eager for gossip, followed closely behind. Zhu Qingru looked around curiously. The atmosphere here was so different from other places. It even felt strangely. Every few steps there was a poster over a person tall, depicting various groups of people. She recognized some familiar. Zhu Qingru stopped. Wasn't that her brother's fiancée Qi Yun, her future sister-in-law? She had seen her portrait from her brother when the marriage was arranged. But why was it hanging on the street? She stopped and listened carefully to the conversations around her. Handsome, buy a flower for your goddess. The other goddesses all have flowers. Can you bear to see yours standing alone on stage without a single bloom? How much? Only 10 low-grade spirit stones each. 10. Brother, you must understand, love cannot be measured by money. You don't want to see your goddess sad, do you? Well, just one then. 1. Alright bro, this is for Goddess Yan, right? We counted and Goddess Yan's area had fewer than 10 flowers yesterday. She must have lost a lot of face in front of the other. Oh, forget it. Why am I telling you this? I'm a fan of Goddess Yan too. Since you contributed a flower, I shouldn't say more, but I'm still not resigned to it. Why does Goddess Yan have so few? Is it because we, her fans, aren't doing enough? I've decided to pay out of my own pocket and give Goddess Yan 20 flowers. Give me 10. The man said excitedly. Zhu Qingru watched the scene before her. Zhu Qingru's jaw nearly dropped in shock. 10 low-grade spirit stones weren't expensive, but she had just seen that those flowers were merely mundane blooms. They weren't worth even 1 low-grade spirit stone. She cursed under her breath. Shady dealer. But before she could walk far, another scene caught her eye. A magical artifact once worn by fairy Qiongxiao in her childhood. 10 mid-grade spirit stones. A great bargain. Buy now. Sir'll take it. I bid 12 mid-grade spirit stones. A magical artifact once worn by fairy Qiongxiao in her childhood. 10 mid-grade spirit stones. A great bargain. Buy now. Sir'll take it. I bid 12. It would only be considered a treasure in the mortal world. She averted her gaze in exasperation and followed her brother to look for a place to stay. But after searching everywhere, not a single vacant room was to be found. Just then, a magical artifact once worn by fairy Qiongxiao in her childhood. 20 mid-grade. A familiar voice, a familiar chant. Zhu Qingru was utterly speechless. Even more outrageous, wasn't it just 10 mid-grade spirit stones a moment ago? She gritted her teeth. Zhu Qingru was utterly speechless. Even more outrageous, wasn't it just 10 mid-grade spirit stones a moment ago? She gritted her teeth. Shady dealer. Thinking of the time she was cheated out of her money when she first left home, she gritted her teeth. She hated swindlers the most. She stepped forward to stop a man who was about to pay. Pointing at the vendor, she said, he's a liar. I just saw him selling the exact same accessory for half the price. Don't. The man looked from the vendor to her, puzzled. Really? Really? I don't believe you. Zhu Qingru was speechless. Is there something wrong with this entire city? 100 women stood in the square. At each one's feet lay piles of flowers. Though the quantity would not affect, yet vanity stirred within everyone. Gazing at the multitude of blossoms beneath her feet, even the tranquil Qiongxiao could not suppress a hint of joy. The sense of accomplishment from being admired by so many was overwhelming. The event was about to commence. Yuan Chen slowly emerged from the door behind him. Both the audience and the women on the stage fixed their gazes unblinkingly on Yuan Chen. They curiously appraised this dragon, wondering what kind of being had orchestrated such an intriguing affair. Upon stepping out, Yuan Chen maintained a perpetual smile, nodding gracefully to those around him. What a show-off. The same two words echoed in everyone's minds. Brother, is this the one who cuckolded you? After failing to find lodging, the siblings had given up. Hearing passers-by mention the start of the third phase, they followed along. Gazing at Yuan Chen on the highest platform, Zhu Qingru nudged her brother's shoulder and teased, what cuckolding? Don't talk nonsense. I guarantee that as soon as the third phase ends, Qiyun will leave directly. Zhu Lin replied helplessly to his sister, his gaze also falling on Qiyun, who stood on the stage. She looked exactly like her image. He took out a mirror, examined his handsome features, and mused. He planned to approach her right after the event. That's not certain. Maybe Yuan Chen will really charm her away. I think this Yuan Chen is far more captivating than you. Zhu Qingru mercilessly taunted her brother. Yet her words were not baseless. Though it was their first meeting. For some reason, the moment she saw Yuan Chen, she felt he truly deserved to attract so many women. He undoubtedly possessed remarkable qualities. But if asked to pinpoint exactly what about Yuan Chen appealed to her, she could not articulate it at the moment. Zhu Lin turned his brow, slightly furrowed. How could the other be more charming than him? In terms of appearance, he stood out like a crane among chickens. In talent, he had already become a 5th-grade alchemist, and becoming a 5th-grade artifact refiner was within arm's reach. In terms of lineage, he was the young master of the Zhu family, while Yuan Chen was merely an ordinary Azure Dragon. How could he compare? Qingruo, I won't allow such nonsense. Zhu Qingru rolled her eyes, too lazy to respond. Meanwhile, Yuan Chen had taken his seat on the stage and began. For this, he had even spent an entire hour drafting a speech. It was mostly about thanking everyone for coming, and he merely copied the template from his past life. People were the same everywhere. The crowd, hypnotized by Yuan Chen's words, grew drowsy. All right, the third phase officially begins. Hearing Yuan Chen's declaration, everyone perked up instantly. They began shouting the names of their goddesses, loudly tossing flowers without restraint. Xiong Xiao scrutinized Yuan Chen from behind. Though her mother had advised her to bide her time, she no longer wished to wait. Moreover, her brief encounter with Yuan Chen last time had left her with an excellent impression. In the end, she decided to participate. The high-grade spirit artifact was of little importance. Her goal was to become Yuan Chen's woman. Yuan Chen swept his gaze across the venue lightly, then cleared his throat. Now let me explain the rules of the third phase. To ensure fairness in the competition, we have decided to place the decision in your hands. As he spoke, a group of young oxen came forward carrying piles of small jade tokens. These tokens were crafted by Yuan Chen using the touch of silver technique and were impossible to replicate. Those interested may each take one token and cast it into the circle of your favored goddess. In the end, we will score based on the number of tokens received. First place gets 100 points, second place 9, and so on. Yuan Chen ultimately decided to let the crowd to give them a sense of participation, ensuring more attendees next time. As for whether someone might deliberately give negative votes or withhold praise from their goddess, that was unimportant. After all, Yuan Chen only intended to rank these 100 women for scoring without any elimination. During this time, I've been thinking to express my gratitude for your presence. Contestants ranked 11th to 100th will each receive a low-grade spirit artifact as a souvenir. The only requirement is to accompany me on a day trip around Xingye City. At these words, the crowd erupted in excitement. Many participants were disciples from minor sects, and a low-grade spirit artifact was a precious reward for them. Their eyes sparkled, instantly gleaming as they fixed their gazes on Yuan Chen. He is so wealthy. The women eliminated earlier felt a pang of regret. Why hadn't they made it into the top 100? Tu Shanxue swayed her hips, cursing under her breath off stage. In the first phase, her beauty was undoubtedly top tier, but her talent was far too lacking. She had ranked over 200. Not only did she miss the chance to seduce Yuan Chen, but she also lost the low-grade spirit artifact. As Yuan Chen spoke, the young oxen had already distributed the small jade tokens one by one. Both men and women at Yuan Chen's signal sent their tokens flying through the air, landing in the zones they wished to support. Of course, some found the jade tokens beautiful and quietly tucked them into their pockets as keepsakes. Wu Xian giggled, staring at the little trinkets at her feet. Her heart swelled with delight. Indeed, she was the most beautiful of all. Unfortunately, her talent was lacking. She glanced at the two women in the field with perfect talent scores. This single aspect cost her 20 points. It seemed first place was out of reach. But that no longer mattered. The crowd below excitedly threw away their jade tokens. After tossing them, some still felt unsatisfied and asked nearby companions for unused tokens. This activity continued for several hours before concluding. Yet the atmosphere did not wane, instead it grew even more fervent. Everyone rubbed their hands in anticipation, waiting for the final results to be announced. Yuan Chen dispatched 100 subordinates to count the tokens unknown in full view of the crowd. The young oxen cooperated, calling out each count. 1, 2. With each number spoken, the audience watching that area grew more excited. Miss Lin, 100th place. Oh my Lin, how could she be out so soon? Lin, brother, are you mourning? Get lost, you don't understand. It's our failure for not lifting Lin higher. The woman named on stage also felt a pang of disappointment. Though receiving a low-grade spirit artifact was decent, the top 10 would get high-grade ones. How tempting that was. With the first result out one by one, the others were announced. The atmosphere reached its peak with howls erupting from Mei Yangyang, 77th place with a score of 24. Yuan Chen squinted as he observed the fervent scene below. He nodded to himself. The next recruitment drive was secured. But just at that moment, an unusual name interrupted his train of thought. His gaze shifted toward the direction of the voice. A young girl with 2 small goat horns atop her head stood there, shyly lowering her head. Dressed entirely in pink, she exuded a girlish charm, a faint smile gracing her face. She seemed quite satisfied with her ranking. Yuan Chen paused his gaze on her for an odd 2 seconds, then, he directly asked that young lady. Seeing Mei Yangyang point a confused finger at her own cheek, Yuan Chen nodded. Yes, you. Mei Yangyang's face showed a hint of panic. She and her clansmen had been pursued all the way. On the road, they had seen the information on Yuan Chen's flyers. Learning that conflicts were forbidden within Xingye City, they had rushed in without a second thought. Moreover, Yuan Chen had just distributed those flyers at that time. Not many people had arrived yet, so renting a house was still very cheap. After the city guards drove away their pursuers, the group of over a dozen settled down. They planned to return to their tribe when the chance arose. They hid for several months. Fortunately, they had enough money. Then they heard that the top 10 would receive a superior grade spirit artifact. Everyone's hearts stirred. If they could obtain a superior grade spirit artifact, they might have a chance to defeat their pursuers. After discussion, they decided to let the prettiest Mei Yangyang participate. Mei Yangyang didn't refuse. After all, it was just a waste of 3 days. But her talent was too poor. She was only a mid-grade divine beast. She fell behind by over 40 points. Fortunately, in the first round, she was only a few points lower, squeezing into the top 100 with a rank of 99. She had already given up hope for the top 10 and the superior grade spirit artifact. Unexpectedly, Yuan Chen added another prize. Although this reward didn't help them much. It was a freebie, so of course she was happy. Moreover, in the final round, she received a boost from her fans. Being acknowledged for her looks brought a small joy. It was a freebie, so of course she was happy. Moreover, in the final round, she received a boost from her fans. Being acknowledged for her looks brought a small joy. Could it be that he knew about her intention to snatch the treasure? That shouldn't be the case. From what she understood, most people here were after the superior grade spirit artifact. She looked at Yuan Chen with a troubled expression. May I ask what young master Yuan wants from me? Yuan Chen asked curiously. Your name is Mei Yangyang. Then what about Fei Yangyang? Yuan Chen inquired gossipily. Mei Yangyang stared at him in shock. He even knew there was a Fei Yangyang in their group. What did he want? What business does young master Yuan have with me? Just then a burly dark-skinned man stepped out from the crowd. He spoke gruffly to Yuan Chen, also sporting 2 goat horns. Yuan Chen looked at him with some regret. There was no wool covering his body. Otherwise, he would have been identical. He waved his hand casually. Nothing much. I just heard there's a big simp named Fei Yangyang who always does everything for Mei Yangyang. Just curious if it's you too. Hearing this, the previously bold Fei Yangyang's goat eyes widened. His face flushed with embarrassment. He asked Yuan Chen quietly, you've heard my story. Seeing his expression, Yuan Chen's heart skipped a beat. So it was true. He said slowly, your face is written with stories. Fei Yangyang wished he could crawl in, so his 99 failed marriage proposals had already spread to the outside world. Not only he, but Mei Yangyang also felt embarrassed. At the same time, she felt helpless toward the persistent Fei Yangyang. Alright, I was just asking. You all continue. Seeing the crowd's attention turn to them, Yuan Chen ended the conversation. He let everyone proceed. Brother, I just saw you throw your jade token into sister-in-law's area. You're quite generous. Below the stage, Zhu Qingru said sarcastically. Zhu Lin gave an awkward smile. It was just to let Shi Yun have more fun. On the other side, Jing Guang cheered, shouting Jing Jing's name. She had long been eliminated. But seeing that Jing Jing's name still hadn't been fully counted, she was happy for her. A superior grade spirit artifact was within reach. Wu Ji looked at his excited great-grandmother on stage and smirked triumphantly. It was all thanks to him. If he hadn't built good relations with the bulls of Qingyo City and secured extra votes, and many bulls had obliged by voting for Wu Xian, could his great-grandmother have dominated? The third round would surely be her highest. But the total score probably wouldn't secure first or second place. Qiong Xiao and Shi Yun, who had perfect scores in the first 2 rounds, also ranked high in jade tokens. They were certain to be in the top 10. At most, they were only a few points behind Wu Xian. The 20-plus points from the second round's talent assessment were hard to overcome. The crowd's excitement reached a peak. Under everyone's expectant gaze, the final 10 gradually appeared. As Wu Ji predicted, Wu Xian, then Shi Yun second, Qiong Xiao third. In total score, Wu Xian was third while the former 2 moved ahead. Right after the announcement, Shi Yun jumped up in excitement. I knew I had the best looks. Xiaoru, let's go. She jumped off the stage and called for her maid to leave. Hey miss, there's still the superior grade spirit artifact. I don't need it. She raised her head and waved her. Got it. The little maid followed cheerfully. The young lady kept her word. She said what she meant. Meanwhile, 100 maids from the Golden Light Carp clan walked up gracefully, each holding a tray with a weapon on it. Then her eyes locked onto the stage. Hey miss, where are you going? Xiaoru called after her. Qi Yun, who had just descended, turned around and jumped back up. She stared longingly at the approaching weapons. Brother, look at that woman. Below the stage, Zhu Qingru turned angrily to her brother. But to her surprise, Zhu Lin's eyes were also fixed on the stage, muttering, Blackwood iron as the main material. How could it forge a superior grade spirit artifact? His expression grew serious. Brother, what are you saying? Look, you said your wife wouldn't run away, but she's gone up. Don't talk. Zhu Lin had no desire to speak with her now. In fact, he never had, but now it was even stronger. He said loudly. Zhu Qingru was stunned. What was going on? On stage. Alright, the first place winner can choose their preferred weapon. Qi Yun stepped forward slowly, casually, selecting a finely crafted palm leaf fan. As she approached, Wu Xian kept her gaze fixed intently on her. Seeing that her whip had not been chosen, she breathed a sigh of relief. Though she could now have Yuan Chen forge any weapon she desired. She did not possess one yet. Moreover, she truly adored this azure whip. After Qi Yun made her selection, her attention shifted to Qiong Xiao. Big brother, don't you dare choose either. Brother, can't you control that woman? Watching Qi Yun's display of unsophisticated wonder, Zhu Qingru was so furious she could barely contain herself, as if the Zhu family couldn't afford such a trifle. Besides, wasn't the Qi family originally in the business of artifact forging? Why be so infatuated with a single high-grade spiritual artifact? She turned in exasperation, hoping her brother would assert himself as a proper fiancé. She expected him to step forward and rebuke her, but when she turned she found, where was her brother? Before she could search for him, a familiar exclamation of surprise rang out from the stage. This high-grade spiritual artifact was forged from the most ordinary materials. How is that possible? The one who forged this weapon is undoubtedly a master artisan. Holding the palm leaf fan in his hands, Zhu Lin exclaimed in awe, his fingers caressing the weapon incessantly. What are you doing? Zhu Qingru shouted from below the stage, utterly exasperated. Could he be serious? A grown man rushing onto the stage to snatch someone else's high-grade spiritual artifact. Wasn't this a disgrace to the Zhu family? But Zhu Lin remained oblivious to his sister's call, still holding the artifact and marveling at it. Qi Yun stared in bewilderment at the one who had snatched the artifact from her hands. Her delicate brows furrowed as she demanded, displeased. Hey, you there, who are you? To come up and seize the artifact without so much as a greeting. If not for the crowd watching ruling out any bandits, she would have already annihilated him. The sudden appearance of a man on the stage drew everyone's attention. Yuan Chen watched with curiosity as well. Brother, who are you? Looking for trouble? After a moment's thought, he rose slowly and walked toward the pair. Hearing Qi Yun's question, Zhu Lin finally snapped back to reality. He reluctantly tore his gaze away from the artifact, facing Qi Yun's interrogation with a calm demeanor. Homie, I'm your fiancé. Though his words were not loud, they were audible to everyone. They looked at the two locked, then at Yuan Chen, who was slowly approaching. The crowd erupted into an uproar, adrenaline surging as excitement mounted. Fight! Fight! Many silently chanted. Qi Yun raised an eyebrow, her hand already reaching out to teach this insolent fellow, but she paused, recalling that she did indeed have a fiancé. Her gaze wandered, sizing him up from head to toe before she spoke flatly. So you're Zhu Lin. Hey, what kind of tone is that? Just then Zhu Qingru leaped onto the stage as well. The onlookers' eyes lit up again. Another beauty. Hiss. The situation grew even more intriguing. This ticket was proving to be quite the bargain. Their gazes were fixed unblinkingly on the stage. Ladies, this doesn't seem to be your place. Please descend at once. Settle your matters after this concludes. Yuan Chen approached, positioning himself at the center of the trio as he spoke calmly. Oh well. Zhu Lin chuckled awkwardly. But after a moment's hesitation, he asked directly, Young Master Yuan, may I ask who forged this artifact? Hey, name your price for this artifact. As Zhu Lin spoke, Qi Yun's voice rang out simultaneously. Yuan Chen ignored Zhu Lin, smiling as he addressed Qi Yun. Miss, this artifact is not for sale. As you know, it's intended as a prize. Only by accompanying me for 3 days of sightseeing can you obtain it for free. No room for negotiation. Qi Yun frowned. Yuan Chen slowly shook his head. How troublesome. Qi Yun muttered in dissatisfaction. But looking at the artifact in her hand, she was genuinely curious about its crafting method and wished to study it further. Hey, you're not actually going to agree, are you? As Qi Yun hesitated, Zhu Qingru glared and demanded. Qi Yun cast a glance at the other woman and made her decision instantly. Fine. 3 days it is. After all, she was also a pampered young lady, as she couldn't tolerate being spoken to in such a manner. You? Zhu Qingru raised her finger to unleash a torrent of abuse. But Zhu Lin immediately blocked her. He fixed his bright eyes on Yuan Chen. Could I possibly obtain one as well? Rest assured I can accompany you for 3 days too. Yuan Chen shot him a disdainful glance. Sorry, I'm not interested in men. Zhu Lin's expression instantly fell. It was a no-go, but for the sake of studying a new forging technique. His gaze shifted, landing on his sister. Zhu Qingru felt a foreboding sense of dread. Brother Yuan, my younger sister, had intended to participate earlier, but due to travel delays, she missed the registration. If you just look at her, she's certainly capable of ranking in the top few. Can't you make an exception? Following the direction of his pointing finger, Yuan Chen nodded inwardly. Indeed, she was quite attractive, definitely among the top contenders. His eyes flickered. Since they had come, there was no way they would escape. Brother. Zhu Qingru glared at her beloved older brother in fury. What was he doing? Selling her out for a mere broken artifact. Her heart was already brimming with rage. I absolutely won't, sister. But before she could finish, Zhu Lin dropped to his knees before her, tears streaming from his eyes as he clutched the hem of her dress. Sister, I've never asked you for anything, but today this artifact is crucial to me. Please be kind and help your brother out. It's not like you'll suffer any loss. It's only 3 days. When we return, I'll grant you one condition. This was enough to move anyone to tears, stirring sorrow in all who heard it. Qi Yun, Yuan Chen, Zhu Qingru, the crowd. No one had expected that a genius skilled in both alchemy and artifact forging would stoop to such a display. Zhu Qingru massaged her forehead and sighed. What else could she do with a brother like this? 3. What? Zhu Lin looked up in surprise. Zhu Qingru spoke slowly. 3 conditions. Zhu Lin gritted his teeth. Deal. Yuan Chen's eyes flickered. Since that was the case, you two may stay. I won't drive you away. My fiancé's brother. The crowd inwardly cursed Zhu Lin's lack of backbone, while secretly regretting that a fight hadn't broken out. Yuan Chen and his companions returned to their positions. The top 10 spots were already confirmed. Naturally, they couldn't exclude someone just because of Zhu Qingru's appearance. They could only wait until after today's events to settle matters. Yuan Chen would forge a new one for the other party. Finally, everyone went through the procedures as usual, and the enrollment officially concluded. After all, the subsequent plot was not something these people could witness. As for those who wished to stay, they could remain. Either way, Yuan Chen would profit from the accommodation fees. After the work was finished, since the first person's exchange would begin the next day. Thus, Yuan Chen planned to work overtime that night. He would forge one more superior-grade spirit artifact to bind Zhu Qingru here. Brother Yuan, are we going to meet that master? Following behind Yuan Chen, Zhu Lin asked excitedly. Apart from him, Qi Yun also followed along. She was intensely curious about this expert. What master? Yuan Chen asked, puzzled. Zhu Lin paused, then inquired, aren't we going to see the master who can forge this superior-grade spirit artifact? Yuan Chen stopped and pointed at himself. Look, isn't it right here? Zhu Lin and Qi Yun's eyes widened. They asked incredulously, you mean you are the one who forged this spirit artifact? Only Zhu Qingru was confused, not understanding why her brother and soon-to-be sister-in-law were so shocked. Yuan Chen nodded. Yes, what's the problem? But, aren't you only in your 20s? Yes, what's the problem? Yuan Chen asked again. Zhu Lin was on the verge of losing his mind. What's the problem? The problem was huge, wasn't it? He himself was over 200 years old, yet becoming a fifth-rank alchemist was already a rare genius. Meanwhile, Yuan Chen was only in his 20s, and his forging skills were no less than his own. In fact, they were even superior. How could this not be astonishing? Seeing the disbelief in their eyes, Yuan Chen didn't bother to explain further. Wait outside the door. They'll deliver it to you by early tomorrow morning. Arriving at the forge room, he said this to them before slipping inside, leaving the three standing dumbfounded at the door. Elsewhere, Wu Xian happily carried her superior-grade spirit artifact back to her room. By then, her clan members had already packed their luggage. Seeing Wu Xian, they approached directly. They planned to leave immediately. There was no choice. The accommodation was too expensive, they could barely afford it anymore. All right, travel safely. At the city gate, Wu Xian said to her clan juniors with concern. Everyone was taken aback. Finally, a female disciple couldn't help but ask, Great Elder Yu, aren't you coming? The Great Elder had already fulfilled the 3-day agreement with Yuan Chen earlier. Why would she stay here? Only Wu Ji's eyes gleamed. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. Could it be that Yuan Chen had truly become his great-grandfather? No wonder his great-grandmother's expression had seemed off lately, so she had already been won over. In that case, why should he go back? Halting his steps, he waved to a few of his good brothers. Yes, you must be careful on your way back. The road is fraught with danger. Everyone was stunned again, staring at Wu Ji in surprise. You're not leaving either. Wu Ji waved his hand. I'm not going. I have some matters to attend to. Do you still have? A brother couldn't help asking. Wu Ji choked up for a moment, but then nodded in answer yes. Surely his great-grandfather wouldn't abandon him, right? Besides, without a good job, he could still find some work to support himself, just like those cattle. Go on, hurry up. After a few exchanges, Wu Ji urged them. The group kept looking back at Wu Xian and Wu Ji. Wu Xian and Wu Ji only left after the others' figures had vanished. Why are you staying? Wu Xian asked disdainfully. Of course, to take care of my great-grandmother. Having family here makes everything more convenient, doesn't it? Wu Xian rolled her eyes at Wu Ji, but ultimately didn't drive him away. Somewhere out of their sight, the departing clan members landed to discuss matters. After a brief deliberation, they relayed the situation back to Wu Meng in the clan. Upon receiving the news, Wu Meng was utterly shocked. He immediately summoned all the elders. How could this be? The great elder and the young master had both run off. When everyone arrived, Wu Meng took out the communication device and connected to Wu Ji in front of them. By then, Wu Ji had parted ways with Wu Xian. Knowing Yuan Chen was surely too busy to bother with him, he went straight to find Niodadu, hoping to secure a temporary job. Halfway there, he received a message from his father. Finding a secluded spot, he explained his speculations. After learning the details, Wu Meng put away the communicator. Everyone present had heard the conversation clearly. It still felt surreal. What had started as a joke had actually come true. The great elder had truly entered that relationship. Wu Meng's expression was complicated. Becoming Yuan Chen's wife. Wasn't that latching onto the Dragon Clan's power? He couldn't miss this opportunity. After organizing his thoughts, he looked at the contemplative crowd and said solemnly, the great elder has stayed in Qingye City. Everyone's gazes turned to him. Wu Meng continued. Although the great elder is older than all of us in my heart, I've always been unable to stop worrying about her. I don't know if she can take good care of herself without us around, or if she'll suffer grievances without anyone to confide in. I truly cannot rest easy. Wu Meng said with heartfelt pain. Then with a meaningful glance at the others, a clan member tentatively asked, how about we go visit the great elder? Excellent, I was thinking the same. As soon as the other finished speaking, Wu Meng immediately chimed in. He declared grandly, since Elder Wu Huan has brought it up, I won't hide it. I share this sentiment. Notify everyone out tomorrow we will relocate the entire clan to Qingye City and seek refuge with the Great Elder. Go make preparations now. The elders were left dumbfounded by this sudden move. Elder Wu Huan, who had spoken earlier, was also at a loss. He had only meant to suggest checking on the Great Elder to understand her situation. He never expected the clan leader to make such a decisive call. But before they could respond, Wu Ming, having made his decision, had already left the room and vanished. The others stood frozen, but upon reflection, moving there didn't seem like a bad thing. So they played dumb and let it slide. In the end, only Elder Wu Huan was left as the scapegoat, bewildered in the wind. This was never his idea, was it? Little sister, first fulfill the 3-day pact with Brother Yuan, then we shall leave. He cradled the high-grade spirit artifact just obtained from Yuan Chen. Zhu Lin was utterly captivated, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the artifact as he casually said to Zhu Qingru, "Understood, go study your weapon." Zhu Qingru retorted with exasperation, still nursing a grievance over her brother selling her out for a spirit artifact. Her gaze shifted to Yuan Chen. "When will it be my turn? No rush, I can't let you cut in line, can I? Yuan Chen shook his head. Zhu Qingru couldn't help but furrow her brows. It seemed she was the last one. How long would this take? With the top 10 each taking 3 days, that was a month. Then the remaining 91 day each would take another 3 months. Wasn't she going to waste 4 whole months here? Can't you move me up? I need to return to my clan to study the formation arrays I'm about to break through to the 5th realm." Yuan Chen's eyes lit up. This was the perfect opening. Afraid she might leave. "Oh, Miss is also proficient in formation arrays." Zhu Qingru tilted her head. "Also, what do you mean?" Yuan Chen smiled faintly. "Your humble servant is not untalented. Oh, I've made some achievements in formation arrays myself. We could exchange ideas sometime." "You?" Zhu Qingru shook her head in disdain. She was about to reach the 5th stage. How could he presume to exchange ideas with her? He was clearly motivated by lust. It seems Miss Zhu has some doubts. Yuan Chen could almost read her thoughts from her expression. Without waiting for her reply, he said directly, "Since we have some time now, why don't we exchange ideas first? Let me show you that there's always a sky above a sky and a man above a man." Yuan Chen stared at Zhu Qingru with a smile, gesturing for her to proceed. For a woman of her temperament, provocation was the easiest method. Zhu Qingru snorted coldly. "Kid, you're quite arrogant. Since I have nothing to do right now, let's see what you're really made of, daring to boast so boldly." With that, she walked in the direction Yuan Chen indicated. Qi Yun, sensing a good show, quickly followed into the room. Zhu Lin, however, was still absorbed in studying the high-grade spirit artifact. He didn't even notice the 3 leaving. An hour later, a dazed Zhu Qingru emerged first, murmuring to herself, "How is this possible? I never imagined that besides being skilled in artifact refining, you are also so formidable in formation arrays." Qi Yun's voice of astonishment followed from behind. She found it truly unbelievable. Everyone had limited energy. How did Yuan Chen manage to excel in both? How is this possible? I never imagined that besides being skilled in artifact refining, you are also so formidable in formation arrays. Qi Yun's, "Wow, really? That's amazing." Qi Yun exclaimed in feigned surprise, her eyes fixed on Yuan Chen. This man must be full of secrets. Alchemy. At that moment, Zhu Lin, snapping out of his trance over the artifact, darted in front of Yuan Chen, ignoring his dejected sister. "What level have you reached in alchemy?" he asked eagerly. Yuan Chen gave him a strange look. Was he asking to be humiliated? He replied slowly, "Not too strong, just the 5th layer, about to break through to the 6th. "Oh, this." Zhu Lin's face instantly stiffened. Having been bested by Yuan Chen in artifact refining, he had hoped to regain his lost confidence in alchemy upon hearing Yuan Chen mention it. Instead, he received another harsh slap. His face immediately mirrored Zhu Qingru's. Any outsider could tell they were siblings. Watching the two slowly shuffle out with dejected faces, Yuan Chen almost laughed out loud. He said to Qi Yun, "Since dawn has broken and you are the first place winner, let's go out for a stroll." "All right." Qi Yun agreed. Zhu Lin spent 3 days studying the spirit artifact in his room. The more he examined it, the more astonished he became. He was eager to have a serious discussion with Yuan Chen. But now Yuan Chen was still occupied with others, and likely had no time for him. Just then Qi Yun came to find him. Seeing her approach, Zhu Lin guessed that 3 days had passed, she had fulfilled their pact, and was probably about to leave. A hint of sweetness welled in his heart. He hadn't expected her to inform him before leaving. "Qi Yun, you're here." The fatigue of 3 days vanished in an instant as he stepped forward to greet her. But Qi Yun raised a hand to stop him. "Master Zhu, I think we are not suitable. After I return, I will ask my father to annul our engagement." Zhu Lin's beaming face was struck as if by a thunderbolt. He murmured, "Why?" A blissful smile crossed Qi Yun's face. She said earnestly, "I have found someone I love." And a shy blush spread across her cheeks. To solidify her resolve, she had already consummated matters with Yuan Chen the previous day. Zhu Lin's face turned green. He understood her meaning without further explanation. His lips began to tremble. Is it Yuan Chen?" Though a bit embarrassed, Qi Yun nodded firmly. "Yes." Zhu Lin shot to his feet. Yuan Chen has gone too far. Seeing his reaction, Qi Yun couldn't. She might be in the wrong, but she hadn't married him yet. The engagement was only verbal, with no formal meeting. Was such a strong reaction necessary? Ha! Under Qi Yun's bewildered gaze, Zhu Lin burst into loud laughter. Qi Yun was speechless. Had he lost his mind? It shouldn't be. They had never even met before this. Could he be so devastated? Then she heard Zhu Lin shouting joyfully. Now that Yuan Chen has taken my fiancée, he owes me. When I ask him about artifact refining, won't he be guilt-ridden and reveal a few secrets? Haha, what a gain. Qi Yun was speechless. Is this guy insane? Ignoring the fool laughing to himself, she turned and left. At least the message was delivered. Next she would inform her father. Then she would happily stay by Yuan Chen's side. Yuan Chen, meanwhile, was incredibly busy. During the day, he had to fulfill the agreed-upon matters. At night, he had to return to be intimate with his wives. Although it was for the sake of producing offspring and gaining rewards, the emotional bond couldn't be neglected. He still needed to show care and affection. Before long, all 10 of the top contestants had finished. Without exception, all 10 were won over by Yuan Chen. Husband, every new sister who arrived received a top-grade spirit artifact, yet nothing was given to us when we came. This is hardly fair. Yes, I want one too. I also desire one. Back then, only mother gifted us something. You brought us home, and then ignored us. After Little Strawberry initiated the complaint, the other women began voicing their grievances one by one. Yuan Chen felt a throbbing headache. This was indeed his fault. Even his wives, with an unassuming nature, like Mu Yu, were gazing at him with eager eyes. He instantly understood. This was no longer just about the top-grade spirit artifacts. It was a test of whether Yuan Chen truly cared for them. He mused that it was merely a matter of several dozen top-grade artifacts. Once he fulfilled his promises and impregnated his newly wedded wives, his refining experience would ascend to a higher echelon. Then forging would become far easier. He nodded to the group. All right. Each of you shall have one. I will forge them when I have time. I want a husband. I want a whip too, just like Sister Wu Xian's. Wu Xian could not help but roll her eyes. Who was she? Yet considering the household's unspoken rule that those who arrived earlier were the elder sisters, she refrained from further comment. Still, resentment simmered within her. After all, she was an ancient being, thousands of years old, now being called sister by a gaggle of youngsters, especially that little bouncing radish. This Yuan Chen was truly something. An outsider might mistake her for his daughter. Sensing Wu Xian's glare, Little Strawberry flashed a guileless, friendly smile. Wu Xian looked away, unable to bear the sight. Yuan Chen patiently recorded each wife's request while casting a curious glance at Hua Tong. You like whips too? I never knew. A ripple of amusement danced in Hua Tong's eyes. Of course I don't. Isn't this prepared for you, husband? She feigned shyness, tucking her head into her collar. Yuan Chen was taken aback. He instantly grasped her implication. He shot Hua Tong a meaningful glance. Could it be that she had developed a peculiar fetish after his past discipline? Among all these women, only Hua Tong had ever been chastised by him. It had been 2 years since the last lesson. It seemed her backside was itching for attention. But, Yuan Chen swallowed hard. Why did this sound so exhilarating? Images were already forming in his mind. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. The other women, long familiar with marital affairs, instantly understood Hua Tong's words. Those close to her even began to tease. Though their eyes were on Hua Tong, their gazes secretly darted to Yuan Chen's expression. Seeing his smile, their eyes, it seemed their husband was quite open to innovation. They had harbored other creative ideas, but had never dared to test them. Now it appeared there was no need to worry. Each woman wore a barely perceptible, confident smile. Yuan Chen, of course, remained oblivious to their schemes. He merely nodded to Hua Tong with benevolence. Very well, I'll give you a whip. But remember, I am a proper man. Keep the whip for your own amusement, and do not flaunt it carelessly. He jotted it down with a cheerful chuckle. Little lady, you have promise. In the following days, Yuan Chen kept his appointments with the remaining 90-plus women. However, whether due to the brevity of their meetings or pre-existing attachments that could not be swayed, only 23, Mei Yangyang was among them. Her cultivation was modest, and Yuan Chen employed some charming tricks to woo her. He won her over effortlessly. The other members of the Sheep clan were overjoyed. With Yuan Chen as their backing, the threat of pursuers no longer troubled them. Only Fei Yangyang wept in a corner, nursing his sorrow. Zhu Qingru stepped out. Finally, it was her turn. She had learned that her brother's woman had eloped with Yuan Chen. Though she admired Yuan Chen's mastery of formations, stealing her own sister-in-law was unforgivable. She had already planned 3 days of torment to avenge her brother. Despite her brother's repeated warnings not to antagonize Yuan Chen, as the cost would be too high, she dismissed his concerns about Qi Yun. Zhu Qingru refused to believe him. She knew well the importance of male pride. She would reclaim the dignity her brother had lost. Then 3 days later, Zhu Qingru returned to her residence. Brother, go back. Tell father that your daughter has found her true love. That man is exceptional. I am not returning. Zhu Lin. After speaking, Zhu Qingru went to pack her belongings. Tonight she would move directly into the spirit beast manor. Wait, little sister, what is going on? Zhu Lin pursued her, a foreboding suspicion taking root in his heart. She had left vowing to avenge him. And now she returned like this. He asked solemnly, is it Yuan Chen? Zhu Qingru nodded. It is he. Zhu Lin fell silent. After a long moment, he leaped up in sheer joy. Previously, he could only morally blackmail Yuan Chen over the stolen fiancée. But now the man was his brother-in-law. He could freely inquire about alchemy and artifact forging. He grabbed his sister's hand and headed out. Take me to see my outstanding brother-in-law. I can hardly wait. Zhu Qingru finished packing and followed him out. However, at the entrance of the Spirit Beast Manor, they were blocked by, my sister is Yuan Chen's wife. I need to see him. Apologies, the young master is in seclusion. The manor houses only women. It is improper for men to enter. All males are forbidden. Aunt Peng refused without hesitation. Zhu Lin was dumbfounded. What was this? Hadn't Yuan Chen just... And now he was in seclusion. Zhu Qingru waved dismissively. Brother, you should go back. I am leaving. Remember to inform father. Zhu Lin stared blankly for a moment, then called after his sister's retreating figure. Since Yuan Shan is in seclusion, why not return with me to speak with father personally? Zhu Qingru turned back, her words laden with meaning. Sorry, brother, but my husband's seclusion is unconventional. My, how can seclusion be unconventional? Can he cultivate and indulge in women at the same time? Countless questions swirled in his mind, but Zhu Qingru had already re-entered the manor. He shook his head and prepared to leave. Just then 2 more groups arrived. Zhu Lin recognized them as the Violet Dragon and Golden Dragon clans. He lingered to watch the spectacle. Hearing them receive the same answer, he had a wide grin spread across his face. That made him feel much better. Yuan Chen had already embraced his wives and embarked on a new cultivation session. When he remained silent, he was unknown, but once he made his move, he would astound the world. By the time he emerged from seclusion again, the entire realm would tremble. Obtained the cultivation technique Heaven's Hard Art. Obtained reward Alchemy Talent 70. Obtained Dragon Clan Bloodline 99. Obtained reward Top Grade Spiritual Artifact Broken Arm Blade. Obtained a High Grade Spirit Boat. Obtained 2 bottles of Talent Enhancement Potion. Obtained the talent skill Seeing is Believing. No matter the level of martial technique, it can be mastered after just 1 viewing. Obtained 10 Talent Enhancement Runes using on a specific offspring can increase their talent by 20%. Obtained 10 Strength Enhancement Runes. Choose a specific offspring to elevate their cultivation by 1 major realm. Obtained 2 bottles of Talent Enhancement Potion. Obtained passive skill Malice Detection becomes aware when someone nearby harbors ill intent towards the host. Over a year had passed. Yuan Chen's 3rd batch of offspring had all been born. The rewards he received were exceedingly generous. This time nearly half were high-grade divine beasts. They owed this fortune to their mothers. Apart from the high-grade divine beasts, there were also 2 supreme-grade divine beasts. They were the offspring of Qiongxiao and Qiyin respectively. Both women possessed supreme-grade spiritual roots. Unsurprisingly, their children inherited this trait. Other supreme-grade divine beasts could only appear through random chance. But for Yuan Chen, as long as one parent reached that level, the child could directly inherit it. At this moment, Yuan Chen himself had become a high-grade divine beast, the Golden Dragon. The rewards received upon each woman's pregnancy were a fixed 70. However, the bloodline rewards obtained after childbirth were variable. Now, with nearly 60 wives, he finally broke through after the children were born. Yet advancing to the next level, supreme-grade divine beast required 100,000 bloodline power points. It seemed unattainable in the short term. After inventorying the resources, Yuan Chen took out the talent in hand. In this wave of pregnancies, a total of 5 offspring had earned the potion reward. That made 10 bottles in all. Among the many women, only Mingxin's child had yet to be born. Due to Mingxin's physical condition, she had used a targeted conception pill early on, becoming one of the first to get pregnant. She also gave birth smoothly ahead of the others. After giving birth, she discovered that it truly had a healing effect on her body. It just couldn't resolve everything at once. After all the other women were pregnant, Yuan Chen favored them once more. Mingxin boarded the carriage twice, catching the peak of the pregnancy wave. After some thought, Yuan Chen directly fed her 2 bottles of the talent enhancement potion. Mingxin was already a high-grade divine beast. After the child was nurtured, becoming a supreme-grade divine beast should be no problem. Then the feedback from the later wave system to the mother's body should be enough to fully heal her injuries. From then on, she could live a normal life. After tallying the spoils, Yuan Chen led his wives towards the rear courtyard. They went to see their children. The prince's manor had been expanded several times over, otherwise it simply couldn't accommodate everyone. The children were all housed in the largest courtyard at the very back. There were no houses as for how they lived. As soon as they entered the courtyard, a thick wave of spiritual energy washed over them. Even though they had visited many times, the women were still speechless with amazement at Yuan Chen's extravagance. Yuan Chen took a satisfied, deep breath, feeling his spirits soar. After Haiyan finished setting up the formation and left, Yuan Chen directly pulled out the high-grade spiritual vein he had obtained and buried it beneath the children's courtyard. Absorb it. Go on, absorb it for your father. Could I bear to let you suffer? As for rooms, the courtyard was vast. Whoever fancied a spot could just dig a cave right into the spiritual vein and live there. They could even absorb spiritual energy while sleeping. Besides the vein, Yuan Chen casually tossed some secret manuals and martial techniques around the rear courtyard. They were all rewards from the system. They were far superior to common goods. Whoever liked a particular one could pick it up. Just as Yuan Chen and his entourage entered, a group of indescribably cute children came running over. Their father might not be seen for months on end, so his arrival naturally filled them with immense joy. Yuan Chen casually tossed the newly acquired techniques around the spiritual vein, then spent time bonding with his son. Of course, these were the children who could speak. The infants who couldn't talk, yet were still with their mothers. A few days later, Haiyan, who had been away for over a year, returned. Yuan Chen was just about to begin his fourth seclusion. If Haiyan hadn't knocked thunderously on the barrier, Yuan Chen would have pretended not to hear. Back when the formation was completed, it wasn't appropriate for another man to stay there. So Yuan Chen had found a way to coax Haiyan into leaving. Haiyan, wanting to search for his treasure in the great Yin dynasty, had departed. After a year of searching, he had scoured nearly every inch of the dynasty without finding a single clue. Forced to return, he came to ask Yuan Chen for more details. Before he left, he had learned that Yuan Chen wasn't just progressing rapidly in cultivation, he was also exceptionally skilled in alchemy, artifact forging, and formations. Forced to return, he came to ask Yuan Chen for more details. Before he left, he had learned that Yuan Chen wasn't just progressing rapidly in cultivation, he was also he would have passed the 12 tribulations and ascended. It was time to make more preparations. Another way was to obtain it from Yuan Chen. But for one, such a legacy was difficult to strip away. Even he had no means to do so. For another, Yuan Chen was a junior of his dragon clan. He could never commit such an evil act. As soon as Yuan Chen opened the barrier, Haiyan landed before him. Just as he was about to inquire further, he was drawn by the aura of the infants in the arms of several of Yuan Chen's wives. Could this be? His eyes widened, and he couldn't help but step forward. Realizing it was rude, he immediately stopped. But a storm was raging in his heart. Having traveled far and wide for so many years, he immediately sensed the extraordinary nature of two of the children. Could they both be supreme-grade divine beasts? How is this possible? Seeing Haiyan's astonishment, Yuan Chen had no intention of hiding anything. He took the children from Qiongxiao and Chaiyan's arms and held them. He wouldn't even be surprised if Yuan Chen one day fathered a golden dragon baby. He looked at Yuan Chen for confirmation. Yuan Chen nodded. Haiyan no longer wanted to ask why a child of the Azure Dragon had the traits of the Silver Dragon clan. With Yuan Chen, any kind of offspring was normal. He wouldn't even be surprised if Yuan Chen one day fathered a golden dragon baby. He looked at Yuan Chen for confirmation. Yuan Chen nodded. That's right, supreme-grade divine beasts. SSS. Haiyan gasped sharply. Counting Shang Yunyun, Yuan Chen now had 3 supreme-grade divine beast offspring. Their dragon clan was truly about to flourish. He turned his head, searching through the crowd, until he found his own granddaughter, seeing a small black and white striped loach in her arms. The corner of his mouth twitched. A zebra dragon was a first. Upon inspecting it, he shook his head regretfully. It hadn't become a supreme-grade divine beast. What a pity. But no matter. With Yuan Chen's abilities, there would be a second child, a third, an 18th. Haiyan couldn't help but feel smug. Among the 3 dragon clans, he was the only one with such foresight, having sent his own granddaughter over. Meanwhile, Yuan Chen had forgotten that 2 other clans were still waiting, and in their anger they had directly returned. They had missed out on this great treasure. The Purple Dragon clan was fortunate, with Xia stepping forward. The Golden Dragon clan, however, had none. His gaze shifted once more to the 2 supreme divine beasts. How covetous. After a moment's thought, he quickly took out a communication device. Beep, beep, beep. He dialed 2 numbers. Hey, Elder Yin, what's the matter? Aoe's voice sounded from within. Aoe had just taken little Xiao Yunyun through the Dragon Clan's ancestral land, receiving a baptism from the Grand Elder. A solid foundation had been laid. Although supreme divine beasts could become powerful through their own growth, a strong foundation was equally crucial. The better the foundation, the stronger they would become in the future. Within their Dragon Clan's ancestral land, there was a spiritual pool that enhanced physical strength passed down from the immortal realm. Its effects were remarkably extraordinary. Throughout the entire cultivation world, such treasured lands numbered fewer than 5. However, this ancestral land was only accessible to supreme divine beasts or exceptionally talented high-grade divine beasts. In the past 10,000 years, only 9 dragons of the Dragon Clan had entered it. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. From his own hands, 2 had already passed through. In the future, when written in the annals of Dragon Clan history, it would be said that Aoe was destined by heaven, the leader who would guide the Dragon Clan to further heights. Just as he was basking in his triumph, he received a message from Elder Yin. He asked eagerly what the matter was. A great event. Hurry, come to Qingye City. Our Dragon Clan is about to strike it rich. Quickly. Aoe furrowed his brow. He listened with a headache as Yin jumped about excitedly on the other end. Other elders were all solemn and dignified, but this Yin, despite his advanced age, was still so excitable every day. Yet as a junior, he couldn't say much. He spoke slowly. Elder Yin, don't be anxious. Has something happened in Qingye City? Something happened. Aoe, do you know what I saw? 2 supreme divine beasts. 2 of Yuan Chen's children. Come quickly and bring plenty of experts. What the heck? Hearing Yan's voice, Aoe leaped high into the air, his voice turning sharp. His entire mind went blank. Grandpa, Aoe, has something happened? Xiao Yunyun tugged at Aoe's hand, asking innocently. Why had he suddenly stopped moving when everything was fine just a moment ago? He Yin was still shouting anxiously on the other end. Aoe stiffly turned his head. He said dazedly, "Little Yin, your father. He's made it big. You have 2 younger brothers, and they're incredibly awesome too. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap." Aoe's mind was in an uproar. After sending Xiao Yunyun to Luo Sini's side, he rushed to the Dragon Clan's headquarters without a moment's delay. "Elder Zicheng, come with me. Elder Heishuan, follow. Elder Aoqian, forget it, you already have grandchildren. Elder..." Along the way, Aoe called out to every beautiful woman he saw. Previously, the golden dragons he had sent were all sent back by Yuan Chen. Thinking of Elder Zixia, Yuan Chen might prefer older women, those who would dote on him like a baby. If that was the case, the Dragon Clan had plenty of unmarried female elders. Although their looks might be slightly inferior to Elder Zixia's, it was worth bringing them along for a try. He quickly gathered 7 elders. "Elder Aoqing, you follow." Even though she had been married before, Aoqing was the greatest beauty of her generation. Moreover, her husband had died before they could have children. Perhaps Yuan Chen had a taste for that. After all, he had long coveted her body. Upon careful thought, the number of women in the Dragon Clan that he desired was definitely no more than 10. Well, 100. From this one could see how beautiful Elder Aoqing was. Furthermore, by seniority, Aoqing was practically of his aunt's generation. For a man as upright as Aoe to develop such a twisted infatuation, one could imagine how enchanting she was. After organizing 8 women, he hastily set off for Qingye City, where Yuan Chen resided. The elders ranged from the first calamity of the loose Immortal to the 5th calamity. As for those of higher cultivation, he dared not bring them, fearing he might get beaten to death. On the other side, after He Yin ended the call, he stared intently at Yuan Chen. His mind raced quickly, calculating if he had any other beautiful granddaughters. Unfortunately, he had none. He only had one granddaughter. Thinking of his newborn daughter born with Yuan Chen's help. Alas, it was too late. Otherwise, she would have been an absolute stunner. At this moment, he had completely forgotten his original purpose for seeking Yuan Chen. His gaze fixed greedily on Yuan Chen's 2 sons. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke directly. "Yuan Chen, some time ago I suddenly had a premonition that I would soon take on a disciple. When I saw these 2 children, I knew they were the ones. How about entrusting them to my tutelage?" Even among the choice of master made a difference. Yuan Chen's 2 sons were both exceptional, sparking competition among the Black Dragon, Purple Dragon, and Golden Dragon clans. This time Aoe had become the clan leader. There was nothing to be said about him taking Xiao Yunyun, but these 2 couldn't. If he took them as his disciples after ascending to the higher realm, they would quickly surpass him in cultivation and even become his greatest pillar of support. There were internal conflicts within the Dragon Clan as well. Naturally, he had to secure them as early as possible. Yuan Chen studied him for a few moments. He was very grateful to He Yin. Even though He Yin was an immensely powerful expert, he had no airs about him and treated Yuan Chen like a brother. Now his own biological granddaughter had become Yuan Chen's wife. Granting him a favor was acceptable. Moreover, Yuan Chen would need his help for something in the near future. He nodded. "Of course, there's no problem. However, the children are still young. I'm a bit uneasy having them leave my side. How about waiting until they are 7 or 8 years old before entrusting them to you?" He Yin furrowed his brow. 7 or 8 years. What if someone snatched them away by then? Yuan Chen narrowed. "Of course, if you're worried, you can stay by their side and take care of them until they are 7 or 8, then take them away." He Yin was stunned and looked at Yuan Chen with confusion. Is this appropriate? Based on his understanding of Yuan Chen, he wasn't such a generous person. Could he really let him stay in the Beast Mansion? Yuan Chen clearly understood the look in his eyes. "Don't worry, trust yourself. Your intuition won't be wrong. You don't need to stay watch during this time. In about 10 days. 10 days later, I'll gift you a mansion in Qingye City. You can settle in comfortably, and it won't cost you a thing," Yuan Chen emphasized. He Yan's face darkened. He knew it. But 7 or 8 years as a bodyguard in exchange for 2 disciples. That was completely acceptable. What is this? While waiting for Aoe and the others to arrive, He Yin suddenly sensed an anomaly in the air. He was momentarily stunned. The spiritual energy here was far too dense, wasn't it? He traced the source of the spiritual energy with his divine sense. Upon reaching the backyard, he was repelled by a formation barrier. He Yin. Blocked by a formation he himself had built, he had no choice but to ask Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen waved his hand and spoke with understated modesty. "It's nothing. Since the children are in their foundational years, I casually tossed in a superior grade spirit vein. It's the best I can do. Still can't compare to you illustrious clans. My poor little ones have to make do." He shook his head regretfully. "The children have fine talent. It's their father who's useless. I can't give them better conditions." He Yin stared at Yuan Chen dumbfounded. Why were his hands trembling uncontrollably? This damn bastard. This was a superior grade spirit vein. How many such veins did the Dragon Clan possess in total? And even those had to be shared among tens of thousands of dragons. A scenario like Yuan Chen's, directly handing one over to a few dozen children to squander freely, was utterly impossible in the Dragon Clan. Why hadn't he ever had a father like this in his past life? He looked at Yuan Chen with melancholy. "Where did you get this?" "Oh, I see. Recalling the ruins he could never find." He sighed. He shifted his focus. His gaze returned to the two children. He couldn't help but ask, Yuan Chen, your two children seem a bit weaker compared to that dragon girl, don't they, eh? Yuan Chen nodded slightly. Indeed. This was evident from the system's rewards. When Yuan Yun was born, she had directly brought a superior grade spirit vein. These two little ones, however, only received slightly more rewards than other superior grade divine beasts. There was simply no comparison. Even among supreme grade divine beasts, there were disparities in strength. For instance, within the dragon clan, aside from some particularly peculiar and mutated supreme grade beasts, the five-clawed golden dragon was generally revered as the highest. But it's fine, there's still supreme grade divine beasts. Heiyan had only mentioned it casually. Sensing a hint of disdain in his own tone, he quickly explained. Yuan Chen merely smiled faintly, not paying it much heed. By the way, Yuan Chen, for safety's sake, it's best not to spread the news that you have two more supreme grade divine beast offspring. After chatting for a while, Heiyan spoke with a dark expression. Having one supreme grade divine beast was acceptable. Anyone could have a stroke of luck. But producing them in droves was a different matter. The top experts might even take risks and unite to annihilate the dragon clan first. Once Yuan Chen's children grew up, 10 or 8 supreme grade divine beasts would dominate the world, backed by tens of thousands of superior grade offspring. By then, other races wouldn't even have a chance to resist. How could they compete? Yuan Chen nodded seriously. This was precisely why he had unhesitatingly told Heiyan earlier. In his hands, the news would surely spread quickly. But with the dragon clan suppression, it would be different. At the very least, it could buy him over a decade of secrecy, couldn't it? And by then, he would have nothing to fear. Even now, with over 50 wives and the benefits of first and second rounds of rewards, he had already been propelled from the peak of the nascent soul stage to the early tribulation transcendent stage. The soul separation stage was merely a brief transition. This was also a rough estimate. After all, aside from the increase in wives, the enhanced talents of his children also surged feedback to him. By the time the dragon clan could no longer conceal this, he would likely have reached a terrifyingly high realm. Seeing that Yuan Chen understood the gravity of the situation, Heiyan said no more. Everything would be decided after the clan leader arrived. Aoi still had a while to come. Having just heard Yuan Chen's words, Heiyan was itching with curiosity. He immediately proposed visiting the backyard to see Yuan Chen's offspring. Yuan Chen didn't hide anything. He could instantly sense whether Heiyan harbored any ill intent. At the moment, it seemed purely out of curiosity. He directly led the way. After a while, Heiyan stood dumbfounded at the entrance of the courtyard, gazing at the small caves atop the superior grade spirit vein. Yuan Chen's sons and daughters were playing gleefully inside, laughing and frolicking. Heiyan swallowed hard. This was far too extravagant, wasn't it? He then noticed a large empty patch beside the superior grade spirit stones. Though it held nothing, he could sense waves of dense, rich energy. What is this? He looked at Yuan Chen in confusion. Yuan Chen said casually, nothing much, just some spirit herbs I planted randomly. When they mature, my sons can just pluck them and eat them if they fancy. This was the reward from Yuan Chen's 2 supreme grade sons. Each received a batch of special spirit seeds. As for what made them special, Yuan Chen himself didn't know. He had remembered this reward yesterday when he came here, so he casually planted them. To his surprise, after just one day, the dense energy was so palpable that even he could sense it clearly. He was momentarily astonished. He had just underestimated the rewards for the two. It turned out he had wronged Langma. How could Langma ever shortchange him? Judging by how the spirit seeds were developing, they might grow into spirit herbs in just a few days. Such speed. Suppressing his inner shock, Heiyan continued to look around. He noticed something shimmering within the spirit vein. He gestured to Yuan Chen. With Yuan Chen's nod, he drew it into his hand with a wave. Chaotic wind hammer technique. He flipped through a few pages casually. Heiyan's lips trembled. This was an artifact forging technique, and it appeared to be no ordinary one. His divine sense detected several more shimmering points. He pulled them into his hand and scanned them quickly. Celestial Heart Alchemy Art. Azure Dragon Hand. Demon Subduing Formation. Heiyan stared at Yuan Chen, dazed. Yuan Chen smiled faintly. Elder, you flatter me. The children are about to grow up, but they have no renowned master to guide them. Helpless, I just tossed in a few random manuals I had. It's my failure as a father. I can only hope these children learn on their own. Heiyan took a deep breath. Damn it, I don't want to talk to you. He turned and walked away. He could sense clearly. All the manuals here were top-tier products. If only he had such a father back then. Sigh. Elder, don't take my children's toys. Seeing Heiyan walking off with his manuals, Yuan Chen quickly called out. Heiyan paused mid-step. Toys. Toys. He flung them back with force. Take them. Yuan Chen nodded in satisfaction. He placed all the manuals at a distance, though there weren't many, with only a few each in categories like alchemy and artifact forging. These were all premium rewards from the system. As for which one the children would like, they could choose for themselves. When he had more rewards later, he would toss in hundreds or thousands more. That would be perfect. He caught up with Heiyan. The old man looked like he was about to cry just now. He had to go ask what was wrong. Stay away, I don't want to talk to you. Heiyan disdainfully pushed Yuan Chen aside. Yuan Chen curled his lips. As if anyone wanted to talk to him. Silently, he went to sit on the other side. Watching Yuan Chen leave, Haiyan immediately regretted it. In his eyes, the secret manuals in that space were all treasures. His eyes flickered. He chuckled. Approaching Yuan Chen. Hey kid, I just saw a manual in there called the concealment art. Haiyan said hesitantly. Asking a junior for a cultivation technique still felt awkward. But after sensing it briefly, he knew this technique was no ordinary item. It might even be useful upon reaching the immortal realm. Such a treasure was something even the Dragon clan lacked. Of course there's no problem. Yuan Chen said without hesitation. The concealment art was divided into 4 parts. He had only placed the first part in the backyard. Giving a copy to Haiyan was no issue at all. Haiyan rejoiced, unable to resist rubbing his hands together. But in an instant he looked at Yuan Chen with a probing gaze. But Yuan Chen nodded. A clever lad. But you have to help me conceal what happened here. And you must not mention it to anyone. Not even the Dragon clan's chief. Yuan Chen could guarantee Elder Haiyan was trustworthy. But he couldn't vouch for others. Who knew if there were malicious individuals in the Dragon clan? They might come to seize the treasure. Moreover, even a single leaked detail would attract a host of enemies. Haiyan nodded directly. No problem. Although he was a member of the Dragon clan. As long as he didn't betray the clan. It was time to plan for his own future. He had just recalled something. He could no longer discern Yuan Chen's true cultivation level. Previously he had seen Yuan Chen as a nascent soul peak expert. Yet at that time Yuan Chen had displayed only golden core latestage power. Now in his perception Yuan Chen still appeared as golden core latestage, but he could see nothing else. There was only one possibility. Yuan Chen was hiding his true strength. By his estimation Yuan Chen had at least reached the soul division stage. A soul division stage cultivator in his 20s. How long would it take him to reach the Mahayana stage and ascend to the immortal realm? Perhaps then there would be no need to wait for his 2 disciples to grow. He could fully ascend to the lower immortal realm and cling to Yuan Chen's coattails. His eyes shifted. Good lad. From now on he'll treat him like a brother. Not long after their discussion, AOE landed with 8 women outside Yuan Chen's formation. Not bad that Haiyan fellow really. Standing outside, AOE said admiringly. He felt Haiyan was being a bit too good to Yuan Chen. Ao Ching swayed her shapely hips as she stepped forward. Say what you will, but a married woman nurtured for over 1,000 years was truly something else. Every move she made carried an inexplicable charm. Her mature aura was almost overflowing. Did Haiyan build this? What did Yuan Chen give him? Ao Ching asked puzzled. AOE was silent for a moment, then said slowly. I heard Haiyan seems to have gained a woman a few months ago. Ha ha ha. All the women turned their eyes to AOE. Was this true? With Haiyan's cultivation level, women who could match him were exceedingly rare. If he hadn't obtained some method it was impossible for that old tree to blossom. They had just wondered why AOE had called them here. But now, it didn't matter. First they needed to curry favor with this junior Yuan Chen. To extract some information. So that after they married they could quickly have children. In a few words the formation, AOE led the group inside. Only then did he reveal his aura. Earlier to avoid drawing attention. They had suppressed their presence to a minimum. Chieftain please. Yuan Chen greeted them. But as he spoke his gaze fell on the 8 women behind him. After a quick glance, he turned indifferently to lead AOE into the reception hall. They were not attractive. Only the leading one was passable. However, with Yuan Chen's 20+ years of meticulous study of women, he could tell she was already married. Forget it. He still had moral boundaries. Though they had slipped a bit with Xiao Cao, they couldn't slip any further. But just as he took a couple of steps, he suddenly thought of something. He turned around immediately. Are these the elders? Welcome, welcome. Previously he had worried about who would protect his many wives. Wasn't this a godsend? The 8 women were all startled. They looked at Yuan Chen in confusion. What was this about? He hadn't even been this enthusiastic when they first met. In fact, there had even seemed to be a hint of disdain. But now after just a few steps his attitude had completely changed. Yuan Chen ignored their strange looks. He directly addressed them warmly. I've long heard that the Dragon clan produces beauties. Your presence truly graces my humble abode. He showered them with flattery. Until everyone was seated. After AOE felt a slight chill. They began to discuss the matter of the children. At that moment Haiyan happened to walk out. Oh, my precious disciples, the chieftain wants to see you. Come let him. Juggling the 2 toddlers, he strutted proudly into the hall. AOE. But now was not the time to dwell on. The most important thing was to verify if it was true. He stepped forward to examine them. The other 8 women also curiously approached. They had seen top-tier divine beasts before, but never a batch of them. Hiss. AOE drew in a sharp breath. They really are. Then his body began to... Though he had known Haiyan might not be joking about this. Only upon seeing it with his own eyes did he grasp the full magnitude of the shock. Damn it. This was a game-changer. He gazed at the 2 little ones with fondness, while the women exclaimed in surprise, looking at the strange adorable babies. Taking a deep breath AOE looked solemnly at Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen, these 2 children should be sent to the clan. No need, chieftain. The 2 kids are now my disciples. I will protect and nurture them right here in Qingye City. Before Yuan Chen could speak, Haiyan stepped forward. AOE glanced at him, then turned anxiously to Yuan Chen. The Dragon clan headquarters is the safest place. With the great elder of the dragon clan, no one would dare cause trouble. Hyan immediately retorted. Hey, what do you mean by that? I'm telling you now. If this hasn't been exposed, could even the dragon clan headquarters protect two top-tier divine beasts once they are revealed? It's better to keep them here with me, protecting them in secret, letting them grow slowly, until the day they can amaze the world and reshape the cultivation realm. Hyan spoke to AOE without restraint, his heart brimming with pride. Elder Blackrock, this will be your room from now on. Do you like it? You can bring your wife and daughter here and enjoy the joy of having a daughter in your old age. As for those two little ones, I'll leave them to you. Within a courtyard across the street from the beast domain, Yuan Chen spoke to Black Flame with a kind expression. He had already reached an agreement with AOE yesterday. Blackrock was to guard the beast domain from the shadows outside. As for the 8 elders who had arrived, since they were here, they would all stay within the beast domain to provide protection. 2 supreme divine beasts were certainly worth such an array. Seeing Yuan Chen's smiling face, Blackrock was not particularly pleased. He asked with a darkened countenance, why am I the only one made to live outside? Elder Blackrock, don't overthink it. It's just that there aren't enough rooms in the beast domain. What about those 7 who just arrived and Elder Ouching? Yuan Chen glanced at Blackrock's face. Why the different why not just say all 8? Just because Ouching is prettier. Huh, vulgar. I plan to go out for a while. Yuan Chen stated directly. You're going out? Where? Blackrock asked in surprise. If that was the case, it made sense. The beast domain was full of women. It would be somewhat inappropriate for a man like him to live there. Yuan Chen slowly rose. He walked to the doorway, lifting his head to gaze at the sky outside. Elder Blackrock, reading 10,000 volumes and traveling 10,000 miles. I feel I am still too shallow. I wish to go out and see the vast world. Yuan Chen said calmly. Blackrock. After a long silence. Didn't you just marry dozens of women? Elder Blackrock, reading 10,000 volumes and traveling 10,000 miles. I feel I am still too shallow. I wish to go out and see the vast world. Having said that, he waved his sleeve and left the room. Blackrock shook his head. Then he soared into the sky, preparing to bring his wife and children here. He would likely be living here for the next decade or so. Still not bad. The future was secured. After leaving, Yuan Chen went straight to an inn. Just as he sat down, a waiter walked in. Great-grandfather. Yuan Chen was lowering his head, thinking about future matters. Suddenly a voice sounded. Yuan Chen was startled and raised his head in surprise. Wuji, you are. He sighed. You found a good job. Wuji grinned. He bowed respectfully and nodded. He is to take care of great-grandmother. We juniors were a bit worried when she married into this place alone. Yuan Chen nodded slyly. I heard your entire clan has moved here. This was news he had just received from Wuxuan. He found it somewhat amusing upon learning it, but he quickly suppressed his smile. The cultivation world was vast with countless races. Small races had no say in survival. A passing powerhouse might wipe them out at any moment if displeased. Only the mighty dragon clan was free from such worries. Hearing Yuan Chen's question, Wuji scratched his head, but knowing this fellow as he did, it was probably an act. Since when was he ever shy? Still, he didn't find it objectionable. He patted the seat beside him. Sit down first. That wouldn't be proper. Despite his words, Wuji had already plopped down at a respectful distance. He patted the seat beside him. Sit down first. That wouldn't be proper. Despite his words, Wuji had already plopped down at a respectful distance. Being too formal would only create distance. He looked at Yuan Chen ingratiatingly. Great-grandfather, just tell me what you need. After sitting down, Wuji thumped his chest. He had moved here over a year ago, but he hadn't even seen Yuan Chen once. Let alone, just when he thought he had missed his chance, Nyodadu suddenly passed him a message. Yuan Chen was summoning him. He was overjoyed. No wonder he dreamed of a little girl last night. This was his lucky break. When he learned the meeting place was his workplace, he rushed up without hesitation. Yuan Chen must have something to instruct him. After all, he wasn't as pretty as... No rush. Let's eat something first. With that, he called out. Waiter. Here. Wuji jumped to it, realizing his position had changed. He sat back down awkwardly. Damn it, he was no longer just a waiter. Now great-grandfather had finally remembered him. He was different from those fellows. The moment Yuan Chen spoke, someone entered. Knowing Yuan Chen's identity, the owner had been waiting outside especially to await his orders. Yuan Chen ordered a few dishes and waited patiently. Wuji sat beside him with a fawning smile, glancing out the window from time to time. When he saw a pretty girl, he would comment to Yuan Chen to avoid an awkward silence. Yuan Chen would also glance over with a smile. After all, they were different from the women at home. Even if the women outside were inferior in every way to those at home, there was one thing: another man's wife was a different matter entirely. Soon the dishes were all served. After eating for a while, Yuan Chen finally looked at Wuji. Seeing Yuan Chen put down his chopsticks, Wuji immediately sat up straight. He listened intently to Yuan Chen's next words. After a moment of thought, Yuan Chen squinted at Wuji. How much do you know about the power divisions in the cultivation world? Wuji was taken aback. Then he looked at Yuan Chen cautiously. Great-grandfather, you mean to? He trailed off, bowing towards Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen took a sip of wine. He said casually, nothing much. I've hit a bottleneck in my cultivation and want to travel for some inspiration. but I've never really been out much. Am not too familiar with the cultivation world and don't know where to go. Am asking if you know. If you do, you can guide me. Wuji's eyes lit up. This meant he would be by Yuan Chen's side often, and he wouldn't miss out on the benefits. He nodded. Great-grandfather, rest assured. There's no place in the cultivation world I don't know about. In my youth I dreamed of traveling the entire cultivation world, but my empty pockets forced me to bury that dream. But I remember every plan and piece of information I gathered. I know exactly where the secret realms are. Choosing me as your guide is a sure bet. He paused, then continued. Also, I can cook mortal dishes, tell Crossdoxing. Wuji looked at Yuan Chen with pleading eyes. Yuan Chen hesitated, then said slowly. I don't need secret realms, but my path of cultivation is a bit unique. You understand? Wuji blinked. Wuji was quite clever. Xiao Yuan Chen probed tentatively. In the Sichuan Thunder domain, there is a faction called Miaoyin Fong. Every disciple of Miaoyin Fong is proficient in various musical instruments. Many cultivators who have encountered bottlenecks break through after listening to a single melody there. Besides people, Miaoyin Fong also has a tower called Pochin Tower. It is open to everyone. One need only pay a certain number of spirit stones to experience it. The function of Pochin Tower is to recreate all your innermost thoughts, leaving you unable to distinguish reality from illusion. After emerging, one's heart feels liberated, and the breeding of inner demons can be avoided. Wuji grinned. Yuan Chen's eyes lit up. Women proficient in all kinds of musical instruments. Wuji nodded immediately. That's right, all of them are women. Yuan Chen frowned, looking at Wuji with disapproval. What's wrong with you? Is the focus on the women? Is it on their mastery of instruments? You don't understand. I've loved listening to music since I was a child. Wu Ji's eyes darted around. Indeed, Grand Ancestor, I misspoke, ha. So, after explaining, Wu Ji wanted to ask Yuan Chen how he felt. Wu Ji immediately became excited. Understood. He hadn't expected to become Yuan Chen's favorite so easily. But before he could celebrate for long, Grand Ancestor, you have no idea. Miaoyin Fong really knows how to make money. All the women there are stunning. Not just in Sichuan, their reputation is resounding in the other three regions like Donghuang and our chaotic Star Sea. Miaoyin Fong has a rule: disciples cannot fall in love before becoming inner disciples. Falling in love is fine as long as both parties agree and pay a bride price to leave. After that, they are no longer disciples of Miaoyin Fong, but the sect still gives them a grand send-off like a married daughter. This only makes those beasts flock there even more, each hoping to use their talent to charm these women away. Yuan Chen cast a faint glance at Wu Ji. Seeing that the other did not seem to be subtly hinting at anyone, he withdrew his expression and listened earnestly. Wu Ji, not noticing Yuan Chen's look, continued. That's the way of the wealthy young masters. As for those without money, do you know the function of Pochin Tower? Yuan Chen nodded. He couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. This Miaoyin Fong was truly intriguing. Even a man without inner demons. Upon hearing the news, he would travel to the Miaoyin Fong domain. Seeing all the gorgeously dressed maidens around him, how could his heart remain undisturbed? Wasn't Miaoyin Fong the perfect solution then? Upon hearing the news, he would travel to the Miaoyin Fong domain. Seeing all the gorgeously dressed maidens around him, how could his heart remain undisturbed? After coming out, they would change their garments. As for why? Very good. Are there any other places? Yuan Chen nodded. He felt increasingly pleased with this fellow Wu Ji. There's more. Wu Ji racked his brain. Women were abundant everywhere. But to satisfy Yuan Chen, it had to be something unique, exotic. He traced the map in his mind, spreading outward. Not long after, his eyes suddenly lit up. He had once seen Yuan Chen traveling with a group of wives, and distinctly remembered a little lass among them. If Yuan Chen had a taste for that, then there was indeed one such place. Got it. He clapped his hands together and excitedly looked at Yuan Chen. North of Miaoyin Fong lies a snowy domain. In that snowy domain, there is a place of extreme cold. It offers immense benefits to ice attribute cultivators, accelerating their training speed severalfold. However, a terrifying ancient monster dwells in that snowy domain, so few dare to go there. It is said to have been formed from 100,000-year-old ice. Fearing Yuan Chen might grow impatient, he quickly added, it took the form of a woman, and an exceedingly beautiful one at that, but formed from ice. Holding her in one's arms must feel incredibly pleasant, Yuan Chen thought to himself. As for the ancient monster and its formidable power, he gave it little thought. He believed he could melt her with love. If his physique had little effect on the strong, he would simply sleep beneath the ice for half a month or a month. That would solve everything. Moreover, as a natural spiritual entity of 10 to sandier ice, her talent would surely be impressive, fitting his goals. But what? He took another bite of food and asked casually. Since Wu Ji had brought it up, the but likely wasn't a Wu Ji spoke slowly. It's just that this being old lady, whether due to heavenly constraints or some other reason, her form has never changed. She is forever stuck in the appearance of a young girl of 10 or so. He had initially wanted to call her being old monster, but considering his grand ancestor's inclinations, he quickly changed his words. After all, he might encounter this old monster often in the future, and changing his address later would be awkward. As for whether Yuan Chen could win her over, the news of Yuan Chen winning over Elder Zixia had already spread, causing a huge stir. Men everywhere gave him a thumbs up. Yuan Chen was truly a role model for them all. The elder had only come to protect him for 2 months, yet ended up giving herself to him. Even more outrageous. She was his own sex senior. Thinking of this, the men grew even more envious. Imagining the alluring elders in their own sex. Their every smile and frown, their lovely hips as they walked. Sighing, they wondered if flirting with them like Yuan Chen would earn them 2 slaps on the nose. Or a broken leg. Strangely enough, some actually entertained the thought. If Yuan Chen could do it, why couldn't they? But after that man was stuffed into a mortal cesspit for 2 months, everyone suppressed their wicked thoughts. Yet the looks they gave their own ancestors still seemed a bit off. After speaking, Wu Ji stole a glance at Yuan Chen. He wasn't sure if Yuan Chen liked that type. Yuan Chen raised an eyebrow. His face showed no expression. Trembling, he stuffed a piece of vegetable into his mouth. A childlike elder was fine. No need to worry about moral condemnation. I've been practicing an ice-based technique lately, so I can go there for a visit. If it proves effective, he'll stay there a while longer to cultivate. Wu Ji's brows immediately danced, and his eyes narrowed into slits. It seemed his ancestors' tastes were no different from an ordinary man's. That made things easier. The wife of the Miyun sect's leader was once known as one of the 10 beauties of Sichuan. But alas, her fate was cruel. Her mother, to form an alliance with the Miyun sect, betrothed her to the sect leader's son. But just after she married, before the wedding night, her husband died of poison. As he spoke, his tone grew excited. From that day on, she wore mourning clothes every single day. Yuan Chen pursed his lips. He swallowed hard. Then he reached out and adjusted his sitting posture. He looked at the nearest dish. He picked up a bite of food and placed it in Wu Ji's bowl. Come eat. Wu Ji felt flattered. He sat up straight and stiff. If not for the need to maintain Yuan Chen's image, he would have boasted to his companions upon returning. In the end, unable to refuse, he happily ate the food Yuan Chen had given him. Then Yuan Chen continued, "I'm asking around. Do you know of any race with a physique similar to ours, the Dragon Clan? I wish to create a unique cultivation method. I've already made some progress. But for now, only our Dragon Clan can use it. I want to see if other races with similar body structures and meridians might also be able to cultivate it. That way we could benefit more races across the world." Wu Ji did not answer Yuan Chen's question. Instead, he stood up and bowed deeply to Yuan Chen. "Ancestor, your righteousness is great. Even a sage would be no more than this." His eyes even showed a hint of admiration. But in his heart, he already understood Yuan Chen's meaning. He understood. When he used to go out with a group of wealthy young masters, they would also like to order 2 sparrows or other similarly shaped creatures at certain special venues. The union between the original form and the transformed form had a different flavor. He had already categorized Yuan Chen as someone like himself. So the other's intentions were not hard to guess. But that wasn't important. He would flatter him a bit first. Yuan Chen, although he knew the other was saying it deliberately, he couldn't help the corners of his mouth from turning up. The words sounded too pleasing. You don't need to cheer up your ancestor. Let's talk business." After being influenced by Wu Ji many times, Yuan Chen had indeed slipped into the role of an elder. It was rather interesting. Wu Ji fell into thought. Races with a physique similar to dragons. The snake clan naturally goes without saying. Yuan Chen already had such a wife. And he heard she had now transformed into a flood dragon. So those 2 could be excluded for now. Looking at Yuan Chen's eager gaze, his mind raced. What else was there? The flying centipede clan. He glanced at Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen probably wouldn't like that, right? He wasn't sure about that either. Every race has its unique preferences. As for him, when he encountered the original form of the flying centipede clan, his only desire was to eat them. Literally eat them. But the women of this race usually had dark faces. He hadn't heard of any famous beauties among them. He shook his head. It was a pity. Otherwise, not too many. Just dozens of delicate little hands groping all over his body. He slurped and quickly pulled his wandering. He couldn't let his mind wander. He should think for Yuan Chen first. He pondered again. After a long while, lizard. All right, stop there. Think again. Before Wu Ji could finish, Yuan Chen raised his hand to stop him. Wu Ji let out an "oh" and continued to ponder with his head down. Yuan Chen didn't urge him, patiently eating his meal and waiting. Wu Ji frowned. He knew the races of the cultivation world quite well. But at this moment, when put on the spot, he could. Yuan Chen looked at him calmly and hinted nonchalantly, "What about electric eels?" He had wanted to ask the other about this before, but never had the chance. Now seeing that the other couldn't think of it, Yuan Chen could only give a hint. Wu Ji's eyes lit up. Right. He licked his lips. To be honest, he wanted that too. He immediately said eagerly, yes. There are similar races in the 4 Directions continent and the chaotic Star Sea. He licked his lips. To be honest, he wanted that too. He immediately said eagerly, yes. There are similar. Yuan Chen asked tensely, "Can they discharge electricity?" "Yes." Wu Ji immediately nodded knowingly and thoughtfully added, "I've often seen lightning flashing over the beast-taming mansion. Ancestor must be researching lightning-based techniques, right? We can go there to learn from them." Yuan Chen squinted and gave him a kind smile. He said with relief, "You're a good lad. Your great-grandmother didn't raise you with her beatings for nothing." Wu Ji, who had been all smiles, immediately had his face twitch. The image of his great-grandmother who had beaten him since childhood appeared before his eyes. Although those were all tears. He didn't understand. Why couldn't his great-grandmother be like other clans' ancestors, go into seclusion to cultivate and only come out when the clan was in crisis? But naturally he couldn't complain in front of Yuan Chen. He nodded. Yes, I will be grateful to great-grandmother for my entire life. Since Yuan Chen had started it. Wu Ji also thought of other races. He immediately opened up. The Spring Snail clan is also suitable, and they come with a little house. Whenever Ancestor wants to cultivate, you can do so anytime, anywhere. And the Emerald Seahorse clan. Wu Ji talked on and on. Yuan Chen listened carefully. There were too many. He couldn't remember them all at once. He got up and went behind Wu Ji, placing his hand on the other's shoulder. Very good. From now on you will be my chief steward. We will go on a tour later. You plan the route. We don't need to go everywhere, but every place we go must have a reason for going. Do you understand? Yuan Chen said. Wu Ji immediately became excited. Understood. He hadn't expected to become Yuan Chen's favorite so easily. But before he could celebrate for long, he heard Yuan Chen sit back down and mutter to himself. Not many of my wives will be coming along, but they are all women. It might be inconvenient at times. After Yuan Chen went into seclusion, this time his wives who had shown no reaction before began to enter seclusion one by one. Even with the worst aptitudes, most of them had received the rewards from Mother Wave 3 or 4 times. They had finally reached their critical point. This was the reason Yuan Chen planned to go out for a stroll. Out of a total of about 60 wives, a full 40 had entered seclusion. If he hadn't thought of this and built the seclusion area much larger, there might not have been enough room. As for those not in seclusion, some were not brought along for various reasons and stayed in the mansion. For example, Mingxin, who was still pregnant. For example, Xiao, who was not very convenient to travel. Now on Dragon Clan territory, the Misty sect couldn't easily come knocking. But if they were captured outside, it would be difficult to get them back. Saying this, his gaze turned to Wu Ji. What to do about the inconvenience? Wu Ji, I once visited the mortal world. Have you ever heard of a creature called a eunuch? Although cultivators can regenerate their limbs, I still have a way to prevent it from growing back. Wu Ji. After dismissing Wu Ji, Yuan Chen summoned Zhu Lin. This brother-in-law had remained ever since his arrival. In the 2 fields he was most proud of, he was completely overshadowed by Yuan Chen. He was quite disheartened. He had always wanted to extract something practical from Yuan Chen. This time upon Yuan Chen's summons, he eagerly hurried over. He carried none of the pride befitting a clan's young master. After a brief conversation, Yuan Chen appointed him as his grand alchemist. There would always be a need for pill refining and concocting in the future. He couldn't devote all his time to it. The little genius Zhu Lin was the best choice. Yuan Chen casually tossed him a couple of manuals on pill formulas and refining techniques he had acquired. He was completely indifferent to this, and Zhu Lin was more than willing to stay by Yuan Chen's side and focus on crafting. Besides, Yuan Chen was after all his brother-in-law. He was practically family. Of course, Yuan Chen didn't actually have the 2 of them seal their powers. It was just a casual. After parting with them, he headed towards the beast taming hall. Most of his wives had entered seclusion, yet the liveliness within the beast taming hall had not diminished in the slightest. With nearly 100 children around, it was impossible not to be lively. But today's merriment was different. Mingxin's parents had arrived. When Yuan Chen entered the main hall, the 2 were incessantly fussing over their daughter. In her arms, she held a little bird with a dragon's tail, an odd sight. It was the child of Yuan Chen and Ming Xin. Seeing Yuan Chen enter, Ming Jing immediately glared at him with hostility. Yuan Chen rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Back when the child was born, they hadn't informed Ming Jing and her husband. And since Ming Xin was already pregnant again, they thought they could wait until she fully recovered to surprise her parents. But the couple had somehow gotten wind of it. Yuan Chen gave an awkward smile. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, you've come. Perfect timing. Shiner is pregnant now, and you can come look after her. I believe that after this birth there's a high chance Shiner can completely rid herself of her lingering ailments. Ming Xin, who was about to scold Yuan Chen further, immediately softened her expression upon hearing this. Regardless, their daughter's life and safety were paramount. After asking a few concerned questions, they didn't press Yuan Chen about not notifying them of the first child's birth. Then come back with us to the Mingke clan. It'll be easier to care for her there. Hearing Ming Jing's words, Ming Yong nodded in agreement. It was only natural to feel more at ease with their daughter by their side. But Yuan Chen shook his head. How could that be? Here they had He Yin guarding the outside, and several elders watching within. This was the safest place. But in the Mingke clan it wouldn't be. No clan was monolithic. Even in their dragon clan, aside from these few AO, he had sworn a Dao oath with Yuan Chen not to reveal this information to other members. The same applied to the Mingke clan. Once Ming Xin gave birth to her second child, could this secret still be hidden? Ming Jing frowned. Why? The same applied to the Mingke clan. Once Ming Xin gave birth to her second child, could this secret still be hidden? Ming Jing frowned. Why? That once married to him, he had to keep his wife by his side. Or perhaps he wasn't good to his daughter on a daily basis, only putting on a facade of a good husband in front of them. And that their daughter might have been caught by him with some leverage. Afraid that if she returned to the clan, she would pour out all her grievances, causing them to make trouble for him. Or, her expression shifted rapidly. You're truly despicable. She glared angrily at Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen. He tilted his head, perplexed as he looked at his mother-in-law. What was going on? How did the conversation turn so quickly? Ming Xian and Ming Yong also stared blankly at Ming Jing. This move left them bewildered. Ming Jing suddenly realized she had gotten too caught up in her own imagination. Taking a deep breath, her face slightly flushed, she asked Yuan Chen in a gentle tone. Why is that? Yuan Chen stared at her dumbfoundedly. This mother-in-law of his. Could she be a bit? The maids were not present at the moment. These maids couldn't discern each child's talent. Yuan Chen usually didn't discuss the children's aptitude in front of them. After all, these people would eventually leave. It wouldn't be good if the information leaked. He explained in a low voice. Because our next child is destined to be a supreme divine beast. I don't want this exposed for now. Yuan Chen's expression was utterly serious. Ming Jing and Ming Yong were also taken aback by his words. Then a smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of their mouths. Of course, they also hoped the child could become a supreme divine beast. But how could Yuan Chen possibly predict that? Supreme divine beasts were always born randomly. How could it be predetermined? Don't be ridiculous. Ming Yong patted Yuan Chen's shoulder with a laugh. Aside from Yuan Chen having too many women, he was quite satisfied with his son-in-law in other aspects. But at this moment he thought Yuan Chen was just talking nonsense. Yuan Chen shook his head and said seriously, I'm not joking. Since we've come this far, I won't hide it from you. I can sense the talent of my own children. He didn't intend to conceal this from them either. Once the child was born, they would naturally feel the child's talent. If Yuan Chen hadn't told them in advance, they would surely spread the news widely in the Mingke clan. The position of clan leader in the Mingke clan was held by the most capable. After Ming Jing ascended, it wouldn't be inherited by Ming Xian. By then Ming Xin's status in the clan would inevitably decline. But with this child things would be different. Everyone would have to make way for this child. Seeing their lingering confusion, Yuan Chen sent a message to Qi Yun to bring his two supreme sons before them. As soon as the two children were brought before her, Ming Jing sensed something extraordinary. She looked up in surprise. She began to believe Yuan Chen's words. So Yuan Chen could actually mass-produce supreme divine beasts. At this thought she grew even more excited. You mean Xiner's second child is also a supreme divine beast? Yuan Chen saw her look and nodded. She became even more thrilled. Now after they ascended, no one in the clan would be able to bully Shiner. As for Yuan Chen's request to keep it secret for now, they agreed after some thought. After all, the child would be born eventually. A few more years wouldn't hurt. Yuan Chen's safety was paramount. After discussing it, they directly sent a message to the Mingke clan canceling all their commitments. For now, they had no plans to return. They would stay to protect their daughter. Yuan Chen had no objections to this. He let Ming Jing settle in comfortably, and then sent Ming Yong off to Elder He Yan's place. Of course, he didn't mean to keep the in-laws apart. Yuan Chen specifically instructed the guest house not to charge them for their. He was truly a thoughtful son-in-law. Young master, ahead lies the Radiant Wave City. Gazing upon the city, which was over 10 times larger than Greenleaf City, Wu Ji shouted with excitement. Having been called Grand Ancestor all this time, Yuan Chen felt it made him sound old. After all, they were heading out on serious business. The impression it gave was somewhat unfavorable. Under Yuan Chen's instruction, Wu Ji cooperatively began addressing him as young master. Hearing the voice, Yuan Chen led his wives out of the room. A total of 7 had come along on this trip: Yi Lingling, Shui Monong, Zixia, Wu Xian, Jinjing, Qi Yun, and Zhu Qingru. The remaining women were either in seclusion or had other reasons for not following. None of the children were brought on this journey. With so many little ones, it would have been too boisterous. Zixia had to be brought along. Although Yuan Chen had the backing of the Dragon clan, one could never be sure if someone might. Moreover, there were many solitary cultivators who had nothing to fear. If they were to abduct Yuan Chen and hide away somewhere, as long as he was unwilling, the world was vast enough to make discovery difficult. It was indeed necessary to bring Zixia along. Yuan Chen said with a gentle smile. Right away. Wu Ji responded, then guided the vessel to descend. As Yuan Chen's chief steward, it was perfectly normal for him to act as a chauffeur. As for Yuan Chen, he naturally remained in the central cabin of the ship, occupied with his own important affairs. He had not been idle on the road. Zixia and Wu Xian had conceived again. Both possessed the talent of top-grade divine beasts. Without hesitation, Yuan Chen had each of them consume 2 bottles of the spiritual liquid that enhanced talent. The children born barring any accidents would undoubtedly be supreme-grade divine beasts. Clang. The entire flying vessel landed. All 10 people on board disembarked. Apart from Yuan Chen and his 7 wives, there were only 2 underlings, Wu Ji and Zhu Lin. The moment they set foot on the ground, Yuan Chen received a reward from the system. It happened precisely at that moment. Far away in the divine beast manor, Wu Xian had also given birth to a child. Without any doubt, it was a supreme-grade divine beast. Reward obtained: passive skill, Ear of Revelation. Allows interception of divine sense transmissions from all beings within the user's spiritual perception range. No cultivation level restriction. Yuan Chen was taken aback. This was quite useful. Divine sense transmission was akin to an encrypted conversation. Without the sender's permission, only those of a higher cultivation level could forcibly eavesdrop. Those of the same level were generally unable to overhear it. But Yuan Chen's ability was different. Without the limitation of cultivation level, could he simply stand outside the gates of major families and eavesdrop on the discussions of their elders? There were many other potential uses as well. Reward obtained supreme grade auxiliary spiritual artifact realm breaking divine boat. After reading the description, Yuan Chen was delighted. It was an escape treasure. With this, wouldn't their safety be greatly assured? More importantly, this artifact was not heavily dependent on one's cultivation level. As long as there were enough spirit stones, it could be activated. He glanced over the other rewards, some useless cultivation techniques, some bloodline rewards, and make way, make way. As Yuan Chen was tallying his gains, a furious roar came from outside. He looked up to see a group of people charging toward them atop fierce beasts resembling rhinoceroses. They showed no sign of slowing down even as they approached. Yuan Chen calmly swept his gaze over the dozen or so ferocious beasts bearing down on him. A supreme grade divine beast. It truly is a supreme grade divine beast. Within the divine beast manor, Ming Jing held the newborn child and shouted with exhilaration. Such excitement. This was her own grandchild, a future overlord of a region. Unlike the previous child, this one was born quite beautiful. Its chest was covered in gleaming golden scales. When this child was conceived, Yuan Chen had already advanced to the Golden Dragon stage, so it naturally inherited aspects of the Golden Dragon. From the chest toward the back, there were light green peacock wings on both sides. The dragon race itself possessed a majestic and handsome form. Combined with the beautiful wings of the bright peacock clan, the child appeared even more divine and spirited. Ming Jing's hands still trembled uncontrollably, remembering that her husband was waiting in the main hall. She immediately eagerly carried the child out. The 8 elders behind her followed closely. In the main hall, He Yan and Ming Yong waited anxiously. However, the inner courtyard was forbidden to men. No one except Yuan Chen could enter. Without permission, no matter how anxious they were, they could not go in. Fortunately, Ming Jing knew her husband was anxious and brought the child out. He Yan also got to share in the joy. The 2 big men immediately crowded around. Taking the baby girl from Ming Jing's hands, Ming Yong broke into a wide grin. But after only a moment, he handed the child to He Yan. He looked at Ming Jing with longing. And Shiner, has she recovered? He had not forgotten that his daughter was still suffering from illness. Ming Jing smiled in satisfaction. At least you care for your daughter, she said cheerfully. Shiner is perfectly fine. As she spoke, tears almost spilled from her eyes. Her daughter had endured so much over the years. Haha, another supreme grade divine beast. Excellent. He Yan danced with joy. This child shall follow me, elder. I will personally mentor him. Elder He Yan, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Yes, the Black Dragon clan doesn't have many resources left. I think the clan leader should decide. The moment the 8 female elders behind him immediately voiced their displeasure. Although their status and cultivation were inferior to He Yan's, it was harmless to grumble. Those who wanted the clan leader to decide were naturally women from the Golden Dragon clan. AOE had come from the Golden Dragon clan. Wouldn't the child upon growing up naturally gravitate toward the Golden Dragon clan? The Golden Dragon clan was not averse to having more members. They also knew that Yuan Chen could mass-produce supreme-grade divine beasts. The Purple Dragon and Black Dragon clans had all sent women to marry him. In the future, there would likely be supreme-grade divine beasts belonging to them as well. But for them, they could only rely on winning favor. As for Ao Xing, the 5-clawed Golden Dragon, the world would surely belong to Yuan Chen in the future. All the other supreme-grade divine beasts were Yuan Chen's own children, his brothers and sisters. Ao Xing couldn't even get into that circle. In the past, supreme-grade divine beasts were rare. One would inevitably become a clan leader upon reaching maturity. But it was different now. Not to mention others, if Yuan Yun wanted to seize that position, could Ao Xing even defeat his entire family. Ahem. Hearing the elders arguing, Ming Xin and Ming Yong stopped their conversation. He couldn't help. Well, this is my grandchild after all. I intend to raise him myself. You shouldn't have any objections, should you? The others turned their heads to look at Ming Xin. That's not right. Since she married into our dragon clan, she is one of us. Naturally, the dragon clan should raise the child. Ao Xing spoke up. Yes, it should be raised in the dragon clan. The group, which had been squabbling moments before, immediately united against a common front. Ming Jing curled her lip. She paid them no heed. Was she bringing her own grandchild back to her clan? Did these outsiders have the right to stop her? Young madam, come quick. The backyard. Amidst the incessant chatter of the crowd, Ming Jing pretended not to hear any of it. Meanwhile, Ming Yong, observing his wife's expression, swiftly snatched the child from Haiyan's arms and held it close to his chest. Haiyan smacked his lips. With his strength, of course, he could have prevented the snatch. But what the other said was true. They were the ones who could truly make decisions for the child. He had no blood relation to the child, and indeed no right to fight for it. Just as several Dragon Clan elders were still earnestly persuading Ming Jing, Fat Auntie rushed out from the backyard excitedly shouting. Ming Xin watched her mother chatting with the others, a smile on her face. She harbored no worries about this. Yuan Chen must have already made a decision on this matter. But naturally, she was also quite pleased that her daughter was being fought over. Just then, however, she saw the flustered Fat Auntie pointing towards the backyard. She immediately grew anxious. The backyard was where all the children were. If something happened, how would she explain it to Yuan Chen when he returned? Without a second thought, she turned and rushed towards the backyard, asking urgently, Has something happened to the children? Fat Annie quickly replied. No, it's the spiritual herbs the young master planted. The astonishment in her eyes had yet to fade. Hearing it wasn't the children, Mingxin's anxiety subsided. Right. With so many experts watching outside, what could possibly happen? She was just worrying unnecessarily. Setting the matter aside. Well then, everyone continue your chat. He'll go see what's happened in the backyard. She spoke to them apologetically. Don't mind us, go ahead. Haiyan waved his hand. He didn't express a desire to go see for himself. Yuan Chen had previously said not to reveal the matters of the backyard. Sealed off by formations, the 8 elders had never entered the children's courtyard all this time. They could only sense something unusual about that yard from the spiritual energy spilling out. Let alone them. Even Mingjing and his wife had never been there. They could only see their grandchild when the child came. Yes, go on. The others urged as well. Mingxin bowed in apology before heading towards the deepest courtyard. Passing through one yard, she took down the wardrobe she had been wearing as clothing. She had carried it all this time to treat her illness. After giving birth, the system's feedback had fully restored her body. Only now did she remember she no longer needed it. A small wooden box appeared in her hand. She could throw it into the children could play inside and strengthen their constitutions. Passing through the barrier into the children's courtyard. When it was set up, it was intended for the children to be placed here. Thus the defensive formation built here was the most powerful. Young madam, look. Fat Annie followed closely behind. Upon entering, she pointed to where Yuan Chen had planted his herbs. Mingxin didn't need to be pointed to, she had already noticed that spot. Her eyes widened in shock. Her small mouth opened involuntarily. At some unknown time, the spiritual herbs had grown lush and green, covering the entire yard. All were low-grade spiritual herbs. One must know that in the outside world, low-grade spiritual herbs took at least 10 years to mature. Yet here they had grown tall in less than a year. Mingxin stepped forward. Yuan Chen's other wives turned to greet her. The children were tumbling and playing amidst the spiritual herbs. When hungry, they would pluck the fruits from above and stuff them into their mouths. Mingxin recognized this low-grade spiritual herb. It was called the spirit infant fruit. It could enhance one's blood and qi, and its spiritual energy was considered gentle. Yuan Chen's children were at least at the early golden core stage. Thus there was no need to worry about them being unable to withstand the herb's power. Mingxin nodded to the other sisters. What happened here? The remaining women here were all recently wed. Their seniority was naturally not as deep as Mingxin's. Hearing Mingxin's question, Li Xian pursed her lips and said, We don't know either. It was fine just a moment ago, but in an instant all the fruits above ripened. And, as she spoke, she crouched down and stuffed a spirit infant fruit into her mouth. In no time a tender sprout appeared right where the fruit had been plucked. These fruits are inexhaustible. They can grow back in a short time. Mingxin's eyes widened. Was it really this? She looked at the spiritual vein behind her, which had been chiseled with small holes. Shook her head almost imperceptibly. It probably had nothing to do with the spiritual vein. Her own clan, the Minke Sparrows, also had high-grade spiritual veins. But she had never heard of them having such an effect on spiritual herbs. She took out a transmission talisman, intending to inform Yuan Chen. This spirit infant fruit was neither entirely unimportant nor entirely significant. But these spirit infant fruits that could grow infinitely here were definitely not ordinary. Couldn't this be used to mass cultivate lower-level disciples? For those at the golden core stage like Yuan Chen's children, it would certainly have excellent effects. But now they were just eating them as snacks. On the other hand, after all, they were only low-grade spiritual herbs. They were of no use to those of higher realms. Yuan Chen stood calmly in place. The ferocious beasts before him were all lying on the ground. Zixiao withdrew her hands, stood quietly before Yuan Chen. In a couple of months you can't just act so recklessly, Yuan Chen said with concern. She was just over a month pregnant now, so it was fine. But it would be different later. He needed to be careful. Besides, the ferocious beasts just now were all at the nascent soul stage. He could have easily dealt with them. Zixiao nodded with a faint smile. The giant rhino rolled over in pain. Yuan Chen shifted his gaze to them. Ferocious beasts were not much different from demonic beasts or divine beasts. They were also divided into different ranks. However, one thing was different about ferocious beasts. They never transformed. Not because they didn't want to, but because they couldn't. They were inherently unable to transform. They cultivated according to the traits of their own race, focusing their efforts on their racial talents, cultivating strength, speed, illusions. Aside from heredity, when ordinary beasts gained intelligence, they also had two choices. One was to take human form. The other was to solidify their bloodline, after which they could never transform. There were pros and cons. Their original form had limited means, but great power. However, the weakness was that when facing a race that countered them, their combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. Besides these, ferocious beasts had another characteristic. Their size would constantly change as their cultivation increased. The stronger the cultivation, the larger the size. Thus it was impossible for them to conceal their strength. For example, the herd of rhinos before him. With a single glance, Yuan Chen could tell their cultivation wasn't high. No need for probing. Of course, the size of each race was different. Damn it, who dares to block my path? Tired of Just then, a young aristocratic lord slowly rose from behind the rhino. Although he had been knocked down by an attack, and it was clear the attacker was an expert, yet he showed no fear at all. His family status spanning 10,000 li was not to be trifled with. He glared angrily in Yuan Chen's direction. Oh, a beauty. And so many of them. Hee. Son will soon find Senior Pingy, and then you'll be saved. Beneath the waters Yuan swiftly carried Yuan and on his back as he moved through the depths. Yet the sun on his back could not respond, still trapped in a state of silver petrification. Yuan dared not store him in his ring, and could only bear him thus. After much inquiry, he finally learned from the Silver Dragon clan of a way to save his son. A master of the Silver Dragon clan resided in the Western River region. The Dragon clan did not solely dwell within the chaotic Star Sea, they were active across all 4 regions. Pingy was one such figure, though Yuan Da's status was rather low. Even if he arrived, gaining an audience might be impossible. Yet Yuan and was his only son. Regardless of the outcome, this journey was one he had to undertake. He held great expectations for Senior Pingy, whose power had reached the 7th tribulation of the loose Immortal realm, ranking among the top 5 in the Silver Dragon clan. Clutching a sliver of hope, he traveled 1,000 li. His pace slowed as he neared the Ripple Cave, yet he was forced to decelerate, for this sea domain was teeming with mighty beings. Those of lesser strength had no. There was a reason these reclusive masters gathered here. As soon as Yuan set foot in this region, he sensed a difference, his spiritual energy churning violently within him. Over a dozen 12th tribulation loose immortals and numerous experts joined forces to slay him here. It was said this was a prodigy of the celestial realm suppressed to the. Over a dozen 12th tribulation loose immortals and numerous experts joined forces to slay him here. It was said this was a prodigy of the celestial realm suppressed to the 5th layer of golden immortal upon descent. After the battle, the lower realms experts were nearly wiped out, their immortal and spirit artifacts shattered. The fusion of their essence and shattered artifacts gave birth to this region. Whether true or false, he cautiously scanned his surroundings. Having come this far unscathed, it would be a dire misfortune to meet an accident at the very doorstep. He suppressed his aura to the minimum. Outside, his Dragon Clan identity offered some protection. Others would show face unless they were enemies. But here no one cared about the Dragon Clan. Even if AOE himself came, they would kill without hesitation. Thump thump thump. Yuan Da's steps faltered. His heart pounded wildly. For some reason, an inexplicable dread crept into his soul. He glanced around. The waters on all sides were pitch black, the surrounding rocks exuding a dark oppressive aura. His heart sank. Had he been targeted? After a moment's thought, he cupped his hands to the surroundings. I am merely passing through, a junior. If I have disturbed any senior, I beg your pardon. I shall leave at once. Unsure if anyone was nearby, he chose to yield. After a few seconds of silence, no movement came, yet an inexplicable panic persisted in his heart. He dared not linger. Feigning composure, he cupped his hands again, then hoisted his son and bolted toward the Dragon Clan elder's dwelling. A sharp hiss cut through the air. But in that instant, a sound of something piercing through the air reached his ears. Before he could react, a milky white silver thread coiled around his waist. Senior, spare, He barely began to plead when a tremendous force yanked him backward. His son tumbled from his shoulder, rolling onto the ground. But after only 2 rolls, another silver thread shot out, binding them both together. Yuan Da's heart filled with despair. Disaster had indeed struck. His body collided with rocks along the way. These were no ordinary stone walls. Even a late-stage spirit-severing expert like him could not chip a single fragment. Pain racked his body as the scenery blurred past. Soon he was dragged into a cave, the silver thread winding through twists and turns. When Yuan Da's body finally stopped, he found himself deep within the rock beneath the water. Mother, you're in for a treat. It's a little mud eel. Mother, can I have a lick? Just one lick, I beg you. Yuan Da saw his son beside him, and briefly felt relief, only to be assailed by clamorous voices nearby. He even heard the sound of drooling. Lifting his head, his face turned deathly pale at the sight of the beasts surrounding him. He had been captured in the territory of the rogue ant spiders. His eyes widened in terror as he gazed at the 100 turtle ant spider queen. These creatures were hybrids of quicksand ants and shadow spiders. The 2 races often interbred, making such mutations quite common. And these mutants had a unique trait. As long as there were enough spirit stones, it could be activated. He glanced over the other rewards, some useless cultivation techniques, some bloodline rewards, and make way, make way. They were even more relentless than Yuan Chen. The one before Yuan Da was no exception. In his sight, he was barely the size of one of her legs, forcing him to gaze upward. Yet her legs were less than 3 meters tall. From a distance, one couldn't even see her 12 limbs. She had 12 legs in total, all short and slender. Her 2 arms were somewhat longer, reaching 20 or 30 meters. She didn't use her legs to walk, her rear constantly scraped against the ground. Now Yuan Da saw her round rear polished to a gleaming shine. Looking upward was nauseating. Her belly was a full 70 or 80 meters. Her head was over 30 meters, shaped like an ant's, while her belly resembled a spider's, bulging and massive. But what set her apart were the dozens of small holes, each tens of centimeters wide, covering her belly. The revolting part was that these weren't navels. Only the lowest one was serving as the ant spider's silk-spinning organ. As for the other holes, at this moment several of the dozen or so were churning with different beasts clinging to a few. One hole held a golden elephant, its entire body outside, only its trunk stirring within. With the elephant's white flesh from the other holes rolled out in rhythm, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Yuan Da's heart turned to ashes. The rogue ant spider was a fierce beast. Given its size, it must be at least at the great perfection of the Mahayana stage. How could he possibly escape? Get lost. Ah, the ant spider queen spoke impatiently, waving off her daughter's clamor. Savoring the pleasure brought by the golden elephant, her slender black hand patted its wrinkled rear approvingly. Her daughters dared not argue, chuckling as they stepped aside. The ant spider queen's green eyes fixed on Yuan Da, her blood-red tongue licking the drool from her fangs. It's been ages since I caught a dragon. The last one died after 2 days of play. Taking the baby girl from Ming Jing's hands, Ming Yong broke into a wide grin. But after only a moment, Senior. What? Why do you ask this? Yuan Da's scalp went numb. Facing the ant spider queen's ominous gaze, he couldn't help but retreat a few steps. He dared not even glance at his son anymore. A wave of regret washed over him. He should never have come to seek Pingy in the first place. Losing a son was nothing. He could always wait a few hundred years and conceive another. If all else failed, wasn't his son's essence still intact? He could chisel an opening in the petrified wooden rod, capture some women, and keep them stationed atop it. He was certain he could produce a grandson somehow. But now it was too late for regrets. He dared not ignore the ant spider queen, so he asked, trembling, "What status do you have to question, mother?" "Indeed, mother, let your daughter smash his mouth and teach him some manners." The moment Yuan Da finished speaking, curses erupted from the maidens around him. He looked around helplessly. Ant spiders surrounded him on all sides. The large ones were dozens of meters in size, the small ones a few centimeters. The tiny ones especially were too numerous to count. As the larger ones cursed, a dense swarm of tiny spiders began crawling over Yuan Da's body. A buzzing sound filled his ears. It seemed even the smallest ones were joining in the curses. Yuan Da dared not move a muscle, fearing he might crush thousands of them if he even shifted his weight. Silence. The ant spider queen, likely annoyed by the noise, roared. But with that single shout, the tiny creatures clinging to Yuan Da fell to the ground in a cascade. They were killed by their own mother's voice. Exactly, so noisy. Can't you be quiet? A bunch of trash. The larger ones kept chattering. Yuan Da took a deep breath. They were so fragile. Yet he couldn't help but envy the ant spider race. Unlike his dragon clan, which struggled to reproduce, ant spiders had no such worries. They brought forth tens of thousands of offspring every moment. But there were limits. Otherwise the cultivation world would have long been ruled by ant spiders. They were prolific, but the quality of their offspring was extremely poor. Most of their children were inferior to ordinary demon beasts. The probability of birthing a high-quality child was no different from a dragon's. It was only because ant spiders were numerous with many openings on their bellies and better at managing their time than dragons that they produced more quality offspring. After a mere second of envy, Yuan Da snapped back to reality. He quickly waved his hands at the ant spider queen above. "It's not my fault. Having many children was one thing, their death was another." He had to explain. But the moment he raised his hand, another large group of ant spiders was killed by the air current. Terrified, Yuan Da stopped moving immediately. His heart was bitter. "Little ancestors, could you please stop climbing?" The ant spider queen glanced around indifferently, ignoring the death of her offspring. Here daughters were the cheapest commodity. She could have as many as she wanted. With that thought, an organ on her belly turned outward. With a rustling sound, a massive swarm of daughters tumbled to the ground. The very first batch died on impact. Their younger sisters trampled over the corpses, scurrying aside, then joined the older ones in buzzing at Yuan Da. Yuan Da knew, without guessing, that they were cursing him. Fear and exasperation filled his heart. "Do you even know what's happening? You just hit the ground and start chattering. Is your whole family a bunch of chatterboxes? Remember, you are a captive now. Answer my questions honestly. Answer the questions. Answer the questions." Yin Yang looked at Yuan Da with displeasure. Her daughters chimed in, shouting in support. Yuan Da's body began to the little ones on him fell off in waves. Fear was about to spill from his eyes. Could it be? No, it couldn't be. Stammering, he said, "My true form is over 40 meters. Yin Yang's eyes lit up. Her breath quickened as she asked rapidly, "And your waist? How wide is it?" "Oh, 1 meter." Yuan Da forced out the words, his suspicions growing stronger. Yin Yang's eyes widened. She said impatiently, "Be precise, is it exactly 1 meter or 1 meter 80? 1 meter. Ha, then good, transform into your true form now." No. Do you seek death?" Hearing his defiance, Yin Yang immediately questioned him. But this elephant on her body was too good at causing trouble. With every word, she couldn't help but let out a delicate moan. "Damn, man." With a puff, Yin Yang grabbed the golden elephant's tail, yanked it out, and flung it aside without hesitation. She had a better choice now. Of course she had to try it first. The other openings on her belly were fine too, but a fine male specimen, like a dragon, deserved to be savored alone. Other things would ruin the dragon's flavor. With that thought, a series of thuds, beasts and divine creatures tumbled to the ground. Then Yin Yang's daughters pounced on them quickly. Such prime specimens were usually enjoyed by their mother alone. They usually had to make do with inferior ones. Now that their mother was trying new food, they had to seize the chance. Let me rest. The golden elephant flailed its massive body, pleading with the maidens. But no one paid him any heed. Before he could even stand, they rushed over and pounced. They scrambled to find their positions. Some grabbed the trunk, some the legs, some the tusks, some the tail. Even more absurd, the tiniest maidens climbed onto the golden elephant, picking out clean, upright hairs to cling to. Yuan Da's scalp crawled at the sight. What, can't you hear me? Yin Yang's tone grew heavier. Yuan Da's legs began to shake uncontrollably. Once again he regretted coming to this damned place. His hatred for Yuan Chen intensified. If not for him, how would he have ended up in this situation? At the thought, Yuan Chen. That's right, Yuan Chen. Considering the ant spider's reproductive traits, his breathing quickened. There was still a chance. He still had a chance. Since you refuse, I'll just beat you back into your true form myself. Yin Yang, now impatient, caused an opening on her belly to writhe. Instantly a torrent of liquid surged out. Before Yuan Da could speak, he was drenched. Oh, stop. Senior, stop. The liquid hit his body, sizzling and emitting white smoke. Senior, don't you want all your offspring to be prodigiously talented? I have a way. Stop. Yuan Da shouted. He rolled on the ground incessantly. His body flickered, feeling the urge to revert to his true form. Oh. Yin Yang paused. Seeing that Yuan Da didn't seem to be lying, she sucked in with her mouth. All the liquid around him flowed back into her. Yin Yang smacked her lips. Speak. Yuan Da slowly rose to his feet. He grimaced and rubbed various parts of his body. The pain was excruciating. Enduring the agony, he said, I have a nephew named Yuan Chen. I wonder if you senior have heard of him. Yin Yang dared not hesitate in her questioning and spoke swiftly. As she uttered the name Yuan Chen, her eyes were filled with resentment. Had she not feared misunderstanding from the senior before her, she would have gnashed her teeth while speaking. Slap. Don't play coy with me, old hag. An arm as thin as a noodle struck Yuan Da across the face, sending him flying over 10 meters away. Ouch, mother, you're crushing your daughter. Mother. My leg. Oh, it's fine. I'm amazing. Damn loach, get lost. Yuan Da's body crushed a group of daughters beneath him. Those who were crushed to death lay dead. Those who survived began cursing and complaining. Yet there was no trace of fear on their faces. They showed no concern for having nearly been crushed to death moments ago. Even those who could not move maintained a playful, grinning demeanor. Yuan Da rose nimbly. Words tumbled from his mouth in a torrent. My nephew Yuan Chen can engage in deep communion with any species without adverse effects, and the offspring born are of exceptionally high quality. Since his marriage over 4 years ago, he has fathered at least 100 children, all of them at least low-grade divine beasts. Are you trying to fool me? Do you think I'm unaware of the capabilities of you dragon men? Can you even sire a few children? And utterly useless. Yin Yang interrupted, directly sneering. Ha ha, dragon men are all waste. All women are trash too, unlike us. The surrounding swarm of ant spiders could not stop chattering, all mocking. Yuan Da's face instantly turned green. This was a racial limitation. What did it have to do with the capability of dragons? Insulting him was one thing, but daring to insult the dragon race. If he hadn't heard it himself within the gates, any dragon man would find this unbearable. He had just swiftly sealed his 5 senses and heard nothing. Ignoring the mockery around him, he spoke respectfully. Senior, I am not lying. Perhaps the news hasn't reached here. It's mainly in the Chaos Star Sea region. Last year, Yuan Chen held some sort of recruitment drive. You can look it up. Seeing Yuan Da's urgent expression, Yin Yang stared into his eyes for a moment. It didn't seem like he was lying. She suddenly became greatly interested. First, tell me everything you know. She gestured for the daughters to be quiet. But the effect was virtually non-existent. Those who were chattering continued chattering. Those who were toying with their prey continued toying. Yuan Da's hatred for Yuan Chen had reached its peak. He recounted everything he knew. As Yuan Da spoke, Yin Yang's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Wasn't this a perfect match made in heaven? She reproduced quickly, and he produced high-quality offspring. Combining the two. My goodness, she dared not even think about it. At worst, low-grade divine beasts. She knew that her kind could spawn countless young in a single go. With Yuan Chen's enhancement, a single heave of her belly would bring tens of millions of low-grade divine beasts into the world. Another heave, and another vast wave of low-grade divine beasts. Before long, they could conquer the entire cultivation world. And then she would be the undisputed mother of all races. Excited, she stood up on her 2 short legs. 2 tiny sticks of limbs somehow supported her entire body steadily. I must have this man. Greed and lust flashed in her eyes. Hearing this, Yuan Da felt a wave of relief. First, he had at least a glimmer of hope for survival. Second, Yuan Chen was being targeted by an expert who cared nothing for the Dragon Clan. But as you said, if Yuan Chen is so important, wouldn't the Dragon Clan send someone to protect him? After a moment of excitement, Yin Yang stared at Yuan Da with dangerous eyes. Are you deliberately telling me this to send me to my death? As she spoke, a terrifying aura automatically radiated from her. Yuan Da was instantly suppressed, unable to speak. Cold sweat poured down his back. In all his years, this was the first time he had felt such a sensation. When the pressure receded slightly. Are you deliberately telling me this to send me to my death? As she spoke, a terrifying aura automatically radiated. But that brat Yuan Chen must have taken some strange pill, making the elders guard his Qingya city, while he himself, he had been in constant contact with his clan. Naturally, he was well aware of Yuan Chen's departure. Right now, Yuan Chen should only have an elder named Zixia following him. Elder Zixia is Yuan Chen's wife currently at the 7th Tribulation Loose Cultivator level. I wonder, Senior, if you... So only a 7th Tribulation Loose Cultivator is with him. Yin Yang's eyes flickered continuously. She had already formed a plan to capture him. Although she was also at the 7th as a high-grade divine beast herself, Zixiao was not significantly stronger than her. Moreover, she was going to capture someone, not necessarily fight her. There was still a great chance of success. Once she succeeded, she would hide away, and who could find her? She would hide and bear children for a while. By the time she emerged again, the cultivation world would have a master. If the other party chose to hide and not come out, so be it. But if they dared to show themselves, they had only themselves to blame. She looked at Yuanda. Where is he now? Yuanda said softly in Sichuan. He had only learned this from his clansmen. He wasn't sure of the exact location. One look at Yuanda's face told Yin Yang the situation. But it was fine. Yuanda and Yuan Chen were not far apart in bloodline. Condense a drop of your essence blood, she ordered unceremoniously. Yuanda's face went pale, but gritting his teeth, he obediently complied. Though losing essence blood would weaken him greatly, it was better than losing his life. After obtaining the essence blood, it floated before Yin Yang. As the essence blood slowly burned, Yin Yang closed her eyes. Moments later, she exclaimed in delight, found him. At that moment, the essence blood burned away completely. Senior, can you spare mine and my son's lives? Yuanda said weakly. Having lost his essence blood, it would take... Yin Yang grinned. Slowly, she extended a finger. 2 lives. Yuanda was stunned, then wanted to cry, but had no tears. Big sister, now is not the time for this. He said ingratiatingly, yes, 2 lives. Yin Yang licked her lips. Transform into your true form. Yuanda hesitated. Transform or die. Yuanda did not want to die. After a moment of hesitation, he obediently transformed into his true form. As soon as he did, Yin Yang grabbed him by the neck. With a lecherous smile, she shoved him toward the opening on her belly. Get in, hurry. If you don't, I'll hit you. Tisk tisk tsk. After Li Ying scrambled to his feet, he circled around Yuan Chen and his group, leering lasciviously at Yuan Chen's wives. He had met most of the women from the Miaoying Pavilion before, yet none of these faces were among them. However, their beauty was in no way inferior to those within. At this thought, his heart itched with desire. The women inside were under the watchful eye of that old madam. Even his father was reluctant to offend her. He didn't have the courage to make a move. But outsiders, that was a different matter entirely. His father, his grandfather, and his great-grandfather were all at the level of loose cultivators or above. His eyes fixed greedily on Zixiao and Wu Xian, his excitement growing. 2 pregnant women. Hey, you lot, I'm taking these women for myself. You can leave now. Few old men could still father children at such an age. Thus he concluded that Yuan Chen and his group were just a bunch of young lads out for a pleasure trip. There was no need to worry about provoking some ancient monster. Yuan Chen raised an eyebrow. The way this brat had stared at his wives already disgusted him. He couldn't believe the audacity of such words. Narrowing his eyes at Li Ying, he thought, you're done for. But beyond that, what he despised most was this arrogant and domineering attitude. With him here, shouldn't he be the one acting the most arrogant? He jerked his head at Wu Ji. Go slap him twice. You got it. Wu Ji cracked his knuckles as he stepped forward. He had never had such a chance to show off when following other young masters. Moreover, he felt utter disgust toward this brat who dared to insult his great-grandmother. Only young Master Yuan Chen had the right to insult his great-grandmother. Ridiculous. How dare you act so arrogantly on my turf? Seeing that Wu Ji was merely a waste at the golden core stage, Li Ying sneered disdainfully. Let alone him, the other couldn't even withstand one of his fierce beasts. However, he cast a few more glances at Zixia. This woman was formidable. She had effortlessly blown his group away with a light gesture. She had some skill, but he had already sent word to his 3rd uncle who would arrive shortly. It was a pity. His 3rd uncle was also a lecher. He would have to split these stunning beauties with him. He grinned savagely at Wu Ji, who was foolishly approaching him. Since he was courting death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wu Ji showed no panic. Since Yuan Chen had sent him, there was nothing else to worry about. He walked slowly up to Li Ying. Slap, slap. 2 heavy blows to the face. Li Ying was stunned, staring in disbelief at the man before him. Sharp pain seared across his face. Why couldn't he move? Rage boiled within him. He had never suffered such humiliation in his entire life. He couldn't bear it any longer. Just you wait. Realizing his body was still immobilized, Li Ying snarled viciously. Then he activated the lion's roar technique. He let out a great shout toward the city. 3rd uncle, someone's hitting me. Someone's hitting me. 3rd uncle. Within Boguang City, everyone, no matter what they were doing, heard Li Ying's cry. Li Jing bolted upright from his bed, hurriedly pulling on his clothes. He had been in the middle of something when he received his nephew's message. Upon learning that some exquisite married women had arrived, he naturally wanted to go see them. But he was in the thick of things, planning to go afterward. He hadn't expected trouble to arise so soon. Did someone actually dare to touch the Li family in Boguang City? Li Lang, what's happening? The voluptuous woman lying beneath him, sensing the stillness above, opened her eyes, still breathing faintly, and asked. She had also heard Li Ying's voice. Curious, she spoke up. Nothing. Wait here, I'll be right back. He leered at her naked form. Li Jing reluctantly tore his gaze away. Ha ha ha, this is killing me, wife. That little beast from the Li family got beaten up. Come out with me to watch the show. Just then the door burst open with a bang. A burly man strode in, excitedly shouting with joy before he even crossed the threshold. That Li family bunch of beasts loved to prey on married women. Not a few people in Boguang City had suffered at their hands, but there was no help for it. They were simply too powerful. Now hearing they had been taught a lesson, he was overjoyed. But after he finished speaking, all three of them froze in place. After a long silence, the burly man turned silently and walked out, closing the door behind him. Knock, knock, knock. Wife, may I come in? Li Jing. The young wife. She took a deep breath and looked at Li Jing. Perhaps Li Lang, you should go attend to your business first. Li Jing gave an awkward laugh. How interesting. He had thought the thrill was gone after being exposed. Who would have guessed? It seemed he would have to visit more often for greater excitement. He nodded with a smile, then vanished from the room in a flash. The young wife tidied the bed, dressed, and got up. The burly man entered, keeping his eyes straight ahead. Wife, there's a good show at the city gate. Shall we go watch together? All right. The young wife replied with a sweet smile. Yuan Chen looked at the fellow before him with a strange expression. Not bad. He must have mastered this skill to be able to project his voice across the entire city. He assessed the other's strength at the mid-nascent soul stage. Not a bad talent. Who dares to cause trouble on Li family turf? Li Jing appeared demanding of Yuan Chen and his group. Seeing his nephew bound, he gave a slight shake of his body, and Li Ying instantly felt control return to him. His face twisted with rage as he glared at Wu Ji. A mere golden core cultivator dared to humiliate him like this. Without waiting for Li Jing to speak further, he attacked Wu Ji directly. Oh! Yuan Chen withdrew his hand. Li Ying's entire arm exploded. Wu Ji, still shaken, quickly retreated to Yuan Chen's side. Oh, there really are a few pretty ones, nephew. Li Jing was leering at Yuan Chen's wives. He didn't say much when Li Ying, killing someone was nothing. But before he could finish his sentence, his nephew's arm was gone. His words caught in his throat. His face grew solemn as he looked at Yuan Chen. He was a mid-tribulation transcendence master, yet he hadn't been able to block the attack aimed at his nephew. At this thought, he dared not speak recklessly. Brother, it seems we have a misunderstanding. I am Li Jing, the third son of the Li family from Ling Domain. May I ask where you all hail from? He was well-versed in this routine. The Miaoying Pavilion was quite famous abroad, and they occasionally ran into a tough nut. At times like this, a change in attitude was the way. After all, his grandfather was still standing firm. A simple apology, and others would usually give face. An apology. It was nothing. They might encounter one or two people they couldn't afford to offend every few centuries. But for the rest of the time, the married women they seized were theirs. Seeing the other's sudden change in demeanor, Yuan Chen chuckled. So how are these beauties? Go on, tell me. Li Jing fixed his gaze intently on Yuan Chen. Was he really trying to force a confrontation? Such incidents had occurred before. He subtly transmitted a message to a servant instructing them to investigate Yuan Chen's background within the clan. Then, maintaining an impassive expression, he looked back at Yuan Chen. This young master speaks in jest. Such firmness suggested his backer must be formidable. But if he had no one behind him, a cold sneer would suffice. Then don't blame me for being rude. Slap. Li Jing stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. He clutched his cheek. As the saying goes, one doesn't strike someone who smiles at them. What did he mean by those two slaps? Yet beyond this, a growing wariness took hold. As the saying goes, one doesn't strike someone who smiles at them. What did he mean by those two slaps? Yet beyond this, a growing wariness took hold. This fellow was no simpleton. Moreover, his nephew had just transmitted a message. The pregnant woman beside Yuan Chen was not to be trifled with either. Yuan Chen shook his hand. He had clearly heard the other's transmitted inquiries. Furthermore, he could sense the malice radiating from his enemies. Since that was the case, he might as well strike first. He would have to act sooner or later anyway. Even without this provocation, the matter of harassing his wife could not be overlooked. He cast a cold glance at Li Jing. Nothing, I just don't like the look of you. Got a problem with that? He raised his chin. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Li Jing shouted angrily to Li Ying, call your grandfather over. He fixed a venomous glare on Yuan Chen. Even if the other party had a special status, this could not end peacefully now. Li Ying produced a transmission talisman and shot Yuan Chen a glare. Could you just wait? Then he jabbered a stream of words into the talisman. Yuan Chen rolled his eyes, making no move to stop him. He always adhered to the principle of avoiding endless vendettas. He sought to minimize conflicts, turning big issues into small ones. Slap. Another resounding blow. Everyone turned to see Wu Ji deliver a slap to Li Ying's face before swiftly retreating behind Yuan Chen. Li Ying stood, frozen transmission talisman in hand, overwhelmed with indignation. The man had struck him while he was sending a message. Daring to threaten our young master. You're asking for death. After taking cover, Wu Ji shouted loudly at Li Ying. Li Jing slowly lowered his hand. He had been about to intercept the blow, but felt the surge of Yuan Chen's aura just as he moved. He had no choice but to desist. A wise man knows when to retreat. He would wait for his father to arrive and deal with them. Li Ying looked at his third uncle with a pitiful expression. To be beaten right in front of his third uncle. Seeing his uncle's dark, silent face only deepened his grievance. 2 streams of tears slowly fell. He sobbed into the transmission talisman. Grandfather, come quickly. Your grandson has been beaten. Third uncle didn't even dare to make a peep-hoo-hoo. Li Jing clenched his fists in silence. If it weren't for your formidable mother, I'd have kicked you aside long ago. Third son, what's going on? Your nephew is beaten and you don't dare fight back. Don't worry, grandson, grandfather is coming right now. The transmission talisman immediately erupted with angry shouts. Li Jing's face grew even darker. He tried to explain, but the other side had already cut off the connection. His father was coming. There was no need to be so timid now. He spoke to Yuan Chen in a low voice. Young man, at home one relies on parents, away from home on friends. Let's both show some respect so we can meet again. Yuan Chen slowly shook his head. Wrong. Wrong. What do you mean? Li Jing paused, confused. Yuan Chen, at home I don't rely on my parents. I rely on my child. Li Jing was speechless. Then he quickly caught on. This brat was mocking him. He glared at Yuan Chen for 2 seconds. He glared for 2 minutes. He glared for 20 minutes. Finally, sensing his father's presence, he snarled. Kid, you're asking for death. I gave you face and you think you're something special. Today let your father teach you a lesson. With that he attacked directly. He was no longer afraid. Even if he couldn't win, his father wouldn't just watch, would he? As Li Jing gathered his strength, Yuan Chen looked at him in confusion. What was wrong with him? He struck the man's face twice more, yet received no reaction at all. What? Did he think playing dumb would make him let it go? Dream on. But just as he was about to finish the man off, he heard a startled. Yuan Chen quickly sensed an approaching aura and understood what was happening. But by then Li Jing had already launched his attack. He had to deal with this first. A middle-aged man descending from midair had already spotted the combatants. He nodded to himself as he flew. His third son had shown some improvement. The opponent was clearly far stronger than him, yet he still dared to strike. That was the right spirit. The brave prevail in a narrow pass. It seemed he had misjudged his third son all along, thinking him a bully who perhaps it was because his eldest son was too outstanding that he had formed such a notion. But this was not the time for such thought. His son was already losing the fight. Could he allow his child to be bullied on his own turf? He let out a thunderous roar. How dare you? His voice boomed like thunder. The distant onlookers covered their ears in pain. Word of the conflict with the Li family had spread. A considerable crowd had gathered only to suffer this unintended harm. But no one cared about their fate. After Master Li's shout, Zixiao raised an eyebrow slightly. After a moment she said, Yinger, send a message to your great-grandfather. Tell him to come at once. Li Gong lay on the ground barely alive. Beside him lay his beloved third son. Li Ying nodded dazedly, then fumbled for his transmission talisman. Great-grandfather, something terrible has happened. Come quickly. Grandfather, third uncle, and we've all been beaten. Zixiao returned to her original position with disdain. A mere second tribulation loose cultivator dared to act wild before her. Yuan Chen frowned. I feel sorry for you having to fight while pregnant. It's fine. It doesn't affect me. Zixiao shook her head. This was not just to reassure Yuan Chen. For some reason, when she was pregnant with her second child, her condition had no impact on her strength whatsoever, let alone this time. She had mentioned this to Yuan Chen before. He knew it must be a reward from the system. Besides her robust health, Zixia's cultivation had also risen to the 8th tribulation loose cultivator level. She had already overcome the 8th heavenly tribulation in Qingye City. The surrounding crowd scrambled up and retreated even farther, yet none of them left. They waited for the ensuing spectacle. Good heavens! Even the Li family's ancestor was about to appear. This group was formidable. They hoped the Lis would all be killed. Hey Julin, what are you doing? The elders of the Li family looked at Zixiao with expressions of terror. Behind the crowd, Wu Ji noticed Julin muttering something with his back to everyone. He took a couple of steps closer and asked in a similarly low voice. After several months of living together, the two had been arranged by Yuan Chen to stay in a small dark room at the corner of the flying boat. They had long since become close friends, sharing everything with one another. Of course, aside from their mutual confidences, no one else cared to engage with them. Zhu Lin shook the communicator in his hand and stated matter-of-factly, I'm calling for backup. He gestured toward the Li family opposite. They're calling for backup, so I'm calling for backup too. My master's wife is pregnant, but it's best she doesn't engage in too much combat. Let me ask my father to summon a few uncles who are at the 5th tribulation or above as loose cultivators to come help. Having sent the message, he stored the communicator back into his storage ring. Wu Ji smacked his lips and couldn't help but sigh. Damn. So this is the life of a rich second generation. 2 loose cultivators above the 5th tribulation summoned at a moment's notice. Thinking of his own useless father, he sighed. But Zhu Lin never acted superior. Now that they were brothers, wouldn't that mean he could coast through life freely? He gazed at Zhu Lin with affection. Good brother, if someone ever picks a fight with me, you'll call for backup to help me too, right? Zhu Lin stepped aside in disgust. Blah, get lost, get lost. Wu Ji, however, didn't mind at all, slinging an arm around the other's shoulder like the best of buddies. There was no doubt about whether he could summon experts. His family were alchemists possessing a vast collection of unique pill formulas. When other factions or solitary cultivators came begging for pills, they would say, in the cultivation world, mastering a craft like alchemy or artifact forging made a sect highly sought after. As long as they didn't go too far, hardly anyone would stand against them. Meanwhile, on the other side, after sending word to his great-grandfather, Li Ying finally received intel from his subordinates. Upon learning that Yuan Chen was a descendant of the Dragon clan, and was under the protection of numerous Dragon Clan experts, he felt rather unsettled. He silently cursed his subordinates for taking so long to deliver the news. He had offended Dragon Clan disciples before, but it had never come to this. Not every Dragon Clan disciple was exceptional enough to have Dragon Clan experts guarding them. Even the children of some Dragon Clan chiefs were lucky to have a loose cultivator at the first or second tribulation or a Mahayana-stage cultivator as a guard. A loose cultivator at the first or second tribulation was roughly as strong as a mid-stage Mahayana cultivator, which was usually sufficient. Those who respected you would give you face, but those who didn't could find a chance to kill you no matter how powerful your guard was. And now the woman by Yuan Chen's side possessed the strength of a 7th tribulation loose cultivator. Considering his own great-grandfather was only at the 6th tribulation, and with the Dragon Clan as a massive shield, even her maternal side wouldn't be able to withstand it. The Li family's strength was formidable, yet fragile. Their main backing was the Pingyang sect, the largest cultivation sect in this region. Li Ying's mother was the granddaughter of the Pingyang sect's 3rd elder. Who dares to bully my Li family? Just as Li Ying was about to inform his 3rd uncle and grandfather, a majestic voice echoed from afar. The voice arrived before the person. It was thunderous, but Li Ying's expression changed instantly. This was no time for arrogance. He immediately sent a voice transmission. So it's a little Azure Dragon. Li Qing recognized Yuan Chen's identity as an Azure Dragon at a glance. He glanced at the others. Their strength was pitifully low. The only one he couldn't see through was Zixia. But since she was pregnant, Li Qing assumed she was just a mortal. Which expert would be lucky enough to carry a child? He had only received a message from his great-grandson earlier without asking. His gaze swept around, finally settling on Yuan Chen. This must be the one who had caused his son trouble, right? But with such strength, he must be relying on some high-grade spiritual artifact. Those Dragon Clan rich bastards. Even a low-grade divine beast like an Azure Dragon could challenge higher realms with money. Still, he felt a bit relieved. It was only an Azure Dragon. Azure Dragons held a very low status within the Dragon Clan. But just as he spoke half a sentence, he received a message from his great-grandson. His tone shifted immediately. So it's a little Azure Dragon. A distinguished guest visits, and I failed to welcome you from afar. Then he landed on his own accord. He approached his grandson Li Jing and said warmly, Xiao Jing, you spent a long time in Buguang City. Since this young friend Yuan has come from afar, you must fulfill your duties as host. Don't worry about the cost. As long as young Master Yuan is happy, make sure he enjoys himself. He had learned Yuan Chen's name from Li Ying. Now he spoke as if they were old acquaintances. Young Master Yuan, feel free to enjoy your stay. I've already told my grandson. The earlier misunderstanding was Yinger's fault. I hope you can forgive him. Inwardly, he couldn't help but blame Li Ying for causing trouble. But he dared not scold him outright. The boy's mother was, even Li Qing, the family's patriarch, had to defer to her. Their family still relied on her side to throw their weight around in Buguang City. What's with this old man? His attitude changed so fast it nearly snapped my back. No need to guess. It's obvious this group has such a strong background that they can't afford to offend them. No sooner had Li Qing spoken than the onlookers began exchanging whispers through voice transmissions. Whenever the Li family suffered a setback, it was their greatest thrill. They couldn't defeat the Li family themselves, so they could only enjoy watching others teach them a lesson. Of course, once the dust settled, the Li family would inevitably vent their anger on them. But they no longer cared. Even without the retaliation, they had always been bullied by the Li family. Aside from them, the girls from the Miaoying brothel had also followed them out of the city. But they were different. They rode on cloud beasts, lounging in midair while cracking melon seeds and joking around. Many men in the area who hadn't been drawn out by the Li family incident came over to catch a glimpse of the Miaoying brothel girls when they heard they were there. Yuan Chen smiled faintly. So that's it. It's over. Young Master Yuan, if you want anything else, just say it. Li Qing waved his hand grandly. Young Master Yuan, if you're still unsatisfied, speak freely. He sighed, inwardly feeling a slight pang of reluctance. Dealing with these spoiled young masters from wealthy families was always troublesome. Even if the family had piles of money, these young masters would squeeze out every bit of benefit before leaving. Yuan Chen said nothing, pointing at Li Jing and Li Ying. He said emotionlessly, I want them dead. He still remembered clearly the insults they had hurled at his woman. He glanced at the reactions of the onlookers. This family had likely been forcing women for a long time. It was time to act as the hand of justice. I didn't expect to stumble upon such a juicy piece of gossip. The Li family has hit a snag before, but this time feels different. Just who is this man? I'm not sure, but I heard the Li family's ancestors say he's just a small Azure Dragon, so he must be from the Dragon Clan. That doesn't make sense. The Azure Dragon Clan is so weak. With the backing of the Pingyang sect, why would the Li family care about this? They were in Sichuan and hadn't heard about the events in the chaotic Star Sea. After hearing Yuan Chen's arrogant words, they couldn't help but start whispering among themselves again. The women atop the cloud monster also paused their actions out of curiosity, shifting their gazes to Yuan Chen. Oh, a formidable one had arrived. Headmistress, who is this kid? He seems pretty cocky, huh? Huang Xian lounged casually on the cloud monster, unconcerned about ruining her image. Xiao Ming said calmly. If I'm not mistaken, he should be Yuan Chen, the one who's been making the biggest waves in the chaotic Star Sea lately. Yuan Chen. The other girls unaware of Yuan Chen's affairs looked at Xiao Ming with confusion. Xiao Ming gazed at their faces brimming with a thirst for knowledge. She slowly began to recount Yuan Chen's situation. Down below, upon hearing Yuan Chen's nonsensical words, Li Gong's temper flared up immediately. Young man, do you even know what you're saying? Li Gong stopped talking. Li Qing hurriedly said to his son. After taking a few pills, his strength had recovered considerably. Li Ying hadn't had the chance to inform him about Yuan Chen. When he heard his father say the other party was just a small Azure Dragon, he immediately puffed out his chest again. Ever since his son married the daughter of the Pingyang sect, who wouldn't give him some face? How dare a mere Azure Dragon act so insolently? It wasn't as if he hadn't slain Dragon Clan members before. It sounded nice, the Dragon Clan being united externally, but it only mattered depending on the importance of the disciple. For low-ranking dragons like the Azure Dragons and Red Dragons, the clan wouldn't even bother seeking revenge if they were killed. Even if they did come looking a few gifts to the higher-ups, would make the matter disappear. He glanced at his father. His father was getting bolder with age. What was there to fear with his grandson around? For low-ranking dragons like the Azure Dragons and Red Dragons, the clan wouldn't even bother seeking revenge if they, having been out of the loop for so long, Yuan Chen had forgotten the thrill of bullying others. The last person he bullied was Yuan Chen, but since he was his cousin, Yuan Chen hadn't made things too difficult for him. He even considerately allowed him to live off his family for life, without any guilt, lying down for an easy existence. But these people were different. He had to establish a reputation for being fiercely protective of his wife, making it clear across the 5 regions of cultivation that his women were not to be trifled with. In the future, he would have many women, and they wouldn't always be by his side. His children would also go to different places. With his reputation for being vengeful, no one would dare to provoke them recklessly. Hey, your woman. Once I kill you, they'll become mine. Wait for them in the underworld. Everything happened in an instant. Li Gong ignored his father's words and spoke again before anyone could stop him. Yuan Chen narrowed his eyes. He raised a finger. Very well, that's one more. Turning to look at Li Ying, he asked, and you? Aren't you going to say something? A family should stay together. Yuan Chen felt a pang of pity at the thought of leaving an old man to live out his days in loneliness, so he kindly reminded them. Li Qing's face darkened. Say something harsh. Bullshit. Young Master Yuan is joking. Look, Yinger didn't mean it. Besides this, name any other condition you like. At the same time, he quickly sent a mental message to his son, briefly explaining the situation and urging him to shut up. Although he was somewhat displeased with Yuan Chen, the most important thing now was to quell the other party's anger. Not saying anything harsh. What a pity. But let me warn you, it's best not to make a move, or I'll have to kill you too. Yuan Chen warned softly, his smile unwavering. An onlooker might have thought they were just having a casual chat. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yuan Chen's right hand transformed into a dragon claw, reaching for Li Jing and the other two. Li Qing's expression changed instantly. He had thought Yuan Chen was just bluffing, aiming to extort more benefits. But seeing the situation now, the man was serious. His attack was extremely fierce, clearly intended to take lives. Despite Yuan Chen's warning, Li Qing acted quickly. Not wanting to offend the man was one thing, but how could he stand by and watch his own descendants be killed before his eyes? Moreover, if Yuan Chen killed Li Ying, not only would his grandson's wife never forgive him, but without that connection, would the Pingyang sect still bother with him? Moreover, if Yuan Chen killed Li Ying, not only would his grandson's wife never forgive him, but without that connection, would the Pingyang sect still bother with him? It was just a child's joke, yet young Master Yuan clings to it, relentlessly pressing the attack. You even want Yinger? I was just showing respect to the Dragon Clan earlier. You don't really think the Pingyang sect is afraid of you, do you? Yuan Chen shook his numb arm. Staring into Li Qing's eyes, he said ferociously, you chose to involve yourself. Young Master Yuan, we can still negotiate. Let's not reach an awkward impasse. At the very least, we should be reasonable. Isn't it a bit too much to kill Yinger over an unintentional remark? He hadn't used his full strength when attacking Yuan Chen earlier, hoping to talk things out. His tone softened again towards the Zixia glanced at him indifferently. It was only because he hadn't used his full strength and Yuan Chen was fishing for a reaction that she hadn't acted immediately. Reasonable. Ha, you want to talk reason with me? Yuan Chen laughed arrogantly and domineeringly. The surrounding onlookers were already clenching their fists. How ridiculous. Since when did the Li family ever reason with anyone? They watched the situation tensely, hoping the two sides would start fighting soon. It would be even better if a few were killed. Just then, several dark figures flew over from afar. Under everyone's gaze, their eyes lit up upon seeing someone beside Yuan Chen. They looked at Yuan Chen's appearance. It matched the portrait. No mistake. We heard someone is causing trouble for young friend Yuan Chen. With that, they landed directly beside Yuan Chen. Uncles, you're here. Seeing the two land, Zhu Lin immediately stepped out from behind and respectfully called out. The two experts turned around, slightly startled to see Zhu Lin. They asked in surprise, who are you? Faced with their puzzled gazes, Zhu Lin was also bewildered. You two aren't the experts my father hired. He didn't recognize them. But the pair had walked over and nodded in his direction, then stood beside Yuan Chen. They were the two people informed via his father had a wide circle of friends. He couldn't possibly know everyone. So when the two arrived, he naturally assumed they were the reinforcements his father had called. Wang Jian looked at Zhu Lin strangely, then exchanged a glance with his companion Lin He. Seeing the other's expression of sudden realization, he thought it over carefully. Oh, I see. He understood in his heart. He then scrutinized Yuan Chen, clicking his tongue in wonder. This Yuan Chen was quite something. He had heard before that Yuan Chen was taking many concubines in the chaotic Star Sea. He never expected such a new game was being played. Since it all made sense now, things were simple. He nodded to Zhu Lin. So you're old Kai's little child. Don't worry with your uncle here, no one dares touch a hair on your man's head. He had originally intended to say Miss Chi, but seeing Zhu Lin's current gender, he swallowed the words and quickly changed his tune. There was nothing hard to understand about this. Didn't old Chi have a wife who was also a hermaphrodite? Having a child like this was no problem at all. He just never expected that old Chi with his honest and straightforward looks was into this sort of thing. And he even had a child with such a being. You see, for most other races, beings like this were just for a bit of novelty. They sought a thrill on their wedding night. They were essentially disposable. Very few were willing to actually have children with them. How shameful. But he had to admit this young lady of the Chi family was quite beautiful in her male form. No wonder Yuan Chen couldn't bear to abandon her after she transformed from female to male. Zhu Lin was instantly stunned. What nonsense was this? What did he mean by her man? His face turned green as he glanced towards Yuan Chen. Hearing this, master wouldn't be angry, would he? And what was this about the Chi family? His surname was clearly Zhu. But since these were experts invited by his father, he couldn't just lose his temper. He looked at the two men, frustrated, not knowing what to say. Just then Shi Yun, standing on Yuan Chen's other side, slowly raised his hand and asked in a small voice, "Two uncles, are you looking for me?" Hearing the voice, the two turned. "Your father is Chi Peng." Wang Jian and the other man looked at Shi Yun sheepishly. So they had mistaken the person. They glared at Zhu Lin. What was this kid babbling about? If he hadn't interrupted, they wouldn't have made such a mistake. Zhu Lin was speechless, but also breathed a sigh of relief. Who knew that Shi Yun would also call out to them? But it was his own fault. He hadn't been clear with his father, only saying that some experts were bullying him and to send help. He should have said it was about his sister, then this awkward situation wouldn't have happened. The onlooking crowd also sighed in disappointment. They thought they were about to get some even juicier gossip, but it was just a misunderstanding. Ah, how boring. Above the demon cloud, Zhuo Jun also pouted in boredom and sent a telepathic message to the sisters beside her. Yuan Chen looked up. He had intercepted her message. He looked, but besides seeing the demon cloud's pure white belly, he saw nothing. He shook his head regretfully. If only this demon cloud were transparent. No, it was better not to be transparent. The girls up there might well become his wives in the future. He couldn't let others. One is a 5 attribulation loose cultivator, the other is a 6 tribulation loose cultivator, Zixia telepathically informed Yuan Chen. The two weren't hiding their auras, so she could sense them immediately. Yuan Chen nodded and looked over at Qi Yun. Qi Yun was speaking to the two experts. "It's them who mocked me. They'll trouble you two uncles. Just kill them all." Yuan Chen gave a thumbs up. This wife of his was quite domineering. Wang Jian didn't hesitate. He nodded, and together with Lin, he made his move. He could already tell that the opponent was also just a 6 tribulation loose cultivator. The two of them could definitely handle it. As for whether the other party had any backup, Qi Peng would handle that. They were just here to do a job. Li Qing's face turned serious, ready for battle at any moment. Bang bang bang. Without any preamble, the two sides clashed. Since victory was certain, Yuan Chen didn't have Zixiao intervene again. Behind him, Zhu Lin grew anxious. Where were his people? The battle would be over soon. What use would they be when they arrived? How could he show off in front of? But just then another furious shout rang out. "Who hit my son? Step forward yourself." Everyone, Yuan Chen's group, the watching cultivators, and the girls in the sky, all looked into the distance. Xiaoming's expression also changed as she watched eagerly for the newcomer to appear, murmuring to herself. This just got even more interesting. Mother, Li Ying cried out pitifully. His legs were already trembling with, seeing that even his great-grandfather was powerless, he had quickly sent a message to his mother. Of course, when it came to real power, his mother was the one. Not in terms of her own strength, but her family's influence. But before his mother could even arrive, Yuan Chen had already made his move. A dragon's claw was almost right in his face. If his great-grandfather hadn't blocked it, he felt he would have died on the spot. His legs were so weak, he almost fell to his knees. Now his own mother had finally arrived. He didn't care about losing face anymore, and started bawling. The moment he heard Zhu Lin's dejected gaze suddenly lit up again. Ah, there was still a twist. He hoped his people could catch up, and if Master was pleased, he might reward him with another technique or alchemy formula. That would be wonderful. Under everyone's gaze, a palace-dressed, beautiful woman slowly descended. If Master was pleased, he might reward him with another technique or alchemy formula. That would be wonderful. Under everyone's gaze, a palace-dressed, this was a formidable woman. There was no way she would swallow the insult of her son being beaten. Zhao Yan tenderly touched her son's pale face. It was clear he had been terrified. She said gently, "Yinger, don't be afraid. Tell mother what happened. Let mother know who bullied my son, and I will tear them limb from limb." As she said this, her tone instantly turned cold and fierce. She glared venomously at Yuan Chen's group. Tearing limb from limb was no empty threat. Once to avenge someone who had offended her son, she captured the entire family and brought them back to the sect. She threw them into the sect's furnace and tortured their souls for years before finally annihilating them. A woman's heart is the most venomous was fully displayed in her. The moment she spoke, everyone around felt a chill run down their spines, and their heads involuntarily lowered. They were terrified of being targeted by Zhao Yan. Killing someone was as easy as waving a hand for her. Some people had even rushed away from the city gate the moment she appeared, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Haha, I never expected to find so many kindred spirits here. What a lively gathering. Under Zhu Lin's eager anticipation, his reinforcements finally arrived. 2 men in black robes appeared at the center of the crowd. To be certain, Zhu Lin even asked his father for confirmation before stepping forward. Are you my uncles, Mo? The two were brothers, both at the 5th tribulation of the loose cultivator realm. Yet their true strength lay in their seamless coordination and telepathic bond. Even an expert at the 6th tribulation could be suppressed by their combined might. Mu Chong nodded. Your father mentioned you had some matters to handle. We happened to be nearby, so we came to take a look. A smile instantly bloomed on Zhu Lin's face. He had made it in time. Then he'll trouble my 2 uncles. Kill them all. He pointed casually at the Li family entourage, his tone flat. As the young master of a renowned alchemy clan, even the arrival of a Pingyang sect master would be of little consequence to him. The Mu brothers were well aware of this. Thus, upon hearing the news, they wasted no words. Before anyone could react, Li Jing, standing at the rear of the group, suddenly exploded. Flesh and blood scattered everywhere. Judging by the composed expressions of the Mu brothers, it was clearly their handiwork. And they did not stop after the strike. Their gazes slowly turned to Li Ying. What are you doing? My grandfather is the 3rd elder of Pingyang's sect. Aren't you afraid of his retaliation? With Li Jing dead in an instant, Zhao Yan was utterly terrified. But seeing their attention shift to her son, her face contorted in panic as she screamed frantically, invoking her grandfather's name. Mother, save me. Li Ying wept, cowering behind Zhao Yan. His great-grandfather was still entangled by the other two, leaving only his mother to protect him. At the mention of Pingyang's sect, the Mu brothers hesitated briefly. Then with a questioning glance, they looked at Zhu Lin. They themselves had little to fear. As wanderers, the sect would hardly expend great effort hunting them down. Moreover, they had already offended countless foes. Lone wanderers like them had no shortage of enemies, any of whom could end their lives at any moment. One more adversary meant little. Their main concern was for Zhu Lin. If trouble came knocking on the Zhu family's door, it would be an unnecessary nuisance. For a noble clan, it was wiser to avoid complications. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Lin spoke firmly. Don't worry about it. Kill them all. Since Yuan Chen had decreed death, there was nothing left to discuss. Excellent. Truly excellent. The crowd erupted, their blood stirred by the declaration. Not just now. When Li Jing had been slain moments earlier, they had nearly cried out in excitement. But reason had, the outcome was still uncertain. Better to play it safe. Who dares? Zhao Yan glared venomously at Yuan Chen and his group, shielding her son like a hen protecting her chick. But just then a sharp crack rang out. A chill ran down Zhao Yan's spine. Terror flickered in her eyes as she tried to turn her head, but her body refused to obey. Her fingers trembled as they reached for her back. When she brought them before her eyes, they were stained crimson. Yinger, all were formidable foes they could not afford to provoke. Li Gong could only stand by helpless. Seeing his daughter-in-law arrive brought a measure of relief. But the moment he relaxed, he saw his grandson dissolve into a cloud of blood mist without a sound. Not even a scream. He stood frozen for 2 seconds before a cry of despair escaped him. It was over. All was lost. He had other grandsons, but only this one connected them to Pingyang's sect. Now that the grandson was gone, their days ahead would be far more difficult. But this thought flickered briefly before vanishing. His priority now was to escape. He too was on the death list. He turned to his daughter-in-law seeking help. He hoped she could turn the tide. But Zhao Yan did not receive his plea. At Li Gong's cry, she collapsed to the ground. She dared not turn her head. Yet even without looking, she knew what had happened. The damp, warm sensation on her back. If Li Jing had been obliterated in an instant, how could her son, with his meager strength, possibly withstand such an attack? Her hands trembled uncontrollably. After a long moment of mental preparation, she slowly turned her head. But before her was nothing. Only the bloodstains on the ground bore witness to the truth. My son. He'll kill you all. You will all die. After a dazed moment, she lunged wildly toward the Mu brothers. At that same moment, Li Gong's body began to convulse involuntarily. He watched in horror as cracks spread across, blood vessels burst across his face. After enduring for over 10 seconds, he spat out a mouthful of black blood in defeat, then collapsed stiffly to the ground. His eyes remained wide open. Mu Chong ceased his technique, lowering his hands from his chest. He looked at Zhao Yan, who was screaming, but too terrified to advance. He let out a sneer, then turned to Zhu Lin. What about this one? Should we deal with her? Zhu Lin referred to the Li family. 3 were already dead. Only Li Qing remained beaten beyond recognition by the other 2. They only needed to ensure he didn't escape. That left Zhao Yan standing alone. Though she had been furious moments ago and ready to fight to the death, Zhao Yin fell silent at those words. Accustomed to arrogance, she had always believed everyone would show her deference. Now with death looming, she suddenly realized they cared nothing for who she was. Losing an only son is a tragedy. This mother's spirit seems severely shattered. Even if we let her go now, inner demons will fester, leaving her vulnerable to control by others. A life worse than death. Perhaps it's better to end it. At that moment Yuan Chen spoke calmly. The young master is truly considerate. With the situation now clear, the Li family's fate was sealed. Those who had suffered under their tyranny for years immediately began to flatter Yuan Chen. The Mu brothers glanced at Zhu Lin. Seeing his nod, they exchanged a faint smile. Their hands came together before their chests once more. Crack. Flesh and blood scattered. Zhao Yin vanished from existence. Spare me. Please spare me. Li Qing cried out incessantly. He could endure no longer. He might have fled earlier, but he had hesitated when his granddaughter-in-law arrived. By the time he thought to run again, it was too late. Turning to the Mu brothers, he said, "This Zhao Yin had a husband. I would trouble you two seniors." The crowd was momentarily confused. Ignored him. Turning to the Mu brothers, he said, "This Zhao Yin had a husband. I would trouble you two seniors." The crowd was momentarily confused. 2 seconds later, they stared at Yuan Chen in astonishment. This was absolutely brilliant. "Young Master Yuan, this way please. Our meowing workshop will not disappoint you." Qiu Ming descended from the air, her face beaming as she looked at Yuan Chen. "Then I must trouble you, Mama." Yuan Chen also displayed a friendly smile. After hearing Yuan Chen's words, the two experts exchanged glances at Zhu Lin and nodded in agreement. In the end, the elder of the Li family could not hold on any longer and bled to death on the spot. The corpse was carelessly tossed aside. Since the matter was already resolved, Yuan Chen did not forget the purpose of his visit. Looking at the group of beautiful girls following Qiu Ming, he unhesitatingly agreed. However, Qiu Ming's expression suddenly stiffened. Mama, did she really think of herself as a brothel keeper? The corners of her mouth twitched. But this little ancestor Yuan Chen could easily deal with a sixth tribulation rogue cultivator like Li Qing, so there was no need for him to seek trouble. He tried to muster a semblance of a smile. Then, "Young Master Yuan, please follow me." Yuan Chen smiled and beckoned his wives to come along. Under Qiu Ming's lead, they entered the city. The surrounding streets were structured like small 2-story buildings. Brightly colored flowers lined the roadside. A faint fragrance wafted through the air. The windows on both sides of the street were half open. Inside, a group of young masters and ladies were laughing and chatting. The patrons coming and going were all beautiful women. There were not many women from the meowing workshop. However, the city was influenced by the meowing workshop. Essentially, every restaurant had a few women playing musical instruments. This had become the greatest feature of Boguang City. The two experts summoned by Qi Yun did not follow. After completing their task, they left directly. Yuan Chen was not in a hurry. He conversed with the newly acquainted Qiu Ming while following her to the meowing workshop's loft. The meowing workshop was located in the heart of the city, covering several thousand square meters. Just now, a bunch of girls from the lively building had left, and most guests had also departed. Now that they had arrived, it was rather quiet. "Young Master Yuan, please wait a moment. Our specialty dishes will be served shortly. Feel free to request any tunes you like." Song Yenmu Yun. "You must take good care of young Master Yuan." After enthusiastically saying a few words to Yuan Chen, she turned to the girls closely following her. "Mama, feel free to handle your own affairs. Just treat this place like your own home. You don't need to be so polite with me." Qiu Ming. She nodded with a twitching mouth. After Qiu Ming left, Yuan Chen told the girls to come freely. He comfortably sat down with his wives. Wu Ji and Zhu Lin sat at a separate table. Before long, a melodious and pleasant tune began to play. Yuan Chen looked at the girls playing the instruments in surprise. Their skills seemed to be in the musical arts. Even he felt a certain influence, wanting to close his eyes in comfort. Even the usually restless Wu Xian narrowed. Comfortably lying on Yuan Chen's lap, he gently patted her back, as if soothing a child. He did not know when, but delicious dishes were presented one after another in front of Yuan Chen and the others. "It's just a head kik." Yin Yang slowly withdrew a flying puppet bug into her embrace, excitedly staring at the Boguang City ahead. "Children, keep up," she shouted with bloodthirst in her eyes. "All right, Mama." The countless ant spiders behind her, stretching for several kilometers, it was a dense black mass. The cultivators encountered around them directly became food in their mouths or playthings on their bodies. And during the journey, a constant stream of ant spiders would tumble down from their bellies. Upon hearing the name Yuan Chen, Yuan trembled with excitement. Retreating backwards, he wanted to see Yuan Chen captured with his own eyes. Thinking that Yuan Chen was about to meet the same fate as himself, he could not control himself. But after retreating a few steps, his body was completely unable to escape this cage. Yin Yang, who was flying in midair, could not help but let out a soft gasp. Stopping her steps, the dragon tail protruding from her belly continued to sway. However, Yin Yang was not angry. She reached out and gently patted the slippery tail. "Continue," she said sweetly. Yuan instantly stopped struggling. He could not bear it. Even after being toyed, he still had not adapted. "Really can't take a compliment. Did you not hear the same just now?" Yin Yang frowned, saying with displeasure, "To see Yuan Chen's fate, I endure. Yuan De gritted his teeth and continued to struggle backward. Yin Yang nodded in satisfaction, enjoying while continuing to follow the breath. Yuan Chen set down his chopsticks, secretly nodding. The food here was indeed different. Even after finishing, the residual flavor of the dishes lingered at the corners of his mouth. Moreover, after finishing, his whole body instantly felt much more refreshed. It should be that the ingredients used contain materials that enhance mental power. Mo Non Ling Ling and the others also enjoyed themselves thoroughly. After finishing, they all praised it. The girls on stage had already performed one act after another. Each woman took turns to come up, and each had her. Some evoked sweet memories of the past, while others provided a sense of warmth of home or stirred the spiritual energy to circulate quickly. Moreover, every girl on stage was exceptionally beautiful. It was very easy to immerse them into one's own scene. Yuan Chen squinted his eyes, shifting his gaze to the window. One could see the Paichun Tower outside through the window. The Paichun Tower had a total of 9 stories, standing nearly 100 meters tall. At this moment, a long line was formed at the entrance. Who wouldn't be enchanted by temptresses like those at Miaoying Workshop? Yuan Chen had no intention of going in to visit. Inside were all illusions. He did not need to experience it. His goal was to embrace a real person. The girls of the Miaoying Workshop were not going anywhere. Of course, there was the previous case of Muyu. To capture the leader, one must first take down the strongest. Miss, come here for a moment. Yuan Shan waved to the girl who had just set down her phoenix tail zither. The girl looked at him in confusion and stepped closer to Yuan Chen. Young master, is there something you need? Yuan Chen asked with a smile. What is your name, little girl? Zhuijun rolled her. A little girl, your grandmother is already over 80. But with good upbringing, she still spoke up. Zhuijun. Yuan Chen nodded. Let me ask you, who is the strongest in your sect? Although Qiu Meng was the matron here, Yuan Chen knew she was merely a latest-stage Great Ascension expert. It was impossible for her to protect a group of women from harm on the Li family's territory with such little strength. Zhuijun hesitated, but still answered seriously. It's Aunt Ro. This information was easily obtainable with no need to hide it. Yuan Chen narrowed his eyes. She was his first target. But he did not know her strength. Could he capture her? At that moment, Zixia raised her head and glanced at Yuan Chen. A guest has come from afar. Shouldn't the friend come out to meet him? The voice of Zixia instantly spread throughout the Miaoying Pavilion. Guests turned their gazes in curiosity. Originally, Yuan Chen and his companions were already the center of attention at the city gate, and even upon entering the Miaoying Pavilion, guests would occasionally glance their way. Now they were staring directly at them. I must apologize for my rudeness. A beautiful woman suddenly appeared. Her shapely figure gently made contact with the chair as she sat down in front of Zixia. As she settled into the chair, her figure shifted slightly. The crowd watched, swallowing hard, their eyes glued to the woman. The moment the woman appeared, Yuan Chen's gaze fell upon her. As expected, he was right. She was indeed a stunning. She appeared gentle yet resigned. She knew very well about the arrival of the skilled Zixia. However, she was reluctant to engage with other powerful figures and had no intention of stepping out. Unexpectedly, the other party directly invited her. It was a situation where she had no choice but to give face. Zixia's power was not as high as hers. But the other party had the backing of the Dragon clan. Unlike herself, who was merely a lone wanderer, the Miaoying Pavilion was hardly significant. Within the entire sect, she was the only one above the tribulation stage. There was simply no way to compare with the old established sects. Her strength was still insufficient. She sighed helplessly and then looked towards Zixia. To her surprise, after she appeared, Zixia fell silent. She merely continued eating her meal in silence. Dao friend. After a moment of silence, the gentle one took the initiative to speak. Zixia slowly raised her eyelids. Then she turned to Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen understood immediately. What a good daughter-in-law. He quickly spoke up. Aunt Ro, it is actually I who wanted to meet you, so I asked Zixia to invite you out for a moment. Not for any other reason. I just wanted to meet the heroine who protects countless women with her own strength. Ro looked at Yuan Chen and said, oh. She naturally recognized Yuan Chen and did not underestimate him. Yuan Chen held a significant position within the Dragon clan and could definitely stand on equal footing with her. It's just a small matter, young Master Yuan, you needn't feel too flattered. This is not a small matter, Aunt Ro may not know. Women in the cultivation world are at a disadvantage, often facing harassment from other men and even being forced. So, I deeply despise those despicable scoundrels as well. Take the Li family outside as an example. I absolutely cannot tolerate such situations whenever I encounter them. Every time I think of the helplessness in women's eyes, my heart aches, and I dream of providing them with a warm home. Rao's eyes were somewhat moved. She hadn't expected Yuan Chen to be such a kind-hearted person. She reflected on how even after reaching the tribulation stage, she dared not wander freely, only able to find a secluded place to cultivate diligently. Only after reaching the 6th stage of scattered cultivation did she dare to come out. The cultivation world was too unfair to women like them, who had no background. After acquiring the ability to protect herself, she also hoped to provide a safe haven for those helpless women. Aunt Xia. Qiuming also approached. Ro nodded gently. Qiuming was the daughter of her sister. By the time she managed to return home, her family was already gone. Only a little girl was left to live alone amidst the ruins. After seeking vengeance, she had kept the girl by her side. This time her gaze towards Yuan Chen was somewhat different. When would other major powers care about their well-being like this? Heroes like Yuan Chen were few and far between. Wu Ji sat at the next table listening in astonishment. The young master spins a tale quite skillfully. Once the conversation started, Yuan Chen joyfully engaged with the others. The matter has been resolved. In the midst of their discussion, the Mu brothers returned after finishing their tasks. Thank you, gentlemen. Please sit down and have something to eat. Zhu Lin immediately stood up to express gratitude and invited them. Yuan Chen also expressed his gratitude. After all, they had come to support him. The two were not polite and directly. However, after eating for a while, Yuan Chen felt a surge of unease. He frowned. Did an enemy arrive? He possessed a passive skill. If someone harbored malicious intent towards him, it would warn him in advance. He looked around. The enemy must be nearby. If they posed no threat, there would be no such feeling. Who could it be? He observed every guest. If the enemy were a high-level scattered cultivator, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand a surprise attack. What's wrong? Seeing Yuan Chen looking around, Zixia immediately asked. Ro also showed a concerned expression. Just as Yuan Chen was about to explain, he felt a wave of dizziness. Then a series of illusory scenes materialized. A swarm of gigantic and repulsive insects floated in the air, a dark mass. Yuan Chen felt goosebumps all over. His gaze shifted to the largest bug at the forefront. It was utterly revolting, especially the white flesh rolling on its belly with several strange creatures wriggling on top. As the scene shifted, it all disappeared. Yuan Chen regained his senses, surprised to discover that this skill had a warning function, directly transmitting the image to him. The previous image was very familiar to him. It was exactly the place they had passed through earlier. It wouldn't be long before they reached the Boguang city. Strike first. The previous image was very familiar to him. It was exactly the place they had passed through earlier. It wouldn't be long before they reached the Boguang city. Strike first. Zixia asked with concern. What exactly happened? Yuan Chen waved his hand. Damn. He recalled that repulsive creature he had just seen. But now was a good time to think. The Mu brothers had already returned the favor to the Zhu family, and it was somewhat inconvenient to ask for their help again. After communicating with Zhu Lin via sound transmission, Zhu Lin addressed Mu Chong and Mu Ping. Uncles, I have one more request. Do you two have any other pills you need? If so, please feel free to mention them. Besides this matter, after it ends, I will also send a bottle of fusion tribulation pills. Zhu Lin made this promise generously. The eyes of the Mu brothers lit up. They indeed had pills they needed. Not to mention this, just the fusion tribulation pills alone were worth the effort. Young nephew, whatever you need, just say it. Yuan Chen spoke. There is a powerful enemy approaching. I hope you two can hold them off. Of course, if you can kill them, that would be even better. Mu Chong glanced at Yuan Chen. It was again related to this guy's affairs. This time there was no need to consult Zhu Lin, and he nodded directly. Then Zhu Lin discussed the final reward with the two. The two flew directly outside the city. Yuan Chen called out. You two just go all out when you encounter them. I do not hold back. From the aura he sensed in the vision, the opponent should be very strong. It would be better to strike while they were unprepared. I will go out and take a look too. Upon hearing Yuan Chen mention an enemy attack, Zixia could no longer sit still. She was worried that the two brothers might not be able to handle it or might fail to capture the opponent. For a master like this, there was no reason to remain on guard all the time. It was best to resolve it in one wave to prevent future disturbances. Her pregnancy would not affect her strength in the slightest. Now was the time to go out and take advantage of the crowd. The aura of Yuan Chen grew closer and closer. Yin Yang revealed a bloodthirsty smile. There was no shortage of flesh and blood within this city. When capturing Yuan Chen, her child could also have a hearty meal. She did not intend to slow down and approach gradually. Firstly, she could not transform. She would be discovered by Yuan Chen before she got close. Secondly, there was only one Zixia beside Yuan Chen. Her own strength was sufficient to hold the opponent back, while her subordinates went to capture Yuan Chen. As for this small city, there was no need to worry, even if there were experts. At worst, they just needed to avoid harming the enemy's clansmen. Who would dare to offend a powerhouse like her for no reason? Was she not afraid that she might escape and return to uproot their forces next time? She was that audacious. But just as she was about to reach the City of Waves, two experts approached Eden. Yin Yang slowed down a bit. She did not expect such powerful individuals to pass through this small place. She sensed the auras of the two. They could actually threaten her. There were still important matters at hand. She instructed the children to restrain themselves and not disturb the others. When experts meet, none wished to provoke enmity. They were surprisingly restrained. The two sides were about to pass each other swiftly. Mu Ping exchanged glances with Mu Chong. When experts meet, none wished to provoke enmity. They were surprisingly restrained. The two sides were about to pass each other swiftly. Mu Ping exchanged glances with Mu Chong. But, pills. Moreover, they had heard that Zixia would also be coming. What was there to worry about? Let's do it. They exchanged glances with Mu Ping. The two clashed their hands together, chanting something. Yin Yang, who had just passed by the two, immediately sensed something was amiss. Just as she wanted to counterattack, a wave of pain surged through her body. She felt as if her body was about to explode. Aunt! Yin Yang let out a piercing scream. The toys within her body shattered instantly. You are courting death. Seeing her beloved Yuan De being crushed into a lifeless stick, she erupted in fury. She had always been wary of the two, but she did not expect them to be mages. They attacked her directly without getting close, and they even unleashed their ultimate abilities. She had always been wary of the two, but she did not expect them to be mages. They attacked her directly without getting close, and they even unleashed their ultimate abilities. The faces of the Mu brothers turned pale. They had just unleashed their most powerful combined technique for max, yet they did not manage to subdue Yin Yang. The enemy's strength was decent, but it was also limited. At least she was severely injured. They breathed a sigh of relief. That was enough. After that it would be up to Zixia. Yin Yang's abdomen surged with golden threads, each one exceptionally sharp. It seemed as if the space itself was about to be sliced into pieces. With a murderous intent she charged towards Mu Chang. Clang. Just then the golden threads were severed one by one. Yin Yang looked at the cold-faced woman floating in front of her. She snorted coldly. Zixia. She had never seen Zixia, but upon hearing that she guarded Yuan Chen, she immediately guessed. Without saying a word, Zixia drew her long sword and attacked. Since it threatened Yuan Chen's life, she would show no mercy. In the distance, Yuan Chen rushed out of the city. Zixia spoke a single phrase, and then left without giving him the opportunity to stop her. Although the children would not affect the battle power. If her abdomen was injured, the child couldn't withstand it. He rushed out, and saw Zixia overpowering the opponent, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Yin Yang screamed in agony. Are you a scattered cultivator of the 8 tribulations? She had already started to contemplate fleeing. Earlier she thought they were of the same level. Although she was injured, she still thought she could hold on for a while. It was worth it to have the children capture Yuan Chen regardless of, but unexpectedly Zixia was already a level above her. If this continued, she would be killed. Zixia, without saying a word, struck with deadly force. Stop her. With a roar, Yin Yang turned to the other high-level ant spiders trembled in fear, but they were born unable to disobey their mother's orders. They could only charge at her one by one. As for the lower-level ones, they were entirely unafraid. Grinning, they happily launched attacks at Zixia and the others, seeing that the opponent was about to escape. Yuan Chen could not let the opponent escape easily. Wasn't it common to beat a drowning dog? He summoned the Breaking Realm boat. This was a life-saving artifact. The pursuers were equally relentless. Without this spirit artifact, it would be hard to catch up to the opponent. Leave the little ones to the seniors, he said to the two. Yuan Chen boarded the ship, bringing Zixia with him, and rushed after Yin Yang without stopping. During the boarding process, he also saw the corpse of the Qinglong lying on the ground. From the aura of the opponent, he immediately recognized it was Yuan De, so this guy summoned it. However, he only glanced at it, and then ignored it. Even without the other party, someone would still come looking for him. Yin Yang endured her injuries and fled quickly. Dozens of small claws hit the ground simultaneously. In terms of combat power, their race might not compare to others. But in terms of speed, they were absolutely among the best. Even if the opponent was several levels higher, escaping was still feasible. Regrettably, she turned her head to look back. It was just a pity for her children. It took so much effort to raise them. Among them was even a scattered cultivator of the 1 tribulation. But just as she turned her head, a flash of terror crossed her eyes. A giant ship loomed larger in her sight. Did the opponent actually possess a flying spirit artifact? She quickly increased her speed. It was becoming difficult to escape now. Just as this thought arose, she felt a sharp pain in her backside. Yuan Chen's Breaking Realm boat had already rammed into her. Having been severely injured, she staggered from the more than 10 organs on her abdomen could not help but open their mouths. Her daughters fell one by one. Standing at the bow of the ship, Yuan Chen watched the little ones drop. The more than 10 organs on her abdomen could not help but open their mouths. Her daughters fell one by one. Standing at the bow of the ship, Yuan Chen watched the little ones drop. They hurriedly ran back into the room and did not come out again. Zixia's expression was also somewhat unsightly. In the past, she had encountered ant spiders. But seeing it again, she couldn't help but feel nauseous. If it weren't for her being the highest combat power, she would have run away along with the others. It was unbearable to watch. This time I was wrong, I admit it. Yuan Chen, whatever compensation you want, I will satisfy you. She realized it was difficult to escape. Her injuries were worsening. Yin Yang immediately retorted. But the ships behind her showed no signs of stopping. Another impact hit her back. Yuan Chen did not respond. He had to save himself. Yin Yang shouted again. Yuan Chen, I did not intend to harm you. Think carefully with your abilities and our race's uniqueness. If you think about it, if we were to combine, wouldn't we easily dominate the cultivation world in the future? By then I would be the mother of all races, and you would be the father of all races. It was too fierce. Damn it. He had planned to take things slowly. But the other party's words made Yuan Chen feel nauseous. Zixia too looked pale as she turned to Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen, if you bring this one in as well, I'll take my child back to the Violet Dragon clan. Her eyes were filled with determination. Yuan Chen was taking too many wives. She was truly worried that Yuan Chen had no standards. If he let this person through the door. Moreover, what the other party said was quite reasonable. Combining the two would indeed be formidable. Just a little thought could reveal the benefits it would bring. Yuan Chen was filled with complaint. He quickly said, Don't even mention it, I'm not happy about it either. He began to reassure Zixia. He didn't blame her for saying this. If that monster were to lie on the bed, would any wife be willing to lie there again? And considering the scene on the other's belly, just now, if he were to marry her, wouldn't he be cuckolding himself at every moment? He wasn't into that. He sped up, wanting to crush the other party as soon as possible. Damn thing. His own wife was about to rush back to her family in anger. His stomach churned with nausea. Being admired by a woman was usually a point of pride. But being pestered by this creature, how could anyone feel proud? Damn it. Go to hell. Now even sleeping at night would bring nightmares, right? Seeing bugs constantly falling from the other's body made him not want to look any longer. I can rule the world on my own, alright. It's just a matter of time. Do I need you, a noble lady? Seeing Yuan Chen's furious expression, Zixia's face softened slightly. Yuan Chen was always indiscriminate. She was truly afraid. But seeing that Yuan Chen was also disgusted by this creature, that was good. Over a dozen silver needles appeared in his hand. He had originally planned to save effort and wear her down. But it seemed she couldn't be kept. He flung his hands. Oh. A series of screams. Yin Yang had no time to dodge. Each long needle struck her back precisely. A red glow flickered on the needles, burning Yin Yang in unbearable agony. She stumbled and fell. Yuan Chen steered the boat to follow closely, observing her condition from a few meters above her head. The smoke cleared. Yin Yang waved her dozen small claws and continued to flee. Still alive. A cold gleam flashed in Zixia's eyes. Another spirit artifact appeared in her hand. It was a top-grade spirit artifact shaped like a shovel. Die. She swung the shovel, striking hard at the other's head. Even after the other was smashed into pulp, she was still not satisfied. Bang, bang, bang. She swung the shovel a few more times before stopping. Yuan Chen swallowed hard. It seemed Zixia was truly enraged. He had never seen her this angry before. Thankfully, she didn't have a habit of domestic violence. Otherwise, he, wiping away cold sweat. When he looked at Yin Yang again, she had become a flat pancake. The miserable sight. Well, at least it looked more pleasing than her original form. He sensed her aura. She was dead beyond a doubt. His expression immediately shifted to a smiling face. He stepped forward, supporting her arm, and said with concern, "Oh dear, don't be angry. You're carrying a child. Constant anger is bad for the baby." Hearing this, Zixia immediately restrained her temper. The child was important. After she put away her weapon, Yuan Chen, then he steered the boat back to Boguang City. Seeing Yuan Chen's boat land, Wu Ji and Zhu Lin rushed over immediately. "Young master, how did it go?" Wu Ji asked hurriedly. Yuan Chen waved his hand. "It's nothing, just a small bug. I killed it. I had originally planned to spare her life because I saw a bit of a couple resemblance between you two. I thought you were still single and wanted to play matchmaker. But she already had a boyfriend, so I had no choice but to kill her." "That's a pity." Wu Ji was deeply moved, never expecting Yuan Chen to still be concerned about his love life. But thinking that she had been killed, he shook his head regretfully. Seeing Yuan Chen traveling with a group of wives every day, he was also envious. Yuan Chen patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, when I find a suitable one later, I'll keep her for you." After saying this, he looked at Zhu Lin. "The two experts. Have they left?" Zhu Lin nodded. After dealing with the enemy, they came to say goodbye and left immediately. As for the pills, of course, he would go to the Zhu family to collect them. Yuan Chen nodded. He didn't say much. He led the group back to where they were sitting. As soon as he sat down, Wenru leaned in. "Fellow Taoist Zixia, well done." Although she was unwilling to provoke Yin Yang and didn't intervene, she had still followed to watch. The other party was completely suppressed by Zixia, but for a rogue cultivator of similar level, escaping was still very possible. She hadn't expected Zixia to be able to catch up and kill her. But this kid Yuan Chen was quite capable. He even had a flying boat as a spirit artifact. The Dragon clan truly doted on him. Pingyang sect. The assembled experts stared at the several corpses laid out in the main hall. Silence filled the hall. After an unknown period, someone finally spoke. "Sect master, when has our Pingyang sect ever suffered such humiliation? Even if it's the Dragon clan, so what? How dare they bully our Pingyang sect like this? This cannot be tolerated." "Ah, third elder, you speak lightly. The Dragon clan, so what? Easy to say. If we anger the Dragon clan, how many days can our Pingyang sect hold out? I know you're grieved by your granddaughter's death, but you must see the situation." Seventh elder immediately objected. Then he muttered, "Besides, wasn't it that great-grandson of yours who was always arrogant and kicked an iron plate? In my opinion, he deserved to die." "You?" Third elder glared at him. But before he could speak further, the sect master interrupted. "All right, both of you stop arguing. Let's hear what the sect master has to say." Ninth elder immediately pulled apart the two who were about to quarrel. Everyone turned to look at the sect master. The sect master was also not particularly powerful in strength, but everyone had to listen to his opinion. Firstly, the sect had always had such a tradition. Secondly, those who could become sect master were certainly gifted. Their status after ascending to the immortal realm was also beyond comparison. Feeling everyone's gaze, the sect master raised his head with difficulty. "Just now I received a message from the Dragon clan chief." Everyone was taken aback. How could the Dragon clan have gotten the news so quickly? Beyond that, they had to reassess Yuan Chen's status. What did the Dragon clan say? After a long silence, an elder spoke up. This matter ends here. These were AOE's exact words. Everyone's faces immediately turned grim. This was a command. The dragon clan was too arrogant. But considering their own sect's strength, everyone silently lowered their heads. Are we just going to let this go? Third elder asked in a deep voice. If you're dissatisfied, you can leave the Pingyang sect and seek revenge on your own. Seventh elder curled his lip and said disdainfully. Third elder's gaze hardened. But in the end he paid it no heed. Just a granddaughter. Since the sect didn't care then, let it be. For several days Wenru had been entertaining Yuan Chen and his companions. She had no idea why Zixiao insisted on summoning her out every day. There had been no exchange between them regarding cultivation. Once outside, the family would remain silent, merely enjoying the melodies. Could it be that she was asked to accompany them solely for the sake of appearances? Yet the visitors didn't seem like that sort. She thought it would only be a short while, and once she saw them off, all would be well. Little did she expect the wait to stretch into months. Initially, she felt some discontent. But after some time, she noticed that many of the young women in her establishment had secretly developed feelings for Yuan Chen. This was not an isolated case. A sense of panic set in. She could no longer keep him there. If he stayed any longer, her girls would all run off with him. Fortunately, Yuan Chen was sensible enough not to lay a hand on her girls. Bold ones like San Yin had almost directly declared their intentions. But Yuan Chen had not made a move on any of them. Still, this couldn't go on. If he lingered any longer, trouble was inevitable. Tomorrow she must bring it up, even if it displeased him. That was her plan. But when the next day came, perhaps she could wait another day. Yuan Chen had done nothing improper. Wouldn't it be awkward to bring it up herself? She convinced herself that night that she would definitely speak to him the next day. Another day passed. She felt she was being unreasonable. How could she drive a guest away? That was her plan. But when the next day came, perhaps she could wait another day. Yuan Chen had done nothing improper. Wouldn't it be awkward? 2 days later. Alas, even Qiming's gaze toward Yuan Chen had changed. She had only this one niece left. After observing him, she realized Yuan Chen was indeed a devoted husband. Entrusting Xiaoming to him might not be a bad choice. Some more time passed. Yuan Chen had so many wives. He surely couldn't always be with Xiaoming. Would she feel lonely? No, she still felt uneasy. She had to follow and take care of her. Why did she have such thoughts? Early morning. Yuan Chen stepped out of Wenru's room with a sigh. After months of effort, he had finally won Wenru, thus it took a bit longer to connect with her. Next were the women who had shown interest in him. He had held back, fearing that pursuing any of them would prompt, thus it took a bit longer to connect with her. Next were the women who had shown interest in him. He had held back, fearing that pursuing any of them would prompt Wenru to send him away. Now that the leader herself was won over, the rest were naturally to be taken as well. But before that, one matter needed attention. Zixiao was about to give birth. Wuxuan likely had only a few days left as well. As for the other 7, they had been bonding with the women of Miaoying Pavilion. He had only briefly spent time with his wives, never having 3 full days free. During this period, his family had essentially settled in Miaoying Pavilion. Zixia and the others had been given their own private rooms. By the time Yuan Chen arrived, the hallway outside was already crowded with people. Miaoying Pavilion was full of women, and at that moment they had all abandoned their work, curiously waiting outside the door. They had never seen a childbirth before. They were even more excited than Yuan Chen. The courtyard was small, and even the walls were packed with onlookers. Yuan Chen was speechless. If they wanted to see a birth, there were plenty of other places. Why did they have to crowd here? Smiling, he squeezed through the crowd toward the room. When those around recognized him, they parted to make way while offering congratulations. Yuan Chen nodded to each of them. Congratulations, host. You have received the bloodline skill belt and road. Before he even reached the door, he received a message from the system. A purple gold card appeared in his spatial storage. Name Yuan Zhu, rank Supreme Divine Beast, species Purple Gold Imperial Dragon, cultivation Early Foundation Establishment, skill Wing Pulse Wave. Yuan Chen was stunned. He waited for more, but the system fell silent. Only one reward this time. Yuan Chen marveled in surprise. He immediately opened the skill to inspect it. Belt and road. The first lines were slogans: follow my lead, walk with me. Rank ascension is guaranteed. Hand in hand on the belt and road, heart to elevate bloodlines. Pair up for improvement, one person, one plan, a bloodline transformation, synchronized advancement. Advancement, or not at all, depends on kin. The supreme first, then the rest. After skimming the slogans, Yuan Chen read the skill's description. He was utterly astonished. No wonder there was only this one reward. This skill was incredibly overpowered. Belt and road. As long as they shared Yuan Chen's bloodline, the strong could aid the weak. Once a bond was formed between 2 individuals, and they stayed together, the weaker one's bloodline would be elevated. In turn, the benefits gained by the weak could be fed back to the strong. Yuan Chen clicked his tongue in amazement. He now had 5 supreme offspring. If he bound them with his other children before long, those others might also ascend to the rank of Supreme Divine Beast. And the benefits didn't stop there. This system was a wave-riding system. When his children improved, both he and their mothers could receive feedback. Wouldn't that mean he was constantly growing stronger? This skill was too heaven-defying. Yuan Chen couldn't wait to try. However, it would be too irresponsible to run off right after Zixiao had given birth. He suppressed the restlessness in his heart for the moment. He entered Zixia's room. The room was protected by a formation and Yuan Chen only entered after gaining her permission. He was even more puzzled. What were those women outside hoping to see when they couldn't see anything anyway? Husband, the child is truly a supreme, divine beast. As soon as Yuan Chen entered, he heard Zixia whisper. Besides his 7 wives, only Wenru was in the room. Yet Zixia still feared the news might leak out. Yuan Chen stepped forward and took the child into his arms. Purple eyes, purple fur, purple gold scales surrounded by a halo of golden light. The child exuded an air of nobility. Holding it, Yuan Chen could sense that its talent surpassed even that of his daughter, Longnu Yuan Yun. It was clearly stronger than his other 2 children. As for the one born to Mingxin, he had yet to see it and didn't know it. Even among supreme divine beasts, there were differences in strength. Rocking the child gently, he smiled at Zixia. Yes, but now is not the time to let this be known. We can only keep this child low-key for now. Zixia shook her head. She understood the gravity of the situation and felt no resentment. Wenru watched dumbfounded. She had witnessed the birth of a supreme divine beast with her own eyes. Though she had heard rumors about Yuan Chen before, they were merely tales. Seeing it now, she couldn't help but be overwhelmed with astonishment. Another son, but I wanted a daughter. In the evening, after everyone had dispersed, Zixia lay in Yuan Chen's arms and spoke coquettishly. Although she said that her gaze was fixed on the son beside them, Yuan Chen smiled and nodded. Don't worry, there's still plenty of time. We will have a daughter eventually, and many more. Yuan Chen knew she was exceptionally excited about giving birth to a supreme divine beast. She, who was usually very quiet, had been chattering endlessly today. But Yuan Chen didn't point it out. Instead, he comforted her. I want one now. Zixia turned over, her breath fragrant as orchid. Yuan Chen's neck felt numb and tingling. Yet he did not refuse. After multiple feedbacks from the system, not only was Zixia safe during pregnancy, she could also recover quickly after childbirth. There was no need to worry about her being unable to endure. Zixia had waited for about 10 months and Yuan Chen did not want to dampen the mood. But he did not tell her that it would take only 3 days for the outcome to manifest. After an unknown length of time, when Zixia had fallen asleep, Yuan Chen opened the system to check. In his hand, he held a stack of cards. These were all his offspring. Now at the corner of each card, 2 small features had appeared. One was at the top left corner resembling a hook. The other was at the bottom right corner resembling a slot, but the slot had 5 openings. Yuan Chen had played with toy trains as a child. This was clearly meant to connect them. He pondered. If that was the case, each offspring could only receive 1 form of assistance, but could help 5 lower-level siblings. Yuan Chen tried to attach a card named Yuan Jia to Yuan Yun, but it did not succeed. Yuan Jia was the son of a low-grade divine beast, while Yuan Yun was the daughter of a supreme grade 1. Soon after, Yuan Chen tried attaching Yuan Luo, and it could attach, but there was no reaction. He pondered for 2 seconds, then attached Yuan Guo's card to Yuan Yun's. As soon as they connected, ripples flowed on both cards. Yuan Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he had thought. Yuan Guo was the second child of Yuan Chen and Luo Sini, and now, like Yuan Yun, was at the Dragon Clan headquarters. He had just recalled that the 2 children needed to be within a certain distance. He tested it, and it indeed worked. Afterward, he made a few adjustments. He had roughly understood the rules. Cross-dire linking was not allowed. Yuan Chen thought it was like school, using the same example to explain a problem. A middle school student could teach an elementary student, but a college student would be less effective. The gap in their thinking, it would be like wanting to count marbles while being lectured on calculus. Moreover, cards of the same tier could not be linked. A low-grade divine beast could only link to a mid-grade one. 2 low-grade divine beasts could not boost each other even if one had stronger talent. Again, using the learning example, one dares to teach, the other dares to learn. Yuan Chen mused. This had a greater advantage. There was no need to consider the other's talent. Even if a child had poor talent, it could still be improved gradually, and the feedback to him would also increase. Besides, the slots could not remain empty. Now he already had 5 supreme grade divine beasts. Each could carry 5 high-grade ones, each high-grade could carry 5 mid-grade, and each mid-grade could carry 5 low-grade. Calculating this way, each supreme grade divine beast could support 125 low-grade ones. The slots were idle. Moreover, his own talent had already been elevated. In the future, there would only be more supreme grade divine beasts. He couldn't help but smile. Previously, he had thought of selecting those with high talent from the Miaoing sect. But now it seemed he could take all the beautiful ones. During this period, he had roughly understood the personality of every woman in the Miaoing sect. Those who were arrogant and domineering were naturally out. Those who liked to climb walls were also set aside. Those with incompatible views were excluded. Those whose looks didn't reach 80 points were put on hold. Even so, there were still several hundred left. He had his work cut out for him. After a moment of delight, he first connected. Luo Sini only had 2, so they could be linked directly. The Beast Taming Palace had 3, enough to boost the other. Yuan Chen arranged the cards in a tree diagram. Ripples of water flowed on each card. Instantly, Yuan Chen felt tiny specks of spiritual energy generating within him. Though faint, it was a constant income. When he finished, it was already dawn. In the following days, Yuan Chen waited for Wu Xian while having deep interactions with the other women. In just 7 or 8 days, Wu Xian began labor. Like Zixia, Yuan Chen used the talent enhancement liquid on both their children. Unsurprisingly, they were supreme-grade divine beasts. Name Yuan Min. Grade Supreme Divine Beast. Species Emerald-Eyed Feather Dragon. Cultivation Early Golden Core. Skill Kapok Force. It was not much different from a wyvern. A triangular head, a pointed beak, a pair of soft wings, and a tail trailing behind. But what set it apart was that its wings and body were golden yellow. Reward obtained Summoning Talisman. Can summon a 12th Tribulation Loose Cultivator Puppet for 3 days. This was a one-time consumable. But Yuan Chen's eyes lit up. A 12th Tribulation Loose Cultivator was the most powerful force in the cultivation world. With such a talisman, he had an extra life. His current strength was still insufficient, so he had to rely on external forces. Reward obtained Physique increased by 10. Reward obtained 100 years of cultivation. Reward obtained. This time, there were many miscellaneous rewards, but they were far inferior to the one from Yuan. Moreover, Yuan Chen could sense that this child Yuan Min was likely a speed type. Her combat power might be weaker than that of other supreme-grade divine beasts. In the following period, Yuan Chen lavished affection on the other 7 wives he had brought, ensuring they also conceived. This time he had obtained 6 more doses of talent enhancement liquid. Adding the leftover from last time, it was more than enough. Moreover, after satisfying everyone, Yuan Chen was ready to make his move on the Miaoyin sect. Not only him, but Wenru had been eagerly waiting for a long time, staring at Yuan Chen with her niece Chuming. But just as he was about to embrace Wenru, Yuan Chen suddenly felt a palpitation. A dark cloud flew into his mind. Yuan Chen was startled. He had forgotten about this. After Wu Xian's child was born, his cultivation had advanced to the late tribulation transcendent stage. And at the late tribulation stage, one must face the heavenly tribulation. Passing the tribulation meant reaching the great perfection of tribulation transcendence, after which one could enter the final realm of the cultivation world, the great vehicle stage. Failure would mean becoming a loose cultivator. A loose cultivator undergoes 12 tribulations, 1 tribulation per stage. Only after completing 12 could one ascend to the immortal realm. Failure meant death and the end of the Tao. Since the tribulation had arrived, he had to postpone other matters. First, he would deal with the heavenly tribulation. Wait a moment. Wenru had already closed her eyes, feeling the weight pressing down upon her from above, when she suddenly heard these words. Wenru opened her eyes to see Yuan Chen already donning his robes. "Where are you going?" she could not help but ask in a coquettish tone. She had waited over 10 days. Finally, her turn had come. Yet at the critical moment, he said he had matters to attend to. As a latest-stage Sanxian cultivator, she would not let Yuan Chen slip away so easily. She immediately wrapped herself around Yuan Chen. "You cannot leave," she declared with willful defiance. Earlier she had maintained her composed facade, but now she was Yuan Chen's woman. After so many years without anyone to cherish her, now that she had found someone to rely on, what harm was there in a little petulance? Yuan Chen helplessly pried at her fingers. He tried to peel her off him. "Stop this, I can barely hold it in. If you cannot hold it, just let it out." Wenru grew. She called out to him with seductive charm, secretly delighted. Pretending to be proper. Claiming he had matters to attend to. Now saying he could not hold it in. As if they had never done this before. Could it be a new game? Yuan Chen sighed. "Aunt Ro, I truly cannot hold it any longer. Wait for me a moment, I will be right back." "You rascal, where are you going? Can't you do it right here? And stop calling me Aunt Ro, call me Little Ro Ro." Wenru was now certain that Yuan Chen was playing an even more thrilling game with her. She understood. He deliberately said he would go relieve himself, hinting that he planned to seek out his previous wives. To stir her jealousy, so he would exert more effort later and enjoy it more. She understood it all. Yet she did feel a twinge of jealousy. Her desire to possess Yuan Chen grew even stronger. "Rip, come here, my little treasure." She tore the clothes Yuan Chen had just put on to shreds. "I need to go out and undergo my tribulation." "Ah, tribulation." After tearing the clothes, Wenru asked in a daze. Yuan Chen nodded helplessly. This one acted too quickly. She tore at him before he could finish speaking. Now he could not leave. He could not help but grumble inwardly. What was wrong with his heavenly tribulation? Others could sense their tribulation months in advance. He only discovered his when it arrived. And once it came, it began with barely any warning. Just as he finished complaining, he quickly realized. Could it be related to his chi concealment art? But he immediately shook his head. Impossible. How could it be his fault? Damn heavens, always envious of genius. Wenru looked up in a daze. The sound of rumbling thunder filled her ears. She froze for a second, staring at Yuan Chen in astonishment. Such a momentous event as a tribulation, and he said he was just stepping out for a moment. "Were you joking with me?" But before she could speak, crack. A bolt of heavenly lightning struck down. Sensing the danger, Wenru immediately leaped back. "Yuan Chen, you bastard." She had no choice but to retreat. One could not interfere with another's tribulation. If she entered its range, it would strike her too. And its power would be adjusted to her own cultivation level. Watching Wenru leave the tribulation's range, Yuan Chen shrugged. He had told her he could not hold it in. His bare arms were already charred black from enduring the first tribulation strike. The roof had also been reduced to ashes by the heavenly lightning. He soared into the sky. This was within the Miaoyin Pavilion. The subsequent tribulation strikes would only grow fiercer. By the time it ended, the Miaoyin Pavilion might be utterly destroyed. Better to find an open space to undergo the tribulation. He sent a telepathic message to his wives telling them not to worry and flew off into the distance. The tribulation clouds in the sky followed him closely, hovering directly above his head. Although Yuan Chen had given his instructions, his wives all rose and followed after him once he departed. Wenru naturally followed as well. Seeing Wenru leave and knowing Yuan Chen was the protagonist, the maidens of the Miaoyin Pavilion also trailed behind one after another. Whether they had any connection to Yuan Chen or not, they all wanted to join in and watch the spectacle. A procession of celestial maidens glided across the sky. The rough men below could no longer contain themselves. Wiping their drool, they chased after them. A flock of beauties was too mesmerizing. A vast and mighty crowd. Those on the road who were unaware of the situation wondered what was happening. Yuan Chen found an open space. But the heavenly tribulation in the sky was nearly spent. There were only 81 lightning strikes in total, and he had easily weathered them along the way. He found a spot and stood still. At that moment, the final tribulation strike descended. This bolt was the most powerful of all. Yuan Chen used a hand seal to cleanse his body. He took out a clean set of robes and put them on. A mere drizzle. This place had been a waste of a trip. He rose and headed back the way he came. Halfway there, he encountered a dense throng of people, like a swarm of locusts. Upon seeing Yuan Chen, his wives descended. "Husband, weren't you undergoing your tribulation?" Yi Lingling asked in confusion. Her ears perked up. Yuan Chen waved his hand casually. "All that. It's done." "Oh, I see. As long as you're fine, husband." Yi Lingling stuck out her tongue. She had always heard how terrifying the heavenly tribulation was, how it often claimed lives. But it turned out to be nothing much. Her husband had passed it, as if it were child's play. Passed. Yi Lingling did not know. Her clan had no experts who had survived a tribulation. But the crowd behind her dared not share her sentiment. They had seen countless tribulations. Some were struck dead directly. Others were forced to become Sansien. Fewer than 1 in 10 managed to pass safely. Yet Yuan Chen had finished it so effortlessly. They had not even had a chance to watch. They had originally come to see the beauties. But instead they were stunned by Yuan Chen. One by one they cast resentful gazes at him. How unfair. He did not even have a single wound. Ignoring the crowd's stares, Yuan Chen smiled apologetically at Wenru. Then he led his wives back to the Miaoyin. After returning, his other wives dispersed. They knew Yuan Chen still had matters to attend to and did not disturb him. However, as they left, they all cast knowing, amused glances at him. Earlier, their worry over the tribulation had clouded their thoughts. Now, recalling how Yuan Chen had been struck by lightning while in bed struck them as rather comical. Yuan Chen naturally knew what they were laughing about, but he could take it. He laughed back. If he did not feel embarrassed, then it was nothing at all. Wenru had once again resumed her gentle demeanor. Yuan Chen smiled and stepped forward to grasp her small hand. "Let's continue." Wenru rolled her eyes. Seeing her nieces and the others watching, she said nothing more. She followed Yuan Chen into the room. The moment they entered, her true nature was revealed. She scooped Yuan Chen up and tossed him onto the bed. Yuan Chen was utterly bewildered. Was she this wild? The contrast was far too great. She was practically a different person, but it did not matter. Who was on top made no difference. He would set aside his masculine pride for now. As he indulged in the pleasure, he also assessed his own strength. The moment his tribulation ended, he felt he could break through to the Mahayana stage. Without hesitation, he broke through directly. From above came an arrogant, breathy cry. "Ah, Yuan Chen. Alas, Miss Wang, Xian hasn't appeared in a long while. Has she found someone she loves and left?" "I was about to ask the same. My Tsang Yin has also been missing for ages. Could she have left the Miaoyin Fong?" "My Tsang Yin. How long has it been since you last saw her?" "I haven't seen her for over a year." "Sai, haven't you noticed? It seems like many of the girls from Miaoyin Fong vanished at the same time about a year ago. Now that you mention it, it does seem true." Inside a private room at Miaoyin Fong, several men conversed with waning interest. Since a year ago, the most beautiful girls in the establishment had all disappeared. Many had already lost the will to come to Miaoyin Fong. Those who still came merely hoped to catch a single glimpse of Mai Rui. A man sitting in the corner, slightly intoxicated, clutched his head in agony and cried out, "Brother, take it easy. Remember, she was never yours to begin with." Someone immediately offered words of comfort. "Thank you so much. How can you say that? It's fine, what he said is the truth." The man in the corner quickly intervened, then sighed deeply. "Ah, brother, I'm glad you can see it that way. Don't suffer too much. After all, my Qian is gone too. I'm just a bit upset for now. All my Ru E and also my Mo, my little Nyo, my Yun. Where have you all gone?" The group of men all sighed in unison. Meanwhile, in the backyard of Miaoyin Fong, nearly 100 women with swollen bellies lounged comfortably on rocking chairs, chatting idly. "Our husband is truly remarkable. He hasn't stepped outside for a whole year. He's certainly been away longer this time." Hearing the new sister's words, Wu Xian immediately spoke up. She held a baby in her arms. The child was babbling for its mother. Besides her, more than a dozen others also held their sons. A year had passed since Yuan Chen and Wen Rao's union. Having married Yuan Chen, these women naturally ceased to perform outside. They enjoyed their lives as pampered ladies. Sometimes when Yuan Chen was busy, a crowd would gather around him playing music and singing to entertain him. The scene was quite unique, especially when the women deliberately paused at key moments. It provided even more motivation. While he was occupied, Yuan Chen also connected his newly born children to this process, allowing them to gradually improve. Zixia, holding her child, listened to the conversation with a blissful smile. She adored her current life, no longer needing to endure the monotony of solitary cultivation, because she discovered she could increase her power without cultivating at all. For them, reaching the Sanxian stage usually made advancement extremely difficult. Yet in just a year she had risen by another tribulation. She had gone out to undergo the tribulation last month. Thus she became a 9 tribulation Sanxian. But another worry now surfaced. She feared she might ascend prematurely. If that happened, her husband and son would remain in the lower realm. It would certainly be distressing. Yuan Chen's power was increasing rapidly. There was a good chance he could keep pace with her speed. But that only made her more anxious. Her children were still very young. She was reluctant to entrust them to others. Once Yuan Chen emerged, she needed to discuss this matter with him. Time flew swiftly. Another 2 years passed. Oh, where is my Ying? Outside Miao Yinfang, they had managed to wait for the first 2 years. But in the 3rd year, when the women they had been waiting for still did not appear, they could no longer contain themselves. She got married, haven't I told you? Xiaoming said impatiently. She had been in the back, playing with the children alongside the other sisters. But she was called to the front to handle the situation. She had already left with Yuan Chen. Miao Yinfang was no longer meant to operate. Yet many girls still remained here. After they left with Yuan Chen, she couldn't rest easy without someone to protect the girls here. So she had to continue acting as the Fang's mistress. I don't believe it. The man shouted angrily. Xiaoming looked at him in exasperation. Same old story. She waved her hand and simply threw the man out. Since when did anyone have the audacity to act arrogantly in Miao Yinfang? Before she had worried about provoking someone formidable. But now that Yuan Chen was here, what was there to fear? As Yuan Chen himself said, be a bit arrogant. Don't worry about offending anyone. After tossing the man out, she told the girls to continue, then gracefully returned to the backyard. Yuan Chen, you're out. As soon as she returned to the backyard, Xiaoming saw him laughing and chatting with the other sisters. She immediately called out joyfully. Yuan Chen smiled in acknowledgement. 3 years. He had finally finished his work. He hadn't expected to stay here for 3 years when he first arrived. But the results were remarkable. His power had now reached the great perfection of the Mahayana stage. However, he hadn't expected the breath concealment art to be so powerful. Having only cultivated it to the 5th layer, it could even deceive the heavenly Tao. He had not felt the pull from the up, yet he sensed that if he wished, he could simply release his mind and ascend immediately. But why ascend? He hadn't even finished exploring the entire cultivation world. Since he could do as he pleased, he would ascend whenever he felt like it. As for his current realm, he wasn't entirely sure, but his power was roughly equivalent to a 5 or 6 tribulation Sanxian. In the immortal realm, that would be the strength of a newly ascended cultivator. Essentially the early or middle stage of an earth immortal. The lowest tier of power in the immortal realm. Human immortal, earth immortal, celestial immortal. Human immortal corresponds to the Mahayana stage. Earth immortal is Sanxian 5 to 8. Celestial immortal is Sanxian 9 to 12. Beyond that is the golden immortal. Furthermore, his Azure Dragon bloodline had also greatly improved. Bloodline Golden Dragon 9200-010-0000. He was on the verge of becoming a top-tier divine beast, but he hadn't expected his belt and road ability to be so potent. Bloodline points were added continuously every moment. In just 3 years it had pushed him to the brink of becoming a top-tier divine beast. But he hadn't expected his belt and road ability to be so potent. Bloodline points were added continuously every moment. In just 3 years it had pushed him to the brink of becoming a top-tier divine beast. Now even if he did nothing, within a few months, the belt and road effect would allow him to advance on its own. His alchemy, artifact refining, and array formations had all reached the 9th layer. He had simultaneously reached the pinnacle of the cultivation world. He flipped his palm. A low-grade immortal artifact appeared. Immortal artifacts were incredibly scarce in the cultivation world. There were probably only a few dozen at most. Very few in the cultivation world could successfully refine them. Most were brought down by visitors from the upper realm. Even a low-grade immortal artifact was extremely precious. Yet Yuan Chen was not entirely satisfied. He felt he should be able to refine one himself soon. This artifact was a reward from a top-tier divine beast child's birth. Compared to his other children, the difference was vast. He hadn't contacted Luo Sini of the Dragon Clan or his wives and children in the beast-taming manner for 3 years. Yuan Chen took out a sound transmission talisman to chat with them for a while. At the Dragon Clan headquarters outside the training ground. Can't you just go back to your Azure Dragon Clan? You've consumed so many of our resources. If it weren't for you, Brother Ao Xing would have already reached the Tribulation Transcendent stage. A golden-haired little girl, hands on her hips, blocked Yuan Yun's way at the entrance, followed by more than a dozen younger clan members. Ao, you aren't you just being unreasonable? The Dragon Clan has so many resources. How could little Yun alone prevent Brother Ao from reaching the Tribulation Transcendent stage? Yuan Yun wasn't alone either. Beside her stood a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Seeing this group coming to find trouble, Yuan Yun quickly spoke out. Do you mean Brother Ao Xing's talent is lacking? Brother AoE is a rare genius and top-grade divine beast our dragon clan has seen in centuries. That's right. For a silver dragon clan like yours, even seeing a high-grade divine beast is a marvel. You have no idea what a supreme-grade divine beast truly means. Seeing Long Shi actually defend Yuan Yun AoU immediately retorted with sarcasm. Long's eyes face flushed bright red. At only 7 years old, she couldn't withstand such mockery. She quickly said, "When did I ever say Brother Ao Xing's talent was bad? Don't make false accusations. Besides, who says I don't know the talent of a supreme-grade divine beast? Isn't little Yun one?" Exactly. Why can Brother Ao Xing enjoy the Dragon Clan's resources while Yuan Yun's use is considered stealing? Speaking of Yuan Yun's talent, Long, she felt immensely proud. She also came from a humble background. She couldn't compare to the 3 high-grade dragon clans at all. However, she was exceptionally gifted, possessing top-tier bloodline within her own clan. That's why the clan leader sent her here. It was then she happened to meet Yuan Yun, who had just arrived. Who would have thought that a random friend she made would be a supreme-grade divine beast? When she first heard the news, she was elated for 2 days. Having heard from her parents about the rarity of a supreme-grade divine beast, she felt it gave her great face when boasting back home. Her, who knows how she became a supreme-grade divine beast? The Dragon Clan just needs Brother Ao Xing. Ao, you said disdainfully, but her tone was tinged with sourness. Intense jealousy flickered in her eyes. Yuan Yun pouted. It was the clan elder who had brought her here. The first, she was still too young to understand, and the other girls her age had no ulterior motives. But a few days ago, for some unknown reason, they started taunting her constantly. Although Ao often gave her extra lessons, she still had to attend the basic courses with everyone else. These days they frequently met with arguments. Now she was finally reaching her limit. "They'll hit you." She bared her little fangs and shook her fist menacingly. "Huh? You dare hit me? Who do you think you are? Just a country bumpkin. I heard your father is a useless waste, and your mother is just an ordinary woman from Immortal Kingdom. Haha, that's hilarious." Saying this, Ao pretended to double over with laughter. Before she knew, Yuan Yun was special, but it didn't bother her. But after hearing the gossip from others in recent days, Ao Xing was her full brother. Previously, everyone's attention was focused on him. Ever since this girl arrived, although her brother was still praised, it just didn't sit right with Ao. Perhaps she felt no one should be compared to her brother. Her brother was unique. What made it worse, she heard some people say that in a few hundred years the Dragon Clan would see an interesting showdown. Never before had 2 supreme-grade divine beasts been born in the Dragon Clan during the same era. But now it was different. Ao Xing was only 200 years old. Ao was currently at the mid-divine transformation stage. To reach the level of ascension, even though it seemed like just 2 minor realms without a special opportunity, it could take another 400 or 500 years. The higher the cultivation, the harder it is to improve. After all, a rogue cultivator's 12 tribulations take thousands of years. By then Yuan Yun would also have grown up. Both could become the next clan leader. The thought that her brother might lose his position to this girl filled her with resentment. It might have just been a casual joke by someone else, but Ao took it seriously. Hearing the mockery of her parents, Yuan Yun could no longer hold back. She swung her fist directly at Ao, ignoring the numerical disadvantage. Seeing her take the bait, Ao, she had long wanted to teach this girl a lesson. She herself had cultivated to the brink of mid-golden core in just a few years, and she had over a dozen little sisters backing her up. Wasn't Yuan Yun just asking for trouble? Get her. The little girls didn't overthink it. They always followed. Hearing the command, they swarmed in. After a flurry of crackling blows, in a moment Yuan Yun snorted and clapped her hands. "Is that all you've got?" A pile of whimpering children lay on the ground. "Xiao Yunyu." Long, she stared in shock. That was too fast. She hadn't even reacted before Yuan Yun had finished them off. "Mph. See if you dare bully me again." Yuan Yun raised her little fist proudly. "Wah." The once arrogant little girl sobbed. "Yuan Yun, I'm telling my brother. He'll teach you a lesson." "Wah?" Ao scrambled up, wiping her tears. Even as she left, she didn't forget to threaten. "Let's go." Yuan Yun said nothing more, calling to Long Shi as she had. Both were outsiders. Their parents lived on the Dragon Clan's summit peak. Halfway there, Long Shi couldn't help but, "Yuan Yun, you're way too strong. You took them all down in one go." She gestured wildly with her arms. Hearing her friends praise, Yuan Yun beamed with pride. Her cultivation speed had been normal before, but starting 3 years ago, for some unknown reason, even without training, her power kept skyrocketing. In just 3 short years, she had reached the early nascent soul stage. It was terrifying. Even the Dragon Clan's supreme-grade divine beasts couldn't break through from golden core to nascent soul in 3 years. She hadn't even tried just now, and they all fell. When she first noticed something was wrong, she had mentioned it to Luo Sini. Luo Sini and her younger brother Yuan Guo were also visibly improving in strength. In fact, even Ao was stunned when he learned of this. The Dragon Clan had struck gold, but along with excitement came a hint of worry. Yuan Yun's power was growing too fast. Would this truly lead to conflict with Ao Xing? Although it wouldn't be his concern by then, the thoughts of other Golden Dragon Clan experts were unpredictable. They had no idea Yuan Chen could mass-produce children who were supreme-grade divine beasts. and he himself, bound by the oath he made due to the guarantees of Elder Blackrock and Elder Zixia, could never reveal the secret of the beast-taming manner to anyone. Thus he had no way to inform them. Speaking of which, Ao Yi was also a member of the Golden Dragon clan. Ao Xing had once left the Golden Dragon clan. Naturally, every race within the Dragon clan had its own selfish motives. Whichever dragon race held control would secure more resources. Now the elders of the Golden Dragon clan within the Dragon clan naturally wished for their own race to prolong their 1,000-year dominion over the Dragon clan. Wasn't it evident that Yuan Chen, that unremarkable old fellow, had been directly elected as the patriarch of all Azure Dragon clans? His strength was utterly inadequate, but he was the eldest elder on Yuan Yun's side. Once Yuan Yun assumed power in the future, the Azure Dragons would surely experience a great surge. Yuan Yun chatted happily with Longxi. Goodbye, Longxi. Upon reaching the doorstep, Yuan Yun waved and returned to her own courtyard. As she entered, she saw Luo Sini sitting in the yard speaking into a communication device. Her younger brother stood obediently to the side. Her grandparents were also beaming with joy. Hearing the sound, Luo Sini looked up and upon seeing her daughter immediately waved happily. Xiaoyan, you're back? Come here, your father is asking what you've been up to. Father. Yuan Yun instantly grew excited. Her father hadn't spoken with her in 3 years. After a while longer, she feared she might forget she even had a father. She hurried forward excitedly. Sure enough, her father's face appeared on the screen. But as she opened her mouth to call out, she recalled the scene of being bullied by Ao Yi just moments ago. With her father not around, so many people had bullied her without anyone to defend her. A wave of grievance welled up in her heart. Yuan Chen was also delighted to see his daughter approach. He had already chatted with his wife and children for a while. Seeing his daughter still brought him great joy. But before he could hear her crisp call of father, he saw her lips tremble. As if she were about to cry, he quickly coaxed, "My little treasure, what's wrong? Have you been wronged? Tell your father." Yuan Chen himself felt somewhat embarrassed, having not spoken with his daughter for 3 years. She had been holding it together, but at Yuan Chen's question, she bit her lip and sobbed. Luo Sini was also stunned and asked with concern, "Xiao Yun, what's wrong? Has someone bullied you?" It couldn't be, could it? Ao Yi valued them greatly. Luo Li and her husband also bustled about offering, but she simply couldn't control herself. The more they asked, the more aggrieved Yuan Yun felt, as if she were the one who had been beaten. "All right, don't cry, don't cry. Whatever it is, tell your father." On the other end, Yuan Chen patiently comforted her. After a moment, Yuan Yun recounted what had just happened. Luo Sini's face darkened. "I've noticed these remarks becoming more frequent lately. I wonder if someone is stirring things up." After hearing Luo Sini's words, Yuan Chen also grew displeased. He hadn't sent his daughter there to suffer. Meanwhile, Zixia had briefed him on the internal situation within the Dragon clan. This was even more unacceptable. He truly didn't care about the status of Dragon clan patriarch. There was no need for his wife and children to stay there. However, Ao Yi had meant well initially. Besides, this might be a scheme by others in the Golden Dragon clan to suppress Yuan Yun. Since that was the case, then just come back. He'll go explain to Patriarch Ao Yi. He wasn't lacking in resources. Initially, it was only because Ao Yi had begged that he sent them there. Now that the Golden Dragon clan was making an issue of his daughter, he naturally wouldn't stand for it. But since he had once received help from Ao Yi, it was only right to go and inform him personally. "Great. Father, I've missed my brothers, sisters, and younger siblings so much." Hearing this, Yuan Yun immediately brightened. However, she could only remember a few siblings from her memories. As for the dazed Yuan Guo behind her, he had come here while still in the womb. Upon hearing this news, he also clapped and howled with joy. Yuan Chen continued talking for a while. He told everyone to wait patiently, and then ended the call. Afterwards, he contacted his wife and children at the beast-taming manor. This call lasted 2 days. He had too many wives and children. A few words from each, and it was already late. Putting away the transmission talisman, he looked at Zixia behind him. "You've become an 11th tribulation loose cultivator." 2 years ago, Zixia had become a 9th stage loose cultivator. 2 years later, while Yuan Chen was in the middle of his call, she had stepped out and casually crossed over. Yuan Chen was never worried about Zixia. Her strength was not lacking. She had originally chosen to become a loose cultivator only because she willingly stayed behind. It wasn't just her. All major races, including the Dragon clan, had some members who deliberately became loose cultivators to ensure the prosperity of their race. The same principle applied to clan forces. Zixia nodded, then asked with concern, "Husband, am about to reach the 12th tribulation. When I do, will I ascend prematurely? I can't bear to leave my sons." She looked at Yuan Chen with a worried expression. Yuan Chen smiled calmly without answering directly. Taking her hand, he said, "Guess what my cultivation level is now?" The two hadn't seen each other for a long time. Hearing Yuan Chen's question, Zixia quickly probed, but unsurprisingly, she couldn't detect anything at all. She could only ask what level. Since Yuan Chen was asking, there must be some significance. Yuan Chen smiled. He pulled her into his arms. "Your husband has now reached about the 5th or 6th tribulation of a loose cultivator," Zixia asked in astonishment. She knew Yuan Chen cultivated quickly, but she never expected it to be this fast. In 3 years, he had matched what took others millennia. Wasn't that a bit too exaggerated? "Wait, why are you at the 5th or 6th tribulation of a loose cultivator?" But then realizing something, Zixia looked at him with confusion. She had just processed it. Yuan Chen had successfully undergone tribulation. Unlike them, shouldn't he have ascended directly after reaching the great vehicle stage? Seeing Zixia's dazed expression, Yuan Chen smiled without teasing her. Remember the concealing breath art I taught you? Of course Zixia remembered. This powerful technique was something even the Dragon clan lacked. All of Yuan Chen's children and wives practiced it. She looked at him with even greater shock. Could it be that this technique can deceive the will of this world? Yuan Chen calmly nodded. You guessed right. He then continued. Now you don't have to worry about leaving early, do you? Whenever you want to ascend, or if you don't want to stay in the cultivation world, well, go up together as a family. After a moment's thought, he added. Zixia turned her head. Seeing that Yuan Chen wasn't joking, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief, all the while marveling even more at his methods. The more she interacted with him, the more Zixia realized her husband was utterly unfathomable. His formidable procreative abilities, his astonishing cultivation speed, the terrifying talent of his offspring. A few years ago, even they had inexplicably experienced a rapid surge in power. Who could believe that she had traversed a millennium's worth of progress in just 3 years? During Yuan Chen's seclusion, the sisters had discussed the matter. It must be related to the offspring. The more children there were, the stronger their talents became, and the faster their own substitute speed increased. Now not only her, but Wenro had also attained the strength of an 11th order loose cultivator. Previously Wenro had been slightly stronger than her, but afterward she had quickly caught up. By the way, she still needed to inform the others of this news later. They shared the same concerns. Most of Yuan Chen's women did not have to walk the path of a loose cultivator. Those like Wu Xian, who initially possessed some strength, now also faced the anxiety of reaching Mahayana perfection and being forced to ascend. Now they could ascend. But what exactly was the origin of this cultivation art? It could even deceive the will of a planet in the cultivation world. She gazed at Yuan Chen with tender affection. Husband, you are incredible. Yuan Chen had heard such words countless times, but they had always referred to one particular aspect. This was the first time he was praised for something else. He gently kissed Zixia's forehead. Of course. By the way, inform everyone. We are returning to the Chaotic Star Sea to pick up Cinny and the others. As he spoke, he stepped out to summon the others. He hadn't expected to have to turn back midway. They had only managed to visit one scenic spot. But the main business was paramount. After all, there would be plenty of time in the future. They could come again next time. Oh, his great electric eel. His 10th ascend-year-old cold ice. Speaking of which, experiencing things with the 10th ascend-year-old cold ice must feel different, right? If they could add a 10th ascend-year-old flame that had become a spirit, it would be even more exhilarating. But that would have to wait for another time. Let's go, let's go. Once in the courtyard, Yuan Chen raised his voice to summon every father, husband, darling. Instantly hundreds of people swarmed around Yuan Chen with a rustling sound. There were both adults and children. It was a chaotic and lively scene. Yuan Chen smiled and gestured. Then he explained his plan to leave. Are we all going back with you? Wenro, the leading sister among the women, directly asked the question on everyone's mind. We have other sisters staying here. Without my protection, I cannot rest easy about them. Wenro frowned. Having become Yuan Chen's woman, she naturally wanted to return with him to his true home. But besides the hundreds of women who had become Yuan Chen's, the mysterious Sound Pavilion still had numerous disciples. Once she left, who would protect them? Yuan Chen waved his hand. It's your decision to make. If you wish, Greenleaf City can accommodate everyone. You could simply move the entire sect there. If you are unwilling or reluctant to leave this place, then don't. I will visit often. Now that my strength is great, the journey doesn't take long. Wenro looked at the sisters under her command, seeking their opinions. The women began to discuss among themselves. Of course I want to go to Greenleaf City. What difference does it make where we establish the sect? If we all go together, our husband will surely take good care of all the sisters. Song Yin was the first to express her view. Her thoughts aligned with the majority. Wenro nodded secretly. She too was considering moving. As for Yuan Chen's promise to visit often, she felt, well, Greenleaf City was different. It was Yuan Chen's home base. He would always have to return there. Seeing that everyone agreed, a few women said nothing more. All right then, we'll all go back together to pack. With that, she took several flying boat artifacts from her storage ring. She handed them to Wenro, Xiaoming, and the others, telling them to gather the disciples who wished to leave. He had many such items. Moreover, his current refining skills allowed him to forge such artifacts in any quantity he desired. Xiaoming acknowledged the order. She immediately went out to inform the other disciples. Many of Yuan Chen's wives followed her. In the front courtyard of the mysterious Sound Pavilion, hearing the footsteps from the back courtyard, some people drinking glanced over idly. On my age, Yuan. 3 years. Persistence finally paid off, and I've waited for you. Others said you were already married, but I didn't believe it. Brother, let me give you a hint. Look at the child in your Ajun's arms. Doesn't it look like a baby? Huh. Why? Why did you do this to me? Haha, brother, my condolences. Oh, my Yin. Brother, my condolences. Whoa. The two big men wept bitterly in each other's arms. Such scenes were common elsewhere. Those still lingering here were undoubtedly the most diehard fans. Unable to bear such a sight, Xiaoming heard a cacophony of wails before she even left the door. She turned behind her. Her younger sisters were each leading a child following her. Her head felt as big as a bull's. She waved her hand helplessly. You all go back first. The women exchanged glances, feeling somewhat embarrassed. They quickly led their sons back to the back courtyard. Once everyone had returned, ignoring the wailing crowd, Xiao Ming walked straight to the dust-breaking pagoda. There were still many people inside the pagoda. Xiao Ming entered and interrupted their experience. After announcing a temporary closure, she went to the top floor. There was a grand formation on the top floor connected to the entire city. Every member of the mysterious sound pavilion possessed a jade talisman. Girls converged on the dust-breaking pagoda from all directions. A fluctuation from the pagoda signified a major event. Everyone had to come immediately. Girls converged on the dust-breaking pagoda from all directions. A fluctuation from the pagoda signified a major event. Everyone had to come immediately. Once everyone had assembled, Xiao Ming announced the plan to relocate the sect. Those who were unwilling could stay behind. But without exception, everyone was willing to leave with Xiao Ming and the others. Xiao Ming had anticipated this result. She told them to go prepare. They would gather at dawn the next day and depart. The meeting dispersed, and everyone quickly returned. Meanwhile in the city, the news that all the women of the mysterious sound pavilion had married and each held a child spread like wildfire. Countless men wept bitterly. They gathered at the gates of the mysterious sound pavilion seeking confirmation. But they were blocked at the entrance and had no chance. The mysterious sound pavilion closed its doors. The next day, a host of women arrived and boarded the flying boats. They departed under the gaze of the crowd. As they left, Wen Ro waved her hand and collected her artifact, the dust-breaking pagoda. No. Why take away my last shred of hope? Leave my beloved pagoda. The city was instantly filled with lamentation. It's quite lively ahead. Did something happen? I don't know, but it looks like it's in the direction of the Miaoyin sect's headquarters. Let's go check it out. At the city gate, two young men returned dust-covered from their journey. They were Zhu Lin and Wu Ji. Ever since Yuan Chen went into seclusion, the two had been idle. Zhu Lin could still pass the time by refining pills and artifacts. But Wu Ji was truly a wanderer with nothing to do. He had been living off Zhu Lin's hospitality for 3 years. A while ago they heard about an alchemy competition being held at a neighboring sect. With nothing better to do, the two decided to go and watch the excitement. But the alchemists there were too low-level. After just 2 days, Zhu Lin grew bored and wanted to leave. Yuan Chen had once given him a technique for artifact refinement. He would rather spend this time going back to study and research it further. But as soon as they entered the city, they heard wailing from within. They had only been gone for 2 days. What had happened? As they walked toward the Miaoyin sect, they suddenly saw a flying boat rise into the sky. Then a second, a third. Wu Ji looked up. Hey, that last one looks really familiar. It does look familiar. Zhu Lin nodded in agreement. Just then, the Pochin Tower standing in the center of the city gradually shrank before their eyes. Finally, it vanished into the flying boat. Zhu Lin was stunned. Familiar, my ass. Isn't that the flying boat we came on? He flew into a rage. A foreboding sense of dread welled up in his heart. Not daring to delay, he immediately took out his own spiritual artifact. He shouted for Wu Ji to get on board and gave chase. But Yuan Chen and the others were too fast. Soon they were out of sight. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, Zhu Lin turned back with a dark face, praying fervently in his heart. He hoped he was wrong. But when he arrived at the Miaoyin sect and heard the discussions of the people around him, his eyes lit up. His master had really left. And they had forgotten both of them. He whirled around and grabbed Wu Ji by the throat. It's all your fault. I said we shouldn't go, but you insisted it would be fun. Now our master's run off, hasn't he? He shook Wu Ji's body violently. He was truly aggrieved. For 3 years he had stayed obediently in the city. But the one time he left for 2 days, this had to happen. Wu Ji's eyes rolled back from the choking. Brother, don't panic. Don't. The transmission talisman. Zhu Lin loosened his grip. In his haste, he had forgotten about that. He quickly pulled out the transmission talisman. Aboard the swiftly flying boat, Yuan Chen sat on the deck deep in thought. Wasn't he forgetting something? What are you thinking about? Seeing Yuan Chen alone on the deck, Wu Xian grabbed her son by the neck and plopped down carelessly beside him. Yuan Chen rolled his eyes. He looked at his son and wondered if when the boy grew up he would beat his own mother to death. He shook his head. I feel like I've forgotten something, but I can't quite recall what. If you can't remember it right now, it can't be that important. So just wait until it comes back to you. Wu Xian said casually. That made sense, didn't it? Yuan Chen paused, then decided not to think about it. Just then, he felt the transmission talisman vibrate. He took it out and saw it was from Zhu Lin. Yuan Chen was startled. He turned to look at Wu Xian. Say, did you see Wu Ji get on the boat? Wu Xian's face froze, and the sun in her hand struggled to escape her clutches. It seems he didn't. That kid always running around. What was he up to? They exchanged a glance. Yuan Chen raised the transmission talisman. Then the flying boat came to a halt. After a while, the two finally caught up. And so the group continued their journey toward the chaotic Star Sea. There were too many people. Yuan Chen first sent the women back to the beast domain. Along the way, his children proved remarkably capable. And so the group continued their journey toward the chaotic Star Sea. There were too many people. Yuan Chen first sent the women back to the beast domain. Along the way, his children proved remarkably capable. Yuan Chen advanced to become a supreme divine beast. As expected, Level 5 Claude, Golden Dragon 1001-000-00000. It was unclear if there was room for further advancement beyond this. Aside from his breakthrough, the card belonging to Yuan Luo in the system had also changed. Its level had risen from high-grade Divine Beast to Supreme Divine Beast. Yuan Luo was Yuan Chen's eldest son born to him and Yi Lingling. He was now 7 years old. Previously, Yuan Chen had grouped him with Mingxin's children. And since Yuan Luo was also the first child to use the talent enhancement liquid, he was the first to successfully advance. Inside Qingye City, Grandfather He, Yuan Luo led his 2 younger brothers into the courtyard. He spoke respectfully to He Yin. Every so often he would bring his 2 younger brothers here. Since it wasn't yet time for them to train outside, He Yin only taught the children some basic cultivation techniques within the courtyard. He Yin immediately stood up. You're here? Over the next few months we will. He spoke to Yuan Luo, then began planning the schedule with his 2 treasured disciples. But before he could finish, he was stunned by the sight before him. This. He Yan's eyes widened in shock. In several thousand years, he had never seen such a strange occurrence. At that moment, Yuan Luo's eyes were tightly shut. As soon as he had entered the courtyard and spoken, he felt as if something inside him was about to burst forth, and a voice within kept telling him not to resist. He relaxed his entire body, and his original form involuntarily manifested. A cat-eared monster appeared, but it lasted only a second. A flash of white light, and Yuan Luo felt an immense clarity and refreshment. He opened his eyes to find He Yin staring at him in disbelief. He looked at He Yin puzzled. Grandfather He, what's wrong? He Yan's mouth hung open, still not recovered from the shock. He had seen breakthroughs before, of course, but he had never seen one so effortless. Others took years. This kid, eyes closed and open, and it was done. Big brother, you've become so handsome. Just as Yuan Luo was confused, his 2 younger brothers poked him in the back with their little fingers and said curiously, handsome, of course. But hadn't he always looked this way? What was so strange about that? But just then he inadvertently noticed a change in his arms. Even he was stunned. In the mirror was a jade green cat's head. On the cat's head, 2 fierce dragon horns curved down to either side of its brows. Even he was stunned. In the mirror was a jade green cat's head. On the cat's head, 2 fierce dragon horns curved down to either side of its brows. A faint cold light gleamed in its eyes. He Yin took a deep breath. Yuan Luo, how did you suddenly break through? I broke through. Yuan Luo was even more confused than He Yin. He Yin, you little fool. You don't know you've advanced. Have you eaten any heavenly treasures recently? He Yin continued to ask. Yuan Luo thought carefully for a moment and slowly shook his head. No, not at all. I've been eating the same food as my younger siblings. No. He Yan's pupils contracted slightly. This was a bit hard to accept. This is outrageous. Is advancing so easy? Previously, Yuan Chen's wives all advanced one by one, and now even the son has started. Moreover, can a top-tier divine beast advance as well? This was the first time he had heard of it. Not only that, he had been observing the 2 disciples' strength improving rapidly during this period. Now is the stage of building a foundation. He had never let the 2 begin their cultivation. Yet even without practicing, their strength was growing rapidly day by day. This is too exaggerated. At this moment, He Yan's gaze toward Yuan Luo grew even hotter. Fortunately, he hadn't delayed Yuan Luo when the 2 younger ones came before. The other party was also listening attentively. Wherever there was confusion, he patiently explained. Of course, the main reason was to build a good relationship with Yuan Chen's family. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a treasure again. Yuan Luo had just successfully advanced in front of him, and he was the first to know. Thinking of this, Yuan Luo, do you think what Grandpa He talks about is good? Although he didn't know why He Yin suddenly asked this question, Yuan Luo still nodded honestly. Good. The other party is among the top figures in the cultivation world. Can what they teach be bad? Do you think Grandpa He treats you well? He Yin continued to ask, thinking about how he wasn't the other party's disciple, yet the other party had always been open with him. He nodded again. So do you want to learn by Grandpa He's side forever? Grandpa He, if there's anything, just say it. I'm not afraid. Yuan Luo took 2 steps back, watching He Yin warily. The other party's eyes were too aggressive. Ahem. He Yin coughed lightly, realizing he was too excited. Grandpa wants to take you as a disciple. Are you willing? I need to ask my parents. Yuan Luo said, rolling his eyes. He Yin's smile froze. Now he had already accepted 2 disciples. He was worried that Yuan Chen wouldn't agree, so he thought he could first coax Yuan Luo. Unexpectedly, the other party was quite clear. He directly pushed the matter onto Yuan Chen. Wait, no. He Yin's body trembled. Yuan Chen's women, Yi Lingling, had first entered seclusion to advance. Not long after, most of the women advanced as well. Now Yuan Luo advanced inexplicably. Does that mean the other children? Hiss. He Yin was startled by his own speculation. This is terrifying. Just think, in the future Yuan Chen's whole family will be top-tier divine beasts. Let alone in the cultivation world. He Yin was startled by his own speculation. This is terrifying. Just think, in the future Yuan Chen's whole family will be top-tier divine beasts. Let alone their cultivation speed is several times faster than ordinary people. The possibilities seem even more likely to occur. After the shock, he felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, he acted quickly back then. Once they reach the Immortal realm, he can just relax. Now he's the only one who has become Yuan Chen's legitimate teacher. Thinking of this, Yuan Luo, what about your other brothers and sisters? If there's time, they can all come here to play. He directly threw aside the thought of accepting Yuan Luo as a disciple. Isn't it better to get to know all the children? Building good relationships with this group of kids would also add some sentiment as a teacher. Moreover, he was currently the only teacher in the exotic beast mansion. The other 8 Dragon Clan experts sent simply protect the exotic beast mansion and haven't started teaching at all. When the children come out later, if he patiently teaches them knowledge for a while, won't they be grateful? He will have struck it. Of course, what excites him more is his relationship with Yuan Chen. He can't guarantee anything else. But now he should be the one with the best relationship with Yuan Chen in the Dragon Clan, right? No matter how powerful these offspring are, can they not recognize Yuan Chen as their father? I want to delay the 2 younger brothers' studies, Yuan Luo asked. The other 2 children's eyes lit up. While their other siblings just eat and sleep every day, they have to come here to study. Of course, they were happy to hear that the other kids were coming here to be with them. Of course not. He Yin immediately replied, then prompted Yuan Luo several times. Yuan Luo didn't understand the intricacies, but could only nod in response. Seeing him nod, He Yin immediately. Just then his daughter walked out. He quickly waved his hand. Xiaodai, daddy has found you more playmates. You must get along well with your brothers and sisters later. Yuan Luo and the others called him grandpa, and he let his daughter call Yuan Chen's children brother and sister. The generation is all mixed up. But He Yin didn't mind thinking, however, it sounds good as fine. Xiaodai immediately beamed with joy. She had heard that her 2 junior brothers had many siblings and the family was very lively, while she only had one. She had long envied them. She also wanted to get to know these people. However, outsiders were not allowed to enter the exotic beast mansion. The children inside the exotic beast mansion basically don't come out to play. She had never had the opportunity. Seeing Xiaodai excitedly playing with the 3, He Yin squinted and smiled. Yuan Chen's sons were all talented youths. If his daughter finds someone she likes to marry, then he wouldn't have to worry about her future. After all, if all goes well, it should be Yuan Chen's family's world in the future. Staying together every day to play is the best opportunity to cultivate feelings. Even if the other party's son doesn't fancy his daughter, there are plenty of daughters in Yuan Chen's family. It would be good to make friends later. Let a few of them review the Ling Gong technique taught yesterday. He Yin returned to his room and rummaged through his storage ring. What are you looking for? The little wife came forward to inquire. He Yin replied without lifting his head. I need to check what this kid is exactly. How come I've never seen it before? There have been many top-tier divine beasts born in the cultivation world since ancient times. He couldn't possibly remember them all. Although he could feel Yuan Luo was undoubtedly a top-tier divine beast. But he was still very curious. He had previously checked what his 2 disciples were, but he hadn't been able to find out. He wondered if this one was also undocumented. He understood almost all the top-tier divine beasts born from the Dragon Clan. There was simply no such category. He then began to search for the types of the Cat Clan. The little wife smiled as she watched his back. She didn't know before. Since moving here, she learned that her husband was actually one of the top 5 experts of the Dragon Clan. She had previously worried that he might only be out to play and abandon them. But now 3 years later, he was no different from ordinary people. Her heart felt relieved. Looking at her daughter playing outside, it was wonderful. Oh, I didn't expect to find it so quickly this time. He Yin jumped up in joy. On the pages, an illustration of Yuan Luo appeared which was very similar. It turns out it has only been recorded once. No wonder I didn't recognize it. Swanee. Millions of years ago, the Golden Dragon Patriarch of the Dragon Clan formed a marriage alliance with the Jade Lion Clan. It took several millennia before a child was born to them. From birth, this offspring was extraordinary, ascending to the upper realm in just a few hundred years, a terrifyingly swift ascent. Swanee was the name the Dragon Patriarch bestowed upon his son. As this was the first appearance of such a creature, people later used this name to denote this new species. After that, no news of Swanee ever surfaced in the cultivation world again. No wonder his own memories were so sparse. How many years of history had passed since then? He Yin curled his lips, yet his trembling hands betrayed his inner turmoil. Although supreme divine beasts were nothing new to Yuan Chen. This was like stamp collecting. Watching one nearly extinct supreme divine beast after another appear before his eyes brought an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Husband, are you alright? Seeing He Yin hugging a book and kissing the image within his concubine approached with concern. Haha, I'm fine. We've struck it rich. He Yin spun his wife around in joy. Then his expression turned somber. That clever little Yuan Luo. How had he managed to trick the other into joining his sect? Yuan Luo, look at your 2 younger brothers. They live with me every day, play with Xiaodai after training. Don't you want to stay here too? Just become my disciple, and this courtyard is yours to live in as if it were your own home. He Yin pointed at the little ones playing with his daughter in the distance, coaxing Yuan Luo temptingly. Since learning Yuan Luo's identity, he had never given up trying to lure the boy. He had tried spiritual herbs and treasures, but the beast-taming manner lacked nothing. They even ate spiritual herbs like carrots. He attempted to tempt Yuan Luo with unique techniques to boost his power, but the boy's strength surged upward effortlessly every day without any effort. This rate of improvement even made him wince. Hiding in his room, he watched spiritual energy eagerly burrow into the boy's body, wishing he could leap out the window and take a bite out of him. Oh, the pain. Such agony. Why didn't he have such talent? In the end, he had no choice but to dangle his own daughter. Yuan Luo's face was etched with bitterness. These days he had followed He Yan's suggestion, bringing his younger siblings to play here. But things had been fine until Grandpa He suddenly started targeting him. Yuan Luo's face was etched with bitterness. These days he had followed He Yan's suggestion, bringing his younger siblings to play here. But he had a suspicion, but he couldn't believe a dragon's heart could be so treacherous. Just because he refused to become a disciple, he was being isolated. He looked at He Yan with grievance. Even so, he wouldn't give in. I have to ask my father. But the sorrow in his voice filled the entire courtyard. He Yan tilted his head, smirking triumphantly. Let's see how long you can hold out. After all, he's just a child. As he mused, his expression shifted. He told his wife to watch the children and vanished instantly. At the city gate of Qingye, Yuan Chen descended from the flying boat with his entourage of wives. Just as he stowed the flying boat, He Yan's figure materialized beside him. Brother, are you running a wholesale business now? Gazing at the diverse array of women, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. How long had he been gone? But thinking of Yuan Chen's character, he quickly shrugged it off. Yuan Chen rolled his eyes. Show some respect, will you? What do you mean by wholesale? He wasn't surprised by He Yan's opinion. Now that his strength had increased, he had long sensed He Yan's aura. But, was this guy being a bit too polite today? Why was he calling him brother? Brother? Yes. Why are you suddenly so enthusiastic? Spit it out, Yuan Chen said, removing the arm from his shoulder and eyeing him warily. Oh, it's just that I've missed you after not seeing you for so long. He Yan gave a slight, awkward laugh, then began to put on an act. Lately I've been thinking, why haven't I made a single friend all these years? Finally I realized it's because I looked down on everyone else with my strength. Until I met you, brother, a young man, already showing signs of breaking through the heavens. Why should I hold back with such a figure? Don't despise me for being older, brother, he said, gazing at Yuan Chen with deep affection, his eyes nearly melting into water. Yuan Chen shuddered, goosebumps rising. He silently stepped back 2 paces. Brother, watch your words. We're both family men. As for what he said, only a fool would believe it. Haha, just joking. I'm just excited to see you. He Yan shamelessly stepped forward, grabbing Yuan Chen's hand. So do you acknowledge me as your brother? Yuan Chen squinted at him. Though his tone was nauseating, his character was genuinely straightforward. He had helped him so much. Besides, he was so old. Yuan Chen waved his hand. All right, brother. Just go back to your usual arrogant self. This fawning makes me uncomfortable. He Yan didn't understand the word fawning, but hearing Yuan Chen agree still delighted him. He slapped Yuan Chen hard. Good. From now on, in the cultivation world, you're under my protection. Just say the word. Your matters are my matters, your wives are. Wait. Hold on. Yuan Chen cut him off. Everything else is fine. If it benefits me, I'll call you brother. But if you covet my wives, I'll call you an old geezer. Cough. Cough. He Yan realized his slip. Don't misunderstand, brother. It just slipped out. Let me read. Your matters are my matters, your sons are my disciples. Damn. Yuan Chen finally understood. He wasn't after his wives, but his son. You old fox. He stared at He Yan silently, his gaze piercing. He Yan felt a twinge of guilt under that stare. We're brothers now, don't be so formal. I genuinely find the boys adorable. Trust me, you'll treat them well. Even if my mother and your son fell into a river together, I'd save your son first. He Yan mumbled a series of assurances to Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen listened silently for a while, then waved his hand wearily. Do as you please. He understood the man's intentions perfectly. He had noticed Yuan Luo's card transformation and suspected He Yan had been nearby and guessed something. If he was willing to teach, let him. It was like having a free male babysitter. More importantly, he trusted He Yan. You want to go to the Dragon Palace? A month later, He Yan frowned and asked Yuan Chen. As for why another month had passed, this time Yuan Chen planned to take no one else but Zixiao along. With parting imminent, it was time for his loins to stir. Yuan Chen nodded. After all, this man was his elder brother, and it was only proper to bid farewell before leaving. Why the sudden urge to bring Yuan Yun back? He Yan asked with a grave expression. My daughter isn't happy, that's all. Yuan Chen replied indifferently. He Yan's face did not look too pleased. After a moment of hesitation, he lowered his voice and asked Yuan Chen. Is it because of those rumors in the Dragon Palace? Yuan Chen shot a sidelong glance at this old friend. His expression turned serious. It seemed he had underestimated the matter. Even He Yan had caught wind of it. Then the problem must be quite severe. What does the Dragon Clan's upper echelon think? Since the other had broached the subject, Yuan Chen asked directly. After all, He Yan was an elder. He must know quite a bit. He Yan gave a bitter smile. In truth, he hadn't paid much. He was too carefree by nature. The Dragon Palace usually didn't even summon him for meetings. It was only when Yuan Chen's family arrived there that he had his clansmen look after them. All the news came from his clansmen. Seeing Yuan Chen staring at him, he shook his head. I don't know the specifics either. I've only heard that the Golden Dragon clan is somewhat dissatisfied with your daughter's situation. You know, even though the 3 clans are all top-grade divine beasts, the position of Dragon Clan Chief is usually held by the Golden Dragon clan. Before this, the new generation of the Golden Dragon clan lacked prodigies, so they had little interest in the next Dragon Clan Chief. Whether it went to your daughter or to our Violet Dragon or Black Dragon clans, it made little difference. Moreover, those who have a say are mostly rogue cultivators who have passed the 5th or 6th tribulation. By the time your daughter grows up, most of them will have already ascended, and matters beyond that won't concern them much. They only care about the current 2 chiefs holding power within the Golden Dragon clan, ensuring a smooth transition. He paused for a moment, and seeing Yuan Chen's serious expression, continued. But now your daughter's cultivation speed is too fast. It might threaten the succession of the 5-clawed Golden Dragon, causing disruptions to the elders' plans. So they're spreading rumors hoping your daughter will back out on her own, or forcing other elders to temporarily suppress her and make her wait longer. Upon hearing this, Yuan Chen's face turned extremely grim. A reduction in resources was the least of his worries. With him around, his daughter could reach the peak even without any resources. What truly crossed the line was other clansmen saying hurtful things right in front of his daughter. How old was she? How could she endure the pointed fingers of others? At the same time, he felt a hint of resentment toward AOE. It was AOE who had begged him to bring his family there in the first place. And this was what they got. The culprits were from his own Golden Dragon clan. Don't give him that excuse about not controlling his subordinates. If he couldn't even manage a few elders, what right did he have to be the Dragon clan chief? Yuan Chen's gaze turned cold. Perhaps AOE shared the same intentions. Petty scoundrels, do you think I give a damn about your lousy Dragon clan? Right in front of He Yin, Yuan Chen burst into a torrent of curses. He Yin looked at Yuan Chen with an awkward expression. If it had been anyone else, he wouldn't have tolerated it. But coming from Yuan Chen, there was truly nothing wrong with those words. With Yuan Chen's wealth and status, he really did look down on the Dragon clan. His son, a top-grade divine beast, was already running all over the place. Come to think of it, the Dragon clan had indeed been rather dishonorable. He knew that Yuan Chen was mainly cursing the Golden Dragon clan, so he wasn't particularly angry. Besides, among the 3 Dragon clans, there was plenty of covert infighting. In the absence of external threats, the Golden Dragon clan's falling out with Yuan Chen was a great boon to him. He stepped forward to offer a few hypocritical words of consolation. I don't say that. Chief AOE might have his own difficulties. When facing outsiders, the 3 clans were one family, but whenever an opportunity arose, they would gladly throw each other under the bus. Yuan Chen gave He Yin a flat stare. This guy with his honest-looking face was no saint either. Forget it, I won't waste my breath arguing with you. They look down on my Yuan Yun, but we look down on them too. I'm going to bring her back right now. I'll leave the beast-taming manor in your care, big brother. Rest assured, little brother. I'll make sure your wife is well taken care of. He Yin thumped his chest in assurance. Yuan Chen opened his mouth as if to say something, but finally spat out 2 words and turned to leave. Damn it. After giving his instructions, he headed straight for the heart of the chaotic star, C, with Zixia. First, Zixia was highly skilled in martial arts, so they could look out for each other on the road. Second, having lived long in the Dragon Palace, Zixia was very familiar with the area and could serve as a guide. Put her down. Stop right there. After 4 or 5 days of flight, the 2 were drawn by the sounds of battle below. They initially planned to mind their own business, but the surging blood energy soaring into the sky caught their attention. A human prodigy. Glancing downward, Zixia's eyes flickered as she spoke with a peculiar tone. Yuan Chen also stopped, curious to see what was happening. If Zixia called someone a prodigy, they were certainly no pushover. He had heard before that human combat prowess was erratic. At the same cultivation level, the weak couldn't even defeat ordinary demon beasts, while the strong could overpower even top-grade divine beasts. He wondered how capable this so-called prodigy really was. Since arriving in this world, he had never seen a true... The only one close was his own wife, but due to her low cultivation level, he had never truly tested her skills except in the bedroom. Below, 2 groups were locked in battle. One side had only 2 people, while the other had 7. No, 8. One figure was skulking at the edge, launching sneak attacks from time to time, never once stepping into the main battlefield. The weaker side consisted of a man and a woman. The woman had already been captured by the 8, with one of them carrying her unconscious on his shoulder. The man seemed to be poisoned as well, his body swaying as if he might collapse at any moment. Yet his combat strength was astonishingly formidable. Even in this state, he was holding his own against 8 opponents without losing ground. However, though the 8 were outmatched, they wore relaxed, grinning expressions. One of them kept shifting positions, dropping a few stones at each spot. Gong Sunsheng, are you done yet? One of the group asked impatiently. The roaming figure didn't answer. After moving a few more paces, he nodded and stepped back, done. The moment the words fell, a small formation appeared on the field, instantly trapping the poisoned man inside. No matter how great his combat power, he couldn't harm any of the 8. Big brother, let's go. This guy's too strong. The formation won't hold for long. The formation setter suggested to the burly leader. The leader nodded, and the group taunted the trapped man before sprint. Hey Yangzi, we're borrowing your wife for a bit. Ha ha ha, woohoo woohoo. Watching their retreating backs, the poisoned man pounded furiously against the formation. As he pounded, he shouted in desperation. Gongzi, Gongzi, give me back my Gongzi. Scum. A furious shout rang out. Before Yuan Chen could react, the graceful figure beside him vanished. He was momentarily stunned. When had she become so righteous? Still, she had gone after those men. Yuan Chen could only descend and wait. He approached the formation. Standing outside, he watched the man trapped within struggling desperately. The man was sobbing uncontrollably. The spear in his hand struck the formation, causing ripples to spread across its surface. Visible cracks began to spiderweb across the luminous barrier. "Give me back my Gongzi. Give me back my Gongzi." The man's hair was disheveled as he muttered incessantly. Yet his strength was truly formidable. He was only at the Tribulation Transcendent stage, while the 7 or 8 he had just faced were all Mahayana experts. Despite that, he could still overpower them. It spoke volumes about his combat prowess. If not for a hidden formation master trapping him, the 8 would have been killed by him one by one. Not to mention, he was also poisoned. This was a true prodigy of the human race. Since Zixia had already given chase, Yuan Chen didn't mind lending a hand. After all, the man would break out soon enough. He gently pushed his palm forward. The formation's light barrier shattered like glass, scattering into pieces. Feeling the sudden emptiness around him, Yang Zi was overjoyed. He had seen Yuan Chen land before him earlier. He hadn't expected the man to help. But his smile lasted only a second before he broke down again. His wife had been taken. "Yang Zi thanks you for your aid, senior. But I must leave now, or I will repay you handsomely later." He cupped his hands to Yuan Chen in apology, then dashed off in the direction the 8 had fled. Yuan Chen wasn't having seen everything, he understood the man's urgency. Yet a doubt lingered in his mind. Given Zixia's strength, she should have returned by now. Could something have happened to her? He decided to follow. "Daoist friend, please do me a favor. These 8 are fated to be with us, who I ask for your mercy." From afar, Yuan Chen saw Zixia surrounded by a crowd. The two sides were locked in fierce combat. The 8 who had just fled watched from behind the group, relaxed and amused. Looking closely, Yuan Chen's expression hardened. The highest among them was only at the peak Mahayana stage. Yet over 100 of them fighting together could withstand Zixia's attacks. "I told you, hand over that woman." Zixia refused to relent. As a mighty cultivator at the loose immortal stage, how could she be intimidated by a group of juniors? To back down would be shameful. Today she would take that woman away. "Miss, don't go too far. Our grand cycle formation has never been breached." The leader, a dark-faced short man, grew angry as Zixia refused to yield. "Gongzi." Just then Yang Zi cried out in anguish at the sight of his wife. The shout drew the attention of those fighting. Yet the opposing side showed no panic at the arrival of Yuan Chen. Ancient records stated that even a golden immortal descending to the mortal realm couldn't break their formation, let alone these two now. I've heard that the Waterfall Islands formation is the best defense in the world. Today I'll see if it's true. With her increased power, Zixia was brimming with confidence. With a cold snort, she transformed into a massive purple golden dragon. Roaring at the sky, she lashed her tail fiercely against the grand cycle formation. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed. All vegetation within miles was reduced to dust. Yet the formation remained unbroken. Yuan Chen stared at the formation. Such a powerful array existed. It could allow 100 Mahayana cultivators to defy an elephant tribulation loose immortal. His blood surged with excitement, his hands itching to test it himself. Once the thought arose, he hesitated no longer. Leaping into the air, he transformed into a silver dragon over 100 meters long. The dragon's mouth opened slightly. "Zixia, attack with me." Zixia understood. They gathered power. As Yuan Chen's tail descended, hers followed in unison. Boom! The shockwave hurled Yang Zi hundreds of meters away. He stared dazedly at the massive explosion in the sky. As the smoke cleared, the 100+ within the formation turned pale and spat blood simultaneously. Yet the formation still stood firm. Yuan Chen raised an eyebrow. Interesting. He estimated that even transforming into a 5-clawed golden dragon might not break it. Dragon clan experts. Song, he was horrified. Stop. He had wanted to call a halt when Zixia transformed into a dragon. But Yuan Chen gave him no chance. As soon as Zixia paused, they prepared to strike again. Gasping for breath, Song, he quickly shouted. He was confident in his formation, but there was no need to offend Dragon Clan experts, especially when 2 had appeared. Having tested their strength, Yuan Chen stopped Zixia. There was no enmity. They could sit down and talk. It wasn't as if they itched for a fight. Seeing Yuan Chen and the other stop Song, he breathed a sigh of relief. He stepped forward. "Song, he of Waterfall Island. May I ask what grievance you two have with my brothers that you seek their death?" Yuan Chen glanced at Yang Zi. "He's asking you." As for him and Zixia, could they say they were just idle spectators? "Chao Huai, return my wife." Snapping back to reality, Yang Zi realized 2 experts were backing him. He glared fiercely at the 8 hiding. "I thought you were truly my friend, but in just 2 days you revealed your wolfish ambition. You poisoned me when I was off guard and stole my wife. Despicable and shameless." Yang Zi roared in righteous indignation at their vile deeds. Chao Huai, however, was unfazed. He spoke. "Blame your wife for being so beautiful. My brothers couldn't resist. If you must blame someone, blame your own naivety." Exactly. Since you call us brothers, shouldn't you share good things?" "So smooth." The others leered at the unconscious woman, jeering lustfully. Song, he stole a glance at Yuan Chen's expression and tested the waters. "May I ask what relationship you two have with this Yang Zi?" Yuan Chen shook his head and said with righteous conviction, "Seeing injustice, I draw my sword to help." Song, he was taken aback. "So you don't even know him?" He composed himself, relaxing his demeanor. He smiled at you. A misunderstanding then, Taoist friend. Return the man's wife to him. He waved his hand casually. Yuan Chen raised an eyebrow. So you don't know them either? Song He, we brothers came to Waterfall Island because we heard of your strength seeking your protection. And at our first meeting you cave in like this. Daring to undermine him in front of everyone. His expression turned cold. Oh, it seems Chief Chao no longer needs our protection. Daring to undermine him in front of everyone. His expression turned cold. Oh, it seems Chief Chao no longer needs our protection. Song He acted with unusual decisiveness, and as soon as he spoke he directly isolated the 8 members of Chao Huai from the outside. Chao Huai was taken aback, his face instantly turning ashen. Brother, isn't this a bit inappropriate? If this continues, who would still want to ally with our Shueibua Island? Lin Zhong approached Song He, expressing his displeasure. Chao Huai and the others were familiar with him, and had come to ally with them through his introduction. Previously they had welcomed them with joy, and everyone was harmonious, which brought Lin Zhong some face. But now the situation had changed, and they were directly abandoned. How would Lin Zhong survive in the chaotic Star Sea in the future? Lin, it's not that I am heartless, just look at what this man has said. Song He tried to comfort Lin Zhong. Aside from having a compatible bloodline to control the Grand Formation, his own strength was hardly noteworthy. In the past he had relied on Lin Zhong, the second strongest of Shueibua Island, to protect him from treachery. The two depended on each other, and neither wanted to turn against the other. But, as the two murmured, Yuan Chen also sent a message to Zixia. What was the situation with the Grand Formation and Shueibua Island? Many human cultivators have suffered oppression in their homeland, and fled to the chaotic Star Sea to survive. As the number of humans increased, various human powers emerged in the chaotic Star Sea, among which 4 were the most renowned, spread across the 4 directions of the chaotic Star Sea. Although there were no loose cultivators stationed there, they could still establish themselves as a top force using ancient treasures and formations. Shueibua Island is one of them, and it is the most powerful one. The Zhou Tian Grand Formation alone secures its undefeated position. As Zixia explained, Yuan Chen began to understand. Looking at the Zhou Tian Grand Formation again, he no longer felt the previous shock. The Zhou Tian Grand Formation was indeed powerful, but the conditions to activate it were exceedingly difficult. Firstly, it required the blood of those with special physiques to activate. In 10,000 years, only 3 individuals had met this condition. Secondly, the composition of the Zhou Tian Grand Formation was essential. It required 108 cultivators to stand in their designated positions. Moreover, these 108 must possess extraordinary talent worthy of being called top geniuses. Otherwise one would turn into a puddle of blood upon entering the formation, unable to withstand its oppressive force. Low talent wouldn't suffice. If activated too many times, the body would be depleted, risking potential explosion on the spot. This was also why Song He was eager to recruit geniuses. There was a constant need to replenish fresh blood. The third requirement was a substantial amount of spirit stones to sustain its operation. This was not an issue, as Shueibua Island itself had spiritual veins. However, to return to the subject, although the conditions were harsh, its power was undeniably formidable. There were rumors that if all 108 individuals within the formation possessed special talents, breakthroughs of 2 or 3 major realms were possible. Yuan Chen wasn't particularly interested in this. No matter how powerful it was fundamentally a defensive formation. Gathering geniuses was not as fast as improving his own strength. In that case, he would break through with a single punch. Meanwhile, Yang Zi approached the 8 people isolated outside the formation with red eyes. This was a great opportunity, and it must be seized. He charged forward with his spear. Song He, that's not what I meant. Seeing Yang take action, Chao Huai became anxious. He had already felt the pressure from Yang in their previous confrontation. He hurriedly softened his tone towards Song He. Yet Song He was still arguing with Lin Zhong and paid no attention. Let's go for it. Gritting his teeth, he could only lead his brothers into battle. The 3 brothers of the Yuan family exchanged glances and acted simultaneously. They formed seals, and a mist of water appeared around Yang Zi. A trivial technique. Yang Zi let out a cold laugh. With a surge of blood energy, the surrounding mist instantly evaporated. Yuan Shower looked at his 2 younger brothers. Lend me a hand. Then with arms wide open, an ice giant emerged before them. Yuan Shao Wu and Yuan Shao Qi acted without hesitation, channeling their spiritual power into the giant's body. As they gathered their strength, the giant grew larger and larger. With a glare, it charged towards Yang Zi. The other 5 did not remain idle either. Chao Huai threw out a treasure pagoda, intending to suppress Yang Zi directly. Yang Zi roared, infused with anger, and flicked the pagoda away with his spear. Then bang bang bang, the spear shadows flashed rapidly. While defending against the attacks of the others, he freed his left hand to punch against the ice giant. Clap! Under the terrified gazes of the crowd, the giant surprisingly could not withstand the force and began to retreat. Huh! Noticing the commotion, Song He had a peculiar look in his eyes. He looked at Song He with greedy eyes. A figure in the Tribulation Transcendent stage was making a Golden Core stage expert retreat in disarray. He initially thought it was because Yuan Chen had sought help from the 8 of them. It turned out that they couldn't handle this young man. What an extraordinary talent. You are destined to be with Shueibua. Get away. At that moment Yang Zi was already in front of Sun Sheng. This guy knew formations, he had to be dealt with first. Sun Sheng was greatly alarmed. Among the 8 apart from the recognized waist by Tsung, he was the weakest. Now facing Yang Zi he was so frightened that he quickly retreated. Lin Zhong watched eyes wide in disbelief. He shouted and rushed over. Bang! Both of them were using spears. Lin Zhong had a slightly higher cultivation level timely blocking in front of Sun Sheng. As their spear tips clashed Yang Zi was at a disadvantage and stumbled back a few steps. Bang 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 blood mist erupted from several spots on his body. Yuan Chen's eyes lit up. Another genius. Zixia spoke from the side. Shueibua has never lacked for geniuses. Even without the protection of the Grand Formation, there are individuals who could contend with the top 3 experts of my Zilong clan in the tribulation stage, or even stronger. Yuan Chen nodded. The potential of the human race could not be measured by mere numbers. Lin Zhong, what are you doing? Song He's eyes flickered as he directly blocked in front of Yang Zi. He enthusiastically helped Yang Zi up. Little brother, are you alright? Lin Zhong was somewhat puzzled. Brother, what are you doing? Song He raised his hand to stop him from speaking further. He gently asked Yang Zi, are you interested in joining us at Shueibua? Xiao Huai's expression changed. The situation seemed to be somewhat unfavorable for them. He grabbed the woman by the neck shouting towards Yang Zi. Yang Zi, today's events are our brother's fault, but you wouldn't want Shun Qinggang to perish just like this, right? Let us go and I promise not to harm Shun Qinggang in the slightest. Yuan Chen was taken aback, incredulously looking at Zixia. What is that woman's name? Shun Qinggang. Zixia was also a bit confused, it seems so. But what kind of girl would have such a name? Yang Zi shouted in anger. However, Xiao Huai did not notice. At Song He's signal, a monk quietly moved behind. Die! With a loud roar, a string of prayer beads appeared above Xiao Huai's head, perfectly protecting the woman he held within its halo. Meanwhile, a shovel came crashing down from above Xiao Huai's head. I am the warrior of Shueibua Yang. Out! Xiao Huai had no time to dodge, frantically raising his arms above his head. With a single blow, he was instantly severely injured. Brother Wu Yang, show mercy. At that moment, Song He called out to Wu Yang again. Wu Yang had already raised his shovel, but upon hearing the call he obediently put it down. Though they were merely companions in hardship, the other was still the nominal leader, and obedience was expected. He cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Huai, grabbed the woman, and tossed her directly to Yang Zi. Brother Xiao, brother Wu Yang, is a bit impulsive. Please do not take offense. Song He quickly approached Xiao Huai, his face full of concern as he helped him up. Seeing Yang Zi's confusion on the other side, he immediately spoke again. Both of you are heroes. I have explained before that it was all a misunderstanding. Since neither side has suffered significant losses, do me a favor and turn hostility into friendship. He looked at them both with a genial expression, not missing a single one. Though Yang Zi was exceptionally talented, Xiao Huai and his group were no pushovers either. They were merely not as monstrous as Yang Zi, coupled with the fact that the other side had 7. He glanced at Bai Zhang, 8 prodigies. They also held a numerical advantage. Since he had encountered them together, he would take them all. Impossible. Yang Zi, holding his rescued wife, immediately used spiritual energy to purge the sleeping drug from her body. His eyes glared fiercely at Xiao Huai, clearly intending to fight to the death. Hey wait, I haven't agreed yet. Just then Zixia, who had been watching from the sidelines, also spoke up. She looked at the crowd defiantly. I don't care about the rest, but he is unforgivable. She pointed at Xiao Huai and spoke calmly. Everyone was stunned, and Song He immediately let go of Xiao Huai's arm he had been supporting. What's going on? Yuan Chen looked at Zixia, sensing a great deal of resentment. Zixia turned her face and instantly changed her expression. She looked at Yuan Chen with a coquettish demeanor, pointing at the equally bewildered Xiao Huai in the distance. He just hid behind this group and went naya at me. As she spoke, she stuck out her tongue and made a funny face at Yuan Chen. Vividly, having spent so much time with the women, she wanted to adopt a more charming appearance. Before, as a solitary person, she had no conditions. Now that she was married, she naturally wanted her husband to dote on her. Yuan Chen looked at Zixia, then at the pale-faced Xiao Huai on the other side. He blinked his eyes, using mental attacks. Damn it, you won't leave here alive today. Since she was finally acting spoiled towards him, he had to indulge her. His gaze sharpened as he fixed it on Xiao Huai. Xiao Huai was utterly terrified. He had merely escaped death and expressed his joy at being protected. He never expected it would invite a deadly disaster. The others watched in stunned disbelief. First, they were surprised that Zixiao, a great senior, would speak in such a manner. Second, it was because of Xiao Huai's peculiar cause of death. However strange it was, they instinctively moved a little further away from Xiao Huai. They didn't want to be caught in the crossfire. Even the other 7 brothers carefully shifted their bodies. Xiao Huai spat out a mouthful of blood. Without a second thought, he turned and ran. Where do you think you're going? Yang Zi raised his spear to give chase. But before he could move, a flash of white light shot past him. Then. There was no then. The waterbound crowd looked at Yuan Chen, who stood unmoving after launching a single attack, then at Xiao Huai, but there was no power to it. Xiao Huai, aside from no longer fleeing, was merely pale with no wounds. His face grew paler by 1 shade, then 2, then 3. Was he that scared? Hey, how come he's turning silver? Just as everyone was puzzled, they watched in horror as Xiao Huai's body stiffened, and completely turned into a block of silver. When they looked at Yuan Chen again, their scalps tingled. Yuan Chen silently watched the other's silver transformation. With his increased strength, he could use this skill from a distance. However, it was effective against those of higher realms. Xiao Huai could only succumb to the erosion because he was severely injured. Under the fearful gaze of the crowd, he looked calmly at Zixia. What about the other 7? Did they not displease you? At these words, the 7 were instantly frozen in place. They dared not run, so they could only look at Zixia pleadingly. Zixia shook her head. Not really, but when I chased them, they kept going yo-ho, as if they were provoking me. Sun Sheng and the others' hair stood on end. We didn't. It's just a habit. I see. Yuan Chen pondered. He had heard it too. When they ran with their legs spread shouting yo-ho, it did seem rather cheeky. Since you like yo-ho, then run around Waterbound Island nonstop for 3 days shouting yo-ho. If anyone slacks off. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. The 7 were overjoyed. It was only 3 days, better than dying. Good thing they hadn't stuck their tongues out at He gave them a brief glance and ignored them. Since the matter is resolved, senior, would you like to rest at our Waterbound Island for a while? Seeing that Yuan Chen was about to leave Song, he hurried forward to respectfully invite him. As long as one was an expert, everything was negotiable. Yuan Chen said no need. Senior, thank you for your help. Yang Zi also brought his now awake wife to express their gratitude. Didn't you say there would be a generous reward? It's not just the 2 of you thanking me, is it? Yuan Chen looked at Yang Zi and asked seriously. Yang Zi was momentarily stunned, then fell silent. Didn't seniors usually look down on their possessions? After a moment of silence, he spoke awkwardly. Of course not. It's just that my wife and I have just escaped from the Daming Kingdom and don't have many treasures on us. I will surely offer a generous reward in the future. Why wait for the future? Who would remember you then? Yuan Chen looked him over. That spear of yours looks pretty good. Consider it a token of appreciation. We're not acquainted. I can't just help you for free, can I? Others might value your future, hoping you might achieve something and return the favor. But my children all have the potential to become emperors. Oh, what do I need one more prodigy for? Yang Zi's face stiffened. He reluctantly took off the spear and offered it to Yuan Chen. This is a divine artifact left by my ancestors. Since senior likes it then. Alright, I'll take it. Yuan Chen took it swiftly and left with his wife as soon as he had it. Husband, what's wrong? Watching Yuan Chen disappear into the distance and seeing 2 streams of tears silently fall down her husband's face, Shun Qinggang couldn't help but ask. Boo-hoo, nothing. Just moved that the 2 seniors helped us so much, but only took a single weapon from me in return, treating money like dirt. Yang Zi wiped his cheeks. His heart cried even louder. My inferior grade immortal artifact. I didn't expect Brother Yang to be such a sentimental person. You share the same temperament as us waterbound folks. How about joining our big family? Song he seized the opportunity to step forward and invite him again. Yang Zi found it impossible to articulate his suffering. The Daming dynasty stood as a premier imperial power in the eastern barren lands, yet the Yang family boasted a lineage even more ancient than that dynasty itself. Not only under the Daming dynasty, but also during the preceding dynasty, the Yang family had been the foremost power outside the royal house, teeming with countless experts. Regrettably, as time passed, the dynasty deliberately suppressed them, stripping away their former glory. Now he was the sole cultivator left in the entire clan. Fortunately, though their family assets had been plundered, a single inferior-grade immortal artifact remained to accompany him. Normally, he kept it concealed, allowing the artifact to merely exude the aura of an ordinary spiritual artifact, thus avoiding notice. Unable to bear the royal family's oppression any longer, he had fled with his wife some time ago. Yet no sooner had they escaped than the immortal artifact vanished without a trace, and he remained uncertain whether Yuan Chen had seen through it and feigned ignorance or genuinely wanted a token of gratitude. The pain was unbearable. Seeing Song He approach, he couldn't help but weep uncontrollably. Well, now that Xiao Huai is dead, brother, it's dangerous for you to travel with your wife. Why not join us in a grand endeavor? Was this man truly so overflowing with emotion? Song He finding no response, but tears could only continue his persuasion alone. Yang Zi gazed at Song He with tear-filled eyes. Indeed, brother Yang, from the moment you risked danger to save your wife, Wu Yang saw you as a true man. Join us, let's be brothers and look out for each other. Before Yang Zi could speak, Wu Yang stepped forward familiarly. Fine. After a moment's deliberation, Yang Zi finally agreed. Now that the immortal artifact was lost, he needed a place to settle down first. Though he found Song He's feigned sincerity somewhat distasteful, Wu Yang seemed decent. Moreover, it was Wu Yang who had helped him reclaim his wife, so he couldn't very well refuse. Whoop whoop. The 7 fools had already begun circling the waterbound isle shouting. Even though Yuan Chen had departed, they dared not harbor any hope of leniency. That's right. We're all here because we couldn't bear the oppression and fled to the chaotic Star Sea. Naturally, we must huddle together for warmth. Brother Yang, if you have any enemies, speak up. Since we're brothers now, we should first eliminate your worries so you can focus on great matters. Yang Zi hesitated. Could the Daming dynasty be considered an enemy? It probably should be. Though he had escaped the deaths of his parents and elders remained too mysterious. Since this brother had raised the matter, he might as well mention it. Well, since you bring it up, brother, I won't hold back. To be honest, my wife and I were oppressed by the Daming dynasty until we couldn't survive. We fled only when we sensed our lives were in danger. Song, he nodded calmly, pondering for 2 seconds. Brother Wu Yang, since Brother Yang Ji is new here, take him around Waterbound, I'll to get familiar with the place. But what about the Daming? Yang Zi was taken aback. Your wife still seems unwell. Wu Yang, quickly take them to the island for some pills. Ignoring Yang Zi's words Song, he turned his concern to Shen Xingang. Wu Yang, well acquainted with his leader's ways, led Yang Zi away, without waiting for further questions. Whoop whoop, the 7 fools had completed their circuit. Yang Zi shifted his suspicious gaze from Song, he glaring resentfully at the running figures. But the 2 seniors had ordered them to run for 3 days. He didn't know if killing them now would incur Yuan Chen's displeasure. After some thought, he reluctantly abandoned the idea. He would first settle down with his wife. Alas, my inferior grade immortal artifact. The thought of Yuan Chen brought another pang of pain. Once Yang Zi's figure vanished Song, he scurried after the 7 whooping men. As for the Daming dynasty, the baby hadn't heard a thing. Brothers, do you have a place to go after 3 days? Why not join Song's big family? After sizing them up Song, this scholarly-looking fellow had been by Chao Huai's side earlier. He was likely the second-in-command of this group, and the others probably followed his lead. Seeing Song, he catch up Mei Yong thought while running. Yang Zi whoop no. Don't worry about that, brother. Waterbound Isle is vast, you can just avoid crossing paths with him. He'll try to mediate in the coming days. As long as you don't fight to the death, it'll be fine. Everyone's here for a better life. With my mediation, Yang Zi should agree. Amidst the noise Song, he constantly weighed the pros and cons. If you don't join us, Yang Zi will come after you in 3 days. Can your group escape then? Mei Yong fell silent, sharing that same worry. You can stick with Lin Zhong then. If Yang Zi causes trouble on the isle, Lin Zhong can help. At that moment, Lin Zhong approached as well. Song, he pulled him close. The chanting men's eyes all lit up. They trusted Lin Zhong, considering him a friend. He'll go, whoop will go. Bai Zhang at the back quickly shouted. Song, he glanced at him. Whether you go or not doesn't matter, it's the other 6 I care about. What about you all? After exchanging glances, they finally agreed. They had no choice. Without Song He's protection, they couldn't guarantee escaping Yang Zi's pursuit. Song He's dark face immediately lit up with joy. We're all brothers now. Satisfied with the conversation, he prepared to return to the island. Passing the earlier battlefield, his gaze dropped. His eyes fell on Chao Huai. Quite a sight to behold. It could just be left here. With a flick of his sleeve, he pocketed it. It would make a fine ornament for the assembly hall entrance. He knocked on it. Good quality, durable. See if, after toying with it, Yuan Chen casually tossed the inferior grade immortal artifact to Zixia. The moment she caught it, she was slightly startled. An inferior grade immortal artifact. She then asked out of curiosity, how could a Tribulation Transcendence cultivator possess an inferior grade immortal artifact? This spear looks quite old, his ancestors must have been wealthy. Yuan Chen said nonchalantly. Zixia nodded, accepting the explanation. Without overthinking, she stored it away, not bothering to be polite with Yuan Chen. Husband has sharp eyes. I didn't even realize that was an immortal artifact. Zixia smiled at Yuan Chen. No wonder you suddenly wanted a weapon. Yuan Chen shook his head. That's not related. Helping him comes with a price, doesn't it? Even without an immortal artifact, I'd have demanded an inferior grade spiritual artifact. Otherwise, wouldn't I have helped for nothing? As for promises of future repayment, he took them with a grain of salt. Zixia covered her mouth with a light laugh. She had almost forgotten. Her husband never suffered a loss. Chatting and laughing, the two continued their journey. Unbeknownst to them, at the Dragon Clan headquarters, the Golden Dragon Clan, without consulting the other Dragon Clans, had taken action. They directly ordered AOE to cut off all resources to Yuan Yun. Grand Elder, isn't this a bit inappropriate? AOE's face darkened as he took the transmission talisman tossed to him by the Grand Elder and read the message it contained. The message has already been sent. What difference does it make whether it's good or bad? The Grand Elder sat leisurely in the main seat, speaking with an air of indifference. Several other elders of the Golden Dragon Clan were seated around them. AOE, how many times must I tell you? You must understand that you are first and foremost the patriarch of the Golden Dragon Clan, and only then the patriarch of the Dragon Clan. When the two conflict, your priority must be our Golden Dragon Clan. AO Shan, seated to the left of the Grand Elder, looked at AOE with displeasure. Besides, the other party is neither a purple dragon nor a black dragon. What's the harm in making some concessions? It's not like we're abandoning their training entirely, or we're merely postponing it for a while. AOE frowned. Grandfather, you still fail to grasp Yuan Chen's true worth. Don't talk to me about Yuan Chen. No matter how formidable he is, he's still just a member of the Azure Dragon Clan. If he managed to sire a supreme divine beast, it's because of our Dragon Clan's bloodline, not because of his own merits. As for his ability to produce offspring, our Golden Dragon Clan itself is a superior divine beast. Any child born from our union would be of high rank as well, so it's hardly a significant matter. We've sheltered him for so long. What's a little more waiting now? The Golden Dragon roared dismissively. AOE felt a bitter taste in his mouth. The problem was that the other party could mass-produce supreme divine beasts, but he couldn't reveal this to the elders. He could only keep it bottled up inside. Go and explain things to Long Yun. Don't let her harbor any resentment. After 100 years we will certainly invest heavily in her training, channeling all resources her way. Shan looked at Aoe, his tone softening slightly. As long as it didn't harm his Golden Dragon clan, he still felt a strong sense of belonging to the Dragon clan. Aoe's heart grew heavy with bitterness. Any discerning person could see this was bullying someone without backing. How could he possibly explain it away? He cast a somber glance at his grandfather. Then he swept his gaze across the other elders present. They had only considered the continued glory of the next generation, but had they ever considered how Yuan Yun would feel once she ascended to power? Although the debt of grievance had its owner, and by then they would likely have all ascended, a clan patriarch wouldn't harm the Golden Dragon clan. Yet if she harbored even a shred of resentment, the Golden Dragon clan would surely be suppressed by the Black and Purple Dragons. But the other Golden Dragon elders watched the grandfather reprimanding his grandson in utter silence. They sat by like detached spectators observing the drama unfold. The Dragon clan isn't solely governed by our Golden Dragon clan. If the other clans grow dissatisfied, it won't bode well for us. Aoe pressed on. Rest assured. As long as it's not a prodigy from the Black or Purple Dragon clan, they won't make too much of a fuss. He'll allocate some resources to appease them. Moreover, wouldn't the other elders prefer to see two supreme prodigies take turns guarding the Dragon clan rather than engaging in internal strife? Shan asked earnestly. Moreover, wouldn't the other elders prefer to see two supreme prodigies take turns guarding the Dragon clan rather than engaging in internal strife? Shan asked earnestly. Under normal circumstances, this logic was sound. Having two supreme divine beasts guard the Dragon clan in succession was certainly a prospect every elder would welcome. But Yuan Chen was different. He had so many supreme divine beasts. Once the Black and Purple Dragon clans learned of this, they would undoubtedly try to curry favor with him. Perhaps if Yuan Chen continued to sire offspring, the descendants of a single man could protect the Dragon clan for generations to come. Who would want to play your game? He opened his mouth to offer a warning. But the moment the thought crossed his mind, a wave of terror surged through his heart. The Dao Oath was no laughing matter. He sighed. Forget it. The message had already been sent. Now he had to figure out how to explain things to Yuan Chen. This Golden Dragon clan. The Black Dragon frowned as he read the message from the Golden Dragon clan patriarch. He then considered Yuan Chen's temperament and current strength. What were they trying to achieve with this stunt? As the Black Dragon clan patriarch had anticipated, he had no intention of getting involved. However, knowing that He Yin was on good terms with Yuan Chen, he decided to inform him. After a moment of deliberation, He Yin decided to return and see for himself. The Golden Dragon clan was accustomed to arrogance, and he feared they might cause more unpleasantness when Yuan Chen came to pick up his daughter. After a thought, he summoned Mingyong. The latter had been spending his days accompanying his wife to visit their daughter, idly wandering around Guxiao Island. He Yin, what do you want? Mingyong came straight to He Yan's Yuan Luo and asked bluntly. He would have addressed any other expert with a respectful senior, but this fellow had once teased his wife. Well, tell your wife to send some experts from your Ming Sparrow clan over here. He Yin ignored the man's rudeness and what's happened? Mingyong's expression darkened. Nothing serious, don't get worked up. I just need to leave for a while. Yuan Chen entrusted this place to me, and I can't just abandon it without proper arrangements. Find a couple of experts to fill in for me. He Yin waved his hand dismissively. Hey, what does this have to do with me? I didn't make any promises. Why should I call them just because you say so? Relieved that nothing was amiss, Mingyong scoffed. Besides, your Dragon clan has plenty of experts. Just pick a few. Mingyong curled his lip. He Yin was in no mood for a long-winded argument. I can't explain it all to you now. I'm leaving you, it's up to you. If you're fine with leaving this place unguarded by experts, then don't bother. But if something goes wrong, you'll have to answer for it. Having said that, He Yin called out to his wife inside the house and vanished from the spot. I'm off. Staring at the empty Yuan Luo, Mingyong blinked in bewilderment. He couldn't help but curse out loud. Damn it. But after a moment's thought, he used a transmission talisman to tell Ming Jing to stay a while longer at the Beast Realm. The two of them were already accompanied by powerful guards, so there was no need to summon new ones. After Mingyong stomped off in a huff, He Yin reappeared. Nodding in reassurance, he then flew towards the Dragon clan headquarters. Hello. Yuan Chen suddenly received a call from Aoe while en route. Yuan Chen, about Yuan Yun. Patriarch, I'm already on my way. Since Xiao Yun doesn't wish to stay there ill, just bring her home. Sensing the other's hesitation, which likely stemmed from embarrassment, Yuan Chen spoke before Aoe could finish. He felt only mild displeasure towards Aoe, not deep resentment. Aoe was silent for a moment. It seemed Yuan Chen was unaware that his daughter's resources had been cut off. Hearing that Yuan Chen was coming, he temporarily abandoned the idea of explaining over the talisman. It would be better to speak face to face when Yuan Chen arrived. Or perhaps it would be best to let Yuan Chen take her back. They'll wait for you then. Aoe said before hanging up. Yuan Chen put away the transmission talisman with a puzzled expression. He muttered to himself. Aoe was acting rather strangely today. Hey Yuan Yun, aren't you arrogant? Let's see how you snatch my brother's resources now. Aoe once again blocked Yuan, but this time there was no anger, only a face full of smugness. Yuan Yun remained indifferent, having just received the news released by the Dragon clan. Thinking back to how he had been kind to him before and now hadn't said a single word, he knew this matter, stubbornly lifting his head. I don't want it. My father will come to pick me up soon. Our home is much better than this place. Ha ha, that shabby place of yours. You draped an arm over a companion's shoulder, bursting into unbridled laughter. The surrounding companions followed suit one after another. Seeing their expressions, Yuan Yun itched with rage. A wave of grievance welled up and his fists clenched tightly. But the moment he took a step forward, the laughter across from him abruptly ceased. Yuan Yun, what are you doing? You nimbly leaped over 10 meters away, glaring at Yuan Yun with a mix of shame and anger. Having been beaten last time, he reflexively jumped a great distance this time. But remembering he came prepared, he quickly stepped forward again. He spoke arrogantly. Let you be arrogant a little longer. Without resources, see how you cultivate. Soon I'll be able to deal with you easily. I can still beat you up right now. A faint mist of tears appeared in Yuan Yun's eyes as he looked at You with grievance. He didn't like this place. Except for Long Shi, no one would play with him. Wild girl, all you can do is throw punches. What are you about to cry? You cry baby. Cry baby. Upon hearing yes words, the surrounding girls immediately started jeering. But each of them stood far away, all too familiar with Yuan Yun's combat prowess. Safety first. As for why you wasn't afraid this time, they didn't care as long as they could escape later. Yuan Yun sniffled. Watching the flailing he could no longer bear it. His little legs pushed off the ground, and he shot forward in an instant. He swung his left leg towards Yes' head. Brother. A glint of triumph flashed in Yes' eyes without a hint of panic. He shouted loudly into the air. Bang! Yuan Yun's small foot was blocked by an invisible force, rebounding him back to his original spot. He turned to look. His gaze fell upon a golden-haired man. Brother, teach him a lesson. You, as if finding a pillar of support, directly hugged the newcomer's leg and acted spoiled. All right, you better stop it. Xing stroked Yes' hair, speaking dotingly. Then he looked at Yuan Yun in the distance, who was pouting and staring at him. With a graceful demeanor, he smiled and said, Little sister Yun was just playing with you. Don't be so harsh. His smile was gentle like a big brother next door. Yuan Yun silently watched everyone, then turned and walked away. His small figure seemed so lonely. Brother, don't let him go. He hit me last time. Teach him a lesson. You clung to Xing's leg, shaking it. Earlier, knowing his brother would pass by here after being called by grandfather, he had deliberately blocked Yuan Yun here. He hadn't expected his brother not only to refuse to vent his anger, but also to speak so gently to that guy. All right, we're all friends. Don't be so hostile towards Yun. Xing picked up his sister, whispering comfort. His eyes narrowed slightly as he watched the receding figure. She had reached the middle stage of the nascent soul realm again. Such fast cultivation speed. A mountain cannot tolerate two tigers. But there's another saying. He had also thought about building a good relationship with Yuan Yun. Children are the best for laying a foundation from a young age. He even specifically asked the clan leader to help him. After hearing Xing's suggestion, he had seriously considered it. If the two truly got together, it would be a joyous event for the Dragon clan. After some thought, he agreed. Subsequently, he created many opportunities for them to cultivate together. The age difference wasn't an issue at all. In his view, with Xing being so outstanding and accompanying her from a young age, Yuan Yun would become even more admiring of this big brother. The chances of them getting together in the future would be greater. Xing turned around with his sister in his arms, shaking his head helplessly. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason. From their first meeting, Yuan Yun had inexplicably kept her distance from him, even showing a faint disgust. The clan leader later noticed this and had to reluctantly abandon the idea. Since she couldn't become an ally, then she would have to be wronged. Subsequently, he began approaching his elders to find ways to suppress Yuan Yun's growth. That's right, he was the one who proposed this. Having cultivated together for a while, he was the most aware of Yuan Yun's. As a fellow top-tier divine beast, even he found the terrifying rate at which she absorbed spiritual energy. If after a few years she matured and relied on him, then he would let her go, advancing together as a couple and ascending side by side. If she remained stubborn, then he would wait until he became the clan leader to better control her until his own ascension. He had no intention of harming her life. No Dragon clan leader would permit such a thing, not even his Golden Dragon clan. Mom. Woo-woo. When will father come? I want to go home. Barely holding back his grievance, he burst upon seeing Luo. Yuan Yun threw himself into his mother's arms, weeping uncontrollably. Luo was also startled, but thinking of the news she had just received, she too was filled with anger. They were about to leave, and they had to pull this stunt. Look how wrong the child is. She stroked his head. Soon father will be here. We don't care about their things. When we get home, there are so many brothers, sisters, and younger ones to play with. Yuner. The Dragon clan's move was too disgusting. Sending a message to cut off resources made it seem like their family was begging for those things. Sister, don't cry. Hearing her brother's voice, Yuan Yun sniffled and stopped crying. But there were two dark tear-streaked marks on his face, a sight that pained the heart. Just then there was another commotion outside the door. Soon Luo, her husband, and some members of the Azure Dragon clan arrived. This is too much. They have no regard for our Azure Dragon clan. There were also dissatisfied voices from young disciples outside. But as soon as these words were spoken, the courtyard fell silent. The Azure Dragon clan, a lower-grade divine beast clan, they truly didn't need to be taken seriously. There were also dissatisfied voices from young disciples outside. But as soon as these words were spoken, the courtyard fell silent. The Azure Dragon clan, a lower-grade divine beast. Mother, no need. Let's wait until my husband arrives. Seek what explanation? Not to mention whether they would even bother with the Azure Dragon clan. Even if they did, would they wag their tails and bite on a bone thrown by them? She was fully aware of Yuan Chen's current. There was no need for such groveling. Senior sister Tong Tong, senior sister Tian Tian, do you not wish to return to the sect? Lu Hongyi gazed out the window of the beast-taming manor, her brow furrowed with quiet melancholy. Behind her, Hei Tong and Mi Tian Tian stood at opposite positions. Between them stretched an empty space of 5 or 6 meters. Suspended midair, several plump, giggling toddlers were tossed back and forth, their laughter bubbling like spring water. With a casual motion, she caught her second son in one hand and tossed him toward Mi Tian Tian. Without turning, Hei Tong asked, "What's wrong, master? Are you homesick? If you miss home, then by all means go visit. It's been years since you last saw your parents, hasn't it?" Mi Tian Tian tossed Lu Hongyi's son into the air, then swiftly caught Hei Tong's child as it arced toward her, speaking offhandedly, as if weighing nothing more than the weather. Both children had been brought back by Lu Hongyi. Within the sect, she was their sole kin. No other close friends or family remained. Lu Hongyi, however, was different. Her parents and entire clan held high-ranking positions within the sect, and all were still alive. Thus her longing was only natural. Lu Hongyi sighed deeply and shook her head. "No, it isn't that." She paused, then added thoughtfully, "It's just that I wonder. Look how extraordinary our children are. Yet here in the beast-taming manor, every child is equally gifted. No one ever praises my son. Worse still, no one compliments me on bearing such fine offspring." She turned fully toward them, her expression earnest. As the saying goes, to attain wealth and glory without returning home is like wearing brocade robes beneath the night sky, splendid yet unseen. Tell me, if we return to the sect with our sons, won't the elders and disciples gaze upon us in awe? Won't they envy us so fiercely their mouths water? Her eyes gleamed brighter with each word. Hei Tong's gaze sharpened, sharp, incisive, luminous. A spark of conviction flared. She whirled around decisively. "Let's go, master. I'll accompany you back to the sect." A soft plop. She'd forgotten to catch the child, tossed her way. The little one landed face first on the floor. Moments later, several dark, wobbly shapes thudded onto the ground from above. Mi Tian Tian, undeterred, eagerly raised her hand. I'm going too. Hei Tong's child, calm and obedient, scrambled upright and clung to her calf without a whimper. "Mama, play. Not now." Hei Tong lifted her leg gently but firmly, dislodging the small grasp. "There's something far more thrilling ahead." She stepped forward and affectionately slipped her arm through Lu Hongyi's. "Master, when do we leave?" "Right now." Already she imagined the sect elders lining up to admire their children. Thumbs raised high, admiration unreserved. Let's go. Mi Tian Tian, ever the doer, had already begun packing. "It's quite a distance. We know our husband would never let us travel alone. Why not seek out Wu Xian instead?" Of all who wielded formidable power, aside from Zixia, the gentle elder sister of Miao Yin Pavilion stood unmatched in strength. Yet temperaments varied. Among all, they shared the deepest rapport with Wu Xian. Besides, returning home hardly demanded the kind of overwhelming combat prowess gentle elder sister possessed. After all, their own sect ranked among the least prestigious, a place with no true masters, no towering cultivators. With Wu Xian's strength, even unforeseen complications could be resolved single-handedly. Agreed. With a single glance exchanged, the three reached consensus instantly and strode out at once toward Wu Xian's chamber. Behind them trailed several tiny figures. Seeing their mothers ignore them completely, the little ones scrambled upright and dashed after them on stubby legs, eyes wide with sudden, breathless excitement. "Are we really going out to play? Hey, can you even handle it? If not, stop clinging to me. Go bother your elder sister instead." Wu Xian reclined lazily against the edge of her bed. On the floor sat a cherubic child, cheeks flushed crimson, clutching a gourd and swaying slightly as he belched soft. "Mama, I can drink. I love wine most of all." The dazed toddler insisted earnestly. Mama's wine truly is the finest. Though it did tend to overwhelm him. Each time he managed only a few sips before being gently but firmly ushered out. Wu Xian cast him a sidelong glance. "Go on then. Leave if you can't hold your liquor. Don't come back crying on me for hours after you pass out." Her tone carried mild disdain, not because she disapproved of children tasting wine, but because drunken tears lasting for hours left her utterly exasperated. "I won't get drunk this time. I swear it." The child shook his head vigorously, resolute. "How many times have you said?" Wu Xian rolled onto her side, settling into a more comfortable position. Just as voices rang out beyond the door, "Wu Xian, Wu Xian." Her eyes lit up instantly. Playing with those three promised infinitely more delight than sharing wine with her son. Her bare feet searched the floor for her slippers. She slipped them on swiftly. "Here, I'm here." Hei Tong and the others entered, wasting no time. "Wu Xian, we're heading back to the sect for a visit. Would you join us?" Wu Xian's eyes gleamed. "Of course, I'm going." She'd never been one to sit idle. Yet ever since joining Yuan Chen, her days have been spent either confined to bed carrying a child or tending to a newborn, leaving scarcely a moment for herself. Truly, she hadn't stepped outside for leisure in ages. And this time, Yuan Chen had granted them all a well-earned holiday. No physical exertion required. No need to cradle a swollen belly. Cooped up for months on solitary xiaoxiao, all she'd grown restless beyond measure. Now companionship for an outing. Pure unadulterated joy. At the threshold, the little ones erupted in chorus. Mama, I'm coming too. I want to go out and play. Mama, I'll miss you. Mama, I miss grandfather. Miss him. You've never even met him, Lu Hongyi muttered, rolling her eyes, ignoring him entirely. Even Yuan Zhou, moments ago drowsy with wine, now stood alert and wide-eyed. Mama, I'm going too. He gazed up at Wu Xian beseeching. His elder sister, slightly older, occasionally accompanied He Yan on short excursions, but he'd never set foot beyond their compound. He'd been pent up for far too long. Very well, just don't tell the other brothers and sisters, Wu Xian mused aloud. Together the four women had over a dozen children. Taking them all would be chaos incarnate. One child per mother, enough to dazzle, enough to impress. I promise, I won't tell. Yuan Zhou clapped a tiny hand over his mouth and bobbed his head adorably. The others mimicked him instantly. These were indeed the youngest among them. Children who spent the most time at their mother's sides. Wait, I'll fetch some treasures first. Venturing out alone meant risks she could bear, but with children preparation was essential. She rummaged through her rumpled bedding and retrieved a spatial storage ring. Yuan Chen had bestowed upon them countless precious artifacts, especially after their cultivation arts in forging and alchemy matured. Each received generous allocations. Wu Xian inspected the ring's contents. Ample provisions sufficient for the journey. She slid it discreetly into her sleeve. No time to waste. Let's depart. We must leave before the others notice and raise objections. The four women conferred briefly, then sought out Yi Lingling to report their plans. Seeing Wu Xian, peerless in martial might, accompanying them, Yi Lingling offered only a gentle caution before granting permission. Upon stepping outside, Wu Xian withdrew a massive broad-bladed spirit sword from her ring and leapt onto its gleaming surface with effortless grace. She patted her calf. Little rascal, climb aboard. The others followed suit, producing identical spirit weapons. Aligned side by side, their formation radiated quiet, unmistakable authority. Once beyond the gates, the four women shed all restraint, singing freely as they soared into the heavens, vanishing into the distant horizon. One land nurtures one people, one people. Father, led by Zixia, Yuan Chen directly arrived at the area where his wife and children resided. After a brief inquiry, he learned the location of their dwelling. As he entered the courtyard, he saw two children squatting on the ground and a figure sitting on the doorstep, sighing deeply. Yuan Yun heard the commotion and cast a sidelong glance. Upon recognizing the visitor, she immediately sprang to her feet in excitement. With quick short steps, she threw herself into Yuan Chen's arms. The figure sitting on the doorstep looked over, paused in surprise, and then rose to his feet. Yuan Chen, you're here. Ancestor, what are you doing here? Yuan Chen asked Yuan Chang in confusion. Yuan Chang stepped forward. I went to see the clan leader, but he refused to meet me. So I came here to think things through with your father. Think things through. Lifting his daughter into his arms and beckoning his bewildered son over, Yuan Chen asked, puzzled. What else could it be? Yuan Yun's resources have been cut off. We went to demand an explanation. Yuan Chang's face was filled with indignation. Yuan Yun's resources cut off. Yuan Chen's expression instantly darkened. Seeing Yuan Chen's grim look, Yuan Chang quickly offered a few words of comfort. Don't worry. I know you're aggrieved. Rest assured he'll find a way. If all else fails, he'll plead with the elders of my Azure Dragon clan. They will surely seek justice for us. Pleading my ass. Yuan Chen's gaze turned icy. He hadn't expected the Dragon clan to actually stoop to such measures. What exactly happened? Zixia's expression also soured as she fixed her stare on Yuan Chang. Under Zixia's gaze, Yuan Chang suddenly felt a chilling cold envelop him. Such an imposing aura. He could only offer a rough explanation of the situation. Chena, you're here. Hearing the noise, several people emerged from inside the house. Luo Li, her face etched with worry, approached and tugged at Yuan Chen's arm. Chena, let's go home. Luo Sini also nodded in agreement. Yes, husband, let's leave. Though their expressions betrayed displeasure, they said nothing more. If they don't want to give it to us, we simply won't take it. Yuan Ji stood silently at the back, saying nothing. When Yuan Chen's gaze swept over him, he merely nodded quietly. It was clear they had already discussed this beforehand. Yuan Shen took a deep breath. Indeed, since these were their resources, he could hardly complain if they cut them off. He looked silently at Luo Sini. Sini, how many resources from the Dragon clan have we used during this time? Since that was the case, he would repay everything they had taken. As for the influence they had borrowed from the Dragon clan, before he would find other means to repay it as well. Luo Sini immediately understood Yuan Chen's intent. After a moment's thought, in the first year we arrived, the Dragon clan gave us spirit stones. Spiritual herbs. Yuan Chen looked at Luo Sini with a serious expression. Had she already tallied all of this? But Xiaoyan had used some of the Dragon clan's sacred grounds. Luo Sini looked at Yuan Chen, uncertain how to calculate that. Yuan Chen nodded. I understand. He would compensate them according to the appropriate value. Yuan Chang, standing to the side, began to feel uneasy. Yuan Chen, what are you planning to do? He had a suspicion, but he dared not believe it. Yuan Chen looked calmly at his ancestors. Since they don't take us seriously and cut us off at will, I have no desire to fawn over them. I can provide the resources to nurture Yuan myself. As for what we've used before, I will repay the Dragon Clan in full, not taking a single extra thing. Zixia listened quietly from the side, her expression unchanged. She was now firmly on Yuan Chen's side. What was fortunate was, this decision was entirely made by the Golden Dragon Clan alone. It had little to do with the Violet Dragon Clan. Now with his and Yuan Chen's combined strength, they could already establish their own lineage, let alone when all their children grew up. By then, since the Violet Dragon Clan hadn't clashed with Yuan Chen, they could easily win them over to their side. The Violet Dragon Clan would surely benefit. As for the ancestral precept that the Dragon Clan must not split, that was because unity allowed them to band together for warmth and suppress all quarters. But given Yuan Chen's future trajectory, would that really be necessary? You want to leave the Dragon Clan? Yuan Chang stared at Yuan Chen in shock. He felt there was a deeper meaning in Yuan Chen's words. Leaving or not leaving, it's just about having no further obligations, Yuan Chen said calmly. Yuan Chang's face stiffened. The message was clear. His expression darkened as he spoke. Yuan Chen, you need to understand, without the Dragon Clan you are nothing. Not just you. Even my Azure Dragon Clan is nothing without the Dragon Clan. At Yuan Chen's words, Yuan Chang's tone shifted instantly. All traces of his earlier amiability vanished. Zixia glanced at him, but paid him no heed. This was after all a matter for the Azure Dragon Clan. Oh. Yuan Chen looked intently into Yuan Chang's eyes, still unwilling to take the gamble. And what if I insist on leaving the Dragon Clan? How would you ancestor treat me then? Then the Azure Dragon Clan will have no place for you either, Yuan Chang stated bluntly. His earlier fawning over Yuan Chen had only been because Yuan Yun was favored by the Dragon Clan. But once the Dragon Clan withdrew its recognition, Yuan Chen would be nothing. Even if Yuan Yun prospered in the future, what then? She would only rule for a single generation. The Azure Dragon Clan lacked the means to nurture another supreme divine beast. But the Dragon Clan was different. Even without a supreme divine beast for a generation, it would still remain the pinnacle force in the cultivation world. He knew well how to choose. Then he spoke slowly. Ancestor, you are mistaken on one point. The Azure Dragon Clan may indeed be nothing without the Dragon Clan, but if I leave the Dragon Clan, it is the Dragon Clan that suffers. Then he spoke slowly. Ancestor, you are mistaken on one point. The Azure Dragon Clan may indeed be nothing without the Dragon Clan, but if I leave the Dragon Clan, it is the Dragon Clan that suffers the loss. You speak arrogantly. Yuan Chang sneered at Yuan Chen. How dare you utter such words, you ignorant child? Yuan Chen, those words are a bit too much. Just as the two were locked in a standoff, a voice rang out by their ears. Then Aoe's figure appeared at the doorway. Yuan Chen turned around, showing no deference. Clan leader, it's been a while. If this was how things were going to be, why did you beg for my daughter to come in the first place? Aoe's imposing frame seemed to deflate. Suppressing his embarrassment, he looked at Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen, I admit I handled this poorly. But I have my own difficulties. Give me some time, and he'll find a way to resolve this for you. Yuan Chen looked at Aoe for a few seconds before replying calmly. There's no need. Since it's a hardship for the clan leader, well, just take our leave. We've troubled you enough. With that, he pulled a storage ring from his bosom. This contains the resources my daughter consumed during her time with the Dragon Clan. More than enough. As for the protection the Dragon Clan provided before, if the clan ever needs my aid, I will intervene 3 times. Let's be fair about this. The Dragon Clan had stepped in during the attack by the Demon Ape Clan and once during the Leaflet incident, but that time was conditional on Yuan Yun's involvement. Since Yuan Yun was now returning home, that counted as one debt. There was also the intangible protection the Dragon Clan had afforded his family. Simply being born into the Dragon Clan brought numerous benefits from the race. The most obvious being that other races dared not provoke them lightly. Aoe's expression darkened. He fixed his gaze on Yuan Chen for a few seconds before speaking in a deep voice. Isn't this a bit unnecessary? Yuan Chen shook his head with a faint smile. Chieftain, please don't overthink it. Brother Yuan Chen, it would be unwise to act on impulse. Xiao Yun's talents are extraordinary, and she can only thrive within the Dragon Clan. It's not that we refuse to provide resources, but everything must be planned carefully. Just then several figures abruptly appeared beside Aoe. The golden-haired youth at the forefront spoke with an expression that feigned concern. The newcomer was none other than Ao Xing. As he spoke, he sent a telepathic message to Aoe. Chieftain Yuan Yun cannot leave the Dragon Clan. I wish to try again, or perhaps when she grows older she might accept me. Upon hearing that Yuan Chen intended to take Yuan Yun away, Ao Xing could no longer hold back. The primary reason was Yuan Yun's terrifyingly exceptional talent. He feared that once she left she might soar to greatness even without abundant resources. If he couldn't possess her, it was better to keep her suppressed within the Dragon Clan. Aoe cast a troubled glance at Ao Xing. Isn't this going too far? One might think you intend to place her under house arrest. Little did they know Yuan Chen had intercepted Ao Xing's entire telepathic message. He had initially planned to probe Ao Xing's identity, but instead overheard these remarks. His gaze turned icy. He looked at Aoe. Chieftain, who is this? Aoe replied. Yuan Chen, this is Ao Xing, the Dragon Clan prodigy I mentioned earlier. He is unaware of the situation, but I think we can forget about the previous resources. There's no need to be so formal. He did not heed Ao Xing's advice. The words were too difficult to utter. However, before he could finish, Yuan Chen cut him off. Yuna, do you know him? Seeing the strange look in his daughter's eyes, Yuan Chen turned to her. Yuan Yun glanced at the other party, then at her father. She could no longer contain herself. Father, a few days ago, Ao bullied me. When I was about to teach him a lesson, he stepped in to help Ao, and I hurt my foot. Fearing Yuan Chen might not know who Ao was, she added, Ao is his sister. She had felt a pang of grievance when he blocked her attack earlier. When the two had their conflict, Ao had a brother to stand up for him, while she had no one. Now that Yuan Chen asked, she quickly poured out her grievances. Moreover, after he deflected her attack back, then her foot had indeed been injured. The disparity in their cultivation levels was vast, and even a slight move from him was too much for her to bear. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Ao Xing with strange expressions. It was as if they were asking, is this the Dragon Clan prodigy? Interfering in a children's quarrel is one thing, but injuring a child. Yuan Chen stared coldly at Ao Xing. Excellent, truly impressive. Bullying a little girl. This is the prowess of your Golden Dragon Clan. I won't say anything about cutting off resources, as they were never mine to begin with. But since you've bullied my daughter, we need to have a serious discussion about this, don't we? Silence, Yuan Chen. Who do you think you are to speak here? A man who had followed Ao Xing stepped forward and rebuked. Before the words faded, he hastily intervened. Elder Ao Ming. He did not wish to escalate the conflict with Yuan Chen. Seeing the chieftain's displeasure, Ao Ming shot Yuan Chen a glare and fell silent. But the matter was far from over. Ao Xing responded indifferently. I did not strike her. I merely saw Yuan Yun acting ruthlessly and worried for my sister, so I stepped in to protect her. Yuan Chen fixed his gaze on him. Is that so? With your tribulation Transcendence cultivation, if you truly intended not to harm her, Yuner should not have been injured at all, should she? Ao Xing remained silent. He had indeed felt a twinge of jealousy at the time. Coupled with the inexplicable hostility from the little girl, a sense of unease had gnawed at him. So he had subtly taught her a lesson. He hadn't expected Yuan Yun to bring it up in front of everyone. Still, it was fine. Yuan Chen had no right to question him. Yuan Chen, perhaps Ao Xing was too anxious at the time. Ao stepped forward to placate him. Yuan Chen was not appeased in the slightest. He had just used telepathy to ask his wife and learned that Ao had indeed been seeking opportunities to pair Yuan Yun with this man for training. Now as Ao approached, he asked directly. Since the chieftain says he was anxious, let's drop that. But let me ask you, chieftain, why did you send Yuner alone to train with him? What were you trying to achieve? How dare you? The moment Yuan Chen spoke, several elders behind Ao stepped forward, simultaneously releasing their auras. Ao represented the entire Dragon Clan. How could anyone be so insolent? The instant their auras flared, Zixia also unleashed her full presence, meeting them heated. Elder Zixia, what is the meaning of this? Several elders glared at Zixia in displeasure. Nothing in particular, but I suggest you elders restrain your auras. Although Zixia felt that Yuan Chen's interrogative tone toward Ao was somewhat inappropriate, she trusted that Yuan Chen had his reasons. You? The elders were indignant. But at that moment Ao raised his hand to silence them. He looked at Yuan Chen with a hint of guilt. As fellow supreme divine beasts, training together can accelerate their progress. Yuan Chen sneered. Is that really the case? The elders frowned again. What kind of attitude was this? Luo Li also tugged worriedly at her son's sleeve. As for Yuan Chen, he silently stood behind Ao, glaring at Yuan Chen with the same displeasure as the seniors. If Ao hadn't forbidden them from speaking, they would have already cursed this insolent descendant. Ao was slightly taken aback. What do you mean? What do I mean? Chieftain, were you perhaps thinking of fostering feelings between them, intending to offer her to this thing? As he spoke, he pointed disdainfully at Ao Xing, his eyes devoid of any respect. Ao Xing's brow furrowed. He felt deeply insulted. Ao was startled. How had Yuan Chen figured it out? He fell silent. Seeing this, everyone understood that the truth was likely exactly that. Zixia frowned, looking at Ao with disapproval. Chieftain Yuner is only a few years old. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Ao opened his mouth, offering a feeble explanation. It's for the good of the Dragon Clan. Enough. Yuan Chen could no longer hold back and shouted. Ao, what do you take my daughter for? A child bride. Yuner is just a child, and you're already scheming with your sordid thoughts. Aren't you ashamed? The more he thought about it, the more alarmed he became. Yuan Yun was so young, still naive about the world. Over time, she might indeed have been influenced into accepting Ao Xing. It was only because Yuan Yun had a strong sense of self-preservation and could sense the malice Ao Xing carried whenever he approached that she instinctively disliked him. At this thought, his disgust for Ao deepened. How dare you? Bang! A sharp cry rang out. Zixia's palm had already clashed fiercely with that of a golden dragon elder. With a thud, Ao Liang was sent flying. He stared at Zixia in disbelief. When had she become so much stronger than him? Zixia, what are you doing? The others were also stunned by Zixia. Meanwhile, several resonant bell tolls echoed through the Dragon Clan. In just a moment, Hundreds of figures appeared above the small courtyard. Not far from the Dragon Clan headquarters, Hyan, who had been racing over at top speed, shuddered at the sound of the bells. He hadn't expected trouble to actually arise. With that thought, he quickened his pace. The figures around the small courtyard grew more numerous, some appearing as human forms and others in their true dragon bodies. Several of the most powerful men and women looked at AOE. Patriarch, what's going on? AOE's face darkened. He hadn't anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. The elder under his command had acted too swiftly, and with his limited strength, he couldn't intervene in time. Moreover, the moment the opponent was overwhelmed, they immediately called for reinforcements. Most of the Dragon Clan's elite had now arrived. Meanwhile, Yuan Chen's gaze was fixed on Ao Xing. You're quite eager, aren't you? So desperate to kill me. What are you talking about? Ao Xing's hand trembled, but he forced himself to remain calm as he stared at Yuan Chen. Husband, what's happening? Zixia sensed something amiss and couldn't help but ask. Yuan Chen locked his eyes on Ao Xing. He had intercepted every bit of the telepathic communication between Ao Xing and Ao Liang. Ao Xing didn't want Yuan Yun to be taken away, so he had arranged for Ao Liang to kill Yuan Chen instantly. Afterward, the plan was to claim that Ao Liang, unable to control his temper after hearing Yuan Chen insult the patriarch, had accidentally beaten him to death. Finally, to win Yuan Yun's loyalty, they would pretend to sacrifice Ao Liang while secretly sending him elsewhere. And for the sake of the Golden Dragon clan, coupled with his formidable strength that would keep him safe even outside, Ao Liang actually agreed. But he never imagined that Zixia was no longer the same Zixia. Even without Zixia, Yuan Chen could have dodged in time. With his concealing breath, others only saw the level of strength he chose to reveal. Seeing AOE's confusion, Yuan Chen slowly laid out Ao Xing's scheme, though he didn't disclose how he knew. Even with so many Dragon Clan experts present, subduing him wouldn't be easy. If provoked, he would simply unleash the 12 attribution puppet he had acquired and let it self-destruct. He wondered how many dragons could withstand that. Make way, make way. An arrogant voice rang out from outside. Hyan strode and chest puffed out. As one of the top experts in the dragon, no one dared to slight him. Hearing the voice, Yuan Chen was also surprised. Why was Hyan here? The man always called him brother, but would he speak up for him now? Brother, what's happened? Hyan asked Yuan Chen the moment he entered. Yuan Chen nodded inwardly, immediately grasping Hyan's allegiance. Without hesitation, he pointed at Ao Xing. I never expected the next candidate for the Golden Dragon clan's patriarch to be such a petty man. Just to keep Yuner in the Golden Dragon clan, he tried to have me killed. I did not, Ao Xing said flatly. He hadn't bothered to explain before, but Hyan's status as the top expert of the Black Dragon clan forced him to speak. Not you. Hyan's eyes turned fierce, and he delivered a resounding slap. Everyone was stunned. My brother wouldn't stoop to slandering you. He might have been cautious before, but now. Wasn't Ao Xing just an ultimate divine beast? He could produce a disciple of that caliber anytime. Hyan, what are you doing? Aoe frowned and demanded. Elder Hyan, I require an explanation. Ao Xing rose slowly, his gaze icy. The space around them rippled, and an old man appeared among them. He stared coldly at Hyan. Hyan, the dignity of a five-clawed golden dragon is not for you to trample. Grand Elder. Grand Elder. Voices called out from all around. Aoe, the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan, a five-clawed golden dragon at the 12 attribution demon level. Hyan scoffed. A man who uses such underhanded tricks to harm his own kin deserves the title of five-clawed golden dragon. He had seen it all if such trivial matters were beneath his notice. But he knew Yuan Chen's true strength. He had nearly been terrified when he learned of it. How old was Yuan Chen, and he was already at the Mahayana stage. More monstrous than any ultimate divine beast. Now he was choosing to side with Yuan Chen. With so many disciples backing him, it was a sure win. Enough, this is mere speculation. Aoe roared. Yuan Chen interjected. Then how do we resolve my matter? You all tried to give my daughter to this waste as a Dao partner without my consent. That demands an explanation. Ignoring the hostile stares, Yuan Chen gazed calmly at Aoe. Ao Xing is a five-clawed golden dragon. Your daughter walking with him is a match made in heaven. There's nothing wrong with it. Aoe glanced dismissively at Yuan Chen. If Yuan Chen weren't Yuan Yun's father, he wouldn't even bother acknowledging him. Having been in seclusion, he knew even less about Yuan Chen than Ao Xing did. Then his tone shifted as he sternly addressed Yuan Chen. On the contrary, calling him a waste. Who gave you the audacity? With that, he struck a palm toward Yuan Chen. Everyone gasped. If it hit, Yuan Chen would be gravely injured or dead. If my husband says he's a waste, then he is one. Zixia blocked Aoe's attack, standing her ground. Zixia, you've reached the 11 tribulations. Aoe stared at her in astonishment. The surrounding dragons stirred, some shocked by Zixia's rapid advancement. Others were at a loss, caught between two powerful figures. The three upper-grade dragon clans swallowed, nervously unsure whose side to take. The lesser dragon breeds were even more bewildered. But even if you've grown stronger, step aside. Aoe's authority brooked no defiance as he barked again. And what about me? Hyan stepped forward, firmly meeting Aoe's gaze. Aoe frowned. Hyan, what madness has seized you now? Having known him for millennia, Aoe couldn't fathom why Hyan was opposing him. Hyan declared outright, Yuan Chen is my brother. Whoever bullies him bullies me. The Black Dragon clan members exchanged glances and hurriedly summoned their patriarch. Patriarch, if it comes to a fight, who do we side with? Our Grand Elder or the Dragon clan's Grand Elder? Just then Yuan Chen stepped forward. He cast a contemptuous glance at Ao Xing, then looked at Ao Yin. You say the five-clawed golden dragon is noble? Well, a few days ago this cur bullied my daughter. Let me show you what true nobility is. He handed the child to Luo Sini and signaled Zixia to take care of the family. Pointing at Ao Xing, he said, come out. Let's see if you have any skill beyond bullying little children. Ao Xing's face twisted. What? With two elders backing him, this man dared to challenge him. All eyes fell upon Yuan Chen. Ao Xing narrowed his eyes, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he gazed at Yuan Chen. A mere Azure Dragon dared to challenge him. He turned his face away, refusing to spare another glance, his contempt palpable. Yuan Chen let out a cold laugh, still clinging to that ridiculous pride. Oh, it seems you still look down on me, a lowly race. Yuan Chen sneered, then his expression shifted abruptly. His form began to change. A colossal golden dragon materialized before the crowd. The dragon's mouth parted slightly. You should know that in my eyes you are nothing but a despicable little man. A five-clawed golden dragon. The onlookers held their breath, staring dumbfounded at Yuan Chen in the center. After a long moment, he exclaimed in disbelief. Though it bore little difference from an ordinary golden dragon, the protruding claw on its belly was glaringly conspicuous. Ao Xing's pupils contracted, his earlier composure gone. What made his breath catch even more was that the other's aura stirred a flicker of fear within him. Grand Elder Ao Yin's brows knitted tightly together. Something seemed terribly amiss. He glanced questioningly at Aoe. Hadn't he said it was just an Azure Dragon? Before he could ask Ao, he blurted out the question. Yuan Chen, how is it that you are a five-clawed golden dragon? He asked in a low voice, a bitter expression on his face. He had always sensed something elusive about Yuan Chen in every aspect. But he never imagined the other could become a five-clawed golden dragon. This complicated matters considerably. That is none of the clan leader's concern. Since I am also a five-clawed golden dragon, I suppose I have the right to challenge Ao Xing. Let me see if your cherished prodigy lives up to his reputation. Though he spoke to Ao, his gaze was fixed coldly on Ao Xing. What fortuitous encounter did Yuan Chen have to evolve into a five-clawed golden dragon? Doesn't this mean our golden dragon clan now has two ultimate divine beasts? Don't celebrate too soon. Given the situation, it's clear this won't end well. Do you think the golden dragon clan regrets looking down on Yuan Chen before? The surrounding dragons couldn't help murmuring after their initial shock. Especially upon seeing the golden dragon clan's shifting expressions, they found it all the more amusing. No matter how much Yuan Chen changed, he was still a dragon, posing little conflict to them. In fact, seeing the clan at odds with Yuan Chen only fueled their schadenfreude. Ao Yin's face darkened as he caught snippets of his clansman's words. This was truly unexpected. Enough, Yuan Chen. Since you are also a five-clawed golden dragon, let bygones be bygones. The dragon clan will devote every effort to nurturing you, and Yuan Yun's resources will be restored to their former level. The few standing opposite Yuan Chen were momentarily at a loss for words. Ao Xing in particular stared at Yuan Chen, hovering in midair, remaining silent. It wasn't so much about the strength of Yuan Chen's aura. The main point was that he was a strategist. He preferred to avoid using force whenever possible, as it didn't suit his image. After a long silence, Ao Yin finally spoke slowly. Yuan Chen curled his lip. Even now they thought he was causing trouble over unfair resource distribution. I've said it before, Ao Xing, come and fight me. The resources I used before have been returned to Aoe. Once justice is done for my daughter, I'll leave immediately. Yuan Chen's expression remained unchanged, his eyes still fixed on Ao Xing. Then Ao Xing, go on up. You're a grown man who bullied a child. Now that her father's here, face him like a man. Don't let others think our dragon clan only knows how to bully the weak. He Yin was fully backing Yuan Chen, ignoring Grand Elder Ao Yin's warning glare as he looked contemptuously at Ao Xing. The surrounding crowd, hearing this, also turned their gazes to Ao Xing. They didn't know the details. But if what Yuan Chen and the others said was true, that Ao Xing had indeed bullied a child, it would be utterly disgraceful. Even more shameful was his refusal to accept the challenge now that had been confronted. Feeling the intense stares of his fellow dragons, Ao Xing could no longer bear it. He walked up to Aoe. Clan leader, since he insists, allow me to take the field and test his mettle. He held his head high, neither servile nor arrogant. Whether he could win or not was secondary, but at least he had to put on a brave front. Yet the doubt in his mind lingered. According to reports, Yuan Chen was merely a nascent soul demon cultivator. Why did the other's dragon shadow feel so oppressive? Could it be that despite both being five-clawed golden dragons, Yuan Chen's bloodline was purer? But since he dared to challenge him, his strength couldn't be underestimated. After scrutinizing for a long time, he confirmed Yuan Chen was indeed at the nascent soul stage with no other discernible power. It was precisely this uncertainty that had kept him from stepping forward. He was a strategist. Now he had no choice but to come out. Standing beside Ao, he appeared calm and unruffled like a still lake. Who wouldn't call him a graceful gentleman gifted in both looks and talent? He cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Chen, his nose lifting slightly. Though you're not bad looking, you still fall short compared. In this regard alone, I've already won. Ao Xing, don't be foolish, Ao, he scolded with a frown. Yuan Chen was too uncanny. He dared not let Ao Xing take the field. If he were to lose unexpectedly, it would be even more humiliating. It would tarnish the Golden Dragon clan's honor. Why stop him? Since he's so obstinate, let's teach him a proper lesson. Ao Yin's eyes flickered. He was somewhat irritated by Yuan Chen and He Yan's provocation. He was quite confident in his own strength. He could even claim to be the foremost expert in the cultivation world right now. In his eyes, Yuan Chen's strength was undeniably at the nascent soul stage. As for why the other was so arrogant, perhaps shielded by He Yan and Xia, he had grown reckless. Or maybe anxious about his daughter, he simply wanted to teach Ao Xing a lesson without knowing Ao Xing's true power. Or perhaps as a fellow five-clawed golden dragon, he was overconfident and inflated. In any case, with him watching, nothing untoward would happen to Ao Xing. Since Yuan Chen didn't know his place, let him go up and face reality. If not for his own status, he would have taken the field to teach him personally. No matter how great one's talent, one still needs a powerful faction for support. Otherwise, one might not even have the chance to grow. He believed that under his guidance, Yuan Chen would eventually see the light and return to the Dragon Clan's embrace. Then, with magnanimous generosity, he would wave his hand and increase the resources, and the father and daughter would be eternally grateful. The fortunate thing was that Yuan Chen was still a five-clawed golden dragon following the Golden Dragon Clan's evolutionary path. Whether Ao Xing or Yuan Chen stepped up, it made no difference. Yes. Ao Xing bowed respectfully to the elder. Seeing the elder's confident demeanor, it seemed he had already discerned the truth and was very assured of his victory. So Yuan Chen was just a hollow shell. With the elders backing his confidence soared, he rose and flew toward Yuan Chen. His dragon form emerged, another five-clawed golden dragon, equally resplendent, equally noble and dazzling. He fully unleashed his early tribulation Transcendence cultivation. A quick battle. Let me show you the pressure I bring. The crowd spontaneously cleared an area, leaving space for the two to engage in combat. The two five-clawed golden dragons converged without a word. Yuan Chen had no desire to waste words. After all, it was merely a tribulation Transcendence stage opponent, easily subdued. As for Ao Xing, a true master disdains to speak. Boom. The moment they struck, they unleashed their ultimate moves. Both fifth claws enlarged, simultaneously flashing with a burst of light as they swiftly clashed. The space where they collided exploded in a series of thunderous blasts. The many elders instantly changed expressions. Even Ao Yin lost his previous composure, staring wide-eyed at the sight of the explosion. Without a second thought, he transformed his palm into a dragon claw and reached inside, yet his heart sank. This Yuan Chen had hidden his strength deeply. This battle prowess was far beyond what Ao Xing could withstand. But just then, two dragon claws struck simultaneously, one black, one purple. They barely touched, and Ao Yin quickly retracted, glaring darkly at Xia and He Yan. What is the meaning of this? Meaning. The duel was agreed upon. Oh, why do you interfere? Sensing that Yuan Chen had not used his full strength, he must have held back, ensuring he wouldn't harm Ao Xing. He Yan felt slightly relieved and directly blocked him. You must know that Yuan Chen's strength is at least at the Mahayana stage. With this intensity, Ao Xing will be in danger. Ao Yin looked seriously at the two and spoke in a deep voice. His main concern was that Ao Xing might be. As a five-clawed golden dragon, he surely possessed his own pride. Being defeated by a younger peer of the same kind would inevitably make him doubt his own talent. So what? It was a mutual agreement. You cannot interfere until the fight is over. He Yan shrugged and stood. He Yan shot a deep look at Ao Yin, then turned to a woman nearby. Ziyan, won't you control your subordinates? He Yan was the grand elder of the Dragon Clan, equal in rank except for slightly inferior strength, so he had no authority to command him. But Xia was different. Above her was Ziyun, the grand elder of the Violet Dragon Clan. Xia is already Yuan Chen's Dao partner. This is a matter within their own household, unrelated to the Violet Dragon Clan. After a moment of thought, Ziyun spoke. She would simply watch the drama unfold. Besides, Xia's current strength seemed not inferior to her own. Offending Ao Yin was akin to offending Xia, so naturally she sided with her own. You stay still too. He Yan kept a close eye on the situation. Seeing other Golden Dragon Clan elders about to intervene, he immediately called out to the second elder of the Golden Dragon Clan, Aoni. Like him, Aoni was an 11th tribulation, loose, immortal, requiring caution. Black Dragon Clan, heed my command. Should the Golden Dragon Clan interfere, strike immediately. Gnashing his teeth, he spoke directly, simultaneously sending a voice transmission to the Black Dragon Clan chieftain. The Black Dragon Clan members looked helplessly at their leader. Seeing him nod secretly, they replied in unison, yes. Inwardly, they mused, it seems we're aligning with Yuan Chen. Overall, it was somewhat pleasing. Both were dragon clans. One side had a single supreme divine beast, the other had two. And that one was already bound to the Golden Dragon Clan. Naturally, supporting Yuan Chen would maximize benefits. Ao Yin frowned, his heart filled with fury and anxiety. What exactly did He Yan want? But for now, he dared not interfere further, ordering the Golden Dragon Clan not to act rashly. At this moment, he was indeed somewhat unreasonable. He couldn't let the other dragon clans laugh at him. Meanwhile, after a single strike, Yuan Chen completely crippled Ao Xing. Before the latter could react, he pressed, deeming it unnecessary to activate his full power. Yuan Chen transformed into human form for convenience. With one hand pinning Ao Xing's body, the other ruthlessly pounded his head. Dragon breath constriction, subduing dragon techniques. Ao Xing unleashed all his learned skills at Yuan Chen. Yet no matter the technique, it was effortlessly deflected by Yuan Chen's palm before even landing. Ao Xing felt a sense of helplessness. Why was he so strong? As he pondered an escape, his extended dragon claws suddenly felt numb, as if losing sensation. Startled, he sensed a terrifying aura beginning to invade his body. Without hesitation, he surged his blood energy, attempting to expel this sinister presence. Yuan Chen raised his hand silently, watching the silvered parts beneath it slowly revert to gold. He was slightly astonished. The bloodline of the five-clawed golden dragon was indeed formidable. It could resist his touch of silver even across an entire cultivation stage. However, his eyes turned slightly cold. He hadn't been using his full strength before. Daring to covet his own daughter. Killing was unnecessary, but at least he would break 2 of those dragon claws. Just like in the mortal world, seeing a ruffian pestering his precious daughter made him want to break his legs. Now, he could actually put that into action. However, broken legs for a Tribulation Transcendence demon cultivator meant nothing. They could recover instantly. To make a lasting impression on Ao Xing, Yuan Chen decided to use this skill on him. He intensified his power. Yuan Chen, what are you doing? Feeling his hind claws gradually weakening, and even the bloodline power rebounding upon reaching his hind legs, Ao Xing's face flashed with terror. A dragon roar echoed a frantic howl of anger. Hearing Ao Xing's terrified cry, the confronting crowd also turned to look closely. At a glance, their expressions changed instantly. Previously, they only saw Yuan Chen pinning Ao Xing and beating him fiercely. Everyone thought it was just venting anger, not endangering his life. Who would have thought that Yuan Chen, using his body to shield the view, was doing something unspeakable to Ao Xing? They saw Ao Xing's 2 legs completely turn silver, and the silver area was still spreading upward. The knowledgeable among them immediately thought of the Silver Dragon clan's secret art, touch of silver. The most agitated was AOE, who had witnessed Yuan Chen's cousin turned into a stone statue at the Azure Dragon Palace. Terrifying. Even more terrifying was that Yuan Chen didn't know how to undo it. Instantly scared out of his wits, he shouted, "Yuan Chen, stop! Save Ao Xing!" Before Yuan Chen could react, he directly ordered the Golden Dragon clan elders. Seeing their chieftain so frantic, the Golden Dragon clan immediately acted. Seeing this, the Black Dragon clan hurriedly intervened. He Yin also widened his eyes at Yuan Chen. Was this kid so petty? Boom, boom, boom. The midair instantly erupted into chaos. Even Ao Yin could no longer sit still and move directly. However, worried he might harm Yuan Chen's Xia and He Yin struck simultaneously. The other dragons were instantly stunned. They had actually fought. At their respective chieftains' commands, they quickly retreated. Yuan Chen nodded. He had originally intended to take 2 legs. Seeing everyone's urgency, he directly tossed Ao Xing back to the nearest Golden Dragon clan elder. The other dragons were instantly stunned. They had actually fought. At their respective chieftains' commands, they quickly retreated far away. Retreat. 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 After consulting with Ziyun for a moment, the Violet Dragon clan chieftain also led his people away from the battlefield. They would not interfere. However, before leaving, they took care to protect Yuan Chen's family. These individuals were too weak in strength. It would be bad if they were caught in the shockwaves. Here, Yuan Chen casually tossed his masterpiece out. My claws, my claws. Ao Xing lost his composure, reverting to human form the moment he was thrown. After being princess carried by Ao Ni, he didn't even have time to express gratitude. He sat there clutching his legs and muttering dazedly. There was no sensation at all. He had never experienced such a loss of control over his own body. He looked up at Ao Ni in panic. Second elder, help me, my claws have no feeling. Ao Ni's expression darkened. It wasn't just because Yuan Chen had committed an act of violation right before their eyes. It was more due to Ao Xing's current disgrace. Though they were also anxious as a prodigy, the priority now was to find a solution, not to wail and howl like this. Having never suffered any setbacks outside due to his Dragon Clan identity all these years, he now couldn't maintain his composure at the slightest trouble. With a furrowed brow, he roared silence. Seeing Ao Xing calm down a little, he then pressed his hands on Ao Xing's frozen legs. As his spiritual energy circulated, his frown deepened. It truly was the lost secret technique of the Silver Dragon clan. This was going to be troublesome. He pressed on the legs for a long time without speaking. Second elder, how is it? Ao Xing's face was pale as he nervously watched the second elder. From the latter's expression, it seemed things were not looking good. Yuan Chen, your methods are far too vicious. Ao Ni didn't reply, instead glaring fiercely at Yuan Chen. Ao Xing thought, it's over, it's all over. Look at that. He's already changing the subject. Second elder. Ao Xing's voice carried a sob as he looked pitifully at Ao Ni's chin. Still held in Ao Ni's arms in a princess carry, Ao Ni looked down and found him almost pitifully endearing. His face darkened. Shut up. Already irritated, seeing the so-called prodigy in such a state only made him more frustrated. He gritted his teeth and glared at Yuan Chen. Hand over the antidote. Yuan Chen shook his head, pointing a pale finger at AoE. Ask him. The dragons were all stunned. Did the clan leader have the antidote? Ao and I also turned to look at AoE. AoE's face stiffened for a moment, then he instantly understood Yuan Chen's meaning. He said bitterly, Second Elder, I don't have the antidote. And Yuan Chen himself has no way to cure it either. AoE's face darkened. AoE stopped joking. AoE shook his head with a wry smile. Great Elder, it's absolutely true. This Yuan Chen once did in his own cousin, and even his grandfather's pleas were useless. He really doesn't know how to undo it. Yuan Chen, is this true? Aoin stared at Yuan Chen with a dark expression, flames flickering in his eyes. Yuan Chen replied him. A vein bulged on Aoin's forehead, and he barely resisted the urge to slap Yuan Chen to death. Fortunately, Aoi's next words gave him some relief. Elder Pingy of the Silver Dragon clan has mastered the art of turning stone to silver. He might have a solution. Earlier, for Yuan Chen's cousin Yuan and I introduced his father Yuan to seek out Elder Pingy. Hearing Aoi's words, Aoin's eyes lit up, and he breathed a sigh of relief. And Yuanin, how is he now? Was he successfully saved? Ao Xing stopped his fussing and looked nervously at Aoe. Aoe wasn't sure either, so he turned to look at Yuan Chen. Since he was the cousin, if successful, he would have returned to Lone Cloud Island. Yuan Chen should know. Seeing the clan leader looking at him, Yuan Chen didn't hide anything. He spread his hands. Dead. Dead. Ao Xing exclaimed, his gaze dazed. He buried his head in Ao's arms. Second Elder. He looked as pitiful as a child over 200 years old. Ao's face darkened, wanting to throw him out. Xing. What's wrong with you, Xing? You weren't like this before. How did he die, Clan leader Ao. He was also slightly startled and asked curiously. Don't know. Maybe he drowned, maybe he suffocated, or maybe he died from exhaustion. Yuan Chen didn't know if the kid had been cured, only that Yuan had looked like a man who had lost his son trailing behind that giant ant spider. Thinking of the giant ant spider's strange habits, he speculated. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as long as he didn't die from the turning stone to silver technique. Contact Elder Yuan Ping now, Aoin said with a frown. Aoe hesitated, then said cautiously, Great Elder, have you forgotten? Several hundred years ago, after Elder Pingy quarreled with Elder Ao and I, he left the Dragon Clan. He then glanced secretly at Ao and I. Aoin's face twitched, and he cast a sidelong glance at Ao and I. It seemed there was such a thing. It started when Yuan Ping's grandson was accidentally killed by Ao and I's grandson, and he had hoped the Dragon Clan would seek justice. I was in seclusion at the time, and only learned of it after coming out, but by then Yuan Ping had already left. Thinking it was just the Silver Dragon Clan, he hadn't paid much attention. Now unexpectedly they were needed. He scanned the crowd of dragons. His gaze stopped on a beautiful woman. Elder Yuan Xiao, please mediate with Yuan Ping. Yuan Xiao was the strongest expert of the Silver Dragon Clan, currently at the level of a 12th Tribulation Sancian. However, her combat power might be slightly inferior to even Blackrock's. Yuan Xiao looked troubled. Great Elder Yuan Ping hasn't contacted our clan since he left. In truth, she was unwilling to help. Back then they had looked down on the Silver Dragon Clan, which was why Yuan Ping had suffered the injustice. Now asking her to go plead, she wouldn't do it. Aoin's gaze lingered on Yuanxio's face for a few seconds, his expression displeased. But there was nothing he could do about her. Finally his eyes fell on Aoe. Aoe, since that's the case, go personally and invite him to act. Agree to any conditions he proposes. Ao Xing is our Dragon Clan's prodigy. For the sake of the clan, I believe he won't make things too difficult. Aoe felt like spitting out a mouthful of phlegm. It was I who, following the Second Elder's orders, didn't act impartially back then. Now you want me to go find him. What kind of miserable fate is this? What a lousy clan leader I am. Is there a problem? No. Aoe bowed his head in acceptance. As for Yuan Chen, wait until Ao Xing recovers before leaving the Dragon Clan. After giving the orders, he looked back at Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen pointed at himself in confusion. You mean to detain me? You injured our clan's prodigy and think you can leave so easily. Simple detention is already lenient. Ao and I sneered. Since the matter with Yuan Ping was related to him, he had held back earlier, but now wanted to assert his presence. It's not detention. I was just thinking, if Ao Xing cannot be restored, then we will raise Yuan Yun instead. Destroying one prodigy of our clan, compensating with another, shouldn't be a problem, right? Aoin's tone was calmer. Yuan Chen's mind was already mature. Even if raised, he would be a rebel. But Yuan Yun was different. Elder, this is hardly appropriate, is it? You just agreed to a fair duel. Now that Ao Xing is losing, you're making things difficult again. Have you no regard for He Yan's presence? After hearing Aoin's words, He Yan was the first to voice his displeasure. He Yan, I've tolerated you for far too long. If it weren't for your Black Dragon Clan, Ao Xing wouldn't have ended up like this. I want to ask you now, what exactly is your Black Dragon Clan trying to do? There's not a shred of discipline. Ao and I stepped forward and rebuked. The trinket in his hand had already been given to the other party's mother. At that moment, Ao Xing was being cradled by his mother, who was filled with distress. He Yin sneered coldly at Ao and I. What am I trying to do? I've wanted to say this for a long time. The Dragon Clan belongs to all dragons, not just your Golden Dragon Clan. Your Golden Dragon Clan has been far too overbearing. To speak of recent events, why did you cut off resources for Yuan Yun, a fellow Supreme Divine Beast, without even consulting us, hindering her growths? Having found a better path, He Yin showed no restraint, directly confronting them in front of everyone. After berating Ao and I, he turned his gaze to Aoe. Aoe's expression stiffened. Damn it, he's coming for me now. And you, Aoe, as the Dragon Clan's chieftain, I once thought you had some potential. But after becoming chieftain, you've completely changed, funneling all benefits to your Golden Dragon Clan, and turning the entire Dragon Clan into a tool for your clan's enrichment. These words were somewhat exaggerated, but Aoe's recent actions had indeed unsettled him. And regarding Elder Yuan Ping, you just mentioned I've held this in for a long time. That scoundrel Ao and I joked and lured his grandson into the demonic den. Elder Yuan Ping merely came to seek justice. Not only did you not apologize, but you also washed your hands of the matter entirely. Truly despicable. Ao and I, listening nearby, sensed something amiss. He thought the target had changed, but damn it, you're still cursing me. Aoe was rebuked until his face flushed red. He felt a sense of frustration within. Back then it was the Golden Dragon Elders who gave the orders. Yet upon reflection, as the clan chieftain, he should have controlled the entire clan, but he had been manipulated by the Golden Dragon clan. He had completely lost his authority. It was admittedly his own failure. Yuan Chen listened, clicking his tongue in amazement. Elder He Yin had truly let loose. Enough. I did not summon you to cast blame. At that moment, Ao Yin let out a thunderous roar. All sounds in the vicinity instantly ceased. He glared gloomily at He Yin. This matter has nothing to do with the Black Dragon clan. Withdraw. Once He Yin had been indifferent to Dragon clan affairs, but now he was stubbornly defiant. He spoke without yielding an inch. I've already said Yuan Chen is my sworn brother. His affairs are mine. He Yin's words were resolute. From now on he was bound to Yuan Chen. How satisfying. Elder He Yin's matter is the Black Dragon clan's matter. Seeing He Yin's stance, the Black Dragon clan's chieftain quickly stepped forward as well. Though the reason was unknown, since the Black Dragon clan's chieftain and their strongest elder, the Grand Elder, both supported Yuan Chen, the rest of the Black Dragon members naturally asked no questions. As for the other dragon clans, they exchanged bewildered glances. Watching this momentum, it felt as if the Black Dragon clan was about to break away and go solo. How dare you? Aoe shouted in fury, his eyes glaring fiercely at He Yin. Step back and I'll pretend I never heard those words. He Yin curled his lips. Words spoken are like a daughter married off. The stepfather won't let her return. Aoe was so enraged his nose nearly twisted. Fine. Since that's the case, take your people and get out of the Dragon clan. Aoe shouted in fury, his eyes glaring fiercely at He Yin. Step back and I'll pretend I never heard those words. He Yin curled. Fine. He Yin replied calmly, unperturbed. Then Yuan Chen will come with me. Yuan Chen cannot leave. Aoe spoke slowly, staring directly at He Yin. There was no way he would let He Yin take away two supreme divine beasts. Yuan Chen must leave. At that moment, Zixia also spoke up, her gaze sharp as she fixed on Aoe, as if ready to fight at the drop of a hat. Elder Zixia, we support you. The Dragon clan now belongs to the Golden Dragons. We'll go with you. As soon as Zixia finished speaking, several Purple Dragon elders immediately stepped forward. They must have been provoked by the Black Dragon clan's actions. The Golden Dragon clan had held the chieftain position for several consecutive terms, turning the Dragon clan into their own exclusive domain. Though they were also high-grade divine beasts, they felt that in the eyes of the Golden Dragons they were no different from the Silver Dragon clan. The mismatch between status and strength naturally bred resentment. In truth, this situation was common in any faction. Their stepping forward now was merely due to their closer ties with Zixia, otherwise they would have left long ago. With their strength, they could dominate anywhere they went. Now they were simply bolstering Zixia's position. Yuan Shao of the Silver Dragon clan's eyes flickered thoughtfully. Why were He Yin and Zixia so unreservedly siding with Yuan Chen? Even if Yuan Chen was also a supreme divine beast, was it worth it? Those supreme divine beasts were rare. The Dragon clan had endured for millennia and did not rely on the presence of a supreme divine beast in any single generation. Did Yuan Chen possess something more unique beyond this? With this thought, he stepped forward and spoke slowly. Grand Elder, we truly should not have detained Yuan Chen. He gave no reason, simply choosing to support Yuan Chen. He conveyed his stance, allowing Yuan Chen to perceive his goodwill. Moreover, Yuan Chen was also a dragon. He did not feel it was disloyal. The scene fell silent once more. No one had expected that a single remark would trigger the dissatisfaction of three clans toward the Golden Dragon clan. It's only a matter of staying a few more days. It won't cause any issues. Yuan Chen listened to the ancestor. Let us wait for a while. Yuan Chen glanced at the Grand Elder, then spoke gently to Yuan Chen after a moment of thought. Yuan Chen sneered disdainfully at his own ancestor. Get lost. While others were trying to help him, this old man was still licking the Golden Dragon clan's boots. He was not only weak, but also blind to the situation. Such a brainless fool. He refused to acknowledge him as his ancestor. Yuan Chen, is that how you speak to me? His smile froze, and Yuan Chen, relying on his seniority, questioned Yuan Chen. Seeing that Yuan Chen did not even glance at him, he turned. Yuan Ji, is this how you raised your child? Yuan Ji stared gloomily at his great-grandfather. Ancestor, I believe my son has said nothing wrong. If you have nothing else to do, please go back and rest. Rest your mother. Yuan Chen was so furious his nose nearly twisted. This was his own descendant speaking to him. After today, wouldn't he become the laughingstock of the Dragon clan? Get lost. Seeing the other hopping about in agitation, Yuan Chen once again offered him 2 words. An outrage against the master and ancestors. An outrage against the master and ancestors. Yuan Chang's hands trembled. The anger within him swelled, growing ever stronger until he could no longer contain it. He turned and stormed off in a huff. Ignoring Yuan Chang, who was sulking off to the side, he thought, is this high-stakes game one you can afford to play? You lack status born into the inferior Black Dragon clan. Yuan Chen, after cursing, shifted his gaze away from the other. There was no room for speech here. I have but one word today, Yuan Chen must stay. Yuan Chen, after cursing, shifted his gaze away from the other. There was no room for speech here. I have but one word today, Yuan Chen must stay. Whoever seeks to take him away is my enemy and the enemy of the Dragon clan. Ao Yin's expression was grave. At this moment he needed to assert his authority even more. If he showed weakness to Haiyan now, how could he lead this group in the future? Mother, I want somersault for the chieftain anymore. The solemn scene terrified Yuan Yun, who was hiding within the Violet Dragon clan. She caught fragments of the dialogue between Ao Yi and Yuan Chen. The once kind Ao Yi in her eyes suddenly transformed into a malevolent demon. Fuming, she nestled in Luo Sini's arms and muttered. Luo Sini watched the unfolding scene with concern. She hadn't expected that merely contemplating leaving the Dragon clan would lead to this situation. Glancing down at his daughter, he said perfunctorily, all right, no more somersaults. Yuan Chen, come with me now. Let's see who dares to stop us. Haiyan's temper flared as well. In essence, Ao Yi merely wished to prove the inviolable majesty of the Golden Dragon clan, but he wasn't about to indulge him. With that, he flew to Yuan Chen's side. He gave Zixao a look, signaling her to lead Luo Li and the others away. Grand Elder. Watching Haiyan's actions and seeing Ao Yi remain silent, Ao and I stepped forward to inquire. Just as he approached, Ao Yi bellowed in all directions. By decree of all dragons, seize Yuan Chen. The voice instantly swept across the entire dragon domain. Even beasts at the Golden Core stage received the command. The entire Dragon clan erupted into chaos. Dragons who had been in seclusion, unaware of the situation, rushed out and asked their kin in bewilderment. What's happening? What's happening? Zixao whirled around, staring at Ao Yi in disbelief. Mobilizing the entire Dragon clan. Was he truly taking it this far? Ao Yi remained impassive. Gazing at the terrified crowd, he thought, isn't this the outcome you all wanted? His eyes turned murderous as they fixed on Yuan Chen. Since enmity was already forged, let Yuan Chen remain here. As for Yuan Yun, he would find a way to erase her memories. With cultivation, she could still be useful. As the Grand Elder of the Dragon clan, he possessed this much decisiveness. Once a decision was made, he would act directly. Then, after killing Yuan Chen, if Haiyan and the others repented, he might spare their lives. If they remained stubborn, he would purge the Dragon clan traitors. Grand Elder, no. Ao Yi was greatly alarmed, unable to fathom the Grand Elder's reasoning. Why go this far? If they want to leave, let them. Business done, goodwill remains. As fellow dragons, wouldn't they still lend a hand in the future? Even after ascension, they'd share the same pot. What? But he didn't understand. Ao Yi had never been a chieftain, nor was he like Ao Xing, who only knew how to posture. Having fought for millennia, he had long cultivated a mindset of those who submit prosper, those who resist perish. As long as he remained in the Dragon clan, it could never slip from his control. This was also why Ao Yi was mocked by outsiders as the weakest Dragon clan chieftain in history. Ao Yi's desire for control was too strong. Yet it was also a testament to Ao Yi's weakness. Someone more capable could have mediated between the Black and Violet Dragon clans to earn due respect. But he did not. Ao Yi cast a dismissive glance at Ao Yi, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. Merely a puppet pushed forward by the Golden Dragon clan. Had he been a supreme divine beast, Ao Yi might have worried about him growing stronger and seeking revenge after ascension. But Ao Yi, also a superior grade Golden Dragon, posed no such concern. As his words fell, a golden spear materialized in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust it straight at Haiyan's back, his gaze icy. Even if you've weathered 11 tribulations, let alone 12, you have no right to speak to me like that. Haiyan was shocked, not expecting an attack without warning. Twisting his body, the supreme grade spirit artifact blood axe suddenly appeared. In an instant, it expanded to several meters tall behind him. Bang! It exploded midair. Those of lower cultivation nearby couldn't help but stagger back several steps. With a roar, Haiyan brandished his giant axe and charged forward. Meanwhile, after hearing Ao Yi's command, the crowd erupted in uproar. Some stood stunned, others joined the fray. Still others hurriedly sought safe places to take cover. What's going on? What's happening? Yuan Chang had just calmed down after walking away. Upon returning, he found the scene in utter chaos. The Black Dragon Clan and the Golden Dragon Clan were locked in fierce battle. The Violet Dragon Clan was also in disarray, some wanting to protect Yuan Chen's family, others believing they should obey Ao Yin's command. Let alone the Dragon Clan, even their own ranks were divided. However, most leaned toward Yuan Chen due to their tie. Ziyun stood firmly at a distance watching the internal strife, without uttering a word, as if he were an uninvolved party. Among the mid-grade divine beasts, sides were chosen in an instant. With the groundwork laid, the Silver Dragon Clan, led by Yuan Shao, began aiding the Black Dragon Clan. Yet some members hesitated to join immediately. The Yellow Dragon stood resolutely with Ao Yin, while the White Dragons refrained from entering the fray. The low-grade divine beasts either fled far away trying to mediate, and sending word for their kin to stay put, or awaited Ao Yin's orders. Witnessing the chaos before him with the sounds of Dragon Clan members from all regions rushing and some even fighting en route, Yuan Chang was utterly bewildered. Stop fighting, please stop fighting. On the other side, the White Dragons led others in attempts to mediate. Roar Ao Yin transformed into a golden dragon and let out a bellow. A torrential downpour fell. How fitting. But Yuan Chang dared not let a single drop touch him. Any contact would cause his spiritual energy to slowly drain away. Activating a protective barrier against the corrosive rain, he scanned the surroundings for any opportunity. His eyes lit up as they landed on Yuan Chen. At that moment, Haiyan was outmatched and Zixia joined the fight against Ao Yin. What Yuan Chang saw was Ao Yin after striking down a black dragon charging straight toward Yuan Chen. What a perfect chance. If he and Ao Yin captured Yuan Chen together, he could prove his righteousness by sacrificing a relative. His status in the Dragon Clan would surely skyrocket. Seeing his own kin standing idly by, he flew into a rage. Fool. Idiots. Can't seize an opportunity. Heed the Grand Elder's command. Shouting to his clan, he hurriedly chased after Ao Yin toward Yuan Chen. Ha ha ha. Kid, you're finished. But just as he reached out to seize Yuan Chen, his eyes widened. A black-clad man had suddenly appeared before Yuan Chen, his gaze calm and lifeless. Screech. He slammed on the brakes, uncertain of the opponent's level. Second Elder, you go first. He stopped abruptly. After waiting for a moment, realizing no one passed by him, Yuan Chang turned back in confusion. Hey, Second Elder, why did you stop too? Come on, let's take him down together. Ao Yin's face turned grim, hesitant to advance. The aura emanating from the puppet unsettled him. After a moment's thought, he floated midair and looked at Yuan Chen with a wary expression. Yuan Chen, what level is this puppet of yours? Yuan Chen was slightly taken aback. Are we that familiar with each other? The moment he saw Ao Yin charging at him, he summoned the puppet without a second thought. His own combat prowess was merely equivalent to an ordinary tribesman of the 5th or 6th tribulation. With the supreme divine beast shell, it should be around the 7th to 9th tribulation. He could withstand a couple of blows from Ao Yin, but any more would be too much to bear. Since he couldn't win, he would have to resort to the puppet eventually. Yuan Chen saw no point in suffering needlessly before bringing out his trump card. But the moment he pulled it out, before even activating it, he saw Ao Yin skid to a halt. Oh. A broken-down card had even cut in from the side path. For now, he held back. After all, this was his ultimate life-saving tool, but once activated, it only lasted 3 days. He was somewhat reluctant to use it. If the other party chose not to fight, it would be saved. Yet the question that followed left him utterly baffled. Bro, are you this familiar with everyone? We're enemies, aren't we? Still, after a moment of contemplation, he answered honestly. 12th tribulation. Just as I thought. Ao Yin's pupils constricted. The aura had felt off. Good thing he was cautious. He let out a cold laugh. Ridiculous. How could you have a 12th tribulation puppet? Don't lie to me. Yuan Chang, he's a traitor to your Azure Dragon clan. Hey, race your chance to redeem yourself by capturing him. Yuan Chang shuddered, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Do you take me for a fool? Second Elder, he's now a 5-clawed golden dragon of the Golden Dragon clan. His voice trailed off under the Elder's glare. The Second Elder was fuming. Coward. His eyes hardened. Even if it's really 12th tribulation, so what? It couldn't kill him instantly. If he couldn't win head, just call for help. But if Yuan Chang was bluffing, the shame would fall on him. Watch me. He placed his hands before his chest, and dozens of ethereal long swords materialized slowly. Whoosh, Elder Ao Yin was quite playful, adding sound effects as he unleashed his swords. Yuan Chen shook his head. He had no choice but to use it. With a thought, the puppet activated instantly. Its aura spread immediately, drawing many eyes. Clang. The puppet's physique was formidable. Facing the rain of swords, it charged straight ahead. With a sweep of its arms, the sword rain dissipated instantly. Ao Yin's face changed color. It really was 12th tribulation. Someone help me. The moment he realized he was outmatched, he called for reinforcements. After sending the puppet out, Yuan Chen turned his gaze coldly toward Yuan Chang. Ancestor, have you come to kill me? Yuan Chang's eyelids twitched. Damn it. How did he have such a powerful 12th tribulation puppet? But the words were already out. He had to steel himself and respond. Yuan Chen, be reasonable. The Great Elder will see justice done. Listen to your ancestor and stand down. Yuan Chen remained silent. He flashed forward, raised his leg, and kicked hard. A scream followed. It came from Yuan Chang. Weakling. Yuan Chen shook his head in disdain. He took in the entire battlefield. His side still held the advantage, so he wasn't too anxious. Of the three great dragon clans, two were basically on his side. Although Xian hadn't spoken, Zixia's telepathic message indicated there was nothing to worry about. Since Zixia was so confident, Yuan Chen had no doubts. How do you have a low-grade immortal artifact too? Aoin exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Zixia. The dragon clan didn't even have a handful of them, and none belonged to any individual. They were usually retrieved from the treasury when needed. Only Aoin, relying on his status as Great Elder, always carried one. But even he would have to leave it behind upon ascension. He never expected that the moment he drew his Zixia would produce one as well. Yuan Chen gave it to me. Zixia made no attempt to hide it, nor did she stop her movements. Aoin's face darkened further. He hadn't anticipated such an unfavorable turn. Even the Violet Dragon clan largely favored Yuan Chen. Moreover, Yuan Chen had produced a 12th tribulation combatant on his own, something completely unforeseen. Now with Zixia wielding another low-grade immortal artifact, the situation grew even more dire. It seemed things had gotten out of hand. The Dragon clan did have a grand formation, but its 6 keys were held by 6 clans. At least 3 were needed to activate it. If he activated it, Haiyan and the others could also take control. It wouldn't change the battle's outcome. 10th Elder, come help me. Ao and I shouted in desperation. This was no ordinary 12th tribulation puppet. He felt it might even be stronger than the Great Elder. How could he fight this? Stop fighting. Stop fighting. The White Dragon clan was still trying to separate the combatants. They even blocked low-ranking dragons from coming to assist. The experts couldn't kill each other quickly, and if things went south, they could still rescue them. But those 2 weak would likely be slain with a single blow if they interfered, so it was best they stayed out. Besides, with so many fighting, they couldn't save everyone. Yet their words went unheeded. As the elders sought more room to maneuver, the battlefield expanded. Explosions boomed continuously across a third of the Dragon clan's territory. They're fighting. They're fighting. Over in the neighboring Bright Sparrow clan, some members active in the Dragon territory immediately reported back. Many elders grew excited upon hearing the news. Who's fighting? How did it start? Internal strife. Heard it's the Golden Dragons against the Black Dragons. The information was inaccurate. Really? The elders' eyes lit up. Even better. Let's watch the show. They flew straight toward the Dragon clan. At the same time, they used communication devices to notify other friends. Oh, the Bright Sparrow clan is here too. On the way, they encountered experts from other major clans. They greeted each other cheerfully. Let's go together. Everyone was acting as if it were a festival. Stop. Stop. Ao and I, the most arrogant, was also the first to realize reality. He had called for help for ages, but no one came to his aid. No matter what skills he used, the puppet absorbed them all. Even worse was close combat. The puppet grabbed his dragon body and thrashed him around. The buildings below were reduced to rubble. Dragon bodies were tough, but not tough enough to endure such abuse. He felt his body was about to fall apart. Yuan Chen stood not far from Haiyan, tossing top-grade spirit tools and pills to Haiyan and Zixia without restraint. Finding them of little use, he simply threw them near Aoin to self-destruct. He couldn't forge low-grade immortal artifacts yet, but he had plenty of top-grade spirit tools. Even Aoin's eyes twitched at the sight. The Dragon clan was wealthy, but they had never squandered top-grade spirit tools like this. Hearing Aoin's cries, Yuan Chen paid no heed. It had 3 days' worth of energy. If it ended now, he'd be at a loss. Besides, Aoin wasn't the one calling the shot. Within the Dragon domain, there were still many weaker races. If an external enemy attacked, they could at least display their valor before the Dragon clan. Yet in all these years, no one had ever dared to challenge the dragons. But now, with internal strife raging within the Dragon clan, they could do nothing but hide in their homes. No matter whom they sided with, they would ultimately suffer the consequences. As they awaited the end of the conflict, they watched as one powerful aura after another sped toward the heart of the Dragon domain. Instantly, they dared not even show their faces. One by one, they activated their clan's protective arrays. Though utterly useless against mighty beings, it at least provided some psychological comfort. Ha, the Black Dragons are truly fighting the Golden Dragons. What a spectacle. Brother Haiyan, I've long despised the Golden Dragons. Why did you wait until now to strike? Exactly, give them a thorough beating. By the way, who is that woman? She seems to be Zixia of the Violet Dragon clan, but how has her strength grown so formidable, allowing her to intervene in the battle between Haiyan and Aoin? Hey, isn't that the son-in-law of your Mingwang Sparrow clan? I think I saw him on a flyer. But wasn't he supposed to be a young golden core cultivator? His combat prowess is no joke either. Could he be another old monster in disguise? It really seems so, but he's definitely not an ancient monster. Aoe refrained from fighting, tirelessly working with Yuan Shao of the Silver Dragon clan to restrain the other clan members. As the Dragon clan's patriarch, he dreaded nothing more than the clan's division. If that happened upon ascending, no one would blame the elders, who all fault would be thrust upon him, branding him an incompetent leader. After all, the Dragon clan would have been split under his watch, with the elders merely playing supporting roles. He had noticed the arrival of the other clans. What a bitter plight. What a bitter plight. All the neighbors had come to witness the Dragon clan's disgrace. Oh, isn't that the 5-clawed golden dragon Ao Xing of the Dragon clan? Just then, those above also noticed Ao Xing pitifully huddled in a corner. A loudmouthed middle-aged man called out. Ao, you recognized him. It was none other than the second elder of the Swallowing Heaven Frog clan. Like the Dragon clan, the Swallowing Heaven Frogs were one of the top powers of the chaotic Star Sea, and their relationship with the dragons was far from amicable. Naturally, they were delighted to see the Dragon clan in turmoil. The dragons occupied the most advantageous territory at the heart of the chaotic Star Sea, among the 10 supreme powers of the chaotic Star Sea, for were clustered around the Dragon domain, one to the north, south, east, and west. Apart from the Mingwang Sparrow clan, which maintained a neutral relationship, the other three were all hostile forces. Previously, due to Yuan Chen's influence, relations with the Mingwang Sparrows had been decent, but now that seemed lost. Aoe chose to ignore the taunts, focusing on ending this farce as quickly as possible. Yet the Swallowing Heaven Frog's second elder persisted. What's the matter? Broken leg. Got a cast on it. His tone dripped with schadenfreude. Clearly he was still targeting Ao Xing. Aoe burned with rage. Ao Xing was a symbol of the Dragon clan's prestige. How could he be mocked so brazenly? But a sidelong glance revealed that indeed it did look somewhat similar. However, I might think it, but you dare say it. Senior, please show some restraint. Even amidst hostility, formalities must be observed. The other was over 1,000 years his senior, deserving of respect. Yet Aoe was no pushover as patriarch. If the other persisted in his mockery, the Dragon clan would not hesitate to engage in battle. After the internal strife, the Swallowing Heaven Frog's second elder, though curling his lips in disdain, ultimately refrained from further provocation out of respect for Aoe. Grand Elder, Ninth Elder, ceased this at once. Aoe valued the Dragon clan deeply. Seeing the crowd gathered to watch the spectacle only deepened his frustration. Gritting his teeth, he stepped directly between Aoe and Hyan. He would not allow outsiders to revel in their disgrace. The three, seeing Aoe's intervention, quickly withdrew their attacks to avoid accidental injury. Even if Hyan had previously vented his grievances against Aoe, their upbringing instilled in them a deep respect for the patriarch. At Aoe's intervention, they immediately ceased. Of course, more importantly, they were unwilling to continue fighting before outsiders. Aoe's move provided them with a perfect opportunity to back down. Halt. After 2 seconds of silence, the Grand Elder, observing the surrounding onlookers, also bellowed. His voice instantly spread across the entire battlefield. Every Dragon clan member shuddered. Turning back, they saw the 2 elders had already stopped. They too laid down their weapons, though each remained vigilant, standing with their own kin, guarding against a renewed outbreak. Oh, we shouldn't have come. Because we're here, they've stopped fighting. Indeed, we can't say that if we hadn't come would have missed this grand show. Well said. But you can't have both. How frustrating. The assembled experts murmured quietly among themselves, though smiles adorned their faces. From the battle's intensity, it was clear that even without their presence, the fight wouldn't have escalated much. After so long, not a single life had been lost. They were, after all, of the same bloodline, and had held back. The worst off was the Dragon clan's second elder. Speaking of which, was that fight still ongoing? Yuan Chen, can't you hear the order to stop? Cease at once. At Aoe's voice, everyone turned to look. They saw the puppet had actually forced Aoe back into human form, now gripping his waist with one arm, while pressing a knee into his stomach. The other hand rose and fell. Smack, smack. It spanked Aoe's backside. With each slap, Aoe spat out a fraction of his primordial essence, his body weakening further. So humiliated, Aoe had given up struggling. The puppet's physical strength was overwhelming, locking him in place. A puppet. An elder of the Mingwang Sparrow clan spoke, gravely uttering the 2 words coldly. Amid the earlier chaos, they had only seen Aoe being brutally dominated by a powerful figure. Wondering where the help had come from, they now saw upon closer inspection that it was a puppet. In the entire cultivation world, there were likely no more than 5 such formidable puppets, all belonging to refining sects. How could one appear here? The others also wore solemn expressions. Aoe, however, remained cold and indifferent. Yuan Chen, ordered it to stop. Everyone was startled. This thing belonged to Yuan Chen. The Mingwang Sparrow elder stared intently at Yuan Chen. Was it really his? Recalling the news that Yuan Chen had married the eldest daughter of the chief family, could he have borrowed it from the chief family? But did the chief family value him so highly? Yet, considering the patriarch's regard for Yuan Chen, it wasn't beyond possibility. Oh, I forgot. Yuan Chen nodded lightly before immediately dismissing the puppet. Aoe freed glanced around in humiliation, then silently slipped behind Aoe. A lifetime's reputation was ruined in an instant. Having barely steadied himself, he shot a glare at a nearby Golden Dragon elder. What are you laughing at? What? I wasn't laughing. The scolded elder was taken aback. To maintain the solemn atmosphere, he had kept a straight face the entire time. Oh, I must have been mistaken. I wasn't laughing. The scolded elder was taken aback. To maintain the solemn atmosphere, he had kept a straight face the entire time. Oh, I must have been mistaken. Aoe was now staring at another elder. What are you laughing at? Elders, it would be better to sit down and discuss matters rather than let outsiders witness our discord. Seeing everyone halt, Aoe breathed a sigh of relief. Before the crowd, he restored the dignity befitting a clan leader. Since the clan leader says so, I have no objection. But you should speak with the Grand Elder. Regardless, Yuan Chen may go wherever he pleases. Besides, how do you even have the power to stop Yuan Chen now? Aoin glared at He Yin with a menacing look. You clever little devil, you've struck a nerve. He never imagined that capturing Yuan Chen would lead to such an embarrassing deadlock. Let's discuss this later. Aoi quickly interjected to silence everyone. Then with a flick of his robe, he soared to the highest point and gazed coldly at the outsiders. Honored guests, have you seen enough? Shouldn't you take your leave? Oh, come on, Aoi. We're all in the dark here. You mentioned Yuan Chen. Spill the beans. What's going on? The second elder of the heaven-swallowing toad wore a gleefully curious expression. If it's best you all leave now. Once the Dragon Clan's grand formation activates, don't force me to expel you. How satisfying it was to face outsiders. With a single word, the two factions that had been locked in fierce combat moments ago now stood united behind him, glaring menacingly at the intruders. Stingy. The heaven-swallowing toad clicked its tongue, but knowing the Dragon Clan's formidable strength that had suppressed the other four clans to the margins, it dared not provoke them further. After grumbling, it led its people away. The other clans, seeing no more drama, also withdrew their forces. However, though they left the Dragon domain, they didn't venture far. They lingered, hoping their spies within the domain would uncover what had transpired. Let's talk, both elders. After the outsiders left, Ao, he smacked his lips and turned to He Yin and Aoin with a conciliatory air. Back within the Dragon Clan, his demeanor deflated once more. Oh, such a hollow display of authority. How shall we talk? He Yin looked at Aoi with confusion. Aoin spoke slowly. One of them, Yuan Chen or Yuan Yun, must stay. His tone was unyielding, brooking no refusal. Damn it, let's fight him. Yuan Chen was bewildered. Brother, you couldn't defeat us just now. How dare you speak like that? Without a second word, he pulled out the puppet again. Stop. Aoi shouted anxiously, his head throbbing with frustration. Now it's come to drawn blades. Even after all this, you're still throwing your weight around as Grand Elder. Should I just wash my hands of it? Can you even defeat them? Now it's come to drawn blades. Even after all this, you're still throwing your weight around as Grand Elder. Should I just wash my hands of it? Can you even defeat them? Why must you always be such a headache? Yet as his elder, Aoi couldn't scold him. Frustrated, Aoin's gaze turned cold, but after a moment's thought, he held his tongue. Aoi was about to continue when He Yin cut him off. Clan leader, no need to mediate. Let me tell you something. Aoi was startled. What is it? He Yin spread his hands. You've seen the situation. Yuan Chen and the Grand Elder are at odds, and I believe the fault lies with the Grand Elder. But if I asked you to punish him, would you agree? Before Aoi could respond, he answered himself, of course not. He continued, unperturbed. Yet by stepping in to help Yuan Chen, my Black Dragon Clan will surely face the Grand Elder's retaliation. Your Gold Dragon Clan holds sway, and we can't argue. So, Aoi's eyes darkened with a sense of foreboding. So the Black Dragon Clan will secede from the Dragon Clan and follow Yuan Chen to forge a new dragon lineage. He Yin glanced at his Black Dragon brethren and spoke slowly. He had already consulted the Black Dragon Clan leader, who agreed that following Yuan Chen would be worthwhile, even if it meant punishment after ascension. After all, splitting the Dragon Clan would weaken its strength, and no one here could hold him accountable. But once above, retribution would surely come. Yet he believed that Yuan Chen's potential and abilities would ultimately win the Dragon Clan's favor. Besides, the Grand Elder's interference in clan affairs and lack of impartiality also bore responsibility. The Black Dragon Clan leader had great faith in He Yin. After secret discussions with several elders, they Impossible. Aoi exclaimed, breaking into a cold sweat. What are you doing? What are you doing? Can't we all just get along? Yuan Chen was also taken aback. He hadn't expected He Yin to make such a decision. But if they were willing to follow him, he wouldn't turn them away. He stood aside in silence. He Yin, do you realize what you're saying? The Grand Elder fumed, glaring at He Yin. I do, but I refuse to accept it. If you can't be fair, well, follow someone who can. You deny Yuan Chen and Yuan Yun's status as supreme divine beasts, and I accept that. He Yin spoke with righteous indignation, and the Black Dragon clansmen nodded in agreement. Ninth Elder, the Gold Dragon Clan won't seek retribution afterward. Aoi said almost pleadingly. He Yin shook his head. I don't believe you. Ninth Elder, I never said I wouldn't acknowledge Yuan Chen's status. Didn't I suggest we negotiate? I don't care. Your past actions speak for themselves. Ninth Elder, seceding from the Dragon Clan is no trivial matter. State your demands, and well, address any grievances slowly until everyone is satisfied. I won't listen. I won't listen. I'm leaving. He Yin was growing agitated. Aoi. He stared at He Yin in disbelief. This eagerness to leave seemed less about the Grand Elder's injustice and more about something else. Thinking of Yuan Chen's dragon offspring Aoi, he immediately understood He Yin's ulterior motives. The Grand Elder has undone me. He chuckled bitterly and sent a telepathic message to the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, perhaps we should relent. Losing the Black Dragon Clan would severely weaken our overall strength. Moreover, Yuan Chen's family. We can't let Yuan Yun go. We must maintain good relations. He spoke gently and earnestly. But the Grand Elder turned his head away stubbornly. No. Aoe stared at him with a look of utter exasperation. What more do you want? Still. No, Naya humph, I can't mimic that. Taking a deep breath, he said, Ninth Elder. Yuan Chen will leave soon. Having said his piece, He Yin cast a deep look at Aoe and without waiting for a reply walked directly to Yuan Chen. He then addressed the Black Dragon clansman. Go pack your things. We're leaving immediately. The Black Dragon clansmen exchanged glances and scattered at once. Aoe opened his mouth, staring blankly at the departing figures of the Black and Silver Dragons. Silver Dragon figures. Wait, what are the Silver Dragons doing? Well, we might be suffering from acclimatization issues. We'll go stay elsewhere for a while and see how things go, Yuan Xiao said to Aoe without changing her expression. Aoe nearly threw his shoe out. If you had come up with a better excuse, I wouldn't be this furious. He turned to look at the Alas, hearts are drifting apart. It was clear they were dissatisfied with the Dragon Clan. He shook his head and said nothing more. Fortunately, although the Violet Dragon Clan leaned somewhat towards Yuan Chen, they could still discern the gravity of the situation when the Dragon Clan was on the verge of splitting. While Zilan takes some people to escort Elder Zixia. Yuan Yun's status is special, it would be troublesome if something happened on the road. Just as he was thinking, Zi Yun, who had been silent for a long time, spoke calmly to the Violet Dragon Clan members. Aoe. He cast a resentful glance at Zi Yun, but it was fine. She was only having her clansmen follow to escort them. Indeed, Yuan Yun was a supreme divine beast. It was possible that someone might not want it to grow up and would try to harm Yuan Yun during the Dragon Clan split. That was understandable. After all, Zi Yun wasn't leaving. The chieftain of the Violet Dragon Clan hadn't left either. Elder, how many people should I take? Would too few be unsafe? The chieftain, stroking Yuan Yun's head, asked Zi Yun worriedly. Zi Yun nodded. Well said. Then, Zihe, Zishan, Zhu, Zishan Lin, Zichuan. All of Aoe's eyes widened. In one breath, she had named 99 individuals, all of them experts above the level of Scattered Immortal. How many experts above Scattered Immortal did the Violet Dragon Clan have in total? This left them with a barebones leader. After speaking to the Violet Dragon Clan chieftain, Zi Yun even gave Aoe a benevolent smile. Chieftain, rest assured they are merely escorting. Aoe fell silent. Wasn't this just sending people ahead to scout the way, planning to move the entire clan over if it was suitable? You folks are certainly thinking further ahead than the Black Dragon Clan. If things don't work out, you can always come back. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but in the end it turned into a long sigh. He glanced sidelong at the Grand Elder, whose expression was equally grim. The Grand Elder had been foolish. Yuan Chen, where are we planning to establish our base? While waiting for the clansmen, He Yin and Yuan Xiao came before Yuan Chen to discuss. This was something Yuan Chen had never considered. He also hadn't anticipated packing up so many experts when returning. Guxia Island was certainly not an option. Not only was spiritual energy scarce there, but the area itself was far too small. It simply couldn't accommodate everyone. Do either of you elders have any good recommendations? He passed the problem directly to He Yin and the other. Nowadays, all the better cultivation sites are occupied by major powers. Finding a treasured land is very difficult. He Yin frowned. If we have enough resources and a formation master, we could modify a place ourselves. Yuan, she wasn't in a hurry. For the Black Dragon Clan to completely break away from the Dragon Clan, Yuan Yun, a supreme divine beast, wasn't enough. There must be something else Yuan Chen was hiding. This could also be inferred from the respect He Yin showed Yuan Chen in his behavior. If the Black Dragon Clan wasn't anxious, why should they be? Perhaps the Silver Dragon Clan could gain even greater benefits later. Moreover, there were too many inexplicable doubts about Yuan Chen. Setting aside how his cultivation had advanced, why had he suddenly become a five-clawed golden dragon? Why was the Dragon Maiden a supreme divine beast breed originating from the Silver Dragon Clan, Yuan Chen's offspring, when Luo Sini wasn't even a Silver Dragon Clan member? And why did the chief family value Yuan Chen so much as to lend him their puppet? There were many other questions. Someone like Yuan Chen always appeared with great fortune. Following him would never leave. Doesn't Elder He Yin understand formations? Zixia also stepped forward to look at He Yin. He Yin looked a bit embarrassed. There's a world of difference between a 9th-level formation master and a divine-level formation master. I can handle small formations, but building a clan-wide formation like those of top-tier powers, I can't. That's fine, I'll handle it. Yuan Chen spoke up in time. You're a divine-level formation master. Yuan Xiao exclaimed. Yes. Yuan Chen nodded calmly. He wasn't one yet. Not quite. But by the time they returned to build the formation, he likely would have advanced. The group discussed fervently. The Golden Dragon Clan watched menacingly from the side. In their eyes, the Black Dragon Clan was no different from traitors. But now was not the time for a falling out. Before long, the clansmen who had gone to pack their belongings returned one by one. Yuan Chen was secretly astonished. A rough estimate showed that the two clans alone numbered in the hundreds of thousands. And this was only the Dragon Clan's headquarters. There were branches of the Dragon Clan scattered throughout the cultivation world. Besides these, there were many Dragon Clan experts cultivating outside the clan. Truly vast. He Yin, you may go, but leave behind the key to activate the Dragon Clan's formation. The Grand Elder stared coldly at the crowd. He Yin curled his lip. Don't worry, I don't covet it either. But since we're still within Dragon Clan territory, I'm not comfortable handing it over to you. They'll send it back after we leave. Same for me. Yuan Shao chimed in. Oomph. The Grand Elder snorted coldly and said no more. My children, let's go. They'll take you to a new home. He Yin borrowed the realm-breaking divine vessel from Yuan Chen and called out to his clansmen. His gaze, however, was fixed eagerly on the vessel. He coveted this treasure as well. Its space could expand or shrink at will, and it possessed speed, defense, and attack capabilities. Though it was a top-grade spiritual artifact in He Yin's eyes, it rivaled an immortal artifact. In the cultivation world, while there were quite a few low-grade immortal artifacts, there wasn't a single auxiliary flying vessel like this. Unfortunately, Yuan Chen only had one and couldn't give it to him. Once all the clansmen were aboard, He Yin called out to Yuan Chen, who was still standing where he was. Brother, let's go. Yuan Chen snapped back to reality and looked at He Yin with a strange expression. Elder brother, let me ask you something. He Yin was completely baffled. Why weren't they leaving yet? What is it? Yuan Chen paused for 2 seconds. Did we just win or lose? Of course we won. Otherwise would that old bastard Ao Yin have let you leave? If he had the power to keep you here, he would have been arrogantly showing off long ago. Ao Yin hadn't left yet and overheard their entire conversation. He nearly couldn't resist attacking directly again. Then Yuan Chen continued asking, since we won, why are we the— He Yin was also taken aback. That did seem to be the case. This dragon domain wasn't solely the Golden Dragon clans, it belonged to all of them together. Why not just kick the Golden Dragon clan out? The Violet Dragon clan probably wouldn't object either. And then they wouldn't have to worry about finding a new territory. He quickly sorted through his thoughts. He turned back, hands on his hips, looking up at Ao Yin. Arrogantly, he pointed a finger at him. You lock it out of my house. And leave the key to activate the formation. The Golden Dragon clan. Ao Yin. Ao Yin was absolutely furious, his stomach churning with rage. How dare they go too far? Usurping the Dragon clan's home. This was an unbearable insult. Ao Yin, don't stop me. No one is leaving the Dragon clan today. Ao Yin, burning with anger, glared at Ao Yin. Ao Yin rolled his eyes. If I didn't intervene, you'd be beaten. If the opponent were different, Haiyan could hold off the second elder, and Yuan Chen's puppet along with Zixia might just manage to kill you. Elder, please calm your anger. Fine, I'll give you face. Settle this matter, or else today the Dragon clan might see a river of blood. Ao Yin took the opportunity to back down, shouting in a fox fierce babyish tone. That was terrifying. Ao Yin, too lazy to say more, turned to Yuan Chen and asked with a frown. Yuan Chen, stop causing trouble. What trouble am I causing? Haiyan cut in directly. You said it yourself, the victor is king and the loser is a bandit. How can the winner be driven out? Not to mention we should at least have a share of the Dragon clan's secret realms, right? Ao Yin's cheek twitched. From then on, any offspring would be supreme divine beasts. The rewards would also be of a much higher tier. Establishing a base wouldn't be a problem. Yuan Chen looked at Ao Yin with a smile. Using one condition for this is fine too. He nodded, not overly concerned. From then on, any offspring would be supreme divine beasts. The rewards would also be of a much higher tier. Establishing a base wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, the items stored in these clan members' spatial rings were certainly not few. Let's go. He gestured with his chin toward the somewhat regretful Haiyan. The two boarded the divine boat. After everyone had left, Ao Yin clenched his fist in victory. Good thing they know what's good for them. Ao Yin sighed. He waved to the remaining clan members. Everyone disperse. Only then did he walk over to Ao Xing. Since the battle began, no one had paid attention to Ao Xing except to say he needed a cast. Urged by the elders, the clan members gradually left. Only Ao Yin and a few Golden Dragon clan elders remained. Chieftain, am I crippled? Ao Xing looked utterly dejected. Seeing Ao Yin approach, he looked up and asked blankly. His mother, also a prodigy of the Golden Dragon clan, was holding him and crying incessantly. Ao Yin sighed. Don't worry, Yuan Ping. They'll personally take you to see Yuan Ping afterward, and he'll definitely have you healed. But doesn't Elder Yuan Ping have a grudge against our Golden Dragon clan? Will he help me? Don't worry, no matter what it takes, I won't give up on you. Ao Yin said earnestly. He believed that Yuan Shao must still be in contact with Yuan Ping. If all else failed, he still had one of Yuan Chen's conditions to use and could ask him to get Yuan Shao to mediate. Seeing the sincerity in Ao Yin's eyes, Ao Xing regained some spirit. Go back and rest well. Once I've settled the clan's affairs, I'll take you for treatment. Ao Yin said softly, then let Ao Xing's family take him away. Watching Ao Xing's retreating figure, he let out a long sigh. He was the worst chieftain the Dragon clan had ever had, and Ao Xing was probably the worst supreme divine beast the clan had ever seen. So fragile. Even if healed, he would need rigorous training. This child is somewhat incompetent. The Grand Elder was even more blunt, shaking his head repeatedly. The other elders nodded in agreement. On the way back to the house, the Grand Elder was still puzzled about why Haiyan had left so readily. He suspected Ao Yin knew something. He asked in confusion, what is Haiyan thinking? I want to go to this place first and drive the residents out. On the divine boat, Haiyan pointed at the map of the chaotic star sea's power distribution spread on the table. Around the table sat Zixia, Haiyan, Yuan Shao, Yuan Chen, and 2 representatives from each of the 3 clans. The 10 of them had already decided on a location for their settlement. It was also an island, but 100 times larger than Gushao Island. Located northeast of the Dragon Clan, its spiritual energy concentration was only moderate. There was only one race on the island guarded by some Mahayanistic cultivators. If they spoke to them politely, they would surely understand their predicament and willingly withdraw. After a brief discussion, they made a decision. Yuan Chen would first transport everyone to the destination, letting them. Haiyan would stay to guard the place while he took Zixiao back to fetch his other wives. With the earlier appearance of puppets, no one dared to provoke them without knowing the situation. Meanwhile, Heidong and the other three along with the children arrived in the eastern wasteland. Their sect was not far from Xuandu Gate. With Wuxuan accompanying them, they encountered some dangers on the road, but all ended safely. Your Hell sect has a domineering name, but it's not all that impressive. Entering the Hell sect's territory, Wuxuan remarked casually. Like everywhere else, this place was mostly inhabited by mortals. Numerous dynasties stood side by side, all under the jurisdiction of Hell sect. The difference was that the faces of the mortals here were shrouded in a layer of black qi. Being mortals, they couldn't see each other's problems, and it didn't affect their daily lives. But Wuxuan knew. This black qi was constantly eroding their bodies. Those who couldn't withstand it would see their lifespans gradually shorten and fall gravely ill. Those who could withstand it, congratulations. You met the recruitment conditions of the demonic sect. From then on you could cultivate demonic arts and roam the world freely. It's not that bad, only the sect leader is a tribulation transcendence expert. That's why I said with you here, Wuxuan, we can walk all over this place. Heidong felt no attachment to his own sect and joined in the mockery. The mortal realm was boring. They flew swiftly and soon reached the foot of Hell sect's mountain. At the foot of the mountain were 4 major cities. Lu Hongyi's parents governed one of them, Wanjin City. Trashy city name. Wuxuan commented without restraint. Lu Hongyi and the other 2 also found it somewhat embarrassing. They didn't know why Hell sect had chosen such a name. It was only meant to sound intimidating. Afraid that Wuxuan would say more, they directly led the way toward the city lord's mansion where her parents resided. Hey, are people in your city always this open? Walking along the road, seeing the scantily clad men and women by the roadside. Some while walking would suddenly press their companion against the wall and start injecting medicine. Wuxuan watched in amazement, asking blankly. She had been to many demonic territories, but few were this unrestrained. Many people around them were staring at the group with burning gazes, but no one came to harass them. At most they just dropped their pants and took care of themselves. Greatly shocked, Wuxuan quickly knocked the children unconscious. She herself didn't mind. She had seen much worse. Our sect was originally a branch of the Joyful Union sect, but the disciples are still simple and won't harass others randomly, afraid of causing more trouble. Those with partners accommodate each other, those without rely on themselves. Young miss. The journey was too unbearable to witness. The group quickly arrived at the city lord's mansion. As they arrived, a middle-aged gaunt man walked toward them. He was about to scold them, but upon seeing Lu Hongyi, he let out a startled cry. Lu Hongyi cast only a faint glance before walking straight into the mansion. The man was the steward of the city lord's mansion. Young miss, there are honored guests at the residence. The lord and lady are not home. I must go find them. Lu Guan announced from behind before departing. He knew Lu Hongyi disliked him, so he thought it best to make himself scarce. Guest at home. Lu Hongyi frowned. What decent guests could possibly come to Wanqing City? She detested meeting her parents' friends. But to reach the rear courtyard, she had to pass the reception hall. An encounter was unavoidable. Sister, there's nothing fun in Wanqing City. Why did grandmother insist we come here? Brother, don't be impatient. Since grandmother said there's an opportunity here, she must be right. Let's wait for City Lord Lu to return. This is utterly boring. I'm never coming out again. At home I have so many sisters to keep me company. Their tender, exquisite bodies are so soft, especially little darling, fragrant and tempting. I want to taste her. Brother, stop it. You're making me sick. Sister, you don't understand. Next time I'll have uncle refine her into a pill for you to try. Ah, sister, why are you so quiet? I'm afraid you'll take a liking to me and dig out my heart. As they approached, they overheard the conversation inside. From the voices, she could discern 1 man and 2 women. Lu Hongyi furrowed her brow. Indeed, her parents' guests were always of this ilk. Just then the 3 inside noticed them. The man in the middle rose with delight at the sight of 4 beauties. And who might you young ladies be? Ignoring the 2 women beside him, he hurried forward with a drooling expression. Had Wu Xian not dodged swiftly, he would have grasped her hand. Failing to catch her, he felt no embarrassment, let out a foolish laugh, and looked at them with an innocent face. A flicker of disgust passed through Lu Hongyi's eyes. Who are you and what are you doing in my home? The man's eyes lit up. So you're the daughter Lu Shanshui boasts about. Indeed, you're as beautiful as grandmother said. Only then did he remember to answer her question, quickly adding, I am Jia Bao of the Honglu demon sect. At that moment the other 2 women also approached. Greetings, eldest Miss Lu. My brother means no offense. I am Xue Chai, you may call me Sister Xue. This is Sister Lin Yu. After the woman named Xue Chai introduced herself, she pulled the woman behind her forward for an introduction. You are the little demon king Jia Bao. Lu Hongyi couldn't help but exclaim. Wu Xian observed the 2 women. The one who spoke, Xue Chai, had a dignified appearance. Lips naturally red, without rouge, brows dark, without kohl, a face like a silver platter, and eyes like water chestnuts. The smaller one behind was delicate and charming, yet her brows seemed both furrowed and relaxed her eyes, revealing both joy and sorrow. Her complexion was pale and her frame frail. Yet both were peerless beauties. As she admired them, she heard Lu Hongyi's startled cry. Her gaze fell on Jia Bao. Was this fellow so infamous? Called the Little Demon King. She transmitted her voice directly. Hongyi, who is this guy? He seems pretty impressive. Want me to give him a beating? Lu Hongyi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Could she be any less crude? Besides, this was not someone she could take on. Wu Xian, let me tell you, his father is the sect master of the Honglu demon sect, one of the 4 great demon sects of the Eastern Wastelands. Though it has declined over the years, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Do you really want to fight him? Wu Xian smacked her lips. Forget it then. He was that formidable. She couldn't tell. She asked again. What about this guy? Called the Little Demon King, but he doesn't seem too bright. Despite his dim-witted appearance, he's recognized as the foremost prodigy of the Honglu demon sect. It's said that at birth he came into the world with a supreme spirit artifact in his mouth, accompanied by celestial anomalies. Because he was born with this spiritual treasure, he was named Jia Bao. Perhaps because the artifact drained spiritual energy while in the womb, he turned out a bit simple-minded. Lu Hongyi was not one to mince words. As for why he's called the Little Demon King, with his exceptional talent, the sect indulges him, making him capricious. Offend him for any reason, and he flies into a rage, killing indiscriminately. Moreover, he must consume the hearts of beautiful women every year, or hell go berserk. He always does this while in the throes of excitement, digging out and devouring the heart. Wu Xian was stunned. Such a pervert existed. Ladies, I heard your conversation. Just as they were engrossed in their chat, Jia Bao suddenly flashed a sinister smile. Wu Xian's scalp instantly went numb. Apart from Yuan Chen, she had never heard of anyone else capable of intercepting telepathic transmissions. As expected of a demon sect prodigy, she probed with her divine sense, but couldn't discern his cultivation level. The atmosphere instantly turned icy. Knowing this fellow was a pervert, Wu Xian lost her earlier carefree attitude. Moreover, he seemed unfathomably powerful. Just as they were at a loss, Jia Bao grinned. But if you young ladies would sleep with me, I won't be angry anymore. As he spoke, he shamelessly wiped the drool from his mouth. Even Wu Xian's expression turned grave. Damn it. She had thought her strength would make her top dog in the nether prisons, but now she had encountered an expert right off the bat, one with a screw loose. Stop your crazy talk. Just then the quiet girl standing behind furrowed her delicate brows and spoke with displeasure. In an instant, Jia Bao, who had been acting like a pervert, reverted to a normal demeanor. His round face even looked. Sister is right. I was just joking. He your mother. Wu Xian almost jumped up and smashed his head in. Master Jia, sorry to keep you waiting. My apologies. Just as Jia Bao was ingratiating himself with Lin Yu, 2 figures flew in through the door and landed. They were Lu Hongyi's parents. Without a word to their daughter, they bowed respectfully to Jia Bao. Their tone carried 3 parts urgency, 3 parts flattery, and 4 parts fear. Lu Shanshui had never expected the Little Demon King of Honglu to show up at his home, nor that his daughter would return today, and that the two would cross paths. Thinking of Jia Bao's reputation, cold sweat broke out on his brow. After greeting him, he immediately said to his daughter, Hongyi, you've just returned and must be tired. Go rest now. Jia Bao's lips curled slightly. He said slowly, so you know you've kept me waiting. Shouldn't you make amends? Old Lu, your wife looks pretty good. Smooth. Young Master Jia, spare my life. Lu Shangshui's face drained of color as he collapsed to his knees. Wang Ying knelt beside her husband. Within the Lianyu sect, the two of them were once the foremost figures. But before the Honglu demon sect, they were nothing but ants to be crushed. Begging was their only recourse. Lu Hongyi, who had been about to leave, flared with anger at Jia Bao's words. Seeing her parents kneel without protest made her blood boil. How dare he force her parents to kneel? Before she could speak, Lin Yu, who had helped her before, stepped forward and scolded the Little Demon King directly. Jia Bao, enough. Jia Bao pouted in injured pride. Sister Lin, you already said your piece, is that not enough? Lin Yu frowned. When I'm not around, do as you please. Grandmother dotes on you, and I cannot stop you. But in my presence you had better behave yourself. The onlookers exchanged glances. The little girl had a bold air about her. She could even make the Little Demon Humph, this won't do, that won't do. Grandma says I can do whatever I want, but it's all lies. With that, she tore the spirit treasure from her neck. She smashed it hard to the ground. Heidong leapt aside, it nearly struck him. He stared at Jia Bao with a peculiar look. Truly mad, such temper. If you want to make a scene, take it home. Lin Yu replied, unmoved, stepping back in disdain. Jia Bao, who had been shouting moments before, instantly changed his expression. Grinning, he sidled up to Lin Yu. Sister, brother was wrong. How could I bear to make you angry? If worse comes, I'll go to her room when you can't see. Lin Yu frowned. Knowing his nature, words were futile. Even if she scolded him now, in a few days he would find someone to drag Wang Ying into the sect. Xuechai said nothing during the quarrel, standing aside with a helpless sigh. Lu Hongyi stepped forward, her gaze edged with killing intent as she looked at Jia Bao. You are far too presumptuous. Hongyi, Lu Shanshui and his wife cried anxiously. Lu Hongyi, father, do not worry. My husband is of the Dragon clan, so we truly need not heed his moods. Even the Heilong clan elder He Yin was on good terms with her husband. Exactly, city lord. If my husband found out he dared think ill of us, I'd slap him to death. Heidong helped the couple up, saying it with confidence. Lu Shangshui's expression did not improve. If he remembered correctly, his daughter had sent word that she married a Qinglong. She surely did not think Qinglong and the dragon clans were the same thing. At the side, Wu Xian quickly rifled through her storage ring to see if there were any trinkets from husbands that might be of use. Mentioning Yuan Chen might work on ordinary folk, but this fool. Just as expected. Is that so? The dragon clans. Tell me who. Jia Bao showed no fear. He grew even more excited. Though inferior to the dragon clans, their sect was also a top force. Not every dragon clan could stake a claim against them. My husband is Yuan Chen, Heidong said, puffing out her chest with pride. Mi Tiantian would not be outshone. Yuan Chen, have you heard of him? Humph. Yuan Chen. Jia Bao actually paused to consider the name. The way he pondered it looked oddly comical on his face. After 2 seconds he said, the same kind of Qinglong as me. Then his mouth curved. I like him. The 4 women frowned in unison. What did he mean by like you? Do not insult our husbands. You like him. Even better. Yuan Chen and I both like women. If he has tasted them, why shouldn't I? I declare you are all mine. How dare you? Wu Xian's eyes lit up. She had finally found something to use. Hearing such nauseating words, she could no longer endure it. Dozens of high-grade talismans were thrown at Jia Bao. Grabbing their sisters and the Lu couple, they hurriedly retreated. As explosions bloomed ahead, they produced a flying vessel, boarded, and turned away. They also drew communicators. Husband, save me. Jia Bao shielded his 2 younger sisters behind him as the talismans all detonated upon his body. Staring blankly at the receding vessel for a moment, he suddenly cried out as a mouthful of black blood gushed from his lips. Brother Jia, are you all right? Xuechai asked with concern. Lin Yu paid no mind to Jia Bao's rescue. She stepped forward, picked up the treasure Jia Bao had tossed aside, and flung it into his arms. Serves you right. Jia Bao was long accustomed to Lin Yu's insolence and did not take offense. Gritting his teeth, he produced a communicator. West of Wangxin City, 1 flying vessel, 4 women. If you fail to catch them, they'll tell my grandmother. He then looked at the 2 as if nothing had happened. 2 little sisters, brother won't play with you anymore. Farewell. With that, he tore off in pursuit of the flying vessel. Elder He Yin, don't go to Gue Island yet. Head to Dongwang. After setting the communicator down, Yuan Chen sought out He Yin. Their destination lay to the northeast. Dongwang was due east, just a turn away. What's the matter? He Yin asked in puzzlement. They commanded hundreds of thousands. Do you know the Honglu demon sect? Of course. It's one of Donghuang's 4 great demon sects, but it has long fallen. Now only an old fellow who has endured 12 demonic tribulations hangs on, to the only thing of note is that little demon king. The sect is precarious. When that old woman ascends or dies, Honglu demon sect will be swallowed up in an instant. What about him? Before Yuan Chen could speak, He Yin shot back. You didn't hear Honglu demon sect is full of beauties and want to go fetch a wife, did you? Yuan Chen blinked. There are many beauties there. Of course, weren't you after that? He Yin asked bemused. Yuan Chen waved his hand displeased. Don't distract me. Answer plainly. Are those beauties really that famed? Heir. He Yin was momentarily at a loss. They are indeed famous. Have you not heard of the 12 beauties of the demon gates? The 12 most beautiful women acknowledged across Donghuang's demon factions. Honglu demon sect alone claims more than half. Yuan Chen pondered inwardly. That made it all the more reason to go. You say their sect is close to collapse. Then shall our sect take it over? Yuan Chen asked humbly for advice. He Yin's gaze turned strange. Are you not asking for too large a dowry? Shove off. So someone offended you? Yes, that little demon king I mentioned. He's currently abducting my wife. Then what are you waiting for? We are in the right. With 1,000,000 troops, we'll wipe him out. He Yin bristled with anger. How dare he touch my disciple's mother? Are there enough men? If not, I'll call the Heilong clans from all regions to bolster your forces. Yuan Chen regarded him coolly. This is not a street brawl that needs thugs to prop up numbers. Low-grade fighters would only be cannon fodder. Thoughtful, that's enough. Fine, well, heed my disciple's father's orders. Hongi, how could you offend Jia Bao? He could make our infernal demon sect vanish from this world with ease. On the flying boat, Lu Shangshui frowned and spoke with anxious urgency. Wang Ying also worriedly held her husband's arm, her face full of reproach. In the corner, Wu Xian lay comfortably on a rocking chair. Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Wasn't this directed at her? But since they were Lu Hongyi's parents, she decided to let it slide for her sake. She turned over and focused on steering the flying boat. Though it couldn't compare to Yuan Chen's realm-breaking divine vessel, the one she held was no ordinary artifact either. At the very least, those beneath the loose cultivator level couldn't catch up easily. Lu Hongyi had also shared some details about the Hong Tower. Aside from the old woman, there wasn't a single being above the loose cultivator stage, so she wasn't too worried. Father, do you really intend to hand mother over to that man? Lu Hongyi asked with displeasure. I didn't say I'd hand her over. Everything can be negotiated. Lu Shangshui's face flushed red, feeling his male dignity insulted. At worst, they'll catch 100 and give them to him. If 100 isn't enough, 1,000. That should be enough to save your mother. But now that you've heard him, we're doomed. As he spoke, he tugged at his hair in frustration, his expression one of utter despair. His gaze kept drifting toward the reclining Wu Xian. He even considered grabbing her and delivering her to Jiabao. But recalling Wu Xian's recent actions, he realized he probably couldn't overpower her. So he vented his anger on his daughter instead. Alright, say no more. Wang Ying was stronger than Lu Shanshui, so she usually had the final say at home. Seeing Lu Shanshui relentlessly pressing the issue, she quickly interjected. Then she turned to Lu Hongyi. Hongyi, will we be caught? Is your husband really that powerful? Won't he hand us all over to appease the Hong Tower demon sect? Lu Hongyi was somewhat irritated. Mother, didn't you hear everything during the last call? My husband said he'd be here soon. And Elder Haiyan is accompanying him. At this, Wang Ying breathed a slight sigh of relief. She had heard of Haiyan, the great elder of the Black Dragon clan. But would he truly antagonize the Hong Tower demon sect over a mere Azure Dragon? Seeing her daughter's annoyance, she refrained from asking more. With a sigh she said, but our escape has dragged the infernal demon sect into this. Given Jibao's nature, the infernal demon sect was unlikely to survive this ordeal. Mother, why worry about that? We've escaped, that's what matters. Lu Hongyi said nonchalantly. Lu Shanshui fumed. Your grandfather and the others are still there. Lu Hongyi pursed her lips. So what? In a while we can come back and pick a nice coffin for him. Oh, by then there probably won't even be bones left. Hell have been ground to dust, not a speck remaining. Lu Hongyi felt no affection for her grandfather. In fact, she loathed him. She still remembered how that old man had thrown his own daughter into a furnace claiming to refine some precious elixir. That was no different from a beast. It was only because her mother was powerful that he dared not force her. Otherwise she herself would have been tossed into the furnace by her father at birth at his instigation. Better that he died now. In the entire sect apart from Wang Ying, there was no one she liked. Not even Lu Shanshui. What kind of talk is that? Lu Shanshui was instantly enraged. As a filial son, even if he's ground to dust, I'd pick the finest urn, top-grade fragrant locust wood. Lu Hongyi rolled her eyes. She knew her father's nature well. When his life was threatened, he would abandon anyone. He had no scruples whatsoever. She had no doubt that if Jiabao had insisted a bit longer, he would have handed over his wife. There won't even be ashes to collect. Then he'll grab a handful of dust from the infernal demon sect's ruins and let my father rest in peace. Lu Shanshui stood his ground. As you wish. By the way, mother, you haven't seen my child yet. Come and meet your grandchild. Dismissing her father with a few words, Lu Hongyi led her mother toward the bedside in the room. The others, finding nothing better to do, followed along. Is this your child? Wang Ying looked oddly at the unfamiliar little creatures piled on the bed like a stack of blocks. Yes. Lu Hongyi stepped forward, pushed aside the two children on top, grabbed her son, and thrust him into her mother's arms. This one is. Staring at the strange little thing in her arms, Wang Ying suppressed her urge to comment. Hongyi, this child's sleeping posture seems a bit odd. She wanted to say he looked like he was dead, but held back. The child lay face up, half his body curled in the crook of her arm, his head tilted back at a 90-degree angle, arms dangling limply behind. Considering the child hadn't woken even during the earlier commotion, she couldn't help but worry. Could the aftermath of the battle have hurt the child? As she asked, she tentatively shook the bundle in her arms. If it could be called a baby. Her face grew grim. There was absolutely no response. She began to panic. Lu Hongyi slapped her forehead. Oh right, I knocked him out earlier and forgot to wake him. Knocked him out? Why? Hearing that it wasn't due to a coma, Wang Ying breathed easier, but a greater shock arose within her. You tell me, could my son watch that scene at Heart-Gouging City? You didn't have to knock him out. Couldn't you just give him a pill or cover his eyes? This was more convenient. Lu Hongyi said carelessly as she took the child back. Grabbing him by the neck, she shook him vigorously in midair. Son, wake up, son. Wang Ying watched Hongyi, your mother wasn't around when you had the child, but I don't think this is how you handle a baby. This is how it's done. I saw the other sisters do it. Won't the child get broken from such rough handling? Hearing that Yuan Chen's wives all did this, Wang Ying felt her horizons broadened. Lu Hongyi pouted. Mother, what do you mean broken? This is playing. Besides, our child is different. He's born with incredible physical strength, and he enjoys this kind of closeness with us. Oh. Wang Ying opened her mouth. After several dozen shakes, the little one slowly came to. He opened his eyes, revealing pitch-black pupils. Tendrils of black chi even seeped from the corners of his eyes. Even Wang Ying, a practitioner of the demonic path, was startled. This child had poison stuffed in his eyes. Thinking of her daughter's character, she said, Hongyi, be good to your child. Blood ties run deep. Look at your father. Your grandfather treated him poorly, and now all he gets is a top grade, earn nothing more. At Waterbound, Yangzi stepped out of his room, feeling refreshed. He glanced at the other room where his wife Shen Qinggong was still cultivating, and a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. It had been so long since he had felt this at ease. In the Great Ming Dynasty, every day was spent in fear, either of being murdered or of having his inferior grade immortal artifact stolen. After arriving here, although those annoying fellows had followed him in, at least they were in a different hall, out of sight, out of mind. The overall conditions here were quite favorable. Spiritual artifacts were abundant, and if resources ran low, he could join his brothers on raids. The thrill of overpowering the weak was intoxicating. Besides, Yuan Chen had borrowed the inferior grade immortal artifact, relieving Yang Zi of his worry that it might be stolen. He straightened his clothes and slowly descended the mountain. He wondered if he could go out with second brother to search for more resources. Second brother was none other than Wu Yang, who had shown him kindness from the start. Waterbound, I'll had 7 halls. Wu Yang was the second-in-command of one of them. Everyone called him second brother, and Yang Zi did the same. Because of Yang Zi's exceptional talent, Wu Yang had allocated a private area for the couple as soon as they arrived. It even had a small formation preventing others from entering without their permission. Yang Zi was deeply grateful for this. Leaving his own area, he did not go directly to see Wu Yang. Instead, he flew to the main hall of the Waterbound Assembly. His gaze fell upon the statue at the entrance. It was of Chao Huai, the man who had once tried to seize his wife. The statue now bore many holes, yet it remained aesthetically unblemished. Seeing no one around, Yang Zi landed before the statue. A long spear appeared in his hand. He thrust it fiercely. Trying to steal my wife were you? Withdrawing the spear, another hole marred the statue, and only then did Yang Zi turn away in satisfaction. Second brother. Arriving at their hall, he happened to encounter Wu Yang, who was about to head out. Yang Zi bowed respectfully. Oh, Yang Zi, I was just looking for you. I heard that old turtle to the west has gotten his hands on a treasure. Let's go check it out. Yang Zi was overjoyed. This suited him perfectly. He agreed immediately. Both men were decisive by nature. Having made their decision, they set off at once. On the way, Yang Zi asked curiously, Second brother, I've been here quite a while, but I've never met big brother. Where is he? Wu Yang smirked. Good question. Actually, big brother went to find a wife for himself. Speaking of which, it's rather amusing. A man of his heroic stature, and yet this is the first time I've seen him chase after a woman for decades. All these years the two of us have roamed far and wide, and no woman ever caught our eye. But decades ago, when Big Brother and I went to Sichuan on business, we passed by an ancient temple just as a nun stepped. In that single glance, Big Brother seemed bewitched. After returning, he couldn't stop talking about her. Eventually, he stopped coming home, abandoned his brothers, and stayed by her side constantly. Yang Zi remarked, it seems Big Brother is a man of deep passion. Passion, my foot. Unexpectedly, Wu Yang curled his lips dismissively. She couldn't care less about him, but he keeps saying that sincerity will move mountains, and that one day shall appreciate his. No matter how much she scolds him, he just clings on stubbornly. Yang Zi. Shameless monk, utterly devoid of A Big Brother is a monk. What's so strange about that? Well, that does make them a fitting pair. Haha, when Big Brother gets back, don't you dare tell him I said anything bad about him. Wu Yang raised an eyebrow, and said jokingly, I wouldn't dare. Hey, we're all brothers here. No need for such form. Wu Yang frowned, and waved his hand in dissatisfaction. Brother Yang Zi, your talent is exceptional, and you suit my temperament. From now on, don't be so reserved. Back then our hall only had Big Brother and me who could fight, so we called it the Two Dragons Hall. Now that you've joined, we can't keep that name. When Big Brother returns, we'll rename it the Three Dragons Hall. Yang Zi felt flattered by Second Brother's high regard. Thank you for your kindness, Second Brother. Hey, didn't I say not to be? At the border between the chaotic Star Sea and the eastern desolate continent, two bald figures flew through the air, one ahead of the other. Stepping into the eastern desolate territory, the woman at the front finally lost her patience. She turned around and glared at the man behind her. Luda, I've told you I don't like you. Can you stop pestering me? Though she was bald, her bright, clear eyes sparkled like stars, and with every blink an ethereal charm seemed to overflow, making one marvel at her elegant brilliance. Master Qing, you, am not pestering you. I just want to protect you. You're only at the early Mahayana stage. Isn't it dangerous to travel alone? Luda shrank his neck and spoke plaintively. I told you I don't need it. Whether you need it is your business, or whether I can rest easy is mine. I will protect you no matter what. Luda puffed out his chest and declared loudly. Qing Yu pressed her palms together. Ba, what a calamity. Shaking her head, she turned and trudged on in silence. But after a while, Luda couldn't help but approach again. Master Qing Yu, I heard you've set your sights on a young disciple from a demon sect. Will your sect master allow you to take her in? Won't they slap the poor child to death the moment you bring her back to the sect? The sect's honor could not be insulted, so Qing Yu retorted. My sect does not discriminate based on origin. She regretted it immediately. Sure enough, seeing her respond, Luda pressed closer. So the little rascal does want to chat with me after all. Qing Yu, your disciple is my disciple. For our first meeting, I must give a gift. What do you think I should give? First tell me about your disciple's personality and what treasures she needs. It also has to be suitable for Buddhist cultivation. They'll have to think carefully. Qing Yu's lips twitched. So annoying. But she couldn't beat him and she couldn't drive him away. She could only pretend he didn't exist. Fortunately, they reached their destination before long. She took out a communication talisman and contacted her disciple. She had never met this disciple before. The girl's father was a powerful rogue cultivator. He had once saved Qing Yu's life. When she offered to repay him, he thought it over and decided his daughter was unsuited for the demonic sect environment. So he hoped Qing Yu would take her as a disciple. Qing Yu had no objections. She agreed and set off that very day. But just as she stepped out, she ran into Luda waiting at the gate. The sect was powerful, after reprimanding him a few times, he simply camped outside the sect gates. And the sect master, wary of Waterbound Isle's influence, dared not make things too difficult. Thinking of this, Qing Yu felt weary. It wasn't that she hadn't seen through the mundane world after taking vows. It was just that this man was far too ugly. Why would a cultivator dress like this? Imagining a romance later on the thought of that messy coarse beard brushing against her face was enough to make her cringe. The Dragon Clan has actually split, and it's related to that brat Yuan Chen. On solitary Cloud Island, Ming Jing's eyes flickered. This was excellent news. She couldn't fathom how AoE could discard such a treasure as Yuan Chen. Well, too bad for him. This would benefit their Ming Sparrow clan. Thinking of the Golden Dragon clan members still in Yuan Chen's residence, she immediately summoned all of Yuan Chen's wives. Once everyone arrived and their safety was assured, "Elders, please show yourselves." As her words fell, 8 figures appeared above the women. Usually they remained hidden and did not interfere with life in the Beast Mansion. Ao Qing, with a puzzled expression, spoke on behalf of the others. "Chief Ming Jing, what is the matter?" Yuan Chen's wives also looked at Ming Jing in confusion. She had only said she needed to see them, and when asked what it was about, she simply said they would find out soon. Ming Jing pursed her lips. Her gaze fell upon Ao Qing and Ao Min. Only 2 of the 8 were from the Golden Dragon clan. They required special handling. To be safe, she also sent a telepathic message to Wenro, prompting her to be on guard. Only after making preparations did she speak. "Elders, are you unaware of what has happened to the Dragon clan?" They were all taken aback. What had happened to the Dragon clan? No one had contacted them. Chief Ming Jing, it would be best to speak plainly. Since Ming Jing brought it up, it surely wasn't good news. Pei Xian's expression darkened. At that moment, someone had already begun contacting their juniors to inquire. Seeing the shock on one woman's face, Ming Jing knew she had learned of the situation. "Elder Ziqing, have you learned the news?" Ziqing said nothing, her face shifting between gloom and uncertainty. Her gaze lingered a few seconds longer on Ao Qing and the other woman. "Ziqing, what happened?" Seeing Ziqing's strange expression, the other elders who hadn't received news grew anxious. Ziqing's face darkened. "The Golden Dragon clan has expelled Yuan Chen." She let out a silent sigh. What a terrible mess this was. Ao Qing's pretty face turned cold, and she burst into a tirade. This was truly infuriating. Just as Ziqing spoke, the other elders also received the news, including the full account from start to finish. Was Aoe's head squeezed by a clam spirit? Ao Qing's pretty face turned cold, and she burst into a tirade. This was truly infuriating. But she knew the Grand Elder had made this decision. She dared not curse the Grand Elder, so she vented her anger on Aoe. Taking a deep breath. "So Chief Ming Jing, what do you mean by calling us out?" Ming Jing did not beat around the bush. She stated bluntly, "Before he left, Yuan Chen entrusted the Beast Mansion to my husband and me. We must ensure the safety of everyone here. You are no longer fit to stay." Inwardly she rejoiced. Previously Yuan Chen was with the Dragon Clan, and they could only envy. But now the Dragon Clan had abandoned him of its own accord. Now their Ming Sparrow clan would be Yuan Chen's greatest support. They wouldn't be foolish enough to drive Yuan Chen away. It was a pity the Black Dragon clan had also followed him out, otherwise it would have been perfect. "What do you mean, Ming Jing?" Ao Qing's gaze turned icy, dropping the respectful address for Ming Jing. "What could I mean? Must I spell it out?" "Fine, be clear. Now that your Golden Dragon clan is in conflict, how can I trust you to watch over our children? Who knows if you might bear a grudge and harm them?" Ao Qing grew even angrier, her beautiful eyes sharp enough to kill. "Is that how you see this, Elder?" Elder Ao Qing naturally wouldn't, but what if Ao Yin ordered you to seize the children here? Would you obey or not? Ao Qing was left speechless. Ao Min stepped forward to defend her. The Golden Dragon clan would never stoop to such despicable acts. "Is that so?" Ming Jing raised an eyebrow. She cast a sarcastic glance at He Xian. So was it the Black Dragon clan's idea to cut off a child's resources just to hinder his growth? Before anyone could respond, she continued. And was it the Purple Dragon clan's doing when a father wanted to raise his own child with his own resources to forcibly detain him and prevent his departure? He Xian and Ziqing. They wanted to retort, but seeing Ao Qing's expression, they swallowed their. Ao Qing felt a bitter frustration she couldn't voice. This was disgraceful. She hadn't expected Ming Jing to have learned all this. Did that mean every clan knew? Soon the deeds of the Golden Dragon clan would spread throughout the entire cultivation world. But that wasn't the worst part. Yuan Chen's offspring were all extraordinary. Once they matured, the Dragon clan would become a laughingstock for the whole world. The tale might even be told for thousands or tens of thousands of years. At this thought, her face paled. There's no point in arguing. For everyone's sake, and to preserve your own innocence, it's best if you leave on your own. This way you won't be caught in a dilemma when Ao Yin gives you orders. Ming Jing spoke again. This time after she finished, Ao Qing and the others fell silent. After a long pause, Ao Qing cupped her hands farewell. Before her words faded, she had already vanished. Ao Min opened her mouth, but ultimately let out a long sigh. Until we meet again. As she spoke, she cast a reluctant glance at the infants below. Pain. Such pain. They were all prodigies. Don't forget the Tao Oath. Do not reveal anything about this place. Just as she was about to leave, Ming Jing's reminder sounded. Ao Min turned and said coldly, I know the stakes. They are all juniors of my Dragon clan. Ooh, I won't deliberately harm them. Ming Jing pursed her lips. They belong to my Ming Sparrow clan now. She looked at the other elders. Everyone. He Xian was slightly startled. She thought they were just bystanders, but now she realized they too were being dismissed. Our Black Dragon clan followed Yuan Chen. Do I have to leave too? Inwardly, she felt grateful for Elder He Yan's foresight. Surpassing the Golden Dragon clan was only a matter of time. The Black Dragon clan had plenty of beauties, if surely one would catch Yuan Chen's eye. She sighed, quietly regretting that he didn't fancy her. Don't mind my age, I too yearn for love. Thinking of Yuan Chen's unique charm. That enticing, fragrant body. It was a pity she never had the chance to indulge. I don't know much, only that Chainer had a falling out with your dragon clan. Elders, it's best if you leave for now. I'll explain once I learn more. Everything is for the Beast Mansion, Ming Jing declared with righteous indignation. In her heart, she was thinking, leave quickly, so I can send my Ming Sparrow clan experts here. He. No, I don't trust this. He Xian eyed Ming Jing warily. This girl seemed full of ill intent. Ming Jing said calmly. Elder He Xian, it's not that I'm being unkind, but your dragon clan is in chaos right now. If you don't leave, what about Elder Ziqing? The Purple Dragon clan hasn't left the Dragon clan. And Elder Zhumi, the Red Dragon clan, hasn't left either. He Xuan glanced at the people beside her. Come to think of it, there was some truth in what he said. She paused for 2 seconds. Then I'll go ask Elder Hyan. Why bother asking? Elder Hyan must be in a mess right now. Let's not disturb him. It's no trouble for me. Ming wants you to come. How could he let her ask Hyan? Ming Jing waved his hand dismissively. He Xuan narrowed her eyes. Are you trying to get rid of me? Ming Jing was taken aback, then said seriously, yes. Take care, no need to see me off. We'll discuss it later when Yuan Chen returns. Elders, please forgive me. He Xuan said nothing and directly called Hyan. Great Elder. She then handed the communication device to Ming Jing. Yuan Chen wants to speak with you. Ming Jing took it reluctantly. After a moment, he looked helplessly at He Xuan. He then turned his gaze to the others. What about you? Do you have someone backing you too? The elder from Ziqing's group darkened his face. What kind of talk was that? But upon reflection, they had no excuse to stay. They could only leave, glancing back with every step, their footsteps filled with regret. After they left, Ming Jing looked kindly at He Xuan. Elder He Xuan, don't mind it. I was just being cautious. Our defenses are a bit lacking, but it's fine. I've already summoned an elder from Ming Wanke. He Xuan couldn't help but size up Ming Jing. Isn't it troublesome to involve Ming Wanke? I could have my Black Dragon clan come instead. No need, no need. He Xuan understood. She then grinned. I know what you're planning. But didn't you hear? Elder Hyan said he'll come back to pick us up soon and take us to a new territory. Your plans are foiled. Ming Jing's face stiffened. He then looked at He Xuan with displeasure. Your smile is hideous. Haixuan's smile froze, but Ming Jing had already turned and left. Ming Jing went to Yuan Chen's wives. It's uncertain when Yuan Chen will return, but don't worry. They'll inform him that the great elder of Ming Wanke will personally oversee things here. The women said little. They would follow whatever Yuan Chen decided. The situation was beyond their control. Elder Hyan, how much longer until we reach the Purgatory sect? Yuan Chen approached Hyan. About 2 days. After Hyan replied, they chatted for a while. As they talked, Yuan Chen asked curiously, why haven't I seen Elder Yuan Shao these past few days? At this, Hyan, why are you looking at me? Yuan Chen was puzzled. To be honest, isn't there something strange about you, kid? I wasn't going to say, but since you asked, I'll tell you. Yuan Chen, what's wrong? What's wrong? Didn't you ask why Elder Yuan Shao hasn't been around? She's avoiding you. Avoiding me? Why? Yuan Chen was genuinely confused. Elder Yuan Shao said that when she's around you too long, she feels an inexplicable urge to get close. Hearing this, Yuan Chen stroked his chin. He had forgotten about that. There's nothing special on your face, so why are you so attractive to women? Hyan leaned in close to Yuan Chen's face, marveling. Yuan Chen's face darkened. He was almost kissing him. He pushed Hyan away in disgust. Its charm, something intrinsic. You wouldn't understand. Also, since Elder Yuan Shao feels that way, why hold back? I think I can spare a bit more love. He thought of Yuan Xio's graceful figure and pretty face. Age wasn't an issue. Hadn't he already taken Zixiao under his wing? Oh, stop it. Hyan rolled his eyes. Her husband is still in the immortal realm waiting for her. She also has to. Yuan Chen shook his head. Forget it then. No fate. You were born before I was, and I was born after you were wed. Hyan wished he could kick the kid away. What was he pretending to be so sentimental for? Hyan couldn't stand listening anymore and turned to leave. 2 days later, Yuan Chen contacted Wu Xuan and the others. The Honglu sect had been sending people to block them these days. Wu Xuan and her group had been chased to the central eastern wilderness. Yuan Chen's face darkened. They were really something. After thinking it over, he had Hyan steer the flying ship toward the Honglu demon sect to block their gate while he prepared to go pick up his wives. He didn't bring Zixiao this time. The Honglu sect still had a 12th tribulation Sanmo guarding it. He worried Hyan and the others couldn't handle it. As for his own strength, traveling alone through the eastern wilderness was no longer very dangerous. Hyan and the others said nothing. They assumed Yuan Chen still had his puppets with him. No need to worry. After bidding farewell to the group, Yuan Chen took out another top-grade spirit artifact flying ship. He had plenty of such treasures. Meanwhile, after a few days of ferment, any major force had heard something about what happened with the dragons. Each race had different feelings about it. But given the dragons' immense power, even after their split, they weren't something ordinary forces could challenge. Most people hadn't made a move yet. It was different for those with grudges against Yuan Chen, especially the Piaomiao sect. when Xiong Xiao married Yuan Chen out of respect for the dragons. They had to pretend nothing happened. But now things were different. They only knew the gist of the dragon's affairs. They didn't know Yuan Chen was a five-clawed golden dragon, nor were they clear about the puppet issue. They only knew Yuan Chen had fallen out with the dragons, and only the Black Dragon clan was willing to protect him. So wasn't this the opportunity? It was time to show the world that the Piao Miao sect wasn't just for show. Second Elder, go with Feiner to Guxiao Island, and bring Xiaoqing and her mother back. Piao Miao sect Master Lin Feng summoned the Second Elder. This time they were determined. Without the dragon's protection, Yuan Chen should be more sensible and wouldn't offend anyone just for a woman. After thinking, he continued, no need to make things too tense. Just say I miss them and want them home for a while. If Yuan Chen still doesn't know his place, then show a bit of our Piao Miao sect strength. He didn't want to offend Yuan Chen unnecessarily. Besides the Black Dragon clan, Yuan Chen's daughter Yun was said to be a supreme divine beast. It was best not to make enemies. But his daughter Lin Qing, also known as Qiong Xiao, and his wife had special constitutions. He couldn't bear to give them up. Now was the best chance, so he decided to try. All right, the Second Elder nodded. To make a dignified and impressive showing to welcome the young lady home, he specially brought thousands of disciples above the nascent soul stage. Of course, it could also be seen as intimidation. When he found Lin Fan was so excited, he almost jumped for joy. The chance for revenge had finally come. And Lin Qing, even better that she had been married. He liked her even more. He had to have her. Hongi, has your husband still not arrived? Wang Ying asked, cradling her grandson with one hand. These days they had been running non-stop, though the pursuers had sprung ambushes several times, they had never managed to catch up. But trailing behind them forever was no solution. A few days earlier they had also received a communication device from Wang Ying's father-in-law. When the line connected, the other side said almost nothing. Only a single desperate cry, "Oh," and then the call was cut off. The couple knew that scream was likely the other party. Lu Shanshui had put on a show of sorrow and drunk for 2 days before finally pulling himself together. The wine he had been drinking came from Wu Xian's flying vessel, truly fine vintages. The others suspected Lu Shanshui was merely after the wine. Wu Xian grumbled as she packed it all away, and by the next day Lu Shanshui was perfectly recovered. Why worry? Lu Hongyi said. The flying vessel lacks for nothing, it even houses a spirit-gathering array more potent than that of the Lianyu sect. If idle, you can always cultivate. As Lu Hongyi fussed with the child alongside her sisters, she asked casually, but we cannot keep running forever. Your flying vessel must be consuming spirit stones, right? What will we do when the spirit stones run out? She asked, her palm still resting on the grandson's head. One could not help but admire that child's forehead. Hard as if born with a cap of scales, its defense undeniable. And with such a small body, seeing the young women tending children these past days had made someone oddly fond of the infant. Beep. At that moment, Wu Xian's communicator reacted. She answered, husband. All right, well, stop now. Okay, no problem. After a few brief words, Wu Xian hung up. Has your husband arrived? The other three asked. Wang Ying and her husband turned to Wu Xian. She nodded, then shook her head. Not yet, but soon. Well, wait a little. There are still powerful pursuers behind us. Won't stopping be dangerous? Wang Ying asked, worry creasing her face. It will be all right. Wu Xian replied confidently. Lu Hongyi and the others said nothing and accepted Wu Xian's decision. Let's go. The flying vessel came to a halt, and Wu Xian strode out. The vessel was not retracted, it was safer to leave the children inside. The flying vessel had its own defensive functions. They had barely alighted for 2 minutes. Dozens of demon sect members closed in. Look at you. Summon Jiao to me. Before the other could finish his threats, Wu Xian cut him off. She spoke with a cool, detached voice. The demon sect fell silent at once. The display was imposing, and everyone remembered Jibao's order to capture alive if possible. They took out their communication devices to report. Just as one of them had put his device down, an additional figure had, without anyone noticing, appeared within the circle. Husband. Wu Xian and the others immediately closed in. Heidong straightened his spine and pointed at the surrounding demon sect disciples. You are finished. Husband Jiabao has been notified. They can eliminate them. Wu Xian said with a smile. Very well. Yuan Chen nodded. He paid little heed to the demon sect disciples present. At best their strength reached the Decheng stage. With a sweep of his hands, dozens of superior spirit treasures spilled forth. Lu Shanshui watched from behind mouth agape. So lavish, so opulent. What stunned him still more was what happened next. The spirit treasures fanned out, and as they neared the demon sect ranks, they detonated in an instant. Booms and screams mingled together. In a single instant, dozens of demon sect disciples were wiped out. Only one Decheng stage expert stared at Yuan Chen in terror. His body was riddled with holes, gravely wounded and close to death. Lu Shangshui's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. So audacious. Superior spirit treasures could detonate at will. Pathetic. After all these years, he only owned one, and it had been a gift from his wife. He waddled over to Yuan Chen, eager and obsequious. Son-in-law, what a move. Son-in-law, I am Hongyi's father. First time meeting this meeting gift. He rubbed his hands together awkwardly, addressing Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen was momentarily stunned. Surely, given the circumstances, the father-in-law was asking him for a gift. Father, could you please not be so? Lu Hongyi could not bear it any longer. It was one thing before, but now he was making such a spectacle of himself in front of her husband. She wanted to call him shameless, but found the words hard to utter. By then Yuan Chen had already learned from Wu Xian's whispered words how eccentric the old man truly was. Yuan Chen merely glanced at him without a word. Lu Shanxue scowled. Such disrespect. But, I don't mind, he thought, bobbing and scraping toward Yuan Chen while glancing at the half-dead De Qing expert. Son-in-law, leave that man to me. You needn't lift a finger. Though the wounded man was De Cheng's stage, and his own strength far inferior. But look at the state he was in now, beaten, senseless, and speechless. If he performed well, perhaps the son-in-law might reward him with a couple of treasures. He retained a firm belief in his own skill. Had he not once won over Hongyi's mother in the same fashion? Yuan Chen snorted softly and said nothing more. If the other wished to make a fool of himself, why stop him? Lu Shanxue rejoiced, brandished his cleaver, and charged, wearing a feral grin that made him look every inch a demon. Yet before he could draw near, he was flung back by a single sleeve. Coughing blood, he tumbled and crawled to take refuge behind Yuan Chen. Son-in-law, I did my best. Yuan Chen. If the man had not been Lu Hongyi's father, he would have kicked him aside. As for Lu Hongyi and Wang Ying, one a daughter, one a wife, they merely rolled their eyes at Lu Shanxue's injuries and paid him no mind. As long as he was not dead, it would do. After Lu Shanxue was left severely wounded, the injured De Cheng expert dribbled blood from the corner of his mouth. Then his entire body burst apart. His form vanished like smoke. At the same time, not far away, Jiabao and his two companions were making their way without haste. Did you capture those men? Seeing Jiabao's triumphant grin, Lin Yu asked without expression, did you get them? Jiabao grinned widely and replied, of course. No one can escape my palm. Jiabao's mouth stretched into a broad smile, his head bobbing with delight. Have you heard about the Longzhu these past 2 days? Lin Yu asked, still unhurried. What news? Jiabao asked dismissively. Xuechai turned to listen. The Heilong clan has split from the Longzhu, taking Yuan Chen with them. So that person was Yuan Chen. Xuechai exclaimed. I only heard the Longzhu had split over a young man. I did not expect it would be Yuan Chen. They belonged to the Dongwang forces and had not paid much attention to the chaos of the Star Sea, so they were largely indifferent. Isn't that even better? Without the Longzhu's protection, Yuan Chen will be even easier to seize, won't he? Haha, then we will not only enjoy his wife. Isn't Yuan Chen said to be very fertile? I'd like to see whether he can sire a child for me, as well, he. Lin Yu and Xuechai fell silent. They must be out of their minds. Don't you understand what I mean? Lin Yu furrowed her brow. Since the Black Dragon clan split from the dragon race for Yuan Chen, do you think they would hesitate to annihilate your Honglu demon sect for his sake? The strength of the dragon race lay in its 3 superior divine beast clans. Any one of them, if fragmented, would still be a top-tier force. At this moment, the Honglu demon sect was already on its last legs. How could they withstand the fury of the Black Dragon clan? What's there to fear? My grandmother is a 12 calamity rogue demon, few can match her. Besides, once I grow strong, my Honglu demon sect will regain its premier status. I've made up my mind. When the time comes for my tribulation, it'll deliberately fail. In the future, I will rule the entire cultivation world. Waha. Lin Yu looked at him with indifference. It had to be said, this fellow's combat prowess was indeed terrifyingly formidable. Even at the mere mid-stage of tribulation transcendence, he could already challenge many Mayanistage cultivators. Once he became a 12 calamity rogue cultivator, there might be few in the world who could contend with him. His talent even surpassed that of supreme divine beasts. He was called the Little Demon King, not just for his brutality, but you've got to actually survive to grow, damn it. She wanted to say more, but after some thought she gave up. He wouldn't listen anyway. Besides, a few days ago she had received news that her father had entrusted her to a nun as a disciple. Once her master arrived, she would leave immediately. To be honest, she really couldn't bring herself to like the Honglu demon sect. The sect was filled with nothing but filthy affairs. At least Jiabao went out to seize women from outside, but the others in the sect. She had seen Jiabao's sister-in-law frolicking with his cousin in the sect's spiritual herb fields. She had also witnessed one of Jiabao's cousins engaging in intimate acts with his own daughter-in-law in his son's room, while outside the son was crouching down, peeping through the door. But in this world there was divine sense. The father knew his son was crouching outside. The son knew his wife knew, and all three knew exactly where Lin Yu was passing by, witnessing their indecent scene. Yet none of them paid her any mind. Instead, they grew even more fervent. 2 words. Disgusting. When her father had matters to attend to, he entrusted her to a grandmother she had never met. The result? If she had known, she would never have come. Similarly, it was only due to the deterrence of her father and the old lady that Jiabao dared not act rashly. She glanced at Xuechai, who was following on the other side. As for why this person could also prevent Jiabao from acting recklessly. Among the 4 great demon sects of the Eastern Wasteland, she was the only daughter of one of their sect masters. She had experts protecting her in the shadows. It was only because Jiabao was rumored to be exceptionally talented that her father sent her to see if a marriage alliance could be formed. But from their interactions recently, Lin Yu thought it was unlikely. Lack of brains was a fatal flaw. As she was thinking, she saw a flying boat hovering in the distance. At the same time, her communication device buzzed. She answered it as she approached. A voice came through. Lin Yu, your master is almost here. Where are you now? Lin Yu gave a vague location and hurriedly hung up. She sensed something was wrong. The ground was littered with corpses, all from the Honglu demon sect. She then looked at the man smiling at them from across the way. He had clearly been waiting for some time. Strangely, the previously volatile Jiabao fell silent at the sight. He continued to approach quietly. "We're here." Seeing the three people approaching, Yuan Chen finished his reunion with his wives. Both sides stood their ground staring at each other in silence. Yuan Chen waited patiently. "Fine. If you want speak, neither will I. Let's see who can hold out longer." After a full incense sticks time, Jiabao was the first to break. He pointed at Yuan Chen expressionlessly. His gaze dropped to the corpses. "Did you kill them?" Yuan Chen remained silent. Jiabao's gaze. "I asked, did you kill them?" Yuan Chen still said nothing. Jiabao raised an eyebrow, a hint of anger creeping in. He had seen portraits of Yuan Chen, so he recognized him at first sight. He hadn't expected the man to arrive so quickly. But as the great demon king, he remained unflappable even as Mount Tai crumbled before him. He questioned Yuan Chen with composure. He hadn't expected Yuan Chen to be so dismissive. "He'll count to 3. You'd better answer my question, or you might never get the chance to speak again." "Holy sure." Jiabao retreated frantically. A dragon claw had directly struck the spot where he had just stood. The matter wasn't over. Missing its target. Turning into his dragon form, Yuan Chen swung his tail, smashing it toward Jiabao again. But this time he didn't transform into a 5-clawed golden dragon. He only took the form of an Azure Dragon. Jiabao was merely at the mid-stage of Tribulation Transcendence. There was no need to go all out. A disdainful smirk curled on his lips. "Trying to show off. Think again. Huh. Let's see what you're made of." Jiabao was enraged. How dare this man deviate from his script? He roared loudly at the sky. His body rapidly expanded, instantly matching Yuan Chen's dragon form in size. His eyes turned bloodshot and black qi roiled around him. As for Xuechai and Linyu, the moment the two clashed, they quickly retreated to the side. Their strength was too low to intervene. Wu Xian had the urge to capture them, but Yuan Chen stopped her via telepathic message. With his seeing is believing skill, he immediately sensed a powerful protector near Xuechai. Though not exceptionally strong, it was still beyond Wu Xian's ability to handle. Hearing this, Wu Xian instantly abandoned the idea. She led the others straight into the flying boat, cheering Yuan Chen on. Slap. A pitch-black palm print landed on Yuan Chen's body, a dark handprint appearing. Black qi sizzled. Poison. But Yuan Chen simply shook his body, and it was instantly cleansed. Jiabao's strength was still too low. Meanwhile, the dragon tail didn't idle, swinging fiercely to strike the demonic body. Jiabao let out a muffled groan. He staggered back a few steps, his mouth opening and closing. A series of demonic sounds drilled into the ears, causing even Yuan Chen some discomfort. He seemed to see several demonesses writhing before him, then transforming into Jiabao's form and writhing again. The two images alternated, unsettling the mind. But Yuan Chen snapped out of it in less than a second. It had to be said, this Jiabao was not to be underestimated. Since that was the case, Yuan Chen opened his dragon maw toward him and emitted a strange sound as well. Wing wave. It was the innate skill of his daughter Yuan Yun. Yuan Chen had acquired it as well. Tap tap tap. The void rippled. Jiabao stumbled back several steps. Then his chest exploded with a series of inexplicable blasts. His entire form was instantly forced back to normal size. His round face was etched with shock. This was the first time his demonic sound had been broken so quickly. Without hesitation, he unleashed another demonic sound. This one was truly soul-shaking. "My grandmother is a 12 calamity robed demon. You've hurt me. It's not too late to apologize now." Then, feeling it was insufficient, he added, "An apology alone isn't enough. The 6 of you should obediently let me have my way with you." This was Yuan Chen's first time meeting Jiabao. He really couldn't make sense of the man's methods. Oh, that's not right either. Counting Wang Ying, there were only 5 women here. Could this guy not even count correctly? Never mind. Let him be ignorant or not. Yuan Chen couldn't stand anyone showing off in front of him. His aura surged. He first used the frequently employed turning stone to silver on him. Let him have a good rest first. Jiabao swallowed hard, sensing Yuan Chen's danger. He couldn't help but step back, watching Yuan Chen warily. "What do you want?" Yuan Chen ignored him. Jiabao grabbed the communicator and shouted, "Grandma, grandma." A woman's voice came from the communicator. "Bao or what?" "Bang, bang, bang. Bao or we'll talk later." She hung up directly without waiting for Jiabao. Jiabao was left stunned. He shook the communicator in his hand, looking like a child who had lost his support. Even knowing the other side couldn't hear, he still kept shouting. "Grandma, grandma." Yuan Chen sneered, "Calling grandma is useless. If you called grandpa, you might have a chance." Jiabao was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. Grandpa Bauer was wrong, don't hit Bauer. He pouted, putting on a pitiful look at Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen was taken aback by the address, but more than that, he felt disgusted. "Damn it, Bauer, my ass." He bellowed. "I was going to spare your life, but now it seems I can't let you live." Jiabao's eyes widened. "Are you insane? Didn't you say calling grandpa would give me a chance?" After cursing, he remembered his situation and softened his tone. "Grandpa, please spare Bauer's life, okay? Die." Yuan Chen couldn't take it anymore. White silver light gathered in his hand. This time he would seal this nuisance completely. Boom. After gathering power, his palms swiftly struck towards Jiabao. The void rippled. "Young Master Yuan Chen, give this old man some face." "What the hell is this?" Xueqi appeared between Yuan Chen and Jia Bao. He was the expert protecting Xueqi. But Jia Bao was also a disciple of one of the 4 great demon sects, and the sect master had previously asked him to observe. Although the overall evaluation was unsatisfactory, it would be inappropriate to just watch him be killed. It would be hard to explain to his grandmother. But upon appearing and getting closer, the strange aura in Yuan Chen's hand grew stronger. His hair stood on end. Though he didn't know what it was, his instinct told him he absolutely couldn't touch it. He had just jumped out, but immediately retreated in fright. Of course, he didn't forget to pull Jia Bao along. "Are you going to meddle in our affairs?" Stopping his hand and standing still, Yuan Chen spoke calmly. If he forced the issue, Jia Bao couldn't escape. But since someone had jumped out, he needed to clarify the situation. He was still reasonable. If the other insisted on protecting Jia Bao, then he would just have to eliminate them both. After all, he was just a 3 tribulation loose demon, nothing significant. Of course, when out in the world, the other relied mainly on his sect's backing. Generally, experts wouldn't make things difficult for him. This old man is from the Xue clan of the demon sect. I hope the young master will grant me some face. Standing firm, Xueqi took a breath and pretended to be composed. Haha, Sister Xueqi, I didn't know you had such an expert with you. Quickly help me kill him. Jia Bao, still oblivious to the situation, pointed at Yuan Chen and shouted arrogantly, all his earlier panic gone. Before Yuan Chen could speak, Xueqi's face darkened. Young Master Jia, I can only try my best to protect you. It's better not to stir up more trouble. What trouble? Jia Bao stomped his foot in anger. I'm your future master. Sister Xueqi will marry me, and I can command you as I please, you dog of a servant. How dare you put on such airs? Then he turned to Xueqi with a grievance. Sister Xueqi, look at him. Xueqi held her forehead and sighed. She had felt this was a waste of time when her father insisted she come. Her father valued Jia Bao's talent and forced her to get to know him. And the result? He was even more absurd than the rumors. This kind of trash. If her father forced her into an alliance, she would run away from home. But she couldn't tell Jia Bao that. The more she explained, the more agitated he became. He was stubborn. Explanations were useless. Moreover, it wasn't good to offend the Honglu demon sect. Simply put, his grandmother was truly strong. The #1 expert of the 4 great demon sects. She sighed and turned her head away. Brother, please don't make things difficult for Elder Xueqi. Wait, this guy is your Xue family's son-in-law. Your family has such low standards. Yuan Chen raised an eyebrow, unable to help, asking. Wouldn't any decent family avoid someone like Jia Bao? Exactly. Look at my son-in-law. Lu Shanshui chimed in, trying to flatter Yuan Chen. But no one paid him any attention. It was just a preliminary idea, not confirmed. Don't believe everything you hear, young Master, Xueqi said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Oh, how novel. Just an idea. Who came up with that? What nonsense. If it were my sex women, I'd rather marry them to a dog than to this thing. Yuan Chen looked incredulous. Lu Shanshui, exactly. Me too. Yuan Chen glanced at him cold. Yuan Chen, that's enough. I heard you were like me, and I kind of liked you. If you keep this up, I won't like you anymore, Jia Bao roared, glaring at Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen shuddered. Don't talk nonsense. Xueqi's face turned as black as coal. At that moment, he also felt the sect master's thinking was flawed. The Xue family wasn't so desperate as to need a son-in-law like this. Xueqi was even more resentful. Who said otherwise? But she never showed it, always appearing calm and composed. Our sect didn't know the full story beforehand. After hesitating, Xueqi defended his sect, even at the risk of offending Jia Bao. Moreover, Jia Bao probably wouldn't understand what he said anyway. How dare you? What do you mean? Sister Xueqi, look at him. Xueqi remained silent, having underestimated Jia Bao's intelligence. I knew it. Not knowing beforehand is exactly right. Yuan Chen laughed heartily, completely disregarding Jia Bao's feelings. Of course, there was no need to care. My son-in-law is right. Yuan Chen changed the subject. Miss Xue is outstandingly beautiful, and judging by her cultivation, she's quite talented. Marrying this thing would be a waste. Xueqi had to agree. It made sense. But he didn't show it on his face, still needing to save some face for the little demon. For now, his grandmother was powerful, and soon the little demon king would grow strong enough to easily defeat him. Yuan Chen continued. What a pity. What do you think of me? Why not marry me instead? Well, Yuan Chen's qualifications were quite good. Xueqi initially seriously considered it. Then he looked at Yuan Chen in confusion. Xueqi and Lin Yu, who were watching the drama, were also momentarily stunned. On the flying boat, Wu Xian muttered, I was wondering why my husband was so agreeable today. So this was his purpose. Well, I can't decide on my own. I need to discuss it with our sect leader. To be honest, he stole a glance at Jia Bao before speaking. The influential family had the Black Dragon clan backing them. His talent, as witnessed in the recent battle, was no less than Jia Bao's. In fact, even more outstanding. More importantly, this one had a sound mind. Of course, there were shortcomings as well. Jia Bao was the old lattice darling, everything revolved around him. Yuan Chen might not measure up. After a moment, he felt his words were still unclear. Xueqi, you can take a look yourself, if it suits. His voice gradually faded. For at that moment, Jia Bao was so furious that smoke was rising from his head. Literally smoking. Demonic flames flickered atop his head. In the end, he attacked Xueqi without any restraint. Fortunately, Xueqi sensed the danger and blocked it in time, though his expression turned grim. Everyone present was utterly bewildered. True, the man's words were a bit off. But right now he was your strongest shield. Was this really appropriate? Even if you couldn't kill him and offend him and he refused to protect you. Even if you had a trump card and killed him, who would protect you then? Right here. Just then a booming voice came from afar. Soon after, two figures arrived together. The bald man at the front noticed the tense atmosphere. He let out a puzzled grunt. Why so many people? And all silent. Never mind. None of their auras were stronger than his. Sure, Xueqi was at the third tribulation of the scattered demon stage. But who am I? I am a prodigy. The crowd also snapped out of their standoff, looking at the uninvited guests with confusion. Luda paid them no heed. He glanced around casually. Who is Lin Yu? Step forward. With that demeanor and that voice, one might think he came seeking vengeance. Lin Yu was startled, but upon seeing the nun standing beside Luda, she understood instantly. She stepped forward, her voice cool and clear. May I ask who you are, senior? Luda turned to look at Lin Yu. A grin spread across his face. My good disciple, why not call me master? Lin Yu was puzzled. She glanced at Abbess Qingyu. What was going on? If she remembered correctly from the communicator earlier, her master was supposed to be a woman. Luda, stop your nonsense. Qingyu shot Luda an annoyed glare. His little bald head was gleaming. Cute. Even Yuan Chen couldn't help but glance twice. Where did this little nun come from? Since you're here, you won't be leaving. A regret stirred within him. He hadn't realized this little nun was so striking. He should have visited the western regions more often. Hamitba, this humble monk is destined for Buddha. Lin Yu, your father entrusted you to my care. I will treat you well. Qingyu's expression softened as she spoke gently. Come, I will take you away. Yuan Chen's eyes lit up. Oh, the little nun even had a baby voice. Before Lin Yu could speak, he interjected to stop her. Little nun, don't be hasty. Miss Lin, you may not be able to leave today. And who are you? Luda bellowed. Qingyu's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Why, oi? Yuan Chen shot Ludo a cold glance and spoke calmly. Miss Lin, you unjustly pursued my wife. Shouldn't she give an explanation? By now Lin Yu had reached Qingyu's side. Hearing this, she felt a pang of discomfort. She rolled her eyes. I merely came to observe. When did I ever pursue your wife? Yuan Chen, are you in league with Jia Bao? Lin Yu glanced at her cousin. So what if I am? Did he pursue my wife? He did. Then you claim you had no— Yuan Chen pressed on. Even Luda and Qingyu looked at Lin Yu with confusion. Enough of this nonsense. Don't listen to him. Come, my good disciple, as a first gift, he'll give you something. Ignore them. With me here you can leave whenever you wish. Luda waved his hand dismissively. Yuan Chen and Xueqi silently watched him. They wondered what gave him the right to bluster so arrogantly. With that, Luda directly pulled out a verdant plant. Ignoring everyone's stares, he offered it to Lin Yu, ingratiating. Since he couldn't win over Qingyu, he would start with her disciple. This is the Seven Treasures Mystic Tree. Embrace it, and your comprehension speed will increase tenfold. The tree stood as tall as two men, with a clump of black soil clinging to its roots. The moment it appeared, it took root in the void. Yuan Chen's eyes gleamed with interest. It was a fine treasure. He didn't interrupt, letting the man explain further. There's another function. Luda grinned proudly. Pointing at the roots, he said, see this clump of soil? Once it appears, it roots itself into the ground and is hard to pull out. One who can make it tremble, even slightly, is a genius in body cultivation. One who can lift it 3 inches is a peerless prodigy. But only one who can completely pull it out is truly born for body cultivation and can achieve immortality through the flesh. Moreover, each attempt to pull it nourishes your body. Even I need a storage ring to put it away. Luda smacked his lips. A hint of regret crossed his face. Yuan Chen's heart raced with desire. Perfect, it's mine now. Lin Yu temporarily set aside other matters. She listened captivated. Eagerly she looked at Qingyu. Master, may I try? Qingyu hesitated. This gift from Luda was far too generous. After all, they were strangers. Oh, it's meant for you. Luda was delighted. Her acceptance was good. When the disciple and the master will follow right. Lin Yu nodded, curiously examining the Seven Treasures Mystic Tree. Since childhood, she had suffered from an unknown ailment that left her terribly weak. She had trained in body cultivation with her father. Back then she felt every cell in her body stir. But her poor constitution meant she could never endure for long. Yet the moment she saw the Seven Treasures Mystic Tree today, that feeling surged back. She had a premonition. This tree was the key to curing her illness. Encouraged by Luda, her slender arms wrapped around the tree trunk. It felt a bit awkward. She shifted her body, hooked her arms halfway around, and braced her knee against the trunk, summoning all her strength. The entire tree began to shake. It's moving. It's moving. Luda shouted in delight. He never expected this delicate girl to be such a prodigy in this regard. But it wasn't over yet. Lin Yu felt a surge of power throughout her body. It was a sensation she had never experienced since birth. With another fierce cry, she uprooted the entire tree. Monstrous. Absolutely monstrous. Luda's face flushed with even greater excitement. His gaze toward Lin Yu shifted. Could I take her as my disciple? After all, he was a body cultivator himself. With a bit of training, this disciple could become a great power. As he pondered, a figure darted over. Without any ceremony, he shoved Lin Yu aside. Let me try. Let me try. Seeing Jia Bao bouncing with excitement, Luda was utterly bewildered. Who the hell are you? Do I know you? Seeing Jia Bao reaching for it without a second thought, Lu De grumbled and shoved his face aside. As the other lunged again, he kicked him dozens of meters away. The Seven Treasures mystic tree was a supreme treasure. Was it something anyone could touch? How dare you? Jia Bao bellowed after being stopped, glaring fiercely at the fat monk. Yuan Chen and Xue Qi standing nearby watched in disbelief. Brother, are you that reckless? The enemy before you remains unresolved, and now you're offending someone else. It's a wonder you haven't been beaten to death all these years. Your grandmother must be truly formidable. Do you know who my grandmother is? The familiar words rang out again. Everyone simultaneously rubbed their foreheads. Seriously, buddy, can't you come up with a new line? Lu De leisurely crossed his arms, a glint of curiosity in his eyes. Oh, who is your grandmother? As for fear, the Water Marsh had never feared anyone. Once the Grand Cycle Array was activated, they could fight anyone they pleased. Deploying it at an enemy sex gate was a turtle-style formation, impossible to drive away. It was purely to annoy. The only flaw was they couldn't separate for too long. No more than a third of the prodigies could leave at once, or there would be no replacements. They would be picked off one by one. My grandmother is the great elder and foremost expert of Honglu Demon Sect, one of the 4 great demon sects in the Eastern Wastelands. Sure. Alin Mei, what's her full name? After stammering for a moment, Jia Bao realized he didn't know his grandmother's full name and turned to Lin Yu. Lin Yu pondered for 2 seconds, then slowly looked up with an awkward smile. She realized she didn't know her grandmother's full name either. Everyone simply addressed her as Old Madam. So it's that crazy little demon king. But there was no need for the full name. The Old Madam's reputation was known far and wide across the Eastern Wastelands. Lu De nodded in understanding. I should have guessed. Oddballs like you are rare in the entire cultivation world. By then he also learned that Lin Yu was acquainted with the other. Disciple, this is yours now. Decide for yourself whether to let. He gazed warmly at Lin Yu, his face full of affection. As for Jia Bao's grandmother, he wasn't exactly afraid, but there was no need to provoke trouble. He had only intervened because Jia Bao had roughly shoved Lin Yu aside. Seeing the man shamelessly calling him good disciple Qin, yes, eyelids nearly rolled back into his head. Kid, what are you staring at? Stare all you want, it's not yours. You can stand up to the little demon king, so your status can't be low. Spill it. Whose family are you from? With nothing better to do, he also wanted to show off in front of Qin Yu. His gaze fell on Yuan Chen. If he remembered correctly, this fellow had said Lin Yu couldn't leave. Perfect opportunity to back up his own disciple. Yuan Chen narrowed his eyes. He had been planning to assess the situation before acting, but the other side had lost patience first. Yuan Chen of the Azure Dragon clan. Yuan Chen replied calmly. Yuan Chen, never heard of you. But I see you're from the Dragon clan. No wonder you dare to trouble the demon sect. Having spent years guarding the Qin Yu sect in the Western River, he hadn't heard of Yuan Chen, whose fame had only risen, and he spoke of both the Dragon clan and the demon sect with a casual air. As he had said, the Water Marsh was a turtle shell, fearless against anyone. Coupled with his own exceptional talent, though Jia Bao was acknowledged as the top prodigy of the demon sect, Lu De believed himself superior. The Water Marsh accepted only prodigies. His position as one of the 108 main seats and leader of the 2 Dragon Hall within the marsh spoke volumes. Since you're from the Dragon clan, let your earlier rudeness slide. You may leave. Before Yuan Chen could speak, Lu De waved his hand dismissively. Yuan Chen shook his head in exasperation. This guy seemed clueless about the current situation. Have you caught Jia Bao's madness? Since when do I need your permission to leave? Lu De's expression hardened as he turned back. Kid, I overlooked your threat to my Yuer earlier, and now you dare insult me. Are you asking for trouble? Ordinarily, he might have let it slide, but with Qin Yu present, how could he allow his disciple to? He sneered contemptuously. A mere Azure Dragon. How laughable. He knew that even among dragons there were hierarchies. Had it been a golden dragon, reconciliation might have been possible. An Azure Dragon? Huh. Lin Yu tossed the 7 treasures mystic tree to Jia Bao and looked oddly at Lu De. Hold your laughter for now. Master. Senior, this Yuan Chen is not to be underestimated. What's there to underestimate? They'll capture him and send him back to the Azure Dragon clan for a proper lesson before releasing him. Had they been alone, he would have killed him outright. But with so many witnesses, he had to show respect to the Dragon clan. As he spoke, a gleaming golden staff appeared in his hand. He pointed the staff at Yuan Chen. Come here. Muttering something under his breath, he commanded Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen stood motionless. Lu De raised an eyebrow. Oh, you've got some skill. Yuan Chen silently watched him. A monk dabbling in enchantment. When the staff pointed at him, he felt an urge to obey. But the effect was slight. With a shudder, all negative influences dissipated. Meanwhile, after struggling in vain to pull out the treasured tree, Jia Bao gave up. He kicked it in frustration and cursed, stupid tree. That frail Lin Yu could uproot it, yet he so strong could barely make it tremble. Seeing the conflict with Yuan Chen escalate, he scurried over to Lu De. Big monk, this guy is really strong. Let's team up and kill him. He shook his fist, his face alight with excitement. But as he approached, Lu De recoiled in disgust. Stay away from me. Compared to Yuan Chen, he found this spoiled brat even more distasteful. Though he had committed his share of misdeeds, he had his limits. Normally, he would have swatted someone like Jia Bao dead with a single slap. Of course, if the other had powerful backing, he would simply keep his distance. Today only because Lin Yu knew him, he hadn't driven him away. Yet the fellow kept pressing closer. Bald brother, what's wrong? Jia Bao paused, then asked with a hint of grievance. Boom. A massive clawprint appeared. Jia Bao and Lu Da hastily dodged. It was Yuan Chen, unable to tolerate Jia Bao any longer, who had struck first. Do you think this monk is an easy target? Lu Da was furious. Senior. Lin Yu tried to intervene. No one stopped me today. I'm in need of a dragon skin belt. With a roar, he formed hand seals. Water vapor coalesced around him into droplets which gathered in the void into several rivers. In an instant they swelled into a torrential flood radiating a power that could annihilate all. Lu Da's eyes blazed. The tide rises on the Qiantang River. Yuan Chen felt somewhat bewildered. It did appear surging and mighty. Yet he sensed something was missing. As expected, the matter was far from over. Lu Da then roared once more. The tidal bore rises on the Qiantang River. Today I finally know who I am. As his words faded, the torrent behind him began to divide in an orderly fashion. Squeezed, and molded again. In the end it transformed into dozens, even hundreds of water figures bearing Lu Da's exact likeness and stature. Each water figure's eyes gleamed with sharp light, clearly possessing intelligence. The crowd was utterly stunned. Yuan Chen was also greatly enlightened. Not only did they bear his form, but every single water figure possessed a cultivation level above Tribulation Transcendence. This meant over 100 Tribulation Transcendence cultivators had suddenly appeared. If I could take him down alone, but as for you. Lu Da wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cast a disdainful glance. You can't even defeat one of my clones. Next time you meet me, don't claim to be a prodigy. You lower our status. After a sneer, he turned back to Yuan Chen. Though I don't know how a mere Azure Dragon got so powerful, I'm not made of clay for you to need. At that moment, the summoned water figures seemed to have just connected successfully. They raised their eyes to gaze at Yuan Chen, their eyes gleaming. One water figure spoke first. Let me show you the might of Lu Da. I am the real Lu Da, and let me handle this. Nonsense, don't I know who Lu Da is? You're all fakes. I am the real Lu Da. Move aside, the true Lu Da is here. All of you step back. After the first one spoke, the remaining water figures were also triggered, chattering and arguing. Listen to me. Lu Da shouted loudly. Who are you? You look just like me. A fake, and you dare to shout. As if shouting louder makes you the real one. I can do that too. Watch me, listen to me. Me too, listen to me. Hey, isn't my voice louder? Isn't it? The crowd looked at Lu Da with strange expressions. Yuan Chen momentarily forgot they were in battle. Lu Da remained calm, clearly accustomed to such scenes. He shouted expressionlessly. Lu Da's cultivation is supreme. He commands mountains and rivers, breaks all resistance, sweeps the 8 wastelands, and is invincible in battle. Whoever captures that brat over there is the true Lu Da. At these words, the water figures pondered for 3 seconds. Makes sense. Yuan Chen merely watched silently as over 100 bald heads simultaneously grinned. Kid, you're done for. Wow, impressive. Teach me. Jia Bao's eyes practically sparkled with black stars as he hugged Lu Da's arm and shook it adoringly. Get lost. Lu Da kicked him directly. After being kicked, Jia Bao's expression shifted as he switched modes again. Bald donkey, you dare refuse this young master. Are you ready to face the wrath of this young master's grandmother? Lu Da's veins bulged. You are all Lu Da, take down Yuan Chen first. After giving the order, he directly grabbed Jia Bao by the head and started pummeling him. Though he wished to continue watching the show, the water figures had already attacked, so Yuan Chen no longer allowed himself to. This technique was indeed formidable. Each water figure was even equipped with a staff. Upon the first exchange, Yuan Chen realized that aside from being unable to use other magical artifacts, these water figures were no different from ordinary cultivators. Their combat prowess was fully unleashed, and they coordinated seamlessly. This technique absolutely had to be pried from Lu Da's grasp. Truly, such prodigies each possessed their own opportunities. Holding back no longer, he spun his body and transformed directly into a 100-jong 5-clawed golden dragon. With a single sweep of his body, 5 or 6 Lu Das were flung aside. They spat mineral water from their mouths. The expressions on the remaining water figures were vivid and lifelike. You? How are you a 5-clawed golden dragon? Terrifying to such a degree. Lu Da's heart and mind were connected to the water figures. He also stopped his actions and stared at Yuan Chen in disbelief. He murmured to himself, a 5-clawed golden dragon. Lin Yu and the others also widened their eyes. The fact that Yuan Chen was a 5-clawed golden dragon had never been spread beyond the dragon clan, so their ignorance was understandable. Yet after a few seconds of shock, they grew even more puzzled. Since Yuan Chen was a 5-clawed golden dragon, why had he split from the dragon clan? Xueqi swallowed hard, realizing the situation had changed. He hurriedly sent a message to the Xue family in secret. Even Lu Da's attitude shifted. He waved his hand to dismiss the water figures first. Kid, didn't you say you were from the Azure Dragon clan? Since he was a 5-clawed golden dragon, the implications were vastly different. Barring any accidents, a 5-clawed golden dragon was the next patriarch of the dragon clan. If something happened to him, the dragon clan would turn heaven and earth upside down, using every possible means to hunt down and utterly destroy the culprit. Even though the water marsh dared to confront the dragon clan relying on the Zhou Eon Grand formation, he was now somewhat panicked. This was different from the Honglu demon sect. The Dragon Clan possessed numerous experts, and its members were scattered throughout the cultivation world. If they just called a few people to surround the water marsh. True, they couldn't break in, but how could the people of the water marsh get out? The other side had plenty of experts to rotate shifts. Yet the water marsh had limited resources, they couldn't stay inside forever, could they? Perhaps when the pressure became unbearable, he would be handed over by Song, he to appease the Dragon Clan's wrath. When they could withstand the pressure, everyone in the water marsh was a brother. When they couldn't, brother, it's time for you to sacrifice for the brothers. That's right, I am from the Azure Dragon Clan. Yuan Chen crossed his arms leisurely. Then how come you? It's not strange for the Azure Dragon Clan to produce a mutated divine beast, is it? It's not strange, but there's no such model as a five-clawed golden dragon among Azure Dragon mutations. Luda had studied some of these obscure facts. Enough talk. Didn't you want to fight? Continue. With that he beckoned to the numerous water figures. Today is purely a misunderstanding. After hesitating for a moment, Luda wisely spoke up. Right, we didn't know earlier, did we? Luda won't fight anymore. Luda also think it's a misunderstanding. The water figures remained lively. Yuan Chen's expression was cold. What about Lin Yu and the others? Luda looked at Qin Yu, then at the cold-faced, seemingly indifferent Lin Yu. His face showed distress. This? Yuan Chen paid him no heed. He reached out toward Lin Yu. Come here. His dragon claw extended instantly. No. Qin Yu's lips parted slightly. After a moment of inner struggle, Luda still intervened to block. My disciple offended you earlier, which was her fault. As her master, I apologize to you on her behalf. Whatever you need, just say it, and I will surely offer you satisfactory compensation. As he spoke, Qin Yu took out his storage ring. Yuan Chen first looked at Luda and said coldly, remember this interference of yours. Luda. Then he turned his gaze to Qin Yu. If it were me, this matter would pass easily. But just now my wife was sobbing in my arms. Now, because of a few treasures, you want me to make her swallow her grievances. That doesn't sit well, does it? What do you want? Glancing at his obedient disciple, Qin Yu asked. Shall I say it then? Yuan Chen pondered seriously for a few seconds. I'm not a wicked person. How about this? My wife is frightened, so you few stay behind to take care of her for a while. Once my wives feel satisfied, you can leave. Is there a problem? Not only Lin Yu, but Yuan Chen's gaze also lingered on Xueqi for a moment. Xueqi was displeased. Does my lady have to stay too? Has your lady pursued? She did pursue, but only to accompany Jia Bao. It's as if Lin Yu isn't accompanying Jia Bao. If she is punished, should your lady not be? Who do you think you are? Yuan Chen spoke without any politeness. The few of them did not find any issue with it. After all, a five-clawed golden dragon is expected to be a bit arrogant. My lady is the only daughter of the head of the Xue family, Xueqi said somewhat indignantly. If it weren't for Yuan Chen's identity, they might have made a move. However, they dared not do so now and decided to wait for their family to send someone before taking action. If you want to take away my two younger sisters, you must first get my consent. Jia Bao clumsily got up from the ground, looking like he was ready to defend the gate single-handedly. Lin Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Brother, take care of yourself first. After saying that, she turned to her master, whom she had met for the first time. Master, I will go over first then. She decided to take the initiative to avoid dragging her master and the others into it. It's just being a maid for a few days, right? Her pale face stubbornly looked at Yuan Chen. Regardless of the circumstances before, I have always had my faults. I can agree to be a maid, but only for a maximum of 3 months. Moreover, it is to apologize to your wives, so you must not treat me rudely. Thinking of Yuan Chen's many wives, Lin Yu added an extra precaution. Yuan Chen instantly smiled. Of course, that's not a problem. Moreover, my wives have also said that you had spoken a good word for me before, so I won't make things difficult for you. As long as we can get along, that's enough. In a few days, I will even send you a child for free. How generous. A really big generosity, quite substantial. Lin Yu nodded and looked weakly at Qin Yu. Master, I trouble you to wait for me for 3 more months. Before Qin Yu could respond, Yuan Chen generously waved his hand. What are we waiting for? Just come along. It would save us from having to search later. My flying boat has plenty of space, so it won't be a problem to have one more room for a little nun. The little nun is also a beauty, but one more is welcome. The image of embracing her and rubbing her little bald head has already surfaced in his mind. It must be quite pleasant. Luda furrowed his brows. Why do I feel that this Yuan Chen has ulterior motives? And as for the little nun, isn't my Qin Yu not little at all? Please don't call her so affectionately, all right? Fine, then I will trouble you. After contemplating for a few seconds, Qin Yu clasped her hands together and sighed helplessly. No, Qin Yu, we can just find you 3 months later. Luda couldn't rest easy and stop them. Yuan Chen's eyes emitted a threatening light. Big monk, didn't I mention before that our matter isn't over yet? You keep interrupting this young master's conversation repeatedly. You are very arrogant. With a slight opening of his mouth, he immediately took action. The water beings nearby instantly exploded. Luda also became angry. He had previously let things slide for the sake of the Dragon Clan. Did you really think I couldn't beat you? With a bold and rough character, since Yuan Chen made the first move, of course, he had to fight. Could I still be bullied by a little dragon? As for the water area, at worst, I could just take little old man Wu Yang back home, find a place to hide and wait for ascension. Anyway, I won't be wronged. Let's get him. With a change in mentality, the water beings also stood up one by one. Let's get him. Let's get him. Why are they fighting again? Originally seeing Yuan Chen's arrogance as he directly demanded someone, Lu Shangchui also wanted to show off some power. Unexpectedly, just after descending, a group of Lu De surrounded Yuan Chen and started fighting. Muttering a phrase, he hurriedly retreated in fear. Master, who is this senior brother? Qing Yu stood in front of Lin Yu. After all, it was because of her enmity with Yuan Chen that Lin Yu couldn't help but ask Lu De about it. Qing Yu was also unsure how to handle it. On one hand, she found Lu De annoying. Every time there was a minor issue, he would interfere and it would change the situation. Moreover, each time he was unnecessary, yet he kept chasing her and she couldn't drive him away. On the other hand, although she didn't like him, he always acted for her benefit. Even if it wasn't needed as a monk, she should still remember this kindness. Now that they were in a fight, not helping would seem inhumane. Wow, kill him. What's with this arrogance? Everyone stand back and watch my precious Rui Zen staff. The scene was chaotic. The bald man shouted wildly, and the Zen staff flew around. Although Yuan Chen appeared large, he moved freely among the Zen staffs, perfectly evading all attacks. Dragon breath continued to flow and dragon claws rolled. Instantly, several water beings were knocked down. If struck at a crucial spot, they dissipated into the air. Lu Da's true form circled behind the water beings, performing a flower-like hand gesture. The 18 Buddhist beads in front of him all transformed into Arhut skeletons. Vajra's fierce gaze. Go! The 18 skulls flew in a row towards Yuan Chen's head. They rotated twice and a chilling wind arose. This wasn't the end. Lu De leaped into the air. Heavenly Solitude arrival. This skill can render enemies unable to use any skills for a short time, forcing them to rely solely on their physical bodies. Although the 5-clawed golden dragon is incredibly strong physically, any weakening is beneficial. Get lost. Yuan Chen roared, and the 18 skulls above him froze in midair before turning to dust. What is going on? Lu De was somewhat puzzled. Yuan Chen's roar definitely carried a soul skill, but wasn't his Heavenly Solitude supposed to cut off all skills? How did it fail? Yuan Chen twisted his head, crashing into 2 more water beings. Before Lu Da's Heavenly Solitude descended, a layer of gloom seemed to envelop his heart. He recalled the talent skill he had obtained from his eldest son, Cleansing. It could eliminate all negative effects. Without a second thought, he activated it. Unexpectedly, the opponent truly had a skill like this. It was just right to eliminate it. However, he regarded Lu De with a new perspective. The opponent had also reached the peak of the Great Ascension stage. Fighting with someone for so long is indeed impressive. His methods were endless. This was true genius. Even Yang Zi, whom he had encountered before, paled in comparison. It wasn't just a disparity in realms. If Lu De were placed in the same tribulation period cultivation as Yang Zi, the one who would ultimately lose would certainly be Yang Zi. Some skill. Lu Da's expression was grim. He was also astonished by Yuan Chen's difficulty. Among his peers, he had only felt such a thing when he faced the top expert of Water Island in the forest. As for Rui, the #1 expert of Water Island, he was merely a scum who obtained cultivation through improper means. Seeing the water beings at a disadvantage, he directly charged at Yuan Chen. They say the Dragon clan has a powerful physique. Then let me see just how strong it really is. Lu De was equally ferocious. In a flash, he appeared before Yuan Chen. He cast aside his monastic staff and pounded Yuan Chen with both fists. Of course, Yuan Chen was no pushover either. His 5 claws moved, exchanging hundreds of blows with Lu De in an instant. At first, Yuan Chen had intended to enjoy a thrilling fight, but as the battle accelerated, Lu De began to falter. After another bout, Lu De retreated, grimacing in frustration. If you didn't have 1 more claw than me, I wouldn't be. As they say, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Already at a disadvantage, that extra claw truly made a difference. Yuan Chen was speechless. You talk too damn much. He used 2 claws to restrain Lu Da's arms, then the claw on his belly delivered a resounding slap to Lu Da's bald head. Clang. It sounded like striking a bell. Truly, a monk's head when struck emanated a Buddhist resonance, making one involuntarily chant Amit Ba. Yuan Chen, you've gone too far. Lu De gnashed his teeth in rage. He wiped the blood from his forehead that was obscuring his eyes. He had suffered such blows several times, now each one to his cranium. A wave of dizziness washed over him. Yuan Chen paid him no heed. This was a fight, brother. Huh. Another strike landed on his head. Lu De let out a mighty roar. Sanskrit characters swirled around him, instantly forming a thin golden armor. His combat prowess surged dramatically. Yuan Chen's eyes lit up. A hidden card. He chuckled lightly. Bro, your armor isn't as pretty as mine. Simultaneously, the scales on his dragon body blazed with golden light. Lu De refused to be outdone. He channeled his spiritual energy again, the Sanskrit characters growing brighter. From a distance, 2 streaks of golden light collided, separated, collided again, and separated. A fierce, unrelenting battle. Thrilling, absolutely thrilling. Xueqi looked in confusion at the shouting Jia Bao. Why are you so excited? Whoever fights Yuan Chen, Jia Bao will back the other side. With an excited shout, Jia Bao dashed forward. Xueqi sensed trouble the moment he heard the sound. He tried to stop Jia Bao, but it was too late. Though there was no need for him to intervene. Within 2 seconds, Jia Bao was back where he started. He crashed like a dead dog at Xueqi's feet, twitched twice, and lay still. Xueqi's mouth twitched. Why did you have to get involved? He helplessly landed to check on him. Fortunately, he wasn't. After all, he was a prodigy. Despite being a major realm lower, he survived the clash between the two. Looking at Jia Bao's baby face, Xueqi thought, you're damn crazy. Who jumps directly into the center of a battle between two powerhouses? He parted his lips and silently mouthed two words. Idiot. After saying that, seeing Jia Bao still unconscious with eyes closed, he guiltily turned around. He wondered when the sex people would arrive. Intervening now was problematic, and not intervening was equally so. Yuan Chen had said he would take Xueqi back for 3 months. After dealing with Lu De, they would be next. How should they respond? Fight. You still want to fight. You can't, so why pretend? As the battle wore on, Lu Da's stamina waned. He was forced into a defensive stance against Yuan Chen, especially protecting his head. He didn't know what Yuan Chen's obsession was. He kept targeting his big head. Lu De was on the verge of tears. After teaching him a lesson, Yuan Chen wasted no more time. As Lu De failed to block, the fifth claw on his belly pierced straight through Lu Da's chest. The fifth claw was the strongest of the 5. Coupled with Lu Da's constant focus on defending his head, he never expected Yuan Chen to suddenly change targets. He had no chance to evade. His face instantly turned pale. He looked down in disbelief at Yuan Chen's golden claw. With a squelch, Yuan Chen withdrew his claw. Lu Da's body hung motionless in the air for 2 seconds. Then it fell limply to the ground. Thud! It slammed heavily onto a volcano. Yuan Chen dusted off his hands and beckoned to Lu Shanshui. Bring him up. Lu Shanshui hesitated. He's so strong. Yuan Chen waved a hand. He's powerless. Though still anxious under Yuan Chen's gaze, Lu Shanshui slowly descended. He then hauled the unconscious Lu De up to Yuan Chen. Young master, could you spare his life? At that moment, Qingyu stepped forward, her eyes pleading with Yuan Chen. She had tried to intervene earlier, but neither of them paid her any attention. Later, seeing the intensity of their battle, she realized she couldn't interfere and had to abandon the idea. But she couldn't bear to watch Lu De die. As soon as the fight ended, she came to plead for his life. Yuan Chen looked at Qingyu with interest. Reverend, we are not acquainted. Why should I listen to you and spare him? Qingyu, clad in a purple Taoist robe, furrowed her brows. Seeing Yuan Chen's gaze on her, she nervously clasped her small hands before her chest. Please, young master, spare my senior uncle. If you do, I am willing to extend my stay to atone for having met for the first time. Lin Yu was not particularly close to Lu De, but since he had just gifted her a spiritual treasure, it felt wrong not to say a word on his behalf. Thinking of Yuan Chen's bizarre request, she tentatively ventured. Do you think I'm easy to talk to? Yuan Chen, this young girl, always spoke to him with a cold tone, as if everyone owed her money. Yet despite her pallor, strangely, she didn't evoke disgust, but rather pity. Lin Yu was silent for a moment. Young master misunderstands. I merely mentioned it. If you are unwilling, so be it. She glanced at Lu De and Lu Shanshui's grasp. As for this senior uncle, it wasn't that she was unwilling to help, but rather unable. Let fate take its course. She pursed her lips and retreated behind her master. Qingyu frowned, still reluctant to see Lu De killed. Annoying as he was, he had never overstepped with her. Young master Yuan, what must I do for you to spare him? His gaze swept over Qingyu's fair face. First hand over the 7 treasures wonderful tree. Though it was a treasure from Lu Da's brother, and she was reluctant, Lin Yu handed it to Yuan Chen without waiting for her master's response. Yuan Chen stored the ring and nodded with satisfaction. Under Qingyu's expectant gaze. Spare his life. Fine. Since you reverend vouch for him, hell, stay for 3 months like the other 2. But you'll serve me since I was the one Lu De wronged. How dare you claim to be the wronged party? Qingyu hesitated. Yuan Chen watched her intently. He hadn't planned to kill Lu De outright anyway. He still needed to extract everything from him. Since the reverend raised the matter, he might as well use it to his advantage and speed things along. After a few seconds, seeing Qingyu still wavering. Reverend, you wouldn't want this great monk to meet his end here, would you? Having already suspected Yuan Chen of ill intentions, Qingyu found his words increasingly unsettling. The more she listened, the stranger it all seemed. Yet seeing Lu De battered and bloodied, her heart softened. She let out a resigned sigh. Very well, I shall follow the young master's wishes. But I ask that you do not make things difficult for me. Yuan Chen replied with displeasure. What do you take me for, reverend? Do I look like a wicked dragon to you? He leaned his draconic face close to Qingyu, leaving her utterly bewildered. Setting aside the rudeness of such proximity, how could she possibly discern anything from a dragon's visage? Did he not realize all dragons looked nearly identical to her? Yet recalling Yuan Chen's human form, she had to admit he was rather pleasant-looking and seemed approachable. Perhaps I am overthinking this. Let us leave. Can you spare him then? Yuan Chen snatched Lu De from Lu Shanshui and tossed him onto the flying vessel. I merely spare his life, but whether he leaves depends on his future conduct. Qingyu frowned, slightly displeased by Yuan Chen's cunning. Still, she realized he had never promised to release Lu De, and the fault lay with her for not considering it. She shook her head, deciding that preserving his life was enough for now. You come here. With that settled, only Xueqi remained. Xueqi's heart sank. The moment had come. Anxious as an ant on a hot pan, he wondered why his sect members had yet to arrive. Xueqi remained silent, looking to Xueqi. Cold sweat dripped from his brow as he frantically fumbled with his communication device. After a long pause, he forced a smile more pitiful than a grimace. Miss, since young Master Yuan invites you, why not go and make his acquaintance first? Xuechai stared at her bodyguard in disbelief. She had hoped to see him display his prowess, but this was all he had to offer. Xueqi felt somewhat embarrassed. For one, Yuan Chen's identity made it unclear whether they should antagonize him. Moreover, witnessing their battle had made his heart race. He lamented the bitter truth he could not defeat either of them. Calling himself a third-stage loose demon was somewhat embarrassing. With no clan members present, resistance would only result in a beating from Yuan Chen. In the end, he would be dragged back like a beaten dog, and the young miss would still be captured. It was better to surrender willingly. After all, Yuan Chen only asked to care for his wife for 3 months. With him accompanying her, no major mishaps should occur. Once the clan arrived, they could decide whether to fight or negotiate. Miss, I believe young Master Yuan means no harm. Consider it making a friend. He whispered persuasively to Xuechai. Taking a deep breath, she read in Xueqi's eyes the words, we can't win, it's time to concede. She walked gracefully to Yuan Chen and said with poise, I have troubled you these past few days. Having made her decision, she accepted it calmly. Yuan Chen smiled warmly. No matter. Since everything is settled, let us board the flying vessel. I have other matters to attend to. He wondered how Elder Haiyan was faring with his task. Shanxue, go fetch Jia Bao as well. Lu Shanxue obediently called out. Right away. He soon returned, bustling with energy. Yuan Chen produced 2 binding immortal ropes and hung Luda and Jia Bao beneath the flying vessel. He called out to the others, get on the bed. Bo. Noticing their strange glances, he quickly corrected himself. Qing Ye's heart skipped a beat. It was likely possibly just a simple slip of the tongue. She followed Yuan Chen onto the vessel with a troubled mind. Wait, brother, my vessel is full of women. It's improper for a man like you to board. Xueqi, trailing behind, was stopped by Yuan Chen just as he was about to step on. Panic set in immediately. How could he let the young miss go alone? He pointed at Lu Shanxue, who was grinning from the bow. What about him? Isn't he a man? Why can he board? Lu Shanxue shrugged. Yuan Chen's father-in-law not like you. Yuan Chen slapped his forehead. Silly me, I forgot. Shanxue, come down, bear with it, and fly on your own. Lu Shanxue's jaw dropped. Hey, I'm your father-in-law. Seeing Yuan Chen's smiling eyes, he silently disembarked. Passing Xueqi, he ground his teeth. Xueqi was dumbfounded. Had he intended to drag Lu Shanxue down? No, he wanted to board himself. In his panic, he had lost his wits. He asked Yuan Chen, and you? Aren't you a man? It's not proper for you to be among all these women. Yuan Chen, ridiculous. This was his ship, who of course he could board. Besides, they would all be family soon, so there was nothing to be. He glanced at Wang Ying. Though she still retained some charm, he decided against it. After all, he could not become a comrade of Lu Shanxue. That would be beneath him. Setting sail, he headed for Honglu's sect. Xueqi sighed, his gaze lingering on Lu Shanxue for a moment. His mood improved slightly. A flying sword appeared beneath his feet as he chased the vessel. Senior, give me a ride. Lu Shanxue, lagging behind, shouted anxiously. Xueqi did not even bother to glance. None of his concern. Seeing he was about to fall behind, Lu Shanxue gritted his teeth, burst forth with full power, and lashed onto Jia Bao's leg beneath the vessel. Now he would not be left behind. Xueqi glanced at him and silently piloted his own flying vessel. Though Lu Shanxue's method was easy, it was too disgraceful. He could not bring himself to do the same. Aboard the vessel, Yuan Chen led the 3 women into the cabin. The moment the door opened, Xuechai let out a "What is that?" At their feet, a fleshy ball curled up, squirming incessantly. Hearing the noise, the strange thing turned, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth on its dark face. She grew even more frightened. Yuan Chen's face darkened. Miss Xuechai, you insult my son. Xuechai looked closer and saw it was indeed a child. My apologies, young Master Yuan, I did not notice. Though the child looked somewhat odd, it was still Yuan Chen's. She felt she had been somewhat rash. Never mind. Come down to let Annie hold you. Without waiting for consent, he picked up the child and thrust it into Xuechai's arms. Xuechai looked helplessly at the child in her arms. At the same time, the child's big round eyes met hers. Xuechai stared blankly at Yuan Chen. He patted Yuan Dao's bottom. It's not time to call that yet. Xuechai was stunned. Do you even hear what you're explaining? Yuan Chen replied with unyielding confidence. Don't look at me like that. Children speak without thinking. He's just a child. What does he know? Time rewound. Outside the Honglu sect, the sky was filled with clusters of Dragon Clan experts, each pair of eyes fixed menacingly on the sect below. An old woman concealed within the protective formation glared outward with a group of people gnashing her teeth. Elder of the Black Dragon Clan, I wonder how our Honglu demon sect has offended you that you should besiege our sect. Old Madame Jia had been in seclusion, but was forcibly awakened by her subordinates. Upon emerging, she was instantly horrified. There were far too many enemies. Even though she was a 12th tribulation loose demon, she could not withstand such a multitude. Fortunately, her son Jia Zheng had activated the defensive formation in time, preventing the enemy from breaking in. There was still room for negotiation. Boom, boom, boom. The Black Dragon clansmen continuously attempted to assault the surface of the formation. He Yin joined in the attacks for a few moments, then spotted old Madame Jia's appearance. Offended. Do you know your grandson dared to snatch a woman from our dragon clan? How audacious. His movements, the grand formation of the sect, could not be breached in an instant. How can this be? Old Madame Jia exclaimed in shock. Yet inwardly, she sighed in resignation. This was indeed something her grandson would do. She never expected he would kick such an iron board this time. She silently cursed Lin Yu and Xue Chai. Why hadn't they stopped Bao? Her demeanor towards He Yin shifted. This must be a misunderstanding. Allow me to investigate, and I will certainly give you all an explanation. But surrounding my sect like this, what kind of behavior is that? The old woman still had some confidence in herself. She might not be able to win in a fight, but if she wanted to escape, these people could not stop her. Offending a top-tier expert was never a wise move. How could one guard against thieves forever? Old madam, it would be wise to be more humble at a time like this. If you have offended someone, you should apologize. Don't put on airs of superiority. He Yin showed no fear. Think about how your grandson is doing right now. What do you mean? What have you done to my... Old Madame Jia's gaze sharpened and her tone turned icy. He Yin chuckled. He has likely been captured by my brother. Outrageous. Enraged, the old woman withdrew her words and her walking stick flew from her hand. A thunderous explosion rang out. Even though He Yin blocked it, several of his clansmen were injured. He Yin snorted coldly and spoke arrogantly. Old madam, you'd better stay calm, or you might not even get to see your grandson one last time. He Yin truly wasn't afraid of the old woman. Not only were many experts present, but even if she fled with Yuan Chen's flying vessel, she wouldn't be able to shake them off easily. Continue. However, her strike had annoyed him. The grand formation was after all an inanimate object. And each activation consumed vast resources. Let's see who runs out first. For now they were homeless, so they simply settled down outside the Honglu sect. The only inconvenience was the need for constant vigilance to prevent the old woman from suddenly bursting out and catching them off guard. You? The old woman's face turned cold and grim. But her greatest concern was her grandson's current situation. She tried to contact him, but failed repeatedly. Old madam, be patient. It won't be long before the young master brings your bower here. He Yin sneered, confident of success. The old woman's gaze swept over the gathered Dragon Clan experts. Oomph. With a cold snort, she turned and left. These people couldn't break the formation in the short term. It was better to wait for news of her grandson. At the same time, at the nearest Xue family. What? The Honglu demon sect is besieged by the Dragon Clan. Xue Pan, the head of the Xue family, exclaimed in shock. Both were top-tier demonic sects, and they were not far apart. This was a rare sight in the cultivation world. Yet one was a sect, the other a family. For years their disciples had and so they had managed to coexist peacefully. In recent years, with Jia Bao's meteoric rise, Xue Pan had also considered sending his daughter to foster a relationship. Whether Jia Bao was reliable or not was secondary, his talent was undeniable. Even if some within the clan disapproved, he wanted to try. For some unknown reason. In recent years, prodigies among the demonic disciples of the Eastern Wasteland were pitifully scarce. Even among the four great demon sects, only Jia Bao was truly outstanding. They were anxious too. He hadn't expected that shortly after sending his daughter, the Honglu demon sect would be the first to encounter trouble. How had the old woman offended the Dragon Clan? With a troubled heart, he set out with his experts to investigate. After all, they were longtime allies. He would see if, as for joining the Honglu demon sect and offending the Dragon Clan, that was impossible. Let's go see. Summoning some clan experts, he arrived at the Honglu sect before long. As for joining the Honglu demon sect and offending the Dragon Clan, that was impossible. Let's go see. Summoning some clan experts, he arrived at the Honglu sect before long. But this only fueled his curiosity. What heinous crime had the Honglu demon sect committed to warrant such a... After a moment's thought, he approached He Yin from a distance, putting on a smile. May I ask how the friends of the Honglu demon sect have offended you, senior? If there's a misunderstanding, can't we sit down and talk it over? There's no need for such a drastic action. Many onlookers were present, but He Yin paid them no mind. He hadn't expected this fat man to speak up looking so smug. Who are you? I am Xue Pan, head of the Xue family. Xue Pan smiled warmly, extending an olive branch. Unexpectedly, He Yin's expression shifted slightly, and he spoke sarcastically. Oh, the Xue family. Your daughter is quite capable, joining Jia Bao and seizing women. Xue Pan's heart skipped a beat. Judging by He Yin's expression, this matter involved his daughter. Just as he was feeling awkward, he felt his communication device vibrate. He cupped his hands and stepped aside. After hearing Xue Qi's words, he was stunned. It was indeed related to his daughter. But what shocked him more was that Yuan Chen was a five-clawed golden dragon. No wonder the Black Dragon clan was making such a fuss. The words Xue Qi mentioned that Yuan Chen had casually said about betrothing his daughter to him replayed in his mind. Xue Pan began to seriously consider it. If Yuan Chen had that intention, it was not a bad idea. From Xue Qi's description, Yuan Chen's talent was even more outstanding than Jia Bao's. As for status, the Dragon Clan also overshadowed the Honglu demon sect. He was also smarter than Jia Bao. His influence was evident from the fact that the entire Black Dragon clan had come to support him. His eyes grew brighter. Wasn't this a better prospect? He told Xue Qi to continue with the rest of the story. Upon learning of Yuan Chen's 3-month request, he wasn't angered. Instead, he became excited. There was a chance, but he was also a bit conflicted. After all, it was his daughter, and having her taken away without a word was a blow to his pride. Wait for me. They'll bring people right away. If Yuan Chen does anything excessive, bear with it for now. Stay put and wait for us to arrive. With that, he hung up directly. As for when he would go, he couldn't leave for the moment. He would set out when news of a happy event. Yuan Chen had a reputation. Shui Pan had faith in him. Worthy son-in-law, come into my arms. After returning to the flying boat, Yuan Chen attempted to use the 7 treasures mystic tree. To his surprise, he could indeed pull it, confirming his innate talent in body refinement. As Luda had said, each pull sent a stream of vital energy flowing from the tree trunk into his body, nourished. Yuan Chen pondered for a moment and saw this as an opportunity. He stripped to the waist and practiced repeatedly on the flying boat. After each session, Qingyu respectfully handed him prepared spirit liquid to replenish his strength. Life was delightful. Whenever Yuan Chen used the 7 treasures mystic tree for body refinement, he deliberately showcased his most alluring side. He flaunted his perfect physique in various poses before the women. When his wives came to watch him practice out of boredom, Lin Yu and the others naturally followed. Yuan Chen cast a casual sidelong glance and felt immensely satisfied. The goal was to seduce them. The sooner they succumbed, the sooner he could act. Such a magnificent body is right before your eyes. In the morning you might resist, at noon you might still hold firm. But if you endure the afternoon, I doubt you can resist. Watch until your heart blossoms, until your soul drifts, until your thoughts run wild. He pulled the 7 treasures mystic tree from the void stroke after stroke. The women, catching the masculine aura of their husband, chattered excitedly. They were all unabashed admirers of his charm, but the other 3 women found it overwhelming, their faces flushing crimson. Qingyu in particular blushed so deeply that the red spread to the nape of her neck. Yet she had to regularly hand Yuan Chen spirit liquid to aid his body refinement, unable to leave. Meanwhile, Wang Ying, holding her grandson at the edge, watched Yuan Chen's vigorous movements with keen interest. This son-in-law certainly has a well-built frame. Much better than Shan Shui. She shook her head. What am I thinking? But his physique is truly captivating. Just one look and then he'll stop. Seconds later, Wang Ying lowered her head in guilt. No more, I swear I won't look again. If my daughter finds out, won't I be a laughingstock? Yet despite her resolve, she couldn't help but steal another glance at Yuan Chen's robust form through the crowd. In her heart, she stubbornly insisted, who cares about your lean body? Show me something more impressive if you dare. After watching a while longer, she shook her head in alarm. What's wrong with me? Why can't I control myself? Yuan Chen, meanwhile, kept a close eye on the reactions around him. He observed Qingyu, Lin Yu, and Shui Chai, waiting to see who would fall first. Then he would make his move. But when his gaze swept over Wang Ying, his expression turned strange. No way. Her eyes seemed off. But how could that be? Her cultivation was only slightly lower than Qingyu's. Why is she the first to waver? He had expected Lin Yu, with her weaker constitution and physical issues, to be the first to succumb. After a moment of confusion, he quickly snapped back to reality. He had forgotten not to flaunt himself in front of his mother-in-law. His skill seduced all women regardless of age. He had neglected to send her away earlier. Hastily wrapping up, he said, that's enough for today. Without changing his expression, Yuan Chen retreated indoors. But he couldn't let his mother-in-law's presence derail his plans to take a wife. Soon after, wife, why have you come down too? Lu Shanshui, holding Jia Bao, asked in confusion. It's cooler down here, Wang Ying replied, landing on Jia Bao's head. She tapped her foot in exasperation. She hadn't expected Yuan Chen to send her away so bluntly, claiming she was disturbing their intimacy. The flying boat is so spacious with many rooms, how could I possibly be a nuisance? But recalling how she had developed improper thoughts in less than a day on board, her face burned with shame. Perhaps there was indeed something wrong, so she decided to come down and cool off. Moreover, from Yuan Chen's gaze, he seemed to have sensed something, which was why he had sent her away. The thought made her feel even more mortified. Lu Shanshui scratched his head. True, the wind howls at this speed. Wang Ying was speechless, looking down at the 2 still unconscious figures. They've been out for so long. Could something be wrong? Her gaze lingered on her husband's hands. When Jia Bao fell, he had landed on the fragments of Yuan Chen's self-destructed artifact. Lu Shanshui was gripping the shard embedded in Jia Bao's chest. For ease of carrying, he hadn't pulled it out. He shook his head confidently. Don't worry. He opened his eyes earlier, but when he saw me holding him, he closed them again. I think he's just exhausted. As for the big monk, I'm not sure. Hearing this, Wang Ying felt relieved. She lightly leaped onto the monk's bald head. Crouching, she placed her hand on his forehead to check. Fortunately, he was still alive. Finding the bald head more comfortable to stand on, she decided to stay there. She wasn't worried about Luda waking up in a rage. The immortal binding rope sealed his spiritual power, so he couldn't harm her. Meanwhile, on the flying boat, after sending his mother-in-law away, Yuan Chen resumed his provocative antics. The effect was immediate. Automatically radiating charm was far more efficient than slow cultivation. That very night, he claimed one of them. But again, he guessed wrong. The first to fall was Qingyu, the strongest. Yuan Chen suspected it was because she stood closest to him. Regardless, a conquest was a conquest. Yuan Chen wasted no time, as they would reach the Honglu demon sect in a day or two, leaving other matters to handle. So he took the young nun that very night. Afterward, she sat cross-legged repeatedly chanting Ba, which only added to her allure. With her shaved head, he took her twice more. The next day Lin Yu and Xuechai, unwilling to be outdone, each made their move. Husband, isn't it improper to be with me right after being with master? Lin Yu still fretted over this. But Yuan Chen simply smiled without explanation. Once happy, all worries faded. After a few more times, she would rationalize it herself. Still, Lin Yu's constitution was terribly weak, only slightly better than Mingxen's. He feared that an overexcited moment might be her end. Fortunately, they had the 7 treasures mystic tree. Since Lin Yu needed it more, Yuan Chen handed it to her, though it benefited him somewhat. But as a dragon, his physique was already formidable, with little room for improvement. By dusk the next day, they neared the Honglu demon sect. The flying boat slowed down. The 2 below had been numbed by the wind. Lu Shanshui in particular suffered. The speed had been too great. With his low cultivation, he couldn't withstand the cutting wind. When the speed dropped, his legs trembled. He hadn't experienced such a streaming nose in years. Meanwhile, after 2 days of unconsciousness, Lu De finally stirred awake. Let me go? Approaching Honglu demon sect, the crowd gathered in the distance could be seen. Putting away the flying boat, Yuan Chen disembarked with his wives. Lu De regained consciousness and, finding himself tightly bound and unable to muster any strength, began to shout loudly. In less than 2 days, Yuan Chen had focused his attention on his wives, completely forgetting about this fellow. He stepped forward. Brother, you're awake. Don't worry, as long as you behave during the National Shield period, I'll let you go. After all, there was no deep-seated enmity, and with Qin Yu's earlier plea, there was no need to take his life. I'll take out what's on him and release him when I have time. But Lu De was in no mood to listen to Yuan Chen at the moment. His eyes widened, as if he'd seen a ghost staring at Qin Yu following behind Yuan Chen. No, seeing a ghost wouldn't be this terrifying. He blinked. Lu De was utterly petrified. He stammered to himself, Qin Yu. It was because he saw Qin Yu holding Yuan Chen's hand. Blood rushed to his head. Yuan Chen must have done it on purpose. He only held Qin Yu's hand and walked over when he saw Lu De wake up. But that wasn't the point. The point was why Qin Yu didn't resist. Veins bulged. He glared viciously at Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen must have some leverage over Qin Yu. Under the surge of blood energy, the immortal binding rope began to strain and show signs of snapping as Lu Da's arms expanded. But after a few seconds, Lu Da exhausted his strength without breaking free and hung his head weakly. Yuan Chen made a sarcastic remark on the side. Tisk, 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 is this the power of love? Lu Da's gaze grew even more ferocious, as if he wanted to devour Yuan Chen whole. This was too much. But Qin Yu's next words instantly deflated him. Ba, my husband should not jest. Lu Da and I have no connection whatsoever. Lu Da trembled all over. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Husband. Husband. He looked at Qin Yu pleadingly. Qin Yu, Yuan Chen must be forcing you, right? Tell me your troubles, and I'll help you. If I ever get free, I'll seek justice. Realizing he was still a prisoner, his voice weakened. Yet his gaze still burned intensely at Qin Yu, hoping she would give a reason. No, I truly love Yuan Chen. Qin Yu shook her head and said calmly. Is that so? I don't believe it. Lu Da shrieked and shook his head frantically. Why? Lu Da stared at Qin Yu in a frenzy. Why did you reject my pursuit for so long, yet after just meeting Yuan Chen? How long was I unconscious? He looked at Lu Shanshui. Lu Shanshui whispered, a day and a half. Lu Da's emotions surged again. After just a day and a half with Yuan Chen, you must be putting on an act for me, right? As if grasping at a last straw. You want to see if my feelings are genuine, don't you? Relax, even if you marry and have children, my feelings won't change. I'll wait for you forever. Qin Yu, he said, looking at Qin Yu pitifully. That's it, isn't it? Yuan Chen smacked his lips. He's a man of deep passion too. But his own wife couldn't be constantly coveted by another. Better stop talking. I already promised Qin Yu to spare you. If you say another word, I won't break my promise, but you'll have to undergo a sterilization procedure. Lu Da's expression turned blank, a mix of emotions on his face. He softly looked at Qin Yu. Can I know why? In talent, cultivation, and personality, even if I'm not Yuan Chen's equal, I'm not that far off. Why such a huge difference? Are you insulting me by choosing him in just a day and a half? Moreover, I devoted myself wholeheartedly to you, while Yuan Chen is fickle and unworthy. Fortunately, he didn't say anything too extreme. Perhaps he was truly afraid Yuan Chen would castrate him. Or perhaps he was dead inside. He just wanted a final reason. Meeting Lu Da's puzzled gaze, Qin Yu pursed her lips. Then I'll be straightforward. Speak freely. Even in failure, give me a reason for it. You're not exactly good looking. An invisible blade stabbed deep into Lu Da's heart. He never expected to lose in this aspect. Your big beard doesn't look very clean. Another stab. And you're bald. Lu Da gave a bitter smile. What's wrong with being bald? You're bald too. The main thing is I just don't love you anymore. Yuan Chen nodded inwardly. What a kind girl, speaking so tactfully. Qin Yu, Lu Da, call me Taoist friend from now on. Don't be so familiar. I'm afraid my husband will misunderstand. Qin Yu interrupted him gently. Lu Da, no. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. His eyes reddened as he looked at Qin Yu. His voice carried a hint of tears. Qin Yu, Taoist friend, my heart aches so much. Yuan Chen waved his hand. Enough. A real man needn't worry about finding a wife. Stop acting like you're dying over a breakup. Luda grew even angrier. You've got no worries. But I do. I don't even have a wife now. Yet he had no energy left to argue. He knelt, their eyes vacant. Seeing his despondent state, Yuan Chen beckoned. Shui, take him along. Don't let him run off. After a 2-second pause, Lu Shanshui snapped out of it. This son-in-law was good, but he was too casual with names. What are you waiting for? Go. Wang Ying gave him a shove. Lu Shanshui, wasn't I already about to move? Master, you've arrived. Just then a black dragon landed before Yuan Chen. It must have spotted Yuan Chen earlier. After waiting a while without him coming over, it came to see what was happening. Shui, bring Jia Bao along too. Mentioning Jia Bao, Yuan Chen finally noticed his condition. He was slightly taken aback. He looked at Lu Shanshui strangely. What did you do? How did he end up like this? He's not dead, is he? Lu Shanshui patted his chest. Son-in-law, don't worry. Your father-in-law knows what he's doing. Seeing Yuan Chen's concern, he even placed his hand on Jia Bao's head to check. He nodded. No problem. His aura is weak, but there's still life force. Though he looked terrible. Since he was fine, Yuan Chen felt a bit relieved. Take good care of him. Yuan Chen turned to leave. But just as he turned, he saw a wisp of black mist rise from Jia Bao's head. He blinked. Only he with his seeing is believing ability could perceive it. Holy crap. Isn't that a soul? Did he really kill him? Suppressing his expression, he quickened his pace. He could only pray that the old lady wouldn't notice Jia Bao's soul jade slip in time. He had to dismantle the formation first. You've come, little brother. Black Rock greeted warmly. He then briefed on the current situation. I had heard that the Honglu demon sect had fallen, but I didn't expect it to be this dire. Aside from the old lady, the strongest in the entire sect is only at mid-grade ascension, which means this Jia Bao can be considered the second strongest in the sect. How pitiful. Yuan Chen raised an eyebrow. Can this still be considered a top power? What's even stranger is how the breakdown could be so severe. Fortunately, BlackRock started to explain afterwards. But there's nothing to be done. The rise of the major royal families in recent generations has been too rapid, with prodigies emerging in droves. The Eastern Wild's 8 regions are primarily controlled by him, and the other regions also bear their influence. Given the current momentum, it seems they are on the verge of unifying the Eastern Wild. Not only the Honglu demon sect, but also the 4 major demon sects have faced suppression. It's just that the Honglu demon sect was caught with incriminating evidence, making their situation even worse, equivalent to being castrated. If it weren't for sending the sect's holy maiden to curry favor with the major royal family, they might have already been exterminated. Yuan Chen listened seriously. He truly didn't know much about this. He really needed to catch up on this. If they were to establish a force here, they would inevitably need to interact with the major royal family. While the two talked, inside the formation, the old lady noticed the main character had arrived. Her grandson was being held by someone in midair. However, he hadn't exited the formation. A sneak attack was still feasible, but to confront so many experts directly, even if she was the strongest in the Eastern Wild, she would still have to suffer. Ultimately, she had to bear everything on her own. Yuan Chen, if my grandson has any misunderstandings, I will compensate. Please release my baby first. Xuechai's father Xuepan had also found a way to come in, and at this moment, he followed closely behind old lady Jia. He saw his daughter standing behind Yuan Chen, looking relieved. Indeed, she is my good daughter. Just by her complexion, one could tell she succeeded. But publicly, they were still advancing and retreating together with the Honglu demon sect, and previously they even mentioned wanting to betroth their daughter to Jia Bao. Yes, Yuan Chen, let's speak nicely. Release my daughter and Jia Bao? What's the wrong? We as elders will compensate. Father, I'm fine. Xuechai shouted. I know you are fine, your expression can tell. Xuepan thought inwardly. Daughter, what is this? Yuan Chen, what have you done to my daughter? He pretended to shout in a dramatic manner. The onlookers' gazes also fell on Yuan Chen and Xuechai. Their relationship seemed a bit intimate, huh? Yuan Chen was not shy either. Hello, father-in-law. Ah. Xuepan was heartbroken. Yuan Chen, if you dare to humiliate my daughter, I will not let you off. He finished shouting, and before anyone could react, he sorrowfully said, however, my daughter has been tarnished by you. Although I want to kill you for my daughter, Sai, please marry my daughter and give her an explanation. His emotions shifted very quickly. So quickly that old lady Jia was left dumbfounded. Brother, shouldn't you kill him? Why are you trying to establish a family connection now? Let's talk about it later. Where's my baby? Forget it, it's all for my daughter. What father doesn't want his daughter to... Saying this, he had already walked out of the formation. At this moment, the formation only activated its defenses and hadn't opened the internal killing formation. So it was still fine to walk out. It's difficult for a fair official to judge family matters. One side is my daughter, the other is a longtime friend. I cannot interfere in today's affair. However, you two should sit down and have a good talk. I do not want to see swords drawn between you. He wore a look of undue concern. Until he retreated outside of both parties, he nodded in satisfaction. The effect is quite good. Now the outside world can't say anything about them. Demon sects also need a reputation. If they get a reputation for betraying allies who would dare associate with them in the future, this connection with the Dragon Clan is not inferior to the Honglu demon sect. After all, the Honglu demon sect is truly finished. Moreover, it serves as a deterrent to the major royal family. After castrating the Honglu demon sect, the major royal family has already set their sights on the other 3 demon sects. Everyone is on edge. With the Dragon clan support, the major royal family should take this into consideration, right? Lady Jia Bao gazed longingly at Shui Pan's back. Is this how things are done? But now with grievances unspoken, would offending Yuan Chen also offend the Shui family? Yuan Chen, I'm willing to offer 10. He returned to the main topic, but hadn't finished his words. His granddaughter-in-law Wang Feng rushed over in a panic. Grandma, something terrible has happened. Grandma Bauer, his soul jade slip shattered. Whoa. She rushed over, already starting to cry along the way. Old Lady Jia felt as if struck by lightning, her body staggered. Her gaze shot fiercely towards Yuan Chen. She glanced at Lu Shanshui, who was holding her grandson. Unexpectedly, she slapped Wang Feng across the face. Impossible. My grandson was clearly captured there. Wang Feng was knocked away several hundred meters. With her hair disheveled, she continued running over, saying in anger and grief, Grandma, they must have killed Bauer and want to use his corpse to deceive you for money. Brother, what's going on? BlackRock asked Yuan Chen through voice transmission. Yuan Chen responded, I accidentally killed him. He was also awkward, he hadn't even made a request before being exposed. It's all Shui Pan's fault for being so talkative and wasting time. But honestly, in such a short time, even without Shui Pan, it couldn't have been faked. Old Lady Jia's face was full of disbelief. One could say she didn't want to believe it. She slapped Wang Feng away again. Looking anxiously at Yuan Chen, her tone was somewhat panicked. Yuan Chen, what happened? Why hasn't he responded? Her eyes even carried the innocence of a young girl. She glanced at the old lady's reaction. Yuan Chen sighed. The old lady is quite old. Is it really inappropriate to strike her down at this time? After 2 seconds of silence, he maintained a calm expression and said, It's fine, your baby is just asleep. Asleep? Old Lady Jia murmured to herself. Yuan Chen nodded. Yes, he got tired on the way and fell asleep. Old Lady Jia appeared somewhat insane, pulling Wang Feng back from a distance. She shouted excitedly, Did you hear? My grandson is just asleep. My baby is just asleep. Wang Feng felt a wave of sadness. Jia Bao was raised by the old lady since childhood. He couldn't even bear the slightest grievance. One could say Jia Bao was everything to her. Even if she were to die, she wouldn't want Jia Bao to suffer the slightest harm. Now hearing the bad news about Jia Bao, it was normal for her to be unable to bear the blow. Grandma, wake up. Bauer was killed by them. We must seek revenge. You're talking nonsense. You're talking nonsense. My baby is not dead. Old Lady Jia excitedly slapped Wang Feng. Wang Feng couldn't withstand it and instantly fell to the ground. The onlookers saw Yuan Chen dumbfounded. No way is this what drove her insane. Isn't her resilience too weak? His gaze shifted to Jia Bao. This guy staying here is useless. After thinking for a moment, he directly threw him into the formation. Old lady, I'm sending your grandson to you. At the sound, the old woman instantly activated the formation and cradled her grandson in her arms with heartache. Jia Bao's body was already ice cold. Yet the old woman acted as if she hadn't noticed. She kept shaking the man in her arms. Baby, wake up, don't sleep any longer, baby, look at grandma. The sight would move any listener to tears. Within the formation, the disciples of Honglu Demon Sect knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly, each wishing it were themselves who had died. They had no choice but to cry. The old woman was right there. Though her heart was entirely focused on Jia Bao at the moment, once she regained her composure, she would recall everything that had happened. Settling scores later would be unpleasant. Brother, look at this mess. Killing someone and delivering him right to his grandmother's doorstep. When a 12 tribulation loose cultivator goes berserk, it's quite terrifying. Pei Yin curled his lips and said to Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen replied, Don't talk nonsense. Didn't the old woman say Jia Bao is just asleep? Look at that pale face and you call that asleep. What's the problem? He's just sleeping peacefully. Pei Yin didn't want to talk to Yuan Chen anymore. Yuan Chen sighed, feeling helpless himself. He had just arrived at his own doorstep when he kicked the bucket. There was no time to dispose of the body. He could only brace himself. If anyone was to blame, it was Lu Shanshui. Why did you have to mess with him when he was already in that state? Playing, and now he's dead. Baby. Old Lady Jia let out a mournful cry, beating her chest in agony as she looked up to the heavens. How could you abandon grandma like this? After crying out for a while, she silently rose, her aura intimidating as she stared outward. Yuan Chen, I will make you pay with blood. At the same time, she also resented Lin Yu. You slut, is this how you treat your cousin? Your father entrusted you to my care, and I didn't mistreat you, did I? Yet you conspired with outsiders to kill my baby. Lin Yu lowered her head guiltily. Putting Jia Bao aside, although she hadn't been at Honglu Demon Sect long, this grandmother had indeed been kind to her. Even if it was partly due to needing something from her father, facts were facts. Earlier she had thought about pleading for mercy, but seeing that Yuan Chen only intended to capture and not kill, she held off for the moment. No one expected Jia Bao to suddenly die on the way. She felt somewhat sorry for her grandmother. A pang of pain struck her heart, and her already pale face grew even whiter. Return my grandson's life. With a sharp cry, old Lady Jia's hair bristled with rage, her robe billowing in the wind. Her head sank into her body like a meatball, and she shot forward like a leather ball. Well met. Pei Yan's eyes lit up. Hiding inside the formation, the enemy was hard to kill, but coming out voluntarily was a different story. Moreover, judging by her demeanor, she wasn't planning to flee, which was even better. Hey Liang, follow me. He called out, and 3 black dragons charged forward to meet her. On the other side, Yuan Shao of the Silver Dragon clan and Zixia of the Purple Dragon clan said nothing, but brought 1 or 2 others to follow closely behind. They were all experts above the 9th tribulation of loose cultivators. Yuan Shan watched as the old woman charged straight at him. He retreated with his wives for the moment, leaving it to these experts. He had no more puppets left now. Adding his own strength would just make him a hangaron. It was better to just enjoy the show. In an instant, a thunderous roar sounded in the sky. Fearing accidents, 2 more Black Dragon clan members joined the fray. The remaining dragons stood guard vigilantly on all sides on the lookout for any sudden enemies. Being unfamiliar with the Eastern Wasteland, caution was necessary. Yuan Chen wasn't idle either. He had plenty of treasures. While the battle raged above, he carried a handful of top-grade spirit artifacts and approached the formation. He squatted down and fiddled with them for a while. Other forces from the Eastern Wasteland who came to watch noticed what was happening. Their foreheads creased with confusion. What was this guy up to? Then they saw Yuan Chen dash back to his original spot. His lips moved slightly. Explode. A massive explosion roared. Everyone was stunned for a moment. When they came to their senses, their eyes turned red. Villain, stop. Those were top-grade spirit artifacts. At least 100 of them, and with a single dull roar they were gone. They had always heard the Dragon clan was wealthy beyond measure. But now it seemed they were just ignorant. A deep sense of inferiority arose. Had the Eastern Wasteland fallen so far behind? The Black Dragon clan members on site thought, don't spread rumors. This is our first time seeing such a move too. Yuan Chen looked at the formation, which trembled, and then stopped moving and shook his head. The formation of a top sect is indeed not to be underestimated. But, if once isn't enough, then twice. If twice isn't enough, then 3 times. With that, he pulled out another large handful of top-grade spirit artifacts. Lu Shangshui's drool was practically falling. My good son-in-law. If he couldn't directly ask for them, just holding them in his arms and playing with them would be nice. He had never seen so many top-grade spirit artifacts at once. Son-in-law, you rest, let me handle it, let me. He flattered his way forward, taking the top-grade spirit artifacts from Yuan Chen's hands, and trotted happily toward the site of the explosion. Along the way, he kept stroking the treasures in his arms, even unable to resist giving one a smacking kiss. Villain, stop. The explosion was so loud it startled old Lady Jia out of her rage. Seeing the formation still intact, she breathed a sigh of relief. But who would have thought Yuan Chen would pull out another pile in an instant? Lu Shangshui paid no attention since the old woman was held back and couldn't get over. Yuan Chen understood. Explode. The explosion sounded on cue. Awesome. Lu Shangshui shouted excitedly. He felt involved. Yuan Chen understood. Explode. The explosion sounded on cue. Awesome. Lu Shangshui shouted excitedly. He felt involved. The onlookers also felt a thrill. The thunderous roar in their ears was genuinely exhilarating. But damn, those were top-grade spirit artifacts. They glared at Yuan Chen with envy. If not for the dragon experts surrounding him, they would have already killed him and taken his treasures. He was too rich. Before the thought had even ended, they saw Yuan Chen pull out another large handful of spirit artifacts. Everyone was dumbfounded. You still have more. Go. Yuan Chen waved his hand. Sure thing. Lu Shangshui carried them and turned back again. Halfway there, seeing Yuan Chen distracted by the battle, he secretly slipped a treasure bead into his own storage ring. With so many, no one would miss one, right? Spit spit. How could it be called stealing from family? It was taking. He grinned endlessly. Then he returned to Yuan Chen's side as if nothing had happened. Yuan Chen glanced at him, and Lu Shangshui nodded. Explode. Boom. Boom. 2 sounds rang out. Holy crap. The explosion right beside him startled even Yuan Chen. As for the source of the blast, Lu Shangshui stood frozen for a few seconds, exhaled a puff of black smoke, and then collapsed straight. Yuan Chen instantly understood what had happened. He was almost amused by the absurdity. How could anyone be so greedy as to pocket a spirit artifact that was marked? Knowing it was going to explode, he still stuffed it on himself. Was his head stuck in a door? Wang Ying hurriedly fed him some pills. After a while, Lu Shangshui slowly came to. His first words upon opening his eyes were a cry of pain. My treasures, everything in the storage ring, had been obliterated in the explosion. After rescuing her husband and bringing him back to life, Wang Ying said with exasperation, were you blinded by greed? How could you dare to hide such a thing in your storage ring? Lu Shangshui gave a bitter smile. I forgot. He felt like crying at this moment, having been dazed while holding so many spirit tools earlier. He had been too overjoyed at stealing the treasures, only to end up losing everything in the end. Even the precious items he had accumulated over the years were blown to pieces. There was no one to reason with. Yuan Chen waved his hand, signaling his mother-in-law to drag him to the back. What a disgrace. He then turned his attention back to the battle between Haiyan and the others. As expected of the #1 expert of the Eastern Wasteland, he had held his ground against over a dozen masters without being defeated. His robe was now clutched in his hand. He swung it through the air, blotting out the sky, each motion fierce and powerful. Both sides were now fighting with rising anger, each bearing wounds large and small. The 2 from the Silver Dragon clan could no longer endure and withdrew from the battlefield. At this moment old lady Jia grew anxious. She had charged into battle earlier in a surge of hot blood. Now escaping was not so easy. She would have to pay a price. Moreover, that wretched Yuan Chen was once again using top-grade spirit tools to blast the formation. No formation could withstand such destruction. She was a treasured elder of the sect, but there were still younger members to consider. She couldn't just watch them be killed by Yuan Chen. Her resolve hardened. She couldn't continue fighting. Yuan Chen, do you have many spirit tools? Give me some, let me have some. Haiyan couldn't help but speak up. Hearing this, old lady Jia grew even more frantic. How could she keep fighting? In a surge of rage, she blasted the person beside her away. She turned and fled toward the rear. Yuan Chen, if you dare harm even one member of my sect, I will slaughter every last one of your dragon clan. As she fled, she didn't fully defend herself, and the attacks of over a dozen people struck her. Haiyan even struck her back, leaving a gaping wound. Enduring the pain, old lady Jia didn't look back, and in an instant became a tiny black dot in the distance. Haiyan's face darkened. It was truly difficult to stop someone who was desperate to escape. She would become a future threat. Just as she said, she could target the weak at will, and they could do nothing about it. The Black Dragon clan couldn't stay cooped up at home forever. He was about to chase her down in a flying boat to ensure she couldn't cause trouble for a while. But before he could act, he saw old lady Jia, who had fled, turn back. Behind her were thousands of soldiers. Her Highness the Imperial Consort of the Daming Dynasty has arrived. With the announcement, a strikingly beautiful woman appeared behind old lady Jia, surrounded by attendants. Haiyan paused briefly, then walked over to Yuan Chen. With a calm expression, he quickly transmitted his thoughts. This time many experts have come. A mere consort wouldn't have such an entourage. Yuan Chen also grew a bit more serious. He glanced at old lady Jia. Tell everyone to hold their positions for now. The Dragon clan is quite arrogant, daring to come to the eastern wasteland to commit genocide. This isn't the chaotic Star Sea. Jia Yuan immediately confronted Yuan Chen with a cold tone. The palace guards behind her spread out, facing off against the Dragon clan. Yuan Chen didn't back down. It doesn't matter where we are. The Red Tower Demon sect provoked me. Am I not allowed to take revenge? Jia Yuan gracefully descended into the formation, grief-stricken, as she cradled Jia Bao. He was her younger brother, and she had been confined to the palace ever since becoming a consort. She never expected to return and find her brother dead. After comforting her parents, she glared coldly at Yuan Chen. Is the Dragon clan so overbearing that you kill a sect's prodigy and then try to annihilate the entire sect? Does that mean if I criticize you, you'll destroy the Daming Dynasty? Jia Yuan spoke without restraint. She had always been a sacrificial pawn to appease the Daming Dynasty with no real status. But 2 days ago the Emperor had summoned her and told her the sect was in danger, entrusting her with experts and letting her act as she saw fit. Jia Yuan understood immediately. The Daming Dynasty was displeased with Yuan Chen and wanted her to test the waters, perhaps even to suppress him. After being oppressed for so many years, even if it was just a suspicion, Jia Yuan was willing to try. Besides, she genuinely grieved for her brother. With the guards backing her, she spoke with confidence. Yuan Chen said, "There's no need to pin such a big label on my Dragon clan. First, let's talk about what your Red Tower Demon sect did. They killed innocent women before, and now they dared to target my wife." His cold gaze swept the crowd as he said, "Everyone knows I cherish my wife. She is my reverse scale." Jia Bao knowingly committed this offense. Does he bear a grudge against the Dragon clan? Or was he instigated by someone to oppose us? Upon hearing Haiyan's transmission, Yuan Chen knew the Daming Dynasty's intentions were hostile. Jia Yuan's face darkened. Nonsense. Yuan Chen waved his hand, cutting her off. Spare me the useless talk. I have no mood to argue right or wrong. Just tell me what you want. If it's a fight, then let's fight. In the Daming Dynasty palace, the emperor was in discussion with several elders. Zhao Dou, did you order Zhao Yu and the others to protect that Jia Yuan? The sixth elder looked at Zhao Dou with displeasure. Upon hearing that dozens of royal experts had been dispatched for a consort, he came out to question him directly. Not to mention that Jia Yuan was merely a hostage consort. Even if she were another consort, such favoritism was unacceptable. He thought Zhao Dou had grown arrogant with the dynasty's expansion. It was time to rein him in. Zhao Dou bowed respectfully before explaining calmly, "Elder, you misunderstand. I did this only because the opponent is the Dragon clan." Oh, the elders looked puzzled. Precisely because of the Dragon clan, they wanted to avoid this conflict. But from Zhao Dou's tone, he was doing the opposite. "Elder, allow me to explain slowly." Zhao Dou began leisurely. Not long ago, the Black Dragon clan split from the Golden Dragon clan, and soon after they came to the Eastern Wasteland. 2 days ago, someone saw Yuan Chen fighting several experts and transforming into a 5-clawed golden dragon. He looked at the elders meaningfully. "Sixth elder, do you think the Dragon clan would really expel a 5-clawed golden dragon?" The sixth elder was taken aback. Seeing Zhao Dou's shrewd expression, he seemed to grasp something. Another elder asked doubtfully, "I heard it had something to do with another Dragon clan prodigy, Ao Xing. I also heard Ao Xing might have been crippled." Fool. Having been emperor for so long, Zhao Dou almost blurted out his true thoughts. "Would you as a sect elder allow 2 prodigies to fight to the death, even crippling one?" The elders were stunned. "No. Then what?" "Zhao Dou, what do you wish to say?" The sixth elder, having already formed a conjecture in his heart, posed the question to Zhao Dou. Zhao Dou turned around and began to speak slowly. He laid out all his thoughts. In my view, the Dragon Clan is not content with merely dominating the chaotic Star Sea. They covet our eastern wastelands. Their public declaration of internal strife is but a ruse to lull us into complacency. Zhao Dou declared with confidence. Dragon Clan members were scattered across the eastern wastelands, yet each location housed only a small outpost, all firmly within their control. But the mass migration of the entire Black Dragon and White Dragon clans changed the implications entirely. The elders nodded in sudden realization. A sharp glint of insight flashed in the sixth elder's eyes. Just as I suspected, Zhao Dou. The sixth elder possesses exceptional foresight. He then continued, our dynasty is in the midst of expansion. We cannot allow the Dragon Clan to disrupt our plans. The Dragon Clan's destruction of the Honglu demon sect is merely a pretext to establish a foothold in the eastern wastelands. I guarantee that once they succeed, they will remain, and with the backing of the chaotic Star Seas Dragon Clan, expelling them will become exceedingly difficult. Therefore, I dispatched Jia Yuan to protect that individual from the Honglu sect. As he spoke of Jia Yuan, his eyes were utterly devoid of emotion. She was but a plaything. His palace was never short of women. Had the Black Dragon Clan not arrived unexpectedly, he would have forgotten such a woman even existed within his harem. What if the Dragon Clan disregards our dynasty's prestige and insists on annihilating the Honglu demon sect? A clan elder inquired. Then our dynasty shall prove itself no easy adversary. We might show some deference to the entire Dragon Clan, but if it's just the Black Dragon Clan, and they claim to be divided. Humph. Zhao Dou clenched his fist, his eyes blazing with fervor. The great Ming dynasty, expanding rapidly, had long yearned to test its strength against the paramount power of the chaotic Star Sea. Yet aware of its own limitations, it had remained entrenched within the eastern wastelands. Now the arrival of the Black Dragon Clan presented a perfect opportunity for a trial by fire. The sixth elder nodded. Zhao Yu lacks the strength. Perhaps I should make the journey myself. Zhao Dou gently shook his head. There's no need to trouble you, elder. Zhao Yu is merely accompanying the imperial consort on her homecoming visit. It just so happens that Yuan Chen is destroying her sect. If Yuan Chen withdraws out of respect for our dynasty, so be it. But if he dares to lay a finger on the imperial consort, our dynasty will have just cause for intervention. Zhao Dou, you are truly brilliant. I always said you were the right one for this position. The sixth elder beamed with gratification. All credit goes to the teachings of the elders. Zhao Dou raised his head with an imperceptible air of pride. Arrogance. Jia Yuan gritted her teeth, glaring venomously at Yuan Chen. She gently handed her younger brother's body to her parents. I stand here today. I'll let anyone dare to touch me. With that, she swept a jade-green sword in a magnificent arc, presenting a heroic visage. Inwardly, she reveled in a surge of exhilaration. Where in the imperial palace would she ever wield such power? Confined to her small courtyard, she could not even step beyond its gate. Now thousands hailed her. Trembling with elation, she felt as if she might soar. Even Zhao Dou's fleeting attention centuries ago had not brought her such ecstasy. Yuan Chen silently surveyed the scene for a few moments before declaring, I, Yuan Chen, have no desire to be anyone's enemy. But anyone who dares to touch my woman will not escape. If you persist, then join your brother in the afterlife. He then turned his gaze to a man who appeared to be the leader among the guards. As for the great Ming dynasty, let us keep our distance. Today's affair is none of your concern. It would be wise for you to withdraw. Jia Yuan's expression shifted drastically. She had not anticipated that even after revealing her identity, Yuan Chen would remain so unyielding. Zhao Yu's demeanor was indifferent. As long as you do not harm the imperial consort, that is sufficient. Hearing this, Jia Yuan instantly grasped his meaning. She immediately gathered all her clansmen behind her, standing defiantly to provoke Yuan Chen. She knew it. The mighty great Ming dynasty would never allow such a slight to its honor. Yuan Chen observed with a hint of amusement. They were indeed targeting him. Then move the imperial consort farther away lest she be accidentally harmed. The imperial consort's family is among them. We have no authority to remove them. Are you deliberately provoking me? What do you mean, sir? If your own family were inside, would Elder Haiyan forcibly take you away? Yuan Chen said no more. Further words were futile. So you mean as long as the imperial consort is unharmed, you will not interfere? Zhao Yu hesitated for a few seconds, seeing the shift in Yuan Chen's gaze. He could only nod. Naturally, Yuan Chen nodded in acknowledgement. He then took out a storage ring and handed it to his subordinate. Go. Detonate it repeatedly until the barrier breaks. The ring contained top-grade spiritual artifacts. Previous detonations had already created faint cracks. As long as it worked, it was sufficient. Upon hearing this, old Madame Jia's face was etched with bitterness. Having just re-entered the formation under the dynasty's guarantee, she never expected to be trapped again so soon. Was she destined to flee once more? Having already sustained severe injuries from the desperate escape earlier, could she possibly make it out this time? Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted. The formation began to totter precariously. Zhao Yu stepped forward. Stop. Esteemed sir, we have not harmed the imperial consort. The other party sought a pretext, but Yuan Chen refused to give them one. The detonation of spiritual artifacts might injure the imperial consort. His tone was icy, and though the matter involved Jia Yuan, he did not spare her a single glance. Yuan Chen's expression was one of feigned concern. Rest assured there will be no more detonations. He signaled to the assembled experts. Hyan and several others rose simultaneously, launching a coordinated assault on the weakest point of the formation. With a crisp sound, the entire formation shattered. They carefully controlled their force, leaving those inside completely unharmed. The moment the formation broke, old Madame Jia fled without a second thought. As long as the Green Hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. Relying on the dynasty was ultimately less reliable than relying on oneself. As long as she lived, there was still hope. Hyan and the others wasted not a single second immediately encircling her. Yuan Chen also made his move. A small golden bell materialized in his hand. It then spun rapidly and flew before Jia Yuan. Zhao Yu was overjoyed. Yuan Chen had finally acted. Once Jia Yuan was dead, they would have their excuse to strike. Jia Yuan was terrified, feeling her end was near. But just as a chill crept over her, the golden bell descended, enveloping her entirely. Yuan Chen's voice rang out. This golden bell will ensure the imperial consort comes to no harm. Zhao Yu, who had been about to order his men to attack, felt his mouth twitch. The words on the tip of his tongue were hastily swallowed back. He forced an awkward smile. Yuan Chen merely glanced at her before turning away. He spoke calmly. Kill. Leave not a single soul from the Honglu demon sect alive. After dispatching his men, he paused to consider, then looked at Xuechai. Are there any other women in this sect like you with little connection to the Honglu demon sect who are also beautiful? Xuechai. Seeing Yuan Chen's serious expression, she actually began to ponder. Yes, sister, sure. Before she could finish, Yuan Chen quickly shouted, brothers, spare a few for me. Old Madame Jia fled with Hyan and over a dozen men in hot pursuit. Zixia stayed behind to protect Yuan Chen and prevent any unforeseen incidents. Without the old woman, the Honglu demon sect was nothing but a pack of chickens and dogs. As the Black Dragon clan experts charged in, the enemy had no chance to resist. A chorus of wails immediately arose. The onlookers whispered among themselves, but refrained from interfering. Jia Yuan wailed frantically inside the golden bell, but it was useless. He couldn't escape. The Imperial Guards wanted to intervene, but were stopped by the Dragon Clan members. It was promised that he would be released immediately after the war. However, if released now, the Dragon Clan would not be held responsible for any mishaps. Meanwhile, those who had charged into the sect heeded Yuan Chen's words and proceeded with caution. Only two people, Shi Yun and Miao Yu. Both were top-tier beauties of the demon sect. Fearing they might kill the wrong person, they captured some of the prettier ones first, pending Yuan Chen's judgment. The demon sect was vast, and as the Dragon Clan slaughtered, Yuan Chen slowly descended. He first approached the captured beauties. Shi Yun and the other were among the 12 beauties of the 4 great demon sects, and few could compare. Yuan Chen fixed his gaze on the most radiant among them. His eyes first fell upon a soft, gentle young woman. She was undoubtedly one of the 12 beauties. She possessed Lin Yes grace and Xuechai's allure. Who are you? I, Chen Keqing. She stammered, tears in her eyes. Yuan Chen had guessed correctly. She was indeed one of the 12 beauties. He had specifically inquired about the 12 beauties of the 4 great demon sects before coming. It was said that in terms of looks alone, Chen Keqing was the foremost among them, the most beautiful woman in the demon sect. However, she was known for her loose morals, and being in the demon sect, she had played rough. Her most famous work was the notorious Yifu. It had once been all the rage. But looking at this little bow-tie's face, there was no doubt. He glanced down at the corpse beside her. Is this your father-in-law or your husband? Chen Keqing's face stiffened. You've heard of my father-in-law. Seeing Yuan Chen's cold expression, she replied in despair. She had still hoped to offer her body and beg for. Now it seemed impossible. Her reputation had spread far and wide, and with Yuan Chen lacking for women, how could he possibly want her? Yuan Chen nodded without a word. He then questioned the other attractive women nearby. They were all disciples of the Honglu demon sect, not the ones he sought. He bypassed them and headed toward the rear. As he left, the women behind him were executed. An enemy's women were nothing but a future menace. He followed the blood trail further back. A Black Dragon clan member brought a woman before him. Master, this might be the one you're looking for. Yuan Chen's eyes lit up. She was petite and adorable. What's your name? Shi Yun, she answered. Her body trembled uncontrollably as she spoke, clearly terrified by the carnage around her. From now on, you're my wife. Do you agree? She had been ostracized in her sect. Some time ago, old Madame Jia had accidentally discovered that this woman possessed. Yuan Chen nodded. She was smart. According to Xuechai, Shi Yun had little connection to the Honglu demon sect. She was originally a disciple of another of the 4 great demon sects. She had been ostracized in her sect. Some time ago, old Madame Jia had accidentally discovered that this woman possessed a rare and excellent physique, which had gone unnoticed. She had been kidnapped and was intended to be used as a cauldron for Jia Bao's elixir. Jia Bao had gone out to find the necessary ingredients. After accepting her, Yuan Chen continued further inside. Compared to this one, Yuan Chen was even more curious about another woman. He went straight to the main hall of the Honglu demon sect, heading directly for the massive alchemy furnace at its center. The hall was empty except for corpses. Yuan Chen approached with his newly acquired Yuna smile playing on his lips as he knocked on the furnace's surface. Come out, I can see you. After a few seconds with no response, he called out again, Miao Yu, are you still hiding? At the name Miao Yu, a wisp of black smoke slowly drifted from the top of the furnace. As the smoke dissipated, a gentle, refined woman appeared with a helpless sigh. She wore a monk's robe suggesting she was also of the Buddhist faith, but unlike Qin Yu, she was not bald. Her long jet black hair cascaded down her shoulders. Benefactor, she greeted wearily bowing. Yuan Chen studied the furnace with interest. It was rare to find a spirit tool capable of preserving a Mahayanic soul. This furnace was a high-grade auxiliary spirit tool called the Tongling Treasure Furnace. Miao Yu had originally been a nun from a monastery under the Honglu demon sect. But while cultivating peacefully, she was inexplicably killed by the old woman one day, and her soul was trapped within the furnace. She was then forcibly stationed in the main hall to defend it if the old woman was away using her Mahayanic power. Bound by the furnace, Miao Yu could neither die nor escape. Any defiance would result in unbearable torment. But for Yuan Chen, the most valuable aspect was that after years of confinement, Miao Yu could no longer condense. While it was a tragedy for Miao Yu, for Yuan Chen, it was a novel experience. Normally, a Mahayanic cultivator who loses their body can only linger for a short time as a soul, without a physical vessel, is extremely fragile, and must reform immediately. But Miao Yu didn't have that worry. Yuan Chen wanted to try what would happen if he conceived a child with a soul. A novelty. Once the old woman died, this furnace would be ownerless. After that, he could shape it into any form he desired. Without any courtesy, he stated directly, the old woman is as good as dead. From now on, you belong to me. Though she was ethereal and dark, her exquisite features were still quite clear. He could work with that. Miao Yu sighed weakly, yes. For her, it made no difference who held the reins. After a century of torment, she had lost all will to live. If Yuan Chen could end her with a single palm strike, she would be more than willing. But she knew Yuan Chen would not grant that request. Delivering her to someone else would also be a form of protection. After acknowledging him, she disappeared back into the furnace. Yuan Chen said nothing more. He clearly saw the numbness in her eyes. But there was no rush. Now that she was his, he had plenty of time to tame her. As for her lack of hope, that was even easier to handle. A child and a new bond would change everything. Another light. Yuan Chen felt a boundless radiance of Buddhist light emanating from him. Stepping out, he saw that the Black Dragon clan had ceased their slaughter. The deed was done. With a command, he left the corpses behind and ascended back into the air. He also retrieved his golden bell. Jia Yuan slumped to the ground. Dead. All dead. She was injured. Old Madame Jia couldn't flee far. At this moment, her nose was twisted with rage. She had escaped earlier, assured by the Grand Ming guards that Yuan Chen would not make a move. And now, watching an old woman like me being beaten like a stray dog, yet you all remain silent. She looked down. Both her legs had been severed by He Yan's blade in her attempt to escape. But now she dared not even regenerate. He Yan and his men were still in pursuit. Regenerating her body consumed spiritual energy, and that would only diminish her chances of escape. Even now, she held little hope of breaking free. A supreme flying vessel. He Yan actually possessed such a treasure. Just as she was thinking this, a sharp pain struck her back. Old Madame Jia stumbled. She swallowed the blood in her mouth and continued fleeing without looking back, all while cursing Jia Yuan. I sent you to the palace back then, and after all these years you've gained no power at all. What a waste of that seductive charm. Another pain struck her back. Her anxiety grew. Could she really be doomed to fall here? If she had known He Yan possessed a realm-breaking divine vessel like that, she would have fled long before the Dragon Clan surrounded the sect. But now it was too late for regrets. She felt her life force draining faster. Her hands and feet grew icy cold, and a gleam of despair flashed in her eyes. Since there was no escape, she would stop running. She halted and turned around. Return my grandson's life, she roared. He Yan and his men were overjoyed. Just as they prepared to surround her, He Yan spoke. The divine vessel combines offense and defense. Let's wear down old Madame Jia slowly. Otherwise, in her fury, she might take a few of us with her before she dies. The elders behind He Yan were also bearing injuries. He Yan dared not be careless. The others exchanged glances, eager to act, but He Yan restrained them. Then the flying vessel accelerated, repeatedly ramming into old Madame Jia. It inflicted no major wounds, but the persistence was deadly. She couldn't pierce the divine vessel, nor outrun the flying ship. Frustrated, she burst into a torrent of curses. Seeing her state, He Yan and his men grew patient. They simply wore her down. Desperate to heal, old Madame Jia turned to flee. But as she turned, the flying vessel scraped her back again. Swallowing a bottle of pills, her aura surged, and she pounded the vessel behind her with furious blows. She shouted as she struck, "Go away. Stop following me, just go away. You bastard. Damn it." Aboard the rocking vessel, He Yan remained composed. Don't get angry. She's panicking. The vessel's defenses can hold a while longer. We'll strike her later. We must stay patient. The elders' faces flushed red, calmed down at his words. Before they could catch their breath, He Yan stood at the prow and called out. We must stay patient. The elders' faces flushed red, calmed down at his words. Before they could catch their breath, He Yan stood at the prow and called out. Then they followed suit. Old crone, you deserve to lose your grandson. 8-inch. Hey, you can't break, and what can... They used the filthiest, most infuriating language. Old Madame Jia gradually fell silent. Simply put, she couldn't out-curse them. She looked at the dozen experts with a hint of grievance. You're bullying me with numbers. And you, a bunch of grown men ganging up on a woman. Have you no shame? Die. They'll kill you all. Since she couldn't win with words, she channeled all her fury into combat power. She transformed into a sphere and smashed into the divine vessel from all directions with booming impacts. Soon several dents appeared on the vessel. Yet He Yin remained unfazed. Brother's time to strike. With that, he stowed the divine vessel. The dozen or so fighters clashed with old Madame Jia once more. From time to time, thunderous explosions echoed as she shielded her body. The battle raged from ground to midair. If anyone, human or beast, happened to be below, it was simply their misfortune. Who could care about collateral damage when fighting? The path they left behind was utter devastation. Boom. Under the strike of a Dragon Clan elder, old Madame Jia was sent crashing into a volcano. She then rose again with a roar wreathed in flames. Her clothes were tattered, her hair disheveled, and her face twisted into an even more ferocious grimace. Die. Her roar grew louder. The despair in her eyes intensified. Without a moment's hesitation, she charged straight at He Yin. A sense of crisis surged within He Yin. He shouted in alarm, "Scatter!" At the same time, he retreated rapidly. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura emanating from old Madame Jia. He dared not take any chances and activated all his defenses. Haha, I'll make you all accompany my grandson to the grave. With a furious roar, her entire body exploded. The shockwave spread. The volcano erupted, its magma evaporating before it could spew out. None of the dozen Dragon Clan elders escaped. They fell one after another like stones dropped into water. The self-destruction of a 12th tribulation scattered immortal was no easy thing to withstand. He Yin, being closest, suffered the most severe impact. Yet the gap in their power wasn't too vast. He lost an arm and a leg, but was in no mortal danger. He quickly poured pills into his mouth, regenerating his body while checking on his kin. Finding them, he was relieved. Though they bore varying degrees of injury, none had lost their lives. He then searched for old Madame Jia's remains. Only shreds of flesh remained. His mood lifted greatly. The threat had been eliminated. He brought out the flying vessel once more, allowing everyone aboard to recover swiftly. Once they were mostly healed, they returned the way they came, lest any trouble arise with Yuan Chen. At the moment of old Madame Jia's death, the spirit communion furnace in Yuan Chen's hands became masterless. Sensing this, Yuan Chen instantly refined it. He also had Miao Yu firmly under control. Meanwhile, Jia Yuan seemed to sense something. After a moment of grief, he fixed a venomous glare on Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen deflected the issue to the Grand Ming guards. Keep your princess in check. Now we are even with each other. If your princess attacks my Dragon Clan, shall deserve whatever she gets. On top of that, your Grand Ming dynasty will have to answer for inciting an unprovoked assault on me. Jia Yuan wished he could devour Yuan Chen alive. Even indeed. But he now understood the Grand Ming dynasty's stance. Attacking Yuan Chen now would only mean his own death. He concealed his hatred and bowed his head in sorrow. Zhao Yu remained silent. He secretly wished Jia Yuan would recklessly lunge forward. Then no matter who was in the right, the death of a consort would give their dynasty a pretext. But since Jia Yuan was playing dead, there was little he could do. Zhao Yu spoke in a subdued tone. Our dynasty is naturally willing to coexist peacefully with the Dragon Clan. Since young Master Yuan has his vengeance to pursue, please go ahead. We must return to pacify the forces under our rule. Oh, why go? This place seems fine. No need to pacify anything. Since we caused this mess, we should be the ones to... Zhao Yu's gaze sharpened. It was just as His Majesty had speculated. The two sides locked eyes in silence. Zixia edged a little closer to Yuan Chen. The Dragon Clan members glared with hostile intent, while the surrounding onlookers held their breath, awaiting the unfolding events. One was the most powerful force in the Eastern Wasteland, the other the strongest race in the cultivation world. When they clashed, a victor had to emerge. Speculations arose. Would the mighty dragon cross the river, or would the local snake hold its ground? Under the crowd's gaze, Zhao Yu remained silent, his eyes sweeping across the scene. Now was not the time to pick a fight. He hadn't brought many men, and Yuan Chen didn't seem easy to negotiate with. If a battle broke out, they would be at a disadvantage. Moreover, his status was insufficient. The emperor had sent him merely to intimidate Yuan Chen, but now that Yuan Chen showed no regard, he found himself at a loss for a decision. He wondered if the emperor was truly resolved to wage war. Brother, the old hag is dead, no need to worry anymore, ha. Just then a hearty laugh rang out from afar. Soon after, Haiyan and a group of elders arrived together. Yuan Chen smiled and nodded. Zhao Yu's pupils contracted. Yuan Chen and his people actually had the means to kill a 12th tribulation loose cultivator. Observing Haiyan and the others, their expressions didn't seem like they were merely calming their clan. If so, then it was even more necessary to proceed with caution. With a sigh, since matters have been clarified, I shall take my leave. Without waiting for Yuan Chen's reply, he turned and led his men away. He needed to consult the emperor before making a decision. Wait for me. What did he mean by matters clarified? Ji Yuan was bewildered. Moreover, they weren't even taking him along. Seeing no sign of them turning back, he quickly jogged after them, cursing under. Thinking of how he had just been carried in under the spotlight, now discarded like trash, he felt utterly humiliated. But he dared not stay here either. When the great Ming dynasty supported her, she was the astonishingly beautiful noble consort. When she was no longer needed, she was nothing. She had no courage to confront Yuan Chen. Now that the old woman, the dynasty's only fear, was gone, she had lost all value. Yet even so, she would shamelessly cling on and follow them back. Even imprisonment was better than dying out here. A living dog is better than a dead lion. Yuan Chen hadn't expected them to leave so decisively. But this was for the best, allowing the dragon clan to settle down. Clean up, we'll be living here from now on. Waving his hand, Yuan Chen ordered his subordinates to get to work. Disappointed that no fight had broken out, the spectators dispersed one by one. As the dragon clan began tidying up the sect, Haiyan and Yuan Chen stepped aside. I wonder when the great Ming dynasty will make a move against us. Haiyan spoke slowly. The great Ming mansion was highly ambitious and wouldn't sit idly by as the dragon clan grew stronger. Their retreat now only meant they weren't prepared yet. A battle between the two was inevitable. Either the dragon clan would be defeated and driven out of the eastern wasteland, or the great Ming dynasty would fall from its position as the hegemon of the region. Yuan Chen signaled his wives to go about their own business. He strolled with Haiyan through the Honglu demon sect, engaging in casual conversation. No rush. The great Ming dynasty isn't much stronger than us. Before they move against us, they need to suppress the unstable elements around them. Along the way, Yuan Chen couldn't help but marvel. Though the Honglu demon sect had few people, its territory was vast. It was more than enough to house the entire dragon clan with no need to expand further. I need you, old brother, to go fetch my wives and children. How about we wait a while until we're sure the great Ming dynasty won't make a move soon? Haiyan was somewhat uneasy. He was the highest combat power here now. If he left, the great Ming mansion might take the opportunity to strike. After a moment's thought, Yuan Chen didn't refuse. Let's wait a bit longer. I was being impatient, miss. That's easy to solve. Many daughters of my black dragon clan admire you. He'll arrange a gathering sometime. If you hit it off, we'll settle matters one by one, and you'll have a few more wives. Haiyan's eyes lit up as he spoke quickly. This suited his intentions perfectly. Soon the black dragon clan would see a surge of exceptional talents. Yuan Chen gave Haiyan a puzzled look. That sounded rather odd. Still, he nodded in agreement. To rapidly increase his strength, more wives were certainly a good thing. Since his current wives couldn't come overhead, just take new ones. Seeing Yuan Chen's agreement, Haiyan was overjoyed and turned to summon the clan's interested maidens. Just then, son-in-law. Yuan Chen turned, expecting Lu Shanshui, but instead saw Shui Pan, father. Raising an eyebrow, this is... Shui Pan cleared his throat. Ahem, son-in-law, when will you come to the Shui family to marry my daughter? Having been oppressed by the great Ming dynasty, Yuan Chen's arrival in the eastern wasteland was a silver lining. He had previously thought to ally with the Honglu demon sect through marriage, but this was even better. Understanding dawned on Yuan Chen, and he waved his hand. Today, right today. This left Shui Pan momentarily stunned. So soon? Not soon at all. Since father-in-law is here, let's get it done directly and avoid future trouble. Yuan Chen said warmly. Thinking of the great Ming dynasty, Shui Pan found it reasonable. A long night brings many dreams. Marry his daughter off, now binding her to Yuan Chen's chariot. Lately he had sensed the great Ming dynasty was about to make an example of their families. If the great Ming dynasty wasn't ready for war with the dragon clan, they'd have to consider the Shui family. Swift and decisive action was taken. They'll have the clan send the dowry immediately. Yuan Chen nodded and beckoned a young black dragon girl to give orders. Miss Shui. They'll have the clan send the dowry immediately. Yuan Chen nodded and beckoned a young black dragon girl to give orders. Idle and free, they could also bond. Hearing her name, she turned to see a woman hurrying over. Before they could react, the woman grabbed Shui Chai's arm. Miss Shui, come get dressed up. The wedding ceremony is soon. Huh. Shui Chai stood dumbfounded. What? Your father has settled it with the young master. You'll be wed tonight. Your clansmen are already on their way. As the bride, you need to get ready. They all exchanged bewildered glances. Shui Chai was utterly lost. This was too sudden. All right, miss, let's go. And you other ladies, don't worry, as ceremonies will be held one by one in the coming days. Congratulations. Go on, sister. Wu Xian and the others gave Shui Chai a gentle push. Time was short, and the young black dragon girl wrapped an arm around Shui Chai's waist. Let's go. The remaining women thought, should we go watch? Exchanging glances, they shared the same thought and quickly followed. Within the imperial palace of the Daming dynasty, Zhao Yu knelt on one knee before Zhao Dou. Seated upon the dragon throne, Zhao Dou remained silent as Zhao Yu reported all that had transpired. After an unknown stretch of time, Zhao Yu spoke slowly. Summon all the ancestors back, including those in seclusion. Have them emerge and swiftly eliminate the thorns around us. As Yuan Chen and the others had surmised, this was not yet the time for the Daming dynasty to wage war. The situation with the dragon clan remained uncertain. If war was inevitable, thorough preparations were essential. There were still some unruly minor factions in the vicinity. Those deserving death would be executed, those manageable would be controlled. After handling them, we would clash with the dragon clan. Peaceful coexistence was impossible. Two tigers cannot share one mountain. The Eastern Wilderness belonged solely to the Daming dynasty. Zhao Dou's eyes gleamed with a piercing light. Moreover, he was a man of immense ambition. The world beyond was vast, and the chaotic star sea was rich in resources. He yearned to reach out and grasp them. How could he be halted in the Eastern Wilderness? Understood. Zhao Yu acknowledged, and withdrew from the hall. Seated on the dragon throne, Zhao Dou pondered alone. This time could not be prolonged. Ideally, all destabilizing factors would be cleared within 2.5 years. Otherwise, once the Black Dragon clan established a foothold here, matters would become far more troublesome. Your Majesty, news has arrived. The Shui family has married their daughter to Yuan Chen. The ceremony has just concluded. A guard entered the hall to report. Zhao Dou's gaze turned icy. He murmured, the Shui family. After a moment of silence, he said, then refrained from acting against them for now. The Shui family had been restless lately, covertly seeking allies everywhere. He had considered eliminating them first. Unexpectedly, they had reacted so swiftly. For now, he would set the matter aside. However, his eyes turned cold. Once the Dragon clan was driven out, not a single member of the Shui family would leave alive. A month passed in haste. Besides several women, the Black Dragon clan had also selected over a dozen of the most beautiful maidens. The Silver Dragon clan naturally did not lag behind. Volunteers stepped forward, led by Yuan Shao, to meet Yuan Chen for a meal and conversation. Some women found it unsuitable and withdrew midway, while others failed to catch Yuan Chen's fancy. In the end, over a dozen women were taken into his household. It had the feel of a matchmaking session. During that month, the Eastern Wilderness was in turmoil. Among its 8 regions, the Wilderness region, where Yuan Chen resided, remained tranquil. However, the Yellow region and the Flood region, which bordered it, saw sects and nations destroyed one after another. The Yellow region was one of the 2 domains under the Daming dynasty's rule. Those who had been overly restless were visited by the Daming dynasty. The Shui family resided at the border of the Wilderness region and the Yellow region. Now they cowered at home, trembling, grateful that they had quickly formed a marriage alliance with Yuan Chen. Otherwise, they would have faced death or subjugation by the Daming dynasty. Yet unease crept into their hearts. If the Dragon clan were defeated, the Shui family would have no room to maneuver. Whether their decision was a blessing or a curse remained unknown. On Yuan Chen's side, upon learning of the Daming mansion's busyness, he secretly sent He Yin to the Lone Cloud Island to fetch people. Meanwhile, he busied himself with his wives, striving to produce offspring. One must sharpen one's own tools. In the Lone Cloud Island's Dragon Palace, the women had received Yuan Chen's message and waited patiently. Upon hearing the news, the subordinate forces had begun their relocation. Yuan Chen could not possibly take everyone, so they had to make their own way. Among these forces were relatives of Yuan Chen's wives, distant aunts and uncles. They could offer some support. Having found a powerful patron, they were unwilling to let go. As for the current situation in the Eastern Wilderness, they could not comprehend it. Yuan Chen, upon learning of this, would not interfere. It was all fate. If they perished at the hands of the Daming dynasty during the war, they could not blame him. Outside Lone Cloud Island, a group of uninvited guests arrived. Watching the crowds departing from the island, Lin Fan, it seems the news of Yuan Chen's expulsion from the Dragon clan is true. These minor clans fear incurring the Dragon clan's wrath and are fleeing far away. The second elder's face darkened. Young master, do not speak recklessly. He had not known before, but with his formidable cultivation, he could overhear fragments of distant conversations. The intelligence obtained by the Misty sect was entirely inaccurate. It turned out that the Black Dragon clan and the Silver Dragon clan had followed Yuan Chen when he left. Moreover, they were helping him settle in the Eastern Wilderness. This was far from the report that the Black Dragon clan was merely protecting Yuan Chen. They were following him. Yuan Chen's status would have to be reassessed. When we reach the Beast domain, restrain yourself. If Lin Qing is unwilling, then bring Lady Zhaoting back. After briefly explaining the gist of the conversations to Lin Fan, the second elder gave careful instructions. Truth be told, he was now tempted to turn back. But before leaving, the Misty sect had declared they would retrieve Zhaoting and her daughter. To retreat in fear before even setting foot on Lone Cloud Island would be a laughingstock to the surrounding sects. Fortunately, Yuan Chen was not present. They could take the opportunity to bring Zhaoting back. As for Lin Qing, best to forget it. Yuan Chen's wife was not lost, and the Misty sect could still bring someone back. Both sides could make concessions. Lin Fan's expression darkened. He had come expecting to flaunt his power, only to receive such news. Though the Dragon clan was a top-tier power, the Misty sect had also ascended to that rank. Now with the Dragon clan split and weakened, why should he, the sect's young master, suffer such humiliation? Fine, he replied coldly, yet his eyes burned with malice. He had already made a decision. His father and the others were too weak-willed. That was why the sect was always mocked as the weakest among the top powers. Today he would restore the Misty sect's dignity. The second elder nodded, though his expression remained grim. What was the deal with Yuan Chen? How had he made the Black Dragon clan leave the Dragon clan for him? Troubled, they arrived at the Beast domain. Miss Madam, the Misty sect has come to take you home, a sect disciple called out. In a courtyard in Qingye City, Zhaoting and Lu Mu were startled. The Misty sect had sent people. They exchanged glances. Was Lin Feng still unwilling to let them go? They'll find Xiong Xiao, Zhaoting said, moving to leave. Lu Mu grabbed her arm. Don't rush. If you go out now, you'll be captured immediately. Let's see how the beast domain reacts first. If things go wrong, we'll decide then. With Yuan Chen absent, Lu Mu feared that Xiong Xiao might be handed over. But no matter how anxious they were, this was not the time for them to show themselves. Zhao Ting halted, her mind clearing. Indeed, she was in a more vulnerable position than Xiong Xiao. Xiong Xiao at least had the identity of Yuan Chen's wife. Her own connection was more distant. At that moment within the beast domain, the women also looked up curiously. Xiong Xiao pursed her lips and headed straight for the main hall. This matter concerned her. With Yuan Chen away, everything was left to Yi Lingling. She needed to explain the situation. On her way, she saw Wenru rising into the air. The household is filled with womenfolk, so I want to invite you in. As Wenru spoke, Yi Lingling and the others followed closely behind. They were fully aware of the matters concerning the Piaomiao sect and wondered what the other party intended. As for fear, there was none. Although Yuan Chen was absent, the beast-taming manor was now home to no small number of experts, not to mention the presence of Ming Jing and her husband. Upon seeing them, Xiong Xiao quickened her pace, flying swiftly behind Yi Lingling. They exchanged a glance and were about to speak when they were interrupted. Sister, where is mother? Father misses you all. Come back with me quickly. Lin Fan's eyes lit up from a distance as he called out joyfully. Xiong Xiao lifted her eyelids and looked at Lin Fan with disdain. Disgusting. He had never called her mother before, and now he was putting on an act. Then you handle this yourself? Don't worry, no one here will dare to trouble you. Yi Lingling patted Qiangxio's shoulder and spoke softly. Xiong Xiao nodded, then turned to look coldly at Lin Fan, speaking indifferently. Lin Fan, there's no need for such hypocritical gestures. My mother and I have long had no ties with Lin Feng. Go back. Though she harbored deep hatred for the Lin family, she didn't want to cause trouble for Yuan Chen. She would wait until her own strength grew before seeking revenge personally. Since marrying Yuan Chen, her power had advanced by leaps and bounds, and she believed it wouldn't be long before she could avenge her father. Sister, how can you address father by his name? Lin Fan questioned with slight dissatisfaction. The second elder nodded secretly beside him. This lad had indeed matured, speaking with reason and composure. Father, that is your father, my father's. Xiong Xiao let out a scoff. Sister, don't listen to idle talk. They're just trying to sow discord in our family. There must be a hidden truth. If you're dissatisfied, let's resolve it at home. I believe father will surely give you an explanation. The second elder felt gratified. The child knew how to argue for the sect's image. Xiong Xiao curled her lips, too disdainful to reply. Did their relationship need sowing discord? Besides, there was no bond with that family. After a moment of silence, enough with the useless talk. Go back. When I have the chance, I'll return to hear Lin Feng's explanation. Hearing this, Lin Fan sighed. Sister, why must it be this way? Oh well, since you don't want to return for now, stay here. Where is mother? She must miss father. Let me take her back. Get lost. At the mention of her mother, Xiong Xiao could no longer hold back. She spat out a single word through gritted teeth. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and spoke with feigned grievance. Sister, just because you have a misunderstanding with father doesn't mean you should keep them apart. Isn't that a bit selfish? Excellent. The second elder praised silently. This lad was growing more astute, shedding his former recklessness and arrogance. A promising future. I said get lost. Qiangxio's voice grew louder. Oh, every word from him disgusted her. The second elder remained composed, waiting for the sect's prodigy to perform steadily. At the same time, his eyes flickered as he scrutinized Xiong Xiao. Did she mean she would seek revenge on the Piaomiao sect later? If so, Zhao Ting must be taken away. With her in hand, they could advance or retreat if Xiong Xiao ever came knocking. Sister, you too have a husband. Don't you think it's cruel to keep two lovers apart? Enough. Before Lin Fan could finish, Yi Lingling interrupted him. Everyone, since Xiong Xiao is unwilling, you should leave now. Let's not make this unpleasant. Who do you think you are? Just a concubine of Yuan Chen, daring to interrupt my speech. Get lost. If you speak again, I'll kill you. Having been gentle with Xiong Xiao moments before, Lin Fan now turned and cursed at Yi Lingling. He felt secretly pleased, showcasing the Lin family's loving unity and his respect for his sister, while also displaying the family's imposing side. He was awesome. Why was it so quiet? He froze. Yuan Chen's wives were stunned, staring at him oddly. Was this guy out of his mind? The passers-by were stunned. Lin Fan's voice was loud enough to be heard throughout Qingye City. After a second of shock, they saw an opportunity. One by one, they silently closed in, surrounding the Piaomiao sect members. If they rushed in quickly and caught the beast-taming manners, they'd be set for life. As for the Piaomiao sect, never heard of it. Besides, even if they were strong, could they be stronger than the Dragon clan? All this. The second elder's smile faded as he looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. What were you doing? Weren't we supposed to talk nicely? You're offending them to the death. And Lin Fan's face changed so fast he didn't even have a chance to react. Everyone, Xiao Fan is eager to see his mother. The second elder forced an ugly smile, trying to mediate. Second elder, it's fine. The Piaomiao sect isn't so low as to bow to a nascent soul concubine. Mother has been away for years and father has always pined for her. As a son, I can't bear to see him weep every day. Today I must take my mother back. Please forgive any discourtesy. When Brother Yuan returns, I will personally apologize. Offense. Men. He waved behind him. The Piaomiao sect members actually prepared to move past Lin Fan. The second elder was dumbfounded. What the hell? What just happened? Wait. He barely uttered 2 words before Lin Fan grabbed him. Second elder, when abroad, one must be tough or others will think the Piao Miao sect is easy to bully. Don't worry, Feiner has grown up. I know what I'm doing. You don't know a damn thing. The second elder wanted to curse aloud, but it was too late to say anything now. As soon as Lin Fan gave the order, cultivators from afar who had been eagerly they were already fighting with the Piao Miao sect disciples. Since it had happened, had deal with bringing them back to the sect first. But this wretched creature, he really wanted to slap him to death. A waste was still a waste. Lin Fan flicked his robe and stared at Xiao. Sister, your brother had no choice. He pondered inwardly. Should he capture Xiao too? Looking around, the cultivators of Qingye City were a rabble. The Piao Miao sect disciples were top-notch, slaughtering them one-sidedly. In for a penny, in for a pound. Since had already offended Yuan Chen, he might as well take Xiao back too. Greed flickered in his eyes again. Just then Wenru could no longer stand by. She soared out. With a flick of her sleeve, a wave of Piao Miao sect disciples fell. There was an expert in the beast-taming manner. The second elder exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't noticed earlier, but he was no slouch either. His robes fluttered. Your opponent is me. No, your opponents are us. But just as he spoke, several more figures flew out from the beast-taming manor. They were the Mingke clan and the remaining Dragon clan experts. Though their overall strength was only at the 1st to 5th tribulation of the loose cultivator stage, there was also a 10th tribulation shadow guard beside Mingjing. The second elder swept his gaze over the scene, and his heart instantly sank. How could there be so many? He turned his head and cast a bitter smile at Lin Fan. Second elder, what are you waiting for? Hit him. Lin Fan taunted. Hit him, my ass. The second elder's legs were trembling. Since that's the case, then let's kill them all. Among the women, a maiden in yellow robes spoke indifferently. Ming Jing had spoken, and the other women had no objections. Here she was the only elder. Misunderstanding. The second elder quickly waved his hands. Ming Jing remained unmoved. Kill. The Ming Wangke were not at all afraid of the Piao Miao sect. The crowd surrounding the second elder struck instantly, laying into him with a flurry of kicks. Lin Fan watched dumbfounded, muttering to himself, Second elder, there's no need to hold back. Hold back, my ass. Even though the voice was soft, the second elder heard every word. He nearly spat out a mouthful of air in rage. What a disaster. He hadn't expected there to be so many experts within the beast-taming palace either. In truth, Lin Fan also knew the second elder couldn't win. He just didn't want to believe it. Now that things had gone awry, he didn't know what to do for a moment. Second elder, what now? After a stunned pause of 2 seconds, he suddenly panicked and shouted to the second elder. The second elder gritted his teeth, glaring angrily at the crowd. Do you really think that just because you outnumber me you can get the better of me, eh? Lin Fan rejoiced. The second elder indeed had a trick up his sleeve. He could still fight. Then the second elder let out a great roar. Spirit-refining liquid, Dao Qi eternal. A white mist erupted from the second elder's forehead and dense beads of sweat appeared. The Ming Wangke experts stood ready. Lin Fan was overjoyed. The incantation sounded incredibly powerful, but it seemed difficult to perform. The second elder's face was covered in sweat. But wasn't there a bit too much sweat? He looked puzzled, wondering why the water was streaming down in torrents. At that moment, the second elder finally completed a series of hand seals, staring coldly at the crowd. He slowly uttered a single word. Escape. Good. Majestic. Lin Fan shouted excitedly. Only after shouting did he realize something was off. What? What did the second elder just say? But at that moment, the second elder's entire body transformed into a mist of water. With a gentle breeze, he vanished from the spot. Damn it, don't let him get away. The Ming Wangke experts sensed something was wrong when the second elder began to dematerialize, but it was too late to stop him. Just as they were about to give chase, Ming Jing from behind spoke up. Leave him be. Such a master, if he's determined to flee, is hard to kill. Don't pursue. The crowd nodded at these words. At this moment, the one who found it hardest to accept was Lin Fan. Seeing everyone's gaze fall on him, he took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. After feigning deep thought for a few seconds, he glanced around as if nothing was wrong. With a confused look, he said, Where's the second elder? My dear second elder Qin Mingxin. As he spoke, he turned and walked away, occasionally shaking his head and looking around as if genuinely searching for his. After taking 5 or 6 steps, he bolted. But as soon as he ran, someone kicked him down from midair. The captured disciples of the Piao Miao sect also began to panic. The elder had fled. What were they to do? They wanted to stop fighting, but the cultivators surrounding them were like they'd been injected with adrenaline, hacking away wildly. With the addition of several Ming Wangke experts who had freed themselves, it wasn't long before they were all slaughtered. Ming Jing had no intention of leaving any survivors. Xiong Xiao slowly walked over to Lin Fan. By now, Lin Fan was almost scared out of his wits. Hundreds of fellow disciples were being butchered before his eyes, their pleas for mercy utterly ignored. Thinking of his own fate, a chill ran down his spine. Seeing Xiong Xiao, he immediately put on a fawning smile. Sis, spare me. We grew up together like siblings, even if not by blood. His body trembled uncontrollably as he spoke. Xiong Xiao remained silent. She extended her hand, and a cyan green longsword materialized in her grasp. Under Lin Fan's terrified gaze, she mercilessly plunged the sword into his chest. With a few twists, his soul was utterly destroyed. Lin Fan tried to struggle, but his strength was far inferior to Qiong Xiao's, and he was completely suppressed. All right, clean up. Those who exerted themselves earlier go to Niu Dadu to collect your rewards. Yi Lingling began to give orders. Qiong Xiao sheathed her sword. She stared coldly at Lin Fan's corpse. Next time it would be Lin Feng's turn. Thousands of miles away, the figure of the second elder Qin Mingxin materialized. His face was pale, his aura weak, clearly having suffered great damage to his vitality. Damn it, Lin Fan, you idiot. Even after escaping, he couldn't help but curse. He felt no burden for fleeing without Lin Fan. They were different from a family. He and Lin Fan shared no— Dead was dead. After cursing once, afraid that someone might pursue, he sent a message with his communication device, while hurrying towards the Piao Miao sect. Elder Pingy Ao Xing is a supreme divine beast of our dragon clan. I earnestly beseech you to lend your aid. Aoe called respectfully towards a pool of water. Behind him followed several elders with Ao Xing lying dejectedly on one of them. Seeing no response, he had been calling out for over an hour, yet there was no reaction from within. But with the formation active, someone was clearly— After a moment of silence, he had no choice but to resort to pressure. He continued in a deep voice, Elder Pingy, I know you harbor resentment, but you must also consider your family. If the upper realm learns that a genius was lost because of you, I'm sure you wouldn't fare well, either would you. You can hide and avoid ascending for a lifetime, but what about your elders in the upper realm? Though it was somewhat underhanded, he saw no other option at the moment. This has nothing to do with me. A muffled, sullen voice rang out from the depths of the pool. Aoe's spirits lifted. A response was all he needed. He spoke patiently. Will anyone listen to your explanation? All they know is that you had the ability to heal, but didn't. Silence fell again. But Aoe couldn't help smiling. He didn't know if Pingy had a cure, he was just probing. And Ping's lack of denial clearly indicated he did. After waiting a moment, he continued. Elder Pingy, let bygones be bygones. No matter how great the grievance, it has nothing to do with the child. You are also of the Dragon Clan. Can you bear to see our prodigy wither away? Not wanting to push too hard, Aoe began to appeal to sentiment. Finally a voice sounded from the pool again. I can save him, but let Ao and I come and beg me in person. How dare you? A Golden Dragon Clan elder roared in anger. Aoe raised his hand to calm him. With a troubled tone he said, Elder Pingy, could you perhaps name another condition? He knew Ao's temperament. He would never bow his head. That is my only condition. Since you say I should let go of the conflict, why can't Ao and I come and beg me for Ao Xing's sake? If he is unwilling, then I will absolutely not treat him. When trouble comes and the upper realm investigates, I won't have it easy, but Ao and I won't escape responsibility either. We both stood by and did nothing. Let's see how he gets out of it. His voice grew louder as he spoke, his resentment towards Ao and I incredibly deep. Aoe frowned, staring at the pond. Though a flicker of discontent stirred within him, he found himself powerless to act against the other party. He could hardly abandon Ao Xing. After a long silence, he reluctantly stepped aside to contact the second elder. Sometime later he returned. Elder Pingy, the second elder, is already on his way. Perhaps you could take a look at the child first. Unsurprisingly, after being informed, the second elder refused in a huff. Fortunately, he had also contacted the Grand Elder. With the Grand Elder's intervention, any discontent from the second elder mattered little. Now only one goal remained: to heal Ao Xing. No rush. I can cure him in an instant. Let us wait until Ao and I arrives. A dragon's head slowly emerged from the pond, followed by several smaller ones. These were Ping's offspring, brought here when he left the clan long ago. Their gazes toward Aoe and his group were filled with resentment. Indeed, the Golden Dragon clan had wronged them in the past. Aoe could say nothing in response. This small pond is rather cramped and inconvenient. I must beg the clan leader's patience to wait outside. Once Ao and I arrive, simply call for me. Pingy transformed into an old man with flowing silver beard. His expression was impassive as he spoke. Were it not for the paramount importance of a supreme divine beast, he would not have granted them an audience. Pingy, after all these years you remain as arrogant as ever. A Golden Dragon clan elder could not help but speak out. Pingy was clearly belittling them. Ping's eyes turned cold. If you are unwilling, then leave. You are not welcome here. Within the Dragon clan, the Golden Dragons held sway, but now that he had broken away, why should he endure their arrogance? The elder was about to retort, but Aoe stopped him. It was only natural for Pingy to harbor grievances. The elder was about to retort, but Aoe stopped him. It was only natural for Pingy to harbor grievances. Angering him further might lead to a change of heart. Aoe knew Ping's temper well. Provoked too far, he might truly call off the deal. As you wish. With that, Pingy descended back into the water. Several young Silver Dragon clansmen sneered at the group. They found it amusing that the lofty Golden Dragon clan now had to beg them. A contemptuous laugh escaped their lips. Bubbles rose on the surface before they vanished. The elders' faces turned ashen. Ancestor, since the Golden Dragon clan drove us out, why should we still help them? A young dragon swam slowly before Pingy, asking in confusion. Gazing at this descendant with the strongest bloodline, Pingy shook his head helplessly. The roots of the Dragon clan lie in the higher realm. Our ancestors have kin who ascended there. We cannot let our kin suffer because of us. Pingy nodded. Yet resentment still lingered in his heart. Sister-in-law, my brother is tied up with matters, so I've come to escort you. He Yan, devoid of any airs, spoke cheerfully to Yuan Chen's wives. His own wife and daughter followed behind. This time, everyone was to relocate. Board the flying boat quickly. The eastern wasteland has been turbulent lately. Let's avoid unnecessary trouble. The women were already prepared, carrying their cheerful children. Watching the procession of little ones pass by him, He Yan smacked his lips enviously. When would he be so formidable? Yuan Chen's title, the mightiest male dragon of the Dragon Clan, was truly glorious. It brought immense prestige. Everyone, thank you for your care of the Beast Mansion during this time. Until we meet again. Just as he was pondering, he noticed the Bright Peacock clan preparing to follow. He immediately spoke to block them. The Bright Peacock elders exchanged awkward glances, their steps faltering. They cursed He Yan inwardly. Were they to be cast aside after being used? Yuan Chen's children were extraordinary, they couldn't let them go so easily. All eyes turned to Ming Jing. As Yuan Chen's mother-in-law and clan leader, the task fell to her. Fortunately, Ming Jing had no intention of letting this prize slip away. Without sparing He Yan a glance, she led her husband aboard. The road is fraught with danger, I'm uneasy. Allow me to see you off a little way. The Bright Peacock clansmen followed immediately. He Yan waved his hand. With me here, rest assured. Elder He Yan, the great Ming dynasty has its eyes on Yuan Chen. Are you certain you can guarantee everyone's safety? I can, He Yan assured. Yuan Chen had entrusted him with the realm-breaking divine boat. Even if someone they could escape. I don't believe you. Ming Jing shook her head. My daughter and grandchildren are on board, I cannot gamble with their lives. He Yan opened his mouth to speak, but Ming Jing and her people had already vanished from sight. Damn, what a nuisance. Never mind. Even if the Bright Peacocks gained some advantage. The lion's share still belonged to their dragon clan, didn't it? The little ones, though oddly shaped, all carried dragon blood. Even those water chelins were of dragon lineage. That was an unchangeable fact. With that thought, he felt much more. Before long, the group set off. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred along the way, and they safely returned to the Honlu. Of course, it was now renamed the Dragon Palace. Yuan Chen came out to greet his wives upon their arrival. His aura had grown considerably stronger since his seclusion. Even Yuan Chen himself was unsure of his current cultivation stage. But it mattered little. With his wives here, an even greater boost awaited. At Yuan Chen's command, a 1,000 square kilometer area in the deepest part of the Dragon Palace was set aside as his personal residence. It was still called the Beast Mansion, only much larger. It had been rebuilt during this time. He met his wives that day, but by the next he had vanished. When He Yan came looking for him and learned Yuan Chen had entered seclusion, he was left speechless. Bro, aren't you worried about the great Ming dynasty? And you're still at this? Even more outrageous. How could Yuan Chen's strength soar so quickly? Not even techniques specializing in absorbing yin to supplement yang could yield such results. But no matter what, as long as his power grew, He Yan could hardly complain. He could only delegate matters to the Black Dragon clan leader. One such matter was dealing with the Bright Peacock clan. Upon arriving, they learned Yuan Chen had married some Black Dragon and Silver Dragon women. The Bright Peacock clan grew restless. When it came to beauties, they had no fewer than the Dragon clan. Marrying Yuan Chen and bearing a child might yield a supreme divine beast. Though Ming Xian already had one who would ever tire of such fortune. If they knew that every child Yuan Chen would father from then on would be a supreme divine beast, their frenzy would be unimaginable. With Yuan Chen in seclusion, the Black Dragon clan leader could not make decisions. Considering Yuan Chen's preferences, he suggested the Bright Peacock clan bring some willing beauties. If Yuan Chen agreed after emerging from seclusion, he would accept them. He emphasized the word beautiful, and after all, many Dragon clan maidens were still waiting in line. 2 years passed. During this time, although the great Ming dynasty had taken no action against the Beast Tamer Mansion, the experts within the mansion had not let down their guard. Instead, they remained on high alert, all active within the wild domain. No one knew when the great Ming dynasty would be ready and strike them hard. As for Yuan Chen, he continued to seclude himself to enhance his strength. Meanwhile, the group from Lone Sunset Island returned safely, leaving no lingering worries. On this day, a figure slowly emerged from the depths of the Beast Tamer Mansion. In a single step, he arrived at a courtyard hundreds of miles away. He Yan was playing with his daughter when he felt a chill at the back of his neck. He couldn't help but turn around. Upon seeing the figure behind him, he was so startled, he almost slapped him. You brat, sneaking up like that, trying to scare me to death. I'm old, I can't handle such shocks. After recognizing the visitor, He Yan grumbled and picked up his daughter. Hello, uncle. Xiao Dai called out sweetly. Yuan Chen smiled and patted her head, ignoring He Yan's complaint. He said leisurely, don't be ungrateful. The moment I came out of seclusion, I didn't even visit my wives. He Yan scoffed. Don't talk about your seclusion. Who spends 2 years frolicking with their wives and comes out with such... Speaking of strength, He Yan's gaze swept over Yuan Chen with a strange look, his expression shifting slightly. Now Yuan Chen appeared before him as an ordinary mortal aside from his handsome features. Not only could he not discern Yuan Chen's cultivation level, but he couldn't even detect a trace of spiritual energy. Yet when he looked closely into Yuan Chen's eyes, an involuntary fear gripped his heart. He smacked his lips. You? What level are you at now? Long accustomed to Yuan Chen's rapid progress, he felt no surprise, only curiosity. Strength. Taking on 10 of you shouldn't be a problem, Yuan Chen said, glancing at He Yan in a calm measure. He Yan's mouth twitched. Truly monstrous. But, couldn't he stop using me as a unit of measurement? It's so embarrassing. Rude. More than that, he sighed inwardly. As expected of you. He used to need my protection, and now after a couple of moves at home he skyrocketed. If Yuan Chen knew He Yan's thoughts, he would surely cry slander. What do you mean a couple of moves? I worked hard to, you know. So the great Ming dynasty is no longer a concern, eh? He Yan asked, holding his daughter. Xiao Dai was old enough not to need carrying, but He Yan cherished it. Yuan Chen nodded. I came to tell you about this. They'll handle the great Ming dynasty, you look after things here. Why not let me come with you? He Yan couldn't help but suggest. With Yuan Chen's current strength, he wasn't worried about it. He was simply bored and wanted to watch the spectacle. Now that all the Dragon Group experts aligned with them were gathered in the wild domain, there was no need to worry about any mishaps. A grown man still so clingy. If you want to go out and play, just go yourself. Why follow me? Having not conversed with a man in 2 years, Yuan Chen couldn't resist teasing. He Yan's smile instantly faded. Was that the point? He waved his hand. Fine, go ahead. He'll walk alone. He'll take 2 kids out for some fun, Yuan Chen said casually. This time he planned to bring only Yi Lingling and the 2 children. He had promised to take them out after coming out of seclusion, but had never fulfilled it. Now that he had enough strength, it was time for a family outing. The great Ming dynasty no longer posed any pressure to him. Good idea. Bring fewer people or the divine boat won't have room on the way back. He Yan nodded with a smile, looking approving. Yuan Chen stared at him silently. This old man was clearly teasing him about bringing back dozens of wives every time he went out. But he didn't mind, the comment was fair. If you meet someone beautiful, you bring them home. They'll be off then. After chatting a while longer, Yuan Chen took his leave. He Yan looked up stunned. He hadn't felt the slightest spatial fluctuation when Yuan Chen departed. Shaking his head with a chuckle, he thought it was time to retire and take it easy. I should have killed him back then, no man. Lin Zhong slammed his hand on the table, shattering it instantly. Yet no one around thought it amiss. Brother Lin, calm down. How can I be calm? Lin Zhong roared. Today he finally received news of Lu De, whom he hadn't contacted in years. The moment he heard the report, Lin Zhong couldn't sit still. If it were anyone else it might not matter, but Lu De had once saved his life. Now he was being dragged like a dead dog behind. Although Lu Da's soul jade was still lit, the incident had happened 2 years ago. Even if he was alive, he must have suffered. Yuan Chen's indifferent face flashed before his eyes again. If he had known, he would have activated the Grand Formation to trap that couple. Brother, we must rescue Brother Lu. Lin Zhong looked at Song He with grief and anger. This was still Song He's domain. With just one word, all the brothers in the water marshes would mobilize. He was weak and couldn't snatch Lu De from Yuan Chen's hands alone. Well, Song He opened his mouth unsure. Honestly, he didn't want to go. Even if Yuan Chen had been expelled by the Dragon Clan, the fact that he had safely left them and established himself in the Eastern Wasteland proved he was not someone they could contend with. The Zhou Tian Grand Formation was strong defensively, but he had no desire to provoke such a formidable enemy. However, Lu De was powerful and had many friends in the water marshes. If they didn't rescue him, internal strife could arise. Not to mention others, even Lin Zhong, Wu Yang, and the top 10 combatants of the water marshes were watching him. Moreover, Lin Zhong was his greatest protector. He had to give an explanation. He tapped the table, pondering for a long while before speaking slowly, looking seriously at everyone. How did the 2 of them end up in a feud? If possible, why not first talk to Yuan Chen and see if we can get Lu De released? Our water marshes have roamed the Starry Sea for so many years without being bullied into silence. If we beg for mercy like this, won't we become a laughingstock? From the corner, Mei Yong chimed in right after Song He finished. He still held a grudge over Yuan Chen's meddling back. At that time he was destitute and met the dazzling Yuan Chen, swallowing his bitterness. But now he was no longer the one who could only be bullied and run in circles. Over these 2 years, with the enhancement of his formation Song, he had mastered the Zhou Tian stars more proficiently. His own status had risen accordingly. And look at Yuan Chen now. Expelled by the Dragon Clan, threatened by the great Ming dynasty, barely able to manage his own affairs. Finally, it was his turn to rise after 30 years. Mei Yongyu. It was Lin Zhong who spoke. His expression darkened as he glared at Mei Yong. Back then he had introduced several people to this place, never expecting that in just 2 short years one of them would rise above him. He didn't care much about that, but when it came to Lu De, it was a different matter. Mei Yong pretended not to hear, uttering a single sentence before falling silent. The people of Shueibwa Island were accustomed to running rampant in the chaotic Star Sea. All fierce individuals gathered from various places. He believed many would refuse to back down. And indeed that proved to be the case. Either we go straight over and demand they release him, or we just wash our hands of it. Begging for mercy? What kind of nonsense is that? If that's the path we take, then there's no point staying in Shueibwa. Meeting fellow travelers out there would only bring me shame. I say we just attack. The Daming dynasty is already stirring restlessly. Does Yuan Chen really want to provoke another major force like us? A middle-aged man was holding up, man stroking him as he spoke in a deep voice. The surrounding men echoed his sentiments one after another. Luda had many friends, but just as many who disliked him. Well, it's not about begging, just negotiating. First, let's figure out what the conflict is. Young Master Yuan doesn't seem like a villain. At that moment, Yang Zi finally spoke. Though Yuan Chen had taken his family heirloom, when he left he had also saved the couple's lives. Yang Zi was a man of gratitude and had no desire to oppose Yuan Chen. His words were directed at the crowd, but his gaze remained fixed on his only close friend Wu Yang. Since receiving the news, the latter had remained silent, and no one knew what he was thinking. What bullshit is that? What reason do we need? If someone messes with our brothers, we just take them down. Didn't we kill the Qianyo clan's prince when he provoked us? The Qianyo clan came to make a show of it, but in the end they slunk away with their tails between their legs. The middle-aged man spoke again. The brother speaks true. The delicate-looking man in his arms gently stroked the man's chest and mischievously traced a cute little circle on it with his pinky fingertip. In my opinion, Yuan Chen clearly knows Lu Da's identity and doesn't want to provoke Shueibua, which is why he hasn't killed him. If we go and demand his release in person, he'll definitely cave. Besides, Yuan Chen is a stunning beauty. Maybe we'll even get a chance to taste her charms, haha. Brother, the man in his arms let out a plaintive cry. Who agrees with Qilin? Song he scanned the room, his gaze landing on Wu Yang, just like Yang Zi's. Wu Yang was Lu Da's closest friend present, and no one knew what he was thinking. As for Qilin's mention of the Qianyo clan incident, none of them elaborated. Everyone knew the truth. Back then the Qianyo clan had come knocking at their door, but the Shueibua Islands formation was so profound that they simply huddled inside their turtle shell, refusing to come out. They were trapped for 5 years, until the Qianyo clan grew impatient and left. In those years many brothers had fallen to the Qianyo clan outside. They'll go to the eastern wasteland alone and beg Yuan Chen. This has nothing to do with Shueibua. After a long silence, Wu Yang finally spoke. He knew what Shueibua was really like and held no expectations. With that he turned to leave. Song he panicked. Many brothers stood behind Wu Yang and Lu Da. If Wu Yang left, wouldn't the others follow? He immediately grabbed Wu Yang before he could step out the door. Brother Wu Yang, why the rush? Lu Da is our brother too. Would we really abandon him? We're discussing it, aren't we? Are you sure that if you go and beg Yuan Chen, he'll release him? Wu Yang stopped, his brow furrowed, knowing Song he had who was he to have any influence? As for ransoming Lu Da, had spent everything on cultivation and had little left. Besides, the Dragon clan lacked nothing in treasures. They wouldn't care for their meager offerings. He silently sat back down. That's more like it. Song he patted Wu Yang's shoulder in relief and returned to his seat, lost in thought. How about this? We split into 2 groups. One will go to the wilderness domain to see if we can get Lu Da out peacefully. The other will contact the Daming dynasty. Word is they've cleared their surroundings and are ready to strike at Yuan Chen. If we join forces with them, we can save Lu Da and claim a share of the spoils. Song he looked around and noticed most were intrigued, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He continued, we're all in the eastern wasteland, close by, so we can support each other if anything happens. Shueiba's combat strength was formidable, but it depended on the opponent. To meddle in a conflict between Daming and Yuan Chen, they'd need to mobilize their full forces and rely on their grand formation to have any say. They'll go to the wilderness domain, Wu Yang said coldly. They'll come too. Yang Zi glanced at the others and quickly, not only did he not want to oppose Yuan Chen, but the Daming dynasty had also wiped out his clan. He had no desire to cooperate with them. It's settled then. 2 will go to negotiate, and the rest will head to the eastern wasteland's heavenly domain to find the Daming dynasty. Seeing that others still wanted to follow Wu Yang's song, he immediately cut them off. He needed security. Losing 2 was fine. He could find similar brothers to fill in and activate the formation, but too many departures would leave them vulnerable. Several of Wu Yang's close friends had to suppress their intentions. They had many enemies outside and needed Song He's protection. After a brief discussion with no further objections, the group dispersed. The next day they all left Shueibua Island together, heading for the eastern wasteland. The capital of the Daming dynasty is something else. In the heavenly domain, Yuan Chen gazed at the distant high walls, unable to hold back his admiration. They were currently resting in a tavern in a small county town thousands of miles from the Daming capital. Yet even from here they could see the capital's walls piercing the clouds, their momentum awe-inspiring. After all, it's the supreme overlord ruling over 2 great domains. Yi Lingling looked into the distance with a sigh. She thought of the beast tamer manor in the wilderness domain. No comparison. Don't just stare, come eat. Yuan Chen placed several pieces of meat on the children's plates. The 3 kids ate heartily, their mouths greasy. To be honest, human culinary skills were unmatched by any other race. In the 3 days since they disembarked from the divine vessel, they've been eating their way through everything. The 3 children who had rarely enjoyed proper meals wanted to try everything they saw. 2 of them were Yi Lingling's children. The third was Luo Sini's child, Yuan Yun. During his seclusion, Yuan Chen had casually left his divine vessel in the courtyard for his wives to use. He hadn't noticed when they set out. Only after traveling some distance did he discover Yuan Yun hiding in the vessel's cabin cultivating, so had brought her along. Daring to kill someone within the Daming dynasty's jurisdiction. Seeking death. The fortune guards are on their way. As they ate, a commotion erupted in the street, and a figure soared into the air. Soon after, a pure white, translucent streak of light chased after them. Fortune guards. Bang! The white silhouette behind just caught up. Unexpectedly, the fleeing figure suddenly turned around and stabbed at the silhouette with a sword. The silhouette had no time to react and was pierced through the chest by the sword. The fleeing figure let out a sinister laugh, stirring the long sword. Then the white silhouette exploded directly in midair, transforming into countless specks of starlight that fell to the ground and then vanished. Yuan Chen observed from a distance and raised an eyebrow. What is this so-called spirit guard? I wonder how long this person can hold out. This is the border of the heavenly domain. The neighboring mystic domain is not under the jurisdiction of the great Ming dynasty. Moreover, since this person defeated the Golden Core Spirit Guard with a single strike, they must possess considerable strength, so they likely have a good chance of escaping. As Yuan Chen was perplexed, the voices of the surrounding crowd discussing the matter reached his ears. Each of them appeared calm, as if the Spirit Guard was nothing extraordinary. Yuan Chen signaled to the Night Spirit to eat in peace, then walked directly to the two individuals discussing nearby. With a flip of his hand, he placed a medium-grade spirit artifact on their table. He nudged the medium-grade spirit artifact toward them. What is this spirit guard? Wang Yong and Yang Hao's eyes widened in shock. They were merely speaking casually as usual, yet a stranger came over without hesitation and directly tossed a medium-grade spirit artifact. Exchanging glances, their breaths quickened. This was just an ordinary small town with no masters present. To both were merely golden core cultivators, so how could they have access to such treasures? Wang Yong was the first to regain his composure, clutching the medium-grade spirit artifact to his chest with a flattering smile. You must be visiting our heavenly domain for the first time, senior. Seeing Yuan Chen nod indifferently, he dared not show any discontent and opened his mouth to continue explaining. But at that moment, Yang Hao also reacted. He interrupted and spoke first. Senior, this spirit guard is the manifestation of our great Ming dynasty's fortune. As he spoke, he reached for the medium-grade spirit artifact in Wang Yong's arms. Though the two were friends, this was a medium-grade spirit artifact. Wang Yong naturally would not give it up, exerting strength in his hands while his mouth moved quickly, competing to showcase himself. The great Ming dynasty has a vast territory, and to maintain order. Even though both were anxious, their words showed no signs of hesitation. They were subtly competing. Through their back-and-forth explanations, Yuan Chen finally understood what the spirit guard was. The great Ming dynasty possessed a celestial artifact that gathered national fortune, the Emperor's Cauldron. As long as one acknowledged the territory of the great Ming dynasty, strands of national fortune would be emitted into the celestial cauldron at every moment. The more territory and cultivators they had, the stronger their combat power, the more national fortune they could absorb. Once the national fortune accumulated to a certain extent, it would take form to protect the dynasty. The spirit of the great Ming dynasty is a holy grass butterfly. It had helped the dynasty regain its vitality multiple times during moments of imminent destruction. However, this grass butterfly, no matter how strong the spirit guard was merely an inanimate object, and keeping it within the Emperor's Cauldron was a waste of resources. Then a ruler of the great Ming dynasty had a sudden idea. He devised a method to turn the spirit into spirit guards of varying strengths, placing them throughout the territories of the great Ming dynasty. He also granted local rulers some authority to maintain stability in their areas. With no consciousness of their own, there was no worry of betrayal, and the authority given could be reclaimed at any time. More importantly, the undying nature of the spirit guards meant that even if they were killed, they would still remain on the land of the great Ming dynasty, and shortly thereafter would be collected back into the Emperor's Cauldron for continued use. When the nation faced peril, the spirit guards would be swiftly recalled to combine into a powerful spirit to protect the great Ming dynasty. This thing is truly remarkable, Yuan Chen pondered while stroking his chin. Of course, they couldn't be too overly powerful. First, the spirit guards could only operate within the territory of the great Ming dynasty. Once they left, they would instantly dissipate. In simple terms, the spirit guards are bodyguards, not fighters. However, there are loopholes. As long as they can draw the enemy into their territory, it's fine. The great Ming dynasty's reluctance to act against Yuan Chen is due to this reason. Yuan Chen's half-dragon strength is also considerable, so to minimize losses, the great Ming dynasty naturally must prepare adequately. Gradually encroaching on the wilderness, if the Beast House does not take the initiative to attack, they will continue to swallow. If the Beast House cannot hold back and retaliates, then the battlefield will be at the border of the great Ming dynasty. Naturally, spirit guards can be used as well. Secondly, after all, they are inanimate objects without self-awareness. Their role as guardians in various locations does have its limitations. For example, if someone is found violating the rules of the great Ming dynasty, the nearest spirit guard will be the first to apprehend them. If they fail, a higher-level spirit guard will continue to capture based on the markings, and if they fail again, only then will a spirit guard of even higher level engage. In other words, if the enemy is a transformation god expert, and the spirit guard is only at the golden core level after its death, a transformation god or stronger spirit guard will not be dispatched directly. It will incrementally increase in level first, sending out the nascent soul, and after that the transformation god. Many times before the spirit guard arrives, the enemy might have already fled the territory of the great Ming dynasty. Of course, if the local ruler handles it promptly, it can also be resolved. However, each ruler governs a vast territory and cannot possibly keep track of every situation. Many times the spirit guards operate according to procedures. Yuan Chen looked up and saw the two still silently competing for the medium-grade spirit artifact, unable to hold. Feeling the surrounding silence, he glanced around and saw each cultivator staring at the two across from him, with some even casting greedy looks his way. It turned out that Wang Yong and his companion's eager display had caught the attention of those around them, and upon seeing the medium-grade spirit artifact in their arms, everyone became restless. Since Yuan Chen casually tossed out a medium-grade spirit artifact, he must be a master, and now no one dared to act recklessly. As for those who set their sights on Yuan Chen, there will always be some fools willing to risk it all for wealth. I have another one here. Since you two cannot split it, I'll give this one to you. After thinking for a moment, Yuan Chen smiled and pulled out another medium-grade spirit artifact. At this moment, the medium-grade spirit artifact seemed to Yuan Chen no different from a stone on the ground. After gesturing to the two, Yang Hao continued to grasp one while reaching for this one. Wang Yong did the same, and when both grabbed it simultaneously after a 2-second silence, Wang Yong was the first to release the long spear, followed by Yang Hao letting go of the sword. After obtaining their respective spirit artifacts, both smiled widely. However, upon an unintended glance, their smiles instantly faded as they realized the surrounding people were staring at them intently. Yuan Chen returned to his seat, leaning comfortably against the back of the chair. Two medium-grade spirit artifacts. Can you sit still? They died too quickly, just now unable to inspect. When the spirit guards arrive, he must study them carefully. The battle erupted swiftly. Upon realizing they were targeted, Wang Yong and his companion descended the stairs without a second thought. Perhaps it was because this was the border of the heavenly domain, where everyone seemed bolder and most of the tavern's patrons followed them down. Those remaining, seeing no one dared to trouble Yuan Chen, knew their chance was lost and quickly departed. Only a few stayed seated, unmoving, apparently unwilling to get involved. Before the figures of Wang Yong and his companion could even be seen through the main entrance, a loud crash echoed from the lower floor of the tavern. The shouts of many mingled with the screams of what might have been the owner or a waiter. Stop fighting! Stop fighting! If you keep this up, my tavern will be ruined. Before the figures of Wang Yong and his companion could even be seen through the main entrance, a loud crash echoed from the lower floor of the tavern. The shouts of many mingled with the screams. However, the tavern's construction was sturdy. Despite the clashing sounds of battle and explosions below, not a single tremor could be felt from the second floor. Within seconds, disheveled customers rushed out the main entrance, their faces grim. After casting a backward glance at the tavern, they turned and left without a word. Clearly, they were bystanders caught in the fray with no intention of competing. Soon after, several bodies were tossed out, but Wang Yong and his companion were nowhere to be seen. Yuan Chen guessed they might have perished inside. With several nascent soul experts among the crowd, the two stood no chance. As Yuan Chen waited, the figures of the transport spirit guards finally came into view. However, there was more than one. Perhaps due to the high number of killings, transport spirit guards from the surrounding area were converging. They varied in strength, but since this was merely a small town, only one among them was at the spirit transformation stage. The transport spirit guards are here. Run! A loud shout rose from the crowd, and dozens of people burst out from the first floor, their faces filled with panic at the approaching guards. Yet their hands never ceased their actions. Amid the chaos, they edged closer to the mysterious domain. Yuan Chen's gaze swept over each transport spirit guard. For ease of management, every transport spirit guard bore a human form, but their bodies and armor were entirely transparent, allowing one to see the scenery behind them through their forms. It was as if they were mere humanoid wisps of smoke. Each held a transparent chain in hand. Upon approaching, they all swung their chains toward their designated targets. Their eyes were vacant, silent, and they acted without interference. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why me? A golden core cultivator's eyes widened in terror as he broke away from the battle and fled. The spirit transformation stage transport spirit guard had singled him out, ignoring the other fighters it passed. The rest breathed a sigh of relief, fending off the transport spirit guards coming for them, while seizing opportunities to ambush the cultivator who had snatched the mid-grade spirit artifact. Father, why did they suddenly start fighting? Yuan Yin approached, puzzled. They had been eating peacefully when a crowd suddenly rose, followed by the clamor of battle below. Not everyone is as wealthy as us dragons, Yuan Chen explained with a smile. In the Spirit Beast Mansion, high-grade spirit artifacts were scattered about casually. Yuan Yun had no concept of what a mid-grade spirit artifact meant to these cultivators. Indeed, before Mother married your father, our entire clan barely had a few mid-grade spirit artifacts, Yi Lingling added with a sigh. At that time, her father, already a spirit transformation expert, had to make do with a single mid-grade spirit artifact. As the family conversed, Yuan Shun raised an eyebrow. He spotted Wang Yong and his companion. They were still alive, though drenched in blood, and having lost their mid-grade spirit artifact. Yet they had not given up. Hovering at the edge of the fray, their eyes were locked on the two cultivators wielding the mid-grade spirit artifact. How could they let go of what was rightfully theirs? Truly worthy of a mid-grade spirit artifact. The middle-aged man wielding the spear overpowered everyone, impaling a woman's head with a single thrust before bursting into laughter. Heavens have mercy. As a late nascent soul cultivator, this was his first time holding a mid-grade spirit artifact. Frankly, it was a bit embarrassing. But here in the remote corner of the great Ming dynasty, he had no background or means to acquire one. This feeling, huh? Fang Shan let out a shrill cry, brandishing his spear with ever-increasing ferocity. Just as he felt he was about to soar, he caught a glimpse of a white figure out of the corner of his eye. His smile vanished instantly as he pulled back, swerving his spear just before it could impale a transport spirit guard. He let the transport spirit guard's chain pierce his chest. With a tearing sound, half his shoulder was ripped off. Fang Shan's face paled. He quickly coagulated blood to regenerate the limb and stumbled back several steps. He muttered tremblingly, Good, at least I didn't kill it." Breathing a sigh of relief, he glared fiercely at the few surrounding him, swept them back with his spear, and fled without another thought. This time, he was lucky. The one targeting him was only a golden core stage transport spirit guard. But he had to be careful. Killing it would immediately summon a nascent soul stage pursuer. Yuan Chen watched in silent disbelief. Were the loopholes this glaring? The spirit transformation stage transport spirit guard, after dealing with its first target, stood motionless, ignoring everything unless its nascent soul counterparts were killed. Doesn't that make them mere ornaments? Couldn't one simply take a transport spirit guard hostage and walk out of the great Ming dynasty's territory until it naturally dissipates? That's not the case. Just then a man sitting alone in the corner rose and approached. He was robust with a resolute face and offered Yuan Chen a friendly smile before speaking slowly. No one can guarantee the cultivation level of the nearest transport spirit guard. What if it summons a great vehicle stage 1? You wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Moreover, if a transport spirit guard fails to eliminate its target within a day, it will dissipate on its own. But that's only at the border of the heavenly domain. Deep within the territory, escape within a day is impossible. Yuan Chen nodded, finding some logic in that. Not everyone had a divine boat as an escape artifact. Oh, he hadn't noticed before, but upon closer inspection, he suddenly realized. As a fellow dragon, he could sense it, though the man's aura was mixed, making his draconic nature faint. Gazing further, Yuan Chen's expression grew increasingly peculiar. If he wasn't mistaken, the man was a mutated supreme divine beast. How had he never heard of such a figure? Impossible. Supreme divine beasts were so rare. Yuan Chen was certain this was not his offspring. How old was he? The man's eyes flickered, then he let out a scoff. Just a trace of bloodline. Remembering how his mother was expelled from the dragon clan while pregnant and her blood pattern clan was secretly slaughtered, a surge of malice welled up in his eyes. Suppressing his anger, he clasped his hands toward Yuan Chen. Let me introduce myself. I am Shijin. Trying to leave. Pay for my brother's life. Just as the two were conversing, another upheaval occurred outside the window. A man barely clinging to life directly embraced a spirit transport guard and self-destructed. The guard he embraced was precisely the one preparing to pursue Fang Shan. Having already fled far, Fang Shan turned back upon hearing the sound, his face turning green. You son of a bitch. Cursing loudly, he ran even faster, showing not a shred of gratitude for the man's help in eliminating his pursuer. With this one dead, the next to pursue him would be a nascent soul spirit transport guard. Indeed, after executing the target, the waiting guard swiveled its neck and swiftly chased after Fang Shan. Yuan Chen found this somewhat amusing. These spirit transport guards weren't even as good as bodyguards. They wouldn't spare a glance at a brawl happening right before their eyes, only activating like some mechanism upon seeing a corpse. Still, it was decent enough that they at least avenged the victims. May I ask for your esteemed name, senior? Casting a faint glance at the external strife, Shijin inquired respectfully. In his sight, Yuan Chen appeared as a simple mortal, yet since he could casually toss out a spiritual artifact, he was clearly no ordinary figure. Moreover, his gaze swept over the man's wife and children. Not to mention Yuan Chen, even these individuals were utterly inscrutable to him. Having encountered them, it was only natural to greet them. Some senior experts had peculiar temperaments. If they met an interesting prodigy and took a liking to them, they might consider mentoring them. He remembered how envious he was when he learned that Guanxing, a brother from the Watermarsh, had been gifted a superior cultivation technique just for treating a stranger to a meal. If others could have such fortune, perhaps he could too. Thus, over the years while wandering, whenever he spotted a senior, he couldn't resist showing his face. However, he fled faster than anyone from seniors who looked fierce. Helpless. He was poor and had to find ways to obtain resources. He must go to the Dragon clan to avenge his people. He deliberately failed his tribulation transcendence in order to grow strong and wreak havoc. Me. My surname is Chen. Senior Chen, do you have matters to attend to in the celestial domain? For some reason, I feel a great affinity with you at first sight. If you need anything, feel free to ask. Shijin laughed heartily. Yuan Chen cast a profound glance at him. This Shijin had something about him. Despite Yuan Chen having completely concealed the draconic aura on his family, this fellow could still sense a kindred spirit. As for Shijin, he smiled respectfully. He had no idea what Yuan Chen was thinking. He would utter the same line to any great senior he encountered without changing a single word. Nothing much, just bringing my wife and children to the Imperial City for a visit. Yuan Chen gazed at the nearly concluded conflict outside and said casually, Oh, really? I happen to be heading to the Imperial City as well. How about we travel together, Senior Chen? I spent a century in the celestial domain and am very familiar with the interesting places around. You could take your wife and children to have some fun. Sure, Jean's eyes lit up. More time with Yuan Chen might lead to greater appreciation from him. He fantasized discovering his exceptional talent. Yuan Chen couldn't help but offer guidance on the road, imparting a couple of high-level techniques out of love for talent, casually stuffing him with some spare spiritual artifacts, and finally unable to resist taking him as a disciple. With the senior's help, his strength would skyrocket. Head storm the Dragon Palace, avenge his people, gradually control the surrounding areas, and eventually rule the world. How wonderful. Besides Song, he had messaged him to head to the Imperial City, so it wouldn't conflict. That's not a bad idea. Yuan Chen had no objection to a free tour guide. Bringing his wife and children out this time was to broaden their horizons, and Sure Jean's company would be convenient. As for Sure Jean's intentions, there was no need to meddle. He couldn't cause any major trouble. The people outside had mostly fled. Still standing in the area were a few spirit transport guards who hadn't left after eliminating their targets. Just as the guards were about to depart, Yuan Chen made his move. Leaping out the window, he tossed a golden bowl, and under everyone's gaze the several guards were instantly sucked into it. Ignoring the astonishment of the onlookers in the street, he directly led his wife and children away. Watching Yuan Chen's retreating figure, Sure Jean didn't hesitate. Senior, wait for me. After they left, the shopkeeper wore a mournful face. Money. Pay up. Yuan Chen had genuinely forgotten about the payment. Arriving at a cave, Yuan Chen flipped the golden bowl, and 3 spirit transport guards fell to the ground. They were exactly 1 at the nascent soul stage, 1 at the golden core stage, and 1 at the foundation establishment stage. Just as they were about to rise, Yuan Chen moved his fingertip, and a golden thread extended swiftly, coiling around the 3 guards. Their bodies trembled, but they couldn't break free. The 3 children curiously approached, and the youngest Yuan Guo reached out to touch one. Expecting his hand to pass through, he was surprised to feel a solid texture upon the misty form. Startled, he quickly withdrew his hand. Dad, they're real people. Yuan Chen carefully examined the 3 guards, confirming there was no sign of life. Senior, are these all your children? Sure Jean, who had followed them and couldn't help asking upon hearing Yuan Guo's address. He had already heard Yuan Yun calling Yuan Chen dad earlier. Having extremely high cultivation did make it difficult to conceive children, but it wasn't impossible, so he wasn't too shocked. However, having 3 children of similar ages was far from ordinary. Yuan Chen nodded, faintly, not hiding the truth. Sure Jean clicked his tongue in amazement. This senior was truly formidable. Yuan Chen stopped before the nascent soul stage guard. This guard was in the form of a woman, the illusory mist, even sculpting long hair with lifelike detail. Her face, like the other 2 male guards, bore exquisite features. Yet her expression was stiff, appearing somewhat cold. Husband, what's wrong? Seeing Yuan Chen standing silent, Yi Lingling couldn't help approaching to ask. Her gaze fell on the guard, a hint of panic in her heart. She knew Yuan Chen's character all too well. But, brother, what difference is this from a corpse? Yuan Chen tilted his head, and with a flash from his storage ring, several porcelain bottles appeared in his hand. Lingling, what do you think would happen if I fed these pills to it? Yi Lingling picked up a bottle, reading the 3 characters on its surface, awakening pill. She was at a loss, raising her head with a troubled expression. Yuan Chen had mentioned this pill to her before. An ordinary animal would gain intelligence from just 1. Yuan Chen had also said he'd try pouring it on a stone to see if it worked, but had never gotten around to it. Her gaze shifted between the awakening pill and the guard. It probably won't have any effect, right? Awakening required consciousness, didn't it? She doubted it would do much. Senior, what kind of pill is this? How about I test it for you? Sure Jean leaned in and said. Sure Jean grinned at Yuan Chen. Although he didn't recognize the elixir, his beastly instinct told him it was a good thing, and consuming it would not bring him any harm. Moreover, the term opening spirit elixir also hints at something from its literal meaning. In the cultivation world, there are no specialized elixirs for awakening spirits, so it was normal for him not to recognize it. Yuan Chen turned the other's face aside and gestured with his chin toward Yi Lingling, saying, why not just try it, and I have plenty of this elixir anyway. Keeping it is pointless. If 1 isn't enough, then 2. If 2 isn't enough, then 3. Let's start with 2 bottles and see how it goes. If it doesn't work, then so be it. Sure Jean, standing aside, listened for a while and cautiously asked, Senior, are you trying to awaken the spirit intelligence of this spirit guardian? Yes. Here, open her mouth. I will pour in a bottle and see if there is any effect. Sure Jean took 2 steps forward and said, Senior, I think this might not be useful. Many powerful cultivators have secretly captured spirit guardians before trying to make something out of them, but all have failed without exception. Despite saying this, he did not refuse Yuan Chen and began to pry open the spirit guardian's mouth. However, just as he was about to make contact, Yuan Chen had a change of heart. Forget it. If this really succeeds, then she will be our wife. You shouldn't do it. Yi Lingling rolled her eyes, already knowing this would happen. Oh. Sure Jean was somewhat confused, as if he understood, but also did not. Don't say just because others can't do it doesn't mean we can't. Saying this, Yuan Chen took matters into his own hands, grasped the spirit guardian's chin, and poured the entire bottle down without hesitation. Then everyone in the cave fell silent simultaneously, watching the spirit guardian, intently waiting for the following reaction. In less than 5 seconds, under everyone's gaze, The once calm eyes of the spirit guardian began to change first. Her pupils rolled up and down, and then a flash of brilliance appeared, causing two words to surface in everyone's minds. Wisdom. It was not a derogatory term, but rather a true gaze filled with wisdom. Then her nose, mouth, and limbs. Although there seemed to be no visible change on the surface, a vague vitality was born. The woman blinked and looked at Yuan Chen and Yi Lingling, who stood directly in front of her. Her lips moved slightly as she slowly uttered a few words, mother, father. Oh, she can distinguish between genders. When she saw that the spirit guardian first looked at Yi Lingling and then at herself, she was genuinely surprised. The only dissatisfaction was that this form of address felt somewhat inappropriate. While it might have a certain charm, when flirting, constantly addressing her this way could make things awkward when the time came. With a quick mental shift, he established the tone. Wrong. I am your husband. Oh. The ah was emitted by, what on earth is going on? However, upon seeing Yuan Chen glance at him, he immediately covered his mouth with both hands to indicate he wouldn't make a sound. Yet inwardly, he was still bewildered. Wait, has this really happened? Is this really that outrageous? He cautiously stole a glance at Yuan Chen. Who is this guy really? The spirit guardian tilted her head. Husband. That's correct. You are my husband. The spirit guardian's voice became a bit sharper. Yuan Chen looked over and saw that the spirit guardian's eyes were becoming increasingly lively. What had just been a somewhat childish voice had matured considerably. Before she could say anything else, the spirit guardian spoke again. This time her voice transformed into a mature, alluring tone. She extended her hand to look around, her gaze sweeping over the cave before she incredulously said, I have awakened my spirit intelligence. Yuan Chen raised an eyebrow, noting that she seemed aware of her connection to the spirit. Yes, you have awakened your spirit intelligence. The spirit guardian's eyes flashed with disbelief, followed by a complex mix of emotions. Every being generates some inexplicable feelings for the first person they see upon opening their eyes. She was no exception. Looking at the few people in the cave, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Especially when seeing Yi Lingling, she felt an overwhelming urge to call her mother. Yi Lingling was slightly embarrassed by the spirit guardian's fixed gaze. Just call me sister. The spirit guardian withdrew her gaze, suppressing her desire to call her mother, and tried to tone down her feelings of affection. She rationally asked, may I ask why you all have awakened me? Seeing the vigilance in her eyes, Yuan Chen stepped forward. He reached out and gave her a light slap on the back of her head, then affectionately stroked her hair. How should you speak to you? The spirit guardian was taken aback by the slap. She thought, could you not be so familiar? She wanted to pull away from Yuan Chen, but his cultivation level held her firmly in place. What was even more awkward was that despite the hand on her head, she felt an inexplicable urge to nuzzle against it. Seeing that the spirit guardian was silent, Yuan Chen did not beat around the bush. Rest assured, I have no ill intentions towards you. I just want to have a child with you. The breath the spirit guardian had just released was instantly caught back. What are you even saying? Shijin squatted to the side, wide-eyed and speechless. Incredible, senior, is incredible. This is the national fortune of the great Ming dynasty, albeit just a part of it. At this moment he couldn't help but feel curious. Can national fortune really produce offspring? The spirit guardian's face turned crimson. This was too much. How could I think of you as a father? Suddenly a thought crossed her mind. It seems. I can run. Do you have a name? If not, I will give you one. The spirit guardian was exploring her internal situation, sensing the abilities she had gained after awakening her spirit intelligence. Not daring to hesitate, she quickly replied, my name is Ren Huangding. Ren Huangding. That's not a nice name. From now on I'll call you Ding Ding. Yuan Chen said to himself. At this moment the spirit guardian finally became proficient in her skills. She slowly raised her head, smiling at Yuan Chen. Father, I have things to attend to, so I want chat with you. Goodbye. And mother, see you again. After saying this, without waiting for Yuan Chen and the others to react, her entire body slowly dissipated, transforming into star-like specks that scattered from the air. Yuan Chen reached out to catch these little light spots. However, without exception, all the little light spots passed through his palms and fell to the ground, disappearing without a trace. Wasn't it just less than a day? Why did it disperse already? Shijin stretched his neck in confusion. Yuan Chen gazed thoughtfully at the ground. He had secretly placed a mark on the spirit guardian when he captured her earlier. At this moment, he could still feel the presence of the mark. This meant that as the body dissipated, the spirit guardian's divine sense did not vanish. This is quite interesting. Yuan Chen chuckled, lightly smiling at Yi Lingling. Don't say it, Ding Ding is quite mischievous. Senior, what is this pill? After the fortune spirit guard dissipated, Shijin ventured to speak, his small eyes fixed unwaveringly on the remaining porcelain bottle. The shock within him had yet to subside. That was fortune chi after all. What do you think? Do you want it? Pushing aside the recent event, Yuan Chen turned with a smile to look at Shijin. Shijin swallowed hard. He truly wanted to have a bit of fun with it. May I? He asked tentatively. Here you go. Without any reluctance, Yuan Chen tossed him a bottle. Try it right here. Shijin caught the bottle excitedly and asked with some confusion, what? Find something here to test it on. He had only been speculating before, never imagining that an unconscious fortune chi could truly be awakened. This meant that even inanimate objects could gain sentience. For instance, a stone. But there are no small animals here. Shijin said cautiously. Isn't there one? Without bothering to look further, Yuan Chen kicked the small pebble at his feet over to Shijin. Grind the pill into powder and pour it over the stone to see if it works. If you don't want to use a stone, find something else. How will that work? Shijin asked hesitantly. Go on. Oh. Shijin obediently responded. Whatever the seniors, but wasn't this pill meant for me? Wasn't it mine to use as I pleased? Crouching in a corner, he quietly ground the pill. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he searched around and found a smooth stone. Grinning at Yuan Chen, he said, Shall I begin? All right, just place the stone in front of you. By the way, should we carve a hole on its forehead? Does a stone even have a digestive? Yuan Chen added. Shijin opened his mouth, but no words came out. Bro, are you asking me? I have no idea either. Blinking, his hand paused as he awaited Yuan Chen's instructions. How about making an opening on the side to act as a mouth? Yuan Chen first sounded uncertain, then answered firmly, Let's do that. Shijin obediently picked up the stone and gently tapped it with his finger, creating a small hole as thick as a thumb. Without hesitation, he poured the powder into the hole. The cave fell silent for a few minutes. Seeing no reaction, Shijin turned around. And now, is it you? Yuan Chen glanced at the stone in Shijin's hand and speculated, Why don't you try evaporating the powder inside? Shijin was momentarily stunned. Should I give it a try? Turning back, he placed his right hand above the stone. As time passed, his hand grew increasingly red. Shijin frowned. This was no easy task. This was merely an ordinary stone, fragile enough to crumble with a light squeeze. He needed to evaporate the powder within while keeping the stone intact. A considerable challenge. Pop! A sound rang out, startling Shijin so much he nearly dropped the small stone. Regaining his composure, he realized the noise came from the stone in his hand. Before he could ponder further, the small hole he had carved opened and closed several times, emitting 2 syllables, Daddy. Staring at the stone, 3 dark lines instantly appeared on Shijin's forehead. At that moment, an unfamiliar aura suddenly filled the cave. Yuan Chen found the scene amusing and couldn't help stepping forward. Congratulations, congratulations. Brother Shijin, you have a son. Yi Lingling covered her mouth with a light chuckle, also fixing her gaze on the stone. Oh, your son has no eyes. Yuan Chen added, and it was plain to see that Shijin's face grew even darker. Looking down his son. No. This little stone had nothing but the mouth that had just been carved into it. Daddy, who are they? The little stone spoke in a timid voice. Shijin looked at it strangely. You can see me, eh? Daddy, what are you saying? Of course baby can see you. A wave of awkwardness washed over Shijin. Yet faced with the little stone's affection, he accepted the reality. What did it matter if it was a stone? There wasn't much difference from awakening a small animal. But still. He extended a finger. Son, hold still. Daddy will carve you a pair of eyes. Ow ow. The moment his finger touched the little stone, shrieked. Shijin withdrew his hand with an awkward chuckle. After its awakening, the stone had become somewhat harder than before. Checking further, he sensed the little stone's strength at the stone demon realm, equivalent to a human innate realm cultivator. So what now? It looks so strange. Daddy, there's no need. I don't need eyes, but doesn't hinder my sight. Who cares if it hinders you or not? Shijin complained inwardly. The main issue was that it didn't look good. Not cute at all. It didn't need to be as graceful as the senior's daughter, but at least it should look somewhat human. Leave it as it is for now. It should change as its strength increases. If not, transforming later won't be too difficult. Since Yuan Chen had spoken, Shijin had no choice but to let it go. Inside the Great Ming Imperial Palace. Deep within the palace, in a hall over 10 meters tall, an exquisite 4-legged cauldron stood at the center. The room contained nothing else besides this 4-legged cauldron. At the very moment the fortune spirit guard vanished, the giant cauldron in the room rumbled, and a white mist slowly drifted out from within. After an unknown period, the white mist shifted and coalesced into a breathtakingly beautiful woman. She bore the exact same visage as the fortune spirit guard that had dissipated before Yuan Chen. The woman stood still in the air, silent for a long time, quietly processing the information that flooded her mind upon awakening. When she had been seized by Yuan Chen earlier, she was too busy fleeing to examine anything closely. What's going on? Why is the entire Xinhua hall shrouded in mist? An anxious shout sounded from outside, followed by a series of piercing sounds as figures approached. The fortune she snapped back to reality, her expression shifting before she dove back into the giant cauldron. As her body entered the cauldron, it was like a fish returning to water. An immense comfort washed over her. Sensing the intangible fortune energy around her, she inhaled deeply, and her power instantly soared to the Tribulation Transcendent stage. With a wave of her hand, white mist surged, and her strength rapidly climbed back to Tribulation Transcendence. Exhaling, it fell back to Nascent Soul. Nascent Soul, Tribulation Transcendence, loose, Immortal 3rd layer, loose, Immortal 12th layer. She could freely alter her own cultivation level at will. Yet after reaching the peak of loose, Immortal 12th layer, she could advance no further. Does this human emperor cauldron seem different somehow? Voices of conversation reached her ears. The fortune she looked at the group, the clan elders responsible for guarding the human emperor cauldron, followed by 18 guards, all of whom were Mahayana stage experts without exception. Since the human emperor cauldron could be considered her vessel, she could see them, but they could not see her expression. The fortune she waited until the group, finding nothing amiss, departed before reappearing. As long as she remained controllable, the imperial court would be at ease with her existence. But if she developed her own consciousness, could the people of the court truly trust her? The name truly reflects the strongest power of the eastern wilderness. It was noon, and the sun blazed fiercely, yet it could not diminish the bustling voices within the royal city. Tianyu Imperial City, Zhuhua Street. A graceful figure weaved through the throngs of people. She wore a flowing gown adorned with sleeves like drifting clouds, her beauty unparalleled, skin whiter than snow, and her eyes radiated an innate nobility and confusion. The newcomer was none other than the source of the great Ming dynasty's national fortune, the spirit of the human emperor's cauldron just beginning to take form. It feels good to be human, he. The cauldron spirit took a deep breath, and instead of the cold and harsh scent of incense and copper, it was filled with the aroma of various foods. She had just transformed into a spirit, her intellect newly awakened, and everything around her was a refreshing novelty. Though her existence was meant to influence the very fate of the great Ming dynasty, what did it matter to her? After gaining intelligence, she belonged to herself, not to the great Ming. Her nose twitched, and the cauldron spirit frowned slightly, her gaze drawn to a magnificent pavilion ahead. Drunken Immortal Abode. The three gilded characters shone brilliantly under the sunlight, and the shouts of the attendants at the entrance rose and fell with those entering and exiting being either rich or noble. Gaga, let this spirit have a taste of the flavors here. The cauldron spirit slightly raised her chin, her lotus-like steps gracefully moving directly toward the drunken Immortal Abode. One couldn't tell who she learned her speech from. Her words carried an odd sense of unrefinement. Inside the drunken Immortal Abode, on the second floor's elegant seats, the cauldron spirit found a window-side spot to sit down. Without even glancing at the menu, her delicate finger casually pointed at the trays passing by below. That one, and that one, bring me one of each. The attendant was momentarily taken aback, noticing the extraordinary aura of this woman, whose simple attire could not hide her elegance. He quickly responded and went to fulfill her order. Moments later, the table was filled with exquisite delicacies. The cauldron spirit picked up a piece of crystal pork knuckle and placed it in her mouth, her eyes instantly brightening. This flavor was 100 times better than the cold offerings in the ancestral temple. Just as she became lost in her meal, a sudden commotion erupted from the stairway. Fifth Prince, please, this way. A group of attendants surrounded a young man in splendid attire as he walked up. The young man wore a jade crown, his eyes dark and forbidding. Hearing the noise, the cauldron spirit turned her gaze. She recognized this person. The cauldron spirit retained all the memories from before her transformation, which was also why she could adapt so swiftly to the mortal realm. After all, she had witnessed countless people come and go in her ancestral land over thousands of years. The young man in front of her had visited the ancestral land as an adult. He seemed to be the fifth son of the current Emperor Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao, accustomed to domineering behavior, came to the drunken Immortal Abode today to relieve his boredom. As soon as he ascended the stairs, his gaze swept across the room like a venomous snake, eventually landing on the enchanting figure by the window. With that one glance, Zhao Hao felt his soul leave his body. He often frequented the drunken Immortal Abode and had seen many beauties, but he had never encountered a woman so ethereal and exquisite. Especially her utterly unguarded and innocent demeanor while eating only fueled Zhao Hao's desire. Interesting, right under the imperial city, there's a beauty this prince doesn't recognize. Although Zhao Hao's words were unheard, upon locking eyes with him, the cauldron spirit's face immediately darkened, her lips pouting in displeasure. She was well aware of the character of the great Ming royal family. Just from the smile on his face, she understood what he... Zhao Hao's lips curled into a lewd smile as he pushed past the diners blocking his way and walked straight toward the cauldron spirit. His brows furrowed, and his clear eyes flashed with displeasure. If you dare come over to harass me, I will kill you. Before he could get close, the cauldron spirit's voice was cold, like jade striking stone, warning him first. Zhao Hao felt a shiver run through his body, but showed no concern. He grinned and reached out to touch the cauldron spirit's cheek. Little beauty, dining alone is so boring, why not accompany this prince for a drink or two? Zhao Hao was unfazed that after all, their royal family walked with arrogance in the imperial city, with only a few prominent families unwilling to provoke them. Among those prominent families, Zhao Hao knew all the famous beauties and certainly did not know this one beforehand. With the recent turmoil between the beastly sovereign and the great Ming dynasty, many powers had come to watch the excitement or fish in troubled waters, and Zhao Hao suspected the beauty before him was one of them. Since she was an outsider, he felt even less anxious. Apart from the beastly sovereign, there was no one they feared in the eastern wilderness. The surrounding diners cast sympathetic glances. Who didn't know that the fifth prince was a notorious troublemaker? This girl was likely to suffer. However, the terrified screams they anticipated did not occur. The woman slightly tilted her head, evading Zhao Hao's lewd hand, her eyes instantly turning icy and piercing as if she were looking at an ant. Get lost. One word, simple and brutal. Zhao Hao licked his lips, feeling even more delighted. Good. Come here. Bind this woman for this prince and take her back to the mansion. I want to see if I throw her onto the bed, can she still be so... Several sturdy attendants immediately lunged forward like wolves. The cauldron spirit looked at the approaching figures, her eyes flashing with a hint of absurdity. She was the embodiment of the great Ming dynasty's fortune, receiving offerings from countless people and controlling the fate of the dynasty. How could a mere royal descendant bully her, unaware of their own mortality? The cauldron spirit remained seated, not even raising a hand. Just as the attendants were about to touch the edge of her garment, an invisible pressure suddenly erupted from her body. Boom! The several cultivators seemed to crash into an invisible wall, letting out a scream before being hurled back, exploding into fragments midair. The entire venue fell silent. Zhao Hao's lewd smile froze on his face, his pupils constricting violently. Did he really encounter a formidable opponent? You? Who are you? Could you be a spy from the beastly sovereign? Zhao Hao shouted in a frightened manner, while retreating a few steps, his hand stealthily reaching for a jade pendant at his waist, his life-saving trump card. Old Lu, capture the spy. Since he had already offended her, Zhao Hao hesitated no longer. He would first capture her, and if she truly had someone backing her, he could always apologize afterward. The great Ming royal family was indeed formidable. An ethereal silhouette of an elder in gray robes instantly appeared, a revered protector of Zhao Hao's maternal family, a half-step, Grand Master Lu Tao. Strange, I can't sense any cultivation at all. After Lu Tao appeared, his eyes narrowed slightly, not making a move, but instead sheltering Zhao Hao behind him. Even the most powerful experts could sense something extraordinary, but the woman before him seemed almost transparent, as though his divine sense passed right through her like air. Zhao Hao poked Lu Tao's back. Old Lu, what's going on? Can't you handle her? Should I call for more people? This was right at the foot of the imperial city, and shouting would instantly summon numerous experts. The cauldron spirit glanced at Zhao Hao, and she simply raised her hand and pointed into the air. Slap. An invisible slap landed forcefully on Zhao Hao's face. Zhao Hao was sent flying, crashing through the railing and landing heavily in the center of the second floor, whole half of his face swelling instantly, teeth scattering everywhere as he cried out in agony. The jade pendant on his body also emitted a crisp sound before shattering in response. Zhao Hao's expression turned grim. He hadn't expected her to strike, without warning, nearly getting him killed. Presumptuous. Lu Tao shouted angrily while a storm surged in his heart. He had not even seen the trajectory of her attack, as if it had suddenly appeared before Zhao Hao. The cauldron spirit clapped her hands. Lucky for you, but if you disturb me again, I'll kill you. Of course, Lu Tao couldn't see her make a move. After all, she was the embodiment of the national fortune. The strength of the entire Great Ming territory could be wielded at her. Well, one could say that even the air was her weapon. Let alone Zhao Hao. Even if her ancestor came, they couldn't kill her. Within the Great Ming territory, the cauldron spirit was an invincible existence. As long as the Great Ming royal family existed, she would not perish. Lu Tao's expression grew serious as he looked at the cauldron spirit with unease. Who exactly are you? It would be better to clarify, and my family's experts will arrive immediately. If there's a misunderstanding later, it won't be good. Taking a bite of spiritual flesh, the cauldron spirit waved her hand casually, arrogantly declaring, let them come. In her heart, she silently thought, if they come, ill disperse instantly. Meanwhile, deep within the imperial city, in several ancient palaces that had been sealed for decades, a few ancestors, sitting cross-legged on cushions with breaths like deep seas, simultaneously opened their eyes. That aura just now. It's the national fortune. Something seems off. The fluctuations of the national fortune have been unusually intense lately. The several ancestors exchanged glances, each filled with dread. An ominous premonition surged in the heart of every individual. Wow, that stone fish spouting water is so amazing. Look, that tower is so tall. Why doesn't the flag on top fall off? Father, I feel a bond of blood. Is that my mother? On the imperial city street, little stone bounced atop Shurjin's head, brimming with curiosity about everything. When he pointed at a lion-shaped stone pedestal and exclaimed, Shurjin finally lost his composure. Quiet down. I don't know if that's your mother, but I'm not your father. Stop calling me that. My head aches. Yuan Chen and Yi Lingling, holding their child's hands, watched the flustered Shurjin with amusement. Indeed, this little stone was overly talkative, using the word father as frequently as a comma. Shurjin pretended not to hear. Father, the mortal world is so much fun. Senior, it's all your fault. Why did you create this thing? Shurjin cast a resentful glance at Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen suppressed a smile. All right. I saw you were always alone, so I gave you a son to liven things up. Cheer up, don't frown. Let's find a tavern to gather some news. The group arrived at the drunken Immortal tavern. Before entering, a figure by the second-floor window caught everyone's attention. She was a woman draped in a flowing cloud-sleeve gown, her appearance peerless, yet she was eating and drinking with utter abandon. The table was a mess of scattered dishes, but she remained spirited. 2 words summed it up slovenly. What a beautiful celestial sister. Yuan Gua tilted his little head, his eyes glued to her. A faint smile curled at the corner of Yuan Chen's mouth. The aura emanating from that woman. As if sensing Yuan Chen's gaze, she abruptly turned her head. Their eyes met. A flicker of panic crossed her face, and like a startled fawn, she turned to flee through the window. Yuan Chen was amused. He hadn't expected to meet her again so soon. How dare you, vile enchantress, run wild in the imperial city? Seize her. A thunderous roar shattered the air as three figures materialized on the second floor of the tavern, surrounding the woman in a triangular formation. All three were clad in dark red robes, their auras formidable. They were royal guardians. The woman withdrew her gaze, her eyes darting slyly. She covered her mouth with a soft laugh. Do you really think you pathetic lot are worthy of capturing me? Arrogant. The guardian at the Mystic Emperor realm snorted, raising his hand to unleash a blood-red palm print that surged toward Ding Ling with devastating force. Ding Ling did not dodge or evade. Instead, she extended two slender fingers and flicked them gently. Hum. An ancient bell-like resonance seemed to ripple through the air. The seemingly ferocious blood-red palm print just 3 inches from her fingertips dissolved like melting snow in an instant. What a... The three guardians were stunned. A mocking smile curved at the corner of Ding Ling's lips. Her gaze swept over the dumbfounded Yuan Chen and his family below, finally resting on Yuan Chen. She even winked playfully. Oh dear husband, you're here. Before her words faded, her figure vanished into thin air like a bubble, leaving no trace of spatial disturbance. Spatial power. No, that's not it. The Mystic Emperor Guardian's face twisted in shock as he frantically scanned the area with his spiritual sense, finding nothing. What happened? Where did she go? The other two guardians also wore grim expressions. It's not a teleportation array nor a spatial rift. She just disappeared. The Mystic Emperor Guardian muttered to himself. Lord Lu Tao, the fifth prince, is injured. Lu Tao's face darkened as if dripping with gloom. He shot a fierce glare downstairs, suppressed the terror in his heart, and turned to command. Quick, tend to the fifth. His gaze then fell upon Yuan Chen's family below. This woman seemed acquainted with the man. They must be seized for interrogation. The royal experts shared the same thought, immediately rushing downstairs toward Yuan Chen's family. Stop! Yi Lingling's beautiful eyes blazed with fury as she stepped forward to shield her family. Though she was only at the Mystic King realm, her presence was far from weak. Who are you? What is your connection to that enchantress? The royal guardian barked, already reaching out to apprehend them. Yuan Chen shot him a cold glance and said indifferently, no connection. Why? Do you intend to lay hands on me? Senior, are you always this bold? A scornful smirk curled at Yuan Chen's lips. You're asking for death. The royal guardian erupted in fury, refusing to be humiliated. Seize. Spiritual energy surged. The royal guardian was daunted by Yuan Chen's demeanor. Recalling the formidable expert they had just encountered, he restrained himself and ceased his attack. But I advise you to be sensible and come quietly, or else. Or else what? A scornful smirk curled at Yuan Chen's lips. You're asking for death. The royal guardian erupted in fury, refusing to be humiliated. Seize. Spiritual energy surged. He would strike first, backed by the Daming royal family. Mercy. The royal guardian was reduced to just a head, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at Yuan Chen. As for his body, it had already exploded into a bloody mess. Whoa. Sure, Jean's eyes widened. Formidable. Too formidable. With a single slap, he had obliterated a great vehicle realm expert. But this only made their troubles far greater. Senior, let's get out of here quickly. I'm scared. The sky, once clear, abruptly changed color as an overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted like Mount Tai, crashing down instantly, enveloping the entire street. The aura, laced with a murderous intent, seemed to congeal the very air around them. With a thunderous roar, 7 streaks of light shot out from the depths of the imperial palace, hovering in an instant above Yuan Chen and the others. All were cultivators above the 3rd rank of loose immortal, their bodies brimming with surging spiritual energy, their robes rustling in the wind. Around the drunken immortal tavern, the onlookers and spies from various factions who had been watching the spectacle were struck with terror and fled in all directions. Heavens! It's the Imperial Guardians. That guy is dead for sure. Good heavens, they mobilized 7 guardians just to catch a few people. Chill. Don't talk nonsense. Didn't you see even the 5th prince was crippled? This guy has bitten off more than he can chew, but the iron plate might be harder than him. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their terrified gazes fixed on the man in the green robe at the center of the street. Yuan Chen's expression was calm, as if the 3 supreme experts hovering above his head were nothing more than 3 noisy crows. Beneath his foot was the head of an imperial guard. The guard's face was covered in blood, his chest bones shattered as he let out agonized groans. He was now invincible. Only all the royal experts combined could possibly match him in battle. This was precisely why he dared to come with his wife and child. Presumptuous scoundrel. The leading guardian, named Zhao Tianba, was a member of the royal clan known for his violent temper. He looked down from above, eyes blazing with fury, and pointed at Yuan Chen, bellowing, "In broad daylight you dare to gravely injure a member of the royal family, treating the laws of the great Ming as nothing. Kneel down immediately and surrender, and this old man might just grant you a whole corpse." Yuan Chen slowly raised his head, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He exerted a slight pressure with his foot, causing the guard beneath him to let out a pig-like squeal. "Laws!" Yuan Chen chuckled softly, his voice not loud, but carrying clearly to everyone present. "The great Ming has laws. Stop telling jokes, all right." "Outrageous." Another guardian roared in anger, drawing his long blade with a cold glint. "Grand Commander, why waste words with him? Just kill him." There was no right or wrong here. Their sole purpose was to uphold the majesty of the Great Ming. Especially during this standoff with the Beast Realm, if other forces saw the Great Ming's royal court showing weakness, wouldn't everyone try to take a bite? In the cultivation world, might makes right. Wanna fight? Yuan Chen said with an airy nonchalance. Then come and try. Holy crap. Holy crap. Senior, who the hell are you people? So arrogant. Shi Jin watched dumbfounded, exclaiming repeatedly to Yi Lingling beside him. To think even the strongest great elder of the Dragon clan wouldn't dare to act so insolently alone in the Great Ming court. Yi Lingling cast him a glance and couldn't be bothered to respond. You're looking for death. Zhao Tianba was enraged. With a flicker of his form, he turned into a blur of motion, diving down. He struck out with his palm, within which spiritual energy coalesced into a massive blood-red tiger's head, lunging at Yuan Chen with a nauseating wind. Yuan Chen, instead of retreating, advanced. He clenched his right fist and threw a punch that seemed utterly ordinary. A deafening boom echoed as fist met palm. A shocking scene unfolded. Zhao Tianba's fearsome blood-red tiger head shattered in an instant. Then Zhao Tianba himself struck, as if by lightning, flew backward, spraying blood from his mouth, and crashed heavily into a second-floor private room of the drunken Immortal tavern, smashing a large hole in the sturdy wall. A deathly silence fell over the scene. One punch, just one punch, and he had gravely wounded a royal guardian. How is this possible? The pupils of the two remaining guardians constricted violently. At this moment, the guardian, still pinned under Yuan Chen's foot, his eyes bulging with rage, couldn't help but curse loudly. Are you idiots blind? Can't you see him pinned here, unable to move? He's very strong. With a crisp, wet sound, Yuan Chen stomped, crushing the man's skull. Annoying. Shi Jin watched his blood-boiling fists clenched. So brutal. So strong. Then he looked at his son. See that? You need to be tough like senior from now on. Cultivate well. Deep within the Imperial Palace on the Star Observation Tower behind the Golden Throne Hall, the current Emperor, Zhao Do, his face pale, stared intently at the distant battlefield. Where did this monster come from? Zhao Do's voice was grave. My Imperial Guardians can't even withstand a single blow from him. The old eunuch beside him also spoke, shocked. Your Majesty, this person must be a 12th rank loose cult. Having entered the palace as a child, his combat power was even stronger than the Emperor Zhao Do himself. He had seen much of the world and possessed this level of insight. Quickly awaken the ancestors. Zhao Do roared. Most of the ancestors have gone out to contact other experts. The few remaining are all in seclusion. Wang Yin's face was equally grim. Zhao Do turned and strode away. Since the ancestors can't come out, then prepare the imperial carriage for the sacrificial altar. I will personally summon the fortune spirit. Yuan Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his robes fluttering, as if that punch was just casually swatting a fly. In an unnoticed corner, a phantom figure hovered in midair. It was the spirit of the human Emperor Cauldron. Her expression was solemn, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. This guy. The Cauldron spirit murmured, her small hands unconsciously clenching. The power contained in that punch, just now. It vaguely had the ability to shatter the void. I feel that even at my peak, I would be no match for him. To think she was the fortune spirit of the Great Ming, her power already transcending the boundaries of this world. Logically, she should be invincible. She never expected someone could pose a threat to her. Too strong. Shi Jin, still hiding behind, felt the vast ocean-like aura emanating from Yuan Chen and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. With senior strength, I'm afraid, even the Zhou Tian Grand Formation of the Water Marsh couldn't withstand a single punch from him, right? What about you all? Still want to fight? Seeing the remaining guardians too terrified to approach, Yuan Chen raised an eyebrow and asked provocatively. Playing tricks? One of the guardians shouted loudly, then looked at the others beside him. Everyone, don't be afraid. That guy must have used some unknown technique just now. Such a powerful technique can't be used many times. It's probably already exhausted. No matter how strong, he can't surpass a 12th rank loose cultivator. You all attack together. Alright. Hey, we all attack together. What about you? He'll provide cover for you. Bullshit. You go first if you want to. In an instant, the several guardians in midair started arguing right there. They were originally elders of other sects who, after being conquered by the Great Ming, were forced to become its guardians. They had only been here for a little over a decade and were unwilling to die for the Great Ming. At that moment, a long, resonant bell toll echoed through the sky. A vast, majestic, and sacred aura descended from the heavens. The human Emperor Cauldron, watching from the corner, trembled all over. The royal family was summoning her. Looking up, a pillar of golden light shot up from the direction of the palace, and a giant phantom figure clad in golden armor with a blurred face slowly materialized. From all directions, endless streams of white light converged, merging into the giant phantom and disappearing instantly. As this happened, the giant phantom became increasingly solid. The human Emperor Cauldron hesitated. Her original body was summoning her back, but she did not want to fight Yuan Chen. He was too strong. Even if she returned, it wouldn't solve the problem. But after a moment's thought, the Cauldron's spirit vanished from her spot. If she didn't return, the Great Ming royal family would instantly sense the flaw in the nation's fortune. Then an investigation would reveal her sentience, a situation that would be difficult to manage. Furthermore, the Great Ming could not afford to lose as it would affect her. She had to stop Yuan Chen. Once she returned, the giant phantom could unleash its full power. Emperor Zhao Dou stood on a distant gate tower commanding with great gusto, "Fortune Spirit, seize this fiend for me. Protect the Great Ming's empire." The cauldron spirit paused briefly, then quickly resumed a rigid posture before anyone noticed. She raised the giant golden axe in her hand and walked step by step towards Yuan Chen. "Oh, perfect chance to test how strong you really are." Yuan Chen looked at the massive fortune spirit, his eyes blazing with battle intent. The cauldron spirit, cowering in a corner within the giant's body, shrank back. She wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but she felt that Yuan Chen had just glanced at her. Could he sense her location? Never mind, fight first. She couldn't let the royal family notice anything wrong. She just had to follow orders. Steeling herself, the golden-armored fortune spirit giant roared at the sky. The energy swirling around, it was no longer mere airflow, but the condensed crimson dragon chi of the Great Ming. The heaven-opening axe in its hand, manifest from the nation's destiny, swung down with devastating force. Even before the axe blade arrived, the overwhelming celestial might caused the space for 100 li to emit a groaning, strange sound. The flowing clouds in the sky were instantly ground to dust. The surrounding spectators were instantly dumbstruck, feeling as if the apocalypse had arrived. Some, unable to bear the pressure, collapsed to the ground, vomiting blood. Yuan Chen stood in the void, his robes fluttering. Faced with this world-destroying strike, his expression was indifferent as he lightly flicked his finger. In an instant, a towering chaos Dharma aspect materialized behind him. The Dharma aspect formed a hand seal, colliding fiercely with the golden giant axe. A thunderous explosion erupted. The golden axe cracked with countless fissures, and Yuan Chen was sent flying back thousands of li. Hissing in pain, he quickly flew back. He had now experienced the true power of the fortune spirit. No wonder it could protect the Great Ming court and make it the premier power in the eastern wastelands. Its strength was simply beyond measure. Perhaps even the Dragon clan at its peak wouldn't dare to fight within the Great Ming's borders. But still he could fight. The fortune spirit giant let out a furious roar, its colossal frame suddenly shattering the void. Its fists, wrapped in rolling dragon chi, hammered towards Yuan Chen like a storm. Each punch caused the surrounding space to warp violently, and the ground below was plowed into bottomless chasms by the force of the blows. Yuan Chen's gaze sharpened. His form became a flickering blur amidst the dense rain of fists, employing the profound footwork of traversing the land to narrowly evade several fatal strikes. Just as the fortune spirit giant's old power waned and new power had yet to arise, Yuan Chen suddenly closed in. With a single hand forming a seal, he softly commanded, "Bind." A brilliant binding talisman transformed into golden chains, instantly entangling the giant's arms. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Chen formed a sword gesture with his fingers, the tips erupting with a sword aura capable of piercing metal and stone, and stabbed it fiercely into the giant's joints. However, this incarnation of the nation's destiny was far from ordinary living beings. It transformed into a white mist, easily escaping the binding chains. The mist swirled, coalescing into countless tiny blood-red vipers that bared their fangs and lunged at Yuan Chen. A mere trick. Yuan Chen snorted coldly. With a flick of his sleeve, he summoned an ancient 8 trigrams immortal mirror from his palm. "My collection of spiritual artifacts is more extensive than you can imagine." The mirror's surface blazed with light, shooting forth a beam of pure yang true fire that instantly incinerated the Dragonki vipers. The vipers dispersed, but soon reformed into a giant figure 100 li away. Meanwhile, deep within the imperial palace, a thunderous crash echoed as a palace hall collapsed. The fortune spirit was intimately connected to the imperial city. When the spirit was injured, the city, as its vessel, showed the most immediate effects. In a place unseen by the masses within a certain domain of the heavens, the sky was dark, the ground cracked, rivers flowed backward, and explosions rang out incessantly. Sight hurt so much. Inside the giant, the cauldron spirit was grimacing in pain. Since gaining sentience, she had also acquired the 5 senses. Being one with the fortune spirit, she bore all the injuries it sustained. Yuan Chen had already pressed forward. Reaching out with one hand, he formed a sky-covering spiritual energy hand, grabbed the fortune spirit giant by the ankle, and yanked it hard. The earth shook violently. The giant symbol of the Great Ming's destiny was physically dragged from the air by Yuan Chen and slammed viciously into the ground, creating a bottomless pit. Emperor Zhao Dou, far away, was struck as if by light, back, nearly fainting. Yuan Chen pressed his advantage. "I heard the Great Ming's fortune spirit is invincible, that is long." This is impossible. Zhao Dou's eyes rolled back, nearly fainting. Yuan Chen pressed his advantage. "I heard the Great Ming's fortune spirit is invincible, that as long as the royal family stands, the spirit endures. Let me see if that's true today." Yuan Chen gave the giant no chance to recover. He swung it like a tattered sack, slamming the fortune spirit giant into the ground again and again. With each impact, the earth trembled violently. The hard cyan gold stone slabs cracked and shattered, spiderweb-like fissures spreading wildly in all directions. In just a few short breaths, the once glorious and solemn imperial palace was reduced to a chaotic ruin. Carved beams and painted rafters turned to dust, pavilions and towers collapsed entirely. Dust blotted out the sun as if the apocalypse had arrived. On the distant star observation tower, Emperor Zhao Dou's face was as pale as paper. He stared fixedly at the center of destruction, his pupils reflecting the tragic sight of his nation's destiny being trampled. A gurgling sound came from his throat, as if someone had him by the neck. Zhao Dou finally managed to squeeze out a broken sound from his extreme terror. He spun around, grabbing the collar of the old eunuch Wang, and beside him, his eyes blood-red as he roared, "Issue the decree. Tell all the ancestors outside not to come back. Coming back is suicide. Well, all die." Zhao Dou screamed hysterically, his voice filled with boundless despair and sorrow. As he finished speaking, the majestic sovereign's legs gave way, and he collapsed into the dusty ruins, his eyes vacant, his heart filled with utter desolation. By the way, how did they ever provoke an existence like this? And inside the giant spirit, the human Emperor Cauldron's spirit was already terrified, her beauty drained of color. So brutal. She had thought to slip away as a streak of light, but found herself trapped inside the giant spirit, unable to move. Then, under the stunned gazes of the crowd, a miserable shriek came from the usually expressionless giant's mouth. "Daddy, please stop hitting. I was wrong. Please stop, Daddy. Father, stop hitting me. It hurts so much, ouch." A shrill, tearful wail suddenly exploded over the rubble-strewn ruins of the imperial palace, shattering the deathly silence. The members of the Daming royal family, still immersed in boundless despair and shock, now had their eyes nearly popping out, frozen in place, as if struck by a paralysis spell. No. Were they hearing things? The national fortune incarnation, devoid of all emotions and desires, had actually spoken. And it was beaten into calling someone father. Not only the royal family, but also the major powers and experts who had been watching from a safe distance, still trembling with fear, were utterly dumbfounded. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into chaos, exclamations rising one after another. "Holy crap! Am I hearing this right? Daming's national fortune has gained sentience. What did it eat to grow up like this? I should feed some to my own nation's fortune back home. It's not just sentience. It's been beaten into submission, hasn't it? A dignified national fortune incarnation calling an outsider father. Daming's face is utterly lost. Huh. Look at the royal family's faces. They're green with rage. This is insane. The world has gone completely mad. Even a national fortune can be beaten into showing humanity. Just who is that kid? Chill. Keep your voice down. Do you want to die? Haven't you seen the fortune spirit beaten to a pulp? Would just be cannon fodder if we stepped in." In midair, Yuan Chen slowly retracted, his devastating aura, his green robe rustling in the fierce wind, immaculate and spotless. With a single hand, he hoisted the fortune spirit giant, now battered and bruised with dimmed golden light. The giant's massive form instantly shrank to normal size, its appearance reverting to the female form Yuan Chen had first seen. "Weren't you quite mischievous just now? What, now you know it hurts?" Yuan Chen chuckled, teasing her. The fortune spirit, stripped of all former majesty, curled up into a ball, her face contorted in misery. "Big Dad, you're my real dad. Please be magnanimous and let me go like a fart." "No, seriously, where did you come from? How are you so strong?" The fortune spirit had known Yuan Chen was stronger, but not this strong. She could feel he hadn't even used his full power. For a moment, the fortune spirit began to doubt her existence. In her millennia of memories, she had never seen anyone so powerful. Yet it made sense. If he weren't, he couldn't have casually awakened her sentience. Yuan Chen's mouth twitched slightly. This national fortune incarnation was certainly one to bend with the wind. He couldn't help asking, "Didn't you just gain sentience? Where did you learn this groveling attitude?" The fortune spirit pouted and replied without hesitation, "From the palace, of course. Everyone except the royal ancestor acts this way. He who touches pitch shall be defiled. Don't blame me." Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, in a secluded mountain retreat, several gray-robed elders with profound ocean-deep auras were chatting and laughing, clinking glasses. Suddenly, one of them, changed expression, shot to his feet and crushed his wine glass with a crack, the liquor trickling through. A fellow expert at the table quickly asked with concern, "Elder Zhao, what's wrong?" This man was Zhao Kuo, the strongest ancestor of the Daming royal family. What could make him so panicked? Before Zhao Kuo could speak, a royal shadow guard rushed in, frantically knelt and stammered, "Ancestor. His Majesty sent an urgent secret order. You and the other ancestors in seclusion must never return to the capital. Under no circumstances should you come back." "I understand." Zhao Kuo frowned, a flash of ferocity in his eyes. He sensed disturbances in the national fortune, indicating trouble at the palace. "Do you know what happened? A powerful enemy has attacked, and no one can stand against them. The fortune spirit is currently fighting, but His Majesty says even the spirit may not be a match." "What?" Zhao Kuo snorted coldly, his aura erupting and rattling the furniture around him. "Impossible. Our fortune spirit is invincible under heaven." What kind of expert? Zhao Dou has grown more cowardly with age, scared out of his wits like this. I think he shouldn't sit on that throne anymore. Let's go. I want to see which deity dares to cause trouble in Daming. Since Elder Zhao is returning, I'll accompany you to lend a hand. The expert immediately stood and clasped his fists, feigning indignation. Zhao Kuo had promised him rewards earlier, so he wouldn't back down now. Besides, he thought Zhao Dou was exaggerating, scared witless. After all the limits of the cultivation world were fixed, how strong could the enemy really be? Moreover, Zhao Dou's incompetence was notorious. It was only because the Daming royal family was inherently powerful that his reputation was somewhat spared. But among the higher echelons of other forces, Zhao Dou was nothing but a joke. Meanwhile, at the northeastern border of the heavenly domain, Crown Prince Zhao Heng of Daming was smilingly toasting with Song, he, and several high-ranking members of the Water Marshes. This collaboration had been a hard-won opportunity brokered by Song, he through Qilin's connections. Brother Song, Brother Qilin, if the Water Marshes can aid Daming this time, the benefits from conquering the Beast Clan will be generously shared by the royal family. Just as Zhao Heng was speaking enthusiastically, a personal guard rushed in with a pale face and whispered in his ear. Zhao Heng's wine glass clattered to the floor, spilling liquor all over him. He shot to his feet, his face turning ashen. What? Father is injured. The palace. The palace has been reduced to rubble. Song He's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly stood to ask, Your Highness, what's happened? Zhao Heng took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and said solemnly, Brother Song, Brother Qilin, am terribly sorry, but a sudden calamity has struck my house, and I must return to the palace immediately. Let's discuss our collaboration another day. He turned to leave. Your Highness, His Majesty ordered no one to return. Just some petty scoundrel who dares to act up only when the ancestor is away. Once he returns, even if the entire dragon clan attacks, they'll be trapped here. Song He's eyes darted, and he stepped forward, grabbing Zhao Heng's sleeve, vowing earnestly, Your Highness. Since the royal family is in trouble, the Water Marshes will not stand idly by. Just say the word, and Song He will lead our elite forces to reinforce you. Zhao Heng looked into Song He's resolute eyes and nodded heavily. Good. I will remember this debt, Brother Song. Within half an hour, several overwhelmingly powerful auras suddenly appeared above the once silent capital. Led by Zhao Kuo, dozens of Daming's hidden experts, princes stationed outside, and Crown Prince Zhao Heng's reinforcements from the Water Marshes returned to the capital in full force. Yet when they saw the scene before them, everyone was petrified. The once magnificent, majestic palace was now a vast crater of ruins. And in the center of the ruins, the Fortune Spirit, the very foundation of Daming, was crouched like a meek little wife, surrounded by piles of rare treasures. The Fortune Spirit, wiping tears, pulled out one priceless artifact after another, radiating terrifying energy, pushing them toward Yuan Chen like offerings. Dad, look at this. This is the 9 Dragons Nation Steadfast seal used by the founding emperor. Within the capital, it boosts combat power by 1 level. Take it for fun. And this a fragment of the mountain and river statecraft map. Though incomplete, it's a top-grade defensive spiritual artifact. Keep it for protection. Oh, you must accept this 10,000-year dragon blood ginseng. It's highly nourishing. Just calm down and spare Daming, and it'll give you the keys to the entire palace treasury. Zhao Kuo and the returning group stared at this scene, their gazes first turning bizarre. Then a surge of hot blood rushed to their heads, and they trembled with fury. A battle cry erupted. This is too much. Seeing Zhao Kuo and the others, Zhao Dou showed no joy at all. Instead, he was scared out of his wits, waving his arms frantically and shouting hoarsely, Ancestor, didn't I send word for you not to come back? Zhao Kuo frowned deeply, looking at Zhao Dou with displeasure. You useless fool. First explain to me what's going on with the Fortune Spirit. Shi Jin, seeing Song He and the others charging over with a menacing air, was momentarily stunned. Then his heart leaped, and disregarding everything else, he flickered forward to meet them, asking urgently, Brothers, why have you come now? Something's off here, don't interfere yet. He knew that Song He and his group were supposed to join forces with Daming, but he hadn't expected the timing to be so coincidental. However, Song He and his men acted as if they hadn't heard his voice, not even sparing him a glance. Their gazes were locked onto the figure in blue robes, standing with hands clasped behind his back, not far away. After scrutinizing him for a few seconds, Song He drew in a sharp breath, his voice tinged with disbelief. Yuan Chen, upon hearing this, slowly turned his head, a harmless smile on his face, and replied cheerfully, Hey, long time no see. You all have traveled a great distance. Surely you're not here to catch up with me, are you? Not far away, Zhao Kuo, the royal ancestor who was about to help Zhao Dou up, froze mid-motion upon hearing the name. His brows furrowed as he quickly recalled various rumors about that name, then his eyes sharpened as he fixed his gaze on Yuan Chen, sneering. So you're the infamous Yuan Chen who's been stirring up trouble. If you've walked right into our trap? Since you've come alone today, we'll take this chance to slay you on the spot and eliminate the threat once and for all. Before his words had even faded, Zhao Kuo's aura surged violently, and a gleaming longsword materialized in his hand, its tip pointing straight at Yuan Chen. Ancestor, no. Zhao Dou shouted in panic. But Zhao Kuo paid him no heed. Kill. With Zhao Kuo's command, dozens of royal experts sprang into action instantly. In an instant, the sky flashed with brilliant spiritual light as a torrent of immortal techniques and magical treasures rained down upon Yuan Chen as if they cost nothing. Fire serpents writhed, icicles fell like rain, and several terrifying sword beams tore through the void, carrying an aura of utter destruction as they cascaded toward Yuan Chen from all directions. Zhao Dou stamped his feet in desperation, thinking, I told you how powerful he is. Why won't you believe me? Facing the onslaught, Yuan Chen shifted his entire form, transforming into a colossal Azure Dragon. Clang! The ferocious attacks seemed to crash into an invisible wall, halting midair before exploding against Yuan Chen's body, with a series of booms scattering into a dazzling display of fireworks. Yun Lingqi exclaimed in frustration, Hey, what are you doing? Can't we talk this out? He had almost managed to stabilize Yuan Chen. Why were they making a scene? Could they even defeat him? If they wanted to die, they shouldn't drag him into it. On the other side, a ruthless glint flashed in Song He's eyes. He knew this was a golden opportunity to kill Yuan Chen, one he couldn't afford to miss. He bellowed, formed the Zhou Tian formation. At his command, the Shupo members swiftly shifted positions, and an ancient arcane aura spread as the phantom of a massive formation slowly took shape in the void. Though several key leaders had yet to arrive, the defensive power was sufficient. As long as they could help Daming protect the palace, allowing Daming's experts to focus their attacks on Yuan Chen, that would be enough. This would also leave a good impression on Daming, making future cooperation much easier. Just then Song He suddenly turned to Shijin, who stood frozen, and roared, Shijin, why are you still standing there? Get into the formation and lend us a hand. Shijin trembled slightly at his words, but didn't move an inch. He hadn't expected the senior who had accompanied him all this way to be Yuan Chen. Gazing at the calm man in blue robes at the center of the crowd, a profound sense of helplessness surged within him. Brothers, stop this, Shijin said, taking a deep breath, his voice hoarse. You're no match for him. This Zhou Tian formation is nothing but a paper toy before him. Nonsense. Song He roared in fury. Shijin, are you still a brother of Shupo? Yuan Chen is our greatest threat. He must be eliminated. Shijin gave a bitter smile and shook his head. Then I'm not. With that he flickered and retreated outside the battle circle, watching coldly from a distance. I warned you. Since you insist on walking to your deaths, it's none of my concern. It's not that I want help. I just can't beat him, and I don't want to die. Brothers, we're just traveling together out of convenience. I don't want to wade into this mess. Fine. Fine. Song He repeated 3 times, shocked that Shijin had let him down again, but the arrow was already on the string. He gritted his teeth, turned, and shouted to the men in the formation, ignore this traitor. Pour all your power into the formation. We'll settle accounts with him later. Song He's hands swiftly formed complex seals as his spiritual energy surged wildly. In the next instant, it seemed as if the world had lost its color. The once azure sky was instantly dyed a deep ink black, followed by countless dazzling golden runes emerging from the void, like falling stars densely blanketing the entire heavens. Rumble. With a deafening roar, these runes swiftly intertwined and connected, forming a colossal net of light that blotted out the sky. This net of light didn't just cover the battlefield, it spread outward at an unimaginable speed in the blink of an eye, enveloping the entire Daming Imperial Palace. The Zhou Tian formation possessed not only an impenetrable defensive power, but also the ability to trap heaven and earth. As the net closed, the flowing runes emitted a terrifying, heart-stopping fluctuation. It sealed Yuan Chen, the royal experts, and even the very heavens and earth within this vast region, completely locking them in an isolated space. The moment the grand array fully closed, the sky of the great Ming dynasty seemed to be forcibly torn apart by an invisible giant hand, transforming into a chaotic battlefield. Within the array, the sun and moon lost their radiance, leaving only violent spiritual energy surging like raging waves, with every inch of space enduring unimaginable, terrifying pressure. Everyone, the array is complete. This beast has no escape. Join me, old man, and strike together to suppress and slay him. Ancestor Zhao Kuo's hair and beard bristled, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of a 12th tribulation loose immortal without reservation. In his hand, he tightly gripped the purple thunder punishment sword wreathed in violet lightning. Where the blade pointed, the void shattered, and countless fine black spatial cracks spread like a spiderweb. Kill! At Zhao Kuo's command, the dozens of accompanying royal loose immortals roared in unison. These cultivators, at least at the second tribulation stage, held nothing back, summoning their ultimate treasures and techniques. A royal elder in crimson battle armor struck first, his hands forming seals rapidly as he shouted, scorching earth for 1,000 miles. In an instant, raging flames erupted around him, coalescing into 100 zangtall fiery Dharma manifestation behind him. It opened its mouth and spewed a crimson torrent capable of melting metal, hurtling straight toward Yuan Chen. Another cold, sinister elder wielding a bone spear followed closely. His face twisted ferociously as he swung the spear, summoning wails of ghosts and wolves, 10,000 souls devouring the heart. From the spear's tip burst billions of emerald, ghostly chi, transforming into countless ferocious specters and vengeful spirits, clawing and lunging at Yuan Chen to corrupt his soul. Others even unleashed ancient inherited treasures like the seal of overturning heaven and the chaos gold dipper, each radiating world-shattering fluctuations. With overwhelming might, they locked onto Yuan Chen from every direction. The great Ming royal family still had its hidden depths. Facing this sky-filling, mountain-leveling assault, Yuan Chen's expression remained utterly calm. He slowly lifted his gaze, a faint trace of mockery flickering in his eyes. All flash and no substance. Annoying. Before the words faded, Yuan Chen flicked his tail. Annihilate. A seemingly ordinary cyan light burst forth, stripping away all sound from the world. It bore no earth-shattering force, yet carried an absolute sharpness that severed karma and shattered all laws. Boom! The blazing Dharma manifestation of the Crimson Elder, fragile as paper, was instantly severed at the waist. Without even a scream, he was reduced to a mist of blood under the tail's grinding force. Then the tail's momentum undiminished. It pierced straight through the bone spear-wielding Elder and several loose immortals behind him, blasting them into fine dust in an instant. With a single strike, several loose immortal experts were reduced to ashes. How is this possible? The sight stunned everyone present. The once aggressive royal experts now felt a chill surging from their sawls to their crowns, their hands gripping their treasures, trembling violently. Wretch, do not be so arrogant. Ancestor Zhao Kuo's eyes split with rage. He had never imagined Yuan Chen's power could be so terrifying. With a furious roar, his purple thunder punishment sword blazed with blinding lightning. He transformed into a violet thunderbolt, charging fiercely to intercept the blade's light. Thunder Emperor Dharma body open. Behind Zhao Kuo, a giant phantom wreathed in billions of lightning bolts soared skyward, gripping a massive sword and striking down at the cyan blade light. Simultaneously, two other royal ancestors at the 11th tribulation stage fought desperately. One offered a profound Yuan water-controlling banner, conjuring a deluge of black water to wash away the sword intent, while the other deployed a 9 revolutions exquisite pagoda pressing down from above. Boom, boom, boom. The three supreme forces collided violently midair, the resulting shockwave shattering the surrounding space into fragments. Interesting. Barely worthy of receiving one of my strikes. Yuan Chen flicked his body lightly, as if swatting a few flies, his gaze coldly sweeping over the remaining trembling royal experts. His dragon claws left after images in the air, nullifying all attacks. But no matter how many ants there's, what are you waiting for? Attack together. Zhao Kuo wiped blood from his lips, roaring madly. If Yuan Chen wasn't destroyed today, the entire dynasty would fall. He regretted ever returning, knowing Yuan Chen would be this powerful. Great Sun to Thagata palm. Profound ice extinction finger. Heaven-rending blade light. A barrage of immortal techniques and treasures rained down on Yuan Chen like refuse. Yet he merely sneered, his form flickering as he vanished from his spot. I'm above. A cold, clear voice suddenly echoed above everyone's heads. The crowd looked up in terror to see Yuan Chen hovering high in the sky, one hand loosely gripping a massive Tentasanshang sword formed from pure spiritual energy, slowly taking shape. Meeting his fate, so let me give you a gift. As Yuan Chen's hand descended, the colossal sword dissolved into billions of tiny sword lights, pouring down like a meteor shower. Each sword light carried a terrifying intent capable of piercing loose immortal defenses, locking onto every royal expert present with precision. No. My treasure. My arm. Screams rose one after another. The second and third tribulation loose immortals were as fragile as paper before this rain of swords. Their protective spiritual light shattered instantly, treasures were ground into scrap, and their bodies were torn apart by the sword chi. In that moment, a rain of blood fell from the sky. Severed limbs and broken treasures plummeted like dumplings from the air. The once majestic royal coalition was decimated by more than half in just a few breaths. Yuan Chen, you go too far. Zhao Kuo, watching his kin fall one by one, went wild with fury, his eyes. He burned his essence blood, his aura skyrocketing as he forcibly broke through to the brink of the 13th tribulation. This old man will fight you to the death. Forbidden art coexistence with heaven and earth. Zhao Kuo transformed into a dazzling violet thunderball, radiating an aura of utter annihilation, charging recklessly at Yuan Chen. The two surviving ancestors gritted their teeth and followed, attempting to self-destruct and take Yuan Chen with them. Facing their desperate last stand, Yuan Chen's eyes flickered with impatience. He slowly extended a finger, a black and white speck of light gathering at its tip. Yin-yang millstone grind. The speck swelled into a massive monochrome millstone, rotating slowly as it met Zhao Kuo and the others. Crack! There was no suspense. The seemingly slow millstone, upon contacting the trio, unleashed an irresistible crushing force. Zhao Kuo's essence blood-fueled strike vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, devoured instantly by the millstone. Then the three were sent flying hundreds of meters like rags. No. Impossible. Zhao Kuo's voice drifted on the wind, filled with unwillingness. Ga ga ga. Yuan Chen's dragon eyes bulged, his massive form twisting in the air. One's not enough. Then he'll bring two more. As he spoke, a celestial treasure of fearsome aura appeared in each of his dragon claws. Like the yin-yang millstone, these were rewards from the system after his power boost. Mid-grade immortal artifacts. Perhaps only Yuan Chen possessed such items in the entire cultivation world. Zhao Kuo, just rising from the ground, saw the immortal artifacts in Yuan Chen's hands, and his pupils contracted. The next second, he screamed hoarsely at Yinling, who was calmly observing the battle from afar. Yinling, guard, do you intend to watch the great Ming dynasty fall? I care not if you've gained sentience. If the Great Ming falls, you won't survive either. If not now, when will you act? Yun Ling. Hearing this roar from the royal ancestor, Yun Ling's face was now filled with conflict and hesitation. On one side was the royal ancestor who had enshrined his name, on the other was the peerless fiend who had given him life and could crush him with a flick of his finger. This was a bit tricky. Yuan Chen slowly turned his head, his gaze falling calmly on Yun Ling's delicate face, a faint, ambiguous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. What? You still want to fight? Yun Ling's entire body stiffened, and he involuntarily shrank back. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling with a clear sob. Be big shot. Bro. Dad. I have absolutely no hostility towards you. But I really want to live. I was born with the great name. If you destroy the great name, won't I perish along with it? I've only just gained sentience. I don't want to die. Didn't I just give you treasures? Can't you spare me? Want to live? Yuan Chen transformed back into human form, raised an eyebrow, lightly paced with his hands behind his back, and spoke in a flat tone. That's simple. The great name's royal fate has run its course. Following them leads only to death. How about this? You pledge allegiance to me directly. I plan to establish a kingdom here, and he'll still call it the Great Name. Although switching to a new master will deal a heavy blow to your foundation, and your golden light will inevitably scatter, if you follow me the people will remain unchanged, the culture will differ little. In merely borrowing the shell to live, you can still be the fortune spirit. Before long you'll recover, and even rise to a higher level. What do you think? Yun Ling's enormous, beautiful eyes instantly widened in utter disbelief. What? That's possible. Is that for real? Zhao Kui, hearing this exchange from not far away, changed expression drastically and screamed frantically. Yun Ling, don't listen to this fiend's lies. He's trying to drain your very essence. Zhao Kui was panicked, for this possibility could indeed come true. In the past, the fortune spirit lacking sentience would perish along with the dynasty's fall, unable to switch masters. But now it was different. This creature had gained sentience and its own will. If Yun Ling acknowledged Yuan Chen's existence, and the great name's name remained unchanged as Yuan Chen took over, how was that any different from an abdication? Perhaps in the early stages, with the Zhao royal family's experts wiped out and the national fortune affected, the fortune spirit would suffer a heavy blow. But once Yuan Chen's people filled the ranks, the fortune spirit would grow strong again. Moreover, the fortune spirit's strength was directly proportional to the nation's power. Yuan Chen's forces had already proven stronger than the Zhao family's. Once the master changed, the fortune spirit would advance by leaps and bounds. Seeing Zhao Kui's frantic state, Yun Ling's eyes darted rapidly. Gazing at Yuan Chen's unfathomable back, the scales in his heart tipped instantly. He gritted his teeth, forced a smile, and said with a hint of coquettishness, I believe you, Dad. Can you truly guarantee my safety and not erase my sentience? This had to be asked, for no one wanted a ticking time bomb by their side. But to Yuan Chen this meant nothing. My word is as solid as a mountain. Yuan Chen nodded faintly. As they spoke, the crown prince, Zhao Hong, on the other side, suddenly snapped back to reality. His originally pale face flushed crimson. No, this couldn't go on. The Zhao family must not fall. He didn't want to die. His gaze darted around, seeking a solution. Finally, it settled on a slender figure not far away. Yi Lingling, who was watching the spectacle with a child in her arms. Zhao Hong spun around and roared at the imperial experts and guards who had just arrived. Quick! Capture that woman. She's one of Yuan Chen's people. Seize her, and Yuan Chen will be forced to hold back. Hurry! Several guards, though their legs trembled from Yuan Chen's terrifying power, steeled themselves at the crown prince's command and charged at Yi Lingling. After all, they were Zhao family loyalists. Once Yuan Chen took down the Zhao family, he would never spare them. Now they had to see this through to the bitter end. In a corner of the Zhou Grand Array, the Elephant Tribulation loose Immortal, invited by Zhao Kui, quietly approached Lin Zhong and whispered, quickly open a gap in the array and let me out. He was terrified. He had charged in with Zhao Kui earlier only to be casually swatted away and grievously injured. He was merely a helper. Even if the great name royal families survived, their strength would be crippled and they would fall from their dominant position. Befriending Zhao Kui was now useless. His own life was more important. He didn't want to die here. Facing the Elephant Tribulation loose Immortal, Lin Zhong said neither humbly nor arrogantly, Lin despises cowards who fear death. Hey, are you out of your mind? Can't you see the great name is doomed? If we don't run now, we'll all die. If a word spoken is past recalling. Since we promised the great name's crown prince, we will not break our faith. Meanwhile, the Shueibua group, maintaining the Zhou Grand Array, also sensed something was wrong. They quickly communicated via divine sense. Wan Xiaowu asked with a trembling voice, Brother Song, this situation seems troublesome. When did Yuan Chen become so powerful? Another brother chimed in. Yeah, Brother Song. Even the royal ancestor was crushed like an ant. If we go up there, we'll be throwing our lives away. Should we withdraw? He could shake our Zhou Grand Array before. Now that his strength has skyrocketed, even the great name's fortune spirit can't stop him. Do you think our array will be of any use? I think we should retreat. We don't have any deep grudge with Yuan Chen. We can send gifts and apologize later, and this will blow over. Song, he stared fixedly at the demonic figure in the azure robe at the center of the battlefield, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like rain. He watched the royal guards charging at Yi Lingling, then glanced at the fortune spirit already negotiating terms with Yuan Chen. The last shred of hope in his heart shattered completely. Then, are you all? On one side are brothers, on the other is trust. For the sake of my brothers, I song, he can only break my word. Song, he ground his teeth, but his body was honest. He gritted his molars and growled to his trusted brothers, forget it, take out all your life-saving talismans. Run. Lin Zhong was still talking to the Elephant Tribulation loose Immortal when he heard this telepathic message. The next second, under the stunned and bewildered gaze of everyone around the Shueibua group, who had been setting up the array with such ferocity, suddenly bolted, scrambling and tumbling in all directions. Lin Zhong paused for a second, then turned and followed his brothers. The Elephant Tribulation loose Immortal was stunned. So this was what they meant by a word spoken is past recalling. Lin Zhong paused for a second, then turned and followed his brothers. The Elephant Tribulation loose Immortal, watching the rabble from the water margin scurry away in a pathetic panicked rout. Yi Lingling held a crystalline purple-veined spirit fruit, radiating a rich fragrance. She crunched on it, while turning to look at the composed Shurjin beside her. She asked curiously, hey, your brothers from water margin all fled. Why didn't you go with them? Shurjin raised an eyebrow, matter-of-factly crossing his arms and sneering at the distant dust flee. Why should I flee? Those sycophantic turncoat rats. I, Shurjin, have always disdained to associate with them. As the saying goes, friendship isn't measured by time, but by shared spirit. Song, he and I were just partners for a meal. With Yuan Chen Sr., it's a bond of true understanding. I'm always on your side. I never lifted a hand. Why run? We're allies. Yi Lingling's mouth twitched at his high-sounding nonsense. She rolled her eyes mercilessly. Oh, spare me. A bond of true understanding. You've only known us a few days. Just then, Little Stone perched on Shurjin's head drooled and stared at Yi Lingling, whining, sister, Yi Lingling, what's that tasty thing you're holding? Is it good? Yi Lingling glanced at him, then handed one fruit to each of her 3 children. It's not good. Little Stone. Shurjin rolled his eyes. Eat? A lousy rock like you can eat spirit fruits. Go play in the mud. I'm craving it too. Little Stone pouted and explained seriously, who's a lousy rock? I'm a born stone spirit. As long as it's a celestial treasure, I can absorb and refine it like a cultivator to boost my cultivation. Dad, if you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Shurjin was stumped. Did it matter? He patted his empty storage pouch, broke, unable even to pull out a decent spirit stone, let alone a celestial treasure. The point was he had no money. Didn't this awkward questioning embarrass him? Too ashamed to ask Yi Lingling for a fruit, he pretended not to hear Little Stone's clamor, directly scooping him up and stuffing him into his crotch. Just then a sharp, murderous sound of tearing air came from afar. Crown Prince Zhao Hong, his face twisted with rage, led a group of Imperial experts charging toward them. Attack! Capture her, and that demon Yuan Chen will be helpless. Zhao Hong roared hysterically as he Shurjin squinted and saw 5 experts at the Sancian level behind Zhao Hong. Though most were only First Tribulation Sancians, it was still terrifying. A golden opportunity. Shurjin's eyes flashed with excitement. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward. Chance. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to prove myself, he thought. He had always been at odds with those dragon bastards, and Yuan Chen had severed ties with the dragon race. If he could protect Yi Lingling and her children, wouldn't he latch onto Yuan Chen's mighty thigh? Water margin. What's that? Can you eat it? Never heard of it. Brothers. Just stepping stones. Resolved, Shurjin strode forward, blocking Yi Lingling and her children, striking a righteous, death-defying pose. Fear not, madam. With me, Shurjin, here no traitor will harm you. Senior Yuan Chen is not only virtuous, but also of my clan, a dragon. I will protect you all. Yi Lingling looked at the thin, yet resolute figure before her and shrugged. Ignoring him, she calmly raised her jade hand and opened her storage ring. A dazzling treasure light shot into the sky. Yi Lingling waved her hand, and the first artifact flew out, transforming into a shimmering shield that hovered above them. The 9 Heavens Mystic Water Shield, forged from the essence of deep northern ice, could neutralize 90% of fire and physical attacks. Swish swish, a few more radiant flashes. The Great Luo Golden Bell, an ancient relic with peerless defense. She also pulled out 4 flag banners, planting them in the 4 cardinal directions. The 4 symbols' absolute spirit formation base, once activated, could withstand a full force assault from a 12th Tribulation Sancian for half an hour. As artifact after artifact fell, Yi Lingling and her children were instantly enveloped in layers of treasure light. Clothes, boots, all shimmering with auspicious radiance. Shurjin was dumbfounded, his mouth agape, eyes nearly popping out. He clenched his teeth to hold back tears. Damn rich bastard, damn rich bastard. Trembling, he pointed at the artifacts and stammered, holy crap. Are these all celestial artifacts? He questioned reality. When had celestial artifacts become so common? Before Shurjin could recover, Crown Prince Zhao Hong and his men attacked. Bitch, come here. Zhao Heng's eyes were bloodshot as he clawed at Yi Lingling. The several Sancian experts behind him also struck, targeting the 3 children. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions erupted and terrifying spiritual energy rippled outward. Yet when the smoke cleared, everyone was horrified to find Yi Lingling and her children completely unharmed. The attacks enough to level a mountain hadn't even caused a ripple on the layered defensive artifacts. How is this possible? Zhao Heng's eyes widened in terror, disbelief written all over his face. Yi Lingling and her children stood lazily, still crunching on spirit fruits, as if bothered only by a mosquito. Impossible. Impossible. Seeing their contemptuous demeanor, Zhao Heng attacked, even more frantically. Yuan Guo, Yuan Luo, and the other children pressed against the inner wall of the shimmering shield, pointing at the furious Zhao Heng, and his men laughing and mocking them like a circus show. Yuan Guo spread his hands and shouted, "Is that all? Is that all? And you call yourself a crown prince?" Yuan Luo nodded seriously. His strength is indeed lacking, far inferior to Dragon Clan cultivators at the same level. Yi Lingling couldn't help but smile. Instead of stopping them, she chimed in playfully, "Crown Prince Zhao, esteemed sirs, if you're tired, take a rest. Don't break your weapons. What a waste." These words, paired with the children's taunts, struck Zhao Heng and his men like the loudest slaps. "You!" Zhao Heng trembled with rage, his face cycling from white to green to purple, veins bulging on his forehead, eyes bloodshot, as if ready to bleed. The dignified crown prince of Daming, humiliated so utterly. This was the greatest shame of his life. "Strike! Strike with all you've got. I don't believe we can't break this damn shell." Zhao Heng roared hysterically, his reason consumed by shame and fury. Meanwhile, Shijin directly engaged the other experts. "How dare you? With me, Shijin, here you won't touch the lady's family." Knowing he was outmatched, he unleashed his innate divine ability. Shijin's body instantly transformed into a strange pitch-black creature with transparent wings. It looked somewhat like a dragon, but its mouthparts were as sharp as divine iron, surrounded by faint bloody aura, a grotesque, eerie sight. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Shijin soared, using the blood mosquito dragon's innate speed to weave among the sand. However, reality was harsh. "Where's this stinking bug from? Get lost." A Sanxian expert impatiently slapped, sending Shijin flying with a terrifying palm wind. "Ouch." Before Shijin could steady himself, another expert kicked him into a pile of rubble. Bam, bam, bam. In no time, Shijin was kicked around like a ball by the Sanxian experts. Though his tough hide and blood mosquito body were hard to kill, the bone-deep pain of each blow was real. Holy crap. Shijin covered his head and fled screaming like a stuck pig. Amid the beating, he glanced sideward. There Yi Lingling sat leisurely in the layers of celestial artifact protection, quietly watching the show. Seeing the relaxed Yi Lingling and her children, then his own battered, bruised self, a deep frustration surged in Shijin. "Can I still cling to this thigh? I hope I didn't get beaten for nothing." Urgent bulletin. The Daming royal family is doomed today. That Yuan Chen strength is unfathomable, far beyond mortal power. Cut all ties with the Daming royal family immediately, lest you court disaster. The Eastern Wasteland is in turmoil. The greatest sky is about to fall. The landscape of the Eastern Wasteland will be rewritten. Let the clan elders prepare swiftly to pledge allegiance to a new master, and by no means choose the wrong side. Good heavens, Yuan Chen is about to become invincible. One man subduing an entire nation, terrifying beyond belief. Around the imperial palace, the spies from various factions who had initially come to watch the spectacle had long lost all trace of levity. Their expressions were grave as their fingers flew over communication jade slips, each urgent secret message transforming into streaks of light that shot wildly in all directions. At the heart of the storm, Yuan Chen paid no heed to the chaotic flight of the water margin crowd. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Flee. In this vast world, where could they possibly find a refuge? If the water margin crowd gathered together, it would save him the trouble of hunting them down one by one. If they scattered like stars across the sky, that rabble of over 100, stripped of their formation's power, would be nothing more than ants easily crushed. He could send a few men to capture them effortlessly. As for Yi Lingling's side, Yuan Chen didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. He had long prepared mountains of defensive treasures for every wife and child at home. Heavy treasures capable of withstanding even a peak Sanxian for a considerable time. With those protecting them, Zhao Heng's meager forces couldn't hope to harm a single hair on their heads. Yuan Chen slowly turned his head, his gaze falling upon the fortune spirit beside him. Under his patient persuasion and the intimidation of absolute power, this incarnation of the great Ming's national fortune had finally defected completely. With a thought, Yuan Chen commanded the fortune spirit calmly, "Since you have pledged allegiance to me, announce to the world at once that the great Ming's destiny is spent and Zhao Dou is unworthy of his throne. Order his immediate abdication." He sensed that only with the fortune spirit's personal acknowledgement could he truly take over. The fortune spirit shuddered, then nodded helplessly. Taking a deep breath, a grand and majestic voice resounded through every corner of the Daming territory in the Eastern Wasteland. "By the mandate of heaven, the national fortune proclaims the great Ming Emperor Zhao Dou, lacking in talent and virtue, has incurred heaven's wrath and the people's resentment, causing the nation's prosperity to wane. Now, in accordance with the Tao of heaven, he abdicates the throne to the worthy, immediately ceding power to Yuan Chen. From this moment onward, all lands of Daming belong to Yuan Chen, and the myriad people shall submit. No mistakes shall be tolerated." The moment the words fell, the heavens above transformed. The invisible dragon aura that had shrouded the imperial city instantly dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming pressure from the nine heavens, as if the very world had changed masters in that instant. No! A piercing, agonized scream shattered the dead silence. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Zhao Kuo and his men who had been poised to besiege Yilingling once more suddenly began to tremble violently. They discovered in terror that the vast ocean-like spiritual energy within their bodies was now draining away like a breached river. My cultivation! My cultivation! Zhao Kuo's face was twisted with fear as his once straight frame instantly hunched, his jet-black hair turning white and withered at a visible rate. Not just him, but all the royal experts who had relied on the great Ming's national fortune to enhance their power now faced utter catastrophe. Their strength had always been sustained by the national fortune's blessing. Now that the fortune spirit had changed allegiance and the national destiny had shifted, the borrowed power naturally rebounded upon them. Oh, no, I don't want to die. My realm, falling by one tribulation, two tribulations, still falling. Cries of agony rose one after another. In just a few breaths, this once lofty daming royal family was reduced to whimpering wild dogs, their spines seemingly snapped. Their auras withered, cultivation levels plummeted, and many fell directly from midair, crashing heavily into the ruins, never to stir again. Puffed. The fortune spirit also coughed out a wisp of translucent mist. Yuan Chen stood nearby as the scent wafted over. He couldn't help but feel a jolt of energy, fragrant. The mist slowly descended, then dispersed across the land. Where it was dense, spiritual energy churned, refreshing the spirit, and even seeped into shattered artifacts, beginning to repair them automatically. The fortune spirit's aura was feeble as it gazed at Yuan Chen with a lifeless look, its eyes flickering, so sleepy. I feel like I'm about to fall into slumber. Since there was nothing more for the fortune spirit to do, Yuan Chen waved his hand. Go on. Rest well. At most a month, once my people arrive to fill the power void left by the dynasty's losses, you will recover. The fortune spirit lacked even the strength to speak, yawning before vanishing into the void in an instant. A nearby imperial attendant. Oh dear, I'm so sleepy too. I'll return to my own sect to slumber for a while. Second elder, you finally arrived. By the silver dragon pool, the atmosphere was so oppressive it seemed ready to drip with tension. A figure, ancient, yet exuding a chilling menace, stepped through the void, approaching slowly. Upon seeing Aonis' arrival, the Golden Dragon clan, who had been waiting for some time, along with clan leader Aoe and the others, quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Aonis' face was expressionless as he gave a slight nod. His murky yet sharp eyes swept past the crowd, landing directly on Ping, he who was lounging lazily by the pool. Had it not been for the Grand Elder Ao'in's desperate message forcing him to make this trip, Ao'ni would never have set foot here in his life, much less bow his head to this man. At this moment, Ao'ni's expression was terrifyingly dark. He snorted coldly, his voice hoarse and impatient. Ping He Xinglong is a prodigy of our dragon clan, now fallen into calamity. Since you have a way to save him, act quickly and stop wasting time. Beneath the pool's surface, a few young silver dragons were stealthily poking their heads out, peering through the shimmering waves at the old man on the shore, who exuded a fierce, murderous aura. Shoo! Is that the second elder Ao'ni? He looks terrifying, like he wants to devour someone, a young silver dragon whispered, shrinking his neck. Obviously it's him. I heard his grandson caused my cousin's death back then, and now he has the audacity to come here shameless. Another young silver dragon muttered indignantly, though he dared not speak too loudly. On the shore, Ping, he did not even lift his eyelids, as if he hadn't heard Ao'ni's words. Only when Ao'ni's icy gaze seemed about to bore holes into him did Ping he lazily look up. Is that it? Is this the second elder's attitude when asking for help, I may be insignificant, but I am not someone to be ordered about. Besides, the second elder hasn't even uttered a please, let alone an apology. Why should I save anyone? Ping He's gaze turned stern. I have already left the dragon clan. You have no right to boss me around. Let's stick to what was agreed upon. You. Hearing this, Ao'ni's hair and beard bristled. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. He stared fixedly at Ping He, murderous intent surging in his eyes. Had it not been for the Grand Elder and the clan's face, he would have long ago struck down this insolent wretch. Ping He, however, showed no fear. Instead, he pointed provocatively at Ao Xing, who was still frozen in a terrified pose, his entire body turned to silver stone. I'll say it again. If you want to save him, do it my way. If not, get lost. You said yourselves that this touch to silver curse has fully seeped into his marrow, and only I can save him. He hadn't known before, but since Aoe had mentioned it, he would use it to his advantage. Now Ping He was a hot commodity. Ao Xing's status was special, and Ao'ni would ultimately have to compromise. Such opportunities rarely came his way. A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth as he squinted and asked, could it be that the second elder doesn't want Ao Xing to be saved? Aoe hesitated, stepping forward to remind him. Second elder, think of the greater good. Ao Xing pleaded, second elder, look at me. I don't believe your eyes see nothing. Ao'ni's fists clenched with a cracking sound, his nails digging deep into his palms. He turned to glance at Ao Xing's legs. Though he wished he could tear Ping He to pieces for the future hope of the Dragon Clan, he forced down the surging killing intent. I know, I don't need your reminder. Aoe stepped back half a pace, unable to resist rolling his eyes. As if anyone wanted to remind you. Wasn't he the one wasting time here? At this point still wearing that sour face. If it were me, I wouldn't bother with you either. After dismissing AO, and I took a deep breath and forced out a few words through gritted teeth, his tone as stiff as chewing stones. Ping He. Back then. It was my fault. I apologize. Huh. Ping He looked as if he had heard the biggest joke picking his ear. Second elder, your tone sounds like you're reciting a eulogy. Where's the sincerity? I want sincerity. This half-hearted attitude of yours won't save anyone. Ping He. Don't go too far. AO and I finally couldn't help but growl, his dragon aura surging, shaking the ground, and sending pebbles flying. Going too far. Ping He sneered, standing up, his eyes blazing as he stared at AO and I. Do you have any idea how unjustly my grandson died back then? Now you want me to save someone? Then show some proper begging. Otherwise we can all go our separate ways. The two were at odds, on the verge of a fight. Enough. A commanding shout rang out. Clan leader AoE stepped forward, placing himself between them. His expression solemn, he first nodded slightly at AO and I, signaling him to calm down, then turned to Ping, he speaking gravely. Elder Ping, he AO Xing, is a pillar of our Dragon Clan, now on the brink of death. I implore you to show leniency and stop troubling the second elder. Besides an apology, our clan will offer a top-grade spiritual artifact and 100,000 high-grade spirit stones as compensation for the past. Ping He glanced at AO, then at AO and I, who was nearly exploding with rage. The resentment in his heart had mostly subsided. He gave a light snort and waved his hand. Fine for your sake, ill reluctantly let it go this time. After all, there were too many considerations, this was good enough. With that he pointed at AO Xing, bring him over. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly lifting AO Xing and carefully placing him on a flat boulder by the pool. AoE glanced at the lifeless statue, a flicker of pain in his eyes. He turned and waved to the crowd. Everyone stepped back. No interruptions allowed. Once everyone had retreated to a safe distance, Ping He sat cross-legged across from AO Xing. AO Xing looked at Ping He with hopeful eyes, spread his arms, and then tightly shut his eyes. Elder Ping He, am ready. Do it. He took an ancient jade box from his bosom and slowly opened it. Instantly a rich, life-giving aura spread out. Inside the box lay a crimson spirit herb shaped like blazing flames. The crimson sun scorching heaven herb. Born in places of extreme yang, it contained a violent pure yang power key to dissolving the ink-cold touch to silver curse. The herb itself was not rare, it was the method of handling it that was precious. Additionally, AoE brought out a few drops of golden dragon blood and a vial of profound, heavy water from the northern lands. Yin and yang in harmony, destruction before creation. AoE murmured, his expression more solemn. His hands flew, forming complex seals. Intricate, obscure incantations flowed from his fingertips, transforming into golden runes that wrapped layer upon layer around AO Xing's statue. Then he struck the crimson sun scorching heaven herb with a fierce palm, his silver glowing technique reducing the herb to a ball of crimson flame, which he forcibly guided into AO Xing's body. Sizzle. The crimson flame clashed violently with the silver stone coating on AO Xing's body. Black smoke billowed from the statue's surface, and the air filled with a burnt smell. AO Xing's body began to tremble violently. Sweat poured from Ping He's forehead in large droplets. His hands moved like dancing butterflies, constantly changing seals. He had to guide the yang power to burn away the stone while using the profound, heavy water to protect AO Xing's heart meridian, preventing him from being torn apart by the violent medicinal force. Time passed slowly. AoE's face grew paler, his aura weaker. The healing process was like walking a tightrope. One misstep, and AO Xing would be utterly obliterated. Such was the power of touch to silver. Easy to cast, but incredibly difficult for others to cure. Break. Now. Ping He suddenly bit his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood essence onto AO Xing's brow. The blood essence transformed into a golden streak, drilling into the statue's interior. Crack. A crisp sound echoed. A fine crack finally appeared on the silver stone coating AO Xing's leg. The crack spread rapidly. A sharp light flashed in AoE's eyes as he pulled his hands outward. Rise. With a grating sound of peeling, AO Xing's silver stone shell shattered inch by inch, scattering into powder on the ground. His once stiff and icy legs finally regained a trace of color and softness. Is it done? AoE leaned in, his expression tense. Ping He collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, gasping for breath. Before him, AO Xing's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, revealing a pair of joyful orbs. He lifted his legs. I am alive. Done. The second elder's eyes lit up, then he turned to the weakened Ping He, how dare you? Everyone was stunned, staring at AO and I with strange expressions. The old man couldn't wait, even as chieftain. Seeing Ping's weakened state, several young Silver Dragon disciples who had been standing guard nearby were greatly alarmed. They swiftly flew forward, attempting to support him. At that moment a voice rang out, as killing intent suddenly descended. Elder AO Nis' sinister eyes were fixed intently on the frail and exhausted Ping He. The young Silver Dragon disciples instantly reacted, spreading their arms to shield Pingy firmly behind them, glaring at Ao and I. What do you think you're doing? Elder Pingy just expended his origin to save Ao Xing, and now you want to repay kindness with enmity. Step aside. Pingy waved his hand, gently pushing aside the protective juniors. He took a deep breath, suppressing the surging chi and blood within him, and looked at Ao and I with eyes as calm as still water. Oh, and I, you haven't changed at all, still the same old self. I've just saved a life, and you already want to make a move against me, eh? So what? Ha ha. Ao and I was utterly arrogant, unbound by any restraint. He pointed at Ping's nose and cursed loudly. Just now I bowed my head to a waste like you only to save Ao Xing for the greater good of the Dragon clan. Now that he's saved, why should I swallow this foul breath any longer? Let's settle the score from just now. Second, enough. Chieftain Ao's face darkened as he sternly rebuked. Pingy has rendered a service by saving a life. Stop your senseless quarreling. He was truly embarrassed, and at this moment he no longer cared about Ao's status. Pingy merely smiled, faintly, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. Second Elder, is this your caliber? Begging me like a dog just now, yet turning your face faster than turning a page. I have only one piece of advice for you in the future. You'd better not come begging at my doorstep. Otherwise I won't be so ridiculous. Ao and I sneered repeatedly, his dragon chi surging around him. You think you'll have a future? No one has ever dared to humiliate me like this. With that, Ao and I recklessly raised his hand and struck at Pingy. This act infuriated the Silver Dragon clan members present. The crowd seethed with anger and curses erupted. This old bastard is nothing but an ingrate. Elder Pingy saved someone, and he wants to attack him instead. I've never seen such shamelessness. He's a disgrace to the entire Dragon clan. Second Elder. A cold voice rang out. Ao Xing, having just recovered a bit of strength, stepped forward with support and stood before Pingy. His face was still pale, but his tone was exceptionally icy. Second Elder, Pingy saved my life, and this time he pulled me back from the jaws of death. For my sake, spare his life today. The entire scene fell into an eerie silence. Everyone exchanged glances, their mouths twitching uncontrollably. Just moments ago, when begging for your life, it was Elder Pingy this, and that, and now that you're recovered, you address him by his name directly. Truly a rotten apple spoils the barrel. Ao and I stared intently at Ping's calm and indifferent demeanor, his eyes flickering, before he nodded slightly. Since the chieftain and Ao Xing both speak for you, ill, let it go. You'd better watch yourself. Pingy gazed at Ao and I without a word, knowing that this matter could not end peacefully. After speaking, Ao Xing paid no further heed to either party, satisfied as long as Ao and I did not attack his savior in front of him. Flexing his limbs, a venomous look in his eyes. Revenge. I want revenge. He turned his burning gaze to Ao. Chieftain, I hear the Daming dynasty is now at odds with that Yuan Chen. Since that's the case, I will go and ally with the Daming royal house. This time I'll make sure Yuan Chen dies without a burial place. Have you lost your mind? Aoe was shocked and quickly stepped forward to stop him. Ao Xing, Yuan Chen's strength is unfathomable. We must discuss this carefully. Return to Dragon Island first to convene the Council of Elders, or at least muster our forces before making a move. No, by the time you finish deliberating, Yuan Chen will be long dead. Aoni suddenly interjected, his eyes burning with the fire of vengeance, impatiently cutting off Aoi. Chieftain, we mustn't miss this opportunity. I'm going to the Daming dynasty right now. I'll personally kill Yuan Chen. Do you know how I've spent these past few years? Ao Xing, you're being reckless. Aoi was so furious he nearly choked, roaring, get back here. My mind is made up. Ao Xing stiffened his neck, looking as if he would defy anyone. Just then Ao and I, who had been scowling all along, suddenly stepped forward and said coldly, Chieftain, say no more. Since Ao Xing insists on going, I will accompany him on this trip. I want to see for myself if this Yuan Chen has 3 heads and 6 arms, or some heaven-defying ability. It just so happens that I find that brat extremely displeasing as well. This is a perfect chance to settle old and new scores together. Second Elder Yu. Aoi looked at the 2 troublemakers, one old, one young, and felt a splitting headache. Ao and I was of a high seniority and extremely stubborn. Once he set his mind on something, not even 9 dragons could pull him back. Watching the resolute backs of Ao and I and Ao Xing as they departed, Ao, he let out a long sigh, his eyes filled with helplessness and worry. I might as well give up this position as chieftain. After more than 10 days beneath the vast celestial dome, a spatial rift spanning 1,000 miles abruptly tore open above the former capital of the Great Ming Dynasty. A realm-breaking vessel slowly emerged from the turbulent air currents, its fluttering sails stirring the winds and clouds of the 9 heavens. Hundreds of colossal dragons encircled the vessel, their auras as profound as an abyssal ocean. Wherever they passed, all living beings across the myriad races of the celestial realm prostrated themselves in reverence, not daring to look up. Hyan stood at the bow of the realm-breaking vessel, his murderous aura condensed and unyielding. Simply by standing there, he caused the surrounding air to ripple with distorted waves. Beside him, several of Yuan Chen's children frolicked joyfully, filled with curiosity about the celestial realm and chattering incessantly. Some had green faces and fangs, while others bore similar grotesque features. On the ground, a mortal child who merely glanced upward was so terrified that he fell to the ground wailing loudly. The adults fared little better. After all, they were mere mortals still unaware of the monumental upheaval that had befallen the royal family. Initially, upon seeing the dragons, they knelt and shouted in reverence, for dragons were symbols of auspiciousness in their culture. But when they laid eyes on Yuan Chen's children, their composure shattered. What were these monsters? Moreover, these creatures seemed to hold a higher status than the surrounding dragons. It's over. Where are the royal cultivators? Why don't they come and drive away these demons? Meanwhile, on the central deck of the vessel's cabin, a scene of enchanting beauty unfolded. Dozens of peerless beauties leaned against the railing, their jade ornaments tinkling softly. Among them were gentle women in cloud-embroidered palace gowns, charming maidens with flowing black hair, and ethereal cultivators with cold, refined auras. Each had skin as smooth as congealed fat, brows like distant mountains, and eyes that shimmered with endless allure. Gazing down at the resplendent great Ming palace below, their brows were adorned with gentle smiles radiating warmth and charm. Yuan Chen stood in midair, hands clasped behind his back, waiting to receive them. 10 days earlier, after personally strangling the remaining experts of the Great Ming, he had sent word for Haiyan to gather the families of the beast-taming manor and hasten their arrival. His ink-black hair gently swayed in the wind. As he gazed upon the sprawling palace below with its carved beams, painted rafters, and endless jade towers, a satisfied smile curled at the corners of his lips. Not bad at all. He rubbed his chin, his eyes brimming with approval. This Great Ming imperial palace is jade towers, celestial ponds, and immortal gardens. Everything is complete. Most importantly, it's spacious enough to accommodate my many wives and children. Does the Zhao family even understand how to enjoy such luxury? It's only fitting that it returns to its rightful owner. The moment the vessel docked, Neo Dadu with his rotund belly scurried down from somewhere, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Cupping his hands, he said, "The Great Ming Palace in the celestial realm, built on 10,000 years of foundation, converges spiritual veins and countless treasures. It's perfect as our new residence. He'll make the arrangements immediately, so you needn't trouble yourself, master." Now that Yuan Chen's power had grown immensely, there was no shortage of people eager to serve him. With his own cultivation level so low, if he didn't take the initiative, Yuan Chen might have long forgotten his existence. Thus he was especially proactive now. The future was something one had to fight for. Yuan Chen nodded, his tone casual, yet carrying an undeniable authority. "Make meticulous arrangements. For my wives, choose the courtyards with the finest views and the densest spiritual energy in the harem. For my hundreds of children, settle them uniformly in the Eastern Palace, and set up training grounds and a scripture library. These are the true dragon heirs after all, ha." As he spoke, Yuan Chen waved at Yuan Yun, who had just flown out of the palace. "My eldest princess, go and lead your brothers in selecting their residences." Neo Dadu, ever perceptive, promptly chimed in, "He'll go and make the arrangements right away." He had delayed Yuan Chen for a minute and knew he must leave immediately, for the true protagonists were those behind him. Being able to exchange a few words was already a privilege. Place the Dragon Clan members in the Dragon Pool Garden on the west side of the Imperial City. It's adjacent to the spiritual veins, with lakes and deep pools suited to their habitat. Supply them with heavenly treasures according to Dragon Clan customs, and do not treat them poorly. "I obey," Neo Dadu replied loudly, then turned and bustled off to coordinate the arrangements. "Esteemed seniors, please make yourselves at home." After dismissing Neo Dadu, Yuan Chen turned his gaze to Haiyan and the others. Several experts sent their clansmen to follow Neo Dada's instructions, then walked toward Yuan Chen with cheerful expressions. "Ah, you rascal, you've gone and done something so monumental without a word," Haiyan said, his face a mix of complex emotions. He hadn't expected Yuan Chen to have grown so powerful. Now the Dragon Clan was no longer Yuan Chen's support, rather Yuan Chen had become the Dragon Clan's pillar. Such a meteoric rise has never been seen throughout the eons of the Starry Seas. An elder of the Silver Dragon Clan nodded, his silver-white dragon whiskers trembling slightly, his tone filled with admiration. Having just left the Dragon Clan, he instantly became a hegemon of the current era. "We truly made the right choice." An elder of the Violet Dragon Clan with a dignified bearing and violet golden dragon eyes shimmering with light sighed softly, "I once worried that following you across the Starry Seas would lead us into peril. If not for the clan leader's insistence and Elder Xixia's reasons, I wouldn't have come. Now I see how short-sighted I was." The Silver Dragon Clan leader nodded in agreement. "Indeed. I'm grateful for our decisive choice to cling to you, our towering pillar. From now on, our Dragon Clan will shake the heavens alongside you." At this moment, AOE's Dragon Clan hadn't even left the chaotic Star Sea. In the cultivation world, power reigned supreme, and from now on their branch would be the orthodox lineage of the Dragon Clan. Everyone wore smiles, their earlier worries about the unknown and their new surroundings completely gone. Don't stand on ceremony, everyone. Go find suitable residences. If you enjoy company, stay near the palace. If you prefer solitude, build your own mansions. Choose anywhere within the celestial realm. After all, they had followed him without hesitation, and Yuan Chen wouldn't forget their contributions. The celestial realm was filled with numerous royal prince mansions, more than enough for them to choose from. After conversing and sending everyone off, Yuan Chen raised his hands. A golden translucent dome descended, covering the entire palace before vanishing from sight. Over the next few days, Yuan Chen devoted himself entirely to reconstructing the palace's defensive array. The old formation of the Great Ming Dynasty had long fallen into disrepair. Using his own Dao principles as a foundation, he integrated the Dragon Clan's protective array, crafting an invincible formation that combined offense and defense. Only when the formation was initially complete did Yuan Chen descend to the ground, where he heard a chorus of weeping and sobbing outside the palace gates. A charming palace beauty in pink rushed forward, wiping her tears. "Senior, I am willing to serve you faithfully with no second thoughts." Another seductive consort boldly raised her eyes, her gaze shimmering as she stared straight at Yuan Chen, her voice soft and alluring. "I have long heard of your fame, Senior, and my heart has yearned for you. I only beg to stay by your side. Please, Senior, have mercy. Don't drive us away. We can work like oxen and horses to serve you. Is this vast palace truly unable to accommodate us, sisters? Senior." Dozens of pleas rose and fell, soft words and tear-filled eyes. Each was as plump as a pearl, their skin as white as congealed fat, their waists as slender as willows, their brows and eyes filled with delicate charm. Their tear-streaked faces would stir pity in anyone who saw them. Yuan Chen slapped his forehead. In his rush to construct the formation, he had forgotten about these people. "Wait!" Neo Dadu, sensing Yuan Chen's confusion from his expression, stepped forward. "Master, those with any strength have already fled. Most of those remaining are mortal women. There might be a few female cultivators among them, but none have surpassed the golden core stage." Yuan Chen swept his gaze over them. These consorts were all beauties meticulously selected by the Great Ming Dynasty. None were older than 16, with skin as lustrous as fine jade and delicate spring-like features. Some frowned with tears clinging to their lashes, while others trembled weakly, each displaying a different charm, yet all bore expressions of supplication. "Oh, this puts me in a difficult position." But then he reconsidered. A gentleman has his principles. He, Yuan Chen, already had countless beautiful wives and concubines. Why would he need to take what belonged to others? Who were your husbands? Are they still alive? Suppressing the lascivious thoughts in his mind, Yuan Chen's expression returned to calm. The consorts exchanged glances, uncertain how to respond. Finally, one spoke hesitantly. I was the consort of the third prince. He was crushed to death by you, but it's fine. I had no feelings for him. With someone leading the way, another quickly followed. My husband is dead too. While channeling spiritual energy, he was injured and exploded. Mine too. My husband was the seventh prince. The moment he saw the formation break, he teleported away. I know where he teleported. I've been there once." "Good." Yuan Chen nodded approvingly. "Take people and hunt him down immediately. As long as they were killed, it wouldn't be considered taking what belonged to another." "And the others?" Neo Dadu asked doubtfully. Yuan Chen waved his hand. "Find a place to keep them for now." At his words, those who hadn't spoken quickly joined in. "I want to stay too. Although I was a consort, I was never favored. Look at me, Senior." Yuan Chen's gaze turned stern. "If you've never been with a man, I don't want you." "Huh." Everyone was taken aback. The next second, a resplendent woman stepped forward, joyfully realizing that this senior had a particular taste. "Senior, to be honest, when my husband and I were playing at home, the palace collapsed and crushed him to death. Now She pulled at her disheveled clothes, her eyes seductive. "Would you like to take a dip in the pot?" Yuan Chen's face darkened. "Damn it, don't move. They'll kill you." "Myself." "Humph. The Imperial Palace has many areas that require upkeep. If they wish to stay, they may remain and work. As for those yet to be favored, it would be The Imperial Palace has many areas that require upkeep. If they wish to stay, they may remain and work. As for those yet to be favored, it would be convenient for them to leave the palace and marry. I shall not delay you." Yuan Chen, having once been immortal, understood the struggles of the lower classes and their reasons for not wanting to leave the palace. Since that was the case, he decided to do a good deed and arrange employment for them. "Oh, I see. Neo Dadu nodded hastily. To be honest, even he had thought for a moment that the young master had taken a liking to a married woman. Waving his hand, Yuan Chen turned and drifted toward the rear palace. Yi Lingling approached gracefully, gently adjusting her sleeves, her smile warm and tender. "Husband, is the palace settled?" "Indeed, this place is magnificent and spacious enough." Hei Tong bounced forward, linking her arm with Yuan Chen's, her eyes curving into crescents, "Far more imposing than our demon sect. Truly worthy of being the premier sect of the Eastern Wasteland." Her tone shifted. "Still, I miss our life in the demon sect. I'm somewhat homesick." "Husband, now that you're so powerful, when will you eradicate our demon sect as well? Then I can go home." Such filial piety. Truly filial. Yuan Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Having you is my blessing." Zixia was the most delighted, letting out a silvery laugh. "Husband is truly formidable. In just a few days you've conquered the Heavenly Domain Dynasty. Now we have a foothold in this outer realm." She had brought half her clan to pledge allegiance to Yuan Chen, bearing the greatest pressure. Yuan Chen responded to each with a smile. Then his gaze fell upon the lively and charming Yi Lingling among the crowd. He spoke. "Lingling, the affairs of the harem are numerous and each lady has her own matters. I entrust you with overall coordination and personnel management. Follow the rules we had at the Beast Mansion. Is that acceptable?" Yi Lingling's eyes lit up and she playfully curtsied. "As you command, husband." Lingling will ensure the harem is meticulously managed, sparing you any worry. With all matters settled and the palace in perfect order, Yuan Chen ventured alone into the ancestral hall at the deepest part of the imperial palace. Yunling, Daddy's here. Where are you? He poked his head into the human emperor cauldron at the center of the hall, saw nothing unusual, and began calling out around the area. I'm over here. A ethereal voice sounded, and a wisp of white mist rose from a crack in the floor, manifesting into a woman before Yuan Chen. Why aren't you resting at home? Where have you been? Yuan Chen pointed at the cauldron and asked. Yunling shrugged helplessly. Brother, I am the fortune spirit, not the cauldron spirit. National fortune merely clings to the human emperor cauldron. I have no connection to it. I can go wherever I please. Hearing her tone, Yuan Chen chuckled lightly, hands clasped behind his back. It seems your strength has recovered quite well. Yunling nodded, puffing out her chest a little. I'm nearly a dozen times stronger than before. Yuan Chen's gaze deepened. No wonder you dare not call me daddy anymore. Your wings have grown stiff. Yunling's smile froze. I'm sorry, daddy. Have you heard? In the eastern wasteland, there's a peerless madman who has taken over the great Ming dynasty of the heavenly domain. Really? Isn't the great Ming dynasty the most powerful force in the eastern wasteland? How could it change hands so easily? Absolutely true. I heard it was done by Yuan Chen of the Dragon Clan. That's even more absurd. Yuan Chen was just driven out of the Dragon Clan in disgrace not long ago. If he had such strength, could he have been bullied by the Dragon Clan? On his way back to the Dragon Palace, Ao's ears twitched as he overheard these rumors repeatedly. Could something have truly happened to the great Ming dynasty? Filled with doubt, he quickly returned to the Dragon Palace. The news soon reached Aoe, who had just arrived back in the Dragon Domain. As soon as he returned, he heard the commotion within the Dragon Clan. I heard Yuan Chen destroyed the great Ming dynasty. Is that true or false? I don't know. The Eastern Wasteland is so far away. Who can say if the news is real? But I suspect it's a baseless rumor. Given the strength of the great Ming's fortune, even our Dragon Clan at its peak wouldn't dare claim victory. Yuan Chen. Huh. Aoe's face darkened and his hands clenched. If one person said it, it might be false. But now that so many within the Dragon Clan knew the truth of the matter was worth questioning. This was no trivial matter. Aoe's expression was grim. Given their current relationship, Yuan Chen's rise would bring them no benefit. Leaving a single remark, he soared into the air. Immediately dispatched scouts from the Dragon Domain to the great Ming dynasty in the heavenly domain to verify the truth. Summoned the supreme elders for a meeting. As he flew halfway, Aoe's body stiffened. That's right, Ao Xing. Ao Xing. Where is my communicator? The distant mountain ranges were shrouded in spiritual mist, revealing faint outlines of the great Ming imperial dynasty's celestial domain. Ao Xing and the second elder Ao converged their draconic aura, transforming into two ordinary cultivators as they stepped leisurely onto this land. Ao Xing, clad in a cyan outfit with a handsome countenance, bore a hint of the characteristic arrogance of the Dragon Clan in his brows. His steps were brisk, clearly filled with eagerness for this journey to the celestial domain. Beside him, Ao appeared composed and experienced, with white hair and beard, dressed in a gray robe. Though seemingly ordinary, his eyes concealed sharp glints as he constantly surveyed the surroundings, wary of revealing any flaw. Once we enter the great Ming domain, you must be cautious in all matters and not act on impulse. This great Ming imperial dynasty is an established power in the celestial domain, with a legacy spanning thousands of years, deeply rooted and teeming with countless experts. Though our Dragon Clan reigns supreme under heaven, we must still show some respect when on their turf. Do you think I reached my current realm solely through the might of the Dragon Clan? I admit there is some truth to that, but it is mainly due to my maturity in handling worldly affairs. The martial world is not just about fighting and killing. There are human relationships and social graces. You have never ventured out, so learn more. From now on, observe more, and listen more, speak less, and act less. I will make all decisions, you just follow me, and do not act on your own. Learn well. This time you were indeed impulsive, but youth has allowed some fervor. However, the Dragon Clan will one day be placed in your hands, and you cannot afford to be so reckless again. Ao puffed out his chest, chattering endlessly as he imparted his vast experience. Ao Xing nodded repeatedly, murmuring, I shall heed the elder's instructions, though inwardly he remained unimpressed, as if he had never heard of the elder's legendary tales. As the two conversed, the Dragon Clan communication jade talisman in Ao Xing's bosom suddenly erupted with a blinding red light, trembling violently, with a ceaseless hum, as if it might shatter at any moment. The urgent surge of spiritual energy indicated that the sender was in extreme distress. Ao Xing glanced at it, and quickly pressed the talisman, thinking to himself, is it the clan leader's message? Why is he so anxious? He dared not delay, immediately injecting a strand of spiritual energy to activate the communication talisman. The next moment, Aoe's voice, frantic to the point of breaking, laced with panic, exploded directly in Ao Xing's mind, almost a roar. Ao Xing. Where are you now? Have you already entered the celestial domain? Ao Xing frowned. Clan leader, we just arrived. Return immediately. Turn back at once. AOE's voice was nearly a roar filled with urgency and fear. Do not approach the Great Ming Imperial City, and do not seek trouble with Yuan Chen. The Great Ming Imperial Dynasty is no more. Completely annihilated. The entire Imperial City has been taken by Yuan Chen. Not a single member of the Great Ming royal family survived. Yuan Chen is now the new master of the Great Ming domain. If you go now, you are walking into a trap. I do not care where you are, stop at once, turn around and return to the chaotic star sea at maximum speed, without a moment's pause. This is an order. Ao Xing was stunned for a moment, then could not help rubbing his brow. Clan leader, that is impossible. The Great Ming Imperial Dynasty is one of the giants of the celestial domain. How could it be destroyed by Yuan Chen alone? AONI, who had long been dissatisfied with AOE as clan leader, felt that AOE had repeatedly humiliated him, a mighty elevant tribulation loose cultivator, by leveraging his position. Now hearing AOE order them to return immediately, his anger flared. Without waiting for Ao Xing to say more, he waved his hand, sending a gray energy that instantly severed the communication talisman's connection. The red light ceased abruptly, and the humming vanished without a trace. Second Elder, what are you doing? Ao Xing froze for 2 seconds, then looked at AONI in disbelief. That was the clan leader's call, and he just cut it off like that. Second Elder, what are you doing? Ao Xing froze for 2 seconds, then looked at AONI in disbelief. AONI let out a heavy cold snort, his face dark with anger. He has already left the clan, yet AOE still treasures him like a gem, failing to see his own place. He still wants to protect that beast. Stirred by AONI's words, Ao Xing's own anger kindled, and he also grew dissatisfied with AOE. If not for AOE bringing that Yuan fellow, he would not have suffered resource shortages, nor been defeated by Yuan Chen, losing face and dragged around like a dead dog seeking treatment. Yet he lacked the confidence of AONI. After calming down, he still felt uneasy. But that is the clan leader. If he blames us, no matter. AONI raised his eyebrows defiantly, brimming with confidence. The next moment, after all, it is your communicator, so it has nothing to do with me. Off. Ao Xing's eyes widened. Do you hear what you were saying? Enough, it is no big deal. At worst, you will be confined for a few years when we return. Compared to killing Yuan Chen, which is more important. Kill Yuan Chen. That is right. Onward. As they walked, Ao Xing paused. The clan leader was not one to panic without cause. Could what he said be true? Thinking of Yuan Chen's cultivation speed, Ao Xing drew a sharp breath, feeling a slight panic. He pondered for a moment, and said to AONI, Second Elder, though the clan leader's words are unreliable, this matter is significant. We cannot ignore it entirely. Going straight to the Imperial City is too reckless. Why not stop a passerby first to inquire about the situation in the Great Ming Imperial City, see if the news is true, and then decide? AONI glanced at Ao Xing and snorted coldly. Look at that. Hesitating and second-guessing when venturing the world is not a good habit. Enough. People grow slowly. Let us ask then. His gaze swept and caught a streak of light flashing in the distance. Father, why must we go to the fief? I want to stay in the palace. The palace is so big, with many delicious spiritual fruits and many playmates. You know nothing. The palace is fine, but look at who lives there. We only knew Senior Yuan Chen for a few days. It is already good to get a fief for our timely rescue. Besides, having our own fief is wonderful. This is the Great Ming Imperial Dynasty, occupying the most spiritually abundant land. With such a cultivation site, your father's strength will surely skyrocket. This man was none other than Shijin. Since Yuan Chen took over the Great Ming Imperial City, Shijin, knowing Yuan Chen, mentioned it, and Yuan Chen directly granted him a fertile fief in the northern part of the domain. Shijin was now heading to the fief with Little Stone, filled with gratitude and joy. Little Stone crouched on Shijin's shoulder. Safety. Hiding in the palace means no one can beat us to death. Useless. Shijin shook his head proudly. What future is there in hiding in a greenhouse? Your father is destined to become a master. How can I remain subservient for long? As they chatted warmly, two figures suddenly blocked their path. Shijin's heart jolted, and he stopped immediately, his smile fading. Instinctively, he shielded Little Stone behind him and looked up at the two before him. When he recognized Ao Xing and AONI's faces, his pupils contracted and his heart sank. To be precise, he recognized AONI. This was the man who had ruthlessly expelled him from the Dragon clan. Shijin clenched his fists, narrowing his eyes. What did they want? In the blink of an eye, Shijin concealed all his aura, adopting a simple, ordinary, slightly fearful expression of a common cultivator. He lowered his head, pretending not to know them, and asked cautiously, to fellow cultivators, what do you want from us, master and servant? Ao Xing looked Shijin up and down. We wish to ask you something. AONI stood aside, his face cold, his sharp gaze fixed on Shijin, as if to see through him, exuding a faint pressure. Please speak, fellow cultivator. If I know, I will tell you truthfully. Ao Xing nodded and asked directly, we want to know the current situation of the Great Ming Imperial City. Is the Great Ming royal family safe? We heard it was destroyed. Is that true or false? Shijin instantly understood and realized their intent. They were investigating the Great Ming Imperial Dynasty and seeking news of Yuan Chen. If so, He sneered inwardly but feigned confusion, shaking his head with a firm tone. The Great Ming Imperial City. All is well. The Great Ming royal family is as stable as Mount Tai. What major event could have happened? I am a steward of the Great Ming Imperial Dynasty. If something big occurred, would I not know? Who is spreading such nonsense? You too must have heard some false rumor. Our Great Ming Imperial Dynasty is a top power in the celestial domain, as solid as iron. How could it be destroyed? Who could destroy it? Shi Jin spoke with utter seriousness, his face not flushing nor his heart racing. His eyes were sincere, perfectly embodying an honest man telling the truth with no flaw. Ao Xing and Aoni exchanged glances, their eyes showing relief. Their suspended hearts dropped, and disdainful smiles appeared on their faces. I knew it. He was lying. Aoni spread his hands with a sea expression. He was just scaring us, trying to stop us from finding trouble with Yuan Chen. The second elder is indeed experienced. Ao Xing, in a great mood, cupped his hands to Shi Jin and laughed. Get lost. Shi Jin raised an eyebrow. You sure are polite, you bastard. Well, I cannot beat them. If that old man Aoni were not here, I would have slain Ao Xing. For now I will be cautious. As he turned, Ao Xing's gaze accidentally swept over. Mood cupped his hands to Shi Jin, and he saw Little Stone, who had poked half his body out again on Shi Jin's shoulder, radiating spiritual energy, with a trace of extremely pure, rare, innate spiritual chi. His eyes were lively, clearly no ordinary creature. Ao Xing's eyes lit up with curiosity. He paused, reaching out to stop Shi Jin, fixing his gaze on Little Stone, and asked, This little spirit beast on your shoulder is quite peculiar. Its spiritual energy is so pure, truly rare. Little Stone, frightened by Ao Xing's stare, quickly shrank into Shi Jin's collar, burying his head in Shi Jin's neck, not daring to look. Shi Jin's heart tightened, realizing the danger. This Ao Xing had set his sights on Little Stone. Seeing Shi Jin silent, the second elder smiled kindly. I see an affinity with it. Fellow cultivator, why not do a good deed and give it to me? Go to hell. Shi Jin screamed inwardly without hesitation, roaring angrily. Well said, take it. Before Ao Xing could react, Shi Jin gently lifted Little Stone from his shoulder and placed him into the second. Both Ao Xing and Aoni were taken aback, clearly not expecting Shi Jin to be so straightforward in handing over the spirit pet, further deepening their contempt for him. Little Stone was instantly dumbfounded. Father, you just gave me away. At least ask for some money. What father? From now on he is your father. Do not call me that. Shi Jin fixed his gaze and pointed at Aoni. Fine, fine. Little Stone hopped twice in Ao Xing's hand. Do not come to pick me up later either. Ao Xing sneered. Pick him up. He would not dare. Their figures soon vanished into the horizon. Watching their departing backs, the simple fawning smile on Shi Jin's face vanished, instantly replaced by a sly, cold, malicious grin. He stroked his chin. There are those who seek death on their own. To ask me of all people, this is fate, huh? Shi Jin laughed more triumphantly. He was not worried about Little Stone's safety. It was like going for a spin. Time to watch. Without hesitation, he looked at the direction they had gone, confirmed they were far away, and immediately turned around, no longer heading to the fief. Instead, he strode back along the original path toward the Great Ming Imperial City. In the Dragon Palace, Aoi stood frozen, his fingertips still maintaining the posture of channeling spiritual energy. The next moment, a surge of blazing rage rushed to his head. He raised his hand and swept a jade cup off the table, smashing it to the ground. Boom! The white jade goblet shattered and scattered, its crisp sound piercingly loud in the empty hall. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Aoi's eyes blazed with fury, his draconic aura surging uncontrollably, causing ripples in the air around him, his hair and beard bristling. The Dragon Clan's great elder Ao Kun, who was attending nearby, quickly stepped forward and urged in a deep voice, Your Highness, calm your anger. It must be the second elder's idea. Ao Xing is arrogant, but not that bold. Aoi whirled around, his eyes burning with frustration. Do I not know that? But what now? Yuan Chen's strength is no longer what it was. He leveled the Great Ming Imperial Dynasty in a single night. Do they want to die? Do they want to die? As he spoke, his fury was suddenly replaced by overwhelming worry. His expression dimmed instantly, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. If both of them fall in the celestial domain, how do I answer to the Dragon Clan ancestors? No, I cannot just wait. Aoi raised his head abruptly, his gaze resolute. Elder Ao Kun, inform the Great Elder that I am going to the Eastern Wilderness. Tell them not to act rashly. Clan leader, are we going to war? Are you enough alone? Shall I gather all the experts immediately? War my ass. Aoi cut him off sharply, his tone brooking no dissent. Can you compare to the Great Ming Imperial Dynasty? His draconic aura surged, transforming into a golden light that shot out of the hall. In his retreating figure, there was both lingering anger and unmistakable anxiety and worry. I am going to beg for mercy. Speaking of which, this Little Stone is quite amusing. High above Ao, and I suddenly spoke, his voice carrying. I thought it was a congenital spirit fetus nurtured by some realm. Ao and I let out a scornful laugh, a flicker of disdain and contempt passing through his eyes as his draconic aura stirred restlessly. It's just a broken stone. I don't even know how it became a spirit. What a waste of time. Tossing the small stone carelessly in his hand, Ao and I grew even more disgusted. The stone even had cracks, making it uncomfortable to hold. Of course the little stone felt even worse. Master, stop squeezing. It hurts. Silence. Aona's gaze grew sharper, and he turned to continue speaking to Ao Xing. Today, as we descend upon the damning imperial city, we shall appear openly and legitimately proclaiming to the world. Let everyone know clearly, the Dragon Clan has arrived. With Daming's alliance, no one can protect the Beast Tamer Mansion any longer. After today, the once glorious Beast Tamer Mansion will be utterly destroyed, reduced to dust. The two moved with incredible speed, traversing thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in an instant, and the majestic Daming imperial city came into view. They abruptly halted, hovering tens of thousands of feet above the imperial palace. Clouds churned beneath their feet, and the countless inhabitants of the city remained oblivious to the two sovereign figures above. Aona's gaze was piercing as he looked down upon the entire palace below. He no longer restrained his draconic might, letting his domineering aura radiate with a posture that overlooked the world, showing no intention of sneaking in. His purpose for coming was to create a spectacle to assert the Dragon Clan's authority, so naturally, he wanted to make it. The next moment he directly channeled his draconic power, and a deep resonant voice laden with boundless dragon might exploded across the entire sky above the imperial city, piercing through the clouds and echoing through the palaces, reaching every corner of the royal court. Aoni of the Dragon Palace requests an audience with the Daming Emperor to discuss the annihilation of the Beast Tamer Mansion. Please show yourself. The voice was like a thunderbolt, causing the air throughout the imperial city to tremble violently. Within the palace, guards, imperial soldiers, eunuchs, maids, and civil and military officials all felt their hearts quake. What? Did we hear that right? Countless people in the imperial city looked up at the sky, their expressions filled with deep within the solemn and majestic palace. Amidst the previously calm and undisturbed halls, several thick plumes of dark smoke suddenly shot up into the sky at an incredible speed, like ghostly afterimages. With a few soft whooshes, several sharp dark figures burst through the palace roof, standing in midair, firmly blocking the path before Ao Xing and Aoni. Leading them was He Yin, clad in a black martial robe, his posture upright, his aura calm and heavy. Thick, dark, misty, spiritual energies swirled around him. His face was stern, his eyes sharp as knives, and he exuded the fierce, battle-hardened aura of one who had seen much slaughter. Following closely behind were several core experts of the Beast Tamer Mansion, each with a solid aura and profound foundations. Their eyes were cold, devoid of any fear, as they stared intently at the two Dragon Clan powerhouses before them. In just a single encounter, the arrogance, confidence, and certainty that had filled Aoni's face moments ago were instantly shattered like dust before a gale, freezing solid on his features. He was completely stunned, his pupils contracting sharply, his gaze locked onto He Yin and his group, his mind going. The wind high above ceased abruptly, the clouds stagnated, and the world seemed to fall into a dead silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. What did you just say? Say it again. He Yin looked at Aoni with a hint of speechlessness. Had he just crawled out of some mountain? Overwhelming embarrassment and panic washed over Aoni. He had been so arrogant just moments ago, and now he was utterly pathetic, pressing his lips tightly together, refusing to speak. Compared to Aoni's frozen shock, Ao Xing's state was even worse. The moment he saw He Yin and his group burst forth, an extreme chill shot from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, making his scalp tingle and his mind tremble violently. The clan leader's words exploded in his mind like a thunderclap. Had Daming really fallen? He stiffly turned his neck, his gaze shifting to the still dazed Aoni. His voice was dry and hoarse, trembling with barely concealed fear squeezed out from the depths of his throat in a low, urgent whisper. Go. Go now? Right now. Too late. Just as Ao Xing's words fell, a gentle, indifferent laugh drifted leisurely from the void, filled with supreme composure and mockery. You two have come from afar to grace our Daming imperial palace. Why leave in such a hurry? Yuan Chen stood steadily, his tone light and casual, as if chatting with an old friend. He looked at Ao Xing's legs. Oh, healed. Those two simple words struck Ao Xing's sore spot with precision. Aoni's face flushed red with humiliation and anger at these taunts. His earlier panic gradually gave way to extreme fury. He gritted his teeth, forced down the turmoil in his heart, and coldly shouted, Yuan Chen, don't be so arrogant. Our last encounter was due to our lack of vigilance, which led to our defeat and injuries. It does not mean we are truly no match for you. Today we have come personally to inform you. Prepare yourselves. Our Dragon Clan army will soon arrive to settle old scores and annihilate your Beast Tamer Mansion. Oh, so that means this time is forgiven. Yuan Chen's smile deepened at this, the mockery in his eyes becoming more pronounced. Otherwise, in war, envoys are not to be killed. Ao Xing set aside his pride, sticking his neck out stubbornly. This was a matter of life and death, and he wasn't foolish. A stubborn mouth. With those words, Yuan Chen couldn't be bothered to waste more breath. He lightly raised his hand, his tone instantly shedding its playfulness, becoming flat and cold, devoid of any emotion. Since you insist on seeking death, then stay. Take them. Those two simple words carried an absolute authority that brooked no resistance, without overwhelming killing intent or fierce shouts. As the words landed, He Yin and his group moved instantly. Their dark mist surged and fierce spiritual energy and killing intent shot into the sky, instantly sealing off all escape routes in the high sky. Layer upon layer of spiritual energy barriers completely cut off any possibility of escape for Ao Xing and Aoni. How dare you? Aoni roared in fury, his draconic power erupting violently. Golden black dragon patterns faintly surfaced beneath his skin, and a vast draconic aura swept in all directions, attempting to break through the enemy's blockade and crush those before him. Ao Xing also shed all his panic, forcibly calming his mind. He channeled the remaining draconic power within him, his spiritual light blazing as he stood shoulder to shoulder with Aoni. Boom! A catastrophic battle erupted high in the sky. The thunderous clash of spiritual energy shook heaven and earth, violent gales raged, and clouds exploded. He Yin and his group fought with flawless coordination, their offense and defense orderly, their advances and retreats measured. Countless fierce techniques and pitch-black spiritual blades swept out in a torrent, layering their blockade and pressing closer step by step. After barely a few dozen exchanges, Ao Xing and Aoni gradually fell into a disadvantage, their auras becoming chaotic. A bunch of ants, and you dare to trap me. Aoni's eyes turned bloodshot as he was pushed to his absolute limit. He let out a sharp, prolonged roar, a dragon's cry that shook the heavens. His golden light surged, and he held back no power. His body suddenly expanded, brilliant golden light tearing through the sky. Scales gleamed, dragon horns stood proud, and a colossal golden black dragon materialized in the clouds, its body coiled, its might overwhelming. The 10,000-foot dragon body spanned the heavens, shaking the entire imperial city. Get down there. Before he could even enjoy his majesty for 2 seconds, a 10th-centimeter giant palm appeared in midair, slamming Aoni down to the ground. Yunling appeared beside Yuan Chen, dusting off his hands. Did you think I was just a mascot? Then he looked at Yuan Chen with a fawning expression. Hee dad, how was that? Aoni's massive body trembled violently. All his draconic power seemed to be completely sealed and stagnated, unable to circulate an iota. His vast draconic aura dissipated abruptly. The next moment, countless streaks of silver light shot out, taking root along the dragon's bodice acupuncture points, transforming into countless chains that pierced through the dragon's body, firmly locking his bones and meridians. With a thunderous crash, the colossal true dragon's body was nailed firmly into the void and clouds above the imperial palace, unable to move an inch. The dragon's body trembled heavily, blood continuously dripping through the gaps in its scales, staining the clouds below. A pervasive bloody mist spread through the air. Ao Xing was also subdued on the spot, his face ashen. Yuan Chen slowly stepped forward, walking through the air toward the 2 true dragons pinned in the clouds. He looked down at the immobilized pair and scoffed. Is that all? Senior, it's me. The little stone quickly shouted. Yuan Chen waved his hand, and the little stone happily broke free from Aoni's claw. It spat toward Aoni's face. Making me squeeze, you old geezer. Farewell. Yuan Chen raised. Just then He Yin quickly stepped forward and respectfully pleaded for mercy. Please spare him. He is a 5-clawed golden dragon. Let him live. The other Dragon Clan experts also restrained their killing intent, bowing with cupped hands, and joined in the plea. We beg the young master to show leniency. Ao Xing is the legitimate young master of the contemporary Dragon Clan, bearing the orthodox lineage. If we kill the Dragon Clan's orthodox young master today, it will inevitably intensify our conflict with them, inviting the entire clan's vengeful retaliation. The scene. Alas, though they had left the Dragon Clan, it was mainly out of resentment. They still felt a sense of belonging. Yuan Chen's gaze was calm, his expression indifferent. He neither agreed nor disagreed immediately. He pondered whether to grant this favor. After all, these seniors had followed him unwaveringly when they left. Now that they were pleading, how could he refuse? Moreover, Ao Xing was truly insignificant in his eyes. Just then his communicator buzzed. It was Aoi. His voice carried a hint of respect and supplication, his tone earnest. I implore you, Yuan Chen, to show mercy. For the sake of the Dragon Clan's humble reputation, spare his life. If you have any conditions, the Dragon Clan is willing to negotiate and will not refuse. Yuan Chen listened quietly to the transmission, his expression calm, a flicker of thought in his eyes. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Fine. With those words, he raised his hand and lightly tapped. A warm, gentle spiritual light shot out, landing on Ao Xing's dragon body. The silver chains that had been firmly nailed into Ao Xing instantly loosened and dissipated, the sealing power slowly receding. The massive Azure Dragon's body trembled slightly, and its stiff form gradually regained sensation. Ao Xing breathed a long sigh of relief, an overwhelming sense of after-dread washing over him. He knew that his life had after all been spared. But before Ao Xing could fully relax, Yuan Chen's indifferent voice rang out again, his cold tone carrying an unyielding authority. Death can be forgiven, but punishment cannot be escaped. With a shift in tone, Yuan Chen's fingertip shimmered with spiritual light. A wisp of very special, gentle, yet domineering silver energy slowly coalesced, turning stone to silver. Ao Xing's expression changed drastically, an old acquaintance. Before he could react, that wisp of silver energy flew out, instantly landing precisely on the center of his dragon brow. The silver light entered his body and instantly spread throughout Ao Xing's limbs, bones, meridians, and blood vessels. Ao Xing immediately felt his blood vessels stagnate again. A vast and boundless ocean of draconic spiritual energy was instantly sealed away, and a petrification began slowly from his head. After dealing with Ao Xing, Yuan Chen's gaze abruptly shifted, his icy stare locking onto Ao Ni, who was still pinned in the clouds. That gaze was indifferent, cold, devoid of warmth. All traces of his earlier composure gone, leaving only pure apathy and a will to kill. As for you, the moment he was caught in that gaze, Ao Ni felt a sudden chill, an inexplicable panic rising in his heart. But in an instant his pride and a sense of luck regained the upper hand. He had witnessed Ao Xing being pardoned from death only to have his cultivation sealed. This made him firmly believe that Yuan Chen was ultimately afraid of the Dragon Clan's power and dared not truly kill a Dragon Clan member. All his strength and ruthlessness were just for show. With this thought, Ao Ni's fear completely dissipated and his remaining pride swelled wildly. Though he was still nailed to the void, unable to move, covered in blood, and utterly disheveled, he refused to bow his head. Instead, he raised his eyes again to meet Yuan Chen's gaze, his tone arrogant and reckless, brimming with provocation and disdain as he shouted, "Yuan Chen, if you know what's good for you, release the seal on me immediately and let me go, and this matter can be considered settled." He Yin and the others watched Ao Ni's arrogant and ignorant demeanor, their eyes showing no ripples, only a faint indifference. They all had grudges. Pleading for Ao Xing was to consider the overall situation of the Dragon Clan and weigh the pros and cons, but Ao Ni, let him die. Out of consideration for Dragon Clan relations, He Yin and the others still bowed slightly and made a perfunctory, insincere plea. "Young Master Ao Ni is also a member of the Dragon Clan. We beg the Mansion Master to show leniency." Their words were light, utterly devoid of sincerity, merely going through the motions to save face. Yuan Chen watched Ao Ni, who was still shouting and full of arrogance, with a gaze that held no anger, no turmoil, only an extreme coldness and apathy. He slowly spoke, his voice clear and icy, pronouncing the final judgment: "Stop your noise. Farewell." As the words fell, Yuan Chen's eyes were expressionless. He lightly raised his hand, a silver light flickering at his fingertip. There were no extra movements, no extra words. A razor-sharp silver spiritual light shot through the air, instantly moving at an incredible speed. In a mere moment it crossed the void and precisely swept across the neck of Ao Ni's massive dragon body. The sword light fell silent and soundless. The incredibly tough, magic-resistant true dragon scales were torn through like paper. The massive dragon head was sent flying into the air, and boiling dragon blood gushed out, staining the entire sky. Ao Xing stared blankly at the second elder beside him, who had fallen with his head severed. His entire body was cold, his mind shaken, and he remained frozen for a long time, unable to come to his senses.